The man was simply desperate. He kicked open the supermarket door, raised a submachine gun that looked like an AK-47 with one hand, and fired dozens of shots at the ceiling. The deafening sound of gunfire rang out in the enclosed space. In an instant, hundreds of customers panicked and screamed, some collapsed to the ground, and some squatted down crying with their heads in their hands. However, he ignored the cash and jewelry piled on the shelves and just madly cleared out 5,000 bags of salt, 80,000 cartons of cigarettes, and 30,000 cans of meat. In just 10 minutes, the entire supermarket's key supplies were swept away, and the shelves were emptied in an instant. Because this man had a space system, and he was a time traveler. But the system only gave him 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, this world will be completely destroyed by a meteor shower. The meteorites carry a disaster core with unknown energy, which will cause global ecological changes. Animals will mutate into maniacs and beastmen, possessing strength and speed far beyond that of humans. The world order will collapse, and humans will be forced to embark on a path of evolution of blood and fire. The protagonist's name is Liu Xiaoma. But now, his wife and best friend Han Long are about to unite to kill him. But in the face of the threat of death, Liu Xiaoma awakened his golden finger and became an air awakener who can control the air. This ability gave him the ability to store objects in space, manipulate the air, and return to the time before the end of the world. With these abilities, he constantly traveled through time to collect supplies before the end of the world, and then sold them after the end of the world. The minimum price for 10 boxes of edible salt is 210,000 bullets. For 50 cartons of Furong cigarettes, each cigarette is calculated as 4 bullets, and the minimum price for 50 cartons is 40,000 bullets. And for another 50 cartons of Yunnan cigarettes, the minimum price is also 40,000 bullets. Next are 3 boxes of liquor, namely 1 box of Yanghe Heishelen, 1 box of Finjiu, and 1 box of Gujingang, with 6 bottles in each box, and the prices are 8,000 bullets, 9,000 bullets, and 11,000 bullets respectively. Half an hour had passed. Liu Xiaoma went to the bathroom and came back to sit on the sofa, smoking leisurely and waiting quietly for the auction results. Wang Ting was eager to give him a massage, but Liu Xiaoma didn't care about that. He was full of anticipation for the upcoming auction, and at the same time he felt an inexplicable excitement. Seeing that Liu Xiaoma was unwilling to speak, Wang Ting could only sit aside silently, occasionally glancing at him. His big eyes were clear and bright, with distinct black and white. 12. Noon was the busiest time of the 2 auctions each day. As time passed, the picture of the first auction item quickly lit up on the TV trading screen. It was Liu Xiaoma's 50 packs of Furong cigarettes. The first item to be auctioned was Liu Xiaoma's. He was a little surprised. Wang Ting immediately introduced it excitedly. "Sir, these are your cigarettes." There was no auctioneer, and only a brief message was displayed on the TV screen. 50 packs of pre-apocalyptic Furong cigarettes, marked with the production date, shelf life, and remaining valid days. When 50 cartons of Furong cigarettes were displayed at once, the reserve price was set at 40,000 bullets, and there was an immediate commotion in the trading hall. When the apocalypse had just begun, items like tobacco and alcohol were not uncommon, but now, a year had passed since the apocalypse, and many supermarkets that could be looted had already been cleared out by adventure groups. Bids were quickly placed for the 50 cartons of Furong cigarettes. Number 37 bid 41,000 bullets, number 119 bid 42,000 bullets, and number 77 bid 43,000 bullets. On the electronic screen, big red words appeared one by one with each bid, quickly pushing down the previous price. 3 minutes later, number 11 bid 51,000 bullets. No one else bid, and a 30-second countdown began to appear at the bottom of the screen. Finally, 50 cartons of Furong cigarettes were sold for 51,000 bullets. Wang Ting immediately looked at Liu Xiaoma with a smile and said excitedly, "Congratulations, sir. Your 50 cartons of Furong set a new record. Our previous highest transaction price was 46,000 bullets per box." As the apocalypse continued, the materials before the apocalypse became more and more valuable, but Liu Xiaoma didn't care much about it. The next auction item was 50 cartons of Yushi cigarettes, also from Liu Xiaoma. Although the seller's information was not displayed on the big screen, this coincidence made it easy to guess who was behind it. There was another commotion in the trading hall. "Look, there are another 50 cartons of Yushi cigarettes. It seems that some adventure group has found something in the supermarket that has not been searched before." A year after the apocalypse, it is rare to find supermarkets that have not been looted. Only Chongqing City and Tianjiang have not been searched. However, Chunqing City is densely populated and full of dangers, so almost no one dares to go into search. Tianjiang was once a prefecture-level city with a large population, but no one dares to set foot in it easily. Soon, the auction of 50 cartons of Yushi cigarettes was finally sold for 53,000 bullets, still the mysterious number 11. Looking at the transaction numbers displayed on the screen, Liu Xiaoma's heart beat violently. I sold these two items for a total of 104,000 bullets. After deducting the 10% transaction tax, I made a net profit of nearly 100,000 bullets. He had been traveling alone in the apocalypse for half a year, surviving many dangers, but only managed to accumulate less than 2,000 bullets. But this time, he earned nearly 100,000 bullets by selling only 100 cartons of cigarettes. After his heartbeat became tachycardic, Liu Xiaoma became even more excited for the next auction. The third auction item is a pre-apocalyptic armed police explosion-proof vehicle with a starting price of 60,000 bullets. Liu Xiaoma looked at the car and was somewhat tempted. Although he did not have the money to pay the deposit and could not participate in the auction, he could see the powerful performance of the car, and it was indeed a very valuable treasure in the end times. If you can go out with a team and have a car like this, it can at least ensure everyone's safety. In the end, the armed police explosion-proof vehicle was sold for 97,000 bullets. Liu Xiaoma could only look at the car with regret and sigh. The transaction price of this car was even lower than the price of the 100 packs of cigarettes he had just bought. The next items to be auctioned included some cars, daily necessities, pre-apocalyptic weapons and ammunition, and a good-looking woman. The woman looked beautiful and innocent, only 16 years old, and even more charming than the appraiser beside her. Her reserve price was 20,000 bullets, and the final transaction price was 27,000 bullets. Then came Liu Xiaoma's 3 boxes of liquor, which were sold for 12,000 bullets, 113,000 bullets, and 14,000 bullets respectively. 3 boxes of ordinary liquor, a total of 18 bottles, sold for 39,000 bullets, and Liu Xiaoma still had more than 200 bottles in his space. It was a good price. It started. Seeing Liu Xiaoma's 10 boxes of edible salt appear on the TV screen, Wang Ting almost jumped up in excitement. She took the opportunity to get close to Liu Xiaoma, grabbed his arm and pointed at the TV and said, "Sir, look, it's your edible salt. 10 full boxes of edible salt." On the TV screen, a photo of 10 neatly arranged boxes of edible salt flashed, and then an introduction in big red letters appeared. 10 boxes of edible salt before the end of the world, totaling 125,000 grams, with a minimum price of 210,000 bullets. There was an immediate burst of exclamations in the trading hall. Everyone look, 10 boxes of edible salt. Who is so generous? Look at the reserve price. The reserve price is 210,000. No wonder the food in restaurants is so bland nowadays. It turns out the price of salt is so outrageous. Number 9 bid 220,000. Number 29 bid 240,000. Number 137 bid 250,000. Number 3 bid 300,000. And number 11 bid 330,000. Fuck. Am I seeing right? As soon as the salt came out, the price soared to 330,000. Look, it's already 360,000. The thousands of people in the trading hall were completely boiling. Everyone knew that salt was essential to the human body, especially in the end times. No salt meant no strength. Women could not eat salt during confinement, otherwise their bodies would be extremely weak. Now, the soldiers of the adventure group could not eat salt, and they were all as weak as those in confinement after childbirth, and could not fight at all. Therefore, when the 10 boxes of edible salt came out, it instantly caused the whole audience to boil, and not only the ordinary audience, but also the major legions were excited. Every team believes that these 10 boxes of edible salt must be obtained. 400,000. Sir, look, the price has reached 400,000. Wang Ting was so excited that she grabbed Liu Xiaoma's arm tightly, as if these 400,000 bullets would belong to her. In the end, the price soared to 475,000 bullets, and almost no one dared to bid anymore. After all, this price was enough to buy 2 space beads. However, number 11 bid again, pushing the price directly to 500,000 bullets. When the red countdown was down to the last 3 seconds, the mysterious number 11 won the bid at 500,000 bullets, and the entire trading hall was once again in an uproar. The last time a transaction price of over 500,000 occurred was a month ago, when the City Lord's mansion auctioned off the pre-apocalyptic star, Qin Xiaoqiao. The final price was set at 810,000 bullets, and the auctioneer turned out to be the leader of the Dirty Monkey Adventure Group. The transaction price of 500,000 almost made all the adventure groups retreat, but in the end, 10 boxes of edible salt were sold at a sky-high price of 500,000 bullets. If I had 500,000 yuan and had stockpiled salt before the end of the world, wouldn't I have been able to buy Chun Xiao Xiao? Someone muttered. Yeah, if I had 500,000, I would just find 1,000 girls to serve me. Don't be silly, 1,000 girls would eat you to death. Lu Xiaoma was calculating in his mind that with the 500,000, he not only gained a huge fortune in the auction, but also witnessed the terrifying value of resources in the apocalypse. The next auction saw another 7 boxes of salt, with a reserve price of 147,000 bullets. This time, all the adventure groups had learned their lesson, and no one was playing small-time bidding anymore, and they directly started bidding at a high price. Number 17 first bid 200,000, then 220,000, 250,000, 260,000, 300,000. In the end, the 7 boxes of salt were bought by number 103 for 330,000, which once again shocked the whole audience. Seeing all this, Lu Xiaoma couldn't help but feel regretful. If he had known that salt was so precious, he should have concentrated on looking for salt when he went back last time. However, despite this, he still made a lot of money today and got a total of 973,000 bullets. After deducting the transaction fees, the net income reached 875,700 bullets. This huge amount of money is enough to make any large adventure group excited. And he is ready to take this wealth, form his own adventure team, and set out again early tomorrow morning to look for the next crazy treasure. Chapter 7, Talent Market. In the end times, the form of currency has changed dramatically. Bullet rolls have become the new paper money, with the largest denomination reaching 1,000, modeled after the paper money before the end times. The staff of the city lord's mansion sent 8 bundles, each with 100,000, which is about the thickness of 10,000 yuan before the end of the world. The remaining 70,000 bullets were paid in the form of 10, 20, 50, 100, and 500 bullet rolls with different denominations, which was convenient for Lu Xiaoma's daily expenses. This arrangement was very considerate. If we compare the prosperous times with the end times surpassed the prosperous times in at least 2 aspects. The first is the entertainment industry, and the second is the service industry. Although entertainment in the end times is a euphemism, even a small fallen leaf city is enough to make the prosperous full-time world far behind. As for the service industry, the level of thoughtfulness of the city lord's mansion was simply unimaginable before the end of the world. This is what you deserve, Lu Xiaoma said, saving the bullet roll into the space, and took out a bullet roll with a denomination of 1,000 yuan to reward Wang Ting. Then, he put on the hood of his jacket and prepared to leave. Sir, Wang Ting suddenly hugged Lu Xiaoma from behind. Let me help you once. I don't want money. I don't want anything. Wang Ting looked at Lu Xiaoma in front of her, and her heart was beating. She had never met a man as young and handsome as him. The two had just experienced an exciting auction, and this was also the largest order Wang Ting had ever taken. She couldn't help but recall the pure feeling of love before the end of the world. This feeling had long been forgotten after the end of the world, especially for people like her. She walked around to Lu Xiaoma, secretly raised her eyes, and dared to look him in the face for the first time. She wanted to kiss him, but was afraid that he would dislike her. In the end, Wang Ting did not make any offense, but just knelt gently on the floor and unbuttoned Lu Xiaoma's pants. 10 minutes later, Lu Xiaoma put on his hat, dropped 1,000 bullets, turned around, and left the room. Before the end of the world, there was a common saying, "Women who don't want money are the most valuable." Lu Xiaoma already understood this. My name is Wang Ting. Sir, remember to look for me next time you come to the city lord's mansion. Wang Ting swallowed the food in her mouth in a hurry and couldn't help wanting to say something else, but Lu Xiaoma had already walked out of the room and only replied with one word. Okay. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Lu Xiaoma tore open a Snickers bar and stuffed it into his mouth, then strode towards the talent market. He turned off the main street and walked on the dusty dirt road. Although the air visibility was not high, Leia City was not big, and the talent market was 500 meters ahead. Before the end of the world, this place was a 4-story shopping mall, but now it has become the talent market of Leia City. There is no electricity, only sewage water, which cannot be drunk directly, but can only be used to flush toilets. The shop partitions of the talent market were demolished, turning it into a 5,000 square meter empty hall with echoes everywhere. Now, the place is crowded with people, with hawking and discussion sounds coming one after another, including men, women, young and old, of all kinds. At the innermost part of the hall is a row of counters, behind which sit the staff of the city lord's mansion. Most of the staff on the first floor are women over 40 years old, dressed in all kinds of clothes. The staff on the second floor are ordinary awakened people in their early 30s, with slightly higher quality. The staff on the third and fourth floors are young and beautiful girls. The reason for this stratification is that most of the customers on the first floor are ordinary people. The city lord's mansion took their spending power into consideration and arranged cheaper staff. The second level is for ordinary awakeners, who have twice the strength and speed as before the end of the world. They are the main force of the adventure group and also provide some services part-time. The third and fourth floors were for those with special abilities, and their hiring price was staggeringly high. Even the four major adventure groups did not dare to hire them for a long time. Because the price they asked for was so high, the cost of one mission out of the city was enough to support life for half a year. When Lu Xiaomao walked into the job market, the old hands around him immediately recognized him. This guy was obviously not looking for a job. Almost at the same time, several people surrounded him. "I'm not hiring." Lu Xiaomao pushed these people away and walked towards the emergency ladder next to him. Someone pointed at him and said, "Hey, look, he went to the second floor. No wonder he doesn't think highly of us." Several people began to discuss, thinking that Lu Xiaomao might be an ordinary person because they noticed that there was no mark on his wrist, while awakened people usually have marks on their wrists. In fact, Lu Xiaomao is a special air awakener. There is no mark on his wrist, and he looks like an ordinary person, but he is actually the strongest special awakener. The first floor was packed with more than 2,000 people, and many newcomers were driven to the door by veterans to find tasks. Lu Xiaomao took a quick look and headed straight to the second floor. There were fewer people on the second floor, so he didn't stop there and went straight to the third floor. The third and fourth floors are the top-level special awakeners, and their prices are much higher than those of the second floor. After entering the third floor, Lu Xiaomao immediately attracted attention. The staff on the third floor are almost all women, so the price is relatively cheap, while the staff on the fourth floor are male special awakeners, so the fee is extremely high. As soon as he entered the hall, the bloodstains on Lu Xiaomao's body and the torn clothes immediately attracted the attention of a group of women on the third floor, and their eyes were all focused on him. Chapter 8. Female Special Awakener. "Hey Ming'er, look, there's a silly little brother outside." On the single sofa at the entrance of the third floor, Su Feifei pulled Lin Ming'er's arm and pointed at Lu Xiaomao, who was standing outside the door. She knew that the man who came to the third floor must be here to recruit people. Lin Ming'er blinked quietly, with a trace of tranquility on her face. She was the prettiest of the group of girls. Although she didn't say anything, Miao Xiaohua beside her couldn't help but remind Su Feifei. "Feifei, have you forgotten that Ming'er can't see again?" Su Feifei was stunned for a moment. Then she looked at Lin Ming'er a little embarrassedly. "Oh, sorry, I forgot that you are the most amazing blind lady." "Blind man is too ugly," Miao Xiaohua corrected. "We should call her the beautiful young lady who can't see." Okay, it's the pretty little sister who can't see." Su Feifei admitted her mistake and stood up with Miao Xiaohua. "Miao Miao, let's go and tease him." As the leader of the team, Yi Rue calmly reminded them, "Don't go too far. Remember to stop when it's enough." "Don't worry, Sister Rue, what can happen? We won't eat him." As they talked, they walked around to Lu Xiaomao. "Hey, hello, what are you looking at?" Su Feifei was about to speak, but suddenly changed the subject. Eyes. I want you to look into my eyes." She pointed at her eyes angrily and said to Lu Xiaomao seriously, "Don't look below the neck." Although Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua are both only 16 years old, there is a big difference in their development. Miao Xiaohua has a well-proportioned figure and is full of youthfulness, while Su Feifei has a pair of huge breasts and is often displeased when others stare at her parts. But in fact, Lu Xiaomao didn't see anything. He was 178 centimeters tall, and Su Feifei was only 159 centimeters tall. He didn't even lower his head to look. But when he lowered his head to look, he was misunderstood. "Are you here to recruit people? What kind of people are you recruiting? Which team are you from? What's the configuration? Is the safety factor high?" Su Feifei continued to ask angrily. "The most important thing is the eyes. Look at the eyes." Lu Xiaomao was not angry at her scolding. He was unwilling to argue with such a willful girl. He simply walked around her and went inside the building. Although he had been in Lia City for some time, today was his first time coming to the third floor of the talent market, and he was still somewhat unfamiliar with the rules. Just as I was about to go to the service desk to find out what was going on, I heard two girls' voices from behind. "Why are you leaving? So arrogant." Su Feifei was furious. As the eldest daughter of a special awakener, she had never been looked down upon like this. The look just now made her extremely angry. He just wants to piss me off to death and then inherit my dress. Miao Xiaohua grabbed Lu Xiaoma's left hand rudely, rolled up her sleeves, and found nothing there. She was so angry that she said, "How dare an ordinary person like you come here to recruit people? Where's your mother? Call your parents over. I want to talk to them." Lu Xiaoma finally couldn't help but get angry. Get out of the way. He was already angry. If he encountered such a thing outside the city, he would have taken action long ago. Hey, why are you so fierce? Su Feifei was also irritated. How dare an ordinary person be so fierce? She rolled up the sleeves of her little dress, revealing a green mark proudly. How dare you be so mean to the distinguished Miss Lantern? Didn't your parents teach you manners? Miao Xiaohua turned around and waved to Yi Rue in the distance for help. Sister Rue, come and save us. He actually acted like a hooligan to us. Yi Rue came over. She was 176 centimeters tall and had very long legs. She looked at Lu Xiaoma, then at the two noisy girls. Sorry, apologize on their behalf. Lu Xiaoma took a deep breath and didn't want to argue with the two little girls. Take care of your team members. After that, he turned and walked towards the service desk. Hey, why is he so arrogant? He's just an ordinary person. Yes, he's just an ordinary person. How dare he disrespect us special awakeners like this? At this time, Su Feifei suddenly pointed at Lu Xiaoma's back and said, "Look, he went to the service desk. He just said he wasn't hiring, but it turns out he was lying. How shameless." Lu Xiaoma stood at the service desk, showed his Bingtuan ID, and finally understood the rules here. It turns out that in order to recruit special awakeners, one must first pay a deposit at the service desk, 10,000 bullets per person, which is actually the pension for the special awakeners. The end of the world is different from the prosperous times. The casualty rate when going out of the city to perform tasks is very high. If the special awakener does not come back, the pension will be collected by her beneficiary. If she comes back alive, it will be returned to the employer. At the same time, in order to protect the employer also needs to hand over half of the commission to the city lord's mansion for safekeeping. If the employer dies during the mission, the remaining half of the commission will be returned to the public, and the credit rating of the special awakener will be reduced. The city lord's mansion will charge a 5% commission fee. These regulations are intended to reduce risks in missions and avoid situations where black forces rob each other. I need 10 people. This is a 100,000 yuan deposit. Lu Xiaoma took out a bundle of 1,000 yuan bills from the space. The waitress quickly explained, "Sir, the deposit will be paid together with the employment fee when you come to us to sign the agreement after you reach an employment intention with the special awakeners." A private hiring intention? Lu Xiaoma was a little surprised. Didn't you guys assign them uniformly? I'm sorry, sir. We in the city lord's mansion cannot interfere with the selection of special awakeners, so you need to discuss it with everyone in person. The waitress replied with a smile. Lu Xiaoma felt a headache. This was much more troublesome than his previous job search process. He didn't expect that recruiting special awakeners would be so complicated. Next, Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua were discussing quietly. Look, he looks so funny. This must be his first time recruiting people on the 3rd floor, and he doesn't know the rules. Come on, let's tell him a more cruel fact to make him give up completely. Chapter 9, Yi Rue's team. Hey, ordinary people, we meet again. Miao Xiaohua, who was not tall, linked arms with Su Feifei and skipped to Lu Xiaoma. Lu Xiaoma had just turned around from the service desk with his back to them. When he saw them coming, he frowned slightly. Miao Xiaohua stared at him with a smile. Is your team planning to leave the city? I heard there will be a blind man. The so-called blind people are special awakeners. Before the mutation, they are no different from ordinary people, but after the mutation, they become blind, but have powerful perception abilities. It can sense an area of 10,000 square meters around it, and even a level 2 blind man can feel the landing of a meteorite. Therefore, a team leaving the city is usually equipped with at least one blind man as a safety guarantee. I have bad news for you. Su Feifei pointed around. On our 3rd floor, among the more than 50 beautiful young ladies with special awakenings, only Miss Lin Menger from our team is blind. Yes, she is still the most beautiful blind girl here. Miao Xiaohua also joined in the fun. Although Lu Xiaoma didn't want to recruit men, he didn't want to be threatened by these two annoying people. He said calmly, I can go upstairs to find them. Okay, go ahead. Miao Xiaohua squinted her eyes and smiled, looking at Su Feifei. Should we tell him? Since you are pitiful, I am sending you a message for free. Su Feifei smiled and hooked her finger. The blind person upstairs has a credit rating of F. Do you know why? Because she went out with her team's employer and 7 people died. Miao Xiaohua continued. And our sister Lin Menger's credit is S. and it is our third level Sahua. Sahua plus. Miao Xiaohua quickly added. Lu Xiaoma took a deep breath and finally looked at Yi Rui and her small team. Sure enough, there was a girl there, who should be the rumored blind awakener. The girl sat quietly in front of the cafe, her bright big eyes looking blankly ahead, looking very peaceful. He ignored the two annoying girls and walked towards the girl. In the small team's coffee shop, there is a round glass table in the center with 6 cups of cappuccino, black coffee, and other drinks on the table. There are 6 single sofas around it, 2 of which are empty, and the remaining 4 sofas are occupied by the girls. Hello. Seeing Lu Xiaoma walking towards her, Yi Rui stood up and stretched out her hand. My name is Yi Rui. Sir, are you looking to recruit special awakeners? She spoke calmly, and some girls around her looked at Lu Xiaoma curiously, but no one took the initiative to talk to her. They were special awakeners and had their own pride. Hello, I'm Lu Xiaoma. Lu Xiaoma calmly stretched out his hand and shook hands with Yi Rui. He saw a faint brown mark on her wrist, indicating that she was a level 1 stone skin person. The darker the mark, the higher the level. Stone skin has strong combat power. After the skill is activated, the whole body is invulnerable except for the eyes. The skill can be used once a day for 1 hour. Hey, why are you here again? At this time, the voices of the 2 little girls rang out again. Yi Rui glared at Su Feifei helplessly. Feifei, this is our job. Work? All you know is staring at other people's breasts. Su Feifei grumbled in dissatisfaction and sat back in her chair. Miao Xiaohua quickly took up another empty seat, and now Lu Xiaoma's seat was squeezed out. Captain Lu, please sit down and let's talk. Yi Rui motioned for him to sit down and asked the waiter to bring a small sofa so that she and Lu Xiaoma could sit face to face. Of the 6 people in their small team, except Lin Meng'er, the other 5 girls were observing Lu Xiaoma carefully, especially looking at his wrist. There was no mark of an awakener, so it was obvious that he was an ordinary person. Captain Lu, let me first introduce the situation of our team, and then I hope you can also talk about the situation of your team. We can choose in both directions. Yi Rui began to introduce the team members one by one. My name is Yi Rui. I'm a level 1 stone skin man. This is Su Feifei. She's a level 1 lamp man. Su Feifei rolled her eyes and posed as if protecting her chest. Yi Rui continued to introduce her. She is Miao Xiaohua, and also a level 1 lantern man. There are 2 lantern men in the team, which makes Yi Rui a little helpless. The light man is considered the most useless among the special awakeners. His only ability is to illuminate the surrounding 100 square meters at night. He is simply a light bulb. Humph. Miao Xiaohua snorted coldly, unconvinced. At least he's stronger than ordinary people. The strength and speed of special awakeners are twice that of before the end of the world, and the lamp man is no exception. She is Bai Lulu, a level 1 mist manda. Bai Lulu wore jeans and a white t-shirt. She had fair skin and big, round eyes, and looked very smart. She stared at Lu Xiaoma curiously. Hello, I am Bai Lulu, the mist man. The fog man can release thick fog to isolate odors. The visibility within 100 square meters does not exceed 1 meter. It can be used once a day and lasts for 10 minutes. The wrist mark is milky white. She is Zoya, a level 1 flame man. Zoya is also a taciturn girl in her early 20s. She dresses similarly to Bai Lulu, with a ponytail and jeans. The 2 are best friends. The skill of the flame man is to release flames from the skin, which lasts for 1 hour and can be used once a day. The mark on the wrist is light red. The last one is Lin Meng'er, level 1 blind girl. Lin Meng'er sat there with a dull look in her eyes, as if she was not interested in anything around her. Her skill was to detect madmen within 10,000 square meters around her, and the mark on her wrist was lavender. Captain Lu, this is our team. Yi Rui looked at Lu Xiaoma, and the waiter just brought the coffee to him. Now I hope you can introduce the situation of your team. After all, this is one of the factors we considered. Chapter 10, The Price of a Blind Girl. There is no one else in our group right now. Lu Xiaoma answered truthfully. Yi Rui was a little surprised. No one? Yes, there's only me now, and we just formed a group this morning. Su Feifei interrupted immediately. Why are you here when there's no one else? You're just forming a group, and you're here to mess things up? As she spoke, she picked up the coffee in front of Lu Xiaoma and took a sip. Xiaohua and I paid for it today, and you almost cheated me out of a cup of coffee. Prices are so high. Usually, they take turns to pay the bill, but because the lantern girl has the lowest salary, Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua are in a group and pay the bill together. You are the only one in your group? Bai Lulu also spoke at this time. Lu Xiaoma nodded, his face calm, not looking embarrassed at all. I plan to form a team of less than 100 people this afternoon, with no less than 10 special awakeners, and leave the city early tomorrow morning. Several people looked at each other, and finally looked at Yi Rui. Yi Rui frowned slightly. Captain Liu, generally speaking, we will not join a team without security guarantees. That's right. Are you going out there to die? And those lunatics are so ugly. Su Feifei also muttered. It's not impossible for you to join. Miao Xiaohua rolled her big eyes. But your group has no safety guarantee, so the hiring fee has to be doubled. That's right. It has to be doubled. This is indeed an unwritten rule in the industry. There is a big difference in the cost for special awakeners to join large adventure groups and small adventure groups, but doubling is indeed not common. I will find 10 special awakeners and 30 ordinary awakeners. This time I will be out of the city for at least a week and no more than a month. Yi Rui's request was reasonable. Lu Xiaomao felt that this team was pretty good and didn't seem to be doing any black transactions. If you can accept it, tell me the price. Didn't refuse to double the price? Miao Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She was surprised and thought, he could actually accept the double price? Is this person stupid? Instead of accepting their doubled fee, it would be better to directly hire 10 special awakeners. Wouldn't it be safer? And forget it. Who knows why Lin Minger's fee is so high? Are you telling the truth? Yi Rui hesitated a little, and Lu Xiaomao nodded. It's true. I'm going to smoke a cigarette, and you guys can negotiate a price for me. As long as it's not too much, we'll sign the contract immediately. After that, Lu Xiaomao stood up, and the waiter led him to the restroom in the northeast corner. Lu Xiaomao was not stupid. He was eager to act, and the demands of these people were nothing compared to that crazy treasure. Hey, what do you think? Did he want to trick us into bed because we are good looking? Let's go to a group. You are such a dirty person. Everyone knows what a group is. Go to hell. Then what on earth does he want to do? I'm so beautiful, but he's not moved at all. And our blind sister is here, who wouldn't be moved. That's true. All the men in Luya City want to get our Miss Menger. If I were a man, I would definitely want her too. It wouldn't be a problem if I turned my head a little. All right. You two, be quiet and discuss serious matters. 10 minutes later, Lu Xiaomao's time in the bathroom was over. He ordered a cup of coffee at a table not far away and waited while smoking. The women probably had finished their discussion. The misty person by Lulu walked over slowly. Lu Xiaomao stood up and returned to the original table with her. Captain Lu, let's be honest. Yi Rui returned to the table and looked directly at Lu Xiaomao, saying without beating around the bush, we have negotiated a price that is 1.5 times the price of a large adventure group. If you can accept it, we can sign the agreement right away. Yi Rui handed Lu Xiaomao a piece of paper. Lu Xiaomao glanced at it and saw the quotes of 6 girls. Su Feifei, Lantern Man, the daily employment fee is 300 bullets. Miao Xiaohua, Lantern Man, the daily employment fee is 300 bullets. Bai Lulu, Fogman, daily employment fee is 900 bullets. Zoya, Flame Man, daily employment fee is 2,200 bullets. Yi Rui, Stone Skin Man, daily employment fee is 3,000 bullets. Lin Menger, a blind girl, the daily hiring fee is 15,000 bullets. Most of the quotations from these people were within Lu Xiaomao's affordability. The only thing he didn't expect was that Lin Minger's price was so high. 15,000 bullets a day. Hiring her to go out of the city for a month would cost 450,000 bullets. No wonder even the 4 major adventure groups in Loya City can't afford to support them. However, this is worth it. With her, she can accurately sense the madman's location. Her ability is not limited by time. She can sense the dangers around her 24 hours a day. Okay, then this is the price. Lu Xiaomao put the paper on the table and looked at the women. Seeing a hint of surprise flash across their faces, he continued, but I have a request. After leaving the city, you must obey my orders completely. He looked at Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua without any hesitation. He originally didn't plan to take them with him, but he also knew that this team couldn't be separated, especially the Lantern Man, who did have his uses. What? I'll obey your orders completely. Su Feifei immediately got angry. You only give me 300 bullets a day. Do you still want me to sleep with you? Right. Miao Xiaohua also complained. Just now I said he was not feeling well. He must want to fly in a group, because we are so pretty. Yi Rui. Lu Xiaomao looked at Yi Rui, who quickly glared at Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua. All right, Feifei, Miao, you two should be quiet from now on, or we won't take you with us on this mission. This sentence immediately made them quiet down. The two of them were the poorest in the team. If they didn't do the mission, they really couldn't afford to eat. They were also embarrassed to rely on the blind girl every day, even though she didn't care. The service desk signed a contract, paid a deposit of 60,000 for the 6 women, and paid half of the 10-day employment fee, a total of 108,500 bullets. In other words, the salary of these 6 people for 10 days was 217,000 bullets, which was simply a sky-high price. Oh, he has 2 space beads. He is indeed a rich man. When paying at the service desk, Lu Xiaoma took out 2 large bundles of 100,000 bullet rolls. Miao Xiaohua and Su Feifei's eyes lit up when they saw the space beads again. Yes, a super rich man. Miao Xiaohua also looked at the tattoo on Lu Xiaoma's hand. Our super rich sister Menger only has 1 space bead, but this guy has 2 at once. Hey, rich little brother, let's get over the incident of looking at my breasts just now. Please help us pay for today's coffee. Su Feifei thought of something and hurriedly called out, "Waiter, come here quickly and put today's coffee bill here." "Oh, don't leave. I'll let you see her breasts again. Anyway, we still have Miss Menger's bathing photo. A grown man who is so stingy will never be able to find a beautiful wife." Chapter 11. Team recruitment completed. Kusini, Level 1 Beast Man. Skill. Can control 10 madmen to fight for you within a 100 square meter range. Can be used once a day. The mark on the wrist is light blue. Hiring fee, 1,500 bullets per day. Qin Xian, a Level 1 Spaceman. Has the following skills. 10 cubic meters of storage space in each hand, and the wrist mark is silver. Hiring fee, 500 bullets per day. Fong Jing, Level 1 Flame Man. Employment fee, 1,500 bullets per day. Fangya, Level 1 Waterman. Employment fee, 600 bullets per day. This is the configuration of our team. If you think it is suitable, we are willing to sign an employment agreement with your team. Lu Xiaoma sat opposite Kusini. Behind him, Yi Rui, Lin Ming'er, and 6 other Special Awakeners had already stood in a row, officially becoming part of the ICE team until the expiration of their contracts. Your quotation. Lu Xiaoma looked at the quotation sheet and felt a little hesitant. Kusini frowned slightly. The quote for the 4 of us has already been given to you according to the standard of a large adventure group, and it won't go any lower. If it weren't for the fact that the team hadn't had any missions for a month, Kusini wouldn't even have planned to take the order. That's not what I meant. Lu Xiaoma put down the quotation sheet, looked up and looked directly at Kusini. Our team treats everyone equally. I will increase your quotation by 50%. Let's sign the contract. Increase it. Kusini and the 3 women in her team were stunned. You mean, let's increase it by 50%? Yes, make a decision quickly. At the service desk, Lu Xiaoma paid 40,000 bullets as a deposit, and the adjusted salary was Kusini, 2,200 bullets per day. Qin Xian, 700 bullets per day. Fong Jing, 2,200 bullets per day. Fangya, 900 bullets per day. 10 days' wages total 60,000 bullets, and the advance payment is 30,000 bullets. At this time, Lu Xiaoma had spent 238,500 bullets on the 3rd floor, and there were more than 630,000 bullets left in the space. He brought 10 Special Awakeners down to the 2nd floor and came to the recruitment square for ordinary Awakeners, surrounded by nearly 1,000 people. This special team was destined to not be low-key. A man brought 10 Special Awakened girls down to the 2nd floor and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lu Xiaoma quickly found the leader of a female team, Wu Nan. "Hello, team leader." Compared to the team on the 3rd floor, Wu Nan seemed particularly respectful. Lu Xiaoma glanced at her and thought she was suitable. "I need 30 female Awakeners, aged between 18 and 25, with at least 10 out-of-town combat experiences. I also need 4 female drivers who can drive large vehicles. Can your team do that?" "We have 27 people in our team, which fully meets your requirements." Wu Nan waved and called over her team members, all of whom were women. Finally, she added, "We still need 3 Awakeners and 4 drivers. Captain, please give me 5 minutes." Wu Nan's team has strong execution capabilities. In just 3 minutes, all of Lu Xiaoma's requirements were met. After signing the contract, each person on the 2nd floor will receive a pension of 1,000 bullets, and the total cost is 34,000 bullets. The wages of ordinary female Awakeners are generally lower than those of men, but Lu Xiaoma increased the daily wage from 80 bullets to 100 bullets. The 10-day salary of 34 people totals 34,000 bullets, and he paid half of the 17,000 bullets. At this point, the recruitment of the Bing team was completed, and Lu Xiaoma had 580,000 bullets left. After leaving the talent market, Lu Xiaoma took Wu Nan and 10 Special Awakeners to the vehicle trading market. "Wu Nan, you will be in charge of the Ordinary Awakener team from now on. Tell them to continue with today's salary and gather at the East City Gate at 8 a.m. tomorrow." After disbanding the team of Ordinary Awakeners, Lu Xiaoma continued to move forward with Wu Nan and 10 Special Awakeners. Their goal was to prepare vehicles and weapons for the upcoming mission out of the city. Daily necessities were also indispensable. Yi Rue, Kusini, you two will be responsible for leading the Special Awakener team from now on. Although Lu Xiaoma did not hold a meeting for introduction, he did not have time. He glanced at his watch and saw that it was already past 3 p.m. and many things had not been dealt with. Qin Xian, you are a space person, temporarily responsible for the logistics of our team. Lu Xiaoma took out 200,000 bullet rolls from the space. You will be responsible for settling the team members' wages every day in the future. Give me a detailed list. Qin Xian nodded in response. I understand. As a space person, managing logistics is her strong point. We are going to the car market now. I need to modify a coach and a truck. Does anyone among you know how to modify cars? Not far away was the vehicle trading market. Wu Nin trotted over to Lu Xiaoma and said, Captain, I know how to repair and modify cars. Okay. Lu Xiaoma nodded. Qin Xian, remember to give Wu Nin an extra 200 bullets a day, starting from today. Lu Xiaoma and the team continued to move forward and met a fat man who rolled up his sleeves and deliberately exposed the pure white mark on his wrist. This man was a rare, light man, awakener, and he obviously enjoyed the envious looks from people around him. Behind him were a dozen young and beautiful women, who sweetly called him husband and talked and laughed. Seeing this, Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua, who were at the end of the line, couldn't help but point at the fat man and whispered, Miao Miao, look, he's just like Sister Yi. He's also a light person. How come I've never seen him in the job market? Feifei, should we pay attention to these now? Miao Xiaohua pointed around helplessly. What's wrong? Su Feifei looked around in confusion, but didn't find anything special. Look at the way they look. Miao Xiaohua patted her head in frustration. These people think he and his woman are the same kind of people. Take him for granted? Su Feifei still didn't react. Miao Xiaohua rolled her eyes helplessly. How stupid. These passers-by took us all for his wife. Can't they see that? Ah. Su Feifei suddenly understood. If they hadn't met the fat man, they might not have realized this. But now that they have met the fat man, almost all the girls suddenly feel like they are getting married. Chapter 12, Leaving the City. The car market, the dirt road, the whole long street. One side is full of old cars of various styles, and the other side is an open space for pedestrians. Most people hurried past. Almost no one stopped to look at the car, and few people asked the price. Lu Xiaoma looked at the cars as he walked. The car owners had eager eyes, but no one dared to block Lu Xiaoma's way. The dozen or so women following him, whether they were his teammates or his wives, should not be underestimated. Captain, want to buy a car? My BMW X6 only costs 4,500 bullets, 90% new, never repaired. Captain, do you want to buy a car? This Audi R8 only costs 2,500 bullets, with explosion-proof tires. Brother, are you buying a car for the team? We are from the Dirty Monkey Adventure Group. We just found this trailer last month. You can take it for 50,000. After some bargaining, Lu Xiaoma finally found a photon box truck and a Yutong long-distance passenger bus, both of which were in good condition. Wu Nan, go and have a look. The owner of the photon box truck introduced in one breath. Captain, there is definitely no problem with my car. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lao Nyo in the car market. Lao Nyo's car has never had any problems. Captain, the car is good. Wu Nin climbed out from under the car after checking it and confirmed, this is the price. Hey, little girl, my car is overpriced at 75,000 yuan. Do you know anything about cars? A few months ago, there were at least 30 of these cars on the market. How many are left now? The car owner seemed a little dissatisfied. Wu Nin didn't say much. Lu Xiaoma stood aside and understood. After walking a few steps, the car owner became anxious again and shouted, last price. 65,000. Do you want it? 65,000. Lu Xiaoma thought the price was reasonable, so he turned around and said, okay, I'll take this car. Don't cheat me about modifying the car. That depends on how you modify it. The car owner seemed a little hesitant. Su Feifei finally seized the opportunity at this time. No matter how you modify it, you can't cheat us. If you dare to cheat our group, I will go to the third-floor talent market to promote you. The car market Old Bull, the most unscrupulous car dealer in Luye City. The car owner glanced at Su Feifei's raised left wrist, and his heart suddenly felt uneasy. Well, then okay. Modification plan. Add auxiliary fuel tank. Seal the left and right windshields with steel plates. Change the front windshield to iron window. Weld 200 steel bars on the front and body to prevent orcs and collisions. Weld luggage rails around the roof and 10 spare tires. After all, the modification fee is 2,000 bullets, which is a fair price. I'll give you 5,000 for the modification, and you must complete it by tomorrow morning. Lu Xiaoma said calmly, and Qin Xian immediately gave the owner a deposit of 10,000 bullets. The owner looked bitter. Captain, you are so anxious. Here are 5,000 bullets for you. You must finish them before 6 a.m. tomorrow. Su Feifei walked to the front and took back the 5,000 bullet roll that Qin Xian had given to the car owner. If you don't want to make money, we'll find someone else. Okay. I'm really scared of you. I promise to give you a satisfactory car before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. The car owner took the money and ordered the people behind him. Xiao Tao, hurry up and find the old bastard. We won't sleep tonight. Su Feifei smiled proudly and raised her hands. Old bull in the car market. Don't forget to fill up 2 tanks of gas for us. The car owner was stunned for a moment and quickly responded. Okay, no problem. After the truck problem was solved, Lu Xiaoma continued to look for long-distance buses. Soon, they came to a stall selling Yutong long-distance buses, which were also in good condition, reaching 80% new. 90,000. Captain, you will definitely not lose out if you buy this car. There is no car cheaper than mine on the market. I can even give it to you as a gift. The owner of the car was a dark-faced man with a lean figure. Su Feifei tried to bargain with him several times, but failed. Lu Xiaoma was too lazy to talk anymore and asked Qin Xian to pay directly. We plan to remove all the seats and replace them with wooden beds with 3 layers. The owner of the car frowned. Captain, it's a pity to remove the seats to make a sleeper car. The Spark Adventure Group's car a while ago was in better condition than this. Would you like to take a look? I'll help you make the contact. The difference is 5,000 bullets. Sister Huahua's team? Su Feifei suddenly became interested. That's our family's home. Why should we let you make this money? Come on, Captain, I'll take you back to my family's home. The Spark Adventure Group is the last of the 4 major adventure groups in Lia City, and it is also the only group composed entirely of women. Yi Rui, Su Feifei, and others have a lot of cooperation with the Spark Group. After all, in this small city, the number of special awakeners is limited. I'll help you make the contact. Don't make extra money from the difference. Wu Nin whispered in Lu Xiaoma's ear, meaning that there are rules in the car market and one cannot contact the car owner directly. Okay, drive the car over here and let us take a look first. Not long after, the black-faced man brought the long-distance sleeper car of the Spark Adventure Group. The condition of the car was indeed good, with less than 20,000 kilometers. Lu Xiaoma personally got on the bus to check it out. The bus was clean and tidy, with 3 layers of beds, a protective partition at the front, and a toilet at the back. There were 3 rows of beds, with 6 beds in each row, and it could accommodate 54 people in total. Wow, this car is so beautiful. When did Sister Huahua get it? Su Feifei walked into the car excitedly, and Miao Xiaohua's eyes lit up. I really want to live in it. Lu Xiaoma hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to reach an agreement with the owner. Modification content. All car windows are sealed with steel plates, and palm-sized shooting holes are left on both sides of the bed, and the hinges can be opened and closed. Iron windows are welded to the front of the car, and steel bars and luggage rails are welded to the body and roof. I'll pick up the car at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. The modification fee is 8,000 bullets. So far, Lu Xiaoma has solved all vehicle problems, and buying a car and modifying it are all within his plan. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lu Xiaoma and 11 female team members had a simple bowl of noodles. After leaving the noodle shop, he left Qin Xian alone. Wu Nan, Yi Rui, Kusini, go to the market and buy supplies for the trip out of town. Buy a new set of bedding for each person in the sleeper car, and a pot as well. Come to Qin Xian's place to settle the bill tomorrow. Xiaoxian isn't going with us? Kusini asked doubtfully. After all, Qin Xian was a great beauty. She and I went to the city lord's mansion to buy bullets. Lu Xiaoma explained. You go home after buying them and prepare your equipment for leaving the city. Use the guns in our group. Meet at the East City Gate at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. He glanced at Qin Xian and led her towards the city lord's mansion. Along the way, Qin Xian followed him silently, keeping a certain safe distance. Captain, Qin Xian suddenly spoke. Lu Xiaoma turned around and looked at her. What do you need me to do? Nothing. Lu Xiaoma smiled slightly, but suddenly realized in his heart that maybe he would really need an accountant to help manage these funds in the future. At 8 p.m., it was already completely dark. The city lord's mansion was open 24 hours a day, but there were not many people there. They came to the counter, and the waitress was still energetic. Lu Xiaoma explained the purpose of his visit, and the staff nodded and notified other colleagues. The weapons and ammunition hall mainly sells guns, bullets, grenades, and other items made by the arsenal. Automatic rifle, 500 bullets per rifle, 50 bullets per magazine, bullets, 1 bullet coupon for 1 bullet. Grenade, 500 bullets per rifle. Special long screwdriver, 100 bullets per rifle. As for food, corn, rice, and cabbage soup were common working meals. The price of corn was 20 bullets per pound, and the price of cabbage was 80 bullets per pound. Liu Xiaoma did a simple calculation. There were 45 people in the ice group, each equipped with 10 magazines, at least 1,000 bullets, 2 grenades, and a long screwdriver. The total cost was 139,500 bullets, which was 140,000. In terms of food, the consumption for 30 days is 42,000 bullets. In addition, 1 energy crystal is worth 1,000 bullets, and 1 water crystal is worth 5,000 bullets. These are all necessary items for leaving the city. The cost of 2 crystals and 10 energy crystals is 20,000 bullets. Add the cost of buying a car, 283,000 bullets, and there are 90,000 bullets left, enough to support 4 days of salary, but then there is no money. Liu Xiaoma sighed in a low voice. It seems that I am not suitable to be an accountant. He thought of Qin Xian, and perhaps he should always have an accountant to help manage the money in the future. Finally, Liu Xiaoma led Qin Xian out of the city lord's mansion and looked down at the sky. We will succeed when we leave the city tomorrow. At 8 o'clock the next morning, the East City Gate opened, and several teams of adventurers lined up and slowly left the city. The real test of the ice group had just begun. Chapter 13, Uneasy. Less than 200 meters out of the city, the magnificent city gate can be vaguely seen in the rearview mirror. The hills on both sides are lush and green, and the rural road is bumpy. The bumps remind everyone that from this moment on, they have left the protection of the city and may face the threat of madmen or even orcs at any time. All windows of the sleeper cars and box trucks were sealed with steel plates, and the windshield of the driver's seat was also equipped with iron windows. Steel bars were welded every 10 centimeters around the body of the car, mainly to prevent siege by madmen and orcs. Inside the car, the spacious sleeper car was divided into 2 aisles and 3 rows of beds. Each bed was divided into upper, middle, and lower beds, and there was a toilet at the rear of the car. As the team leader, Liu Xiaoma's bed was located in the lower bunk in the middle of the first row behind the driver's seat. Above him was Su Feifei on the middle bunk and Miao Xiaohua on the upper bunk. The beds around him were occupied by special awakeners such as Yi Rui, Cassini, and Lin Menger. Our leader has a very good character. Our leader is very handsome. God bless us. Please don't meet orcs. Please don't meet orcs. Su Feifei, who was in the middle bunk, regretted it a little. She remembered that she had said yesterday that Liu Xiaoma had a bad character and cursed him to meet orcs when he left the city. Now she regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. If she knew that she could praise him this morning and pray for a safe journey, maybe they could have a safe journey, and everyone could happily bask in the sun and do nothing else but take a look at her own breasts. Captain, there is a service area ahead. Do you want to stop and rest? The driver of the sleeper car, Gu Wenxia, is a woman in her 30s, an ordinary awakener. She was a bus driver before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, she has had more than 30 driving experiences for adventure groups. No need. Liu Xiaoma stood beside the driver's seat and looked at the rest stop not far away through the window of the iron bed. Go straight ahead, turn onto the national highway, and go towards Wulai town. The service area is about 1,000 meters away from the city gate. Usually, small teams will stop here to conduct temporary cooperation negotiations and look for meteorites, supplies, etc. There is a regulation in the city that adventure groups with more than 100 people must pay a group establishment fee of 50,000, but there is no restriction outside the city. Everyone stops in this open space to discuss the profit-sharing plan. The convoy drove for about 10 minutes and turned onto the national highway. The road became flat, and the team members in the car breathed a sigh of relief. The bumps always made people uneasy, as if after every battle, the tires were not only crushing the bodies of the madmen, but also their closest companions. Driving onto the spacious national highway, there were not many survivor teams heading towards Wulai town. This was the road to Chunqing City. Chunqing City was once a large city with a population of tens of millions, but now it was the place where the lunatics were most concentrated. Liu Xiaoma knew that the closer he got to Chunqing City, the more lunatics he would encounter. The convoy drove for more than 50 kilometers and came to a fork in the road. The 2 teams following behind also chose to go down the fork to explore a former village. The convoy of the ice group continued to move forward, aiming for Chunqing City. There are crazy people. Lin Menger sat quietly on the lower berth in the first row of the sleeper car. She looked forward and said clearly, "There are 30 to 40 of them right in front of us." On both sides of the national highway in front of the car, a group of crazy people waved their arms wildly, made strange noises, and rushed towards the sleeper car. Their faces and bodies were covered with bright red blood vessels, as if they were about to burst out of their skin. Madmen are called madmen instead of zombies because they are much stronger than the zombies in the movies. Each madman has twice the strength and speed of an awakened one, as well as incredible self-healing ability. Go ahead. Lu Xiaoma lighted a cigarette and fixed his eyes on the madman in front of him. Gu Wenxia's eyes were fierce, and she stepped on the accelerator, directly pulling the car's speed to the extreme. Her right hand quickly shifted to fifth gear, and the car horn sounded like a war drum, which was the signal for the charge. When the front of the car collided with the group of crazy people, dozens of crazy people were instantly stabbed into the steel bars of the front and body of the car, screaming shrilly and splashing blood. The road ahead was flat, and the sleeper car rushed for more than 10 miles. Lu Xiaoma did not see any crazy people chasing after him in the rearview mirror. Find a place to park and clean up in front, and rest for 10 minutes. Safe, Lin Ming'er said quietly, sitting on her bed, her voice calm. Lu Xiaoma was the first to jump off the car, followed by a dozen ordinary awakened female team members, each holding a long screw in their hands. 7 madmen were stuck in the steel bars at the front of the sleeper car. They were pierced to the deepest part due to the inertia of the car body. Now they are still alive, screaming with their teeth and claws, and blood is flowing down the steel bars. Wu Nen led the team members. Each of them picked a madman, grabbed their hair with their left hands, and pulled them violently, forcing them to lie on their backs. The long screws in their right hands pierced into their eyes. The weakness of the madman is the brain. The long screws are more effective than daggers and can save bullets. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of stabbing into the head more than a dozen times rang out, and the madman stopped struggling, leaving only the heavy roar of the engine. The farmland on both sides of the national highway was overgrown with weeds. After a year of doomsday, the weeds had grown half a meter high. Several team members threw the madman's body outside the highway guardrail. The body rolled down the slope and disappeared in the dense weeds. Captain, do you still want to go in the direction of Chunqing? The engine was turned off. Gu Wenxia got out of the car, and Lu Xiaoma looked up at the direction of Chunqing in the distance. Yes, keep going. Gu Wenxia hesitated to speak, but in the end she didn't. Yi Rui frowned and walked to Lu Xiaoma. There are no other teams here, and there will be more and more crazy people ahead. I know. Lu Xiaoma nodded, and after a moment of silence, he didn't explain much. Yi Rui and Cassini looked at each other, and a trace of worry flashed in each other's eyes. Okay, let's go. Lu Xiaoma returned to the sleeper car first, sat back on his bed, and lit a cigarette. The female team members returned to the car one after another. When they passed by Lu Xiaoma's bed, they couldn't help but secretly glanced at him. The task of 100 bullets a day is indeed not that easy. The convoy continued to move forward, and the atmosphere in the car became more and more depressing. As the convoy got closer and closer to Chunqing City, the uneasiness in the hearts of the female team members became more and more serious. Is this team leader planning to take us to Chunqing City? Chunqing is a place that the 4 major adventure teams dare not go to. Is he really going to take us to die? Chapter 14, Stone Skin. It was noon, and the scorching sun was hanging in the red sky. Ever since the first wave of meteorite showers came a year ago, the sky was no longer blue, but always that damn red. Why is it damn red? Because the survivors all believed that the sky was dyed red by the blood of their companions. We set out from Leia City at 8 o'clock and have been walking for more than 4 hours and less than 150 kilometers. The closer we get to Chunqing City, the more crazy people there are. The steel bars in the car body cannot hold too many bodies of crazy people. After walking for a distance, we are forced to stop to clean up. After rushing into the highway toll gate and driving another 10 kilometers on the highway, Lin Ming'er frowned and reported safe, and the female team members got out of the car again to clear out the madman. This time, there were more than 40 maniacs stuck in the 2 cars. If we go forward, we might really be surrounded by the crowd of maniacs, and we might even encounter orcs. Take a 30-minute break and have lunch. Qin Xian will give everyone food and water. Lunch was corn pancakes. Lu Xiaoma and Qin Xian took food to the cafeteria last night and had them specially made. The corn pancakes were about the same size as steamed buns and were fist-sized. The female team members lined up with their lunch boxes, and each of them was given 5. The Mist Man by Lulu held a blue crystal the size of a 1 yuan coin to distribute water. The female team members came to buy Lulu with water cups or other containers. She gently squeezed the crystal, and a stream of water flowed out. After getting off the highway, go another 80 kilometers to reach Spring City. Lu Xiaoma was sitting alone on the highway guardrail smoking. Yi Rui and Cassini came over and stood opposite him, just blocking the scorching red sun. Captain, although we know this is against the rules, I hope you can tell us where our destination is this time. Not to Spring City. Lu Xiaoma took a puff of cigarette and looked up at the two of them. What I can tell you now is that we are definitely not going to Chunqing. His explanation made Yi Rui's emotions fluctuate a little. But we are getting closer and closer to Spring City now, and we will encounter orcs sooner or later. We can also deal with orcs. Lu Xiaoma had no expression on his face. Yi Rui said excitedly, Captain, do you think that we, the Special Awakeners, are invincible? They didn't know that Lu Xiaoma was also a Special Awakener, or even that he was an Awakener. If you don't know, I can tell you. Yi Rui's tone became more and more urgent. We Special Awakeners also have limitations. I am a level 1 stone skin person. I can only use a skill once a day, and the effect is only 1 hour. Xiaoyi is a beast controller. She pointed at Cassini and was about to continue. Lu Xiaoma straightened up slightly and looked at them both. I know what your skills are. I don't want you to die. This time the destination is not Chunqing. Don't ask any more questions. After saying this, he turned around and lined up with Qin Xian to get the corn cake. When the female team members saw the leader coming, they all made way. Qin Xian saw that it was Lu Xiaoma and asked softly, Leader, how many do you want? 5. Lu Xiaoma took the corn tortillas back to the sleeper car, lay down on his bed, ate 2 corn tortillas which were a bit dry, found a bottle of Pepsi in the space, and opened it with a bang. Coke. Su Feifei, who was sitting in the middle bunk, poked her head out and asked, Captain, do we still have Coke available? Where can I get a Coke? Miao Xiaohua also heard the key words. Ignoring them, Lu Xiaoma took a sip of the drink and chewed the corn tortilla in big mouthfuls. Wow, it smells so good. Is this the smell of sausage? After a while, Su Feifei on the middle bunk poked out her little head again and stared at the sausage in Lu Xiaoma's hand with her big eyes. This sausage was simply so delicious. How could it be so tempting? Meow meow. Seeing that Lu Xiaoma ignored her, Su Feifei made a gesture to Meow Meow on the upper bunk. Is there any solution? The two girlfriends were in sync. Miao Xiaohua also licked her lips while looking at the sausage in Lu Xiaoma's hand. Sex seduction. You go ahead, take the sausage, eat most of it, and just give me a small piece. Why me? Su Feifei obviously disagreed with Miao Xiaohua's suggestion. Then I'll eat the smaller part, and you go ahead. I can lend you my transparent pajamas. You have big breasts, and you have a baby face, so you are called Lia Qingsong teacher. Go to hell. Maybe the leader likes someone as young and tender as you, who can be covered with one hand, just right. Oh, yes, you can sing a lowly voice, right? Come on, it's time to show your real skills. Will it work? Miao Xiaohua was a little hesitant, and Su Feifei hurriedly urged her. Of course it will work. It won't work no matter how many times you try. Then let's try it. Miao Xiaohua looked around, feeling a little guilty, and whispered to Lu Xiaoma in a coquettish voice, Uncle, I want to see the goldfish and eat your big sausages. The damn leader didn't react at all. Seeing him take another bite of the sausage, Su Feifei became anxious. Use your ultimate move. Ultimate move. Nirvana. Miao Xiaohua simply risked her life, gnashing her teeth and whispering to Lu Xiaoma in the lower bunk. No. Uncle, no. It's dirty there. It still doesn't work. Under the eager eyes of the two girls, Lu Xiaoma finished the last bite, took a big sip of Coke, and finally lit a cigarette. The convoy continued to move forward. Except for the two heartless lantern ladies, the other female team members all had a trace of worry on their faces. The uneasy mood spread throughout the sleeper car. Bang 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 bang. The front of the sleeper car knocked down the madman one after another. Gu Wenxiao felt like she was driving a truck into the market. The car shook and a large amount of blood plasma sprayed on the driver's windshield, so she was forced to stop the car. A lot, about 300. Lin Minger's hands slightly grasped the bed sheet. There are more coming, from different directions. Open the firing port and shoot. Lu Xiaoma strode to the center of the sleeper car, looked up, grabbed the edge of the upper bunk with both hands, pulled himself up, and punched the roof. The original roof vents of the sleeper car can be modified so that the cover can be knocked open. Lu Xiaoma knocked open the vent, grabbed the iron eaves with one hand, and jumped onto the roof. There was already a madman at the front of the car stepping on his companions and jumping up. When he saw Lu Xiaoma, he screamed and rushed forward. But the roof of the car was also full of steel bars. Lu Xiaoma could dodge, but the madman couldn't. He took 2 steps and was tripped by a steel bar. With a pop, a steel bar pierced his eyes and went straight through the back of his head. Captain, please get back to the car. Leave this to me. Yi Rui was the second one to jump onto the roof. She pressed her left wrist with her right hand, and brown halos gradually enveloped her entire body. This was the unique skill of the stone skin people, protective stone skin. Chapter 15. The boiling of beauty and killing. Get out of the way. With a cry, Yi Rui jumped under the car with her slender body, stepped on the shoulders of several madmen, rolled to the ground, stood up, grabbed 2 long screwdrivers with both hands, and stabbed the eyes of 2 madmen accurately. You beast! Go to hell! With 2 times the strength and 2 times the speed, Yi Rui's 2 long screwdrivers danced in the air, and every strike was sure to hit a madman's eyeball. The Stone-Skin people are special awakeners of the melee combat type. After countless close combats, the Stone-Skin people who are still alive today almost all have the skills of a melee champion. Even Lu Xiaoma, who was standing on the roof, couldn't help but flash with surprise when he saw all this. The cost of hiring this woman was well spent. Yi Rui is 176 centimeters tall, with 40-inch long legs, a perfect figure, and tight black leather clothes and pants. She is like a flying black butterfly, sprinkling psychedelic powder. Wherever her figure passes, rows of crazy people fall down wailing. So handsome, so handsome. In the sleeper car, Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua, who were in the middle row, squeezed to the side close to the wall of the car and stared at Yi Rui's enchanting figure through the shooting port. What they liked most was to watch Sister Rui fight. It was the boiling of beauty. It was the boiling of killing. It was the boiling of beauty and killing. I can bend for her. I really can. Miao Xiaohua clenched her fists excitedly, and Su Feifei squinted her eyes and exclaimed, "Yes, I think I can kiss her too." It's over. On the other side of the bed in the car, Lin Ming'er, whose little hands had been tightly grasping the bed sheet, gently let go of her hands and said, "It's safe." In 15 minutes, more than 300 madmen with twice the strength and twice the speed, fell to the ground like a wheat field swept by a hurricane. Kneeling on one knee, Yi Rui's breasts rose and fell slightly, and the tip of her fair nose dripped with sweat on the face of a male madman. This madman is really lucky. Even after death, he can still taste the sweet sweat of the beauty. If I must describe Yi Rui at this moment, perhaps it should be the beauty of the world-changing color. Perhaps the color of the sky changed just for her. Inside the car, all the female team members who saw this scene at the shooting port were shocked. The car door opened, and the female team members got out of the car to clean up. There was a hint of respect in their eyes when they looked at Yi Rui. "For you." Jumping down from the roof of the car, Lu Xiaoma handed Yi Rui a bottle of green tea and held 2 screwdrivers in one hand. Yi Rui grabbed the green tea, stood up, tilted her white neck, and took a big sip. She was 176 centimeters tall. Lu Xiaoma was 178 centimeters tall. Women looked taller than men. Lu Xiaoma stood opposite her and could clearly see the water flowing down her slender neck. His eyes subconsciously followed the direction of the water flow and went down together. Eyes. I don't know when, Su Feifei suddenly jumped in between the 2 people. She was only 159 centimeters tall, and when she stood between the 2 people, she immediately looked like a daughter. And, what do you mean by giving our sister Rui green tea? Are you trying to curse her? Su Feifei stood on tiptoe, looking aggressive, and Miao Xiaohua followed. That's right. Don't you know that you can't randomly give green tea to girls? Sister Rui, he bullied you. We don't want his crappy green tea. As she spoke, Miao Xiaohua snatched the green tea from Yi Rui's hand, but she tilted her head back and took a big sip. Ah, so sweet. That's right. Girls shouldn't drink men's green tea casually, otherwise you will end up sleeping with them. As she spoke, Su Feifei also grabbed it, tilted her head back, and took a big sip. You're right, it's really sweet. The female team members cleaned up the body of the madman that was stabbed in the car. The small convoy took a 10-minute break. Lu Xiaomo walked to the front of the car. Gu Wenxia had just pulled down the skirt of a female madman and wiped the blood plasma on the windshield. How far is it from Wulai now? Lu Xiaomo lit a cigarette, and Gu Wenxia jumped to the ground by stepping on the steel bars on the front of the car. It's almost 100 kilometers. After a pause, she added, it's less than 130 kilometers to Chunqing City. Leader, should we continue to move forward? Lu Xiaomo nodded. Let's go to Wulai first. Only the regular army of the city lord's mansion has been to Wulai. Kusini came up behind him, circled to the opposite side of him, and stared into Lu Xiaomo's eyes. And even the city lord's mansion has only been there once. I know all that. Lu Xiaomo turned around and took a look. The female team members were still cleaning up the madman's body. Our goal tonight is to rush through Wulai town. Rush past Wulai. Kusini was shocked. Her voice was quite loud, and many female team members around her heard it, and they all looked at Lu Xiaomo in surprise. We are going to rush through Wulai. Lu Xiaomo turned around and looked around at the female team members. But I don't need you to go down to the town to search. We just need to go around from Wulai town. But Captain, Kusini said urgently, Wulai is only 30 kilometers away from Chunching City. Once we get there, we may be trapped. There's a chance we might run into orcs. The Mist Man by Lulu came over and said, Captain, the 4 major adventure groups usually don't dare to rush through Wulai alone. The people we have now can't make it. I agree with Lulu. Zoya, the fireman who usually spoke little, also spoke for a rare occasion. The atmosphere at the front of the car seemed to be a bit tense. More and more female team members came over. The twin sisters Fong Jing and Fong Ya quietly walked behind Cassini. For almost identical big eyes looked at Lu Xiaomao at the same time. We agree with Lulu too. I've been to Wulai. It's not as scary as you think. Lu Xiaomao looked around at the female team members. What he didn't say was that a few days ago, he crossed Wulai alone, and crossing Wulai was just the first step. The real test is in that crazy treasure. Captain, have you been to Wulai? Bai Lulu was surprised. Are you a regular soldier from the city lord's mansion? In Luya City, only the regular army had been to Wulai. Hey, you weren't going there before the end of the world, were you? Su Feifei jumped over again, and the female team members all looked at Lu Xiaomao. If you are afraid. Lu Xiaomao turned around and walked back to the sleeper car. When we get to Wulai, I'll drive alone. What is the leader talking about? Leading the way alone? Isn't he just an ordinary person? The female team members under the car looked at each other in bewilderment. Fong Jing, Fong Ya, Bai Lulu, and Zoya. Watching Lu Xiaomao walk back to the sleeper car, Cassini took a deep breath and said, when we really get to Wulai, the 5 of us will lead the way. The 4 girls nodded slightly. Yi Rui had already used her Stoneskin Man skill today. Among the Special Awakeners, only the 5 of them still had combat power. The convoy continued to move forward, and the car was dead silent. Lu Xiaomao was lying on his bed, smoking one cigarette after another. Above him, Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua, who were lying on the middle bunk, were coughing exaggeratedly to vent their dissatisfaction. At 4 p.m., they were less than 20 kilometers away from Chunching City. Gu Wenxia gritted her teeth and rushed through a large group of crazy people. At this moment, Lin Ming'er beside her suddenly said, there are orcs. Chapter 16. God descends to Earth. The sleeper car was forced to stop. Even though the madman's body was pierced by the steel bars and his internal organs were still slightly pressed against the steel bars, as long as they were not pierced in the brain, they still angrily slapped the car body. Inside the car, there were violent bang 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 sounds, and the sound of countless hands could maximize human anxiety. Stop shooting on the bottom bunk, middle bunk, upper bunk, shoot at the head. Lu Xiaomao strode to the center of the sleeper car. The orcs were coming, and he had to get on board himself. Captain, please stay in the car. Don't move. Kusini, along with Fong Jing, Fong Ya, and other girls, blocked Lu Xiaomao's way. Leave it to us. They climbed onto the roof of the car one by one. Zhuya, Fong Jing, you two take the lead. The 5 women pressed the marks on their left wrists at the same time, and halos of different colors enveloped their bodies. Zhuya and Fong Jing looked at each other, nodded slightly, and shouted twice, get out of the way. They jumped off from both sides of the sleeper car. The 2 women were both fire people, with 1-meter-long flames bursting out from their bodies, like 2 beautiful red roses crashing into the crowd of crazy people. The flames will not burn the human body or clothes, but the madman who has passed by it will instantly have flames rising from his body's surface and be burned to ashes within 1 minute. If it comes to simply killing maniacs, the fire people are more powerful than the stone-skinned people, but the role of the stone-skinned people is not just to kill maniacs. They are invulnerable to swords and guns, and they also have great lethality in fighting with survivors. Therefore, the value of the stone-skinned people is actually higher than that of the fire people. It's their turn now. The Foggy by Lulu stood on the roof with her arms outstretched, her palms facing the sky, and shouted softly. A thick fog suddenly blew up in the surrounding area of 100 square meters. As the fog became thicker and thicker, the rubber band of Bai Lulu's ponytail broke, and her hair seemed to flutter in the wind, like the dark goddess of vengeance descending to the earth. With her last cry, the thick fog surrounding the sleeper car reached its peak. Block out the sight and smell. The ground in the distance trembled. A monster over 5 meters tall, with muscles all over its body. Its biceps were as thick as the waists of 2 adults. It was a behemoth that was several times bigger than the orcs in the movie Warcraft. It shook the ground with a bang 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 sound. Its huge feet kicked away the madman who was blocking its way and roared to the sky. With Bai Lulu here, the sleeper car is safe within 10 minutes. But that orc, cover me. Kusini gritted her teeth, leaped to 10 meters in front of the orc, and let out a cry. The area within 100 square meters around her body was instantly covered with a layer of light blue. The madman, who was shrouded in pale blue, knelt on the ground with a scream and pressed his hands tightly on his temples. For 3 seconds, they suddenly looked up to the sky and howled. 10 crazy people rushed towards the huge orc desperately. Fight to the death. On either side of Kusini, 2 fire people, Zoya and Fong Jing, rushed over. The flames around their bodies did not harm the orcs, so they could only hold automatic rifles in both hands and shout, while shooting wildly at the orcs' huge bodies. Rows of bullets sank into the orcs' exploding muscles, but could only penetrate an inch, which aroused its anger. And me. The last figure was the twin sister of Fangya, the waterman, and Fong Jing, the fireman. She jumped behind the 3 people, with her palms facing the sky, and let out a delicate cry. The orc, enraged by the bullets, roared to the sky and strode forward into the rain of bullets. Suddenly, at this moment, the air within 100 square meters twisted and turned light blue. All the madmen shrouded in this light blue turned upside down, with blood and liquids of various colors in their mouths and noses, all sucked into the sky, forming a huge blood-red water bomb in the air. Go to hell. Fangya let out one last cry, and a huge water bomb slammed into the charging orcs. Bang! With a loud bang, a huge monster was knocked to the ground alive. At the same time, the fighting power of the 4 women reached its peak at the same time. 10 desperate madmen pounced on the orcs, screaming and biting them. 2 bullet fire snakes arrived as expected, and the second blood ball in the air was also rising. Roar! Suddenly, the orc that had fallen to the ground regained his momentum. The huge beast actually did a flexible carp somersault. The earth trembled with a loud boom. The huge body rushed forward desperately. At this moment, it was truly a courage that no one could match. The 4 girls' faces turned pale almost at the same time. Go to hell. Fangya's second blood cell is obviously much smaller than the first one. Without the time to regroup, the second water bomb hit the crazy orc, but this water bomb only made the orc's body pause slightly. It roared and swung its thick arms to hit the water bomb, and the water bomb burst instantly. Everyone be careful. Kusini, who was standing at the front, yelled, but it was too late. The orc's huge body had already rushed to 3 meters in front of them. The 4 women were shrouded in its shadow at the same time. The orc looked up to the sky and roared. A pair of huge palms had already slapped their petite bodies. At this moment, there is no way back. Almost at the same time, the 4 women all realized that they were going to die, and a feeling of despair spread to every cell in their bodies. Swish! A sound like a knife cutting through the skin. A shadow. The 4 girls didn't know if it was an illusion before they died, but a shadow suddenly jumped up from behind them and blocked their way. Lu Xiaoma held the 2-meter-long samurai sword-shaped air blade tightly in both hands, raised the air blade to the back of his head, and leaped more than 3 meters into the air. He slashed forward fiercely. It was like a god descending from heaven. The orc's huge body, more than 5 meters tall, was like a piece of tofu. It was split in half from top to bottom without any resistance. The huge body, which was still holding up its 2 big palms, was split in half from the center of the forehead. The 2 halves of the huge body fell forward due to the inertia of the downward movement. The gap in the middle was just enough for the 4 women to step on. Bloody mist. The blood was still gushing out. The 4 women standing between the 2 half-bodies had their bodies dyed red by the gushing blood. It was hot new blood. How is this possible? What is he? The blood of the orcs under their feet had already reached their ankles, but the 4 women were completely unaware and just stared blankly at the back of the person in front of them. We should know him. Maybe we just met him. Dead. Inside the sleeper car, Lin Minger's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise for the first time. She turned her head slightly and stared blankly in the direction of Lu Xiaoma. It was as if she could see through the car wall and stare at him blankly with the other 4 girls. Chapter 17. Settling in Shangha Village. Leader. Lu Xiaoma knelt on one knee, then slowly stood up and stood straight. It's okay. He turned around and walked slowly back to the sleeper car under the blank gaze of the 4 girls. Dead silence. By Lulu, the foggy person on the roof. When she felt the eerie silence, she slowly retracted the fog, turned her head, covered her mouth, and exclaimed. In the sleeper car, all the female team members got off. They passed by Lu Xiaoma and surrounded the 2 halves of the orc's body, staring at him in disbelief. They only saw the corpse, but what they didn't see was that Lu Xiaoma killed a powerful orc with just one move. What a terrifying power this is. Xiaoi. Yi Rue, who was wearing a black leather jacket and leather pants and had just transformed into a goddess of beauty, frowned slightly as she looked at the orc's corpse. She knew that none of the 4 women in front of her had such terrifying strength. Just now in the car, Bai Lulu released the mist and the female team members did not see Lu Xiaoma's shocking strike. Watching Lu Xiaoma turn the corner and get on the sleeper car, Cassini retracted her gaze, turned her head to glance at Yi Rui, and moved her lips slightly. Let's go. Let's go to Wulai. Get off the interchange ahead and drive another 30 kilometers. Then we'll go to Shangha village instead. The convoy continued to move forward, and there was an eerie silence in the car again. The female team members had more or less guessed something about the orc's death, and all their big eyes were staring at their leader, who was standing next to the driver's seat. Captain. Gu Wenxiao swallowed the saliva in her mouth, tilted her head, and looked up at Lu Xiaoma. Are we not going to Wulai? I have used my skills. It is not safe. I will stay in Shangha village tonight. Gu Wenxiao nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. The sleeper car turned off the interchange. Lu Xiaoma turned around and saw that everyone was looking at him. He lay down on his bed with an expressionless face and lit a cigarette. This is also the reason why we need to form a team. My air skills are very strong, but like them, I can only use them once a day. Moreover, Yi Rui and Zhuiya's skills only last for 1 hour. I only have 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I was just an ordinary awakener, so that treasure still needs them. On the bed opposite, Cassini quietly changed her blood-stained boots. The orc's blood had already covered her ankles, and her white socks inside were also stained with blood. After taking off her socks, a small jade-carved foot was revealed. Somehow, Cassini blushed slightly and subconsciously looked up at Lu Xiaoma opposite her. He was lying on the bed, smoking one cigarette after another, and was not looking at her. Cassini felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. Oh, Sister Ku, your feet are so beautiful. Su Feifei in the middle bunk poked her little head out again. Cassini suddenly felt that her feet were being stared at by so many people, as if even her toes were having a fever. Not caring about the orc blood still on her feet, she quickly hid her feet under the quilt. Hey, meow 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 meow. Come and look, is this my illusion? Why does Sister Ku look so shy when I looked at her feet? Fei. Cassini was so angry that she immediately shut up. She smiled and pointed her index finger at Cassini, then moved it up and down. I won't say anything nonsense. Shangha village, the only rural road leading to the highway, is 5 meters wide, and 2 large trucks arrived one after another. Sisters, come on. As if he was spiritually encouraged, Wenan got out of the car handsomely, with 30 heroic female team members lined up behind him. Several awakened adults had already used their skills, and now the stage was theirs. Team 1, left. Team 2, right. Team 3, follow me. Center. There are 3 roads in Shangha village. The female team members are divided into teams of 10 people and groups of 5 people. They stand back to back with rifles held horizontally, running forward in small steps, and shooting at the madmen in an orderly manner. After 10 minutes, Lin Menga whispered, safe, and the female team members withdrew and quickly returned to the village entrance to gather, started simple construction, and cooked. There was a cement road in the center of the village, with 2 large trucks blocking the road horizontally. On the other 2 sides were houses. The female team members went from house to chop door panels to fill the remaining empty space, making a sealed temporary base. It's enough to defend against a small number of maniacs. As night fell in early summer, the blood-red sun slowly escaped below the horizon, moving away from this horrible doomsday. Gentle breezes blew away the heat, and most of the female team members took off their coats to welcome the wind and feel the coolness it brought. At the same time, the female team members who took off their coats also looked at the only man in the group with a smile to see if he was glancing at them. For piles of wood bonfires, a big black pot hanging on the bonfire rack, the water in the pot is boiling, making a gurgling sound, and the firewood is burning crackling under the pot. The team leader just said that today's corn rice should be made drier. The water can be boiled off, leaving only the fragrant corn rice, not corn porridge. The 2 black pots of cabbage were already cooked. There was enough cabbage for today. The female team members were all looking at it eagerly. In fact, small adventure groups are usually only given rice without vegetables. Only large adventure groups give team members a small amount of vegetables, but they are not as rich as the ones in this big pot. Captain. Qin Xian walked around the 4 large pots, holding half a bag of salt in her hand. She felt that she was not sure how to handle the situation, so she walked over to Lu Xiaoma and asked, Captain, how much salt do you think should we put in each pot? Put more so everyone can have more energy. Can. Qin Xian clenched the half bag of salt in her hand tightly. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly saw Lu Xiaoma handing her 3 large bags of unopened salt. These. She was shocked. Then I know. Put more. As she said that, she turned around and walked back. Lu Xiaoma called out again, wait a minute. Okay. Qin Xian turned around and Lu Xiaoma handed her 2 more bags of chili powder. Put 1 bag in each pot. Chili powder? Qin Xian is usually very quiet. When she suddenly saw the chili powder, she didn't control the volume well. Many female team members heard it and looked at them, but they didn't dare to think that it was for themselves to eat. After a while, Wunan suddenly stood up and shouted excitedly, "Sisters! The team leader specially added chili powder to our dishes today. Add a whole bag of chili powder to each pot. Captain, you are so handsome. Long live the commander." What? I didn't hear clearly. Is the chili powder for us, or for the special awakened ones? The female players cheered loudly. After a while, the corn rice in the big pot was cooked, and the female team members lined up consciously. Each of them had a large stainless steel lunchbox with a mouth that could fit a lunchbox as big as a volleyball. Line up, get rice on the upper level, get cabbage soup on the lower level, cabbage soup with chili. Then excitedly return to your seat next to the fire, take a sip of the hot and spicy soup, and exclaim with great enjoyment. Happiness. There were 4 campfires, and people were eating in circles around them. There were 12 people at Lu Xiaoma's campfire, including him, Wunan, and 10 special awakeners. After getting their meals, they returned to their seats one by one. Then, Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua stared at Lu Xiaoma with their big eyes. "Brother Captain, is that luncheon meat delicious?" Chapter 18. The leader eats meat. When on a mission out of the city, the leader of the adventure team must eat better than the team members. This is the case for every team. This is not the case during prosperous times when leaders come to inspect and have fun with the people in the cafeteria. So Lu Xiaoma didn't care. He filled a box of corn rice and cabbage soup and returned to his seat. Feeling that the taste was not good enough, he found a can of luncheon meat in the space and opened it. The other girls were used to it. They looked at each other with envy and then continued to eat. The spicy cabbage soup tasted very good. Although they are special awakeners and can afford canned meat, they do not have work every day. Many times they do not receive any tasks for a month or two. Women are naturally insecure and like to save money, so being able to afford it and being willing to buy it are 2 different concepts. Apart from the blind girl Lin Ming'er, even Yi Rui hasn't eaten meat for more than a year since the end of the world. Brother leader. Su Feifei also licked her tongue and looked at Lu Xiaoma's can of meat eagerly. Feifei. Yi Rui glared at her. "Isn't it enough for you to have spicy cabbage soup?" But he eats meat. Su Feifei licked her little red lips again. It turned out that the leaders who came out to carry out the mission would not lick her meat in front of her even if they ate it secretly. After taking 2 bites, Lu Xiaoma put down his chopsticks and looked up. Only Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua were looking at him eagerly, while the other girls were eating silently with their heads down. "Take it and share it among you." He found a can of fish and tomato sauce in the space and threw it to Su Feifei. Su Feifei shouted happily, "Thank you, Brother Captain." "Oh, it's canned fish and tomato sauce. Brother Captain, you are so kind." Wunan. He found another can and threw it to Wunan, who immediately said happily, "Thank you, Captain." The 11 girls shared 2 boxes of canned fish, which were only available at this fire pit. They mixed the canned fish juice with rice, and it tasted absolutely delicious. Also, because Lu Xiaoma doesn't eat fish, I originally planned to sell this can of food, so I divided it today. At night, after a delicious dinner, the female team members played around the campfire in the breeze until after 10 o'clock. They also discovered that although this team leader looked like he wasn't smiling, he was actually easier to talk to than their previous team leaders. He was not so unreasonable and forced them to sleep after eating to conserve their energy. Lu Xiaoma got in the car alone and lay down, opened a bottle of Red Bull, and smoked 1 cigarette after another. At 10 o'clock, the female team members got on the bus and went to sleep. Everyone who passed by Lu Xiaoma's bed greeted him with a smile. A girl with a bold style even bent over with a smile. "Captain, didn't you ask the princess to accompany you when you left the city this time?" Her companion behind her immediately teased. "Yes, Captain, our little Tong Tong is going to do a part-time job." "Talk nonsense." Shin Tong turned around with a red face and played with her companions. Since these girls chose to come out to fight, they would not do that kind of thing. But if she really asked Shin Tong and Lu Xiaoma to do something, she would definitely not charge them. It was still the truth that women who didn't ask for money were the most valuable. It really is Miao Xiaohua on the upper bunk was stroking her belly. She had just been raped by the fish and tomato sauce and was now pregnant. She stretched her head out with great effort and asked Su Feifei on the middle bunk, "Feifei, it seems that your husband really didn't call her the military princess. Doesn't he need it? Or is he also gay?" The word also betrayed Su Feifei at once. She quickly stole a glance at Cassini. Fortunately, the other party didn't hear it. "Don't talk nonsense. Your husband is gay." "Huh? Are you so shameless?" Miao Xiaohua was surprised. Just now 2 little girls were playing rock, paper, scissors, and the loser called the leader husband. "Miao Xiaohua, you are very good." Su Feifei squinted her eyes. "From now on, No matter what means people use to buy food for you, you are not allowed to eat it. No. Miao Xiaohua covered her round belly and almost fell off the upper bunk. I was just joking. Fei Fei, you are willing to sell yourself for a good meal. It's really touching. You are sacrificing yourself for the sake of everyone. It's worthy of admiration and learning. Turn off the lights and go to sleep. With Lin Ming'er there is no need to leave guards outside the car. After turning off the lights, the sleeper car became a little quieter, with only whispers left. Yi Rui, Cassini and other girls sleeping on both sides of Lu Xiaoma were too embarrassed to take off their clothes and slept in them. However, the ordinary female team members at the back took off everything they could, as those that they could not take off were things they had been wearing since they were born. The whole sleeper car was filled with a faint smell of female hormones. Lu Xiaoma went to the bathroom before going to bed. He put out his cigarette, got out of bed, and took a few steps. He saw girls queuing in front of him. It was dark in the car. He walked in front of them and noticed that both girls were topless and their lower bodies were covered with a simple piece of cloth. The two girls heard footsteps behind them, but they didn't expect it was the head of the group. They were still talking in a low voice, occasionally looking back, and in the moonlight, they could clearly see that it was a man. They were both startled and subconsciously covered their chests, blushed, and turned away, but did not scream. The news that Lu Xiaoma had chopped the orc with one sword had spread in the sleeper car. None of these awakened girls dared to look down on him anymore, and some even admired him. In the end times, every girl dreams of marrying a man like this. Besides, he is not that kind of fat, old man. Even before the end of the world, maybe I would consider it. Maybe I could have some white wine tomorrow night. At 1 a.m., Lu Xiaoma lay on his back, staring at the ceiling of the upper bunk, unable to fall asleep. All he could think of was the outer layer of the treasure and the last time he had visited the treasure. Without realizing it, someone gently pushed his shoulder, and he suddenly woke up, and almost at the same time pulled out the long screwdriver on the outside of his thigh to attack. Cassini screamed and staggered back, and Lu Xiaoma's right hand holding the screwdriver suddenly stopped. Looking around, they were all looking at him. I don't know when, but it was already bright. Cassini came over and pushed my shoulder, and I overreacted. This is also the after effect of being a maverick in the past 6 months. He hasn't had a good night's sleep in the past 6 months. Captain. The screwdriver was less than 10 centimeters in front of her, and Cassini's heart was in her throat. I just now? Lu Xiaoma sat up, took 2 deep breaths, rubbed his face, and asked nonsense. Is it dawn? Yes, Captain. Cassini was still frightened. It's 8 o'clock. We have already eaten. Okay. Lu Xiaoma stood up and looked around at the female team members. Let's set off now. Today we will go through Wulai and bypass Chunqing. We must get to Qing'an before nightfall. Chapter 19. Crossing Wulai. A lot, more than 1,000. Lin Ming'er's little hands clenched the bedsheet again. Wulai Toll Station is the last checkpoint to cross Wulai. There are 6 lanes in front of the toll station, and both sides are blocked by a large number of abandoned cars. The crowds of crazy people were densely packed, and this was the last line of defense through Wulai. In other words, even the government troops last time only reached Wulai town and did not cross this toll station. This can be analyzed from the fact that there were no homemade guns from Lia City on the ground. This time, as long as they pass through here, they will reach the other side of Chunqing City, which is a forbidden area that no human survivors have ever set foot on after the apocalypse, except Lu Xiaoma. 30 meters opposite the crowd of crazy people, 2 large trucks were parked side by side, shrouded in thick fog, blocking out the sight and the smell of human beings. The fog will last for 10 minutes, and the crowd will not be able to discover the convoy. When they didn't find any prey, most of the madmen walked back and forth slowly and unconsciously like zombies, bumping into each other and changing their direction of movement. They continued to walk forward in a crooked manner, bumping into each other's shoulders again. But if they find their prey, they will chase it madly at double speed, roaring, screaming, and fighting until the prey is dead. Burn it, you beasts! In the thick fog, 2 beautiful fireballs shot out from the left and right at the crowd of crazy people 50 meters away at the same time. Zoya and Feng Jing looked like 2 red burning elves. Wherever their figures passed, the crazy people were all on fire and screamed miserably. The Flame Man is the biggest nemesis of ordinary madmen. Zoya, be careful. Suddenly, Yi Rui's body was covered with a light brown halo, and she flew forward. Zoya's petite body had already penetrated deep into the crowd of crazy people. The maniacs will burn up within 1 minute after being ignited by the Flame Man, but at least in the first 10 seconds, they will still pose a certain threat to the Flame Man. Even if you are on fire, you can still fight back. Zoya just accidentally tripped over a madman's foot. Her petite body rolled on the ground for several times and set the madman on fire. But the madman screamed and pounced on her petite body. Go to hell. At a critical moment, a graceful figure in black leather arrived as promised, turned around and kicked sideways, and her straight, slender long legs kicked out a perfect line, directly hitting the madman's face with fire. Just as the madman was about to raise his head and open his mouth to take a bite of the delicious food, a woman's leather shoe sole was stuffed into his mouth, and his body was tilted back. Get up. Yi Rue's dark figure circled around Zoya twice, killing several madmen in succession. Zoya quickly propped herself up and said, Sister Rue, I'm fine. Together, Yi Rue shouted, and the two women rushed in two different directions. On the roof, Bai Lulu's long hair fluttered, maintaining a thick fog. Lu Xiaomo walked out of the fog. Kusini and the other girls followed him. They watched the three girls slaughter 1,000 lunatics and quietly lit a cigarette. After 10 minutes, the fog dissipated, and Wu Nen led the team to lean against two cars. There were sporadic gunshots, and more than 1,000 madmen at the toll station turned into corpses of various forms. The others take a rest. Wu Nan, you lead the others to clear a path. Clear. Lu Xiaomo walked to the side of the road and sat down to smoke. Wu Nen led 30 female team members and stepped over the corpses to the toll station. They smashed the driver's window and put the car in neutral. Two female team members pushed the car from behind, and two more people in the front cleaned up the corpses on the road. They are very familiar with these things. Captain, Wu Nen trotted back. There are nearly 100 cars here. It looks like no one has been here before. Should we search the trunk? Okay, you guys go. Lu Xiaomo looked at the watch. It was a little past 10 o'clock. Qin Xian, you go with Wu Nan and the others. Qin Xian was sitting not far from Lu Xiaomo. She stood up, nodded slightly, and followed Wu Nan to the toll station. After the end of the world, there is usually nothing valuable in the trunk of an abandoned car. If you are lucky, you might be able to find some cigarettes and alcohol. Captain. 10 minutes later, Wu Nen returned with his team members. We found 2 packs of Furong Wang, 3 packs of soft Zhonghua, and some scattered cigarettes. We didn't find any alcohol. The only things left were clothes and sneakers. We also found 2 tow ropes, 3 jacks, and a set of picnic utensils. Throw away the men's shoes. If you need women's shoes, give them out. Rest for another 10 minutes, and get ready to go. Even in the end of the world, Lu Xiaomo would not wear other people's second-hand shoes. The whole group rested. 10 minutes later, 2 trucks passed through the toll gate. Perhaps this was the first time that the survivors in Lia City passed through Wulai town and set foot in the new forbidden land of the end of the world. It was a provincial road, quite spacious. The sleeper car was not moving fast, always at 30 to 40 miles per hour. This place had not been explored by human survivors, and everything still remained in the state it was after the end of the world. At regular intervals on the provincial road, you can encounter abandoned cars. If you can avoid them, you will try to do so. If you can't, the female team members will get out of the car to clean them up. The convoy was not running fast, and by 5 p.m., it had only traveled 120 kilometers. Captain, if we don't travel at night today, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach Qing'an County. Gu Wenxiao was taking a break from her shift. She sat next to Lu Xiaomo and pointed at the map. We have just passed Sanabeo. We still have to walk at least 80 kilometers to Qing'an County. Walk another 10 kilometers and turn down, then spend the night in Wuxing Village. Lu Xiaomo walked to the passenger seat and looked out the window. Gu Wenxiao followed and instructed the driver. After we pass the Detilu exit ramp, we'll go to Wuxing Village. I understand, Sister Gu. The female team member who drives the truck, Shirley, is also 30 years old this year, 2 months younger than Gu Wenxia. They have performed missions together before and are familiar with each other. How boring. It was a day. Su Feifei was lying on the middle bunk. She stretched out her legs and kicked the bottom of the bed where Miao Xiaohua was lying. Meow meow. Have you had your period? My breasts have been swollen and uncomfortable these past 2 days. If you grow any bigger, you'll become a basketball. The 2 dirty girls were chatting about women's topics, and Lu Xiaomo went back to the bed and lay down to smoke. Most of the female team members in the car were bored and talked about various topics, while some of them were drowsy and asleep after sitting in the car for a whole day. Yes, just off the ramp ahead. Wuxing Village is not far away. Gu Wenxiao was conscientious and stayed in the co-pilot seat to give directions. The sleeper bus got off the ramp and went forward for another 5 kilometers. The speed slowly dropped. The female driver stepped on the brakes lightly. Gu Wenxiao, the co-pilot, stared at the road ahead in surprise for a few seconds, then turned around and walked quickly to Lu Xiaomo. Captain, there's something in front. It looks like the corpse of an orc. The corpse of an orc? Not only Lu Xiaomo, but all the female team members who heard this were shocked. How could there be orc corpses in the forbidden land of doomsday that theoretically had not been set foot by any survivors. Chapter 20. Orc Corpse. Safety. Lin Minger spoke softly as the sleeper car slowly stopped and turned off the engine. Looking through the front windshield, she saw a huge arm lying across the country road in front of her. Looking at the sides, she saw that it was undoubtedly the head and feet of an orc. Captain, don't go down rashly. Yi Rui held Lu Xiaomao and glanced back. Minger reported that it was safe, which meant that there were no madmen or orcs within a radius of 10,000 square meters. But she couldn't sense the human survivors. The one who should go down at this time is her, the stone-skinned person, but her skills have already been used. I'll go. Twin sister, water vapor person Fang Ye walked to the entrance of the car. Yi Rui shook her head. No, your skills can't block bullets. Sister Ku, you can't do it either. There is no madman here to give you super control. You stay in the car. While the girls were still hesitating, Lu Xiaomao opened the car door and jumped out. Captain, we'll go with you. Yi Rui and the other girls followed suit. Lu Xiaomao was ready to use his skills at any time. He walked slowly towards the orc's body. The women beside him looked around with their guns. No survivors found. Look at this orc. The orc's body, even though it was lying down, was almost up to Lu Xiaomao's chest. Several women gathered around the body to examine it. Suddenly, the mist man by Lulu was startled. Look here. Look under its chin. The orc's muscles exploded all over his body, making him almost invulnerable to swords and guns, except for his one fatal weakness, the jaw. If a bullet could hit the orc's jaw, it would almost kill him in one shot. But this orc has a very long chin, so when you encounter him normally, even if there is a rain of bullets, it is difficult to hit his jaw. However, there were no bullet holes on the orc corpse in front of him. There was only a bloody hole the size of a small fingernail on the lower jaw. It's a screwdriver wound. Yi Rui touched the wound, while Bai Lulu simply took out her long screwdriver and poked into the wound. Yes, it was the hole made by this screwdriver. But who can kill this orc with such an accurate knife? The body is already stiff, but there is no odor. It should be less than 2 days since death. Kusini analyzed. Everyone, check carefully to see if there are any other wounds on its body. At this time, the female team members also got out of the car and came over to check. Oh my god, such a big thing. Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua originally got out of the car to take a breath, but seeing that everyone was looking at the corpse, they came over to join in the fun. Orcs are rare, and it was the first time for the two girls to observe its corpse up close. Su Feifei came over to take a few glances and immediately set her eyes on the orc's second brother. She covered her mouth and exclaimed, "It's so big." That's right. Miao Xiaohua exclaimed exaggeratedly, This guy must be 1 meter tall. It's a killer weapon for soft girls. Fifi, go and compare your height with it. See if you are taller than its second brother. Go to hell. Why don't you go and take a look at that ball of its? It's bigger than your head. The two girls were still talking dirty, and Yi Rui suddenly grabbed Lu Xiaomao's arm and said, Captain, look over there. There's another orc's body. What? 2 orcs? No. Bai Lulu just pointed to the other side. Sister Rui, I found it here too. They are the corpses of 3 orcs. Yes, 5. I have 2 more. The women who got off the car all changed their expressions when they saw the farmland on both sides. Not only this one, but there were actually 4 other huge bodies on the farmland on both sides. And they are all dead. For more than 10 minutes, Lu Xiaomao frowned and personally examined the bodies of the 5 orcs. Even though he was used to seeing orcs, he was still a little surprised and confused. Why did 5 orcs appear at once? Kusini was puzzled, and Yi Rui also said, the key is, the bodies of these 5 orcs were all killed by a single blow to the jaw. This is impossible. How can someone be so strong? She subconsciously turned around to look at Lu Xiaomao. If there is anyone who can really do this, perhaps it is only him. In the past, in the wild, unless in a large county town, it was almost impossible for 2 orcs to appear together, not to mention now. Just in this small village, 5 orc corpses were found at one time, and they were all killed with one knife. Could it be that there is more than one city called Lia City that has bypassed Chunqing? Zoya analyzed. But that's not right. When we came here, we didn't find any bullet shells. The way these orcs died was too strange. They were dead for less than 2 days. Don't stay here for long. Go to 5-star village first. Lu Xiaomao said. And although the female team members were full of doubts, they returned to the car, bypassed the huge body of the orc, and continued to move forward. If we go further in, we might actually encounter human survivors, but Lu Xiaomao still insisted on going in to take a look. If he wanted to get to that crazy treasure, he had to first make sure his team was not being followed by the survivors. 70 to 80, no orcs. Not long after the convoy moved forward, 2 large trucks stopped on the cement road leading to the village entrance. and Lin Ming'er reported the information, which meant that there were no living people in the village. Let's go clean up. Wu Nin led the team out of the car, and Lu Xiaomon nodded slightly. Be careful. Safety. 10 minutes later, Wu Nin led the team back. Captain, we have cleaned up the area and found no survivors. Another female team member beside her said excitedly. But in this village, we found a lot of salt, and there were 2 small shops in the village that had not been searched. Hearing this, the female team members were all excited, forgetting the trauma of encountering the orc corpses and the small shop that had not been searched. This is a huge fortune. Unwritten rules for out-of-town adventure groups. After the mission is completed, if the adventure group has a rich harvest, they will usually give out 10 as a reward to the team members when they return to the city. Or better team leaders will give outstanding team members a long-term employment contract so that they don't have to go to the job market to find a job in the future. If anyone fails to do so, the group will have a bad reputation, and next time they recruit people, generally no one will be willing to work for them. But this time there is a lot of hope. After all, the places we are visiting this time are places that have not been searched before. Long-term contracts. If the group gets rich, the male leader might be able to give his people a long-term contract and support them so that they don't have to go to the job market anymore. This is what every female team member dreams of, even the special awakeners, who are all yearning for that long-term contract. It makes me happy just thinking about it. When there are no missions, I can just go shopping in the city every day and receive a basic salary, and the group will also provide meals. Of course, when there is no fighting, the salary won't be that high, but providing meals is enough. Just hearing about the 2 small shops that had not been searched made the female team members excited and immediately more motivated. Long-term contracts are not available to everyone, so you must perform well. Try to win the favor of the male leader after returning to the city. They were full of energy, but Lu Xiaomon had a little worry in his heart because the bodies of the 5 orcs could not have fallen from the sky. There must be something happening that I don't know about. Chapter 21, Salary. 66 bags of refined salt, 85 bags of pickling salt, 127 cartons of cigarettes, 62 bottles of liquor, 266 bottles of beer, 98 bags of liquor in bags, 96 boxes of canned meat, 53 boxes of canned fruit, 39 cans of chili sauce, 35 cans of red fermented bean curd, 52 cans of green fermented bean curd, and 115 bottles of various beverages. Qin Xian held up a small notebook and read out every item to Lu Xiaomon carefully. Some instant noodles, milk snacks, etc. have expired. The snacks that have not expired are still being counted. Captain. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Wu Nin led the team back again. We searched every one of the 122 households in the village and found more than 100 bags of salt, some cigarettes and alcohol, and even the rice was moldy. Okay, let's get the dinner started right away. We'll all have a good meal tonight. For the female team members who want to drink, each of them can get 2 bottles of beer. Thank you, Captain. Wu Nin got out of the car excitedly. Everyone can drink beer tonight. 2 bottles per person. The female team members cheered. After a while, Wu Nin trotted back into the car and asked, Captain, are we still eating cabbage tonight? Add chili powder to the cabbage. Also, add 10 sausages to each pot. Qin Xian, take out the green and red fermented bean curd and ask all the female team members to come and get a can. As Lu Xiaomon was talking, Wu Nin couldn't help but get excited. She wanted to get 2 more bags of chili powder for the team members, but she didn't expect the team leader to be so generous. He also gave 20 sausages and a can of fermented bean curd to each person. Under the car, the female team members cheered. They didn't expect that they could eat meat today. Full of energy, hey, what do you think? Will our leader give each of us a long-term contract when we return to the city this time? Haha, do you want the male leader to take us all in? I'll take it. As long as I'm not a slave, I'm willing to be one of his 100 wives. That also requires the team leader to agree. Why shouldn't he be willing? I'm so beautiful. How many people pursued me before the end of the world? You are so conceited. In fact, whether it is a prosperous age or a doomsday age, women are just such animals. Some women face different men every day, call them miss, and are despised. Some women face one man every day, call him hubby, and are envied. The former has customers of all kinds, while the latter has only one customer, but in essence they all want to sell their bodies. But the essence is the same. With the huge reward, the work was in full swing. The ordinary female team members were busy setting up the pot and cooking, and even a few special awakened adults went over to help. Sister Xian, you are the best. You are the most beautiful. Yes, Sister Xian, the team leader doesn't know. Not far away, Qin Xian was distributing supplies to the female team members. Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua were crowded around her, begging in a low voice. No. Qin Xian wiped the sweat from her forehead helplessly. These supplies have already been reported to the group leader. Just say you calculated wrong. Su Feifei pulled Qin Xian's arm, and a pair of huge things rubbed against her arm, but it was obvious that Qin Xian had no interest in these two things. It really won't work. Feifei, why don't you go talk to the team leader? If he agrees, I'll let you pick the canned flavor you like. Okay, Feifei. Xiaohua, please don't make things difficult for Xiaoxian. Yi Rui came over and pulled them away. The two dirty girls sighed helplessly, pulled hands, and walked to the side to sit down. Miao Xiaohua nudged Su Feifei and said, why don't you go and ask your husband to give it a try? It's not like I haven't tried before. Su Feifei hung her head. He ignored me and didn't even ask for the chocolate bar this morning. Well, if it really doesn't work out, I think you should just marry him. Miao Xiaohua rolled her eyes and whispered to him. Just think about all the delicious food he has, and they will all be yours in the future. No. Su Feifei shook her head firmly. He has a sullen face every day, as if someone owes him money. If I really marry him, I will be bored to death by him in the future. It's better to be happy with you. Hey, Miao Miao, why don't we marry him together? We won't be bored anymore in the future. Isn't that a bargain for him? Miao Xiaohua quickly dodged, but Su Feifei grabbed her arm and said, we can make him bankrupt. After we make him bankrupt, how about we run away? What if he can't get poor? Then I'll keep eating him out of money. What if you get pregnant before you bankrupt him? That's damn it. Why didn't you tell me you were pregnant? You have big breasts, so you must be the one who is pregnant. Is there any necessary connection between big breasts and pregnancy? Of course he has. You have big breasts. He likes them, so he will definitely favor you first. Two dirty girls will never lack topics. For dinner, ham and chili powder were added to the cabbage soup, and the aroma filled the entire village. The female team members lined up to get food, and even those who didn't drink alcohol would go to get 2 bottles of beer. After all, it's made of food. Captain, I found a table for you. Having learned his lesson, Lu Xiaomao went back to the car to eat alone tonight. He had just opened 2 cans of food on his bed, found a bag of salted peanuts, and opened a bottle of Wulianya. Qin Xian got in the car with 2 female team members. She doesn't talk much usually, but she is actually very considerate. 2 female team members carried a small wooden table and placed it in the middle of the sleeper aisle and got off the bus to eat. However, Qin Xian did not leave. She helped Lu Xiaomao put the lunchbox, canned food and peanuts on the small table, and sat down opposite him. Why don't you go eat? Lu Xiaomao looked at her in surprise. Qin Xian sat down on the bed on the other side of the table. Captain, there is something. She paused. I calculated this afternoon. The funds in our group are not enough to pay tonight's salary. This is the account of our expenses in the past 2 days. Captain, please take a look. No need to look at it. Lu Xiaomao found all the bullet rolls in his space, mostly 50 and 100 denominations, and even a few bundles of 10 denominations at the end. He took them out and placed them on the table. Take them and pay everyone's salary first. Good. After sorting out the bullet rolls and counting them twice, Qin Xian said softly, Captain, these combined are enough to pay for tomorrow as salary, but the day after tomorrow. Seeing that Lu Xiaomao took out all the bullet rolls with a denomination of 10, Qin Xian felt a little worried. The most taboo thing for the adventure team was not to pay the team members' salaries. These were the wages that the team members had worked hard for. Taking a deep breath and lighting a cigarette, Lu Xiaomao picked up the wine bottle with an expressionless face. Do you drink? Come and drink with me. As he said that, he picked up another glass to pour wine for Qin Xian. I don't drink. Qin Xian quickly shook her head and stood up. Captain, I'll go down first. What would it look like if other female team members saw me drinking with the team leader in the car? Watching Qin Xian hurriedly get off the car, Lu Xiaomao took a deep puff of his cigarette and drank the white wine in front of him. Of course, he didn't really want Qin Xian to drink with him. But now he couldn't be sure. If he really didn't have money to give them the day after tomorrow, would they just quit their jobs? Chapter 22. There is no dust on those cars. Brother Captain? At the stairs of the sleeper car, Su Feifei poked her little head out and said, Captain brother, you are here after all. As she said that, she jumped onto the car with a big lunchbox in her hands and a smile on her face. Miao Xiaohua naturally followed behind her. The 2 girls, with 4 big eyes, looked around the table. Just now, the 2 of them were looking for Lu Xiaomao everywhere, and suddenly they saw Qin Xian getting out of the sleeper car, and they knew that Lu Xiaomao was there. He jumped a few steps to the opposite bed and sat down. Wulianya, brother Captain, you are really a rich man. Lu Xiaomao knew that the method he used to deal with Qin Xian would be useless against the 2 of them, so he could only ignore them as he had done in the past, and let them fend for themselves. Brother Captain, it's so boring for you to eat alone. As she spoke, Su Feifei's two big eyes, shining green, stared at the canned pork ribs and canned beef on the table. Yes, yes. Miao Xiaohua swallowed her saliva. Seeing that the wine glass was empty, she quickly stood up and said, Brother Captain, I'll pour you some wine. The two dirty girls were so shameless for the sake of canned food. It turned out that when they were in the city, they had cheated Lin Menger many times. Lu Xiaoma didn't have many ways to deal with the two of them, so he just ignored them, but he still underestimated the shamelessness of these two girls. Brother Captain, let's eat together. Su Feifei opened the lid of the lunchbox, picked out a piece of ham from her cabbage soup, and put it into Lu Xiaoma's soup. Here, Brother Captain, I'll give you my ham. I have some here too. This is my favorite ham sausage. Miao Xiaohua also took out a piece and put it in Lu Xiaoma's lunchbox. But for the captain brother, I can do it. For the captain brother, I can do anything. After that, the two of them naturally reached out to pick up Lu Xiaoma's canned beef and canned pork ribs, and even the peanuts that Lu Xiaoma had prepared for drinking. Besides, the two of them didn't care about what others said, so what was the big deal about them having dinner alone with the male leader? That was a skill, right? During the meal, the two girls chattered while Lu Xiaoma drank by himself. Although he had been hurt by women, he was still a male chauvinist at heart. He would not kick two little girls out of the car just for a bite of food, of course, on the premise that they don't make him unhappy again. Fei, you guys, what are you doing? At 10 o'clock in the evening, the female team members had eaten and drunk their fill and returned to the car to sleep. As soon as she got in the car, Yi Rui was shocked by the scene in front of her. Go away. The favorite dress was already under the table. Su Feifei was wearing a 3-point piece of fabric. She stood up unsteadily and tried to push Yi Rui away, but she pushed directly onto her chest. After a burp, Su Feifei blushed, squinted her eyes, and nodded at Yi Rui with a smile. You are not bad. You have something to offer. Wait, I will get rid of you later. Don't worry. All of you line up. The female team members got on the bus one after another, all looking at her. As she spoke, Su Feifei turned around, staggered and bumped into the corner of the table, and laughed foolishly. Pointing at Miao Xiaohua. And there was a crisp pa, and Su Feifei patted her chest. Compared to me. You just have 2 moles. You are just a younger brother. Who said that? Who said that I am your younger brother? Miao Xiaohua's eyes were blurred with drunkenness. She took off her t-shirt with her backhand, and the shirt was still on her head. She suddenly felt dizzy and fell down. How do you turn off the lights? It's dark. No, but it doesn't matter. Haha, you don't know. I am the one who is least afraid of the dark, right? Look how powerful I am. Miao Xiaohua still had her t-shirt on her head, and her body was suddenly emitting green light. The green light was not very dazzling and was very soft, but it allowed one to see things clearly. So, you're the only one who can do it? That's amazing, isn't it? Su Feifei raised her right hand high, probably thinking it was a cool pose, and then pressed down on her left wrist. Concubine. Yi Rui couldn't bear it anymore and grabbed her wrist, but Su Feifei lost her balance and fell back to sit beside Lu Xiaoma. Lu Xiaoma must have finished eating and was lying on the bed smoking. Su Feifei's limp body was on his chest. One of his hands was still being held by Yi Rui, while the other hand was scratching around Lu Xiaoma's chest, and he said drunkenly, Who is this? It's smaller than Lulu's. Her family must be rich. After she was born, her parents bought her 2 breasts. Ha. Come on, let me show you what a woman is. She grabbed around and found Lu Xiaoma's hand, then grabbed his hand and humiliated her. Let me show you what a girl is. Stop messing around. Yi Rui blushed for them. She picked up Su Feifei by the waist and threw her on the middle bunk. Wu Nan, find a rope and tie them both to the bed. Clear. Wu Nan nodded and glanced at Lu Xiaoma, seeing that he was just lying on the bed, indifferent to all this. Then he looked at the wuliangye and canned meat on the table, and the female team members guessed that it must be that these 2 girls were greedy for the leader's canned meat again. In fact, what they guessed was almost the same. Not long ago, the 2 girls ate Lu Xiaoma's canned meat. Seeing that the other party ignored them, they became bolder. Then they saw wuliangye on the table, and their 4 big eyes lit up. This wine might cost 10,000 bullets in Luanya City, right? It would be a waste if you don't drink it. Although I can't drink, how can I not take advantage of such a great bargain? If you don't take advantage of it, you are a fool. But what about wuliangye? Then this amazing scene appeared. Wunan and his men tied the 2 girls to the bed, fearing that they would fall down in the middle of the night. Yi Rui sighed softly and apologized for them. I'm sorry, Captain. They're ignorant and have caused you trouble again. It's okay. Go to sleep, and we'll be on our way tomorrow. Lu Xiaoma didn't care. He had been eating alone for the past 6 months. Maybe it was because he drank a lot today, but listening to the chattering of two 16-year-old girls was not as annoying as he had imagined. The next morning, we set out on the road, out of Wuxing village, and on the cement road that turned toward the main road, we saw 5 orc corpses still lying there quietly. The 2 trucks took a detour and rolled over the bumpy farmland. After a while of shaking, the female team members opened their shooting ports and looked at the bodies silently. Captain. Lu Xiaoma was standing in the passenger seat smoking and watching through the windshield. Yirue walked to his side and said, I think we can search all the nearby villages. We'll do these when we get back. Let's go to Qing'an first. Turn off the rural road and provincial road, walk a short distance on the national highway, and finally get on the Xi'an Expressway. After getting off the Xi'an Expressway, you will reach Qing'an County. This section of highway is not long, only 47 kilometers. The road is wide enough, and there are not many cars. The journey this morning was very smooth. In less than 2 hours, we saw the highway toll station in front of us. Get out of the car and clean up with me. There were a lot of cars stuck at the toll booth. Wu slung his automatic rifle over his shoulder, and the female team members got out of bed and prepared to fight. Behind the car, 100 to 120. Lin Ming'er reported the number quietly. Everything was normal. Wait a minute. Standing in the passenger seat, Lu Xiaoma frowned slightly. Look carefully. There is no dust on the cars blocking the station entrance. Chapter 23. Slaughtering the Legion. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, countless fire snakes flashed out from the abandoned cars opposite. Get down. Lu Xiaoma yelled and turned around and rolled back. Yirue was behind him, and she hadn't activated her skills yet. Lu Xiaoma only felt a very elastic body under him, but he couldn't care less at the moment. Captain. In the aisle of the sleeper car, Yirue reacted quickly, rolled over and pressed Lu Xiaoma under her, with her nose touching Lu Xiaoma's nose. Captain, don't move. Leave it to me. As soon as she opened her mouth, a stream of hot air blew into Lu Xiaoma's mouth. In a blink of an eye, a brown halo appeared all over her body. She quickly stood up and covered her eyes with one hand. The windshield on the driver's side shattered into a spider web. Before it was completely shattered, the driver had been beaten into a cork. Another round of fire snakes sprayed, and the spider web windshield was knocked down piece by piece. At least 100 people on the opposite side raised their guns and half-bent their bodies. Under the powerful fire suppression, they slowly advanced forward. It's the Slaughter Legion. When Yirue looked through the windshield and saw the other person's face clearly, she was shocked. She didn't expect that it was the notorious Slaughter Legion. The Slaughter Legion, every soldier has a bloody bandage on his forehead. They specialize in looting the Fallen Leaf City Adventure Group. The City Lord's mansion has sent regular troops to encircle and suppress them 3 times, but they escaped every time. There must be spies from them in the City Lord's mansion. I didn't expect to meet them here. Wu, come here and drive the car. Run away quickly. I'll go down and stop them. Yirue jumped out after opening the car door. Wu gritted her teeth and rolled off the bed, crawling forward in the aisle under the rain of bullets. Lu Xiaoma grabbed her arm and said, Stay here and don't move. Bai Lulu released the mist. Bullets rained down and hit the car body with a crackling sound. Lu Xiaoma suddenly stood up and raised his left hand. A 10-meter wide and 10-meter high cubic air wall suddenly blocked the way of hundreds of soldiers. With fire suppression, hundreds of soldiers from the Slaughter Legion surrounded the sleeper car while fighting and half-bending. Who could have thought that suddenly such a huge wall of air would appear in front of them? Almost subconsciously, all the automatic rifles fell silent, and the soldiers looked up. At the same time, Yirue shouted, and her slender body jumped more than 2 meters high, firing wildly with the automatic rifle in her hand. Swish, swish. The sound of bullets breaking through the air. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 of the stunned soldiers fell down. Don't care what that is. Fire at me. The commander behind him yelled, and the soldiers woke up as if from a dream. Retract your sight and continue to suppress fire. Yirue fired a burst of bullets, leaned against the milky white air wall, and took off the magazine. She could vaguely guess that this was also one of the captain's skills. Gasping heavily, she casually pulled out a magazine from her slender waist and was about to put it in when suddenly 2 light brown figures appeared on the left and right sides of the white wall, 2 stone-skinned people. The 2 rushed through the air wall, turned around and locked onto Yirue, pointing 2 automatic rifles at her at the same time and madly spewing out 2 fire snakes. Asshole! Cursing softly, the automatic rifle in her hand fell to the ground. Yirue quickly lowered her head and protected her eyes with both hands. Within a few seconds, her arms were suddenly pried apart alive. 2 male stone-skinned men had already rushed to Yirue, prying her arms apart from the left and right. One of them held a long screwdriver in his hand, raised his arm, and was about to stab it into her eyes in the next second. Almost in despair, a shrill scream. Yi Rue used all her strength, but the tip of the screwdriver moved from far to near. Swish! There was a hoarse sound of breaking through the air. Yi Rue didn't know what happened yet. She had already prepared herself for death, but it happened in that split second. The tip of the screwdriver in front of my eyes deviated slightly to the left by 1 centimeter. With a bang, the light brown halo at the corner of my eye fluctuated slightly. The tip of the knife finally landed at the corner of her left eye. A few millimeters to the right, and she would be gone. Plop, plop. 2.5 corpses fell down one after another, starting from the place where the BCG was injected, and they were cut off diagonally upwards. Just now, the 2 men had tightly grasped Yi Rue's wrists, and the upper bodies of the 2 men with dangling heads were now hanging on Yi Rue's arms, and they hadn't let go yet. The light brown protective stone skin skill is gradually fading away. He saved me, but when did our stone skin people's defense become so vulnerable? Yi Rue was still a little dazed when she braked suddenly before the death line, but Lu Xiaoma didn't give her time to think wildly. He rushed forward with a brisk step, grabbed the belt of her leather pants at her waist with his backhand, lifted it up, and clamped his slender body under his armpit. Hurry up and retreat. He shook her body with force, and her shoulders and head were thrown to one side. He held Yi Rue under his armpit with one arm and swept a 2-meter-long air blade with his other hand, splitting the 3 soldiers and the automatic rifles in their hands into 2. There was no fire suppression for the time being. Wu Nin turned the car around and opened the door. Lu Xiaoma held Yi Rue and jumped 2 meters forward. Her right foot stepped on the first step, and Yi Rue's head under her armpit hit the car wall with a bang. Lu Xiaoma turned around quickly, grabbed her slender waist with both hands, and straightened her up, facing him, and the rain of bullets from the opposite side came again. Fortunately, Yi Rue's body-protecting stone skin skill is still there, and she acts as a human shield for Lu Xiaoma. Close the car door quickly. Facing Yi Rue, holding her waist with both hands, Lu Xiaoma leaned back to make way for the car door. Upon hearing this, Wu Nin quickly closed the door. The sleeper car made an emergency U-turn. Bullets hit the car wall with a bang. Lu Xiaoma lay on his back on the steps at the door, Yi Rue on top of him, their faces facing each other. It was not like in the TV series. There was no mouth-to-mouth kissing, no accidental kissing, just face-to-face. Yi Rue's face flushed, and she hurriedly supported herself with her arms and tried to get up. Just then Wu Nin shouted in a low voice, stepped on the accelerator, and turned the steering wheel wildly, and the sleeper car drifted to the left urgently. Yi Rue's body, which had just been propped up, was immediately weakened by the centrifugal force, and her beautiful face fell again. This time, the plot of the TV series finally happened, and the 4 lips kissed fiercely together. Her mind went blank. Perhaps this was the feeling of the legendary kiss. In an instant, all the muscles in Yi Rue's body tensed up. If it was Lu Xiaoma on top, Yi Rue might get angry and think that he was taking the opportunity to kiss her, but now she was on top of him. Even if the first kiss was gone like this, she had nothing to say. Captain. Wu Nin wanted to make sure Lu Xiaoma was safe, so she glanced down and saw the 2 of them kissing. In this critical moment, she didn't care about professional dignity. Captain, can't you wait a while before kissing? As he was talking, the sleeper car had completely turned around, and bullets were still raining from behind the car. Fortunately, the rear windshield was also sealed with a steel plate. Wu Nin stepped on the accelerator and blew 3 short horns in succession, signaling the truck to charge. Lu Xiaoma was also aware of the sudden kiss, but he reacted quickly. He grabbed Yi Rue's perky buttocks with both hands and lifted them up. Her elastic body rubbed against him, and he felt like the girls in the red light district doing breast massage. Lu Xiaoma stepped onto the second step with his heels and stood up holding Yi Rue. Hurry up and retreat, as far as you can. Slaughter the Legion. I've made a note of this. Chapter 24, Get Back on Track. They didn't catch up. The 2 cars escaped 20 kilometers and stopped on the side of the road. The rear was clearly visible, and there was no trace of the Slaughter Legion. Check the damage and give me a casualty report. Lu Xiaoma got out of the car, his eyes blazing with anger. He stared at the direction of the toll booth. Kusini followed Lu Xiaoma's gaze and looked over, somewhat doubtful. Captain, they didn't even chase us. Logically speaking, they should have been chasing us closely. This is indeed not the style of the Slaughter Corps. Yi Rue also took a step forward and stood on the other side of Lu Xiaoma. Her tone was calm, as if nothing had happened, but upon closer inspection, there was still an imperceptible blush on her pretty face. 3 female team members were shot, including the driver Shirley. Gu Wenxia's voice was choked with sobs. It was supposed to be her shift today, but when she woke up in the morning, she felt her stomach was not feeling well, so Shirley took the initiative to take her place. Unexpectedly, she didn't even get to say goodbye. There were at least a dozen bullet holes on her body. 2 female team members were carrying Shirley's body. "Captain, I want to ask the regiment to bury her." The female team members were just about to throw Shirley's body into the bushes under the national highway, but after hearing what Gu Wenxia said, the 2 female team members paused and looked at Lu Xiaoma. "Wu Nan, go find someone." "I understand." Shirley was also the driver Wu Nan had hired. They had known each other for a while. Wu Nan called the female team members, jumped out of the highway guardrail, found a relatively flat place, dug a hole, carefully placed Shirley's body in it, and filled it with soil. After smoking a cigarette, Lu Xiaoma calmed down. Since he awakened half a year ago, he has never been so cowardly. It is rumored that there are more than 1,000 members of the Slaughter Corps and no less than 50 Special Awakeners, who specialize in burning, killing, and looting. Although we only saw more than 100 people just now, the team cannot take any risks as we don't know where their true strength lies. "I won't fight you now, I'll talk to you tonight. Tonight, I will teach you a bloody lesson." Lu Xiaoma has this kind of personality. If he is bullied, he will definitely seek revenge, even if it means a fight to the death. "Even if I die, I will tear a big piece of your flesh off." This is a fight to the death. In the end times without legal constraints, no matter how cowardly you live, there is no meaning in your life. Lu Xiaoma stared at the map for more than 10 minutes and clicked on a location on the map. "The whole group will go here today, Funyo Village." "Qin Xian, do you have antibiotics prepared?" "Ready." Qin Xian nodded slightly. "Distribute it to the injured members. The whole regiment is ready to set off. We are not going anywhere today. We will adjust in Funyo Village." It is 20 kilometers away from Funyo Village. There are not many abandoned cars on the rural road. 50 minutes later, 2 cars arrived at the entrance of the village and Wu Nan led the team to clean up. "Captain, this village has not been searched either." Seeing that Lu Xiaoma looked unhappy, Wu Nan reported in a low voice. "Temporary base, rest, and recuperation. 1 person died, and the key point is that the road to Qing'an has also been blocked by the Slaughter Legion. This matter must be resolved." 2 cars were driving across the village's cement road, splitting the door panels and forming a temporary base. Lu Xiaoma sat alone by the fence, smoking a cigarette. He looked up at the damn red sun, took another deep puff of smoke, and frowned even more deeply. He is very strong, but not invulnerable. His life or death might be at stake in tonight's action. There are also those 5 orc corpses. Lu Xiaoma might be able to kill 1 orc with 1 sword, but he doesn't think that there is anyone else in the world who can do it. Under the fence, he smoked 1 cigarette after another. The female team members watched from afar and did not dare to come over to disturb him. First, search the 2 small shops in the village for any useful items such as salt, cigarettes, and alcohol from the villagers. Qin Xian, take note. Kusini temporarily took over the position of team leader and gave orders. Yi Rui was absent-minded, and no one knew what was wrong with her. When they encountered the Slaughter Legion, everyone acted weird. In the sleeper car, Yi Rui turned over in her bed uneasily. She couldn't help but secretly open the firing port and looked at Lu Xiaoma, who was still smoking not far away. He was able to kill 2 stone-skinned people with 1 sword, and just now in the car, the scene of 2 people kissing each other. These 2 images always linger in my mind. Maybe today was very close to death, and it was also the first time in my life that I had such close contact with a man, which made me feel confused. Yi Rui, who is usually calm and capable, is now a little uneasy. After all, she is a girl and should have a girl's mind. Before the end of the world, she was also an ordinary girl who was raised and cared for by her parents. It's just that after experiencing the end of the world, those weaknesses have to be buried deep in my heart. Allow me to be weak for 2 hours. After 2 hours, I will still be that Yi Rui, the Yi Rui after the apocalypse, the Yi Rui who hates men after the apocalypse and feeds women like dogs. The images of Lia City flashed through her mind again, the hateful faces of those men. The ripples of the little girl's emotions that had just been aroused disappeared in an instant. He wiped his lips in disgust. There are no good men in the apocalypse. From now on, there will be no good men, and there will be no good men in the future. He stood up, slightly adjusted his black leather jacket and leather pants, bent his slender and perfect body, and finally tied his shoelaces tightly. In a blink of an eye, his delicate facial features were covered with a light disguise again. "Huh, I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich." There were 2 small shops, and 20 female team members went back and forth, piling up a small mountain. More than 200 bags of salt were found. Su Feifei looked excited. What happened last night? It didn't happen. Ha Feifei, your husband really made a fortune this time. Miao Xiaohua was happy too. Besides, she really wanted everyone to misunderstand that Su Feifei was the real captain's wife, so that her own status would rise. As for Su Feifei's reputation, it doesn't exist. Xiao Rui, Cassini was busy, and turned around to see Yi Rui getting out of the car. Her face seemed to have returned to normal. Yi Rui nodded slightly, and subconsciously glanced in the direction of Lu Xiaoma, asking, Xiao Xian, how much food did we bring out this time? I've been preparing for a month. Qin Xian answered softly while taking notes, and Yi Rui nodded gently. Depending on the situation, we should stay here for a while longer. We will go out after the Slaughter Legion leaves. This is also the idea of most female team members. The Slaughter Legion is notorious, and a team of more than 1,000 people is not something they can fight against now. Qin Xian, Wu Nan. Several girls were chatting under the sleeper car. Lu Xiaoma threw away his cigarette, but stood up and walked over here. Is there a car in the village that can be driven? Yes, Captain. Wu Nan straightened up slightly. He just complained about the team leader kissing incident, and now he felt a little regretful. Now everyone was saying that the male team leader might be offered a long-term contract this time. She didn't want to bring trouble to her sisters because of her outspokenness. I have 3 cars that I can drive, a Volkswagen Bora, a Cruze, and a Haval H6. They are all in good condition. Tell someone to drive that Bora over here. I'm going to go out for a while. Lu Xiaoma supported himself on the fence of the temporary base with one hand, turned over, and jumped out. Looking back, Yi Rui, Cassini, you two are in charge here for the time being. Wait for me for 3 days at the latest. If you don't see me for 3 days, you must return to the city immediately. Chapter 25, Infiltration. 10 o'clock in the evening, at the toll booth where the exchange of fire took place in the morning. There were small hills on both sides, and a blood moon was high in the sky, making visibility almost impossible. Lu Xiaoma had been lying on the hillside alone for 6 hours. It turned out to be the checkpoint of the Slaughter Legion. There were about 100 people guarding it. The cars were used as shelters, and there had been no change of guard for 6 hours. He moved his body slightly, found a large stone, and gently moved it in front of himself with both hands. He used the stone to block the flame of the cigarette, but Lu Xiaoma lit a cigarette and took a short rest. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he lit up his cigarette, a large car light came on the other side of the toll booth, followed by 3 short honks and 1 long honk. Lu Xiaoma put out his cigarette, moved the stone in front of him, and looked closely. The replacement vehicle has arrived. Not far below, the soldiers relaxed, and the men laughed meaningfully. Hey, that woman in black leather clothes I met today is so damn beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. Yeah, damn it, when can we catch that bitch? If you let me have my pleasure once, I will die immediately. Lu Xiaoma listened vaguely. This was a subconscious manifestation of relaxing vigilance. He moved his stiff body, stood up, bent down, and jogged 20 meters away to a tree root. There were 2 bloody arms and 2 thighs, and a strange madman tied to the tree. The madman's mouth was sealed by Lu Xiaoma with layers of torn clothes. It shook its head unconsciously. Its limbs had been cut off by Lu Xiaoma. The arms and thighs under the tree belonged to it. But now, its arms and legs are growing again. In a few hours, they have grown to the knees and elbows. This is their terrifying self-healing ability. They can even regenerate severed limbs. Untying the rope that tied it to the tree, Lu Xiaoma carried the madman and quietly returned to the place where he had just hidden. The bustling crowd of people came out of the car for the change of guards. The soldiers who were replaced gathered to count the number of people and prepared to get on the car. I waited for 6 hours just for such an opportunity. After a careful look, Lu Xiaoma tore off the cloth covering the madman's mouth and nose. The madman roared loudly when he saw a living person. On this quiet hill, the roar was particularly clear and creepy. Damn it! Halfway through the count, the commander looked up the hill and asked, "Why the hell are we bringing out a madman at this hour? They can't get off work because there's potential danger. What a bad idea. Captain, it seems like there's only one person calling out." Yeah, there's no response. They must be 1 or 2 left alone. The soldiers cursed, and the captain said impatiently, "Wang Ming, Han Dong, you 2 go and deal with it quickly. Hurry up, we will wait for you in the car." The 2 soldiers cursed and stepped out of the line, reluctantly walking up the hill. The troops behind them counted the number of people and handed over to the replacement. "Captain of the bitch, when you were playing with women, why didn't you tell us to be the first to go?" "Who the hell said it wasn't? Only the fucking ones knew how to give us this kind of shitty mission." The 2 soldiers walked towards the hillside cursing. The sound was still far away, so they didn't pay much attention to it. They shone their 2 flashlights back and forth to be on guard. Hey, Wang Ming, take a quick look, what's going on? Halfway up the hill, Han Dong suddenly stopped and shone his flashlight on a tree where a madman was tied to the tree, screaming and waving his claws. Wang Ming was also a little surprised. Just as he was about to speak, a black spot suddenly flashed before his eyes. Lu Xiaoma appeared quietly behind the two of them, covered their mouths with his left hand, and went around in front of them with his right hand and stabbed their eyes with a screwdriver. Wang Ming's body softened, and he made some noises. Han Dong just turned his head, and the black spot in front of his eyes became bigger and bigger. Puff, black, red and white blood flowed out. He screamed subconsciously. What the fuck is wrong? Han Dong, Wang Ming, what the fuck is going on? The troops retreated, and hearing the noise, the captain turned back and shouted impatiently. Han Dong, Wang Ming. Lu Xiaomo wrote down the name, and then shouted down the mountain. Captain! Han Dong's neck was bitten. Captain! Fuck! This is fucking useless. The captain had already disliked these two people, so he spat. A few lunatics? You two are trash. There's one more, Captain. Lu Xiaomo stretched his neck and shouted, and at the same time fired a shot, hitting the madman on the tree in the forehead. Captain, the madman is dead. Hurry up and send 2 brothers to save Han Dong. The bleeding can't be stopped. The aorta was bitten, and you're still trying to save the bird's eggs. The captain spat again. You useless thing. You can't do anything, and you eat nothing. Come back to the team as soon as possible. If you don't come back in 3 minutes, you will have to guard the company here. You stupid thing. Okay, Captain. I'll be back right away. Sorry, brother. As Lu Xiaoma spoke, he took out a dagger and cut Han Dong's neck. He was not dead yet, and still had some pulse pressure. The blood did not spurt out like when he was alive, but it continued to flow out. Putting away the knife, Lu Xiaoma used both hands to wipe the still warm blood on his neck and smeared it on his face. After smearing it twice, he smeared the blood on the middle and index fingers of his left hand, covering the space tattoo, and shouted, I'm sorry, buddy. I'll give you a quick death. Don't say that I'm not kind enough. Bang, another shot was fired. Lu Xiaoma changed into his clothes, put on the blood bandage, turned around, and jogged down the mountain. Fuck. Look at you. 2 people killed a madman, 1 died, and the other one got his fucking face covered in blood. The long-distance bus engine roared, and all the soldiers got on. The captain stayed under the bus and lit a cigarette. When he saw Lu Xiaoma jogging over with blood all over his face, the captain looked at him with disdain. Get out. I want to help Han Dong stop the bleeding. Lu Xiaoma pretended to be out of breath and spoke in a whisper. The captain waved his hand impatiently. All right, get in the car? Damn it. I'm taking you guys, a bunch of rubbish. I'm so fucking unlucky. Got it, Captain. He nodded quickly, turned around, and stepped into the bus. Inside the bus, the lights in the middle aisle were on. When the soldiers saw Lu Xiaoma's head covered in blood, they all looked disgusted. Sit at the back, stay away from me. Lu Xiaoma lowered his head as much as possible, letting his face be in the shadow under the light, and walked quickly to the last row of the bus, picked the innermost seat, and sat down. The captain got on the bus last, and the bus turned around. Fuck, that woman in black leather today. Hey, who do you think was the guy who killed our 2 stone-skinned people today? Damn, that big white wall. What kind of skill did he have? I don't know either. It's been a year since the end of the world, and I've never heard of that skill before. Hey, we met survivors again, and they even killed 2 of our stone-skinned men. Will the group ask us to go on a mop-up mission tomorrow? I don't think so. After all, our most urgent task right now is to catch that female killer. Chapter 26. Don't worry, I'll send you off. After 20 minutes, the convoy stopped at the edge of a random rice field. The soldiers got off the vehicles one after another, and Lu Xiaoma followed them. No base. Following at the end of the team, Lu Xiaoma looked up and glanced around. It was just an ordinary farmland. There were about 10 large trucks forming a circle in the farmland. There was a faint glow of fire inside the circle. At the entrance of the circle, Lu Xiaoma followed a group of soldiers into the circle. The captain led the way and shouted, Is dinner ready? Captain Zhao is here. A soldier led the way, and the captain got on a RV, while the soldiers went to the other side. More than a dozen large black pots from the countryside were roasting on the fire. These soldiers did not have their own lunchboxes, so each of them walked to the campfire, bent down, picked up a lunchbox on the ground, and then went forward to get their food. Lu Xiaoma was the last in line. When it was his turn, there were a lot of dirty lunchboxes on the ground. He picked up one and took a look. It was pitch black and full of food residues. It was disgusting, but he still took it to get his meal with a normal expression. Fuck, how did you do this? The soldier who served the food saw that Lu Xiaoma's face was covered in blood, so he scooped a large spoonful of corn porridge into his lunchbox. Lu Xiaoma pretended to smile bitterly and said, "A buddy's aorta was bitten." He gave him another spoonful, then 2 spoonfuls of corn porridge. The soldier jokingly said, "Haha, good job, buddy. Seeing how you behave now, you look a lot like me when I ate chicken. I'll give you one more spoonful today." "Thank you." Lu Xiaoma smiled, looked around, found a long-distance bus with few people, walked over, sat down next to the tire, and glanced at the lunchbox in his hand. It did smell like corn, but it was terribly dirty and hard to swallow. Lu Xiaoma stirred it with a spoon for a few times, looked up, and looked around. This base has more than a dozen large trucks, 3 off-road vehicles, and 1 RV, forming a circle with an entrance. There are about 200 people walking in the circle now. There are also 2 buses with lights on opposite sides, and it is estimated that there are soldiers inside as well. As he was watching, a soldier came around the back of the bus, patted Lu Xiaoma on the shoulder, and sat down next to him. "Brother, you have no appetite." He held a lunchbox in one hand and a spoon in the other, tapping the lunchbox with a clang-clang sound. "Do you need my brother to help you share some of the burden?" Lu Xiaoma glanced at him, and with a clang, the soldier threw the iron spoon into the lunchbox and took out a cigarette from behind his ear with a smile. "Lacun, how about it? In exchange for half of your corn porridge." Glancing at the dirty lunchbox, Lu Xiaoma was worried, so he pushed it to him. The soldier took it with a smile, quickly handed the cigarette to Lu Xiaoma's mouth, and found a lighter to help him light it up. "You're new to the regiment, right? You're not used to those brains and intestines, right? It's okay, just look at them more, and you'll get used to it slowly. I was the same at the beginning. I was so disgusted when I saw those internal organs and brains that I couldn't eat for 3 days." The two chatted intermittently. After a while, a man got off one of the 2 buses with lights on. The man lowered his head to look at his wrist, then picked up a wooden stick and knocked on the wall of the bus. "Time's up, you bastards, get off quickly. 1 second late means a stick. Here it comes." The soldier beside him excitedly threw his lunchbox, grabbed Lu Xiaoma's arm, and stood up. "Hurry, it's our turn to eat." There were bursts of strange screams all around, and a group of soldiers swarmed towards the 2 buses with lights on. Lu Xiaoma was pulled by the soldiers and lined up in front of the buses. "This group is from the 3rd Regiment. Damn it, if anyone dares to pretend to be one, I will kill him with my own hands. Now I'm counting to 3. If you're not from the 3rd Regiment, get out of here right now. 3, 2, 1. Damn it, there are still some little bastards who are not afraid of death. Come here, come here." Most of the soldiers lined up happily, but there was only one soldier who had just lined up. Upon hearing this, he hurriedly ran out and said, "Deputy Commander, I'm from the 2nd Regiment. I didn't catch up just now. Who the hell made you miss out? You can't even eat shit as fast as the hot one." The deputy regiment commander kicked the soldier in the buttocks and hit him with a stick. "If you do it again, I will make sure your buttocks are bruised." After being kicked to the ground, the soldier stood up aggrievedly and said, "I just wanted to clean up the mess for the commander-in-chief." The commander-in-chief said this was official business. The soldiers around him burst into laughter, and the deputy commander also smiled and shook his head. All right, then you go to the back and line up." There were 2 buses with lights on, forming 2 long queues. Lu Xiaoma was pulled to the front by the soldier. The deputy regiment commander checked everyone at the door and asked them to get on the bus one by one. When it was Lu Xiaoma's turn, he gave his name, Wang Ming, and got on smoothly. As soon as he got in the car, Lu Xiaoma was shocked by the scene in front of him. This was originally a long-distance bus, but now the seats had been removed and it was empty. Every meter around, there was a naked woman standing. They sat slumped on the ground with lifeless eyes. The soldiers got on the bus and rushed forward like wolves and tigers, trying to pick out as pretty a woman as possible. "What are you standing there for?" The soldier who was pulling Lu Xiaoma into the car saw that he was stunned and hurriedly pulled his arm and rushed to the back of the car. "Are you stupid? Get in quickly." The deputy commander behind him got on the car last and glanced at his watch. 5 minutes. If you don't shoot, you'll be out of luck." Although Lu Xiaoma was not a gentleman, he really couldn't accept the current situation. He stood at the rear of the car, supporting the wall with one hand. The woman under him had long hair draped over her shoulders, and his face could not be seen clearly. At this moment, she was slumped on the ground, shaking unconsciously. Fortunately, no one noticed me here. The guy who pulled me into the car found a woman on the way, who was some distance away from me. Letting out a long sigh, Lu Xiaoma closed his eyes slightly. Now was not the time to take action. He stood quietly for a few minutes. After a while, the deputy regiment commander knocked on the wall of the car again. Lu Xiaoma lowered his head, tied his trousers around his dress, and got off the car in a line with a group of soldiers. Another group of soldiers got on. How was it? Was your girl hot enough just now? After getting off the car and walking a few steps, the buddy found Lu Xiaomo again. He took out another cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep puff, and handed it to Lu Xiaomo. Here, another cigarette. I'll treat you. No, my mouth is bitter. Lu Xiaomo smacked his lips and looked around. I'm going to the bathroom. Fuck. You can pee right after you ejaculated. You are really talented. The soldier teased and parted ways with Lu Xiaomo. Lu Xiaomo looked around and found the toilet was behind the lighted bus. He sighed and walked around to unbutton his pants. He knew that these women were not princesses accompanying the army, but women abducted by the Slaughter Legion, and most of them were female combat members of the adventure group. But when they fell into the hands of the Slaughter Legion, their fate was even worse than that of the dogs in the city. If Yi Rue and the others had not run fast today, this would have been the fate that they would have faced. He walked back to the base and found a deserted place to sit down. He rolled up his sleeves and looked at his watch. Looking up, Lu Xiaomo looked around at the soldiers of the Slaughter Legion coming and going, and said silently in his heart, "Don't be anxious. There are only 2 more hours, and after 12 o'clock, I will send you on your way." Chapter 27. 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. He lit a cigarette. Since the guy just now could smoke, it proved that cigarettes were not a rare thing. Lu Xiaomo quietly watched the soldiers coming and going around him. They were able to pass through Wu and come here. Logically speaking, places like Funyo Village should have been searched. After all, there were only a few dozen lunatics, and it was not difficult to kill them, but they ignored those villages and came directly here, and even set up a checkpoint at the toll booth. What does it mean? Unless you were going for the treasure like me? But that's not right. If they were going for the treasure, they wouldn't have set up a checkpoint in Wulai. Wulai is still some distance away from the treasure location, and the 5 orc corpses in the 5-star village should not be done by these people. If 5 orcs appear together, I am afraid they can destroy their slaughter army. I can't figure it out. After putting out his cigarette, the deputy commander knocked on the wall of the bus again and walked to the lighted bus. The last batch of soldiers got off the bus in a hurry, with smiles on their faces. At 11:30, more than 200 people were sleeping and the lights on the bus were turned off. Seeing that someone was distributing things again, Lu Xiaomo got up and walked over to queue up. A large box truck opened its compartment and several soldiers climbed in. Ragged clothes were thrown out of the truck like snowflakes, and 5 soldiers were distributing them under the truck. The torn clothes came in various styles, including suits, jeans, t-shirts, and skirts. 99% of them were stained with blood, and the stench of rotting corpses was choking. They felt damp to the touch. They must have been clothes stripped off a madman. The soldiers lined up, each took 2 or 3 pieces and held them in their arms, then returned to the inner circle of the camp, rushed to a position near the campfire, spread out the madman's clothes, rolled up 1 piece as a pillow, and slept like that. Lu Xiaomo received a women's long skirt. It was supposed to be a white skirt, but now it was covered in gray and blood, especially at the hem. He didn't know what kind of blood it was from women. It was said that female maniacs also had their periods, but he didn't know if it was true or not, and he didn't know if they would be unusually irritable during those days. In addition, there are 2 short-sleeved shirts, which cannot be distinguished between men's and women's. He did not rush to sit near the fire. Instead, he spread out a woman's skirt next to the wheel of an empty truck in the distance, rolled up a short-sleeved shirt to use as a pillow, lay down, covered himself with the last short-sleeved shirt, and paid attention to his surroundings. There are 20 minutes until 12 o'clock. After 12 o'clock, you can use the skill again. But to be on the safe side, he planned to wait until after 2 a.m., when the soldiers were all asleep, before taking action. Go to sleep, all of you. About half an hour later, the deputy regiment commander who had just watched the bus got out of the bus with a satisfied look on his face. He fastened his pants as he walked and knocked on the bus wall with the wooden stick in his hand and began to inspect the soldiers at the base. A few seconds ago, there was some whispered conversation in the camp. When the deputy commander got out of the car, there was silence immediately. He walked around twice with a stick, called a soldier, handed the stick to the soldier, gave him a few instructions, and then walked to the RV and knocked on the door gently, and went up with a respectful look on his face. The people in that RV should be the high-level members of the Slaughter Corps. Lu Xiaomo watched silently, memorized it, and would start taking action from that RV in a while. Gradually, snoring sounds became more and more common in the base. The soldiers had already adapted to it and were not affected. Lu Xiaomo kept his eyes on the RV and counted the number of soldiers on guard around it. There are 8 people on guard, 2 in each direction. It is not clear what time they will change shifts. At 1:50, the light in the shooting hole of the RV went out. After waiting for another 10 minutes, at exactly 2 o'clock, Lu Xiaomo quietly got up pretended to fasten his pants, and walked slowly towards the toilet. No one noticed him for the moment. He leaned against the wall of the car and turned around. He took a quick look and saw 2 soldiers on duty 3 trucks away from him. They were facing the dark rice field. Both of them were sitting hunched over with their backs against the wall of the car, probably taking a nap. He took light steps over and stopped 1 meter in front of the 2 people. In his right hand, a palm-wide and 2-meter-long air blade appeared. The air blades were milky white, and under the faint red moonlight, streams of milky white air rolled up and down. The 2 soldiers were probably sleeping, but one of them was leaning against a car tire from behind, and the air blade cut his neck horizontally, which might have ruptured the tire as well, causing the sound of a tire blowout. He raised his right hand slightly and found the correct position with the help of the bloody moonlight. The air blade slowly cut down along the top of the 2 people's heads. The soldiers were half asleep and half awake when they suddenly felt a chill on their heads. Before they could react, a stream of cold air went straight down their heads to the backs of their ears, chins, and necks. It was too late to shout. 2 streams of blood and brain matter flowed rapidly along the air blade. Liu Xiaomao raised his hand slightly, and the blood flowed like a tap toward the tip of the blade and flowed to the ground with a sound similar to that of a man peeing. After retracting the air blade, Liu Xiaomao walked back to the inner circle base while fastening his pants, walked towards the direction of another guard post, and lightly walked around a truck. Who? The 2 soldiers at the back of the car stood up nervously and raised their guns at the same time. Liu Xiaomao's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately calmed down. It's me, Wang Ming from the 3rd Regiment. He casually pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket, took out a cigarette, and put it between his lips. Brother, can I borrow a light? Seeing the cigarettes and not seeing the man with the gun, the 2 soldiers felt relieved. One of them took out a lighter from his pocket and muttered, I didn't borrow this light for nothing. Haha, of course. Liu Xiaomao smiled and took out a cigarette and handed it to him. The other man was a little hesitant, and he hadn't put down the gun he held horizontally. Why don't you go and light a fire in the pile of fire? I went. Liu Xiaomao took out another cigarette and stretched out his hand to the soldier. Aren't there people sleeping there? If I step on anyone, I'll be beaten with a stick, right? What he said made sense. The best place to sleep was next to the fire. Seeing him hand over another cigarette, the soldier relaxed his guard, shook his head slightly, and walked over. You are right, kid. He took the cigarette handed to him by Liu Xiaomao, and another soldier lit a lighter with a click. The soldier leaned forward slightly, lit the cigarette, and took a silent puff. Suddenly, a 2-meter-long air blade appeared in Liu Xiaomao's right hand, and he slashed it horizontally. 2 human bones rolled to the ground, and 2 headless bodies fell forward silently. He put away the air blade and quickly grabbed the collars of the 2 headless bodies with both hands. He didn't care at all when 2 streams of blood with body temperature spurted onto his hands. Grabbing the collars of the 2 men, he bent down slightly and laid them down gently. He glanced sideways and saw that there was still a cigarette in the mouths of the 2 heads, and their expressions were still the same as when they were smoking before death. Chapter 28, Massacre, Part 1. Following the same method, Liu Xiaomao dealt with the sentries in the other 2 directions. He walked around the periphery of the convoy and went behind the RV. He glanced into the camp. The snoring sound was still coming one after another. In his right hand, an airblade dagger appeared. The airblade dagger was only the size of a palm. On the outside, he gently cut open a piece of the RV wall, the diameter of a basketball, caught the fallen iron sheet, and gently placed it on the ground. Liu Xiaomao slightly leaned in and looked inside. There was a faint snoring sound. The interior of the RV was a little dark. There was only a 40-inch LCD TV attached to the driver's seat and the partition between the carriages. A circle of blue light flashed around the edge of the LCD TV, and some light was emitting from the speakers underneath, so I could barely see what was going on inside the RV. TV, coffee table, mahjong table, sofa, king-size bed. There were 2 men lying on the sofas on both sides, and 2 women sleeping on the floor under the sofas. They were probably slave girls who were thrown to the ground after being played with. Further inside, on the large bed at the rear of the car, the outlines of 4 people can be vaguely seen, but it is impossible to tell whether they are men or women. Holding the dagger in his right hand, he cut a large hole 1 meter square with the air blade. He bent down gently and got into the RV. He walked into the RV lightly and cut the neck of the man who was sleeping on the sofa on the right side with the dagger. His body stiffened slightly, then relaxed, and large streams of blood flowed from the gap between his neck and head to under the sofa, and were about to flow onto the woman's face. This woman was not unforgivable, but he couldn't care less at the moment. Liu Xiaomao quickly cut the woman's neck. Turning back, He saw that the man on his left and the woman lying on the ground had their carotid arteries cut in the same way. He breathed a sigh of relief, stepped over the bodies, and walked to the big bed. A man was hugging 3 young long-haired women on both sides of him. There was a slight snoring. The man seemed to notice something and turned over slightly. He raised his thigh to press down the body of one woman and put his left arm around her waist. Having adapted to the light inside the car, I could vaguely see the pure white mark on the man's left wrist. He was actually an awakened light man. Light people who are even more powerful than stone-skinned people. Taking a deep breath, Liu Xiaoma stepped forward slightly, and the airblade dagger gently cut the man's neck. His body stiffened, and before he could react, the airblade had already moved up along his neck, drawing a slight arc, and cut the necks of the 2 women on his left. With the last knife, he cut off the head of the last woman. Then Liu Xiaoma turned around and crawled out of the car through the hole he had just come out of. All this happened quietly, in less than a minute. I habitually glanced at the countdown on my wrist, which showed 6 minutes and 31 seconds left. I turned around and walked back into the base. The snoring sounds continued. Everything was the same as before, except that the RV was now deathly silent. He walked back to the camp, and at the same time, a 2-meter-long chi blade appeared in his right hand. The soldiers lying on the ground were sleeping in all directions. Liu Xiaoma slightly raised his right-hand chi blade and drew arcs on the ground at random, harvesting their lives one by one. 37, 38, 39, 122, 123, 124. He was like an immortal painting in the fields. Wherever he walked, bright red blood spread all over the fields, making them damp and gloomy. Fresh lives were harvested without any praise. 237, 238, 239. Using the torches in the camp as coordinates, Liu Xiaoma moved back and forth in the camp like a civet cat, drawing horizontal lines one after another. He had already reached the opposite corner. Looking around, there were only 3 people still breathing in the entire camp. The base that was bustling with people talking and laughing not long ago has now turned into a mass grave. Corpses are losing body temperature rapidly, and streams of blood are watering the land. But at this moment, 2 truck beams suddenly shot over from a distance, followed by the roar of engines. I didn't see the team changing shifts leave, so how could there be anyone else? Startled, Liu Xiaoma quickly dealt with the last 3 bodies. When he looked at the countdown on his watch, he found that there were only 33 seconds left. There was no time to hesitate now. He gritted his teeth and shot towards the truck like lightning. Hit down. Hit down. Hold the gun down and shoot at the legs. Don't fucking hit the head. In the rice fields 30 kilometers outside the temporary base of the Slaughter Legion, the remnants of the 7th and 8th regiments, led by a stone-skinned commander, were firing madly at the dark nothingness outside the fields. No target, just crazy shooting. There were more than 200 people in the 2 regiments, but up to now, she had slaughtered more than 140 of them alone, and the remaining 50 or so people were fighting hard. But even so, they only dared to hold down their guns and shoot. The Legion commander must capture this woman alive. In more than 10 minutes, more than 50 people stood back to back in a circle and fired countless rounds of bullets. "Captain, look!" The deputy commander in the firing circle shouted urgently. "That woman seems to have run away." "Run away." The commander standing inside the circle raised his hand slightly, and the soldiers outside the circle gradually stopped shooting, but they did not dare to relax for a moment, staring nervously at the darkness around them. "Go, bring 10 more down, and I'll do it myself." The commander waved his hand, and immediately 10 soldiers carefully stepped out of the line and trotted onto a long-distance bus. After a while, each of them escorted a woman down and returned to the outside of the firing circle. The 10 women were pushed into the circle, their hands tied behind their backs, their eyes covered with black cloths, and the 10 soldiers shouted and kicked them at the back of their knees. The 10 women knelt down screaming, "I know you haven't left yet." In the circle of fire, the commander held a samurai sword in both hands, paced back and forth for a few steps, and shouted towards the darkness not far away, "I will kill one every 5 seconds. I will kill you until you are willing to come out to see me." As he spoke, he raised his knife and slashed the woman's hair on the back of her neck in 2 pieces, and her head fell to the ground. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Without hesitation, the commander slashed at the second woman with his 2-handed samurai sword. Bang! A small spark suddenly appeared on his shoulder, and the light brown halo fluctuated. Blood splattered everywhere. The commander paused for a moment before severing the second woman's head. He turned around and laughed. "You haven't left yet." Without any instructions, 50 fire snakes lit up again and shot in different directions. "Captain, be careful." The deputy commander suddenly yelled and pulled back hard. The The stone-skinned commander suddenly fell back. A black dot appeared in the air. While the soldier was changing bullets, it came from nowhere and stabbed the commander's eyeball with a dagger. At the critical moment, the deputy commander pulled the captain's body and stabbed the tip of the knife into his lower eye bag. A light brown halo fluctuated, which did not take his life, but did make him break out in a cold sweat. "I kill you." With a delicate cry, the black shadow put away the knife and was about to stab again. Behind him, two of the 10 women who had just been escorted suddenly jumped up. Two delicate screams pressed on the back of the black shadow. The 3 of them rushed forward at the same time. The ground in front of them suddenly collapsed, and the 3 bodies fell into a big pit at the same time. Finally caught her. Finally caught this bitch. Chapter 29, Massacre, Part 2. Half a month. It was just half a month ago. We slaughtered 1,123 brothers in our legion. Just for you, a bitch. Now there are less than 500 of us left. You killed more than 600 brothers in our legion by yourself. I'm going to shave you. I'm going to peel your skin off right now. After entering the pit, 2 female soldiers tied up the black shadow. At this moment, the stone-skinned commander was extremely excited, or angry. Catching this woman would be the first achievement. After returning to the main base this time, the Legion commander would reward himself by upgrading to a level 2 stone-skinned man. He was excited. He was thrilled. But his own brother and father were all killed by this woman. He couldn't help but be angry. The hatred of killing his father and taking his wife away. Come down. One of the 2 women who caught the black shadow stepped forward, pressed a long screwdriver against the commander's chest, and stared at his face coldly. Don't forget what the commander said. All of you men, don't touch a hair on this woman. She is the commander of the army. But she killed my father. She also. The commander wanted to explain himself, but suddenly, as if pierced by a needle, a white light as bright as daylight appeared in front of his eyes. The commander and the soldier behind him screamed miserably. The woman in front of him kicked the commander sideways in the chin. He fell on his back, his body still in the air. Another woman flew over and pressed one knee on his neck. When he opened his eyes again, the tip of a long screwdriver was right in front of him. The commander of the army said that this woman is not someone you men can touch. Another woman pressed her knees against his neck, stared at him coldly, and finally asked, "Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand, I understand." The commander nodded with difficulty. The woman snorted and stood up. "Collect the troops and return to the base." The 3 trucks turned around and drove back to the temporary base. This time it took more than half a month and a chase of more than 1,000 miles, leaving behind the bodies of more than 600 brothers. The hard work paid off, and they finally caught the woman. From now on, no one can threaten the Slaughter Legion. The soldiers also felt relieved. For the past half-month, they had been frightened by this female killer. No one knew whether their head would still be on their neck in the next second. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief today. 30 kilometers is not far. A few hours ago, 3 large trucks set out with 200 fully equipped people, but now there are only 55 left. But none of this matters anymore. What matters is that we have caught this woman. Through the windshield of the lead truck, the flames of the temporary base were visible in front. The driver honked 3 short horns and 2 long horns. The soldier on duty in the cockpit of the base truck honked back 2 short horns, indicating that it was safe. I don't know if the guy who responded just now fell asleep, but the camp was already a river of blood, but he was still unaware of it. Perhaps it was because of the angle. His cockpit was facing outside the camp, and there was no loud noise in the camp, so he did not notice it. After receiving the safety signal, the driver of the lead car relaxed his vigilance, lightly stepped on the clutch, shifted to first gear, turned the steering wheel left, and prepared to find a good place to park. The 2 cars behind him also began to shift gears and slow down. Sudden. The driver was just about to step on the brakes when a black light flashed across the windshield. He didn't know if he was dazzled, and before he could react, he suddenly felt a chill in his lower abdomen below his chest. There was a yellow light on the driver's seat. The driver looked down subconsciously. The t-shirt on his stomach was red. He reached out and wiped it. It was all blood. Ah! A shrill scream. Perhaps because he was shouting too hard, the sound shook the driver's upper body, which was cut off from the lower abdomen, and he fell forward neatly. His face hit the steering wheel in front of him. He tried to use his hands, but perhaps because the spinal nerves behind him were damaged, his 2 arms were no longer able to move. Under the bus, Liu Xiaoma's skill countdown was still 33 seconds. He ran towards the bus, returning to the base without hesitation, holding a 2-meter-long air blade in one hand and slashing the long-distance bus. In a few seconds, it flew to the rear of the bus and cut the upper and lower parts of the bus. Liu Xiaoma jumped lightly and jumped to the front of the second bus. The 2-meter air blade cut across again. The air blade is truly the sharpest thing in the world. Even when cutting this steel box, There is not the slightest resistance in the hand, as if cutting through the air. Squeak. When Lu Xiaoma jumped in front of the third bus, the cut he made was not completely parallel from top to bottom, but had a slight arc. The neatly cut end of the bus began to slowly slide down to a smaller angle, accompanied by bodies being cut open and screams. The same thing happened to the last bus. Lu Xiaoma switched the chi blade to his right hand and started cutting from the driver's lower abdomen towards the back. He was extremely fast and rushed to the rear of the bus in a few seconds. At the rear end of the carriage, the shadowy woman who had just been captured by two women was sitting in the last row, with her arms tied behind her back and a black hood covering her eyes. Two special awakened women were holding her tightly from the left and right. The third car had already noticed the screams from the first two cars, but they didn't know where the enemy was, let alone that the enemy would attack the bus in such an incredible way. The soldiers in the car felt uneasy, clenching their rifles with both hands. Some of them had already stood up, ready to get off the car to fight, but it was too late. As a milky white light flashed in the aisle, everyone felt a chill, and when they looked down, they found that their bodies had begun to move. What? Careful. In the last row, the two women sandwiched between the black shadows just noticed something, but their bodies had nowhere to hide, and they instantly felt a chill in the lower hemisphere of their chest. The only one who was left was the shadowy woman with her hands tied and eyes covered by a black cloth. Her seat was facing the aisle, and she seemed to sense something. Just before the air blade that Lu Xiaoma was slashing outside the car, less than 30 centimeters away from her, the shadowy woman suddenly knelt down on her knees, bent her soft body backward, and her chest was less than 3 centimeters away from the air blade above her, barely avoiding the attack. A milky white air blade flashed across the eyes covered with black cloth. The ponytail behind the head was affected by air resistance and fell half a second slower. A thin strand of hair at the tip of the tail became a victim and was also cut off. Countdown. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds left. Lu Xiaoma had his back to the third bus, his chest heaving slightly. With a loud creak, the bus behind him slid down along the neat fracture. Half of the bus poked into the rice field. The rear end of the bus hit the ground, and the front end of the bus drew a semicircle in the air due to inertia, and then hit Lu Xiaoma's side with a bang. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Lu Xiaoma suddenly felt a fierce, murderous aura behind him. He turned around and slashed with the 2-meter-long air blade in one hand. A tiny black dot in the air rushed towards him, and the air blade slashed at the black dot without hesitation. The black didn't seem to dodge, and Lu Xiaoma was relieved. But just when the air blade was about to touch the black dot, the air blade in his hand suddenly turned into milky white mist and disappeared in an instant. Time is up. Chapter 30, Her Skills. The wilderness was filled with blood and deathly silence. Bang! A petite body suddenly hit his back. Caught off guard, Lu Xiaoma leaned forward, but before he fell forward completely, he was hit hard on the right side of his waist. What's this? Lu Xiaoma rolled to the left a few times and was shocked. He could not see the opponent's shadow at all, and he was attacked by surprise. If it wasn't a collision with his back, but a stab with a knife, he wouldn't dare to think about it. This is the first time I have encountered such a strange thing since the end of the world. There was silence all around him. He had a long screwdriver in his left hand. He became extremely alert and slowly stood up. With a bang, his back was hit hard again. This time he was prepared. His muscles tensed, he staggered forward slightly, and hit back with a knife. Nothing at all. Who is it? Forcing himself to calm down, Lu Xiaoma bent over slightly. On the left was the half of the bus roof that he had just cut open, and inside was an iron pipe luggage rack. There was a hand tightly grasping the iron pipe, which was half a body, now dead. Lu Xiaoma moved over quietly, put down the screwdriver, pried open the hand, bent over and pulled over the arm with both hands, along with half of the body. After looking around and finding nothing unusual, he exerted a little force, grabbed the half of the body, and swung it to the right. Sure enough, a black shadow flashed by, and Lu Xiaoma suddenly pounced forward with all his strength. Ah, a woman's scream, not a mad alien. He hesitated for a moment, and felt the soft and delicate body under him. He quickly pressed his hands on her shoulders, and pressed one knee under her belly. Who are you? Let me go. The soft body beneath him struggled like a mermaid, and Lu Xiaoma then noticed that the woman's hands were tied behind her back and her face was covered with a black cloth. If her hands hadn't been tied just now, she would probably be dead now. Thinking of this possibility, Lu Xiaoma's face turned pale. He grabbed her fair neck with his right hand and said sternly, "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" Seeing that she was tied up, she should not be a member of the Slaughter Legion, otherwise she would not be alive now. With a delicate snort, The woman in black was grabbed by the neck and tilted to the left. You are not worthy of knowing who I am. Call your superiors over. Our sir. Lu Xiaoma snorted coldly and slid his right hand that was pinching her neck upwards, pinching her fair little face, and adjusted her position so that she faced him. You have no bargaining power with me now. Tell me immediately what skill you just used and what is your relationship with the Slaughter Legion. I told you. You don't deserve to know. Call your superiors over. The woman struggled stubbornly, but her strength was far less than Lu Xiaoma's. Lu Xiaoma was angry and pinched her cheeks with his right hand, moving it down and pinching her neck, gradually increasing the strength. I'm going to ask you one last time, you. Pooh. Before he could finish his words, the woman under him suddenly spit at him. Fortunately, she was pinching her neck, so only a few spit sprayed on Lu Xiaoma's face, but this also made him extremely angry. In anger, he simply stopped asking questions and gradually increased the strength of his right hand, causing the woman's fair face to turn red. This woman. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoma thought of the 5 orc corpses in Wuxing village. He paused and relaxed his grip. Then let me ask you another question. Who killed the orcs in Wuxing village? Cough, 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 you beast. Kill me if you dare. The woman coughed violently. Seeing her 2 red lips slightly closed and about to spit again, Lu Xiaoma pinched her cheeks in anger. My patience is running out. Last chance. Tell me right now what skill you used. What is your relationship with the Slaughter Legion? And those 5 orcs, did you kill them? You bastard. I'll kill you. The woman's face was pinched, she was slurring her words, and the resistance from below became more intense. Lu Xiaoma was furious and grabbed her collar with his left hand and tore it down fiercely. You are not afraid of death. Do you believe that I will kill you first and then strangle you to death? The tearing force was so great that a large piece of fabric was lost from her inner garment. The woman suddenly felt a chill on her chest and stopped resisting. Her whole body tensed straight. Lu Xiaoma tore off her clothes and raised his hand to tear off her blindfold. When he pulled off the blindfold, he saw her tightly closed eyes and her long eyelashes trembling slightly. You. How dare you? The woman suddenly woke up and opened her eyes. Lu Xiaoma wanted to make another move, but was suddenly frozen by the scene in front of him. His body suddenly stiffened as if his acupoints were pressed. For the first time in my life, I felt what visual impact meant. The moment the woman opened her eyes, it was like a gust of air rushing towards me. This woman was so beautiful that she didn't look like an ordinary woman, especially her pair of dark eyes. If you are not careful, you will fall into a deep trap. They were like 2 black holes that could swallow up all the light. I couldn't help myself after just one look. You. After a moment of daze, he immediately came to his senses and was about to speak when the woman in front of him suddenly raised her head slightly at an extremely fast speed, and her 2 tender red lips were imprinted on his lips. He was caught off guard again, and then Lu Xiaoma suddenly felt a pain in his crotch, and the weak body under him flashed and disappeared. He stood up reflexively, and was about to make the next reaction when suddenly a delicate shout came from behind him. The shadowy woman leaped into the air, clamped her 2 slender thighs around Lu Xiaoma's neck, and used the momentum of her falling body to pull Lu Xiaoma down. Lu Xiaoma fell to the ground, and the woman's knees bent back to clamp Lu Xiaoma's neck tightly and exerted heavy force. I will kill you. Lifting his head to look at the starry sky, Lu Xiaoma fumbled around with his arms, but couldn't find the woman's body. This woman was serious. He held his breath tightly, stepped on the ground with his feet, and suddenly flipped up. His feet drew a semicircle and landed on the top of his head. His knees just pressed down on the woman's shoulders. With a cry of pain, the woman let go of Lu Xiaoma's thighs and rolled to the side. Her petite body disappeared again. This woman's speed is unbelievable. 5 minutes later, Lu Xiaoma leaned against the half of the bus body that he had just cut off, and her shadow was no longer seen. Now he has no skills, he is just an ordinary awakener. His strength and speed are twice as much as before the apocalypse, that's all. If you face this woman, you will definitely die. But she never appeared again, probably because her skill time had expired. I just don't know what skill this is. Maybe her skill is the same as mine, and it is unique in this world. After waiting for another hour and still not seeing the woman, Lu Xiaoma felt relieved, thinking that her skill time must have expired. He lit a cigarette and walked carefully towards the 2 empty long-distance buses. The slaughter army hasn't killed all of them yet, and the 100 people at the Wulai toll station have to be killed by these women. Chapter 31. Sisters, we are all still alive. Who among you can drive a big car? The door of the sentry truck was open, and the driver was nowhere to be seen. Lu Xiaoma took a quick look and walked onto the empty long-distance bus and turned on the light at the driver's seat. These women had just heard the noise outside, and most of them were awake. However, a small number of them had lost the will to survive and were half conscious and half asleep. They looked at each other, not knowing who this soldier was. All of you get off the bus with me. In the camp, there was a fire, and there were 47 naked women in 2 cars. Do you have any awakened ones? A leader, please come and talk to me. The women got out of the car and were stunned by the scene before them. A river of blood, hundreds of corpses, and he was the only one standing. We are all awakened. After a moment of silence, a woman with waist-length hair, with her arms folded across her chest, gently raised her hands and said, "We were originally members of the adventure team from Luoye City, and we were captured by the Slaughter Legion." "Then you." Lu Xiaoma glanced at the time. It was 2:16 in the morning. He had noticed when he came here that this camp was a 20-minute drive from the toll station. He turned his head and looked at the woman who was speaking and said, "You are in charge now. Pick out some clothes, weapons, ammunition, and backpacks in the base. I want you to be in combat condition. You also need to arrange a team to search for food and supplies in this camp. I'll give you 20 minutes now. Hurry." The state of the battle was followed by a period of oppressive silence. "Make sure to complete the mission." The state during the battle. When the woman heard these words, for some reason, her eyes were instantly filled with tears. She cried out, took 2 steps forward, turned back, and cried out to the women with a tearful voice, "Sisters, we are all still alive." Just a few simple words expressed how sad they were these days. Perhaps only they themselves knew how they had survived these days. "We are still alive. We are still alive. We are still alive." Once, twice, and in a blink of an eye all the women were shouting this sentence, as if venting their emotions. They seemed to have been reborn as different people. They moved quickly and methodically, and their execution ability was no less than that of the female team members brought by Wunan. Even if you don't have the strength, you have to grit your teeth and persevere. Just because of the sentence, "We are still alive." Lu Xiaoma quietly watched them change their clothes quickly, check their magazines, and load bullets meticulously. It was hard to imagine that just a few hours ago, they were slumped and shivering in those 2 cars. "Captain." 20 minutes later, the woman who had just led the team had changed into a beige t-shirt, jeans, and a pair of girls' sneakers. She talked to a few women and confirmed something. She trotted over to Lu Xiaoma and reported in a serious tone, "There's a result, Captain. There are 13 undamaged trucks in this base now, including 9 passenger buses and 4 trucks. In addition, when we were caught a few days ago, this convoy actually had nearly 30 trucks. We don't know exactly where those trucks went. We just vaguely heard that their mission this time seemed to be to catch someone else. No news for the time being." The woman's voice was sonorous and powerful. Lu Xiaoma kept nodding his head. He thought they should catch the woman in black. Thinking of this, he looked around again and had a vague feeling that this woman might not have gone far. In addition, there is 1 truck of food in the 4 trucks, about 5 tons, 956 automatic rifles from the City Lord's mansion, and 117 boxes of ammunition. I didn't count the magazines, but there are at least 1,500 of them. Luoye City makes its own bullets in wooden boxes. 1 box contains 1,000 rounds, and 117 boxes contain 110,000 rounds of bullets. There are also nearly 1,000 automatic rifles. The City Lord's mansion sells them for 500 bullets, and the recycling price is 100 bullets. Finally, we found 375 energy crystals and 91 water crystals in the bed box of the RV. We also found 13 regeneration crystals on the headless body on the bed. When the woman finished her report, 2 women came over carrying boxes of ammunition. Lu Xiaoma was standing next to a fire, and the 2 women put the 2 boxes in front of him and opened them. It was originally a wooden box for bullets. When the lid was opened, it was filled with crystals the size of a $1 coin. 1 box contained milky white energy crystals, and the other contained light blue crystals. 375 energy crystals, 91 water crystals. Lu Xiaoma's heart moved. He bent down and grabbed a handful of crystals from the box. Crystals are produced in meteorites. At the beginning of the apocalypse, there were meteorites all around Luoye City, but after a year, almost all the nearby meteorites had been mined out. 1 energy crystal is worth 1,000 bullets, and 1 water crystal is worth 5,000 bullets. 375 energy crystals, 91 water crystals, worth 830,000 bullets, including the guns and ammunition seized, at least 200,000 bullets. In other words, this trip I made tonight not only killed more than 300 members of the Slaughter Legion, but also seized more than 1 million bullets and other property. Captain, these are regeneration crystals. We found 13 in total. A female team member stepped forward, carefully holding 13 blood-red crystals in her hands. Seeing this scene, even Lu Xiaoma couldn't help but feel his heart beating wildly. Regeneration crystals. It was the first time he had seen one after a year of experiencing the apocalypse. It was said to have the miraculous effect of regenerating severed limbs and was quite rare. The recycling price of the City Lord's mansion is 30,000 bullets each, and the auction can fetch about 50,000 bullets. 13 regeneration crystals are worth at least 600,000 bullets. You notify them and take a 10-minute break. We will set off in 10 minutes. The 2 crystal boxes were stored in the space, and the 13 regeneration crystals were carefully stored together. Lu Xiaoma turned around and wanted to find a place to sit down and smoke a cigarette. As soon as he turned around, his arm was grabbed by someone. "Captain, anything else?" She turned around in surprise and saw the woman who reported. She regretted holding Lu Xiaoma's arm and quickly withdrew her hand, nervously putting her hands behind her back. "Captain, my name is Enqing." "Enqing, I understand." Nodding slightly, Lu Xiaoma paused and added, "My name is Lu Xiaoma." After that, he walked to the shadow under a truck and lit a cigarette. "If we use our current team of 47 people to launch a surprise attack on the 100 people at the Wulai toll station, each person can kill about 2 people on average, but it will still be a bit difficult." We left the camp at 3 a.m. with 4 trucks and 3 long-distance buses, and after 20 minutes of travel, we stopped at a bend 3 kilometers away from the toll station. Enqing took 2 female team members to investigate. After 40 minutes, there was no movement or gunshots. Lu Xiaoma frowned, fearing that they were captured alive. "I'll go and check. You wait here. The convoy will turn around and be ready to retreat at any time." Lu Xiaoma jumped out of the car alone and ran forward for 1 kilometer. Then he felt 3 people running back from the opposite direction. Lu Xiaoma bent down and hid behind the highway guardrail. He saw that it was Enqing and the other 2 people. There was no one or car behind them, so he went forward to stop them. "Captain," Enqing panted. "Captain, there are no living people at the toll booth. There are only 100 corpses. They were all killed." Chapter 32. Unbelievable. 4 large trucks were parked side by side with their headlights shining, and 2 toll gates were cleared at the Wulai toll station. The abandoned cars were pushed to the sides of the road. There were some messy bullet shells on the ground, and 100 human corpses, all with the same cause of death. "Captain, we have checked everything." Enqing led the female team members to check each body one by one. They were all killed with a single knife, their throats were cut, and there were no bullet holes on any of them. The deaths of these people were simply unbelievable, and their bodies were scattered 200 meters before and after the toll station, proving that they were running away. "I see." Lu Xiaoma thought of the woman in black again. He had personally experienced how powerful that woman was. Even with her hands tied and her eyes blindfolded, she could still escape. If my guess is correct, the 5 corpses here and in 5-star village should have been done by her. What skills did she have that made her so powerful? "You guys put." When the words were on the tip of his tongue, Lu Xiaoma suddenly remembered that she had just fought with him, and in the end she should have escaped because her skill time was up. But what are these corpses now? Check how long these bodies have been dead immediately. After asking the question subconsciously, Lu Xiaoma had already strode towards the corpse, reached out and touched it, and found that the body was not completely stiff yet. It shouldn't be long. Enqing followed Lu Xiaoma and squatted down to examine the body with him. The body is still oozing blood. It shouldn't have been more than an hour. Standing up, Lu Xiaoma looked around, and a chill gradually rose in his heart. She didn't just run away, but let herself go? After coming to this conclusion, I was shocked. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. My life was so easy for her to take. This feeling is really bad. Seeing that the new team leader didn't say anything, the 47 female team members, including Enqing, didn't dare to make a sound and just looked at the team leader quietly. "Let's gather the team first and get back to the car." After a long while, Lu Xiaoma regained his composure and looked around. "Who among you is familiar with the terrain here?" The female team members looked at each other, and one of them raised her hand and said, "Captain, my family is originally from Wulai town. I am familiar with the surrounding area here." "You go to the first car and show the way. We are going to Funyo village." "Do you know how to get to Funyo village?" "I know." This time the female team member nodded firmly. "My husband's family is in Funyo village, not far ahead. My husband and I drive back to visit every year." "Captain." Seeing that Lu Xiaoma was about to order everyone to get in the car, Enqing asked anxiously, "Captain, aren't we going to confiscate these people's weapons? There are at least 100 automatic rifles here, and you can sell 10,000 bullets back at the city lord's mansion." "No need, the weapons will stay here, we will come back." Lu Xiaoma gave the order directly, and the female team members got on the bus one after another. They didn't understand, and Lu Xiaoma didn't explain much. "The weapons are left here. If the Slaughter Legion has follow-up troops, they will definitely confiscate them if they pass by here. If other teams of survivors pass by, they will also clean up the battlefield. When the ice ball passes through here again, we will know whether there is a new team passing through here." At 4:40 in the morning, the sky was slightly bright, and a light red light was sprinkled across the endless fields. On the cement road outside Funyo village, a Volkswagen Bora was the first to drive into Funyo village. The female team member on guard fired a warning shot, the white Bora stopped, and Lu Xiaoma got out of the back seat. The female team members on guard were very happy to see Lu Xiaoma, and they let him go immediately and notified others. The Bora honked twice, and 7 other trucks followed. Everyone come down. The convoy stopped at the entrance of the village. And Qing and 47 other women got off the car. Lu Xiaoma motioned for them to follow him and took them into the temporary small base in the village. Upon hearing that the commander had returned, Yi Rui, Wu Nan, and other women in the sleeper car got up immediately. When they got off the car, they found the commander with blood all over his face, and he was standing on the cement road in the center of the base with a large group of women in tattered clothes following him. Captain Yu. Wu Nan wanted to ask something, but Lu Xiaoma waved her over. Wu Nan, take the people to make breakfast for 100 people. They turned around and glanced at Qing and the other girls. They all eat breakfast here. Qing. Lu Xiaoma turned around, and Wu Nan followed his gaze and exclaimed, Qing, are you Qing? Sister Wu. Qing was even more surprised. She ran up and grabbed Wu Nan's hand. Sister Wu, why are you here? You and the team leader. He is the leader of our mission out of the city this time. Qing, haven't you already? Wu Nan suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Xiaoma in surprise. Leader, did you fight with the Slaughter Legion yesterday? They thought Lu Xiaoma was going to investigate the news of the Slaughter Legion. After all, he went out alone, but now they saw him coming back with Qing and the others. Does the captain dare to fight against the Slaughter Legion alone? How is this possible? Not only Wu Nan, Yi Rui, and Kusini had obviously also thought of this possibility and looked at Lu Xiaoma in surprise. Did he really fight against the Slaughter Legion alone? Wu Nan, you arrange for the team members to cook first. Qin Xian, add chili powder to the vegetables for breakfast, add 30 ham sausages to the cabbage soup, and add more salt. Also, prepare some more corn cakes during the day. Let's rest here for another day and leave tomorrow. They knew each other. There was nothing surprising about it. They were both awakened women, and they might have both been in the job market. No. Qin Xian nodded slightly, thinking of something. She took a step forward, but before she could say anything, she saw Lu Xiaoma turned around and jumped out of the base fence alone. Not knowing what to do, she hurriedly called 2 female team members to help find the snack ingredients in the space on the cement road in the center of the village. When she looked up again, the captain was gone. Wu Nan, the ingredients for the snack are here. I'll be out for a while. Qin Xian hurriedly said a few words to Wu Nan and chased in the direction the captain had just jumped out. A good cook cannot cook without rice. There is no money to pay everyone's salary today. Qin Xian dare not tell anyone else for fear of causing a commotion. She can only talk to Lu Xiaoma alone first. After jumping out of the temporary base, Lu Xiaoma felt uncomfortable with the stickiness all over his body. His face and body were covered with blood. He had been lying on the hillside for 6 hours yesterday. When he was killing people at night, he didn't know how many people's blood was splashed on his pants below the knees. There was blood in my hiking boots, and my feet felt like they were swimming, which was very uncomfortable. He looked around and saw no one following him. So he turned into a farmer's yard and opened the door to go in. In a rural house in the north, the first thing you see when you enter the house is the kitchen. There is a big black pot on each of the 2 stoves on the left and right. The door faces a corridor. At the end of the corridor are east and west rooms on both sides, and each room has a com. The house had been unoccupied for more than a year, and it smelled musty. I sniffed, turned around, closed the door, took off my shoes first, and threw them into the black iron pot together with my socks. I immediately felt a lot more comfortable. He walked to the other side and sat down in front of the stove, unbuttoning his clothes. These clothes were taken from the soldier named Wang Meng, whom he killed last night. He took off his coat and t-shirt, stood up slightly, and stripped his boxer briefs down to his heels. He put one foot on the trouser leg of the other foot, pulled his foot out, and kicked his other foot hard outwards, and his boxer briefs and outer trousers flew into the big iron pot on the other side. Finally able to take a shower, Lu Xiaoma breathed a sigh of relief. Before he even finished showering, he felt refreshed and relaxed. Since I encountered the Slaughter Corps yesterday morning, I lay on the hillside during the day and sneaked into the Slaughter Corps at night, killing no less than 300 people. Finally, I met the woman in black again. This day was comparable to a year's experience for others. Not only was I physically tired, my nerves were constantly tense, and I was even more mentally exhausted. He stood up and walked to the big black pot that contained his clothes and shoes and relieved himself in it. He had a mental obsession with cleanliness and was unwilling to give away his unwanted clothes and shoes to others. It was as if he would rather kill Binger than let her live. I will not allow anyone else to use a woman I have used, even if I don't want her anymore. Of course, those in the red light district who I have never had any feelings for are excluded. Thinking about all sorts of things in his head, Lu Xiaoma found a piece of soap and a crystal in the space. He held the crystal in his hand and raised it above his head with a little force. A stream of water poured down and flushed for a while. Then he started to wash his hair and apply soap. Captain Yu. Chapter 33. The leader has something to announce. A gentle female voice was heard at the door, followed by a loud exclamation. After experiencing a day and night yesterday, Lu Xiaoma was really tired. He had just taken a shower, and his mind was completely empty. He didn't even notice the footsteps outside the door. Qin Xian had just chased out of the small base and had lost the team. After searching for a while, she suddenly found water seeping from under the door of the family. She was worried about the team members' salaries. Seeing the water, he didn't think much about it. He called out softly, pushed the door open, and washed himself in front of Lu Xiaoma. The two of them faced each other. Qin Xian was stunned for 2 seconds. Then she exclaimed, her pretty face flushed, and she quickly turned around and ran back. After running 2 steps, she thought about the salary again. If she didn't say it now, it would be difficult to find an opportunity to meet the team leader alone. Qin Xian stopped herself, and her heart was pounding. She carefully took 2 steps backwards, with her back to Lu Xiaoma. Captain, I want to tell you about the salary in the group. There is no money left. We will be out of money tonight. Her heart was still beating a little fast. Others may not believe it, but Qin Xian has been a well-behaved rich girl since she was a child. Today is the first time in her life that she has witnessed the difference between men and women. I actually saw the leader there. Wait for me 2 minutes. Lu Xiaoma was slightly stunned, but did not feel embarrassed. After the apocalypse, the sense of shame between men and women had long been diluted and was not as strong as before the apocalypse. Before he met Binger, his adventure team often ate and lived together with men and women. For safety reasons, they often went to the toilet together outside the city. Men and women urinated together, but everyone was used to it. Perhaps it is true that the old saying goes, when you are well fed and warm, you will desire money. After the apocalypse, ordinary people go hungry for 30 days a month, so it is normal for them to have poor minds. Of course, this theory may only be valid for ordinary people. Young ladies like Qin Xian, who are level 3 special awakeners, may still have strong concepts about men and women. The body and mind will not be easily defiled. Just this little episode. The fog was a little heavy in the early morning. The blood-red morning sun reluctantly peeked out from the horizon, and the air was filled with a strange light red color. A few dozen meters away at the temporary base, the veteran team members got up to cook and prepared a few more big black pots. The wood fire under the pots was crackling. The purified water in the pots was boiling. 2 female team members went to the truck to get a 100-gene sack, moved it to the inner circle of the base, and put it next to a big black pot. One person held the mouth of the sack, and the other bent down, picked up the corn kernels in the sack with both hands, and put them into the boiling water. Soon, bursts of corn aroma wafted in the air. What is meant to come will come. Lu Xiaoma changed into a brand new windbreaker and hiking shoes, washed off the dirt, and felt refreshed. Now his clothes were new and his body was clean, and he had swept away all the fatigue from yesterday. Of course, it would be more comfortable if I could take a hot bath, but the conditions are limited now. I will just keep the desire to take a hot bath in my heart. There will always be a day for that. When I walked out of the farmhouse, I saw Qin Xian still obediently with her back to the door, with her head down. After nearly 5 minutes, her 2 little fists were still tightly clenched. Lu Xiaoma walked over and patted her shoulder, but she cried out like a frightened little rabbit and hid several meters away. What are you doing? The bathhouse was dirty, so the 2 of them walked along the cement road in the village and walked about 10 meters to the end of the village. They saw a 2-story building with a stone table and 4 stone benches in the yard. Lu Xiaoma turned into the yard, and Qin Xian followed him with her head down. Captain, now the account of the group is. Lu Xiaoma sat down in front of a stone bench, found a can of Pepsi in the space, unzipped the ring, tilted his head back, and took a sip. A refreshing feeling went down his throat and into his stomach. I know, I'm out of money. Qin Xian seemed unwilling to sit at the same table with Lu Xiaoma, and she didn't dare to face him, fearing that he would look at her and make her panic. She stood quietly behind Lu Xiaoma and said in a low voice, Yes, the group is out of money now. I haven't told Sister Ku and Yi Rue yet, but the truth can't be hidden for long. I'll find a way. Lu Xiaoma took a deep puff of cigarette and frowned slightly. He also knew that this matter would be resolved sooner or later. Have breakfast first, and I'll explain it to everyone after breakfast. Explain clearly? No money means no money. How can you explain it clearly? It's a bit confusing, Qin Xian is worried about him. What she was worried about was not her own salary. She was afraid that Lu Xiaomao would not be able to come up with the money and everyone would abandon him. She was very worried about him. Maybe she herself didn't understand now why she was worrying about him. She stood silently behind Lu Xiaomao for more than 5 minutes, thinking that he was thinking, but she didn't expect him to say another word. Captain. After a long silence, Qin Xian couldn't help but speak. Then let's have dinner tonight. Lu Xiaomao stood up and interrupted her. Let's eat first. The two returned to the base one after the other. Qin Xian lowered her head and kept a distance of 5 meters from Lu Xiaomao. Just as she crossed the fence, Miao Xiaohua jumped out from nowhere. Sister Xian Xian. Qin Xian was startled and said angrily, What are you doing? You scared me. My Miss Xian Xian. Miao Xiaohua said with a long tone, turning her big black eyes, circling around Qin Xian's body, looking at her naked body, lowering her head, and sniffing hard on her clothes. My little sister, what did you do with the captain just now? Why do you smell like a man? And it smells fishy. What a manly thing to say, just talk nonsense. Qin Xian felt a little uncomfortable because of her, and said angrily, Stop it. Hua, the team leader and I are discussing work. Hey, are you shy, young lady? Shy? What are you talking about? As they were talking, Su Feifei jogged on the other side of the fence, adjusting the hem of her dress as she ran. Did I miss anything? Meow 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 meow. Tell me quickly. My period came just now. Although the two girls were only 16, Qin Xian was not as thick-skinned as them. She cursed and walked away quickly. Miao Xiaohua wanted to chase her, but was grabbed by Su Feifei. What on earth is this? Are you trying to make me die of anxiety? You're trying to drive me crazy. It's over. It's over. She ran away. The small base was filled with fragrance. There was corn rice, spicy cabbage soup, and ham in the soup. It was a hearty breakfast. The female team members were in a good mood, chatting and laughing as they lined up to get their meals. And Qing, come here. In the corner of the base, between the truck and the houses, the 47 new women sat in several rows in this small corner, leaning against each other, somewhat stiffly. Wu Nin walked over and greeted them enthusiastically. You new team members, come over here to get food. The team leader has ordered that every team member in our team can get a can of fermented bean curd. You can choose between red or green fermented bean curd, steaming corn rice, spicy cabbage soup, ham, fermented bean curd. Can we eat these? Swallowing her saliva with a blush, and Qing carefully confirmed with Wu Nin that the female team members behind her had also fallen into the trap and were unable to climb out. Of course, Wu Nin smiled and walked forward to hug in Qing's waist. The two walked to a big black pot together. These are specially prepared for you. There are 2 more bags of chili powder in your pots than in ours. Come on, everyone, follow me. Let's get a new lunchbox each. After dinner, the leader has something to announce. Chapter 34, 10-year long-term contract. There are 3 cement roads in the village. The small base is built on the middle one, with sleeper cars and trucks crossing in front and back. 1-meter-high fences run from the front and rear of the cars to the houses on both sides. The female team members gathered around the fire, leaned against the wall of the sleeper car, leaned against the truck, leaned against the house, leaned against the fence, in groups of 3 or 5, talking and laughing while eating delicious breakfast. After the end of the world, this is the best team they have ever joined. There are no stinky men who tease them in the team. The only precious treasure is their team leader. Of course, the food is also the best. Lu Xiaomao got his lunch and walked to an empty corner of the house. He ate a bite, found a crystal to rinse the lunchbox, put it into the space, and lit a cigarette out of habit. After a few days of contact, the female team members all knew that the team leader liked quietness and no one to disturb him. Perhaps it was because he had been a lone ranger for too long, and Lu Xiaomao had not yet fully adapted to this kind of team life. After the incident with Binger, he chose to isolate himself most of the time. Sometimes he even felt that madmen were simpler than humans and easier to get along with. There is no intrigue in the madman's world, only life and death. He has become accustomed to this simple life. The female team members enjoyed breakfast for an hour. After the meal, they all looked at Lu Xiaomao intentionally or unintentionally. After breakfast, Yi Rue leaned under the shade of the sleeper car. Qin Xian walked over and whispered a few words to her. Yi Rue looked at Lu Xiaomao in surprise, stood up, dusted herself off, and went to gather the team. The team is divided into 3 groups. 1 group of 10 special awakened women, Wu Nan's team, and the new team of Inqing. The assembly is complete. In the corner of the houses on the other side, Lu Xiaomao put out his cigarette and walked slowly to the center of the 3 teams. The 3 teams formed a fan shape. Opposite, leaning against the sleeper car, were Yi Rue and 10 other special awakeners, and on the left and right sides were Wu Nan and Enqing. Lu Xiaoma stood next to a fire in the middle, with more than 100 eyes looking at him. To inform you of the news. Lu Xiaoma looked around calmly and said, "From today on, the regiment has no money to pay salaries. Those who want to leave can take their weapons, equipment, and food with them in the cars at the entrance of the village. For those who stay, I will make up their salaries after returning to the city. In addition, everyone will be given a 10-year long-term contract. Finally, you can rest here for one more day today, and then we can go." The sudden news stunned the female team members, and they looked at each other, at a loss. Yi Rui and Cassini went to see Qin Xian first, and when they saw her with her head down and keeping silent, they knew it was true. No one expected that the team leader, who spent money like water, suddenly announced that he had no money. Lu Xiaoma said this calmly and walked back to the sleeper car. He hadn't slept for a day and a night, so he needed to rest. It was up to the female team members to choose whether to go or stay. In fact, he can also use crystals as salary. Crystals are also a kind of currency. The crystals in the space that swept the Slaughter Legion last night were worth 1.6 million. But I don't want to do this, because the treasure is ahead. Those who don't trust me can leave now, and those who stay with me until the end, I will support them for 10 years. Betray. Perhaps because of Binger's psychological shadow, Lu Xiaoma is more afraid of betrayal than others. The team leader returned to the sleeper car alone. The female team members looked at each other. Wu Nan and Enqing gathered their own teams, and Yi Rui, Cassini, and other women also gathered together. Before long, Enqing and the others chose to believe their leader. Before last night, they had been living a life worse than death, like walking corpses, and were just tools for those men to vent their anger. It was the team leader who saved them. As long as the team leader doesn't mind, they will follow him for the rest of their lives, even without salary. Wu Nan's team also quickly got results. Their salary was 100 bullets per day, and the 2 villages they were clearing were enough to pay their salaries. Moreover, after returning to the city, there will be a 10-year long-term contract. It is a 10-year long-term contract. In Lia City, I have never heard of any adventure group that would issue a 10-year long-term contract. Only Yi Rui and other special awakeners are a little conflicted. The group is now out of money, and they have such high salaries, but also a 10-year long-term contract. No wonder they were suspicious. 10 special awakened women walked into a house on the side. Yi Rui was the last one to enter the house and closed the door. The rural kitchen is rectangular, about 30 square meters, with 10 women sitting on the stove or leaning against the wall. Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua are sitting on the stove, with the blind girl in the middle. It was quite rare that the 2 dirty girls were not in a good mood today. Su Feifei said uninterestedly, "Actually, Miao Miao and I don't care. Anyway, we only have 300 bullets a day. We can eat well and live well here. Yes, being supported by someone after returning to the city is just like the life I dream of." Sitting on the stove, Miao Xiaohua put her 2 little feet on the edge of the stove, her elbows on her knees, and her hands on her chin. "I really want to be supported by someone. These days out of town, these 2 girls haven't touched any water. They'll live like this until they die." Xiao Xian. Leaning against the wall, Cassini straightened up slightly. Today she was wearing a pair of slim-fit beige trousers and a beige shirt with a large collar. She usually didn't want to wear these in the city, but when she heard that the team leader had returned in the morning, she somehow put them on in a hurry. There is no money in the group's account. Qin Xian clenched her fist with one hand and clenched the corner of her clothes with the other hand, then released it. She was obviously a little nervous. 2 days ago, she took a deep breath and tried to keep a steady pace. 2 days ago, I went to see the team leader. In the team leader's space, I received my salary in denominations of 10 and 20 yuan. So I guess he really has no money, and he didn't lie to us. I really have no money. It was the first time for the women in the room to encounter such a thing, and everyone was silent for a while. But that, Qin Xian swallowed her saliva, feeling that the silence was terrifying. She added, "But I estimate that the villages we have searched in the past 2 days are worth at least 400,000 yuan, which is enough to pay our salaries." She added this. Kusini looked at Qin Xian in surprise. Normally, she would stay away from men even when walking, but today her behavior was a little abnormal. Seeing several sisters looking at her, Qin Xian's cheeks flushed, and one hand tightly grasped the corner of her clothes. She felt more and more uncomfortable being stared at by them. She cleared her throat with forced calmness and added, I will just tell everyone what I know. If you all leave, I will go with you. I will never believe him again. Ever since I saw the place where the leader was, I don't know why, my heart is always in a mess, and I always think of it. I believe Xiao Xian. Qin Xian is her sister after all, and she doesn't want her to be embarrassed. Kusini cleared her throat and helped her out. The group of women he brought back today had 5 tons of food and 1,000 rifles in the car. I'm not worried about whether he can pay our salaries. What I don't understand now is why he offered us a 10-year long-term contract. This is also what I don't understand. Yi Rui pondered for a long time, frowning. He is not in a hurry to search the nearby villages. He is just in a hurry to go to Qing'an County. I think he has hidden a lot of things from us. Chapter 35. What does he want to do? At 8 o'clock in the evening, after dinner, the female team members went outside in groups of 3 or 5 to enjoy the cool air. The damn weather was already 26 degrees in the early summer, and it was even more stuffy in the car. We are here. Qing'an County is at least 80 kilometers away from us. As it got dark, a provincial map was found in a private house. Yi Rui, Kusini, and other women were in the house inside the base. The map was spread out on a large rural kong, and 6 candles were lit around it. The outer room is the kitchen, and the door leads to the inner circle of the base. During the day, the female team members had dismantled the wardrobe on the kong and sealed the window of the inner room with wooden boards. They planned to sleep in this room tonight. There are 2 towns and 7 villages near Qing'an County. The kong was hard, and women were not used to sitting cross-legged. Yi Rui and the other women sat on their knees, with their thighs pressing on their calves and their buttocks pressing on their heels. Their legs would become numb if they sat in this position for a long time. Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua felt bored after sitting for a while, so they ran out and returned to the sleeper car, leaving a message: just light some candles. The remaining 8 special awakened women. Based on the 2 villages we searched, the supplies in one village are worth between 200,000 and 300,000 bullets. 6 candles were lit around the kong, but the map in the middle of the kong was still dark. Qin Xian held a flashlight and shone it on the map, pointing her finger at Qing'an County on the map. On the way from here to Qing'an County, we have to pass 2 villages. 10 kilometers before Qing'an County, we will get off the provincial road and turn onto the rural road. From here we can bypass Qing'an and go behind it. We can search for 3 more villages, and then we will reach Lahu Township. Kusini frowned and interrupted. But with our current strength, we can't take down a township. The population of Tiger Township is at least 20,000. Yeah, I think so too, Zoya agreed. Including the newcomers, we only have about 100 people now. Even if we use our skills together, facing 1,000 lunatics head-on is already the limit. We don't have the ability to search an entire town. The women were silent for a while. After a long while, Yi Rui spoke softly. Didn't we seize several trucks from the Slaughter Legion? We can dismantle the steel from these villages and sell it to the city lord's mansion to water the city gates. The city lord's mansion was purchasing steel, but the purchase price for 1 ton of steel was only 1,000 bullets. A large truck could carry at most 3 tons of scrap steel and 3,000 bullets, which was only Yi Rui's one-day salary. Ordinary awakened people would not bother to do work like hauling steel, as they are just ordinary people at the bottom of society who do it to make a living. This approach obviously doesn't work. Inside the room, the women fell into deep thought again, and it became increasingly unclear what he was trying to do. Outside the house, the ordinary female team members had no such worries. They sat together and laughed, and Qing led the 47 newcomers to search door to door, looking for some clean clothes and shoes. Captain, we found it. There is a white house in the center of the village with a sign hanging on the door that reads Funyo Health Center. The 47 female team members all entered the yard and turned on the 4 flashlights they had just found. For beams of light were emitted, and Qing led a dozen people into the house. A female team member was holding a small rectangular medicine box. She looked a little excited, but her excitement was mixed with a hint of bitterness. Emergency contraceptive pills. Although I want to forget those hellish days, what happened has already happened and cannot be erased. It is effective 72 to 120 hours after the event. It was still the water bottle distributed by the group, and Qing distributed these small white pills to the sisters with tears in her eyes. She also swallowed one herself, drank a sip of water with tears in her eyes, and drank it down with her head tilted back. Lily, what are you doing? You can't eat too much of this. Everyone was given 1 pill, and a few were saved at the end. A female team member suddenly stepped forward, stuffed all the remaining pills into her mouth, tilted her head back, and was about to drink water to swallow them. A female team member next to her hurried out to stop her. I don't want to give birth to those beast children. I don't want to. I really don't want to. Lily struggled and shook her head, swallowed all the pills, and cried and hugged her sisters around her. I don't want to. I really don't want to. She didn't want to give birth to those beastly children, but her sisters felt sorry for her and started sobbing. In the camp, the sleeper car had its door open. Sitting at the door was a girl dressed lightly in a tank top, shorts, and a very childish face. She was sitting on the 3rd step to get on the car. She had taken off her sneakers, and her little feet were swinging back and forth. She would look back inside the car from time to time. It feels so good. On the roof of the sleeper car, Miao Xiaohua and several girls around her were topless, happily spreading their arms, facing the gentle breeze. After blowing for a while, she slowly squatted down, holding a steel bar on the roof with one hand, and leaned down. Fei Fei, is the captain awake? No, no. I've asked you several times, are you annoying? Su Feifei hung her head and answered unhappily. There was nothing she could do since she lost the game of rock, paper, scissors. Then they turned on the light. As the sky gradually darkened, Miao Xiaohua pressed her left wrist with her right hand, and the surrounding 100 square meters lit up with a light green color, like night vision goggles, but much brighter than night vision goggles, and objects could be seen clearly within 100 square meters. Hey, what do you mean? Su Feifei raised her neck in dissatisfaction and shouted at her head. You are shining a green light on my head. Are you trying to seduce my husband? First you have to have a husband. As we all know, August is the time when Sister Moon has her period every summer. Grandpa's son is extremely thirsty and devotes all his enthusiasm to his work, being serious and meticulous. At noon, at the basketball court of Spring City University, Lu Xiaoma, 3 of his roommates, and Lao Hu from the next dormitory, the 5 of them came off the court panting. Sweating profusely, Lu Xiaoma took off his vest and twisted his hands in 2 directions, which were dripping with sweat. He then took the wrung-out vest and wiped it roughly on his upper body, then took out 5 yuan from his pants pocket and handed it to the 3rd roommate. All right, Sanner, I accept the loss. The 3rd student in the dormitory still looked indignant. That guy played basketball so dirty, his elbows were like they had no eyes. Haha, didn't the boss avenge you? The 2nd oldest in the dormitory smiled and pointed at a group of people who had just finished their fight opposite. One of them was the boy who had elbowed the 3rd oldest. The boy was applying an ice pack to his eyes. Play the whole game. 10 balls. 3-pointers count as 2. Losers by water. The 3rd roommate muttered dirty words and trotted to the school supermarket. Hey. Look. Moer, get up quickly. The 3rd child went to buy some water, and the remaining 4 sat down casually on the ground beside the basketball court. Lao Hu from the next door dormitory was a few months older than Lu Xiaoma. He was so excited that he jumped up from the ground, grabbed Lu Xiaoma's arm, pointed at the distance and shouted, Over there, isn't that Qin Xian, the #1 goddess in our school? I stood up after being pulled by Lao Hu. I looked in the direction of his finger. In front of the #3 teaching building, a graceful figure was walking towards the basketball court with light steps like the breeze. Time seemed to stand still, the air around him froze, and the excited look on Lao Hu's face froze, with a drop of shiny saliva still remaining at the corner of his mouth. Absolute stillness, absolute silence. The only thing in the world was my heartbeat and Qin Xian, who was walking towards me step by step with light steps and a smile. Chapter 36, A Very Fast Woman. Call. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lu Xiaoma suddenly sat up from the bed, and his forehead hit the middle bunk with a bang. He grimaced and subconsciously reached out to cover his forehead. Fortunately, few people saw it. Several female team members passing by covered their mouths and chuckled. It turned out that the team leader also had a cute side. Lu Xiaoma was still a little confused after just waking up, but the dream was too real. It really happened. The 3rd brother in the dormitory was tricked on the court, and he helped the 3rd brother to get revenge. Later, Lao Hu pulled himself up and pointed at Qin Xian. Except for the final moment when time stood still, everything is still vivid in my mind, as if it happened yesterday. Captain. With a gentle call, Lu Xiaoma's eyes gradually focused on a pretty face. It was Qin Xian. For some reason, his heart beat violently a few times. Ever since he met Binger, he hasn't had a similar heartbeat since then. Perhaps it was because of the dream I just had. The first person I saw after waking up happened to be Qin Xian again. The dream came true and she really walked towards him, right in front of him. Leader. Seeing Lu Xiaoma staring at her, Qin Xian felt a little uncomfortable. Before the end of the world, she and Lu Xiaoma were in the same school, but at that time, she was the goddess at the center of the stage, while Lu Xiaoma was a weed on the roadside that would take days to stand up straight if stepped on. Lu Xiaoma knew her, but she didn't know Lu Xiaoma. I just fell asleep. Coming back to his senses, Lu Xiaoma fished out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket, took a deep breath, and lit it. How long have I slept? What time is it now? It's 10 o'clock. Qin Xian glanced at her wrist and asked gently, Captain, did you call me for something just now? Did I call you? Somewhat surprised, Lu Xiaoma looked at Qin Xian blankly. Qin Xian was inexplicably nervous when he looked at her, and lowered her head nervously. Yes, You called my name. She thought to herself, you called me several times. No wonder he could see her when he really opened his eyes. Lu Xiaoma thought of the dream again. Maybe he really called her name. Nothing. Then he shook his head. I might have had a dream just now. Qin Xian blushed and turned around, walked back to her bed, and sat down. Yi Rui and the other girls will sleep on the Kong in the house tonight. She stayed here to tell Lu Xiaoma the news that they stayed and waited silently for Lu Xiaoma to wake up. Thinking of this, she went back again. Wu Nan and Qing and others chose to stay, and Qin Xian also expressed her attitude on behalf of Yi Rui and others. Everyone chose to stay. Lu Xiaoma was not too surprised, but he couldn't help but feel a warm current in his heart. Let's have a good meal tonight, canned food from the group. It's already 10 o'clock. We've already eaten. Wu Nan stood in the aisle with her hands behind her back, smiling. She and Qing came over. And Qing, what's wrong with you? Lu Xiaoma stood up and put on a t-shirt, and saw that there were obvious traces of tears on Qing's face. No, it's nothing, Captain. And Qing wiped her eyes and forced a smile. It's no big deal. We found a box of emergency contraceptive pills, and the sisters all took them. It's all over. Is it all over? Some sisters have been arrested for a month. Seeing Lu Xiaoma still looking at her, and Qing smiled brightly. It's okay, Captain, don't worry. After we return to the city, there is still a hospital. We will handle it ourselves. Qin Xian and Wu Nan looked at Qing with a little sympathy. As women, they couldn't imagine how they managed to get through those days. After a moment of silence, Lu Xiaoma nodded and said, after we return to the city, the expenses will be charged to the group's account. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, the female players were radiant and full of energy. After winning the previous few days, Lu Xiaoma breathed a sigh of relief. No matter whether they were doing it for that 10-year long-term contract or for some other reason, as long as they could follow him back to the city safely this time. Then we will support them for 10 years, and if any of them are killed in battle, their family pension will be 10 times the amount. Captain, we have prepared enough corn tortillas for 5 days. Captain, all the ammunition has been replenished for the team members. Each person has 15 magazines. The grenades are stored at the rear of the truck. They can all be distributed within 1 minute during the battle. Captain, the new members have completed their formation. Captain, all cars have been fully filled with energy gasoline. Captain, all 100 members of the ICE group have assembled. After breakfast, Lu Xiaoma personally inspected the team. The female team members were in high spirits. Their weapons and ammunition were polished to a shine. There were exactly 100 female team members in the whole regiment, 101 including him. With the experience of being ambushed last time, this time, the ICE group set up a Pathfinder vehicle, the White Bora in the village, which went first for 10 kilometers, followed by a long-distance bus, 3 long-distance seated cars, and 5 box trucks. The ICE group's convoy set off again. After turning out of the rural road of Funyo village, the convoy got on the national highway again. In the sleeper car, Lu Xiaoma was still standing in the co-pilot seat, watching the road conditions ahead through the windshield at all times. There were 2 rows of aisles behind him, with 3 rows of beds. The female team members had slept all night and were tired of lying down. Most of them got out of bed and curled up on the lower bunk, chatting quietly. The sleeper car was occupied by the female team members brought from the city. And Qing and the other 47 female team members were in worse conditions, so they sat in 3 two-seat cars at the back. However, there were only a dozen people in a long-distance bus, and they could lie down. Safety. The Wulai toll station was ahead. The Bora arrived here first as agreed. It honked twice to indicate it was safe. The convoy drove 100 meters in front of it and stopped. Lu Xiaoma jumped out of the car first and strode towards the toll station. Captain, Gu Wenxia and 3 other drivers were already waiting here. Lu Xiaoma and the female team members came over to investigate. And Qing had already reported the situation here to Yi Rui and the others. But when Yi Rui and the others actually saw the bodies, they couldn't help but frown. They were all killed with a knife in the throat. They had never seen this kind of death in their many battles outside the city. Yes, there are no shells in the distance, but the ones on the ground. Kusini said suspiciously. Xiao Rui, do you think this situation was caused by you stone-skinned people? Probably not. Yi Rui squatted in front of a corpse, frowning and thinking. If it was a team of stone-skinned people, they probably wouldn't choose this method of killing. After all, this is a battle between the survivors. When fighting against humans, the most effective weapon is the automatic rifle. Humans are not crazy, and you don't necessarily have to shoot them in the head. This method of killing. Lu Xiaoma checked the guns on the ground. He walked back to Yi Rui and Kusini, who had not been touched. These were done by a woman. I have seen her. A woman did it? Wearing a tight black leather jacket and leather pants, With a slender and perfect figure of 176 centimeters, Yi Rui stood up in surprise when she heard Lu Xiaoma's voice, a little incredulous. Captain, are you saying that these people were killed by a woman? How is that possible? Is there really a level 3 stone-skin person? Kusini also stood up in surprise. Lu Xiaoma stood between the two women, looking at the corpse on the ground, and shook his head slightly. It's not a stone-skin person. It's a woman with very fast speed. Chapter 37. The Leader's New Formation. Da-da-da-da-da. Countless fire snakes and fierce gunfire. Hold on. Don't use your skills lightly. 40 kilometers away from Qing'an County on the National Highway, the ICE group's convoy encountered the largest group of crazy people since leaving the city. Except for Lin Ming'er, all 99 female members of the regiment were carrying automatic rifles. There was a two-way national highway with a central isolation belt and 4 large trucks on both sides. Ordinary awakened female members leaned against the sides of the cars and fired fiercely. Yi Rui and 7 other awakened people with special abilities stood on the roof of the sleeper car, ready to be on standby at any time. Now, even the 2 lantern girls, Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua, were carrying rifles and standing guard at the rear of the team. Hissing and screaming, 500 meters away, a crowd of crazy people rushed forward with bloodshot eyes, dancing and screaming. Facing a hail of bullets hitting them could only cause their bodies to pause slightly. Unless it was a shot in the head, the shots were basically ineffective. 300 meters, 200 meters. The madmen in the front row fell down one after another, tripping over the madmen in the back row. However, these tripped madmen merely rolled on the ground a few times, climbed up using their hands and feet, and rushed forward again with a roar. Hold on, don't retreat. Lu Xiaoma yelled, turned around and said, By Lulu, be ready to obey my orders at any time. He jumped out of the car, jumped into the driver's seat of the sleeper car, and stared at the crowd of crazy people in front. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. Suddenly, a group of crazy people who were rushing in the front on both sides of the national highway fell forward in unison. There was a steel wire rope at ankle height, with 2 big stones tied on both sides. Although they are not very strong, a slight resistance can change their center of gravity when running at high speed. The madmen in the front row stumbled, and the madmen behind them fell on them unexpectedly, and the madmen in the back row fell on top of the madmen in the second row. Almost there. Lu Xiaoma pressed the horn in the car, and after a series of blasts, the 20 female team members in the front row simultaneously took out grenades, pulled open the pull rings, and threw them fiercely into the group of crazy people in front. Bang! 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 There were loud roars, and the sleeper car horn had not stopped. The 20 female members of the second row threw grenades. 40 grenades exploded in succession. 20 meters away, blood and flesh flew everywhere where the madmen fell, and broken limbs were everywhere. Careful! A female team member in the front row bit her lower lip with her upper teeth, and her automatic rifle in her hand violently spewed fire snakes. Suddenly, there was an explosion in front of her, and a black dot shot straight in front of her. There was no time to dodge. The female team member was shocked and hurriedly dodged to the right, bumping into her companion on the right, and then she felt a concentrated pain in her shoulder. Scream. A madman's head, with its jaw blown off, leaving only the upper half of the mouth. The upper row of teeth absorbed the force of the explosion and were embedded in the female team member's shoulder. Help her down. Beside her, Wenan grabbed the madman's head on the female team member's shoulders with both hands, pulled its 2 ears and pulled it down hard. The female team member screamed, and Wenan threw her head down and kicked forward fiercely with his right foot. The madman kicked his head into the air and was hit by a stray bullet in the air. The impact force shot him back to the madman. At this moment, the sleeper car honked again, and then the 4 trucks on both sides of the lane began to honk at the same time. The 4 trucks simultaneously engaged reverse gear, turned on the reverse lights, and slowly backed up. Da-da-da-da-da. The sound of gunfire continued. On both sides of the straight national highway, more than 80 female team members were stationed on both sides of 8 large trucks, firing and slowly retreating as the trucks. The arresting lock 20 meters away had lost its effectiveness and was kicked out in an arc by countless lunatics. The large stones fixed on both sides also moved away from their original positions. The steel wire lost its strength and drooped to the ground. Under the broken limbs and bodies of the madmen, there were nearly 1,000 madmen, screaming and shouting as they stepped over the bodies of their companions and continued to rush forward. Everyone calm down. Teams 2 and 3 guard both sides. Teams 4 and 5 guard the rear of the car. On both sides of the national highway, Wenan and Enchin shouted the same words almost at the same time. This was the task assigned by Lu Xiaoma personally before the war. Although they had many battle experiences, this was the first time they used this novel formation. There are 4 large trucks on both sides of the national highway, 2 on each side. There are 40 female team members on each side of the trucks, divided into 8 teams, each with 5 people. Between the front ends of the 2 trucks, there are 5 steel ropes pulled on the top, middle, and bottom respectively. The trucks move backwards synchronously, using only the force of the reverse gear without accelerating, and their speeds are almost synchronized. The 5 steel wires were pulled straight, and the female team members opened fire from behind them. The madmen rushed to the front of the steel wires, but were stopped and shot in the head. The carts continued to move slowly backwards, and their bodies fell forward. The madmen behind them rushed forward again, but were stopped by the steel wires again and shot in the head. This cycle repeated. The female team members were always within the distance between the large trucks and were not in any danger. There's a madman coming from behind. A group of crazy people bypassed the 2 sides of the car wall and had already circled to the rear of the truck, but they did not expect that the rear of the truck was also blocked by a wire rope, and female team members were deployed to shoot. This was the solution Lu Xiaoma had thought of. They used a large cart to create a mobile temporary base. Once they encountered danger, the doors would be open and the female team members could get on the car quickly. At that time, Yurue and other girls on the roof would use their skills. Unless they encountered orcs, there would be no chance of escape. At first, this novel formation was questioned by Yurue and Cassini, but now it seems that it has worked wonders. I haven't killed so happily in a long time. Gradually adapting to this new formation, the female players became more and more adept at it. The female player at the front was almost shooting face to face with the madman, without having to aim. Go to hell. A female team member excitedly thrust the muzzle of her gun directly into the mouth of the madman in front of her and pulled the trigger. A row of bullets penetrated the back of the madman's head and scattered to hit the heads of the 3 companions behind him. The female team member laughed and shouted, "Haha, it's so cool. No need to hold down the gun." Originally, with continuous firing of this automatic rifle, the muzzle would gradually float upwards, but this female team member directly thrust the muzzle into the madman's mouth, so that the muzzle was pressed against his upper gums, and the madman was not much taller than her. So this female team member shot inside the madman's mouth, through the back of his head, and swept through the group of madmen behind him, almost blowing him in the head. "Captain, you are amazing." After nearly 20 minutes of fighting, the 4 carts retreated nearly 1 kilometer. When the battle was over, the ground where the carts retreated was covered with corpses and blood. The blood of nearly 2,000 madmen washed the ground. "Yes, Captain. How did you come up with this idea, Captain? The leader is so handsome." Wu Nan and Enqing led the team to go back and forth to replenish the guns. After they came back, the female team members excitedly surrounded Lu Xiaoma. It was a great victory, 100 people against 2,000 lunatics, and only 1 female team member suffered a shoulder injury. This has to be said to be a miracle. "Captain, do we still need to clean up the road?" Wu Nan and Enqing came over excitedly, and they also stopped these excited team members. Now it depends on how the team leader arranges it. Lu Xiaoma took a deep look at the 2,000 corpses of madmen in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. "No need this time. Just push through. Now gather all the team members and drive another 5 kilometers forward to find a good place to eat lunch. Qing'an is not far ahead." Chapter 38. How am I? Wu Nan and Qing, notify them immediately. Eat hot food at noon today and rest for 2 hours to get enough energy. The crowd ahead will be much larger than this one. After walking for 5 kilometers, the national highway was straight without any bends, and there were endless farmlands on both sides. The view here was clear. The female team members got off the car to deal with the scattered madmen, threw the bodies into the grass, and rested on the spot. "Captain, we can just have corn tortillas for lunch." "Yes, Captain, let's have a quick bite at noon, as we still have to travel quickly." After throwing the body back, the female team members were a little surprised to hear that they were going to have hot meals. Lu Xiaoma got off the sleeper car and walked around the front of the car. "Let's have a good meal at noon today," he said, and continued to walk forward. Seeing that he insisted, Wu Nan and Enqing didn't know what to say. They turned around and went back to tell people to cook. Lu Xiaoma walked to the central isolation belt and roughly measured the height. The isolation belt was about 2 meters wide and as high as his thighs. Looking at the 2 sides, there were 4 lanes in one direction and 8 lanes on both sides, with a width of about 30 meters. After watching for a while, Lu Xiaoma leaned against the National Highway isolation belt and sat on the iron railing. He took out a pack of cigarettes, took out a cigarette, and put it in his mouth. He lowered his head, shielded himself from the wind with one hand, and lit it. He took a deep breath and looked towards the direction of Qing'an County. There are another 35 ahead, but his destination is not Qing'an. It is similar to what Cassini and the others guessed last night. It is 10 kilometers before Qing'an County. Get off the ramp and head towards Lahu Township. But at this fork in the road, there are now at least 20,000 lunatics, no less than 50 orcs, and hundreds of abandoned cars. It is estimated that at the beginning of the apocalypse, a large convoy led them here, and later they were wiped out. 20,000 lunatics, at least 50 orcs. I don't know if that method will work. Turning his head to look in the direction of Qing'an County, Lu Xiaoma took another deep puff of cigarette and stared blankly. Captain. There was another person around, and Bai Lulu also sat down by the iron railing, not far from Lu Xiaoma. This is for you. She took out a lollipop from the pocket of her tight jeans, peeled it, and snatched the cigarette from Lu Xiaoma's mouth. Smoking is bad and harmful to your health. Didn't your teacher teach you that? Her train of thought was interrupted by her. Lu Xiaoma came back to his senses, rubbed his eyes, and looked at the lollipop in front of him. I don't eat candy. If you don't eat it, I will. Bai Lulu smiled, revealing 2 dimples, and stuffed the lollipop into her mouth. She stared at Lu Xiaoma with her big eyes. Seeing that he lit another cigarette, took a puff, and was about to exhale smoke, she quickly stuffed the lollipop in her mouth into Lu Xiaoma's mouth. Your saliva is all over it. It's so disgusting. I don't want to eat it. After tasting the sweetness of the lollipop, Lu Xiaoma thought about finding something to eat in the space to exchange for her candy. Bai Lulu smiled and rushed to speak. If you eat my candy, you must answer a question for me. Lu Xiaoma spit out the lollipop and held it in his hand. What do you want to ask? How am I? Am I pretty? Bai Lulu came down from the railing with a smile, showing off her perfect curves. Are you a beauty? She had her hair tied up and wore a white t-shirt that slightly bulged out her chest. She wore sky blue slim jeans that made her legs look very long. She is not as tall as Yi Rui, but she is also about 1.7 meters tall. The proportions of her upper and lower body are very good, and her hips are straight and almost perfect. She turned around on the street, then sat back on the railing, looking sideways at Lu Xiaoma, and asked with hope in her beautiful eyes, how is it compared to your Qin Xian? Lu Xiaoma replied casually, you are prettier than her. You're smart. I like people like you who don't talk much and are silly. Bai Lulu jumped down from the iron railing with a smile, turned around, and shook her ponytail and walked back. I'll introduce Zoya to you someday. Making a fire on the national highway to cook corn rice and spicy cabbage soup. There was no wild firewood here. Qin Xian found an energy crystal and soaked it in water for a few seconds. The clear water turned milky white. She moved the basin under the wooden rack with the big black pot, lit it with a lighter, and a 1-meter-high blue flame shot up. Milky white energy crystals can be used to upgrade special awakeners. When mixed with water, they become fuel, and their effect is 10 times that of gasoline. One energy crystal can be mixed into 1,000 liters of gasoline, which is 10 times the effect, equivalent to 10,000 liters of gasoline. Soon, the aroma filled the air and the female team members lined up to get food. Then some went back to their cars to eat while lying down, or some, like Lu Xiaoma, leaned against the highway railing and had a picnic outside. Until now, they still don't know where Lu Xiaoma is going. Yi Rui and Cassini came to ask twice, but didn't get the answer they wanted. Yi Rui. The female team members were having a great time while eating. The hot and sour cabbage soup was so spicy and hot in their mouths. It was so refreshing. Lu Xiaoma was alone about 10 meters away from the team. He ate a quick bite, tore open a Snickers bar, and stuffed it into his mouth. Seeing that the team members had almost finished eating, he looked at the time and found that he could still rest for an hour. He walked slowly back to the car and found Yi Rui. Yi Rui, Bai Lulu and Joya were leaning against the shade of the sleeper car. They had just finished their meal, and their lunchboxes were not put away yet. Seeing Lu Xiaoma coming over, Yi Rui put down the lunchbox and stood up. Bai Lulu also stood up and blinked at Lu Xiaoma with her big, mischievous eyes. Yi Rui, gather the team. I will tell everyone about the situation ahead. The team leader once said that if they didn't go to Qing'an County, there were only 2 ways forward. One was to Qing'an and the other was to Lahu Township. At this point, they could almost guess that Lu Xiaoma was going to Lahu Township. But what they didn't know was that at the fork in the road ahead, there were 20,000 lunatics and more than 50 orcs gathered. Good. Yi Rui responded softly, turned around, and wiped her lips. This subconscious action, perhaps only she knew the meaning. At noon, the sun shines directly overhead. This section of National Highway after the end of the world is not as prosperous as it was in the heyday. It is dead silent here, like a desolate no man's land. The female team members gathered in front of the lead car and stood in 3 rows. The first row was the Special Awakeners, the second row was Wu Nan's team, and the third row was Qing's team. With the scorching sun overhead, Lu Xiaoma looked up at the sky, then lowered his head, looked around at the female team members, and finally spoke loudly. I have walked this road many times. 35 kilometers ahead, At the intersection of Qing'an County and Lahu Township, there are at least 20,000 lunatics and 50 orcs. We have to rush over now. I need a death squad member who can drive a large truck. Chapter 39, The Suicide Squad, Part 1. Also, I'll give you one last chance. If anyone wants to leave now, there's still time. You can return to the city immediately. You can also take your vehicles, weapons, food, and ammunition with you. Lu Xiaoma stood opposite a group of female team members and smoked a cigarette. No one said anything for a long time. They stood in line so straight that you could hear a pin drop. Okay, Lu Xiaoma spoke again. Now I want a death squad member who can drive a truck. If she survives, I will give her an extra 5 crystals as a reward. If she dies, I will give these 5 crystals to her family after returning to the city, and the pension will be 10 times the amount. As he spoke, Lu Xiaoma showed 5 sky blue crystals in his hand. They were spherical and the size of 1 yuan coins. He glanced at Qin Xian, who slowly walked out of the team and put the 5 crystals away. I do. After a moment of silence, Gu Wenxia stepped out from the second row and said, Captain, I am willing to be a member of the death squad. She stared at Lu Xiaoma and said loudly, But Captain, I don't have any family. If I die this time, I hope the regiment can give my pension to Shirley's family. Shirley died for her once, and she hopes to help her once more through this mission. Okay, from now on, everyone, I want you to write down every word I say carefully. After 1 hour of pre-battle preparation and 30 minutes of rest, the convoy set off on time at 2 p.m. This time, the ice group convoy formed a strange formation. There were 2 lanes on the left and right. Gu Wenxia and Lu Xiaoma were driving a large box truck respectively. The 2 trucks were leading the way, and the Bora was following behind them 1 kilometer away, slowly slowing down. The sleeper car followed at the end, the main force of the group. Yi Rue and other special awakened female team members were arranged on the roof of the car, and they had to be ready to use their skills at any time. Ignore those sporadic lunatics. The road sign on the right side of the national highway. Go straight to Qing'an County, 12 kilometers ahead. Turn right and take the ramp, 2 kilometers, to Lahu Township. By 2:30 in the afternoon, it was the hottest time of the day. The pale red sky was endless. From 2 kilometers away, Lu Xiaoma could already vaguely see the surging crowd of crazy people in front of him. Several tall figures could be vaguely seen. Those should be orcs. 1 kilometer. 500 m. 200 meters. The crowd of lunatics in front have already noticed the 2 speeding trucks, and the lunatics on the outer layer have already started rushing towards them with strange shouts. The time is now. In the right lane, Lu Xiaoma stared at the crowd of crazy people not far ahead, gritted his teeth slightly, honked the horn with his left hand, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom with his right foot. On the other side, Gu Wenxia heard the commander's signal and suddenly shouted in the cockpit, You beasts! Go to hell! The 2 trucks stepped on the accelerator at the same time, leaning against the guardrails on both sides of the national highway, facing more than 20,000 madmen, and the 2 trucks roared and rushed forward. Speeding. Roar. More and more lunatics noticed the 2 trucks. Several orcs roared to the sky and beat their chests with their huge fists. They rushed towards the trucks with the bodies of countless lunatics. Don't stop yet. It's not time to stop yet. Lu Xiaoma pressed the horn with his left hand and glanced quickly at the rearview mirror. 2 trucks had already passed the turning intersection, and the large convoy was right behind them. He gritted his teeth and put more force on the accelerator. Puff, 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 blood and flesh flew everywhere. All the lunatics didn't notice that the 2 big trucks were located at the outer edges of the 2 lanes, and in the middle of them, there was a large vacuum area with countless tiny steel ropes pulling on it. While driving at high speed, they only noticed the 2 large vehicles and did not notice the thin steel wires at all. The forces of the 2 sides collided, and the madmen who were rushing in the front were suddenly cut into countless pieces of flesh and blood by the wire mesh, while the 2 trucks continued to rush forward. Come on, you beasts! Look at how powerful I am! Gu Wenxia gritted her teeth, her eyes red as she screamed and rushed forward. The front of the car had already knocked over countless lunatics, and the windshield was completely dark, with blood all over the screen. But as long as Lu Xiaoma's whistle signal didn't stop, she would just grit her teeth and rush forward. Press them all over. Feeling ruthless, Lu Xiaoma seemed to want to step on the accelerator under the car. The engine roared loudly, but it was an unusual sound. Most large trucks are rear-wheel drive, and the car that the Slaughter Corps found had not been modified. At this moment, the 2 rear wheels of the truck seemed to have run over something and stopped moving. After reacting, Lu Xiaoma quickly released his left hand that was pressing on the horn. If Gu Wenxia continued to rush forward, the steel wire would probably break. Bang, 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 bang. Countless arms were beating the car body on all sides of the cockpit. Lu Xiaomo couldn't see what was happening outside. When he hesitated, suddenly, there was a loud bang from the carport above his head. Startled, Lu Xiaomo almost subconsciously knelt down with both legs. His body slid down. With a loud noise, the iron sheet above his head suddenly dented downward. As his body slid downward, the iron sheet dented 20 centimeters above the driver's seat. Lu Xiaomo knelt on the brake pedal with his knees like a dancer, his face facing the sky, and the dented iron sheet was fixed 10 centimeters above the tip of his nose. It goes without saying that this must be an orc. The force of the orc's kick or punch must have hit the roof of the car. The next second, the iron sheet in front of him suddenly rose up a little, and Lu Xiaomo felt relieved. But with the next thought, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He rested his head on the driver's seat, and the gap in the roof above his head was instantly covered by a black shadow. Then, with a bang, there was a second loud bang. Almost at the same time, a large milky white wall of air suddenly appeared in front of Lu Xiaomo. At the critical moment, if his reaction was a little slower, his head would probably have turned into a broken watermelon. Gasping for breath, having escaped death, Lu Xiaomo paused for 2 seconds, gritted his teeth again, and a 2-meter-long air blade appeared in his left hand. He slashed randomly on the left side, opened the driver's door, and kicked hard to the left with his left foot. A large piece of metal sheet was kicked away. At the same time, he rolled to the left and rolled out of the car. He rolled several times on the asphalt road of the national highway, and quickly stood up with one arm on the ground. He finally saw the current situation clearly. The 2 trucks driven by himself and Gu Wenxia had already rushed into the crowd of crazy people for more than 10 meters. The protective net pulled in the middle of the 2 trucks blocked most of the crazy people, but because the trucks on both sides were too far apart, the steel wire protective net in the middle had been blasted into a U shape by the angry crazy people, and a few of the roots were broken. He quickly glanced around to see the situation clearly. When he was about to turn around to look at the convoy, the sky above his head suddenly darkened, and a huge fist came crashing down towards him. Almost as a subconscious reflex, Lu Xiaomo slashed the chi blade in his left hand upwards, breaking the huge fist into 2 pieces. A strong wind with a fishy smell rushed towards him, sticking to the tip of his nose, and what he saw was a blood vessel as big as a truck tire. Chapter 40, The Suicide Squad, Part 2. The orc's sturdy wrist was as thick as an adult's embrace, and the air blade cut the artery. The blood spurted out in an instant, and the unprepared Lu Xiaomo was thrown back more than 1 meter, hitting the broken fist behind him. There was another stream of heat behind him, from the back of his neck to his heels. What followed was a deafening howl. The orc raised his broken wrist and continued to smash down regardless. "Captain, hurry up!" Lu Xiaomo dodged the attack with a flash, and the Bora car behind him did a tailspin. A female team member opened the car window and shouted at Lu Xiaomo. In front of him, many of the wire mesh pulled by 2 large carts had already been broken, and more than 20,000 madmen were about to break through this defense. The ground was shaking, and a dozen orcs were lying on the madman's body, roaring and rushing towards him. On the other side, the front of Gu Wenxia's truck was pulled across the middle of the road by a steel wire rope, and it was unknown whether Gu Wenxia was dead or alive. The Bora was in Lu Xiaomo's lane. It was obvious that she had given up on Gu Wenxia. Lu Xiaomo knew that she could not be indecisive now. He looked back and saw that the last 2 cars in the convoy had already turned off the ramp. He stood up and was about to rush to the Bora. At this moment, a shrill scream suddenly came from Gu Wenxia on the other side of the national highway. "Captain, save me." She didn't know when she pushed open the passenger door and rolled under the truck. Before she could stand up, a huge foot stepped on her legs. Hearing the scream, Lu Xiaomo paused and yelled to the driver of the Bora car, "Wait for me at the intersection." Then he dodged to the other side. He ran as fast as he could and flew over the central isolation zone of the national highway. In front of the iron net on the other side, an orc stepped on Gu Wenxia's legs, bent down, and wanted to pick her up and put her into his mouth to feast on her. The big hand had already stretched out to Gu Wenxia, and he didn't notice a black dot running towards him from the other side. Lu Xiaomo sprinted with all his strength and jumped 5 meters in advance. The moment the big hand touched Gu Wenxia's body, he swung the 2-meter air blade in both hands into the air. The thick arm was cut in 2 above the wrist. Lu Xiaomo landed on the ground with both feet. He immediately raised his hands again and slashed downward with the chi blade, cutting along the lower part of Gu Wenxia's thighs. He bent down and grabbed one of her arms and pulled it back hard. Both legs were chopped off at once. Gu Wenxia screamed miserably again, but this also made her body feel a lot lighter. Lu Xiaomo grabbed her right arm with his left hand, carried half of her body on his back, and swung his knife with his right hand, cutting off the 4 madmen who were rushing towards him. Here, the orc's kick on Gu Wenxia had completely broken the remaining 3 steel cables. Countless madmen were rushing forward frantically on the left and right lanes. Lu Xiaomo held Gu Wenxia's arm with one hand and put her behind his back, and with the other hand, he flashed chi blades continuously. He could only follow the direction of the crazy crowd and race with them. In front, a Bora car that had already turned off the ramp was honking its horn frantically. Lu Xiaomo burst into action and ran as fast as he could, but in order to save Gu Wenxia, he had already crossed into another lane. If he wanted to turn off the ramp, he had to go around the isolation belt and then cross the lane he came from. The only good news was that there was no isolation belt at the intersection of the off-ramp. Lu Xiaomo could still hear Gu Wenxia's unconscious screams. He roared in a low voice, accelerated again, and used all his physical strength to turn the isolation belt. With a wave of his right hand, a 10-meter-wide air wall suddenly appeared at the entrance of the lane near the off-ramp. Those lunatics were caught off guard and crashed into the air wall, and countless lunatics behind them crashed into them. However, this 4-lane national highway is nearly 15 meters wide in one direction, and with a 10-meter-wide air wall, there were still many lunatics rushing over from both sides. Carrying Gu Wenxia on his back, Lu Xiaomo slashed wildly with his right hand. Many lunatics had already rushed in front of the Bora. The female driver was so scared that she stepped on the accelerator, but she didn't speed up at full speed. She was still waiting for the leader as much as possible. Although the rearview mirror was full of lunatics and she didn't know where the leader was, she still didn't give up completely. Go! After the air blade slashed left and right several times, Lu Xiaomo finally rushed to the rear of the Bora. He jumped onto the trunk with Gu Wenxia on his back and slashed the roof of the Bora with the air blade in his right hand, turning it into a convertible in an instant. Drive quickly, he yelled at the car, and casually threw half of Gu Wenxia's body from behind him along the roof of the convertible to the back seat. At the same time, his feet slipped, and his right ankle was grabbed by a madman. The moment he threw Gu Wenxia, Lu Xiaomo threw himself forward, but grabbed Gu Wenxia's left hand, and the moment he threw her out, he immediately grabbed the broken iron sheet on the roof. Step on the gas, get the hell out of here. With a final roar, Lu Xiaomo grabbed the broken end of the car wall with one hand. His legs had been pulled under the car by the madman. He turned over and chopped the 5 madmen into 2. He quickly retracted his legs, and his 2 ankles were still tied to half of the madman's body. Kicking each other's legs apart, Lu Xiaomo pulled his legs back to the top of the car body. Without hesitation, he did a backflip and jumped into the gap in the roof. His legs fell onto the back seat, pressing on the wounds on Gu Wenxia's legs. She let out another shrill howl. There was no time to take care of her now. Lu Xiaomo stepped on her body with both feet and forced himself to stand firm. He lifted one foot slightly, stepped on her body with the sole of his foot, and pushed it backwards. Gu Wenxia's body was pushed away by his feet and fell between the front and back seats. Lu Xiaomo's feet finally stepped firmly on the back seat of the Bora. At the same time, his right hand chopped horizontally again, cutting off the 2 madmen who climbed onto the trunk. Run! Run quickly! The large convoy in front was already running at full speed, and the Bora car had also switched to 5th gear. The female driver gritted her teeth and rushed forward. Lu Xiaomo stood in the back seat of the car, facing the crowd of crazy people chasing from behind. He slashed with the air blade in his right hand and raised his left palm towards the crowd of crazy people. Another 10-meter-wide air wall. Turning off the national highway, there is a country road with a width of only 5 meters on both sides. The 10-meter-wide air wall directly blocked all roads. When the crowd hit the air wall, they could only detour through the farmland on both sides, which seriously affected their speed and also bought the ICE group convoy precious time to escape. The convoy ran along this country road for nearly 20 kilometers. Lu Xiaomo released several air walls in succession, and there was no madman chasing them from behind. Finally, a sigh of relief. Honk the horn and ask all the big vehicles ahead to stop. The skill time limit has expired. The air blade has disappeared. Lu Xiaomo stood in the back seat, his 2 elbows resting on the broken roof. He was still staring at the back. After passing the most difficult level, the outskirts of the crazy treasure are in front of us. It's time to go up the mountain. Chapter 41. Past Events. The mountain road was silent. A convoy was approaching from afar. The roar of the engines and the whistling of the wind startled the birds halfway up the mountain. Instead of heading towards Lahu Township, the ICE group convoy turned off the Qing'an County National Highway, and not long after, turned off another small road, which was in the opposite direction of Lahu Township. This path is not even a country road. and is less than 5 meters wide. Two large trucks were driving head-on, with one of the trucks having half of its body buried under the concrete roadside. No one knew where this path led to. The white convertible Bora was abandoned and a sleeper car was used as the lead. Liu Xiaoma stood next to the driver's seat, as usual. The driver drove the car, and this time he personally gave directions. During the 2 days of rest in Funyo village, Wu Nin personally replaced a new windshield. Liu Xiaoma stood beside the driver's seat, quietly looking at this path that he was very familiar with, sometimes showing a little smile, and sometimes feeling a little lost. I remember when I was a child, this place was still a black soil road. I had to get up at 4:30 every morning and leave the house at 5 o'clock. My grandfather drove a mule cart and took me to the Laohu Township Central Primary School for 2 hours. When he was in the 3rd grade of primary school, his grandfather died of tuberculosis, and his grandmother had to take care of the family alone. It was also at that time that Liu Xiaoma, a 3rd grade primary school student, had to travel back and forth on a dirt road for 4 hours just to go to school. At that time, the school bag he carried was sewn by the aunt next door using scraps of cloth. In the bag were not only books and pencils, but also 2 cornmeal steamed buns. This is not to gain sympathy. Children in the city will never be able to understand what real poverty in the mountains is like. There are no roads, and it takes 2 hours to walk to a town. There is no electricity, and the only water to drink is mountain water. There is no money, and there are only 7 households in the village. Every half a month, they take turns driving a mule cart to the town to buy daily necessities for the entire village. In his vague impression, Liu Xiaoma remembered that he also had parents. After his mother gave birth to him, she and his father went to work in the city. When he was 2 years old, his parents came back once, but there was no news from them after that. When he was 4 years old, his grandfather drove a mule cart into the city and brought back 2 cheapest urns with tears streaming down his face. At that time, Liu Xiaoma was still young and didn't know what sadness was. It might also be that he had no impression of his parents, but when he saw his grandparents crying sadly, he started to cry too. After crying for a few minutes, the girl from the aunt's family next door came over to catch sparrows, so he happily went up the mountain with her to make traps. Grandma accompanied Liu Xiaoma until the 2nd year of junior high school, when she developed herpes zoster. Later, Liu Xiaoma learned that the scientific name of the disease was herpes zoster, and it was not a serious disease. But the grandmother was not well educated. Perhaps she was afraid of being a burden to the family, so she stayed in bed and took medicine for 3 days, but there was no improvement. On the 4th day, when Liu Xiaoma came home from school, she saw her grandmother in bed with her eyes rolled up and foam flowing from the corners of her mouth. There was a pesticide bottle with the cap unscrewed on the ground. Grandpa Zhao from the village went up the mountain to cut down a big tree and help make a coffin. Liu Xiaoma went to the top of the mountain alone to dig up his grandfather's grave and buried the 2 old men together. He sat in front of the grave for a day and a night. The next day, he returned to the village to thank the villagers, and on the 3rd day, he returned to school alone. He grew a lot that night, and he knew that if he wanted to get out of this poor mountain valley, he must have culture. When he returned to Laohu Township Middle School, he did not go to class. He went to the principal's office and told the old principal about the situation at home. After that day, Liu Xiaoma worked as a helper in the school cafeteria, steaming buns in the morning and washing dishes at night. He did not receive any wages, but his textbooks and tuition were waived, and he could stay in the cafeteria at night. Another kind aunt in the cafeteria gave him an old quilt and mattress. As expected, he was admitted to high school. The old principal helped find the logistics director of the county high school and told him about Liu Xiaoma's situation. The logistics director was kind-hearted, and after hearing about Liu Xiaoma's situation and considering his excellent character and academic performance, he also provided him with a part-time job. After 3 years of high school, Liu Xiaoma had no money to go to college, so his homeroom teacher helped him come up with an idea and let him apply for a targeted major. When he was admitted, he signed a targeted training contract, which exempted him from tuition and provided him with a considerable living allowance every month. Later, when he went to college, Liu Xiaoma worked part-time as a teacher of English to elementary school students in an after-school class and worked part-time at KFC. His life became better and better. At that time, his life was no worse than that of ordinary college students. He also had enough money to buy a good mobile phone. But at that time, this damn doomsday suddenly came. Half a year after the end of the world, he met Binger. After cutting off Binger's head with his own hands, he drifted alone outside the city for several months and thought of his home in the small mountain valley again. After wandering for so many years, he returned to this small mountain valley, helped the villagers to get rid of their bodies with his own hands, and buried their bodies with his own hands. He returned to the small mud house of his grandfather's house and returned to the beginning. Safety. The ice ball convoy followed the cement road built by the township all the way to the entrance of the village, a small village with only 7 households, Jiagu. Lu Xiaoma had no idea when this road was built. Why they built this road for this small village with only 7 households might remain a mystery forever. There are no crazy people, and the air is fresh. Jiahigu is located between 2 mountains, with a 2-meter wide stream flowing through it. There are 7 lus houses and 7 small courtyards built on both sides of the stream. The farm tools, millstones, fence screens displayed in the yard, and the calendars and newspapers pasted on the windows of the lus house all indicate that humans once lived here. There are mostly bluestones along the mountain stream. The houses and yards on both sides are not far from the water. Several large, flat bluestones stand by the water. Perhaps they are stone benches where farmers wash clothes. The gurgling stream is pleasant and crisp, and you can smell a fragrance when you sniff your nose. It is the most primitive ecology and is breathtakingly beautiful. No matter how angry you are, when you come here, you can directly feel the tranquility that comes to you. Wow, it's so beautiful here. The truck stopped at the entrance of the village, and the female team members got off. In a moment, they were conquered by the beautiful scenery in front of them. They subconsciously spread their arms, wanting to take it all for themselves. Captain, why did you bring us here? Lu Xiaoma sat on a large bluestone, with damp stones under his feet. This large bluestone had been here since he could remember. Everything in the world had changed, but it was the only one that still stood here silently. Yes, Captain, you brought us all here to live here. It is now dusk, and the sun has just set between 2 big mountains. The golden red sunlight is shining on the mountain stream, making it sparkle. The female team members were infected by the nature and felt relaxed and happy. A few generous female team members teased the male team leader playfully when they passed by Lu Xiaoma. Lu Xiaoma sat on the bluestone and finished smoking a cigarette. Wu Ning got out of the sleeper car worriedly and came to his side. Captain, Gu Wenxia should be dying. Chapter 42, Diary, Part 1. In the middle sleeper car, on a lower berth, Gu Wenxia was cut cleanly from the knees up. 2 white t-shirts were wrapped around the severed thighs, stained with blood. Lu Xiaoma got into the car with Wu Nan. He reached out to feel her breath in front of her bed. It was heavy and the air was hot. His forehead was covered with sweat. His face looked like a cooked crab, and he had a high fever. Take off the bandages on her legs and her pants. There were several female team members standing on both sides of the bed. They were all good friends of Gu Wenxia. Qin Xian was also there. She was holding a box of anti-inflammatory drugs in her hand, but in this situation, she didn't know whether she should take them. Seeing that several female team members were hesitant, Lu Xiaoma looked up and glared at them. Take off her pants quickly. I want to use the regeneration crystal on her. Regeneration crystal? Wu Ning came back to his senses. Captain, you still have regeneration crystals? One of these things costs 50,000. Even if we have it, do we really want to give it to an ordinary female team member? Leader. Qin Xian bit her lower lip gently. She wanted to say that even if she had to pay Gu Wenxia 10 times the compensation, it would only be 10,000 bullets. But this awakening crystal. She was standing on Lu Xiaoma's side, wanting to save money for him. But seeing Gu Wenxia's look, she felt sorry for him and was torn between her conscience and her desires. In a panic, several female team members cut off the palm-sized piece of cloth inside Gu Wenxia's pants with scissors, gently lifted her body, and pulled out the cloth under her buttocks, which inevitably exposed a woman's private parts. Captain, you can give me the regeneration crystal to use, and you just go out and wait. Several of Gu Wenxia's close female companions didn't say anything, but Qin Xian bit her lower lip, feeling a little uncomfortable with Lu Xiaoma being here. I'll give it to her. Ignoring Qin Xian, Lu Xiaoma showed a light red crystal in his left hand. He stared at Gu Wenxia's broken legs. With the back of his left hand facing upward, he held the regeneration crystal and moved it between her legs. With a little force, streams of red air emerged from his palm. After circling around his fist a few times, they flowed to the wounds on Gu Wenxia's 2 broken legs. After about 5 seconds, the wound had stopped bleeding. 2 red balls of light wrapped around the wound. Lu Xiaoma opened his palm and the red crystal disappeared. He withdrew his hand and quietly watched the changes on the wound. This was the first time Lu Xiaoma used this kind of crystal, and he insisted on making it himself. He also wanted to learn how to use it and see the effects, and perhaps he would use it again in the future. Captain, Qin Xian urged again, we just need to watch from here. It will take at least a few hours for her to fully recover. Qin Xian had seen the effect of the regeneration crystal once in the Spark Adventure Group. Seeing Lu Xiaoma still refusing to leave and staring at Gu Wenxia, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Lu Xiaoma looked up at her in surprise. How many hours will it take? Yes, it will take a long time. You should get out quickly. We will watch over here. Qin Xian pushed Lu Xiaoma towards the car without giving any time for explanation. Has anyone lived in this house since the end of the world? On both sides of the clear mountain stream, among the 7 small courtyards, the one that looks the most dilapidated. The yard fences were mostly uneven, surrounding a small yellow mud house in the middle and a warehouse built with a wooden fence on one side. Walking into the small courtyard, Yurue inserted the long screwdriver into the knife bag on the outside of her thigh, sniffed gently, and then saw the dried vegetables on the roof of the wooden warehouse. Dried dandelions and garlic chives are 2 popular wild vegetables in the north. However, no one usually eats wild vegetables like garlic chives after drying. It has been a year since the apocalypse, so this vegetable must have been put up there to dry after the apocalypse, otherwise it would have turned to ashes long ago. Confused, Yurue walked to the door of the small yellow mud house, looked around, covered her mouth lightly, pushed the door open, and walked into the house. Not much gray. This further strengthened Yurue's idea. She sniffed gently again and looked around. The kitchen was at the entrance, with 2 stoves on the left and right. The walls were made of yellow mud covered with cement and were uneven. There were 2 windows, both of which were the oldest lattice windows with green paint on the frames. I stepped lightly on the cement floor. The kitchen floor still retained its original cement color. I walked into a long corridor. On both sides were the east and west rooms. There was a green-painted wooden door on one side of the room, and only the doorway was left on the other side. Perhaps the door had fallen off. Turning into the relatively large room on the left, there are north-south kangs on the left and right. There are wardrobes on both kangs. They are made of solid wood and painted dark yellow. The wardrobe doors are hollowed out and inlaid with old-fashioned glass. There are also a few birds printed on the glass. The style of the 1960s. Yurue bent down and touched the kong, which was covered with a light layer of dust. She turned around and walked into the other room. This room only had a north kong with a solid wooden cabinet on it. On the other side of the room was an old-fashioned wooden table and an old-fashioned chair with a round seat and a round backrest. What is that? Slightly surprised, Yurue took 2 quick steps to the wooden table. There were only 3 objects on the table: a pen holder hollowed out from a tree trunk, an open notebook, and a pencil next to the notebook. A clean notebook, no dust. Yurue sat down on the old-fashioned chair, picked up the notebook and put it in front of her. She was about to turn a few pages when her eyes were attracted by the picture in front of her. A simple pencil drawing, not bad, of a section of highway, a central divider, lanes on the left and right sides, 2 large trucks, and a thin thread in the middle. At the fork in the road, across from the main road, there are dense black spots of crazy people. On the right, there is a significantly smaller and narrower rural road. This is. How could Yurue forget the scene she just experienced, especially the ingenious idea of 2 large trucks pulling wire mesh, which allowed them to easily rush through the crazy crowd? Is this his diary? Or a drawing? Yurue turned the page back. There was nothing else drawn on the white paper. She turned the page forward. Several large carts, with steel wire ropes connecting them. As if possessed by some strange force, Yurue turned to the first page of the diary and saw the crooked pencil words, September 1st, 20XX, Sunny. Today, Grandpa was sick and in a very serious condition. Grandma and my wife went to the mountain to find medicine. I helped Grandma boil water when I got home. 20XX, July 15th, light rain. Today, I haven't had time to say the last words to my grandma. From today on, the pencil lead in my diary is obviously broken. I won't write anymore. 20XX, November 11th, Sunny. Killing you will free me. I will walk the rest of your life for you. Unconsciously, Yurue had finished reading dozens of diaries. At this moment, a pair of big hands suddenly stretched out to her fair neck. Chapter 43, Diary, Part 2. I'm going to kill you. With red eyes, Lu Xiaoma grabbed Yurue's neck tightly with his left hand and pressed her body against the wall with a bang. He held a bunch of screws in his right hand right in front of her beautiful big eyes. I'm going to kill you. The right hand holding the screw was trembling slightly. Lu Xiaoma held his breath twice, wanting to end this beautiful life both times, but both times he stopped in midair. Why the hell are you looking at my stuff? Why? He roared heartbreakingly. His right hand holding the screw was also shaking slightly. This was the deepest part of his heart that he didn't want to show to others. That was the ugliest side of his life. Being her, the only woman he had ever loved in his life. He killed her with his own hands. Having grown up without parents, he was introverted and even a little cowardly. Later, his grandparents left one after another, and his classmates went to school, played ball, smoked, and fell in love without worries. Only he has to get up early to steam buns and wash dishes at night. He is also a human being, also a boy, and also has puberty. Only he doesn't even have puberty and is not qualified to rebel. Growing up in such an environment, everyone has some psychological shadows to a greater or lesser extent. It was not easy for him to make it to university, and the shadows of his childhood were gradually made up. Lu Xiaoma also gradually became cheerful, but this damn doomsday has arrived. However, after the end of the world, he had his first girlfriend in his life, but in the end he cut off her head with his own hands. These are the most painful scars in Lu Xiaoma's heart, but now they are bloody and exposed in front of Yirue. With her mouth covered, Yirue's beautiful face had turned red. She tried her best to pry open Lu Xiaoma's big hands, but she had no strength. She looked at Lu Xiaoma with a pair of big eyes in despair, with tears in the corners of her eyes. You fucking, you. Choking her neck tightly. A long time. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 1 minute has passed. Lu Xiaoma slowly released the strength in his hands. He exhaled slightly and took a few breaths. Go out. This has nothing to do with you. Yirue coughed violently and instinctively leaned forward, resting her pointed chin on his shoulder. Cough, cough, cough. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. The first time she saw the picture, Yirue knew that it was his privacy. She turned to the first page and read all his privacy one by one. She felt guilty. But for some reason, this diary seems to have a kind of magic, and I really want to understand him. After stopping her cough, her pretty face still flushed, Yirue said incoherently, I'm sorry, I don't know. I really don't know. Nothing. It's not your fault. After putting away the diary, Lu Xiaoma let out a long sigh, turned around and walked out of the house. When he went into the mountains a few days ago, he never thought that he would encounter the treasure and be teleported to Luoya City, so he didn't put the diary away. Walking out of the small yard and beside the stream, the female team members were still laughing and talking happily. Hey, it's the captain. The captain is coming out. Second sister, come over here and help me block him. Haha, why are you blocking me? The leader doesn't even want to see you, haha. The mountain stream at the entrance is 2 meters wide and knee-deep. Cleanliness is a woman's nature. As soon as they arrived here, several female team members couldn't help wanting to take a shower. 7 or 8 female team members had just taken a shower downstream when they saw the male team leader. I was still a little shy, a few girls were hugging each other, but when I saw that the leader didn't even look at me, I felt unhappy again. Is he still a man? So many young and beautiful girls were washing their bodies without even looking at them. Hey, who is touching my feet? Oh no, there are fish here. Really big fish. Yeah, don't let it run away. Lu Xiaoma walked upstream along the mountain stream for more than 50 meters. The playful voices of the female team members behind him gradually disappeared from his ears. He sat down on a big rock and looked up at the peaks on both sides. It was only during this time that I discovered the abnormality. After the end of the world, these 2 mountains have grown taller. When he was young, he followed his grandmother to the mountain to pick mushrooms and went to the top of the mountain. Now when he looked up again, the top of the mountain has been submerged in the clouds. It's all because of that treasure. When I came back this time, everything had changed. Sitting on a big rock and lighting a cigarette, Lu Xiaoma found the diary in the space, opened the title page, and looked at the diary written crookedly on it by his childhood self. After reading a page, he tore off a page and lit the diary page with a lighter. I read through the pages one by one, turned to the last blank page, threw them into the small fire in front of me, and watched them burn quietly. It's time to make a break with my past self. From today on, I am me. I am the one and only heir awakener. A low groan suddenly came out of his throat. Lu Xiaoma suddenly stood up and kicked away a small piece of stone by the stream. My grandparents, the aunt next door who sewed my school bag for me, Grandpa Zhao, and my parents, who I don't remember much about anymore. He kicked the stones hard again. Bingo, Han, and all those teammates who used to fight side by side with us. Kicked several times. You are all dead, but I am still alive. Not only am I still alive, I am also living well. After venting all his anger, Lu Xiaoma turned around and strode back to the camp. From this moment on, all of them will no longer appear in my mind, and I will no longer be influenced or bound by them. After untying the shackles of the past, untying the knots in his heart, and letting go of those unnecessary burdens, Lu Xiaoma suddenly felt a lot more relaxed all over. Have a good meal today, and we will all set off early tomorrow morning. Thinking this, he strode back, but before he had gone far, he heard a faint howl in his ears. What is that? Thinking of something, he subconsciously stopped and looked back in the direction of the sound. Chapter 44. Big Wild Boar. Wenan, find 10 people to come over, and Qin Xian, you also come up the mountain with me. Back in the village, Wenan was busy cooking for the female team members. They set up pots on both sides of the stream and fetched water on the spot. She rolled up her sleeves and wiped the sweat off her elbows. I know, Captain. She turned around and called out, Erhua, you lead the team, follow me. On the other side, Qin Xian handed the salt in her hand to a female team member, whispered something, and walked towards Lu Xiaoma. Including Lu Xiaoma, there were 12 people in the group. He took the lead and walked dozens of meters in the direction where the diary had just been burned. He faintly heard the howling sound again. There's something in front of you, Captain. Wunan paused slightly and made a gesture. The 10 female team members behind him clenched their guns and stood alert. Lu Xiaoma nodded slightly and looked in the direction of the sound. I know. I put a trap ahead. A beast trap. As they climbed the hill, the howling sound became clearer and clearer. Following the sound, Qin Xin suddenly grabbed Lu Xiaoma's arm and said, Captain, look ahead. Is that a wild boar? Few people have seen a real wild boar, but everyone knows what it looks like. The team stopped and the female members looked ahead in surprise. Is this a wild boar? But this wild boar is too big, not like what is shown on TV. About 15 meters ahead, there was a wild boar with shiny black hair all over its body, 2 huge fangs in front of its mouth, and a trap on one of its hind legs. 2 thick hemp ropes were tied to one end of the trap, which was hung on a big tree nearby, and held the wild boar's hind leg, hanging in midair. Now the wild boar can only stand on 3 hooves, and the other hind hoof is powerless. The wild boar also saw Lu Xiaoma and the others, and it bared its teeth. The 2 front hooves began to flap around again, and the howling became louder. There's something wrong with this wild boar either. Lu Xiaoma approached and stared at the wild boar, but did not take action immediately. When he was a child, wild boars often appeared in this mountain. His grandfather and Grandpa Zhao often caught them and ate them together for the whole village. When he came back this time, Lu Xiaoma found an animal trap at Grandpa Zhao's house. He had set it up here a few days ago and made a simple wild boar trap. But in my impression, most wild boars in the mountains weigh around 200 pounds, and the small ones weigh 150 pounds. I have never seen one as big as the one in front of me. Look at this head. It is more than 3 times bigger than the one Lu Xiaoma saw when he was a child. This head must weigh more than 500 kilograms. Do you have a pot in your space? Qin Xian was right behind him. She nodded gently. There are new ones. Wunan, wait for my order. Lu Xiaoma found his automatic rifle, gently placed it in front of his eyes, and aimed at the wild boar's head. The wild boar was looking at him, with fierce eyes. Bang! 2 bursts of gunfire. One bullet hit the wild boar's nose, the other hit the middle of its eyebrows, and with a scream, the giant wild boar fell to the ground, flopping its hooves. Qin Xian, come with me, bring the pot. Lu Xiaomo rushed forward a few steps, found a dagger in the space, and inserted it accurately into its jaw. He slashed downward with force, and a large stream of blood flowed down like a spring. Qin Xian hurriedly picked up the big black pot to catch it. Wild boar blood is a good thing, especially the blood of a freshly killed pig. It is very delicious when steamed. Are there any more pots? The wild boar's corpse was still thrashing around, so Wu Nan and the female team members rushed forward to hold it down. Lu Xiaoma cut open the boar's throat and removed its head, trying his best to prevent the blood from flowing out and being wasted. Yes, there are more. There are 3 new cauldrons. 2 female team members stepped forward to hold the black pot. Qin Xian quickly found another big pot in the space. When the big black pot was full, she quickly handed it up again. This super big wild boar weighed 500 kilograms, and its blood alone filled 3 big black pots. Erhua, go back and find 10 more people to help. With his knees pressed tightly against the wild boar and smelling the blood, Wu Nan swallowed excitedly. Erhua looked for someone to help, and soon, 10 female team members came. Half an hour later, 2 men carried a big black pot, and the other women dragged the wild boar carcass back to the base. A group of female team members excitedly surrounded the big wild boar. Captain, can we have wild boar meat tonight? Yes, Captain, just give us the wild boar blood to eat. Captain, we don't ask for much. Just put a few pieces of meat in the pot. The female team members were almost drooling, but they also knew that this wild boar would be sold for a sky-high price after returning to the city, so they did not dare to be too greedy and were satisfied just to have a taste of it. This raw meat can be sold for at least 500 bullets per pound when we return to the city. Qin Xian reminded Lu Xiaoma quietly, fearing that he would make a mistake and ask everyone to share the meat. If it doesn't work, just share the pig blood with everyone. At the auction at the city lord's mansion, if a pound of pork can really be sold for 500 bullets, then this wild boar, which has bled, must weigh 500 pounds, and that would be 250,000. If I had known earlier, I should have put it in the space so that they wouldn't see it. Wu Nan, seeing so many expectant eyes looking at him, Lu Xiaoma hesitated for a moment, but still said, steam the blood for everyone to eat, and cut another 50 kilograms of meat and put it in the pot. Qin Xian, you can store the rest in the space later. Also, and Qing, you can find a few people, and we can catch some more fish. The female team members cheered when they heard the news. They didn't expect the team leader to be so generous. Lu Xiaoma turned back to the earthen house of her own home and found a green fine mesh net, which was exactly 2 meters wide and half a meter high on both sides. Back at the creek, the 2 female team members pulled the nets on both sides of the creek. The creek was so clear that you could see the bottom. In less than 5 minutes, they had caught 2 large blue-white fish the size of a palm. "Captain, let me do it." A female team member excitedly rolled up her trouser legs and took off her shoes. She went down to the stream, felt around with her hands for a few times, and suddenly reached up to scoop up a river fish the size of a palm, splashing in the water. She quickly threw it to the side of the shore, excitedly turned around and shouted to the female team members who were cooking, "We caught a fish. We caught a fish here. We'll have fish to eat tonight. And get a girl who can clean up the fish. Are there any girls who can clean fish? Do you want one who can eat fish?" "Yes, yes, we have many girls who can eat fish here. How many are you still lacking?" A few female team members who were cooking came running over. One of them bent over and picked up the fish. She was surprised and said, "Wow, such a big river fish." River fish are usually only the size of fingers, but the last time Lu Xiaoma came back, he discovered that each of these river fish was as long as a palm and as thick as 3 fingers. The wild boar changed, the river fish changed, and even the mountains on both sides grew into the clouds. Watching the female team members busying around, Lu Xiaoma recalled the strange things he had seen when he went up the mountain a few days ago. Standing by the stream, Lu Xiaoma turned his head and looked into the depths of the stream. "No matter who you are, I will definitely take off your mask this time." Chapter 45, Shadow Woman. Jayahigu, evening. The deep red sky enveloped the high mountains on both sides. At the foot of the mountain stood 7 small houses with smoke rising from chimneys. In the yard and beside the stream, large black pots were cooking on more than a dozen bonfires, emitting a fragrant aroma. Pork stewed with vermicelli, fresh fish soup, spicy cabbage soup, steamed pig blood. Women are born gourmets, especially when they come across good ingredients. Everyone is a chef, even if there is still beer that was not finished from last time. Lulu, please sing a song. I haven't heard you sing for a long time." "Yes, Lulu, I haven't heard you sing for a long time. Come on, sisters, let's applaud Lulu." Beside the stream, the female members of the Special Awakeners gathered around a fire. A group of female members applauded and cheered. Bai Lulu sat cross-legged beside the fire with her 2 slender legs crossed. She looked very pretty. She raised her slightly red neck and took a sip of beer. Her little face was also flushed. "Great." Putting down the bottle, she stood up quickly and glanced at the sleeper car not far away. On the roof of the car, Lu Xiaoma had just finished his meal and was sitting on the roof with one leg bent, smoking. There were 4 or 5 beer cans beside him, and he looked up at the top of the mountain from time to time. After being alone for a long time, it is still difficult to integrate into their group all of a sudden. I always feel tired and don't know what to say to them. How about little luck? The girls around her clapped together. Bai Lulu cleared her throat and began to sing. I hear the raindrops falling on the green grass. I hear the bell for the end of get out of class ringing in the distance. A slightly hoarse female voice, very pleasant to the ears. There was complete silence around the fire. And Qing and the others not far away heard the singing and all looked over here. Perhaps at that time, we were too busy smiling and crying, too busy chasing the shooting stars in the sky, and we naturally forgot who had been silently guarding us in the wind and rain. It turns out that you are the luck that I want to keep the most. It turns out that we were so close to love. The decision to fight the world for me, the rain that accompanied me. Every scene is you, with your spotless sincerity. Nice. It sounds so good. It's better than the original singer. Of course, our Lulu is a top student at the Central Conservatory of Music. That's professional. The female team members cheered loudly, and the female team members beside the campfire in the distance were clapping along. She sang really well, not inferior to the original singer at all. Su Feifei clapped her hands until they turned red, and shouted at the top of her voice, "One more. I want to hear you sing Dust in the Fireworks." Yes, 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 our Lulu sang Fireworks, and she beat all the female stars online in seconds. Miao Xiaohua quickly shouted, "Lulu, if you sing Fireworks, I will do whatever you want tonight." "As you wish." Bai Lulu pursed her lips and smiled softly. She couldn't help but steal a glance at the roof of the sleeper car with her big eyes. Seeing that he was still smoking coolly, she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. She cleared her throat, slightly closed her big, quirky eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and began to sing softly. I am the only one guarding the quiet desert, waiting for the flowers to bloom. I am the only one watching others' happiness, and I actually feel sad. Even if I am asked to listen to great truths, I am unwilling to understand them. The beautiful melody, the quiet voice, accompanied by the sound of rushing water by the stream, the quiet orchid in the valley, lingering in the ears, and never dissipated for a long time. The female players were so fascinated by the song that they burst into warm applause long after the song was over. The meal lasted until 10 o'clock in the evening, when the female team members reluctantly returned to the car to sleep. Lu Xiaomo returned home alone, back to the small room that had belonged to her since she was a child. Sitting on the Kong, he smoked 2 cigarettes quietly, drank the can of beer in his hand, crushed it, and threw it on the ground, making a crisp noise. He got up, took off his shoes, and went to the Kong. He took out a set of clean bedding from the closet and just spread it on the Kong when a soft, timid female voice suddenly came from the door of the room. "Captain, can I come in?" At 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, the small mountain village was completely silent, the stream was gurgling, and from a small house not far away came a woman's last satisfied moan. The heavy breathing and the faint fragrance in the room. Lu Xiaomo sat on the Kong and lit a cigarette. A soft body pressed against his back. A pair of arms wrapped around his neck and whispered in his ear, "Captain, you are really amazing. You have tortured me so many times." Lu Xiaomo lowered his head in silence, took a deep puff of cigarette, and looked at the blood-red moon outside through the window. The woman stretched out her small hand and touched his left chest, feeling the strong beating of his heart. "Don't you even ask my name?" Her voice was filled with anger and resentment. Her other hand grabbed a strand of her hair and gently tickled the back of Lu Xiaomo's ear. "You are such a heartless guy. No need to know the name." After taking another deep puff of the cigarette, Lu Xiaomo pushed the woman's arm away. He stood up, found his boxer briefs, and put them on. 2 crystals appeared on the palm of his left hand. He threw them to the woman and said, "Take it and go out. Don't let anyone else see it." "What do you mean?" The woman's long hair fell on her shoulders, and her beautiful legs were kneeling on the mattress. She looked at the 2 crystals in disbelief. "You? Who do you think I am?" With his back to the moonlight outside the window, Lu Xiaomo looked at the blurry shadow of the woman on the Kong and said, "I just told you that I don't want a girlfriend. Then you treat me like a whore? Then you want to abandon me like this? I've already given you everything." Feeling extremely aggrieved, a layer of mist appeared in the woman's big eyes. She grabbed the white mattress a little madly and put it in front of Lu Xiaomo. The faint smell of blood and a small piece of bright red on the white mattress were clearly visible. "And I'm not the kind of woman you think. I have grown up so much, and I have never had a boyfriend. You are the first you." She was panting from a distance, choking and unable to speak. Lu Xiaomo looked at the bright red on the white mattress and remained silent. After looking for a while, he found 3 crystals and threw them to the woman. "I'm sorry, I really can't find a girlfriend. 5 crystals are worth 25,000. It only costs 3,000 bullets to buy a little lowly in the city, and an old woman is given as a gift. This money is more than enough to buy her virginity. Who wants your filthy money? Who wants it? Who wants it?" With a crying voice, the woman threw the mattress at Lu Xiaomo frantically and grabbed the 5 crystals he gave her one by one and threw them at Lu Xiaomo. Finally, she hugged her clothes and ran out of the room crying. There is no good thing about men. All men are bastards. All men deserve to die. Chen Tong still remembered that a few days ago, she had asked the regiment commander why he didn't bring the princess with him. At that time, she thought he was a decent man and would not play around with women. In the past few days, I have been in contact with the team leader. I have seen that he is usually serious and never takes advantage of female team members. I have a good impression of him. So after drinking a little more wine tonight, Chen Tong bravely gave herself to him. Who would have thought he was such a bastard? He didn't recognize me after I put on my pants. He didn't even want to know my name. I'm not even as good as those philandering men. No matter how many wives they have, they will still leave a place for me. But what am I now? What am I now? He has played with me in vain. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became. Chen Tong squatted beside the stream, crying while washing the dirt from the men under her body. There are no good men. They are all bad. Bad men. The sleeper car door is closed. I can't go back to sleep in the car now. If I knock on the door, my sisters will definitely laugh at me. After crying for a long time, the sound of crying gradually became quieter. Chen Tong stared at the path leading to the outside world in a daze. If I leave, will he look for me? Thinking of this, she gently stood up, moved her numb legs, looked back at the small courtyard where she had lost her virginity, exerted a little force on her feet, tried to make no sound of footsteps, and Chen Tong tried to take a few steps towards the cement road where she came from. No sound behind. She walked forward for another 30 meters, looking back every few steps, but still no footsteps were coming. Asshole. Son of a bitch. A stinky man who cheated on his wife and then abandoned her. A modern chin shimmy. Chen Tong bit her lower lip several times, but finally did not make up her mind. Forget it. Let's give him another chance. He may not have thought it through today. He may not have seen me clearly. Yes, he may have been drinking. Wait until tomorrow when he sees clearly that I am actually very beautiful. He will regret it, and maybe he will change his mind. Maybe he will announce our relationship in front of everyone. Mumbling softly, Chen Tong walked back, still hissing in pain from below. She felt a little wronged, so she hugged her thin shoulders and sobbed softly. Who? She walked while crying with her arms around her shoulders. After she had taken a few steps, she suddenly heard someone talking. Chen Tong looked up in the direction of the voice and saw two women whispering under a fence in a yard just a few meters away. Her scolding was quite loud, and the two women obviously saw her. Suddenly, a shadow disappeared out of thin air in front of Chen Tong. The other woman stood up hurriedly and asked in surprise, "Who is there? Where are the people?" Forgetting the sad things for a moment, Chen Tong was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. What? What happened? Where is that person just now? Suddenly thinking of something, Chen Tong's hair stood up. She quickly looked around. At the same time, the woman who stayed on the opposite side also ran over quickly. With the help of the moonlight, she could see her appearance clearly. Are you Enqing? Chen Tong. Enqing also saw Chen Tong clearly. She was a little flustered. Chen Tong, why are you here? Aren't you with the group leader? What? What captain? Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with that stinky man who cheated on me and then abandoned me. Speaking of the leader, Chen Tong was a little flustered again. She didn't expect that she was discovered. But then she thought, no? She clearly saw two people just now, and they were talking. Enqing, where is the person you were with just now? I heard you talking. How could she suddenly disappear? Who? No one. You must have heard wrong. Enqing explained in a panic, turning back and pointing at the fence. I just wanted to go to the bathroom here. There's really no one. No one. No, I really saw it. It was a woman in black clothes, with long hair. Chen Tong was very confident, but Enqing was getting more and more flustered. She hurriedly pulled Chen Tong back and said, even if I beg you, don't talk nonsense. You must have seen it wrong. You must have seen it wrong. Tell me quickly. Chen Tong, tell me you didn't see anything. Quickly. She hurriedly pulled Chen Tong's arm and walked back, but at this moment, Chen Tong suddenly felt a chill on her neck. Chapter 46. Preparation for the mountain. The next morning, there was still a faint sense of beauty in the room. The white mattress beneath her was dotted with bright red, and there were traces of tears and a wisp of long hair on the pillow. There was a faint sound of women playing outside the door. Lu Xiaoma opened his eyes, got up and sat on the kong, smoking a cigarette quietly. He slept soundly last night. After all, he was a normal man with normal physiological needs. No normal man can resist a woman's delicate body. There is a world of difference between sleeping with a soft body in your arms and tossing and turning in bed with a human being. This is not lust, this is a man's instinct. He never pretends to be noble when it comes to women. Anyone who still pretends to be a great Israeli wolf or a moralist after the end of the world is either a old gay or has shit in his brain. He put out the cigarette, got up, put on his clothes, and prepared to go out. After looking around, his clothes were gone. There were 5 crystals scattered on the ground. He bent down to pick them up. He thought that the woman last night should be called Chen Tong. He had some impression of her. He would find a chance today and give her more compensation. Lu Xiaoma did not expect her reaction last night to be so intense. 5 crystals, are they not enough? Captain. There was no door in the room. Qin Xian came out of the opposite room and walked directly to the door. Seeing Lu Xiaoma wearing only shorts, her pretty face blushed slightly and she quickly avoided her sight. Lu Xiaoma saw that it was her. Did you see my clothes? Bai Lulu took your clothes to wash early in the morning. Bai Lulu. Lu Xiaoma was slightly surprised. Qin Xian said with a hint of resentment, yes, Bai Lulu, she washed it early in the morning and it's drying in the yard. It is already 10 o'clock in the morning. After breakfast, the female team members took a bath in the stream outside the house. Qin Xian was sent here to keep watch. Before going up the mountain, today was the last day of rest and there was no need to fight. So Lu Xiaoma found a short-sleeved shirt and sports pants in the space to change into. He is 178 centimeters tall, with neat short hair, a well-proportioned, strong body, and muscular body, but not too exaggerated or explosive, just the right size, the type that women like most. This is also due to the fact that he had no girlfriend before the end of the world, and his only hobby was free physical exercise. Before the end of the world, the 4 old bachelors in their dormitory often comforted each other. Having fun with a girl was the same as running 100 meters. After finishing, they would all be breathing heavily, their hearts beating violently, and then they would take a shower and smoke a cigarette. After simply putting on his clothes, the room fell silent. Then I'll go urge them. Qin Xin couldn't stand this strange silence anymore, so she turned around and walked out of the room in small steps. Lu Xiaoma sat back on the Kong and lit a cigarette, waiting for them to finish their shower. Captain, a member of our team disappeared this morning. Wen walked into the doorless room worriedly. Lu Xiaoma was sitting at the wooden table, frowning and drawing with a pen. He turned around in surprise. Who's missing? Chen Tong. Wen looked a little anxious. Early this morning, a team member who was close to Chen Tong told me that he hadn't seen her last night. We looked for her all morning but couldn't find her. But Ching said that she saw Chen Tong crying and running out of the village at 1 a.m. yesterday. She might have returned to the city. Back to the city? If it was someone else, Lu Xiaomo might not believe it, but Chen Tong's behavior last night was still a little strange. You said Chen Tong ran back to the city alone? Didn't we lose a boar on the way? Wen tried to calm down as much as possible. And Ching told me this morning that she might be here to look for that bora. The shed of the bora was chopped off by himself, but it can still be driven. Then you can send someone to drive back immediately. I'll go instead. Feeling a little inexplicably irritated, Lu Xiaoma packed up his things and walked out the door quickly. Immediately, several girls started shouting, forgetting that there was a woman taking a bath outside. He lowered his head and walked quickly to the cement road at the entrance of the village. He found a seat in a car and started it. Wen ran into the car and said, Captain, I'll go with you. After more than 20 minutes, we arrived at the place where the bora was lost yesterday, and the car was indeed gone. He got out of the car and looked at the endless deserted farmland on both sides. Damn it. He kicked the front of the car. Lu Xiaoma couldn't suppress his irritation. He didn't expect this woman to have such a fierce temper. I had already told her very clearly last night that I was not looking for a girlfriend, but she still came over on her own initiative and took off her clothes herself. Naturally, Lu Xiaoma regarded this as a business transaction. I didn't mention the price directly because she was a member of my team after all. In the end, I gave her 5 crystals, which was really a lot. 3,000 bullets can buy a 16-year-old girl, not just for once, but for her whole life. It is also a gift to a 30-year-old old woman. I gave her 25,000 bullets last night. Lu Xiaoma feels that he has not treated her unfairly. This guy just ran away? Bang. There was another sound. Lu Xiaoma kicked the front of the car again in frustration. Wen got out of the car and saw Lu Xiaoma was angry. He whispered to her, Captain, she may have really returned to the city. After we go back this time, I will ask her about it. No need. Let's go back. I won't force anyone who doesn't want to stay in the team. The two got in the car and went back to the village and asked Wen to find someone to come to the yard for a meeting. The female team members in the village were washing clothes and busy with cooking. Lu Xiaoma returned to his yard alone, moved out a wooden table, took out the simple map he had drawn this morning, and spread it out. Yirue, Cassini, Qin Xian, and Qing came in one after another. Lu Xiaoma called them to the table and told them some details about going up the mountain tomorrow. They knew last night that the team's final mission was to reach the top of the mountain. No one asked Lu Xiaoma why he wanted to go up the mountain, but they all had a rough guess in their hearts. Diary, wild boar traps, wild vegetables drying on the roof of the barn. The leader lived here after the end of the world. He must have found a group of meteorites on the mountain, made a fortune, formed this team, and then went to the top of the mountain to dig for meteorites. I guess it's about the same. This afternoon, Wen and Qing, you will be divided into 2 teams. In Qing, your team will be responsible for collecting dry firewood on the mountain. The more you prepare, the better. Also, prepare a walking stick and a wooden stick for torches for everyone in our group. Wen, you guys stay in the village and prepare corn cakes. Prepare enough for a few days. Also, arrange for someone to take down the tarpaulins on the roofs of the 2 houses opposite. When Wen and the others come back, you guys make torches together. Each of us should have one. Qin Xian, keep the remaining tarpaulins in your space. The 2 girls nodded. Lu Xiaoma thought about what he had missed. Also, assign a few more people to catch fish. From now on, catch as much as you can. We'll use it as food when we get to the mountain. Chapter 47. Going up the mountain. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the reddish sun rises above the horizon, wild sparrows chirp, and the brook flows. The whole Jiahigu is shrouded in a faint red mist, like a beautiful landscape painting. For the first time last night, Lu Xiaoma asked the team members to go to bed at 8 o'clock, get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to pack their luggage, and all members gathered at 4:50. Today's female team members are full of energy and ready to go. Now, in 5 minutes, check your backpacks again, including bullet boxes, magazines, grenades, and dry food. On one side of the stream, the female team members stood in 4 neat rows. Wen urged them to do a final check. 5 minutes, one last check. Hurry up. The female team members all have their own combat backpacks with uniform specifications, 1 meter high and half a meter wide, and the colors are mostly cyan and blue. This is the industry of the Spark Women's Adventure Group of Luoye City. They buy the used clothes of madmen and sew them together. The price of denim fabric is 100 bullets, and the price of thick woolen fabric is 50 bullets each. After the inspection, Lu Xiaoma briefly reminded the people of the precautions for going up the mountain, and then he led the way alone, leaning on a wooden stick and going upstream along the mountain stream. The female team members followed him in groups of 3 until the last group of female team members disappeared in the misty mountain stream. Next to the creek in the river, a dark figure pulled the rope in his hand. The other end of the rope was tied to a woman's slender waist. Let's go and take a look. How do you feel now? On both sides are endless mountains, which are already lush and green in early summer. The streams are flowing tirelessly. The ice group team is leaning on branches on the left side of the message and is not moving fast. The road is slippery and the stream is foggy. Lu Xiaoma put on the windbreaker that Bai Lulu had washed for him yesterday and wore non-slip hiking shoes. He walked in front, and Gu Wenxia was half a body length behind him. As good as new. Gu Wenxia smiled and patted her brand new thighs. They are much more beautiful than my old thighs. There is no fat at all. Last night she was able to move freely, and her newly grown pair of thighs attracted the curious female team members to stare at them for a long time. Dozens of small hands were touching them, and later they were rubbed red. Captain. Gu Wenxia was wearing a red waterproof jacket. She leaned on a cane with one hand and unzipped her jacket pocket with the other hand, pulling out 5 crystals. Captain, I haven't thanked you for giving me such precious regeneration crystals. I can't keep these 5 crystals anymore. It's 2 different things. Lu Xiaoma pushed her hand back. Without you, we wouldn't be able to get to Jiahigu. But Captain, you were the one who didn't give up on me in the end. It was so dangerous that day, I was ready to sacrifice myself. Thinking of the battle the day before yesterday, Gu Wenxia's voice was choked. Her legs were stepped on by an orc that day. Just when she was in despair, Lu Xiaoma rushed towards her recklessly. No one in her life has ever risked his life for her like this, not even her useless husband before the end of the world. That scene was unforgettable for Gu Wenxia. She would never forget it for the rest of her life. If I were 10 years younger, maybe I could give him something, but now I am 30. What can I give him? After the end of the world, women have become more valuable, but that is for ordinary people. For young people like the head of the group, women after the end of the world are the least valuable. As long as he is willing to nod, too many young and beautiful women will throw themselves into his arms. Even Bai Lulu, Qin Xian, and other special awakened adults. Gu Wenxia was still thinking in a mess, but when she saw Lu Xiaoma continued to move forward, she could only follow him helplessly. From then on, she would be a responsible driver for him. This is also my greatest ability. The mountain road is not easy to walk on, especially the road next to the mountain stream. The stream is 2 meters wide, and its depth changes at any time depending on the slope. The team could not walk fast and climbed up the stream for 2 hours. The slope gradually became steeper and the water in the stream was only wrist deep. From time to time, we saw a few large river fish struggling to swim downstream with splashes of water. Suddenly, a woman screamed in the team. Lu Xiaoma, who was walking in the front, turned back quickly. Kusini took 2 quick steps forward to report. It's okay, Captain. It's just that a team member fell. Most of the stones beside the stream were covered with moss and were very slippery. The female team members walked carefully, but they could still fall if they were not careful. Lu Xiaoma strode back to the center of the team. 2 of her companions had already helped the fallen female team member up. She covered her forehead with her hands, blood oozing from between her fingers. Qin Xian, do you have any gauze left? The female team member grimaced in pain, but seeing Lu Xiaoma personally coming over to care for her, she still managed to smile. It's okay, Captain. It doesn't hurt as much as being bitten by a madman hiss. Lu Xiaoma looked at the female team member and nodded slightly, then looked around at the team that had already stopped. Everyone should pay more attention to your feet in the future. Now everyone should rest here for 15 minutes. Qin Xian came over to bandage her. Lu Xiaoma found a random place to sit down, looked up at the sky, and then looked at the deep mountain stream in the distance. This is just the beginning, and we haven't entered the fog yet. On the hillside beside the stream, the female team members were all looking for a place to sit down. The weather was really uncomfortable. They went up the mountain early in the morning. It was hot and stuffy, and they felt suffocated. The fog was heavy near the stream, and all our clothes were wet. Those of us who were wearing waterproof jackets got our clothes wet inside due to sweat. Damn it, I really want to bite me. Aowa. Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua supported Lin Meng'er and walked at the end of the team. At this point, it seemed that this blind girl was of no use. Last night the 2 girls went to see the leader and tried every means to persuade him to stay in the village to watch over the cars for everyone. They used both beauty and humiliation, and finally he followed them up the mountain obediently. They don't know that. In fact, the 2 lantern ladies are the most important in this trip. The 2 girls helped Lin Meng'er find a random dirt slope to sit down. The dirt under there, but was surprisingly damp. Miao Xiao took off the big backpack behind him with great effort, dug out a water bottle, unscrewed the lid, and gulped down a big mouthful. I told you a long time ago that humiliating lowly is the right way, but you just don't believe it. Why don't you just die? Su Feifei snatched her water bottle, tilted her head back, and took a big gulp. After she was full, she put the water bottle down and cursed breathlessly. Didn't you encourage me to be bold last night? You pushed the cleavage of my chest to my chin. I want to die. Xiaohua fell on the hillside with her head raised. Let me die here. No one of you is allowed to stop me. Su Feifei followed suit and lay down, opening her arms. I really want to have a big swimming pool and a bunch of muscular handsome guys shooting me with water guns. Su Feifei opened her arms and put one hand on Miao Xiaohua's face. Miao Xiaohua grabbed her hand and threw it aside in disgust, saying, Then wait until all those muscular handsome guys of yours have emptied their cum and enter the sage mode. The two girls were still chatting, and Lin Ming'er, who was sitting quietly between them, suddenly called their names, Feifei Xiaohua. She suddenly turned around and looked at a certain spot on the hillside behind her. Please help me find the leader. I have something to tell him. Chapter 48, Red Mist. Lu Xiaoma had just sat down and lit a cigarette when Su Feifei shuffled over and rolled her eyes unhappily. Our blind little sister wants to talk to you about life. Lin Ming'er looked for him, but as far as he could remember, she had never taken the initiative to look for him. After stubbing out the cigarette, he followed Su Feifei around many female team members and walked to the end of the team. Lin Ming'er was already standing there supported by Miao Xiaohua. Her beautiful big eyes, without a trace of evil, stared straight at the hillside, as if she sensed Lu Xiaoma's arrival. Captain, I feel something with great energy there. Something with a lot of energy? Yi Rui and Cassini also followed Lu Xiaoma over. They knew Lin Ming'er's character and knew that she would not take the initiative to look for the team leader if it was not a very important matter. Yes, it's something with great energy. Lin Ming'er's peaceful gaze moved slightly, then fixed in one place. It's moving, not far from us. It's a ball of very powerful stuff. I've never seen it before. In the world of blind awakeners, when they sense a madman, they will only feel a point of light in the vastness, which seems to be a small ball of energy. If it was an orc, the light spot would be bigger. In their perception, it might be as big as a fist. But the thing that Lin Ming'er felt today was as big as a basketball in her sea of consciousness, but it did not rush towards the team madly, but just moved back and forth. This made her confused. Yiru is Woya, the two of you follow me. Cassini, you stay here and keep watch. Everyone else, cheer up. Knowing that Lin Ming'er would not joke casually, Lu Xiaoma led the two girls and quietly climbed up in the direction she pointed. Lin Ming'er's perception range is 10,000 square meters. With herself as the axis point, she can sense up to 50 meters in one direction. 50 meters is not far, but the fog gets heavier as you go up the water. When you look up at the top of the mountain, you can't see more than a few meters before you feel like the mountain is inserted into the clouds. Suddenly, a small hand tugged at the corner of his clothes from behind. Lu Xiaoma turned around and saw Lin Ming'er, who was also supported by Su Feifei and the other two girls, following him. Captain, that light spot has moved again, and it's in that direction now. Moving. Watching Lin Ming'er stretch out her little hand, like a compass, her fingers slowly moved in the air and finally stopped slightly. It seems to be coming in our direction. But at this time, Lin Ming'er couldn't see the faces of Lu Xiaoma and the others. At this moment, Lu Xiaoma and several women's faces changed. The fog on the hillside suddenly became very heavy, and they couldn't even see each other. Captain, someone called out, and Lu Xiaoma felt a small hand grabbing him from behind. It slid along his back to his arm, and finally found his hand and held it tightly. Captain, this is a bit strange. Let's not get separated. I don't know whose hand it was. Captain, I can't see anything. They were all talking, but no one responded from Lu Xiaoma. Captain, is this you, Captain? Yi Rui raised her voice, but she couldn't hear him even though she was so close. Captain, why are you silent? What are you doing? Captain. She suddenly felt a very strong sense of crisis. Lu Xiaoma suddenly felt that the air around him was white and terrifyingly quiet. A woman's face came up to him. Captain. Yi Rui also felt that she was face to face with Lu Xiaoma, but she didn't care about that. She shouted hard into Lu Xiaoma's ear. Captain, can you hear me? Lu Xiaoma's eardrum was hurt by the shock, and he instinctively dodged his head. What are you doing? What's wrong with you, Captain? Why don't you answer me? Yi Rui still didn't get a response from Lu Xiaoma after the second shout, but at least she knew the captain was not dead and could still move. Yi Rui couldn't help but stretch out her hands, hugged Lu Xiaoma's face, and pulled it towards her own face. She also leaned forward slightly. Captain, why don't you speak? What's wrong? However, the other side is still silent. Yi Rui? Suddenly, he felt a woman close to his face. Lu Xiaoma was a little confused. Yi Rui, say something. What exactly is this fog? Lu Xiaoma already had a bad suspicion in his mind. The sudden appearance of fog and the absolute silence all around made him not believe that these women would remain silent. The fog blocked my sight, blocked my sound, or blocked my smell without me noticing. By Lulu? Suddenly Lu Xiaoma thought of her, but immediately felt something was wrong. The fog around him had slowly turned red. Bai Lulu's mist is milky white and exudes a faint holy scent. Especially when she releases skills, her long hair flutters in the air, making her look like a goddess in ancient Greek mythology, so sacred that people dare not look directly at her. But what exactly is this red mist now? Lin Meng'er said that she felt that there was something with great energy here, or that she suddenly seemed to have grasped something in her moving head, but at this moment, the woman on the right seemed to be about to fall. Lu Xiaoma hurriedly went to pull her, grabbed the waist of her pants, and instinctively pulled her back. She obviously resisted a few times, but then stopped moving. What was going on? Can you hear me? Lu Xiaoma shouted loudly, but got no response. He grabbed the bodies of the two women with his hands. They were obviously still alive. There was no response. It must be the red mist that blocked the sound. And just now, Yi Rui's loud shouting in my ear meant that if I wanted to communicate with them, I just had to speak into their ears. Yi Rui, can you hear me now? His forehead touched the other's temple. Lu Xiaoma called out, but there was no response. He moved forward, his nose pressed against the other's cheek, his lips touched her face, and moved away slightly. Yi Rui, can you hear me now? If you can, nod your head. I may not be able to hear you. Nod and tell me. Chapter 49, The Deer of the Mist. Sure enough, although she didn't respond verbally this time, she nodded vigorously. Lu Xiaoma put his lips close to Yi Rui's ear and said, I suspect this is the same mist man as by Lulu, but for some reason, its mist is red and can block our voices. I'll give you Zoya now. You hold her. You two stand here and don't move. I'll go over and take a look. The other party shook his head vigorously, as if he wanted to say something. After a moment, Yi Rui also found this way to communicate. Her two slightly cold lips found Lu Xiaoma's ear, and she whispered anxiously, Captain, I have the skills of a stone-skinned man. It's safer for me to go. Captain, you and Zoya stay here. I'll go. The two could only communicate in this way. Lu Xiaoma suddenly felt a void on his left side. Yi Rui's delicate body disappeared. Not long after, without any sound, something suddenly hit his foot. He staggered backwards. Lu Xiaoma hugged Zoya's waist and forced himself to stabilize his body. Almost at the same time, he took out a long screwdriver in his left hand, bent down, and stabbed it at the foot. With a bang, the knife bounced off like a screwdriver stuck in a rock. He was about to stab downwards when he suddenly felt two small hands grabbing his thighs. Feeling that it was Yi Rui who used the body-protecting stone skin skill, Lu Xiaoma immediately withdrew his attack. It was all red all around, and I couldn't see anything. Yi Rui supported Lu Xiaoma's thigh and stood up, touching Lu Xiaoma's face. Something happened, Captain. Something really hit me. Hurry up and give me your knife. I just dropped mine. Feeling the hilt of the knife in Lu Xiaoma's left hand, Yi Rui dodged again and rushed out in a random direction. Zoya, don't move. The surroundings were still red. Yi Rui had been gone for less than a minute, and Lu Xiaoma was still holding Zoya's waist. He tried to take 2 steps forward, touched a tree trunk, and leaned over to find Zoya's ear. I'm going to see what's ahead. You hold onto this tree and don't move. Zoya in his arms also touched the tree trunk, and her other little hand patted her back at a high frequency. I don't know what she wanted to say. Lu Xiaoma held her neck with his big hand and found her ears again. I can't hear what you said. This fog blocks our voices. Now hold on to this tree and don't move. I'll go over and see what that is. He let go of the hand that was holding Zoya, tried to take 2 steps forward, and suddenly he felt something hit him heavily again. This time, Lu Xiaoma subconsciously reached down and touched something, but it was not a woman's body, but a hairy thing that was still warm. The thing seemed to be frightened suddenly, and it flapped its wings violently, as if it wanted to run away. Suddenly, he felt this thing standing up, and something poked his chest. Lu Xiaoma hurriedly touched the thing that poked his chest. It was furry, as if he touched a piece of hardwood, a hardwood with hair. That thing is trying to escape. This is not a madman. The feeling on his right hand might have been on the back of this thing just now. Now it was moving rapidly. Lu Xiaoma quickly clenched his right hand and grabbed a tail. An animal's tail? Without thinking too much, he grabbed the tail and quickly wrapped it around his wrist a few times. With his left hand, he found a long screwdriver in the space and stabbed the furry thing hard. One knife, one knife, one knife. The animal struggled violently. Lu Xiaoma groaned several times and felt the thing kicking him dozens of times. He didn't know how long it had been before the thing stopped moving. The red mist gradually dissipated, and the red light of the sun once again shone through the treetops on the hillside and onto the muddy land between the mountains. Half kneeling on the soft dirt slope, Lu Xiaoma was slightly out of breath, his right arm still tightly wrapped around the animal's tail. When the red mist gradually dissipated, he could see clearly that right in front of him, a male sika deer was lying in a pool of blood. Its lower abdomen was covered with numerous screwdriver wounds, and blood was hissing out. That's it. It died, and the fog dissipated. Looking around, Zoya was just a few meters behind him, holding a medium-sized tree trunk in one hand and a long screwdriver in the other. She was staring at this place. In the front left, Yirue was kneeling on one knee under a tree, her body covered with black soil. She looked around and happened to see herself. Her beautiful eyes then saw the stag here, full of surprise. That powerful point of light is gone. Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua supported Lin Ming'er and walked carefully to Lu Xiaoma's side, looking at the deer in surprise. Go back to the camp first. The deer's body was put into the space, and several people helped them down the mountain. The large group at the foot of the mountain had just seen the strange sight of red fog halfway up the mountain, and everyone was on alert. Now that the fog had dissipated, Cassini sent people up to investigate, and they happened to meet Lu Xiaoma and others coming down. Captain, what on earth was that thick fog on the top of the mountain? Wu Nen led the team to pick them up. The mud under Lu Xiaoma's feet was still a little slippery. He glanced at her and interrupted. Are the team members all right? Fine. Then we'll talk about it later. After returning to the stream and reuniting with the main group, Yirue briefly told them about the strange male deer they encountered on the lower hillside. Lu Xiaoma also took out the deer's body and studied it carefully. It also releases mist. Crouching beside the deer's corpse, by Lulu, a fog person, was the most curious. She carefully examined the deer's corpse, looking at its eyeballs and four hooves, and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Huh, it really is a huh. Look. She quickly held out her left wrist and said, Look, its hoof is the same as mine, with a milky white bracelet mark on it. A deer with the abilities of a mist man? Or a deer with the abilities of a mist man? I have never heard of such an incredible thing. Animals can also have special awakenings. Can we still eat the carcass of this deer? Miao Xiaohua also squatted beside the deer's corpse, stared at the wounds, and licked her lips. It was obvious that her focus was still very different. It was almost time to rest. Lu Xiaoma looked at the time. It was just 7:30 in the morning. If he walked faster today, he would be able to reach the treasure tomorrow morning. He stood up on a rock beside the stream and said, Wu Nan, notify everyone. We'll set off now. I came to the side of the deer's stone and put it into the space first. Since I couldn't get any results from my research, I would wait until I had time to study it slowly later. The last time he came, there were even stranger things than this, and maybe he would encounter more in the future. These are just appetizers. The team continued along the stream. Lu Xiaoma still walked in the front, with the female team members behind him in groups of 3 supporting each other, each holding a wooden crutch in their hands and a torch on their waist. The female members of Enqing's team at the back had an extra rope tied around their waists with a fish attached. Captain. The team was not moving very fast. Enqing stepped on the stones exposed in the stream from behind the team, staggered around to the front of the team, and caught up with Lu Xiaoma. Captain, you asked us to prepare torches. Are you planning to walk at night tonight? We don't walk at night. Using the stick as support, Lu Xiaoma strode over a mossy stone, turned around, and held out the stick. Enqing grabbed the stick he handed over and used it as leverage to jump over the smooth stone. Lu Xiaoma turned around and took 2 steps forward to make room, then looked deeper into the mountain stream. Once we pass the black poison barrier ahead, it's time to use these torches. Chapter 50, Poison Barrier. On one side of the mountain stream, smoke was curling up from cooking fires. In an open space with a gentle slope, 6 or 7 campfires were set up with large black pots, and water was boiling in the black pots. One person was scooping water with a ladle beside the campfire, and the other female team members lined up with their iron lunchboxes, each with a ladle of boiling water, and 2 people with a grilled fish sprinkled with salt and chili. After getting the meal, 2 people would find a slope or sit down against a tree root. They would soak the hard corn tortillas in boiling water to dissolve them and eat them with spicy salted fish. After dinner, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Lu Xiaoma asked everyone to rest for an hour, and those who could sleep should sleep for a while. They set off at 11 o'clock in the morning and had another meal at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon to replenish her energy. Captain, are you looking for me? After dinner, they washed their faces with clean water from the stream. Most of the female team members found a tree root to lean on for a rest. Lu Xiaoma hurriedly washed her face by the stream, stood up, and saw Gu Wenxia coming over with a female team member. She looked to be about 23 or 24 years old, wearing a gray mountaineering suit, with a ponytail casually standing on her head. Lu Xiaoma had some impression of her. It was she who drove the Bora car to pick up Gu Wenxia and him last time. Lu Xiaoma looked at her and forced a smile. He found 2 crystals in the space and said, "I heard from Sister Gu that your name is Gung Qiuju. You drove to pick us up last time. You promised to do that. Thank you." Gung Qiuju happily accepted the crystal awarded by the team leader. "Thank you, team leader. I thought you were a big liar, haha." She looked at the crystal for a long time, then turned and left with a smile. Lu Xiaoma found the map he had drawn and compared it carefully with his memory and estimated that they were almost there. He found a tree root to lean against and took a nap. Qin Xian came over to push him, and the team continued on their way. At noon, the sun climbed above our heads. The moisture was heavy by the stream, and it was stuffy above our heads. Many female team members had their hair untied and stuck to their faces. We climbed up along the mountain stream and the road. Lu Xiaoma was walking in the first one. About 10 meters away, he saw 3 small trees broken at the waist. He felt something in his heart and quickened his pace to the side of the tree. The broken ends of the small trees were flat and smooth without a single stump, which was the masterpiece of his air blade. Looking forward, he could vaguely see a black mass between the 2 mountains in front. "It's this poison barrier. The last time I came here, I suffered a lot from it. This is strange. What is this black fog?" The large troops arrived in front of the black poisonous fog one after another. Looking from the mountains on both sides, the black fog seemed to grow on these mountains, extending all the way to the top of the mountain. "Captain, do you want me to send someone to check the mountains on both sides?" Wu Nan and Qing both came over. Lu Xiaoma stood by the stream, looking up at the black fog. Looking upwards, it was at least 1,000 meters high, much higher than the mountains on both sides. The last time he came here, his first thought was to go around it. He climbed up the hills on both sides by himself, but this black poisonous fog was like a huge sphere with a diameter of at least 1 kilometer. "I've tried. There's no getting around it." After looking at the black fog, Lu Xiaoma sighed and turned back to order the female team members. "Everyone rest here for a while. Wu Nan and Qing, divide the team into 10 groups immediately. I can open this poison barrier for 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, everyone must go in." The 2 girls nodded and went down to do as they were told. These days, Yi Rui and the others had all gotten used to it, and no one could ask about things the leader didn't want to talk about. Moreover, they are mercenaries who only need to complete the task and have no right to ask questions. But this place is still too weird. Yi Rui and Cassini looked at the black fog and discussed for a while. Then they came over together. "Captain, have you been in this black fog group before, or is this our first time going in today?" Yi Rui has returned to normal these past 2 days when facing Lu Xiaoma. What they are more concerned about now is what to do if this fog is solid. "I went in there once. It's very dangerous." When Lu Xiaoma thought about the situation inside the black fog now, he still felt a chill down his spine. This was also the reason why he wanted to form a team instead of going in alone. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Lu Xiaoma looked around at the female team members and said, "This time when we go in, if we can come out alive, I will give each of you a bonus of 30,000 bullets, and the special awakeners will get a bonus of 100,000 bullets. If anyone unfortunately dies, the family members of each person will receive a 10-fold pension." After hearing what Lu Xiaoma said, all the female team members fell silent. A female team member asked, raising her hand subconsciously, "Captain, can you tell me what's in there? Are they all crazy people? Or orcs?" "No, there are no madmen or orcs in there." Lu Xiaoma shook his head and sighed. "There's just no light in there, and there are some animals that seem to be crazy." "Crazy animals? What's so scary about animals?" The female team members were surprised and looked at each other. For the survivors after the apocalypse, they would rather face a tiger than a madman. I briefly talked about some of the things that happened to me last time in there and highlighted the key points. Most of the female team members thought it was nothing, but they were very interested in the meteorite cluster mentioned by Lu Xiaoma. Meteorite group. When the mountain stream reaches here, it is blocked by the thick black fog. The stream still flows, but taking a step forward is like stepping into the abyss. After a break, the 100 Ice team members were divided into 10 groups. The mountain gap on both sides was about 10 meters wide, and the stream was about 4 meters wide. The first group of 10 female team members stood in a row in front of the poisonous fog. The middle ones were wading in the water. Behind them, 2 meters apart, were the second row of 10 female team members. Lu Xiaoma stood at the front of the poisonous fog. He took a deep breath and suddenly waved his right hand. A wall of milky white gas stood half a meter above the stream. This wall of air continued to the soil on both sides of the foot of the mountain, parallel to the stream water, like a magic carpet floating in the air. Quick! Everyone crawl over here now. A square air wall with a side length of 10 meters penetrates the black fog directly, and there is a 50-centimeter vacuum area above and below where there is no black fog. The light from outside shines into the black fog through the vacuum area, and the sound of the stream flowing can be vaguely seen. In other words, the thickness of the outer layer of the poisonous fog is less than 10 meters. This is the result of Lu Xiaoma's repeated research when he came in last time, and he suffered a lot from it. Got the order. The first row of women quickly climbed up the air wall and crawled forward in the vacuum zone, using their elbows and knees to push forward at the fastest speed. Second row, move in. The skill effect only lasts for 10 minutes. Lu Xiaoma stood on one side of the air wall. The second row of female players quickly followed the example of the first row of female players, climbed up the half-meter air wall, and quickly crawled forward. The third row followed closely. At this moment, on the hillside on one side of the stream, a dark shadow grabbed a woman's waist and rushed down towards the air wall quickly. Chapter 51, Absolute Darkness. Captain. Lu Xiaoma was concentrating on directing the female team members to rush into the poison barrier. Suddenly, a weak figure rushed over from behind. He was startled. He turned back subconsciously, and a black shadow passed by his eyes, and then it climbed up the air wall in a flash. Chintong. The surrounding female team members were all stunned. Lu Xiaoma wanted to follow the black shadow, but there were still so many female team members around who had not gone in. Don't worry about her for now. Go to the sixth row. Lu Xiaoma had a certain understanding of the black shadow. He quickly untied the hemp rope around Chintong's waist. He didn't have time to think about so many things now. Follow the seventh row. Just follow them and crawl in. Seeing Lu Xiaoma again, Chintong nodded desperately with tears in her eyes and aggrieved. I know. Then she couldn't help but throw herself into Lu Xiaoma's arms. Captain, I didn't want to run away. I didn't want to leave you. She caught me. She put me on a mountaintop. I know, but we have limited time now. You go in with them first. We'll talk after we get in. Hurry up and get in the seventh row. He quickly picked up Chintong by the waist and threw her onto the air wall. Hurry up and crawl inside. Crawl on your stomach. Don't let the black fog hit your head. Hurry. The eighth row, the ninth row, the last row had only 9 people. Su Feifei, Miao Xiaohua, and Lin Ming'er were at the end. The 3 of them were obviously struggling. Lu Xiaoma glanced at the time, strode forward, and picked up Su Feifei by the waist without saying a word. She screamed and was thrown onto the air wall. A voice came from behind. Hurry up and crawl inside. Don't look up. The second one was Miao Xiaohua. Finally, Lu Xiaoma picked up Lin Ming'er by the waist, and the 2 of them rolled onto the air wall together. Hurry up and climb onto my back. I'll take you in. She is a blind girl and has absolutely no direction here. The 2 finally climbed up the air wall. Without waiting for her to agree, Lu Xiaoma grabbed her arm and asked her to turn sideways. He also quickly turned sideways, with his back to Lin Ming'er, and pulled her arm hard. She screamed and pressed her body tightly against his back. Hold my neck and don't look up. There is a poison barrier up there. Using his elbows and knees, he quickly crawled forward on the air wall with Lin Ming'er on his back. Su Feifei and the others in front of him had already rolled down the air wall and escaped from the poison barrier. As soon as they stood up, they looked around and shouted Lin Ming'er's name. Lu Xiaoma finally climbed to the edge of the air wall, carrying Lin Ming'er on his back. The 2 of them rolled down the air wall together and fell into the stream in the poisonous fog. Cough, cough, cough. As he fell on his back, Lu Xiaoma hit Lin Ming'er's weak body. She felt pain and subconsciously opened her mouth, swallowing a large mouthful of water. When Lu Xiaoma fumbled to help her stand up, she coughed hard. Blind lady. With the dim light outside, Su Feifei hurried over to support Lin Ming'er. Having learned the lesson from the black shadow, Lu Xiaoma retracted the air wall immediately after he stood up. When he turned around again, it was already pitch black all around, and he could not see anything at all. It was like he was in absolute darkness. This is the feeling. Every time I have nightmares these days, everything is black. This is the feeling. The last time I came in alone, I felt the same way. The darkness around me was so intense that it drove me crazy. I didn't even know if I was still alive. Where's the lantern man? Su Feifei. Miao Xiaohua. Use your skills quickly. Oh, I'm here. I'm here. The 2 lantern ladies seemed to have forgotten that they were also special awakeners. After Lu Xiaoma reminded them, a few seconds later, a soft green light suddenly appeared around them. The skin exposed on the surface seemed to be transparent, and the clothes on the body, eyeballs, and even the hair on the head were emitting soft green light. The effects of their two skills can be superimposed, and the scenery within the surrounding 200 square meters can be clearly seen in an instant. With light around, the female team members who came in here gradually calmed down their fear. Although not everyone is afraid of the dark, it must be uncomfortable to be in an absolutely dark environment. Captain Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua, two green transparent people, supported Lin Ming'er in the middle, but Lin Ming'er could not see what they looked like now. Lu Xiaoma was still panting. Everyone, hurry up and adjust yourself. He looked at Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua. How long can your skills last? Us. The two girls looked at each other across Lin Ming'er and said, we can keep going. It's just a waste of energy. Yes, that's right. I just get hungry quickly, so I have to eat delicious food to replenish my energy. One of the two women spoke and the other echoed, but at this moment they seemed to be completely transparent. If you didn't look closely at their chests, it would be almost impossible to tell who was who. Wu Nan and Qing, please count the number of people now. Yi Rui, Cassini, did any of you see a dark shadow just now? The female team members gradually calmed down and counted the number of people. They found that there was one more person, Chintong. However, the black shadow had disappeared into the darkness ahead. The few team members who saw it did not dare to chase after it rashly. It was still the same mountain stream, with the water gurgling, but everything here seemed to have entered a dark world. The weeds and trees on the hillsides on both sides had lost their photosynthesis and were lifeless. Qin Xian walked to a big tree, touched the trunk, put it under her nose, and smelled it. There was a rotten and musty smell. Looking at her feet, there was slippery soil without a single weed. On the other side, and Qing said something in Chintong's ear. The latter lowered his head in fear, but couldn't help but look up at Lu Xiaoma's back, as if he was making some decision. Oh, there's a big meteorite here. Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua walked forward a little and reached the middle of the team. The light source by the stream also moved forward a few meters. A female team member was surprised to find a tall meteorite halfway up the hill. They are so familiar with this thing. At the beginning of the apocalypse, two adventure groups fought to the death for a meteorite, sacrificing hundreds of lives, just for such a meteorite. There's a meteorite. Now the female team members were all excited. They stood up and Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua heard that there was a meteorite, and they ran towards that direction excitedly to take a look. Not far away. No, don't go over there. Lin Ming'er suddenly grabbed Su Feifei's arm. You, don't go over there. There's something over there. There's something over there, Captain. Don't go over there. Lu Xiaoma's face changed. Everyone, come back here. But before he finished speaking, the female team member who first discovered the meteorite suddenly let out a shrill scream just a dozen meters away. Captain. Then there were screams one after another, but it was too late. Blue flames suddenly appeared under the feet of a female team member, and the flames quickly shot up along her ankles, layer after layer of blue waves. In less than 5 seconds, she had turned into a crazy blue fireman and pounced on another female team member. Chapter 52, Insect Mountain. Fire. Don't hesitate. Fire now. There was chaos near the meteorite in front. The blue flame had quickly infected the 6 female team members. After being infected, they screamed and ran away. Lu Xiaoma gritted his teeth and rushed forward, holding an automatic rifle in both hands, shooting a fire snake at a panicked female team member who was rushing over. Da-da-da-da-da. There were dozens of spitting fire snakes. Yi Rui and Kusini quickly led a dozen female team members to stand on both sides of Lu Xiaoma. They held automatic rifles in both hands and fired while pressing forward. The blue firemen on the opposite side, who were just talking and laughing with them, turned against them and killed each other in the blink of an eye. These people felt an indescribable pain in their hearts. Several female team members even shouted to fire, and their eyes could not help but turn red. 5 minutes later, beside the dark green stream, there were 13 bodies with blue flames. 2 of the bodies had already washed into the stream, but they were strangely floating on the water and burning quietly. There was silence. The chests of the female team members rose and fell violently. Their eyes followed the 2 bodies as they drifted downstream and disappeared into the black poison barrier. It's there, it's still there. Lin Ming'er couldn't see. She pointed her finger in the direction of the meteorite. Lu Xiaoma looked in the direction she pointed, and his face suddenly changed. Not only him, but everyone could see clearly that more than 10 meters away, in front of the meteorite, countless small black groups were gathering together rapidly. A female team member pointed at the large black mass in horror. Look, what is that? Everyone, calm down. Now, 2 people each light a torch. Quick, do as I say right now. Having been here once, Lu Xiaoma knew that most of the dark creatures here were afraid of fire. Where's Lin Ming? He looked around, and not far away, Lin Ming'er quickly raised her hand. I'm here. Lu Xiaoma quickly took a few steps forward and praised. You can still feel it. I feel something with great energy, just like last time. She pointed to Lu Xiaoma, and another female team member not far away screamed. They are coming. They are crawling towards us. 10 meters away on the hillside, the surface of a tall meteorite was covered with dense black spots, as if a silent horn had been blown. In an instant, the black spots on the surface of the meteorite rushed towards the crowd frantically. These black spots were moving very fast. Before the female team members could light the torches, Lu Xiaoma quickly shouted, By Lulu, release your skills. Everyone, gather together quickly. The bodies of the female team members emitting blue flames were still vivid in their minds. The female team members standing in the front leaned back in panic. Bai Lulu had already released her skills, and mixed with the green light of the lantern man, a green mist enveloped everyone. But this skill only lasts for 10 minutes. Lu Xiaoma can vaguely see the outlines of people in the fog, but can't see their faces clearly. Where's Qin Xian? Where is Qin Xian? Come find me. The bodies of the female team members were everywhere, and suddenly there was another scream behind him. Lu Xiaoma felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that this mist had no effect on them? He turned around quickly and stood at the edge of the fog. He took 2 steps forward and half of his body was out of the fog. The green light of the 2 lantern men was 200 square meters, and the fog of Bai Lulu was 100 square meters. Lu Xiaoma leaned out half of his body and saw clearly that right in front of him, a female team member was screaming and rolling on the ground. Her body was covered with black spots. She stopped moving for more than 10 seconds. The flesh on her face and body was quickly and frantically eaten. Is this an ant? There are actually ants as big as lighters. Asshole! With an angry roar, Lu Xiaoma found a grenade and was about to throw it into the ant group eating the female team members. But Yi Rui suddenly grabbed his arm from behind. Captain, don't. She quickly snatched the grenade from Lu Xiaoma's hand and threw it towards the hillside. You will blow them all into our fog. With a loud bang, the mud on the hillside fell into the fog like raindrops. Lu Xiaoma, who had calmed down at this time, also noticed that the ants did not rush into the fog, but more and more ants gathered outside the fog. They stepped on each other and seemed to have stepped to a height of more than 2 meters, as if they were waiting for the fog to dissipate before attacking in one fell swoop. Brute! There was a series of gunshots. Lu Xiaoma stood at the edge of the fog, holding an automatic rifle in both hands and continuously spewing fire snakes. But this was obviously a drop in the bucket. The black group of ants in front of him gathered higher and higher on the edge of the Shishui River. After firing all the bullets, Lu Xiaoma cursed angrily again, threw the automatic rifle into the black group, turned around and shouted, Where's Lin Ming'er? Where is she? Tell her to come to me quickly. The fog behind them stirred, and the twin sisters Fang Jing and Fang Ye supported Lin Ming'er and stepped forward together. Captain, what did you just feel? Lu Xiaoma showed half of his body outside the mist, and there were already ants crawling towards him. Seeing this, Yi Rui hurriedly grabbed Lu Xiaoma's back and pulled him completely into the mist. Lu Xiaoma couldn't tell who was who right now, but he just heard Lin Ming'er's voice. Where's Lin Ming'er? Tell me quickly what happened outside. What did you feel? Just like last time, it's a ball of light with great energy. I don't know what it is, that. A woman was talking in the mist. Lu Xiaoma followed the sound and took a step forward, grabbing her arm. How many are there? How many balls of light did you feel? 1. Lin Ming'er said in pain. Captain, I only feel 1 ball of light now. Just 1. After taking a few breaths, Lu Xiaoma gradually began to think calmly. He was a little out of control just now, partly because of the scene of the female team member dying tragically in front of him. These female team members had given their lives to me more than 10 minutes ago, and now they were gone in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, entering this black poison barrier again, his body instinctively began to feel anxious, and he couldn't help but recall the memories of his narrow escape from death in this poison barrier a few days ago. Now he gradually calmed down and took a few heavy breaths. There were silhouettes of people all around him, but he couldn't see their appearance clearly. These things should be afraid of fire. Thinking about it, he found a torch in the space and lit it with a lighter a few times, but the humidity in the fog was too heavy. Yi Rui, beside him, handed him something. Captain, use this. The windproof lighter lit the torch. In the light green mist, the tarpaulin on the top of the torch sizzled. Lu Xiaoma walked out of the mist halfway with the torch in his hand. At this time, the ant group not far away had gathered to a height of nearly 6 meters. There were still ants on the bottom layer climbing up continuously. Densely packed ant hill. He took a deep breath. If this torch couldn't kill these beasts, He and these female team members would probably die here. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoma gritted his teeth and threw the torch into the insect mountain opposite. Chapter 53. Ant King? Ant Queen? Call. The torches streaked through the green air and hit the wall of the insect mountain. They were quickly swallowed up and disappeared. Perhaps only a few ants were killed, but the mountain they had piled up did not move back a single step. How so? Lu Xiaoma didn't believe it, so he found a torch in the space, lit it, and threw it into the hill built by ants. As usual, the torch sank into the hill and disappeared. Behind the third and fourth torches, there were already female team members following Lu Xiaoma to throw torches. Without exception, they all sank into the hill of ants and disappeared, until the torch thrown by a female team member was half a meter short and fell to the ground between the fog and the ant hill. The next scene they saw shocked all the female team members. As they got closer to the fog, under the watchful eyes of all the female team members, the ant hill on the opposite side quickly sent out a small team of dozens of lighter-sized ants, who rushed towards the torch head without hesitation and covered the flame with their bodies, making a sizzling sound until the torch went out. They are not afraid of fire. They just thought of something. Lu Xiaoma's face suddenly changed. There is a commander in this ant colony. Thinking about what Lin Ming'er said, she felt a light spot with very powerful energy. Ant King, Ant Queen, these two words flashed through his mind quickly. At the same time, Lu Xiaoma had another idea. He turned around and shouted, Qin Xian, do you have a glass container in your space? Glass container? Qin Xian was standing half a body away from Lu Xiaoma. She was surprised and said, Yes, yes. The beer bottles we had left over from the other day. There is no glass products factory in Lia City, and the liquor factory in the city lord's mansion needs a large number of glass containers. After returning to the city, those beer bottles can be sold at a good price. It's easy if you have it. Hurry. Lu Xiaoma turned around and shouted, Qin Xian, take out all the beer bottles in your space. Yi Rui, Kusini, find 10 people to help me immediately. As he spoke, he found a 50-liter red barrel in the space, and then found 2 crystals and squeezed them hard. 2 powerful streams of water rushed straight into the red barrel. At the same time, Lu Xiaoma shouted again, How much time is left for Bai Lulu's skill? Does anyone remember it? Captain, I've got it. There are still 7 minutes left. I'm keeping it in mind. A woman answered. Lu Xiaoma didn't know who she was. The big red bucket in front of him was full in less than a minute. He quickly found another energy crystal in the space and threw it into the big red bucket. Then, the clear water in the red bucket quickly turned into milky white. 1 energy crystal can be mixed with 1,000 liters of gasoline, and its effect is 10 times that of ordinary gasoline. At present, this is just a 50-liter water storage container. After the energy crystal releases a certain amount of energy in the water, it will no longer release it. Hurry up, Yi Rui and Kusini. Take your beer bottles and fill them with water. The girls around him immediately understood what Lu Xiaoma was going to do and came over to help. Edge of fog. Now Lu Xiaoma is almost certain that the queen ant or the ant king on the opposite side is waiting for the fog to disappear before launching a collective attack. The big red barrel was placed 1 meter outside the fog group. The female team members came up with beer bottles and filled them with water. They didn't see any movement yet, just waiting there quietly. Captain, we have about 4 minutes left. 4 minutes was enough. 1 team member continued to add water. A dozen team members had already filled hundreds of beer bottles. Lu Xiaoma found a cotton t-shirt in the space, tore off a piece of cloth, dipped it in water in the big red bucket, and finally pushed the cloth into the bottle mouth. He looked up at the anthill a few meters away. Taking out a lighter, Lu Xiaoma lit the cloth strip, soaked in energy water outside the bottle mouth, and threw it forward. This time, he deliberately controlled his aim. The beer bottle flew to the foot of the anthill and hit a pebble, exploding. The energy water in the bottle splashed everywhere. At the same time, the cloth strip with blue flames ignited the energy water around the landing point and quickly began to spread in all directions. The female team members standing at the edge of the mist were watching nervously. Now everyone knew. The leader must succeed this time. Otherwise, they will all die. The gasoline water soaked in energy crystals had an effect 10 times that of gasoline. The blue flame shot up more than a foot high. As expected, there was a commotion at the foot of the ant colony. Hundreds of ants as big as lighters quickly emerged and rushed towards the gasoline water with blue flames without hesitation. There was a sizzling sound, and a burnt smell in the air covered the smell of rot. More and more ants rushed towards the blue fire gasoline water without hesitation. In a blink of an eye, a thick layer of corpses was spread on the gasoline water. It works. Lu Xiaoma clenched his right fist and suddenly swung his left hand forward. Now, Yi Rui, I want all 10 of you to smash the beer bottles for me. Smash them hard. Clear. Yi Rue's voice also carried a hint of excitement. Sisters, aim at that anthill and smash it for me. Just now, they all followed suit, tore strips of cloth from their bodies, stuffed them into the mouths of beer bottles, and lit the cloth strips. The first batch of 10 beer bottles smashed towards the anthill opposite. Whoosh whoosh. Blue sparks instantly surrounded the anthill. The ants were in a commotion, and the anthill was shaky and showed signs of collapsing. This time, before they could send out the firefighting team, 10 excited female team members quickly threw a second wave of beer bottles at them. It works. The fire was getting bigger and bigger. The third batch of beer bottles didn't need to light the cloth strips. The ground around the anthill was already a sea of blue fire. Suddenly, the huge anthill nearly 8 meters high collapsed silently, and countless big ants seemed to have lost their command and ran around in panic. Fight! Seeing the ants quickly disperse, Lu Xiaoma quickly shouted, Yi Rue, Cassini, light up all the trees around here, and then we. Before he finished speaking, Lin Ming'er behind him suddenly screamed, Captain, that light spot is rushing towards us. Chapter 54, This Weird Place. The light spot is coming. Lu Xiaoma was startled, and the words that were about to come out of his mouth stopped abruptly, but now he saw a sea of blue fire in front of him, and suddenly his eyes fixed. Less than 50 centimeters in front of his feet, a fist-sized fiery red ball was rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. Almost instinctively, Lu Xiaoma quickly bent his body backwards, and a long screwdriver appeared in the palm of his left hand. As he bent backwards, he thrust the long screwdriver in his left hand downwards. This knife stabbed directly at the head of the fiery red ball, but he was wrong. At the same time as the screwdriver hit the ground, Lu Xiaoma also saw the red ball clearly, a lighter-sized, fiery red ant, with a red glow all over its body. His knife stabbed straight into the red light ball, but did not hurt the red ant at all. It only stabbed the red light on the outer layer of the red light ball, not taking into account the red light emanating from it. This mistake was fatal. Suddenly, a screwdriver appeared in front of it. The red ant paused for a moment, and then it pushed its hind legs against the ground, looking as if it was about to jump onto the back of Lu Xiaoma's hand. At this moment, you don't need to think to know that as long as Lu Xiaoma is touched by this red ant, her fate will be the same as the first group of female team members who were burned to death by the blue fire. This red ant has the same skills as the fireman. It will not ignite its companions, but it will ignite humans. At this moment, Lu Xiaoma saw clearly all the movements of the red ant. It sat down slightly and used several hind legs to exert force at the same time, and its lighter-sized body jumped into the air. At the same time, Lu Xiaoma's reaction was half a beat slower. He loosened the screwdriver with his left hand and quickly shrank back. At this time, the red ant had passed the highest point in the air, drew a semicircle, and fell rapidly downwards. Seeing that it was about to fall on Lu Xiaoma's wrist, he felt a chill from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. It was too late to escape. At this critical moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. A pair of ladies' thick-soled leather shoes was 5 centimeters in front of Lu Xiaoma and stepped on the red ant hard. Lu Xiaoma was already sweating from shock, but he hadn't recovered yet. He just subconsciously looked up along the pair of leather shoes. Black tight revealing pants, a pair of slender, straight legs, a plump and perky butt, and further up, a snow-white waist is exposed to the air. Is it Zoya? Almost the same as the red ant, a half-meter red light burst out from Zoya's body. She stood straight in front of Lu Xiaoma and also stepped on the red ant to death. The fireman versus the fire ant, and the fireman wins. Captain. Zoya gently bent down and stretched out her hand. Are you okay, Captain? Pulling her hand for support, Lu Xiaoma stood up. Thank you, I'm fine. With cold sweat dripping down his forehead, Lu Xiaoma swallowed his saliva, glanced at Zoya, nodded in thanks, and then took a deep breath. His life had just been hanging by a thread, and there was no way he could escape this damn life. After a long time, the ants lost their commander and fled in all directions. By Lulu's fog time was up. Cassini directed the female team members to smash beer bottles onto the surrounding dead tree trunks, setting them on fire to make the ants flee further. Is it really over? I hope so. 14 people were killed, and no one was injured. Wen whispered the number, and there was silence. The only sound around him was the gurgling sound of the stream and a burst of crackling sounds. The rotten trees on the hillside burned and collapsed. By the stream, 2 young lamplighters were emitting a faint green light, illuminating the surrounding area of 200 square meters. There were 87 people left. The female team members sat in groups of 2 or 3 by the stream, silently. Behind them was the meteorite standing halfway up the slope, but now, no one even looked at it. Now, the female team members finally understood why the team leader said that the animals here are more terrifying than madmen. This weird place. Let's dig for meteorites. After resting for more than 10 minutes by the stream at the entrance of the poison barrier, Lu Xiaoma quietly finished a cigarette. The female team members buried the bloody bones that had just been eaten by ants. Until the burial, the bones still strangely emitted body temperature. Maybe it was because of the fire, or maybe she still had some reluctance before she died. Beside the stream, the female team members stood up one after another. Now there were 86 of them, including Lu Xiaoma, 87. The three of them lit a torch and looked towards the meteorite on the hillside. Safety. Lin Minga followed everyone's gaze, and her beautiful, tranquil eyes were looking in the direction of the meteorite with a bit of confusion. The one holding the torch will be on guard, and the rest of you will do the work. Qin Xian. She was always beside him. Distribute the tools to everyone. When going out of the city to search, the people in the space will prepare engineering shovels, most of which are homemade by the city lord's mansion, and a small number are from outdoor goods stores before the end of the world. There were 87 people. The female team members holding torches were on guard 10 meters away from the meteorite. The rest of the people surrounded the meteorite. With skillful techniques, 2 female team members swung sledgehammers and smashed the 2 sides of the meteorite. The meteorite soil inside flowed out like raw eggs. Meteorites after the end of the world. When the natural disaster just started, countless black spots in the sky streaked through the atmosphere and landed on the Earth. No one knew which planet or galaxy they came from. The landing locations are random, and the surface appearance and specifications are uniform. Each meteorite is oval in shape, 5 meters high, and 2 meters thick in diameter. After landing on the Earth, they are all vertical and will not fall over, just like a giant egg that falls vertically on a hard table. Bang, bang, bang. The female team member wielding the sledgehammer skillfully smashed 2 holes on both sides of the meteorite. The thickness of the meteorite shell was approximately equivalent to 2 packs of hard-packed cigarettes. Everyone, hurry up. Lu Xiaoma glanced at the time. From his memory, if you go upstream along the stream, you will encounter many meteorites. Got it, Captain. Several female team members responded and moved quickly. There were 3 female team members on each side of the meteorite breach, poking the soil with engineering shovels. Behind them, there were 4 more female team members holding up a meteorite net, each holding a corner. Meteorite soil was blown onto the big net, and the 4 female team members holding the net shook it back and forth to sift out the meteorite soil. The various crystals in the meteorite were filtered out and remained on the meteorite net. This kind of meteorite net was also specially made by the city lord's mansion after the apocalypse to facilitate adventure groups to go out of the city to dig for meteorites. It looks similar to the screen windows before the apocalypse and is about 3 square meters in size. Wow, there are so many crystals in this meteorite. After 10 minutes or so, the meteorite nets on both sides came back down the net. The female team members who were pulling the nets were a little surprised. Qin Xian, who was in charge of logistics, walked over to check the harvest and couldn't help but be moved. Here, everything seems different. She had just walked to the meteorite net and had not yet carefully counted the number when a female team member on the other side screamed, "Captain, come and see. What kind of crystal is this?" Chapter 55, Exploding Crystal. These meteorites after the end of the world are of uniform specifications with the same size, appearance, and shape, and contain exactly 100 crystals. The only difference is the type of crystals. Generally, in a meteorite, there are 3 energy crystals and 1 water crystal for every 3 energy crystals, with a probability of 3 to 1, and sometimes even 6 to 1. Regeneration crystals may appear very rarely, and there is an even lower chance of crystals with other unknown functions appearing. These crystals are mainly divided by color. The milky white ones are energy crystals, the aqua blue ones are water crystals, and the fiery red ones are regeneration crystals. They are all the same size as a 1 yuan coin and are in the shape of round glass balls. Qin Xian checked this side and found that out of the 27 meteorites she cast down for the first time, there were 14 water crystals and 13 energy crystals. The output ratio of water crystals and energy crystals actually reached 1 to 1, and there was even 1 extra crystal, which was extremely rare. The female team members on this side were still feeling incredible, while the female team members on the other side discovered a new type of crystal. Qin Xian and Lu Xiaoma almost trotted around the meteorite at the same time and reached the other side. Is this yellow thing the legendary exploding crystal? On the other side, a female team member held a golden crystal in front of her eyes and examined it carefully. She still looked at it in disbelief. Rumor has it that there is a kind of yellow crystal. When it first appeared, it was purchased by the city lord's mansion for research at a sky-high price of 500,000. Later, there were rumors that this kind of crystal was called explosive crystal. After use, it would explode silently when thrown into a place. There is no grass growing within 100 square meters, and all materials can be destroyed. This kind of crystal is extremely rare. The official purchase price of the City Lord's mansion is $250,000. The price at the auction is even higher, and the City Lord's mansion will even personally participate in the auction. Exploding crystal? Lu Xiaoma took the yellow crystal and looked at it carefully. Qin Xian beside him also stared at it with big eyes. Yes, it's an explosion crystal. More than half a year ago, when Xiaoyi and I joined the Spark Adventure Group, we dug one. Yeah, exploding crystals. There was a lot of noise here, and Cassini and others who were in charge of alert came over. Looking at the yellow crystal in Lu Xiaoma's hand, they were jealous and envied his good luck. The team was able to dig up this legendary crystal when they first dug up meteorites. What? Exploding crystal? Let me see it. On both sides of the meteorite, Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua were sitting on each side to illuminate the sky. Hearing the exploding crystal, Su Feifei hurriedly jumped and ran towards this side. Yi Rue and the others who were on guard suddenly felt that it was pitch black all around them, and hurriedly called her. Fei, don't move, come back quickly. In the second and third nets, the ratio of water crystals to energy crystals remained at 1-to-1. There are more than 80 people, and the female team members have dug up at least thousands of meteorites. No one has ever seen such a terrifying crystal ratio. This is a regeneration crystal. Half an hour later, just when the fourth net was about to end, another female team member on the side shouted, "Captain, come quickly. We have found another regenerated crystal here." There was a cry of surprise, and even the female team members in charge of alert were eager to try, and they all wanted to come and see what kind of meteorite this was. Two extremely rare crystals were produced in one meteorite at the same time. Lu Xiaoma's heart suddenly jumped, and he quickly ran over to check. A female team member carefully placed a fiery red crystal in his hand. "Captain, look, is this a regeneration crystal? The size of a 1 yuan coin, spherical, and exactly the same as the regenerated crystal that he had used on Gu Wenxia. It is just this tiny crystal that allows Gu Wenxia to grow two perfect thighs that fit perfectly with her original skin without any conflict. This is the regenerated crystal." In more than 40 minutes, the ice mass excavated the meteorite for the first time and found 50 energy crystals, 48 water crystals, 1 regeneration crystal, and 1 explosion crystal. 50 energy crystals are worth 50,000 bullets. 48 crystals are worth 240,000 bullets. 1 regeneration crystal is worth 50,000. 1 explosion crystal costs at least 300,000. Approximately a total of 640,000 bullets. In this strange dark world, the first meteorite dug up is worth as much as 5 meteorites from other teams. Just this 1 meteorite and 640,000 bullets are enough to feed the female members of the Ice Corps for 3 years if they just eat and sleep. Now the female team members finally understood why the team leader looked down on the small stores in the villages along the way. The income from just 1 meteorite was more than all their gains along the way combined. However, they don't know that this is just the beginning. In this dark world, meteorites are only the outermost layer and the first part. The real treasure is the blood waterfall. After resting for 20 minutes by the stream, at 2 p.m., Wunin called on the female team members to get up, and the ice team continued to go upstream along the stream. In this absolutely dark and poisonous barrier, 3 people lit a torch, with 2 lamp holders at the front and 1 at the end of the team. Lin Meng'er, who had the ability to perceive, walked in the front this time, only 1 body length behind Lu Xiaoma, with Bai Lulu and Zhuoye supporting her on both sides. Lu Xiaoma held a torch in one hand and a wooden stick in the other, using it to gain leverage. He tried his best to avoid the slippery pebbles under his feet and still walked in the first place. The lantern maker Miao Xiaohua and Qin Xian were walking in the third row. "Sister Qin Xian, I just had a dream." In the dream, there was a beautiful lady in white clothes reciting a poem with her back to a handsome guy. Miao Xiaohua exuded a soft green light all over her body, as if her body was transparent, but her flesh and blood were still there. She held Qin Xian's arm with one arm, and with the other hand she held a wooden stick, pounding the rotten soil by the stream. That poem she wrote was like this: "When you boil beans and burn the bean pods, the beans cry in the pot. We are from the same root. Why are we so anxious to fight each other?" She smiled and stole a glance at Qin Xian, who was concentrating on her journey. "I'm only 16 years old. I haven't been to any university. Sister Qin Xian, you are a great beauty in the department. Please tell me what this poem means. Is it talking about the forbidden love between brother and sister?" "Forbidden love?" Qin Xian paused. A trace of confusion flashed in her big eyes. How did this 7-step poem have to do with forbidden love? Of course it is. I was thinking that what I dreamed about must be a pair of siblings in ancient times. The brother wanted something, and the sister said to him, "We are siblings. Sooner or later, I will be yours. Why are you so anxious?" The corner of Qin Xian's mouth twitched. She had heard that these two dirty girls like to play tricks on people. It must be because she didn't agree with them stealing the cans a few days ago, and now they wanted to play tricks on her. There are more. Miao Xiaohua continued with a smile. I don't really understand many ancient idioms. For example, what does "Bai Nao Cao Feng" mean? Does it refer to the girls in the red light district? And "Ji Mei Nong Yer," does it mean a virgin? There is also the chicken sandwiched inside and outside. I understand the inside, but how do you do the outside? Can only someone as beautiful as Fei Fei be able to do it? You're being sarcastic and mean. I don't understand it either. And there are many more things I don't understand, such as why there are 4 things for 3 meals a day. Sister Xian, you are a beautiful lady in the department. You must have a lot of experience in this area. Chapter 56, The Mermaid. Everyone hurry up. After walking for less than an hour, the female team members gradually adapted to the dark environment here. On the hillside not far from the stream ahead, the team discovered the second meteorite. It is 5 meters high, 2 meters thick, and presented vertically. There should be 100 crystals inside. The second meteorite was handled with ease. The female team members held torches on the outside, knocked holes on both sides of the inner circle, and sifted the crystals through the meteorite net. Su Feifei, Yi Rui were responsible for guarding the perimeter. Lu Xiaoma called a few people, Lin Ming'er, Fang Jing, Fang Ya, all of you come with me up the mountain. Ku Sini, you are in charge here for the time being. Without asking any more questions, the girls who were named nodded slightly, followed Lu Xiaoma along the stream, and continued walking forward for more than 100 meters. Captain, look. Yi Rui had sharp eyes. Seeing Lu Xiaoma stop moving forward, she followed his gaze and looked up the hill. What is that tree over there? Outside the poison barrier, there are 3 broken trees, and 3 more can be seen here. I made this mark. There should be a meteorite halfway up the hill over here. Let's go over and take a look. Lu Xiaoma wanted to confirm it after not coming back for so long. Last time, he had just entered this poisonous barrier for the first 24 hours and did not encounter any danger. He had also searched almost all the mountains on both sides of the stream. There were 3 broken tree marks next to the meteorite, until later, he encountered the silver snake. Several people followed the location of the broken tree and climbed up the hillside for dozens of meters. As expected, they found the 3rd meteorite. Lu Xiaoma led the girls back to the stream, waded across the stream, and walked forward for more than 50 meters. They saw 3 more broken trees. Lu Xiaoma looked at the broken trees and looked up at the darkness on the hillside. There should be another one on this mountain. I've got it all down, Captain. Several people went up the mountain to determine the location of the 4th meteorite, and then went back down the mountain. Lin Ming'er suddenly stopped by the stream and said, Captain, I felt that light spot again. But this time, light spots. Another light spot. Hearing the so-called light spot, the faces of the others changed. Lin Ming'er hesitated. But the energy of the light spot this time is not that great, and she turned her head and pointed her little hand in the direction of the downstream. It seems to be following the downstream. Before she finished speaking, Lu Xiaoma and the others were all shocked. Lin Ming'er couldn't see it, but the others followed the direction she pointed and saw a large ball of green light moving downstream along the stream. Everyone, go back quickly. Several people hurriedly ran down more than 10 meters, and screams could be heard in the distance. Something happened. Faster. He quickened his pace, but Fang Jing and Fang Ya were supporting Lin Ming'er, so he couldn't go any faster. If Lu Xiaoma rushed back alone, he wouldn't have Su Feifei's light source. They had just walked for less than a minute when there was a scream from behind. Lin Ming'er slipped and fell into the water, taking Fang Ya with her. Fang Jing hurriedly tried to pull the 2 of them up, and Yi Rui also turned around to help. But at this moment, Lu Xiaoma pricked up his ears in a daze. Downstream in the stream, the screams of the female team members had disappeared. A strong sense of uneasiness suddenly surged in his heart. They're all silent. Standing next to Lu Xiaoma, Su Feifei also felt something was wrong. At this moment, there was silence in the lower reaches of the stream. Why? How could this happen? In such a terrifying environment, we first heard the team members' screams, and then there was silence. No one would think positively. The other girls felt a chill in their hearts, shivering and clenching their fists. Lin Ming'er spoke again. It's not moving in the direction of the base. Don't panic yet. Get ready for battle. Finding an automatic rifle in the space, Lu Xiaoma took a deep breath, and the others went down the stream and turned a corner. This time, They could see a meteorite and a soft green light from a long distance downstream. They're fine. Su Feifei was the first to shout, and then she paused. Huh? No. No. Look, the light source there is. The few of them continued to walk downwards. After a while, Cassini downstream discovered their light source and came over with 2 people. But what is more peculiar is that although they came here with a light source, Miao Xiaohua was still there, next to the meteorite downstream, and did not follow them. So what was the light source they brought? Captain, look what we caught. A few meters away, Cassini's tone was filled with excitement. She was holding a white plastic bucket in her hand. The bucket was like a lantern, emitting soft green light, and an area of 100 square meters was clearly visible. Yes, is there any danger? Lin Ming'er also happened to point at the white bucket, but this time, her tone was uncertain. The 2 sides reunited, and Lu Xiaoma took the white plastic bucket and looked inside. A river fish the size of a palm was tumbling in the water. Its body was transparent, just like Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua, emitting green light. Wow, what did I see? Su Feifei, the lantern lady, immediately covered her mouth and screamed in disbelief. Miao Xiaohua, why did you turn into a fish? Lamp mermaid? Lu Xiaoma and the others all had strange expressions. What is certain now is that some animals here have acquired the special awakened skills of humans, such as the mist stag, outside the poison barrier, the flame ant, just now, and the light mermaid in front of us. Since arriving at Jiahigu, there has been a strange feeling everywhere. Qin Xian, find a backpack and ask someone to carry this fish. Returning to the meteorite by the stream, Lu Xiaoma asked everyone to work harder, as there were 2 more meteorites not far ahead. As for the fish, they could only let nature take its course. This is also helpless. There are too many things worth thinking about in this poison barrier, and now it is not its turn. Captain, we have also mined all of this meteorite. We have exactly 100 crystals. Less than half an hour later, Qin Xian came over with a handbag and took out an account book from it. The bottom of the account book was densely filled with various crystal numbers. There are 53 energy crystals and 47 water crystals in this meteorite. Captain, please count them. No need. Lu Xiaoma took the account book and glanced at it, then put the handbag into the space. Are there enough crystals in the group's account? That's enough for now. The 2 men talked for a while, and then the large group cautiously set off again. More than 50 meters ahead, halfway up the hill, was the 3rd meteorite. Each of these meteorites is a huge fortune. Safety. The last net of the 4th meteorite. Captain. Explosive crystals. We found explosive crystals again. The female team member who broke the sieve shouted. The 2nd exploding crystal. The female team members were in an uproar again. Their luck this time was incredible. Among 4 meteorites, they actually found 2 explosive crystals. Some thoughtful female team members have already guessed that these are probably related to the poison barrier. According to Qin Xian's account book, there were 4 meteorites, with a total income of 219 energy crystals, 178 water crystals, 1 regeneration crystal, and 2 explosion crystals. The explosive crystals are calculated based on 300,000 bullets, with a total value of 1,759,000 bullets. Including the 375 energy crystals, 91 water crystals, and 13 regeneration crystals obtained from the slaughter core, Gu Wenxia used 1. At last count, Lu Xiaoma's current wealth, which is only the value of the crystals, totals 3.189 million. Lu Xiaoma's net worth now appears to have exceeded 3 million bullets. However, this is only the outermost layer of this poison barrier, and we have not yet walked through 1/3 of it. I don't know how many times this has happened, but Lu Xiaoma once again raised his head and looked towards the dark mountaintop, the blood waterfall. Tomorrow, I will unveil your veil. Chapter 57, Under the Creek. Walking on the slippery pebbles, going forward and upstream against the stream, the road became more and more difficult to walk on. The first batch of torches went out at 5 o'clock in the evening. Lu Xiaoma estimated in his heart that they had walked almost half the way. Not far ahead, he remembered that there should be 3 meteorites gathered together. One of the meteorites had half of its bottom surface fall into the stream, and there was another one on each side of the hillside. Safety. Lin Ming'er reported the information softly. 5 meters away, there was a meteorite standing in front of them. It was 5 meters high and 2 meters thick. Half of its bottom surface was pressed into the water flow of the stream, making the stream there narrower and the water flow faster. Everyone watch your step. Lu Xiaoma took the lead and walked towards the meteorite. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. There was an eerie silence all around. Except for the sound of rushing water, there was no sound around. Safety. Lu Xiaoma repeated this silently in his heart, and at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief. Now, including the lantern mermaid, the green light irradiation range of the team is 300 square meters. There are 2 lantern men, one in front and one in the back, and a female team member in the middle carrying a backpack, and the backpack also emits a soft green light. And Qing's team will be on guard duty. Wu Nan, you will lead the team to dig for meteorites. The 2 women responded, and each did their job. The one in charge of vigilance took the torch from her companion, and the one digging for meteorites went to Qin Xian to get tools. Lingzi, Xiongfeng, you lead the people to the other side of the stream. Wanhong, you lead the team to the small hill on the left. The alert range is still 10 meters. Clear. And Qing arranged the guard team members, as usual. The female team members had no objections. Lingzi and Xiongfeng had to wade across the stream, squat down to take off their shoes, and prepare to carry their shoes and walk barefoot to the other side of the stream to put them on. Wanhong, who was in charge of the mountain guard, walked up to Qing and said, Sister An, Lingzi's foot is injured. I'll go over for her. Let her go up the mountain for me. No need, Wanhong. I just have a few blisters. Lingzi had just taken off one of her shoes, revealing her small little feet. With the help of the green light of the lantern man, she could see a few blisters on the soles of her feet, but they were all popped. You'd better keep your feet out of the water. And Qing walked over and took a look. Wanhong, you should go up the mountain. I'll take Lingzi's place. Lingzi, you just rest here. Really, there's no need, Sister An. It's just a few blisters. Our bodies are not that delicate. Lingzi insisted on going alone with a smile, but she couldn't persuade Anqing. Anqing also sat by the stream and took off her shoes, revealing a pair of small feet. She stood up, holding her shoes in her right hand and a torch in her left hand, and turned back to call Xiongfeng. 6 people followed Anqing and waded across the river. I'm really hungry. When will the captain serve dinner? Su Feifei's complaints could be heard behind her. After Anqing got into the water, she focused almost all her attention on her feet, trying to step as lightly as possible and avoid sharp stones. Sister An, after we return to the city this time, Xiongfeng was chatting behind him. Anqing took small steps forward, took 2 more steps, and subconsciously said while slowing down her pace. When Anqing stepped down, she didn't feel the cold stone, but something soft and smooth. She didn't dare to step on it hard. She subconsciously wanted to withdraw her foot, but at this moment, she was suddenly shocked. At the same time, she shouted, Meet! Xiongfeng and the other girls behind him were startled. Before they could react, they heard Anqing's second scream, Run! There is something in the water. She pulled her feet back, and before she could run far, something slippery suddenly wrapped around her feet, and then almost instantly, it immediately wrapped around her ankles. She screamed, and before she could finish her words, her ankles were suddenly pulled back by that thing. Anqing's head tilted back and hit Xiongfeng's shoulder behind her. Sister An. Xiongfeng threw away the torch reflexively and hugged Anqing's upper body with both hands. Before she could say anything, suddenly her feet and both feet were entangled by something cold and slippery, and were pulled violently to the other side of the stream. The sudden change here happened in a flash, and the team members on the shore didn't know what happened when they suddenly heard the sound of splashing water in the creek. Don't come over here. Anqing lay on Xiongfeng with her back. The thing under her feet had wrapped around her legs. The stream here was not deep, and she could expose her head by lying on Xiongfeng, but Xiongfeng was behind her head. Xiongfeng. Sister An, I'm fine. Anqing was lying on her chest. Xiongfeng choked on the water and floundered in the stream, propping herself up with her arms. Sister An, are you okay? Halfway through her words, Xiongfeng suddenly felt that the thing had already wrapped around her 2 wrists that were supported by her backhands in the stream, and quickly wrapped around her 2 arms. She looked horrified and couldn't say any more. No. What is this? Sister An. Xiongfeng. At the edge of the stream, Lingzi hadn't put on her shoes yet. She rushed down the stream barefoot and reached out to grab the female team member closest to her. But at the same time, 2 slippery things had already wrapped around her ankles. She couldn't help but scream. Don't move. Yi Rue, Cassini, all of you, don't rush into the water. Lu Xiaoma rushed to the stream, turned around and stretched out his hand. Torch, quickly bring me a torch. Captain, it's me, the captain. Lingzi had just stepped into the stream when she felt several thick tentacles wrapping around her ankles and up to her thighs. Suddenly, the tentacles pulled her back violently. Lingzi screamed, and her body suddenly fell backwards. Don't move. A female team member just handed over a torch, and before Lu Xiaoma could take it, he was quick to grab Lingzi's ponytail behind her head. It hurts. It hurts, it hurts. Her feet were entangled by that thing, which made her scared but not painful. However, when Lu Xiaoma grabbed her ponytail so fiercely, Lingzi immediately cried out in pain. Don't move. The female team member behind her stretched out her hand and handed over a torch. Lu Xiaoma grabbed her ponytail with one hand and pulled it back hard. Lingzi screamed. At the same time, she suddenly felt her feet loosen and her body flew backwards lightly. Lu Xiaoma immediately grabbed her belt with his other hand, picked her up, and threw her to the shore. You guys. The surrounding 300 square meters were clearly visible, and the female team members who suddenly saw this scene screamed and retreated. Some of them even fell to the ground and pointed at them in disbelief. This scene is so shocking. Although Lingzi was dragged to the shore by the team leader, her legs were now covered with dark brown things as thick as bananas. They were twisted and crawling all over her thighs. They were not dead. After Lingzi was pulled to the shore by Lu Xiaoma, these slippery creatures were still climbing up and entwining Lingzi's body. Give me the torch. Lu Xiaoma turned around and grabbed the torch from the female team member, squatted down decisively, and used the torch to burn the bodies of those things. Chapter 58, Bloody Meatball. As if they were electrocuted, these wet and slippery mollusks encountered fire and quickly shrank back. Some of them, so big that it was impossible to tell their heads from their tails, actually burrowed into the mud beside the stream. These are mutated earthworms, Lu Xiaoma said to himself and strode into the stream. Not far in front of him, Xiongfang and Enqing's bodies were already covered with these things. Enqing supported herself on the bottom of the stream with her backhand. These mutant earthworms had already wrapped around her neck, squeezing her tightly, and her pretty face turned red. Hold on, don't panic. These things don't bite. There were earthworms entangled under his feet. Lu Xiaoma turned around and asked for another torch. He used the 2 torches to burn the earthworms on Enqing and Xiongfang respectively. As expected, the earthworms quickly retreated back and burrowed into the soil at the bottom of the stream, as if they had been electrocuted. Get back to shore. Bending down, grabbing Xiongfang's armpits, Lu Xiaoma used both hands to lift her up from the stream, turned around and handed her to the female team member on the shore, then turned around and wanted to repeat this for the second person, grabbing Enqing's armpits. But Enqing had already stood up in the water. Captain, I don't need you to hold me. I can walk back by myself. You save them first. They were just in a fan-shaped water. There were 5 other female team members on both sides of Lu Xiaoma. They were all pulled into the water by the thick earthworms and were struggling to stand up. Don't move. The 2 torches in Lu Xiaoma's hands quickly burned them. Suddenly, he heard a female team member on his left suddenly thrashing around violently, making a muffled woo-woo-woo sound. Brute. Following the sound, Lu Xiaoma looked down and saw his head buzzing, as if it was about to explode. From the top of his head, along the back of his neck, all the way to his heels, he felt a chill. He had just used fire to burn the mutant earthworms on the female team member's body. He had never thought that these earthworms, as thick as bananas, would drill into the screaming and wide-open mouth in a hurry. At the same time, 2 earthworms, with their heads desperately drilled into the female team member's eyes. It can even get into the soil, let alone the fragile human eyeballs. I can't care about that. Lu Xiaoma roared in a low voice, threw away the torch, and reached out to grab the earthworm that had drilled into the female team member's mouth. He grasped half of the earthworm's body. Its body was wet and slippery, and Lu Xiaoma was afraid of slipping it out of his hand, so he gritted his teeth, dug his 5 clenched fingernails into its body, and pulled it back with force. With a crisp snapping sound, only a small part of the mutant earthworm's body was pulled out of the female team member's mouth. The broken end and the remaining part were not dead, and immediately quickly drilled into the female team member's mouth. This time, as the root was inserted, Lu Xiaoma was surprised to see that a bulge appeared in the female team member's slender neck from top to bottom and sank into her belly. Can't be saved. Grabbing the collar of the female team member with one hand, Lu Xiaoma vaguely saw the 2 earthworms that had drilled into her eyes through her open mouth. They lined up one after another and drilled into her stomach along her throat. The female team member's neck bulged twice, and then quickly shrank. You guys hurry up and get ashore. You guys. Leaving the female team member behind, Lu Xiaoma raised his head and was about to yell a few times to vent his anger, when he suddenly heard the team members on the shore behind him screaming one after another. Xiongfang, who had just come ashore, and the 4 surviving female team members had not yet understood what was happening. Lu Xiaoma was holding the corpse with his back to them. But at this time, the 300 square meters of green light made everything around clearly visible, and they saw Xiongfang behind you. Xiongfang had just landed. She just felt dizzy and weak in her limbs, but now she suddenly saw her companions looking at her in horror and taking small steps back. Behind, She put her hands behind her back and felt around, but there was nothing behind her. What happened to my back? Was there someone behind me? Shocked, she turned around suddenly, only to see Ching and the other girls staring at her blankly, taking small steps back. What? What's the matter? What are you doing? Don't scare me. Xiongfang was crying. Ching took 2 steps back and forced herself to calm down. Xiongfang, you. She swallowed her saliva. There's something behind you. Is there something? Is there something? Xiongfang used her strength again and touched her back. As she moved upward along her lower back, her fingertips suddenly touched something cold and slippery. Her face suddenly changed. Captain, help me. Before he could finish his words, a bloody ball of flesh behind Xiongfang changed from the size of a fist to the size of a football, and finally to a round ball with a diameter of nearly 1 meter, and suddenly exploded. Bang! The air splashed in all directions from behind, with Ching and the other 4 female team members bearing the brunt of the impact, followed by screams of terror. The team members who were closer to Ching and the others screamed and scattered. What's this? Thump! Xiongfang's body fell into the stream. Lu Xiaomai burned the mutant earthworm on his feet. When he saw their situation, he turned around and took 2 steps onto the shore. He subconsciously reached out to grab Xiongfang's body. When he lifted it, he felt that the body was very light. Captain, don't touch her. Someone on the shore shouted loudly, and Lu Xiaoma looked at Ching and the other 4 female team members. They were screaming and fighting all over, hitting themselves with something. Lu Xiaoma was leaning against Xiongfang and the others just now, and he also heard the screams, but he subconsciously thought that they might still have earthworms on their bodies, so he didn't pay much attention to it and was about to burn them. But now he saw that they didn't have any earthworms at all. The faces, necks, chests, and abdomens of Ching and the other 4 female team members were visibly bulging with red spots, and they were expanding rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. What the fuck is this? Lu Xiaoma had encountered mutant earthworms the last time he came into the poison barrier. He wasn't too surprised when he encountered them again this time, but what the hell were these things on them now? Torch. Bring me another torch. Holding the torch, Lu Xiaoma took 2 deep breaths. He strode towards Ching. Don't move. I'll do it. Captain, don't come over here. Every time she slapped the bloody pustules on her body, she felt a piercing pain. Ching was in so much pain that her nose and tears were streaming. She cried and yelled at Lu Xiaoma, Captain, don't come over here. These things are contagious. Go. I tell you to go. Seeing that Lu Xiaoma refused to listen to the advice and was still striding towards her, Ching endured the severe pain in her body, suddenly pulled out a long screwdriver from the sheath on the outside of her thigh, and threw it at Lu Xiaoma with all her strength. At this time, the bloody flesh balls on her face, chest, and lower abdomen had swelled to the size of footballs. Chapter 59. I will marry you in my next life. Ching. Captain, hurry up. Yurue and Cassini suddenly appeared behind him. Unprepared, Lu Xiaoma was pulled back quickly by their arms. Captain. Ching let out a shrill scream. The bloody flesh ball on her left cheek had grown much larger than her head. At the same time, her facial features were severely distorted and shriveled. She could no longer be seen as a human being. Captain, I will marry you in my next life, okay? Bang. There was a crisp explosion sound. Ching tried to use the last bit of willpower in her life to force a smile towards Lu Xiaoma, but her severely distorted facial features made it impossible to tell that she was smiling. Finally, as the explosion sounded, Ching tried her best to turn her head and body, trying to divert the direction of the explosion away from Lu Xiaoma. It is hard to imagine how she managed to do all this with her body being sucked to the point where only bones were left. It is also hard to figure out whether her smile before death was a sign of wanting to leave her most beautiful side to the leader, or whether she had seen the dawn of heaven. Bang, bang, bang. There were a series of explosions, and 5 bodies that were sucked lightly fell to the ground one after another. All around, there is a deadly depression. With his arms still held by the 2 women, Lu Xiaoma stared blankly at the scene. If he hadn't brought them in, they wouldn't have died. For the first time, Lu Xiaoma was actually a little hesitant about coming here to find the so-called treasure. He was pulled to sit in front of a dead tree on the hillside. Yurue took over the command of the team temporarily. Everyone rest here. She wanted to wait until Lu Xiaoma calmed down completely before she could say anything. Perhaps they care less about the dead than Lu Xiaoma does. Every time we go out of the city on a mission, at least dozens of people die, and at most, hundreds of bodies are left behind in one mission. We have long been numb to it. Perhaps it was the scene before Ching's death that shocked Lu Xiaoma too much. For a long time, he leaned against a dead tree and smoked one cigarette after another. Yurue walked over to him and sat down next to him. Captain, the ones attacking them should be mutated leeches. Lu Xiaoma nodded slightly in response. Everyone, dig up this meteorite first. Be careful not to go into the water. At the foot of the mountain, Cassini directed the team members to dig the meteorite and only opened the gap close to the hillside. After 50 minutes, Qin Xian came up with a small bag and an account book. "Captain, we found 2 regeneration crystals in this meteorite." Lu Xiaoma took the package of crystals and stood up without counting them. "Let's continue on our way." There was no expression on his face. Qin Xian and Yi Rui looked at each other and followed him down the mountain silently. After bypassing the meteorite that was buried in the stream, the large group continued to move forward. Not long ahead, they saw 3 broken trees at the corner of the hillside on the left. Safety. Lin Minger's voice was a little dull. She felt a little guilty about the death of Qing and the others. However, within her perception range, she did not sense those mutated leeches and earthworms, just like those river fish. It seemed that she could only sense special awakened animals. Yi Rui leads the team on alert. "Wunan, go dig for meteorites and give me the lanternfish." Lu Xiaoma bent down to tie his shoelaces. The meteorite stood on a small hill, about 30 meters away from the stream below. Qin Xian came over with the lanternfish backpack and put it on Lu Xiaoma's back. "Captain, you have to go alone. There's another meteorite across the river. I'll go take a look. But those in the water. I'll jump over there. Be careful. Stay here and wait for me when I'm done digging." Putting on his backpack, Lu Xiaoma turned back to say a few words to them and walked down the mountain alone. The stream at the foot of the mountain is more than 2 meters wide. Here, the stream is 3 meters wide, with flat riverbeds on both sides, about 2 meters wide. Along the way, most of the female team members also walked upstream on the riverbed. When we reached the riverbed, we found that most of the stones under our feet were the size of fists or coins. Perhaps they had been underwater a long time ago and had been washed away by the stream. With the light source on his back, clearly visible within 100 square meters, Lu Xiaoma, holding a torch in one hand, sprinted a few steps along the stream. When he reached the stream's edge, he jumped hard, using double the strength and speed, and he jumped to the other side of the stream, which was more than 3 meters wide, very easily. If Qing and the others had jumped over like I did just now, that tragedy wouldn't have happened. This is inertial thinking. As an ordinary person for more than 20 years, when I see a 3-meter wide stream, I subconsciously want to wade across it. I forgot that I have been an awakener for more than a year and have twice the strength and speed. In addition, the stream water along the way was clear and clean, and they didn't encounter any danger, so it was understandable that Qing and the others were careless. He jumped to the other side of the stream and walked up the riverbed for less than 100 meters. There were 3 broken trees. Following the direction of the broken trees, Lu Xiaoma stepped on the slippery soil and climbed 50 meters to the top of the mountain. The soft green light shone in front of him, and a 5-meter-high meteorite stood there quietly. No ants, no weird stuff. There was a faint green light all around me, and it was completely silent. The only thing I could hear was the 5-meter-high meteorite in front of me and my own heavy breathing. It was this feeling. The last time he came here, Lu Xiaoma was alone with only a torch and the sound of his own heartbeat and breathing. It was completely silent as death. And the silver snake was cut into countless pieces by his own air blade and finally turned into countless silver snakes. Every time Lu Xiaoma thinks about it these days, he wakes up in a dream. That thing is too scary. I wonder if I will encounter it again this time. I looked at the time and realized that it took me less than 10 minutes to climb here, but it would take them at least half an hour to dig the meteorite. Lu Xiaoma climbed a few more steps up the hillside, reached out to the meteorite and touched the wall of the meteorite. It was smooth, yet had a very strange feeling of heaviness. These strange meteorites, from the beginning of the apocalypse to now, no one knows where they came from, why there are those crystals, why humans mutate, why the sky turns blood red, why there is such a black poisonous barrier, why the hell? Who can give me an explanation? Maybe it's some god in the sky playing a joke on humans, or maybe it's some highly intelligent planet filming a disaster movie, in which itself and every survivor are the protagonists. Sitting down against the meteorite wall, he quietly smoked 2 cigarettes, went down the mountain, found Yi Rui and the others, jumped over the stream, and the female team members went up the mountain to dig for the meteorite. There were no more setbacks after that. At 10 o'clock in the evening, according to Lu Xiaoma's estimation, he had already walked 2/3 of the way to the blood waterfall. If everything went well, he should be able to reach the blood waterfall before noon tomorrow. At the edge of a wide riverbed, Lin Minga reported safe. Yi Rui activated the stone-skinned man's skill and went into the water to check, but found nothing unusual. Let's have dinner. Everyone is going to have a good meal tonight, but Lu Xiaoma has something more important to do. Chapter 60, Fire Circle Base. Give us some more drywood to start the fire. Erhua, take your tools and chop down 10 more trees. We must make sure we can sleep safely at night. The riverbed on the left side of the stream is spacious, more than 4 meters wide from left to right next to the stream. Qin Xian directed the female team members to cook dinner and set up a place to sleep at night. Fang Jingfang, ya, have you prepared the gasoline water? Almost done, Sister Xian. Fang Jing and Fang Yu are both 18 years old, twin sisters. One is a fire person, and the other is a water person. The two girls look exactly the same and wear the same clothes. This custom has been maintained from before the end of the world to the present day. Okay, let's water the wet tree over there first. Sister Xian, since we have gasoline and water, do we still need dry firewood and kindling? Yes. When cooking, use dry wood as a starter under the pot. Don't pour gasoline or water. It tastes bad. Oh, I see. So what are we going to eat tonight? Speaking of food, a female team member secretly swallowed her saliva and looked at Qin Xian with wide eyes. What to eat? Qin Xian paused, turned her head and glanced at Lu Xiaoma who was beside the fire. Wait for me. I'll go ask the team leader. The female team members were busy as always. Lu Xiaoma sat in front of a bonfire with a fire starter. Qin Xian came over in small steps and asked, Captain, what are we going to eat tonight? Let's have pork tonight. Standing up from the fire, Lu Xiaoma found a vacant space and found the wild boar's body in the space. Cut another 50 kilograms of meat and put it in the pot. Everyone will have enough to eat tonight. Okay then. Looking at the wild boar corpse with big eyes, Qin Xian swallowed unconsciously and said with some distress, Can you eat 50 kilograms? Captain, we only have 80 people left now. Just 50 kilograms, and in addition, give each person a can of canned food and sausages we found in the village. Everyone has had a hard time traveling today, and we have to get up early tomorrow morning. Looking at the bloody wild boar corpse in front of him, Lu Xiaoma secretly let out a breath in his heart. He decided to have a good meal tonight. He wondered how many of these 80 people would be able to follow him to the blood waterfall tomorrow. Qin Xian responded quietly, then turned around and asked the female team member to come over and cut the meat. Erhua, where's Erhua? Erhua went to chop down trees, Sister Xian. Then you go ahead. Find a few people to come and cut the meat. Tell everyone that the leader will give us 50 kilograms of meat tonight. In addition, each person will receive a can of food. Sister Xian, the trees have been cut down. The soil halfway up the hill was slippery. A team of female team members carried a dead tree with a diameter of half a meter down. Erhua led the way, carrying the tree in the front, and shouted loudly, 1, 2, 3, release. 7 or 8 female team members unloaded the force together, and with a bang, the big tree was thrown onto the riverbed beside the stream. Come on. Move a little to this side. Don't leave any gaps. Qin Xian trotted over, squatted down, and rolled the tree with the female team members. Yes, everyone. Push forward. 1, 2. Beside the creek, there are 5 big trees connected end to end with no gaps. Although the water in the creek has been checked, who knows if something weird will swim down from upstream in the middle of the night. Behind Erhua, several more teams of female team members came down carrying large trees. Seal the front and back with these trees, seal the head and feet, and also surround the side close to the mountain. Don't leave any space. More than an hour later, the temporary base was sealed with dead trees all around. Qin Xian wiped the sweat off her forehead and said, Fang Jing and Fang Ya, now you lead people to pour gasoline water. I know, Sister Xian. Fang Jing and Fang Ya led a group of female team members to scoop water, walk around the small base, and pour gasoline water on the dead trees. The bark of these dead trees has rotted, become slippery, and has a musty smell. Dry firewood cannot be ignited, and only gasoline water, which is water made from energy crystals, can be used. It didn't take much effort to drench the water. In less than 3 minutes, Fang Jing and Fang Ya had drenched a circle. The two sisters came back together. Sister Xian, we have drenched everything. Okay, Wu Nan's meal is almost ready. Let's take a rest first and wait for dinner. Tonight, we have 50 kilograms of pork. I will give each of us a can of pork later. Yeah, thank you, Sister Xian. Don't thank me, it was the captain's idea. I think 50 kilograms of pork is too much. After finishing all this, Qin Xian wiped her forehead with the sleeve of her arm, walked back to the pile of fire starters in front of Lu Xiaoma, bent down, and pulled out a piece of firewood. Seeing that Lu Xiaoma was still sitting there quietly smoking, she took out the flaming firewood in her hand and placed it in front of Lu Xiaoma, smiling faintly. Captain, do you want some? No need, go ahead and order, I'll watch. Putting his thoughts aside, Lu Xiaoma stood up and forced a smile. It was rare to see the leader smile at him. Qin Xian smiled at him and said, Okay, I'll see clearly. Hey, Qin Xian let out a breath and threw the fire starter in her hand onto the dead tree 2 meters away with a smile. With a whoosh, blue flames quickly spread from both sides to the dead trees on both sides. After a few seconds, behind the two of them, in the direction of the hillside, 2 blue sparks collided with each other, and flames more than 1 meter high sprang up on the dead tree trunks around them. In the small base, the female team members who saw this scene cheered and made a noise. Even the female team members who were concentrating on cutting meat put down their work, stood up, and looked at the blue flames jumping around them. In this dark world, fire is the most reliable thing. With fire, it seems that one can forget the pain. When it comes to looking at death, Lu Xiaoma is always not as good as them. Before long, the aroma of meat wafted from the small base within the fire circle. The eyes of the female team members were full of stars, and they were drooling, but everyone lined up in an orderly manner. After getting his meal, Lu Xiaoma sat down alone in a corner of the fire circle. He ate a quick bite and filled his stomach in a few minutes. In the small base, most of the female team members hadn't gotten their meals yet. This meat smells so good. It smells really good. You guys in the front, hurry up. The food behind us will get cold soon. Erhua, give me the meat in your bowl. You can do whatever you want tonight. Get out of the way. If you give me the meat in your bowl, I will give you a baby tomorrow. I would like to, but I don't have the tools, haha. With delicious food, the female team members were naturally in a good mood. Those who had gotten their meals found places to sit down and eat in groups of 3 or 4. Those who were still waiting in line eagerly had their minds on wings, flying to the big black pots. Lu Xiaoma quietly watched them in a good mood, smoking one cigarette after another, and finally threw away a cigarette, and sat cross-legged. There was a small cloth bag between his legs, with 100 energy crystals neatly inside. He took one in each hand and looked at it in front of his eyes, then clenched it in his palms and put more force in both hands. If possible, tonight, he wants to become a level 2 air awakener. Chapter 61, not necessarily a bad thing. 2 extremely overbearing air currents suddenly burst out from the palms of his hands. The air currents flowed along the skin of his palms and penetrated into his body. Like a flood, they washed the inner walls of the blood vessels in his body at a speed hundreds of times faster than that of blood flow. The blood vessels in the body are impacted and become larger. The blood circulation in the body seemed to be much faster. Lu Xiaoma's skin from head to toe turned red. It seemed that all the capillaries in the body were broken by these 2 extremely overbearing air currents, and the whole body was bleeding. After several dozen seconds, the 2 energy crystals impacted the body for a while and then calmed down. The high temperature on the surface of the body gradually dropped. After breathing heavily for more than 10 seconds, I checked the time, and it was exactly 1 minute. In other words, it takes about 40 seconds to absorb 2 energy crystals. If this is the case, 100 energy crystals can be absorbed within an hour. Thinking of this, he picked up 2 more energy crystals and clenched them with both hands at the same time. Special Ability Awakener. After the apocalypse, in the 3rd month after the discovery of those meteorites, a level 2 Special Awakener, the Stone-Skinned Man, Luya, appeared in Luya City for the first time. It was also with this secret that his Luya Legion swept across Luya City at that time and brought it into its sphere of influence. Luya became the first lord of the city and changed the name to Luya City. Later, the news spread quickly, and more survivors learned the secret. It turned out that they could improve their own levels by absorbing energy crystals. Afterwards, the leaders of several major adventure groups successfully advanced by absorbing energy crystals, and the news became more open and transparent. 100 energy crystals can upgrade the Special Awakener to level 2. At that time, there were groups of crazy people outside the city, and humans had not dug up many meteorites. Ordinary people could not even think about digging up 100 energy crystals. But as the apocalypse progressed, more and more meteorites were unearthed outside the city, and more leaders of small and medium-sized adventure groups successfully advanced to level 2. However, this also gave rise to many unexpected. Not every type of Special Awakener can be upgraded through 100 energy crystals. As more and more Special Awakeners are upgraded, the survivors gradually summed up their experience, such as Stone-Skinned Man, Flame Man, Orc Control Man, Water Man, Space Man, Mist Man, Planter, etc. These Special Awakeners can be successfully upgraded to level 2 with 100 energy crystals. But there are some, such as Light Man, Blind Man, Lamp Man, Brain Man, etc., who did not upgrade after absorbing 100 energy crystals. Perhaps due to their physical condition, they may never be able to upgrade. At that time, these news were circulating in the streets, but the City Lord's mansion did not come out to clarify and almost acquiesced, causing chaos in Luya City at that time. Many blind men and light men who had no hope of upgrading sold off large quantities of energy crystals. That was also the craziest period, so crazy that 9 out of 10 houses in Luya City were empty and everyone was a soldier. During that period, the City Lord's mansion made a fortune from the war, selling weapons and bullets, which further consolidated the ruling position of City Lord Luo Yi. Until the end. This kind of popularity lasted until the 9th month after the end of the world. It was almost impossible to find a complete meteorite outside Liyue City, and the population of Liyue City dropped sharply from 300,000 at the beginning to 100,000 plus today. At that time, the craziest team leaders would often slaughter more than half of their team members before returning to the city in order to reduce the team's salary expenses. This eventually led to the city lord's mansion implementing a pension system, a half-commission system, and an adventure group rating system. In recent months, the heat has gradually passed, and the adventure groups in Liyue City have also calmed down. The 99th and 100th. Lu Xiaomo was completely numb to the impact of this energy flow in his body. He clenched his palms tightly, waiting for the moment of upgrading with a little nervousness in his heart. In the blink of an eye, the two warm currents in the body disappeared. No upgrade. Lu Xiaomo immediately pulled open the sleeve of his left arm. Nothing at all. Or, I have already upgraded. I don't know. Somewhat anxious, he hurriedly touched himself everywhere. After his body absorbed 100 energy crystals, he just felt a layer of fine sweat on his body. No upgrade. A few minutes later, Lu Xiaomo sat on the ground, gasping for breath as if he was choked by a breath, and coughing violently. Without upgrading, maybe I will be like Guangren and Blind Man, unable to upgrade. However, this is not necessarily a bad thing. Perhaps. At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, Lu Xiaomo was in a daze, sleeping and waking up and sleeping again, as if he had many dreams. In the small base of the fire circle, the faint breathing sounds of girls came one after another. The 4 female team members on duty poured a circle of gasoline and water around them, then sat down in a group, whispering something, chuckling softly, and occasionally glancing at the corner where Lu Xiaomo was lying. Hey, Qifeng, how about we play honesty and bravery? Do you dare? What's there to be afraid of? Come on, the loser has to take off Wu Nan's pants. No fun, no fun. She had her period last night. The loser has to take off the captain's pants. How about that? Are you a womanizer? Are you crazy? Take off the captain's pants, or Bai Lulu will skin you alive tomorrow. Hey, what does she have to do with it? That woman is really something. She just... Hush, you're courting death. Bai Lulu has already made it known that if anyone dares to flirt with our leader, she will tear her mouth apart. Humph, I didn't see if she dared to do anything to Qintong. The 4 girls were chatting casually, but at some point, a dark shadow had quietly come up behind them. With a flash of silver light, their low-voiced conversation came to an abrupt end, and 4 streams of blood splashed. Chapter 62, Night Raid, Part 1. The 4 female team members covered their necks with their hands. They wanted to scream, but no sound came out. Their bodies thrashed violently on the riverbed, and they kicked countless small stones away. After a while, their bodies suddenly straightened up, blood foam flowed from the corners of their mouths, and they stared at the dark sky with wide eyes. The shadowy woman turned around quietly and walked towards the stream, stepping over several sleeping female team members and walking to the stream. Crash. A dead tree trunk with a meter-long blue flame was kicked into the stream by her foot, and the trunk floated downstream along the rushing stream. The woman quietly walked to the second dead tree, raised her foot and kicked forward, and the second dead tree fell into the stream. She turned around mechanically again and walked to the third dead tree by the stream. Danger! Suddenly, Lin Ming'er suddenly sat up from the riverbed in her sleep. Yes, there is a light spot with very powerful energy. Beside her were 2 young ladies who were lamp people. Even when they were asleep, their bodies were still emitting a faint green light. Su Feifei smacked her lips in her sleep. Point. What point am I revealing? She just turned over and reached out to tug at her collar. Feifei, get up quickly, there is danger. Captain, go find the captain quickly. Lin Ming'er couldn't see, so she could only anxiously push the 2 girls beside her. Suddenly, she seemed to feel the air around her twist, and she turned around suddenly. Hiss. There was a sound like metal scratching against something hard. Lin Ming'er stared blankly with her eyes wide open. She couldn't see, but right in front of her, a white wall of air appeared out of thin air. At the same time, a silver light flashed, and a bright silver dagger scratched across the wall of air. Everyone, get up quickly. There's danger. Lu Xiaomo had been sleeping uneasily that night. He suddenly heard Lin Ming'er screaming, just now. He almost jumped up from the ground, instinctively following the scream. Looking again, he saw a black shadow rushing towards Lin Ming'er. Without thinking, he raised his hand and formed a wall of air to block Lin Ming'er. Who are you? What do you want to do? The first person that came to his mind was the woman in black shadow. Having met her several times before, Lu Xiaomo knew very well how powerful she was. Even if he had the skill time now, Lu Xiaomo was not completely sure that he could kill her. Woo! With a strange cry from her throat, the black shadow woman ran straight towards Lu Xiaoma. With a crisp bang, she was in front of Lu Xiaoma almost in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the air wall was erected in front of Lu Xiaoma again. The black shadow woman hit the air wall like a headless fly and flew backwards 5 or 6 meters away. Catch her! As the air wall retracted, Lu Xiaoma could see clearly that the shadowy woman crashed into a group of 7 or 8 female team members. They were just woken up from their sleep in panic. Before 2 team members could stand up completely, a man flew in front of them. We caught the leader. The 3 female team members hurriedly pushed the shadowy woman to the ground. She seemed to be knocked unconscious and did not resist. Lu Xiaoma took a few steps over and was about to pull her ponytail to see who she was. Suddenly, a female team member not far from the base shouted, "Captain! Qi Fong and the others are dead." As soon as they finished speaking, there was another commotion on the side of the base near the stream. "What are you doing? Erhua Wang Cuehong. What are you doing? It's a mess. It's all a mess." Near the stream, 10 female team members were like crazy, not caring at all about the meter-long blue flames on the dead trees. They bent over with their heads down, made strange noises, and pushed the burning dead trees with their hands. With a series of crisp, thump sounds, the dead trees near the stream were pushed into the stream by them. "Captain! Qi Fong and the others were killed. Captain! Wang Cuehong and the others are going crazy. Captain! There is a very powerful light spot just across the stream." In the small base, the female team members were in chaos. Lu Xiaoma cursed in a low voice, turned around and shouted, "Hold her down for me. Don't let up for even a moment." He stepped forward and jumped towards the stream. Lin Ming'er behind him seemed to sense something and suddenly shouted, "Captain, don't go over there. The base is long and narrow, and the riverbed is not very wide." As soon as Lin Ming'er finished speaking, Lu Xiaoma had already rushed to the edge of the stream. Before he could stand firmly, Wang Cuehong and 10 other female team members turned their heads almost at the same time, let out a strange cry in their throats, and pounced on the female team members behind them. "They've turned into crazy people." I don't know who shouted, and then gunshots were heard in the small base. The gunshots became more and more frequent. Dozens of female team members crazily shot at Wang Cuehong and other 10 girls who were standing by the stream. They are all familiar with the scene where their companions or relatives suddenly turn into madmen. At the beginning of the apocalypse, almost everyone had to step over the corpses of their relatives and friends to survive to this day. No matter if they are relatives, friends, or companions, once they become crazy, they are just crazy people. Crazy people without humanity. Stop. Stop shooting. Stop. Wang Cuehong and 10 other female team members were beaten into human sieves. Lu Xiaoma suddenly felt something strange and unusual in the air. The strong energy of the light spot made 10 people crazy. Something suddenly flashed through his mind, and the words were on the tip of his tongue. But at this moment, 10 of the female team members who had stopped shooting suddenly screamed in pain. They knelt on the ground in pain, grabbing their hair tightly with both hands, as if trying to pull something out from there. "It's the orc controller. It's the leader of the orc controller." In the crowd, Cassini suddenly shouted. Lu Xiaoma shouted almost at the same time as her, "Don't shoot yet. Pin them all to the ground." It was an orc controller. If it was really an orc controller's skill, then their range was spinning rapidly in his head, and his eyes were quickly looking around to assess their control range. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoma was looking at the hillside across the stream, and his eyes suddenly froze. Countless green dots of light. Chapter 63, Night Raid, Part 2. Woo! Suddenly, a long howl sounded from the pitch-black hillside opposite, like a horn of attack. Countless black dots rushed down from the opposite hillside, crossed the stream, and jumped into the small base that the female team members had painstakingly built. The female team members on the other side of the creek were still in chaos and had not yet completely controlled a new batch of infected female team members when suddenly countless black shadows crossed over from the other side of the creek. "It's a wolf pack." Only one thought flashed through Lu Xiaoma's mind, and his body flew more than 2 meters into the air. At the same time, a 2-meter-long air blade appeared in his right hand. He waved his left hand, and suddenly a 10-meter-long and 10-meter-wide air wall appeared in the direction of the small base near the stream. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen giant wolves crashed into the air wall and fell into the water wailing, but the 10-meter width did not completely block the entrance to the base. Lu Xiaoma jumped to the other side of the air wall, grabbed the air blade with both hands, and chopped it vertically. A giant wolf more than 2 meters long was cut into 2 pieces, leaving only its buttocks and tail with a little flesh and blood, and fell into the riverbed by the stream with a clang. What a big wolf! The air wall and the dead tree at the top of the base temporarily blocked the gap. Most of the female team members retreated here. The air wall was 10 meters high, and the wolves could not jump over it. The dead tree above the base that blocked the gap was emitting blue flames more than 1 meter high. The wolves did not dare to attack from this side, and could only choose to attack the stream side, at the gap that had not been blocked by the air wall. But at this moment, Lu Xiaoma was standing here alone, holding a 2-meter-long air blade in his hand, slashing horizontally and vertically. In just over 10 seconds, 7 mutated giant wolves had been chopped down by him one after another. Xiaoyi, you take command here. Don't shoot rashly. I'll go help the captain. Yi Rui's body glowed with a light brown light, and she jumped to Lu Xiaoma's side with her slender body. Captain, let me help you. With one slash of his sword, he killed 2 giant wolves. Lu Xiaoma had a chance to turn his head and shouted, "Stay away from me, 2 meters away." Clear. Knowing that the captain was afraid of hurting herself, Yi Rui quickly replied and leaped to the right with her slender body. In midair, she held 2 long screwdrivers in both hands and inserted them into the lower abdomen and necks of the 2 giant wolves respectively. On the other side of the stream, more and more black dots crossed the stream. On the left, Lu Xiaoma was wielding a 2-meter-long air blade with ease, while Yi Rui on the right seemed to be struggling. Sister Rui, let us help you. Suddenly, 2 graceful figures with half a meter of red flames on their bodies appeared on both sides. You guys. Yi Rui was distracted and was suddenly pounced on by a giant wolf on the right. She activated the skill of stone skin to protect her body, hugged the 2-meter-long giant wolf and rolled on the ground for several rounds, almost hitting Lu Xiaoma's ankle. Be careful of their claws. Using her skills, Yi Rui also felt the power of these giant wolves. The firemen might set their bodies on fire, but as long as they were knocked to the ground by them, the power of their claws would be enough to rip their intestines apart. Sister Rui. Seeing Yi Rui being knocked down, Zoya quickly jumped to her position. There were 3 black spots on her head, which were about to fall on her. She quickly touched the ground with her toes, jumped backwards with her petite body sideways, and at the same time, slapped the face of a giant wolf in front of her. The giant wolf fell to the ground with all 4 limbs, and suddenly felt as if its face was being pressed by a red iron. It screamed and wailed. On its face, where Zoya had tapped it, red flames quickly burned all over its body. Its 2-meter-long body fluttered beside the stream and instinctively rolled into the stream on the side, but this was obviously useless. The red flames stuck to its body, and it was still burning even in the water. The red flames even penetrated the water surface. In a dozen seconds, the giant wolf's body turned into a ball of ash and was washed downstream with the current. Go to hell. After Yi Rui was knocked to the ground by the giant wolf and rolled for a few rounds, the long screwdriver pierced into the giant wolf's eye socket. The giant wolf's muscles suddenly tensed up, and before it could react, Yi Rui gritted her teeth and let out a delicate cry, and her 2 long, beautiful legs bent upwards. She pressed her knees against the wolf's belly to make some space, then rolled to the right and out from under the wolf. Before she could catch her breath, a huge black shadow appeared before her eyes. Without time to think, Yi Rui lay flat on the ground, exerted force with her shoulders and back, and kicked upwards with both feet at the same time, hitting the wolf's jaw. She rolled backwards and fell into the water. What? She was 176 centimeters tall, with 2 slender and perfect thighs. She kicked upwards, but before she could land on the ground, she was suddenly stopped in midair. Yi Rui screamed, and Lu Xiaoma rushed to her side, bent down, supported her lower abdomen with his shoulders, and hugged her 2 calves with his right hand. Using his shoulders as a lever, he pulled down and just lifted her up out of thin air. Help me guard it while I go find the wolf that controls the orcs. Yi Rui's body was on his left shoulder. Just as she slipped to the ground, Lu Xiaoma hugged her waist and took a few big steps back to his position. There were more than 20 giant wolf corpses piled up in the stream on his side. The stream was blocked by these corpses. Lu Xiaoma put Yi Rui down, stepped on these corpses, and jumped to the other side. He killed a giant wolf with a knife and turned around and shouted, Zoya, throw the lantern fish to me. Captain, be careful. The backpack with green light drew a semicircle on the stream. Lu Xiaoma chopped the body of a giant wolf head-on, caught it with his back hand, and held the handle of the knife in his right hand, wanting to chop again. There was no wolf in front of him. All dead. Just as this thought came to my mind, Fang Jing suddenly shouted from behind. The captain is on the left. It's going to run away. Just now, I could vaguely see a white wolf standing on the other side of the stream. It was howling towards the sky and did not participate in the attack. Now it was this white wolf that was running, and at a very fast speed. It was impossible to catch up with it. This is a white wolf with the ability to control orcs. We can't let it get away no matter what. It will cause endless trouble. On the small hill on the left, the White Wolf King had already run out of the range of the lanternfish. Lu Xiaoma quickly retracted the airblade and ran towards the top of the mountain. Speed, my speed is far behind that of a mutant Wolf King, and on a hillside. In front of him, it was pitch black outside the range of the green light, and there was no way to tell which direction it was running. Halfway up the hill, Lu Xiaoma suddenly stopped. A grenade suddenly appeared in the palm of his left hand. He pulled the ring and threw it forward to the left. Then the second grenade is thrown towards the right, the third grenade is thrown towards the left, closer to the center, and the fourth grenade is thrown towards the right, closer to the center. In this way, he threw 10 grenades in a fan shape, and loud explosions occurred one after another. With twice the force, the grenade was thrown at least 50 meters away from the top of the mountain. The loud explosions probably startled the White Wolf King, but at this moment, Lu Xiaoma suddenly felt a tingling and severe pain in his scalp. It was a severe pain that ordinary people could not bear. With a shrill scream, he knelt on his knees, grasped his hair tightly with both hands, and rolled on the hillside howling miserably. Not long after, he suddenly stood up with a 2-meter-long air blade in his hand. He turned around and walked back to the base silently. Chapter 64. Let her run away again. Leader of the group? In the small base, there were dozens of giant wolf corpses and a strong smell of blood. The female team members were still in shock, but they saw Lu Xiaoma holding a 2-meter-long air blade in his hand, looking down and unable to see his expression, and walking back step by step in the stream. Still holding their ground at the entrance of the circle, Yi Rui, Zhuya, and Fang Jing instinctively sensed a hint of danger. As Lu Xiaoma stepped across the stream, they instinctively stepped back. Captain, say something. Don't scare us. That thing is not dead. That thing is still on the other side of the stream. Lin Menger suddenly shouted behind him. At the same time, Lu Xiaoma seemed to have received the attack signal. He suddenly let out a long roar to the sky, jumped up, and chopped Yi Rui and the other 2 women with the 2-meter-long air blade in his hand. At the same time, many female team members in the base behind also pointed their guns at Lu Xiaoma. No, don't shoot. Zhuya and Fang Jing retreated quickly, but Yi Rui jumped forward to meet Lu Xiaoma, dodging Lu Xiaoma's air blade in midair and hugged him tightly. Captain, wake up quickly. She activated her stone skin skill to protect her body and risked being cut in half by Lu Xiaoma. She rushed up and hugged him, not only because she wanted to wake up the captain, but also because she was afraid that the female team members behind her would shoot. I was afraid that the team leader would be beaten into a human sieve like Wang Zuehong and the others. Now I am using my skills to cover the leader with my body, but I also have to find a solution as soon as possible. It was like a fast-moving meteor in the air, drawing a small half-moon. With a plop, a splash of water was heard, and the 2 men rolled into the stream, rolling downstream for several circles until they hit the corpse of a giant wolf and barely managed to stabilize themselves. Lu Xiaoma choked on his saliva and made a strange, gurgling sound in his throat, like brushing teeth and gargling. The 2 of them bumped into the giant wolf's corpse. His body was right on top, with Yi Rui pressed down. Yi Rui's body was completely submerged in the stream, unable to scream. Her hands and feet splashed in the stream, splashing water. Hiss. Lu Xiaoma made some strange sound from his throat. He held down Yi Rui's body under the stream with his right hand, and pulled his left hand out of the stream with a splash. With a 2-meter-long air blade, he raised his hand and was about to chop at Yi Rui's head, but suddenly he let out a scream. No gunshots. A ghostly black figure appeared on one side of the stream, and then, as if teleporting, it was transported to the other side of the stream in the blink of an eye. The other side. The black shadow knelt on one knee with his back to the 2 people in the stream, holding a bright silver dagger in his left hand. In the dark air, accompanied by a spray of blood, a silver light was drawn. Lu Xiaoma's left hand was still raised in the air, with a deep wound on his arm that could be seen to the bone. At the same time, the air blade fell off his hand and turned into milky white bright spots that disappeared into the air. Snort. With a pleasant cry, the shadow woman's body instantly moved back to the other side of the stream. It was not until she landed that 3 bang 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 sounds were heard in the middle of the stream. Lu Xiaoma was kicked on the left face, left shoulder, and left ribs. He rolled to the right, jumped over the corpse of the giant wolf that was blocking the 2 of them, and rolled into the other side of the stream with a splash. A useless woman will die at the hands of a man sooner or later. Before she finished speaking, the shadowy woman disappeared again. On the other side, there were a few taps, And then there was the shrill scream of the White Wolf King on the opposite hillside, and his huge body rolled down the hillside. It all happened so suddenly. From the moment Lu Xiaoma came back through the stream to the moment the White Wolf King rolled down the mountain, it took only 20 seconds. The battle was over, and the shadowy woman disappeared into the pitch-black void once again. "Captain, how are you? Wake up." Several female team members helped Yi Rui and Lu Xiaoma back to the small base. Yi Rui choked on some water and coughed violently. It seemed that he was fine. Lu Xiaoma was still unconscious. Two female team members helped him sit up straight and patted his back. Captain, how is it? Do you need artificial respiration?" Miao Xiaohua ran over. At this time, Lu Xiaoma finally coughed and choked out 2 large mouthfuls of saliva. After coughing for a while, he suddenly felt tense all over and looked up. "What's wrong with me? Where's the wolf?" "Oh, you just grabbed Sister Rui's hand and held hers." Meow. "Stop talking nonsense." Yi Rui's face was still a little red from coughing just now. She scolded in a delicate voice. Miao Xiaohua stuck out her tongue, and the girls told Lu Xiaoma what had just happened. Lu Xiaoma seemed to have lost all memory just now and had no recollection of what happened. However, the woman ran away again. At 3:30 in the morning, Cassini directed the female team members to cut down trees to seal the hole again and pour gasoline and water. Lu Xiaoma used a regeneration crystal to heal the wound on his hand, making it as good as new. Captain Qin Xian brought over the list of reduced personnel, including Qi Feng, Wang Zihong, and others. The ICE group lost 14 members again. The latest number was only 66. Write down the names and give them 10 times the pension after they return to the city. If there are elderly or children at home who have no one to take care of them, they will be given a minimum living allowance every month. Looking at the list, Lu Xiaoma could only remember their names silently in his heart. He read it for a long time, stood up, and walked to the center of the small base. Lu Xiaoma clapped his hands, and the female team members put down their work and looked over. "Rest until 12 noon today, and get enough rest before leaving." "Captain, what should we do with the wolf corpses?" "The wolf's body?" At the creek, before the opening was completely sealed, female team members had already dragged the bodies of the giant wolves ashore and piled them into a small hill. Qin Xian led Lu Xiaoma to the pile of corpses and said, "Yes, these corpses are all meat anyway. Then let's collect them first." Lu Xiaoma looked at the pile of corpses. Each giant wolf was 2 meters long. Most of them were killed by him and cut in half. "Can you fit it in your space?" "Probably." Qin Xian closed her eyes slightly. "Should be able to hold more than a dozen." "Okay, you install it first and give me the rest." Looking at the corpses of these giant wolves, Lu Xiaoma also felt that after returning to the city, he could go to the city lord's mansion for the auction. Perhaps he could sell them for a good price. This wolf is estimated to weigh about 200 kilograms. If possible, maybe I could sell the lantern fish for a rare treasure. They went up the mountain to cut trees and brought them down to seal the mouth of the stream. Qin Xian was busy pouring gasoline water on the dead tree trunks. 14 people died while sleeping, but soon, the female team members recovered as usual. The end of the world is like this. People died. It can't be said that it is bad. It may also be a relief. Reincarnation. Maybe there are only roses in heaven, but no more crazy people. Qin Xian's space was full, leaving only a little space. Lu Xiaoma came over and put the remaining giant wolf corpses into the space. He had 2 space beads, 20 cubic meters each, and didn't use much. Many female team members came to see the giant wolf's corpse. They were probably greedy. Several female team members smacked their lips in disgust. "Hey, you know what the Gumling people eat wolf meat. It's sold on the street. It's not illegal to kill wolves in their place. I ate wolf meat when I was a child." "Is this true? Huh? Were you also poisoned to death when you were a child?" "Captain." Just after collecting the giant wolf corpses, Lu Xiaoma turned around and wanted to find a place to take a nap. Suddenly, Chen Tong appeared behind him and said, "I have something to report to you about Inqing." Chapter 65, Blood Falls Canyon, Part 1. At 12 noon, the surrounding area and the area 300 square meters away were still in absolute darkness. In this spherical poison barrier, it was the true polar night. After a hot meal, the team continued to climb upstream along the stream. Lu Xiaomo remembered that when he was a child, he followed his grandfather to climb upstream along the stream several times. He didn't remember whether it was so high, but judging from the 2 peaks at the entrance of the village, after the end of the world, at least the mountains along the river had become higher. Crack! Lu Xiaomo leaned on a broken stick in the stream and stumbled, with one foot stepping into the water. "Captain, be careful." A small hand behind him quickly supported Lu Xiaomo's waist. "Are you okay, Captain?" It's okay. Lu Xiaoma steadied himself, let out a long breath, and looked back at the team behind him. After walking for more than 2 hours, the team climbed up on the left side of the stream. On the right was the stream, and on the left was an increasingly steep mountain wall. Now the riverbed gradually narrowed, and only one person could climb up at a time. The team stopped temporarily. Kosini squeezed in with a few people behind them and said, "Let me take the lead, Captain. You have used all your skills. It's okay. I've walked this road once before. I'm almost there." The speed was not fast. We continued to move forward. After walking for more than half an hour, a section of the riverbed gradually widened and the ground under our feet became relatively flat. Lu Xiaoma stopped and looked back. "Everyone, take a rest here for half an hour." Oh, most of the female team members were already exhausted, and they looked for a place to sit down. Lu Xiaoma lay on her back and looked at the top of the mountain. She found 2 dirty clothes in the space, threw them on the ground, sat down, and lit a cigarette. The woman in black might be following not far from their team, around here. Last night, Chen Tong came to see him and told him that Qing knew that woman. Lu Xiaoma found the female team members rescued from the slaughter corps and asked them all. They all shook their heads blankly and didn't seem to be hiding anything. Chen Tong had been captured by her for such a long time, but he had never seen what she looked like. But one thing is certain, that woman can kill him at any time if she wants. This feeling makes Lu Xiaoma very unhappy. This was the first time he had experienced such frustration since he awakened his air skill half a year ago, and the opponent was a woman. This woman, Captain. Lu Xiaoma was sitting alone in an empty space, with the other female team members 3 meters away from him. Bai Lulu came over and patted Lu Xiaoma on the shoulder. "Make way. Give me a place to sit for a while." Maybe because she went to school in Beijing, she speaks with a Beijing accent from time to time. Looking up and seeing that it was her, Lu Xiaoma moved aside, leaving half of the dirty clothes on the ground. Bai Lulu sat down next to Lu Xiaoma, but not side by side with him. Bai Lulu leaned her back against Lu Xiaoma's left shoulder, stretched her waist, and said casually, "I will pretend that I don't know about Chen Tong's matter. Remember, I won't do it next time." She leaned her back against her shoulder, raised her head, and stretched. The loose hair on her head touched her ears, which made her feel a little itchy. Lu Xiaoma turned her head slightly, reached out and scratched her ears, then found a can of Nestle coffee in the space with her left hand, opened the pull ring, raised her head slightly, and took a sip. Hearing the sound of the can being opened, Bai Lulu turned around, used the green light around her to see the can of Nestle coffee clearly, and snatched it away. "Hey, you're drinking it by yourself? You have the nerve. You're a man at least." Giving Lu Xiaoma a big eye roll, Bai Lulu tilted her head back and took a big gulp, her mouth full of sweetness. Finally, she shook the bottle in the air with a feeling of being unsatisfied, and the last 2 drops fell into her mouth. Then she licked her lips and threw the coffee can into the stream beside her. An unknown sound came out of his mouth. "Is it my problem?" Leaning against Lu Xiaoma's shoulder and looking up at the dark sky, Bai Lulu asked softly with some melancholy, "Am I too unfeminine to make you dislike me?" "No, it has nothing to do with you." Lu Xiaoma bent one knee. "I'm not looking for a girlfriend." He also raised his head slightly and let out a long breath. "At least in this life, I don't want to find one." Was she really rejected? Bai Lulu chuckled as if to hide her feelings. "Haha, so you want to find a boyfriend, right?" "I like women," Lu Xiaoma said in a serious tone. "Then what do you mean? You have a woman in the city?" Bai Lulu suddenly turned around and sat side by side with Lu Xiaoma. She tilted her head and stared at Lu Xiaoma's profile with her big eyes. "Or do I really annoy you so much that you don't even want me to be with you? Am I really that bad?" A moment of silence. Inevitably, Binger came to his mind again. He let out a long sigh and shook his head. "It really has nothing to do with you. It's my problem." Since everything has been said today, Bai Lulu simply wants to ask for clarification. "What's your problem?" Suddenly she stretched out her hand to a certain spot on Lu Xiaoma's body. "Is it here? That's not okay?" Lu Xiaoma grabbed her wrist and said, "No." I said, "This has nothing to do with you. It's my own problem." Many female team members had already glanced over from a distance. Although Bai Lulu was bold by nature, she was still a girl after all. At this moment, she felt a little embarrassed. She stood up angrily. "If you don't tell me, I will go find your Chen Tong and ask him clearly. I will find out whether you are a man or not." After taking 2 steps, Bai Lulu suddenly heard Lu Xiaoma's voice behind her. "My girlfriend is dead. I killed her." The sound was not loud, but Bai Lulu heard it clearly. She suddenly stopped and stood still. "You said you killed your girlfriend?" There was another silence. Lu Xiaoma gently pursed his cracked lips. Suddenly he stood up and clapped his hands. "Everyone, get up and set off. Keep on going." I haven't had any contact with outsiders for more than half a year, so suddenly telling them about Binger's situation wasn't as difficult as I thought. Maybe I've really let it go. But in his life, there will never be another Binger in this life. No matter what she does, she will always be the first woman in Lu Xiaoma's life, and this can never be changed. After just 10 minutes of rest, the female team members had to hurry on their way again. They stood up somewhat reluctantly. Lu Xiaoma clapped his hands again and said loudly, "Everyone, hold on a little longer. We should be almost there before 12 o'clock tonight." The road ahead was getting steeper and steeper. Lu Xiaoma walked alone in front, stopping from time to time to rest. Rest. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. There was nothing unusual on the way. Captain Kusini was the second one walking behind Lu Xiaoma. "It's not going well, Captain. Let's rest for a while. I really can't do it anymore." After saying this, without waiting for Lu Xiaoma's agreement, Kusini rubbed her numb thighs and sat down on the ground. Lu Xiaoma glanced at the darkness ahead again, turned around, walked to Kusini, and took off the lantern fish box on her back. "I'll carry it for you. Hang on for a while. It's not far ahead. Let me do it, Captain. Carry it for me." Behind Kusini, the waterman Fang Ye took 2 quick steps and took the lantern fish backpack from Lu Xiaoma. It is not yet past 12 o'clock. Yi Rui and Zhuoya, who have used their skills, have been arranged in the middle of the team. Only Lu Xiaoma insists on walking in the first place. This also made the female team members feel that Lu Xiaoma was different from the other team leaders. "Thank you." Kusini weakly moved her body. Her legs didn't seem like her own anymore. She reached out and hammered them a few times. She breathed a sigh of relief, lowered her head, and twisted the kettle around her neck. She tilted her head back and poured the last few drops of water in the kettle into her mouth. Lu Xiaoma looked at her and threw a can of Coke to her. Kusini reached out to catch it. "You're welcome." She tilted her head back and took a sip, then passed it to Fang Ye beside her. Fang Ye was not polite either and drank the rest of the Coke while panting a little. The two of them didn't speak anymore, but leaned against each other, breathing heavily to conserve their energy. From 12 noon to now, except for resting and eating a hot meal, they have been climbing the mountain until now. Most of the female team members are too tired to speak. In the middle of the team, Qin Xian moved her feet with difficulty and walked to the front. "Captain, no one can hold on any longer. If it really doesn't work, let's just rest here tonight." Lu Xiaoma stood up from the ground and took Fang Ye's backpack. "You guys rest here. I'll go up and take a look first." At this point in the journey, he could no longer remember the terrain, but he remembered that it should not be far away. Carrying the lantern fish on his back, Lu Xiaoma stepped over a large rock in the riverbed in front of him and continued to move forward. If there was a wide riverbed in front of him, he would rest there for a night. With the sound of the gurgling stream beside his ears, Lu Xiaoma climbed cautiously towards the top of the mountain. The terrain became steeper and narrower, and there was no riverbed suitable for camping. Looking back, I could see 2 green dots of light at the camp where the female team members were temporarily resting. I guess they were also looking at me. Forget it. I'll just stay here halfway up the hill today. After taking another look towards the top of the mountain, Lu Xiaoma turned around and was about to go down the mountain to inform the female team members to set up camp there. But before he took 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and moved his ears slightly. This sound of water flow doesn't sound like a stream. Chapter 66, Blood Falls Canyon, Part 2. The sound of a waterfall is completely different from that of a stream. The sound of a stream is just a tiny splashing sound, while the sound of a waterfall is as magnificent as a heavy rain pouring down. At 11:45 p.m., the large group of ice warriors finally arrived at the Blood Falls Canyon, and everyone who arrived here for the first time would be shocked by its grandeur. This canyon is definitely not a product of the pre-apocalyptic era. If it were, it would definitely be one of the most beautiful scenic spots in China. Going up the stream to the top of the mountain, the first step is onto a flat surface. The rock under your feet has patterns all over it, but it is as smooth as a mirror. Stepping on the mirror-like rock, the female team members carefully paid attention to their feet, but unexpectedly discovered that their feet did not slip. Every step was very stable, as if they were walking on asphalt road. What is this place? A strange slope? Lu Xiaoma stood at the mouth of the canyon, pulling the female team members up from behind one by one. The female team members who came up were all looking around in amazement. What is this place? A strange slope? Huh? There's an echo. Huh? There's an echo. Yeah, it's so strange. Why does this echo sound like a repeater? Yeah, it's so strange. Why does this echo sound like a repeater? Huh? There's an echo. What is this place? A strange slope? Yeah, it's so strange. Why does this echo sound like a repeater? Huh? There's an echo. Don't say anything. Suddenly remembering something, Lu Xiaoma's face changed. He quickly covered the mouth of a female team member and whispered in her ear, "Don't talk. You can't talk loudly here." But his instructions were still a step too late. Huh? There's a response. Yeah, it's so strange. Why does this echo sound like a repeater? What is this place? A strange slope? These words were like waves of sound, colliding back and forth in the canyon for a long time. The female team members could no longer bear the sound waves that sounded like devilish sounds. What's going on? I'm so sad. How so? What's going on? I'm so sad. How so? Yeah, it's so strange. Why does this echo sound like a repeater? What is this place? A strange slope? More and more sound waves and air currents collided back and forth in the canyon. The female team members who entered the canyon mouth felt more and more uncomfortable. Most of them covered their ears. Lu Xiaoma's face turned pale. Everyone get down the mountain. Get back immediately. There were 66 people, and Lu Xiaoma pushed them down the mountain one by one. The strange thing was that when the female team members were pushed down this mirror-like canyon by Lu Xiaoma, the devilish sounds disappeared immediately, and they felt a lot more relaxed. Lu Xiaoma was the last one to come down, covering his ears. Captain, what exactly is that canyon? What's going on? Lu Xiaoma was the last one to come down, with beads of sweat on his forehead. When he came out of the canyon, there was a mountain wall on the left and a flowing stream on the right. The riverbed was only 1 meter wide and only large enough for one person to stand in it. The 66 female team members lined up in a long line, and the one at the bottom had already walked to a place where there was no light source. Wait a minute. I'll take a break first. Lu Xiaoma leaned against the canyon entrance, holding onto the mountain wall with one hand, and shook his head vigorously. He still felt a little dizzy, and his ears were filled with those devilish sounds. I forgot to tell you. Lu Xiaoma leaned against the mountain wall, panting slightly, but still felt dizzy. I forgot to tell you, no matter what happens in that canyon, you can't speak loudly. Cassini, you all spread the word and tell everyone I said this to you last. The last time Lu Xiaoma came up alone, no one spoke, but he just coughed a few times accidentally, and the whole canyon was filled with his coughs. Finally, it was as if 10,000 people coughed in his ears at the same time. He rushed out of the canyon alone and stood where he is now, resting for a long time. When he returned to the canyon for the second time, he even controlled his breathing to be very quiet. The female team members spread the word by word of mouth, and Lu Xiaoma's warning finally reached everyone's ears. So, how long will it take for those echoes to dissipate? I don't know about that. The last time I came here, I rested here for more than an hour. When I went in again, it had almost disappeared. After almost recovering, Lu Xiaoma glanced down the mountain and said, You guys pass it on. When you go in again later, try not to speak. When you speak, you must speak with a breathy voice and don't cough. The female team members spread Lu Xiaoma's words by word of mouth again and spread them to the end of the team. But why is there no response to the sound of running water above? Yes, Captain. I just saw that the water in the stream was red. But now, why is the water white? The female team members sat in a row against the mountain wall to rest, but Lu Xiaoma had no way to answer their questions. Ever since entering this poisonous barrier, everything here has become weird. I have only been here once. I don't know the answers to your questions. Everyone, take a good rest now. We will have to go in again soon. Let me tell you, this canyon is the last hurdle. After lighting a cigarette and resting for about 10 minutes, Lu Xiaoma turned around and stuck his head into the canyon. The voices inside were still echoing, but it was no longer possible to hear what was being said. It was as if countless characters were broken down or overlapped. This sounds even more painful. How is it? Is there still any sound? Kusini was curious, so she leaned sideways and climbed up 2 steps, wanting to go past Lu Xiaoma and listen in. As soon as she got in front of him, Lu Xiaoma quickly pulled her back. There's still noise. Wait a little longer. As the two were talking, a scream suddenly came from the bottom of the mountain. Snakes. So many white snakes. Snake? Lu Xiaoma's body tensed up. Everyone, get ready for battle. He immediately thought of the silver snake that he had encountered last time. He strode down the stream, but before he had gone far, he suddenly saw the female team members at the bottom of the hill climbing up the stream against the current, screaming. So many snakes. Too late. It was indeed that silver snake. No one knows better than Lu Xiaoma how powerful the silver snake is. Its skin is invulnerable to swords and guns. Lu Xiaoma once used an air blade to cut it into countless pieces, but the strange thing is that those countless pieces of the snake body turned into countless silver snakes within a few tens of seconds, and there was no way to kill them. Quick, cover your ears. Get into that canyon. Don't talk. Don't shout. At the bottom of the creek, the female team members who were desperately climbing up against the current had already reached the light source. Lu Xiaoma clearly saw that many of the female team members had been entangled by silver snakes. One of them was a girl emitting green light, one of the 2 lantern girls, and she shouted, Brother Captain, save me. Help. Chapter 67, Blood Falls Canyon, Part 2. Son of a bitch. Standing in the stream, Lu Xiaoma grabbed a torch from the female team member on the right and threw it towards the green light girl. This silver snake was at least 7 or 8 meters long. Su Feifei was now entangled by it from her feet to her neck. She could no longer shout. Just when she was in despair and felt that everything was dark before her eyes, she suddenly saw a light spot in front of her that was getting bigger and bigger. The silver snake had already wrapped its prey up in layers, and its head opened wide, just as it was about to swallow the girl completely from above her head, when suddenly a torch from a distance hit its mouth squarely. Hissing howl. All creatures in this dark world are afraid of fire, especially the silver snake, which is a cold-blooded animal. It swung its huge snake head frantically and did not care about its prey, and quickly fled backwards. Lu Xiaoma waded desperately in the stream and rushed down more than 20 meters, but saw countless silver snakes rushing up from behind Su Feifei. I don't know how many there are. The last time, Lu Xiaoma came in alone and suddenly saw this silver snake. In fear, he cut it into countless pieces. He raised his hand and subconsciously wanted to release the air wall, but there was nothing in front of him. Damn it. It's not 12 o'clock yet. And there's still one fucking minute. Torches. Throw your torches back. Turning around and yelling at the female team members, Lu Xiaoma continued to rush down. The female team members were panicked, but they also heard the leader's order. Those who had torches in their hands turned around and threw them behind them without thinking. Seeing Su Feifei falling into the stream as if she had lost consciousness, Lu Xiaoma was at least 10 meters away from her. There were dozens of silver snakes crawling densely in the stream and on the riverbed beside Su Feifei. Lu Xiaoma suddenly felt a heat on his back. He didn't know which female team member's torch behind him had not thrown it accurately and hit him. Almost as if it was a conditioned reflex, before the torch fell into the stream, Lu Xiaoma caught the torch, grabbed the handle, and threw it towards Su Feifei, who was 10 meters away again. Call. The torch flew through the air, bringing with it a strong wind, and hitting Su Feifei right on the back. The silver snakes around her hissed and fled, leaving a circle. But at this moment, the torch did not stop after falling on Su Feifei's back. It rolled over her back and fell into the stream, extinguishing the fire in an instant. At the same time, Su Feifei's unconscious body was washed down more than half a meter by the stream. There are 5 meters and 4 meters. The silver snakes surrounded their prey again in a blink of an eye. At this time, there were no torches around Lu Xiaoma. A huge silver snake raised its neck, hissing and spitting out its tongue, and swallowed Su Feifei again. The speed at which snakes attack humans is simply too fast for the human eye to see. At this time, Lu Xiaoma was only 3 meters away from Su Feifei. It all happened in a split second. With this bite, even the regenerating crystal could not save Su Feifei's life. At the moment when the silver snake raised its head, Lu Xiaoma didn't think too much and raised his left hand to activate the skill again. At 12 hours and 3 seconds midnight, the moment the silver snake's head attacked downward, a milky white air wall appeared 10 centimeters above Su Feifei's body. The silver snake bit the air wall. At the same time, Lu Xiaoma jumped into the air and stepped onto the air wall, holding a 2-meter-long air blade in both hands. When the giant snake bit the air wall, it instinctively retracted its head. His air blade arrived as promised and split the silver snake's head into 2 pieces with one blow. This still can't kill it. And now there is no such snake besides Su Feifei. With a slash of the knife, Lu Xiaoma quickly put away the air wall under his feet and fell into the water with a plop. He bent down and slashed with the air blade in his left hand. With his right hand, he grabbed the collar of Su Feifei's clothes in the water and pulled it upwards. Splash! The petite body with green light was pulled out of the water. He loosened the collar of her clothes and at the same time put his arms around her waist. Lu Xiaoma made another horizontal move with his left hand, turned around, and continued to wade backwards in the water. But just after he turned around and ran 2 steps, his body suddenly stopped. Above the riverbed on both sides, 2 coiled silver snakes, on the banks of the riverbed on both sides, attacked Lu Xiaoma and Su Feifei in his arms almost at the same time. He instinctively swung the air blade in his left hand, and with a flash of light, the silver snake's head on the left flew out and hit Lu Xiaoma's left lower rib. Although the head of the silver snake had flown off, its body still followed the momentum and hit Lu Xiaoma's left rib. It was just a collision with little force. But at this time, it was too late for Lu Xiaoma to chop the silver snake on the right. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Lu Xiaoma had already looked over. The silver snake that was attacking from the right stretched out its slender body, but it seemed as if it was under a spell and was suddenly fixed in place. What? They are. He was slightly stunned. In front of him on the left, Cassini held her hands to the sky, her long hair flying in the air. She shouted, "Captain, run. The snake behind you is caught up." Before Lu Xiaoma could see, 2 silver snakes behind him had already prepared for attack. One of them had already stuck its head out and attacked Lu Xiaoma's back. Before it could take a bite, it was fixed in midair by Cassini's animal controlling technique. Lu Xiaoma hugged Su Feifei and waded forward in the water. Cassini gave a delicate shout, and the 10 silver snakes in front of her suddenly went crazy and aimed their heads to attack their companions behind them. 10 silver snakes entangled with dozens of their own kind. Lu Xiaoma, holding Su Feifei, had already rushed to the entrance of the Blood Waterfall Valley. He turned around and shouted, "Kusini." Kusini retracted her hands, turned around, and strode towards the top of the mountain. Except for Kusini, all the female team members had already rushed into the Blood Waterfall Canyon. Kusini was still more than 10 meters away. Lu Xiaoma put his right arm around Su Feifei's waist, turned his head, and used his left thumb to press her philtrum. "Wake up right now. I can't take care of you after we enter the valley." "Captain." "Oh." Kusini finally rushed to the mouth of the canyon. At this moment, Su Feifei screamed in pain, and a green light appeared on her body again. "Come up quickly, follow me into the valley, and don't talk." Lu Xiaoma raised his left hand, and a wall of air blocked Kusini's back. He held the two women with each hand, and the three of them rushed into the Blood Waterfall Canyon together. Based on the previous experience, Lu Xiaoma knew that no matter what creatures outside, including those silver snakes, had the courage to rush into this canyon. As soon as they stepped in, those evil sounds were still ringing in their ears, circling around them. All the female team members who had already entered were blocking the entrance of the canyon, covering their ears tightly with their hands, moaning in pain, not daring to scream. "Follow me, follow me, follow me, follow me." Chapter 68, Stone Cave, Part 1. "Follow me, follow me, follow me, follow me." He only dared to yell these words in his heart. After entering the canyon, he did not dare to speak them out loud. He found an unlit torch in the space and hit the female team members one by one who were sitting on the ground in pain, covering their ears, and tried his best to lip sync with them. "Follow me, follow me, now, hurry, get the hell up, follow me now." The stick hit the female team members in a circle, and Lu Xiaoma pulled Su Feifei and trotted towards the depths of the valley. Su Feifei is a light source, and the female team members can follow her light. In the Blood Waterfall Canyon, the ground was like a huge, smooth mirror with a 5-meter-wide deep ditch in the middle. Now the ditch was filled with blood-red water. Su Feifei's light source had not yet illuminated the blood waterfall in front. All you can hear is the sound of water rushing like a downpour. What's strange is that the sound of flowing water does not bounce back from the canyon, and there is no echo. It can also be transmitted to the outside of the canyon, and other sounds in the canyon, no matter what they are, seem to be covered by it. The sound waves are running wild in the canyon and cannot be transmitted to the outside. The devilish sound in my ears seemed to be drilling into my brain. Lu Xiaoma gritted his teeth and pulled Su Feifei towards the blood waterfall, running fast, and from time to time, he would look back to see if the female team members were keeping up. He really wanted to yell at these women to hurry up. Extremely anxious, he ran with big strides and looked back. There were two light sources, Miao Xiaohua and Lantern Fish, behind him. Within the range of the light sources, most of the female team members gritted their teeth and ran desperately behind him. I don't know if there are any who have missed out, and if there are, I can't take care of them. Look at that. Ugh, ugh. Just now, the silver snake wrapped around her neck, and she couldn't breathe. When she woke up, she was at the entrance of the canyon. The captain was pressing his philtrum desperately. Until now, Su Feifei's mind was still in a mess. When Lu Xiaoma pulled her to run, she instinctively followed him. But now, a huge waterfall of blood suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Su Feifei screamed subconsciously, and Lu Xiaoma beside her quickly covered her mouth. Here we are, finally at the blood falls. It is unknown how high this blood waterfall is. At least within Su Feifei's field of vision, she cannot see its top. Lu Xiaoma pulled Su Feifei in front of it. At this time, the devilish sound in her ears seemed to be diluted a lot by the sound of the waterfall. After letting go of Su Feifei, Lu Xiaoma glared at her fiercely. Su Feifei also knew that she shouldn't speak, so she quickly reached out to cover her mouth. She stared at Lu Xiaoma with her big eyes and pointed at the waterfall with one hand. "It's here, it's finally here again." Lu Xiaoma didn't have time to interact with her now. He raised his left hand, and a milky white air wall diagonally blocked the blood waterfall. Placing it at an angle was also his experience the last time he came here. Lu Xiaoma, Su Feifei, and other girls stood on the left side of the blood waterfall. The left side of the air wall was higher than the right side. The blood of the waterfall hit the air wall and all flowed to the other side, pouring on the ground of the canyon on the right, and then flowed back into the ditch in the center of the canyon. On the right side, there was no blood, only a few drops of blood. The air wall blocked the blood. At the same time, Su Feifei's light source shone, and under the original water curtain, a 3-meter-high and 2-meter-wide stone cave emerged. She widened her eyes, pointing there in disbelief. while her other hand covered her mouth tightly. Lu Xiaoma grabbed her by the back of the neck and pulled her towards him, while leaning his head close to her ear. Stand here and don't move. I'll pull you in later, and we'll go in together. Let the team members go in first. She is the light source, the bulb at the entrance of the cave, Lu Xiaoma said quickly, and when he looked back, a female team member had already run over here. He grabbed the arm of a female team member, pointed at the entrance of the cave, and changed the hand that was holding her arm to pushing her back, pushing hard. The female team member staggered 2 steps, gritted her teeth, and rushed into the cave. If the leader wanted to harm me, I would have died long ago. The leader won't harm me. The leader won't harm me. Rushing into the dark cave, this was the only thought in her mind. It was dark in front of her, and she couldn't see anything clearly. The female team member was not even sure if she had entered the cave. Instinctively, she opened her arms and felt around. On the right side, she felt the wall. It must be the wall. The female team member took small steps, supported herself on the wall with both hands, and continued to walk forward 2 steps. I just heard my own footsteps, and now the sound is that I am breathing? In other words, the torturous sound in the canyon just now is gone? She touched her ears and found that there was indeed no sound. She immediately realized another problem. Just now, when she was at the entrance of the cave, the team leader pushed her hard, and she could see the cave door clearly. Su Feifei's light source illuminated this place very clearly. But how come I can't see anything when I come in? It seems that the sound at the mouth of the canyon is the same as the water there. The water in the canyon is obviously red, but when it flows out of the canyon, it becomes a clear stream with so many fish. Suddenly, there was a scream. The first female team member who came in quickly turned around and instinctively stretched out her hand, but hit another body. Who? I'm Gu Wenxia, who are you? Sister Gu? I'm Hiying, are you Sister Gu? Xiaoying, it's me. Where's this you? The 2 bodies touched each other in the absolute darkness, but they could not see each other at all. I have a torch, wait for me to take it. Gu Wenxia reached back to untie her backpack, but suddenly another person bumped into her from behind, and both of them screamed. Only the leader knows where this place is, but he hasn't come in yet. The demonic sounds outside. More and more female team members came in. Gu Wenxia and Hiying in front could only feel the wall and slowly grope forward. But deep down, they still rejected the feeling of not being able to see anything and having to keep groping forward. It hurts. Suddenly, there was another scream at the door, and a woman with green light all over her body, as if she was transparent, was pushed in. She came in unlucky, and her forehead hit the stone wall. In front of her, Zoya turned around quickly and put her hands in front of the woman's murderous mouth, helping her to stand firmly. The dark cave suddenly lit up. Before the female team members who entered first had time to adjust, someone asked, "Who is it? Is it Feifei?" The 2 16-year-old lantern girls are about the same height, and it is usually difficult to tell them apart when they are using their skills. At this time, Zoya took back her hands that were supporting Miao Miao's chest and said firmly, "No, this must be Miao Miao." Chapter 69, Stone Cave, Part 2. Captain, Leader. The last 2 people, Lu Xiaoma and Su Feifei, held hands and jumped into the cave together. The female team members who came in earlier surrounded them. Wait a minute. Lu Xiaoma staggered, holding onto the stone wall with one hand, and uttered a wow, then turned around and vomited outside the cave. It felt like 10,000 people were talking in your ears. In the end, Lu Xiaoma was even a little dazed. He held back his dry heaves and rushed in together with Su Feifei. "Are you okay, Captain?" There was a faint green light in the stone cave. Qin Xian walked to the entrance of the cave with a cup of water and patted Lu Xiaoma on the back. What was more surprising was Su Feifei over there. She didn't seem to be affected at all, but just felt a little dizzy. She leaned against the stone wall for a while, and then she was fine. "I'm fine, move back." Everyone moved back. His stomach was still churning. Lu Xiaoma opened his arms and asked everyone to retreat and leave the cave. He was the last one to step back 2 or 3 meters. He raised his left hand slightly, and the air wall blocking the top of the cave disappeared. There was a loud splashing sound, and a waterfall of blood poured down, completely blocking the cave entrance. That shadowy woman definitely didn't come in this time. Ever since Lu Xiaoma released the air wall, he has been thinking about this woman. No matter how strong she is this time, she will never be able to get in without her own air wall. After looking at the blood-red water curtain at the entrance of the cave for a few seconds and seeing nothing unusual, Lu Xiaoma breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to say, "Cassini, pour some of your water on my head. I still feel a little dizzy. Let's rest here first." As he said this, he lowered his head, wanting to pour some cold water over his head to sober him up. He was the last one to come in, protecting the female team members. Now he was not only dizzy, but his stomach was also churning. The woman opposite him was holding the water cup, but didn't move. Lu Xiaomo felt a little surprised and raised his head to say something. He saw that the person who brought the water was not Cassini, but Qin Xian, who looked unhappy. While he was looking up, she poured a glass of water on his face, snorted, and turned away. The cold water flowed down his neck into his clothes, making him feel uncomfortable. Lu Xiaomo was speechless and didn't know what to say. Isn't it just a wrong name? Why is he so angry? Besides, you and Cassini are on the same side, and they don't call you Yirue. Everyone, rest here first. I've been in here once, so there shouldn't be any danger again. Let's wait here first. The width of the 2-meter stone cave leads to the inside, which is pitch black. What is inside the 3 light sources of Su Feifei, Miao Xiaohua, and Lantern Fish are superimposed and illuminated. It has not yet reached the end, so it is still unclear. After resting for a while, Lu Xiaomo kept guarding the cave entrance. He was still afraid that the shadowy woman outside would suddenly come in. Everyone, eat something first and leave later. After waiting for more than half an hour, Qin Xian ate something and came over with a slightly better complexion. Captain, we just lost 21 people at the canyon entrance, and 3 of them were slightly injured. Including Lu Xiaomo, there are only 45 people left in the entire group, which is a reduction of more than half. I understand. I will return to the city. After returning to the city, I will give their families 10 times the pension. In addition, there are elderly and children who have no one to take care of them. With his head lowered, Lu Xiaomo's tone was a little low. Every time at this time, he felt an indescribable discomfort in his heart, mixed with a little self-blame. If they hadn't insisted on coming to this crazy treasure, these people might not have died, or they might not have died so quickly. I want you to see their names. This time, Qin Xian was surprisingly persistent and held up the notebook without putting it away. Lu Xiaomo looked up at her in surprise and saw that her 2 big eyes were red. Usually when there are reductions in staff, she is much calmer than me. I wonder what happened to her this time. Okay, I'll take a look. Looking at Qin Xian, Lu Xiaomo took the small notebook and lowered his head to read each name written by Qin Xian one by one, until the last name, Qin Yu. Qin Xian wrote these 2 words with great force, as if he wanted to make a hole in the small notebook. When Lu Xiaomo looked up at her again, Qin Xian had already walked to the stone wall and sat down, covering her neck with both hands, her shoulders slightly shaking. Xiao Yu is Sister Xian's cousin. Wu Nan, who had just been watching from a distance, now walked over to sit next to Lu Xiaomo and explained softly, Sister Xian is usually on the 3rd floor, and Xiaoya and we are on the 2nd floor. When they come to the job market, they come together, and they go home and live together at night, but they can't be on the same floor normally. At this time, Lu Xiaomo could only nod, not knowing how to comfort her. After the end of the world, it is not easy to have a relative who is still alive. The stone chamber could not be lit, so the female team members hurriedly ate some cold dry food and shared some water. Lu Xiaomo took the lead, and everyone walked into the depths of the stone cave. The sound of tick-tick under my feet. This stone tunnel is dark and long, but the width of 2 meters is maintained on both sides. The walls of the stone cave are smooth without edges and corners, but this is not the cement applied before the end of the world. It looks natural, as smooth as if it was formed naturally, and it also exudes a sense of weirdness. It was 2 meters wide. Lu Xiaomo walked in the front, and 2 female team members walked side by side behind him. This time it was Miao Xiaohua who followed behind him. Brother Captain, can we talk in here? If not, remember to tell us in advance this time. Lu Xiaomo was walking alone in front, still walking very carefully. Although he had been here once, who knew if there would be any changes here? This stone tunnel is straight as if it leads straight into the mountain. There are no turns, and it just goes straight forward. This hasn't changed. It was the same when Lu Xiaomo came last time. The airflow around me gradually became cooler, but I didn't feel a lack of oxygen. It seemed that the deeper I went inside, the richer the oxygen became. Arrive. Within the range of the green light, an open stone door suddenly appeared 9 meters in front of him. The stone door was 2 meters wide on both sides and about 3 meters high, in the shape of a round arch. Don't move. I clearly remember that the last time I entered this stone gate, there was a vast expanse of white in front of me, and then I suddenly appeared before the end of the world. No one told me why that was before the end of the world, and no one told me that I could only go back 10 minutes and would return to the end of the world again. Lu Xiaomo seemed to know all of this, as if it was common sense that one should open their mouths and chew with their teeth when eating. Lu Xiaomo knew all this naturally when he was teleported back, but he once wondered if it was just an illusion or a dream. But now, after so many days, it is obviously not the case. especially seeing this stone door again. It was open, which was enough to prove that I had been here before. All of this is not a dream, it is real. In other words, when I enter this door again, or if everyone follows me in, will we still be teleported to the end of the world together? Chapter 70. Now I. 3 consecutive loud ship horns. On the coastline, an ocean-going fishing vessel with a capacity to preserve 3,000 tons of fresh fish blew its horn continuously and slowly sailed back to the deepwater port. All the people on the shore, regardless of gender, age, or status, went crazy, dropped their work at hand, and rushed to the deepwater port like crazy. I'm back. I'm finally back. For 3 whole months, without any electronic equipment and barely maintaining the electricity in the cold storage, they relied entirely on the most ancient method of deep-sea fishing. Unexpectedly, they successfully returned to the port. A super ocean fishing boat, a frigate, and 3 supertankers of more than 20,000 tons have experienced 3 months after the end of the world. The fishing boat had just docked, and the boat was crowded with people. Large modified cargo trucks were pushed onto the deck, and 6 cranes were immediately working at the same time, lifting containers and placing them on the transport trucks that had been ready on the shore. Then, someone came up to install fixed. In apple pie order. Large cargo trucks drove out of the deep water port and returned to the shore. Civilians were isolated outside. After the 6 large trucks returned to the shore, they adjusted their positions, with 1 truck every 10 meters, with the rear facing the direction of the people and the front of the container tilted upwards. At the same time, 6 people stepped forward and opened the door of the container together. Voila! All the fish and shrimps in the 6 large containers tilted down. At the same time, the guards on the shore loosened the ropes that were holding the people. All the people filed out and rushed to the piles of fish, regardless of whether there was a fishy smell or not. Some people took bags and desperately put the fish into their bags. Those who didn't have bags took off their clothes and pants and packed as much as they could. Haha, that's enough. Just have some fun. Take me to see our soldiers. There were tens of thousands of people crowding onto the beach, and 6 containers of fish were clearly not enough, and quite a few people had already started fighting. A middle-aged bald fat man watched happily, walked with his hands behind his back, and stepped onto an off-road vehicle. Immediately, 200 soldiers stood guard on both sides, isolating the civilians. The off-road vehicle started and slowly drove towards the deep water port highway. Container operations were still going on at the hull and stern, but a ladder had been set up at the bow. Soldiers, sailors, and workers had to stay on the ship to work, and the first group to come down were a group of women in tattered clothes. Their steps were light, and their legs were weak. They held onto the ladder and walked down with difficulty. But they had one thing in common. Each of them was holding a small black notebook in their hands, tightly clutching it, as if it was more important than their lives. Several buses had already stopped there. The women got on the buses one by one under the shouts and shoves of the soldiers. The buses drove out of the deep-water harbor and stopped in front of a luxurious office building by the sea. The women in the buses got off the buses clutching their notebooks and lined up to walk into the office building. Zhang Qianying weighs 529 pounds. Xia Qing weighs 611 pounds. Dong Xiaoqiao weighs 484 pounds. Xia Huilan 822 pounds. There are 4 windows in the hall on the left and right sides. The women getting off the bus line up at the 2 windows on the left. When it is their turn, they hand their notebooks into the window. The 2 women in the window reported the numbers expressionlessly, and then went to the window on the right to receive a stack of pieces of paper with red stamps on them that looked like meal tickets. Zhang Qianying carefully counted the pieces of paper in her hand 3 times. The woman at the window was obviously impatient. It can't be wrong. Hurry up, there are people behind us. After counting 3 times, Zhang Qianying suddenly covered her mouth with her hands, tears rolling out of her eyes. She tightly grasped the paper in one hand, covered her mouth with the other hand, lowered her head, and ran out of the office building quickly. There were more than a dozen guards standing guard at the entrance of the building. Nearly 100 civilians were being driven away by the guards. Wife, I'm here, look. I got the fish. Zhang Qianying ran out with her mouth covered. A handsome young man with his upper body naked was in the crowd. He held fish and shrimps in the pocket of his clothes on his chest with one hand, and jumped and waved at Zhang Qianying with the other hand. Go away. The handsome young man came forward, but Zhang Qianying suddenly pushed him away. The young man was caught off guard and stumbled backwards. The fish and shrimp wrapped in his clothes scattered all over. The people around him who were waiting for their daughters and wives to return suddenly swarmed around him. Go away. This is my fish. Wife, come and help me, wife. The young man was young and strong, but he couldn't stand the large number of them. He hugged the fish tightly to his chest. When he stood up again, his wife was gone. Wife? Xiaoyi. Aviation City, Dawang Port, was one of the largest shipyards in China before the end of the world. It had 9 large docks, and the owner had the ability to build 3 aircraft carriers and 3 Luoyang, 3 class destroyers at the same time. It is also one of the few most advanced shipyards in the world. This place is only 100 kilometers away from Dawang City, which has a population of tens of millions. After the outbreak of the doomsday, the troops stationed in Dawang Port quickly controlled the situation. With their backs to the seaport, they used countless steel materials to surround the shipyard family quarters before the doomsday into a city, and continued to accept refugees from Dawang City. Gradually, a large city was formed here, and it was controlled by Xiang Guolong, the former commander of the 11th Army Group. They call it standing guard for the country. But before long, there were problems with food and water resources, and it was no longer possible to eat from the same pot. Xiang Guolong proposed policies such as survival of the fittest and only the elite have the right to survive in an internal meeting. He forced all the citizens in the city to go out to dig for meteorites to solve the water problem. In addition, in the 3rd month after the end of the world, an ocean-going fishing vessel returned to Dawang Port, which also solved a large part of their food problem. Today, the return of distant water fishing vessels has once again eased the food pressure on the aviation city. However, on the other hand, the problem of freshwater shortage is becoming increasingly serious. A large conch and a 1-meter-long sea knife fish, a total of 28 pounds, only 1 liter of water is needed. Large swimming crabs, 6 swimming crabs weighing 15 pounds, guaranteed to be all female, sold for 6 liters of water. 1.5 gene, look, boss. It's true. It's absolutely right. It's 1.5 gene for a big lobster and 9 abalones. You just need to give me 10 liters of water. Look at these abalones. They're almost as big as my palm. You will not lose out with 10 liters of water. The sky was red again, and the market was in a mess. After a milky white sky and earth spun around, Lu Xiaoma suddenly appeared in this seaside market. Chapter 71, Now Part 2. 3 days after the ocean-going fishing boats returned to port, the seaside market, which had been deserted, became lively again. More than 1,000 soldiers, boatmen, fishermen, etc. who had returned to land filled this small market with people. Some people just walk around and buy some food, while others are mostly squeezed in from the red light district and gambling street. There is no space on those 2 sides, so just wander around here and wait until there are fewer people over there before going over there to try your luck. Take a chance. If you're lucky, you won't have to go out to sea to do hard labor for the next 3 months and can sleep with women every day. If you're unlucky, the worst that can happen is that you go out to sea to do another fucking job. The old men in the gambling street all have a saying. If you're lucky, you'll have a luxury car and a young model. If you're unlucky, you'll have to work in the prostitute industry. Those who like to play with women are even more crazy at this time. The price of a woman going out to sea is 3 times that of on land. They have to count the little salary they earn on their fingers every day and tighten their belts for fear of making mistakes and losing control of their lower body. Now that he's finally back, of course he has to have a good time, otherwise it would be a waste of his time as a man. Where's this? How did I get here? After a dizzying moment, Lu Xiaoma stood at the edge of the sea. On the right side, facing the sea, there were people hawking loudly, one by one, who looked like vendors. On the left, those people wandering around on the beach are wearing ragged clothes and don't look like humans from before the apocalypse. Or has he already arrived at a relatively backward seaside village before the end of the world? No, this is not right. Nothing is right here. How could this be a backward seaside village? Lu Xiaoma looked around quickly, and suddenly his eyes fixed, and then he subconsciously took a step back. Not far from the deep water port, a huge object suddenly appeared in front of him. It was an aircraft carrier. Not to mention an aircraft carrier, before the end of the world, Lu Xiaoma had never even seen the ocean. Now, suddenly seeing such a huge vessel, the hairs on his body stood up. Where's Qin Xian? Where's Yi Rui and the others? Why didn't they come with me? Or, suddenly, Lu Xiaoma suddenly remembered that he only had 10 minutes this time. Thinking of this, he subconsciously found the automatic rifle in the space and was about to shoot, but he saw 3 or 4 ragged soldiers not far away. What they were carrying on their backs were actually the Type 95 automatic rifles from before the end of the world. This is the equipment of the regular army before the end of the world. How is it possible? Is this the end of the world? I didn't go back to the time before the end of the world this time? Realizing that someone was looking at him, Lu Xiaoma quickly put away his automatic rifle, lowered his head, and pretended to walk forward quickly. Bang! Lu Xiaoma was just walking with his head down when someone bumped into him on the shoulder. The man turned around and was about to curse at him. But suddenly he looked Lu Xiaoma up and down and swallowed back his curse. He actually nodded and smiled. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't have eyes. Please don't blame me, sir. Is he afraid of me? Although he didn't know why, Lu Xiaoma didn't have time to think about it now. He still only had 10 minutes when he came back this time, and the countdown on the watch was already moving. Come here. With a serious expression on his face, Lu Xiaoma grabbed the man by the collar and dragged him to a deserted place nearby. The man begged for mercy again and again. Sir, I really know I was wrong. I was wrong. I am a bastard. Lu Xiaoma didn't need to say anything. He just slapped himself one after another. Stop hitting me. I'm asking you something. Tell me right now, where is this place? What time is it? Is it before or after the apocalypse? Lu Xiaoma noticed that he was staring at the middle finger of his left hand. He had already thought of something. The man was suddenly stunned when he heard Lu Xiaoma's question. Sir, what did you say? I'm asking you what time it is now. Before or after the apocalypse? Where's this place? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Lu Xiaoma subconsciously formed a 2-meter-long air blade with his right hand, forcing him to speak quickly with a knife, but there was no air blade in his hand. What? The skill is ineffective? Lu Xiaoma's expression was slightly startled, but the man was already scared out of his wits and broke out in a cold sweat. If the adult who owned the 2 black beads got angry, would he still be able to survive? I'm wrong. I'm wrong. My lord, I'm wrong. I deserve to die. It's the end of the world now. This is now the Great King Military Port in Great King City. We now call this place Aviation City. Dawang City? Dawang Port? Aviation City? Dawang City is located in the south of Liaobei Province. It is a city with a very developed economy, and it is still after the end of the world? How is it possible after the apocalypse? Isn't there only Fallen Leaf City after the apocalypse? Where is this? Or did he travel back to the beginning of the apocalypse? Seeing that the mysterious man was stunned and let go of him, the captured man wanted to walk away quietly, but suddenly Lu Xiaoma grabbed him again. Wait for me. Let me ask you. Now, how long has it been since the end of the world? The man was shocked and stammered in reply, it has been a year since the end of the world. I haven't calculated the exact number of days, sir. Please spare me, sir. I really haven't calculated it. 1 year. Lu Xiaoma subconsciously let go of his hand again, and the man stumbled into the crowd and disappeared. He was stunned for a few seconds, unable to figure it out, but Lu Xiaoma immediately adjusted his state of mind. He came here for a reason. There must be something. There must be something. But what the hell must it be? With his head lowered, Lu Xiaoma walked quickly while thinking, time. I quickly looked down and saw that there were still 8 minutes and 51 seconds. 8 minutes and 51 seconds. What on earth can I do here in 8 minutes and 51 seconds? He walked too fast and bumped into many people with his shoulders. He was cursed at a lot, but Lu Xiaoma didn't have time to argue with him. Seaside. Now I'm suddenly at the beach of Duangang, and there are these fish sellers on the beach. Are they just asking me to buy some fish here? Bullshit. His mind was becoming more and more confused. As time passed by, Lu Xiaoma still hadn't figured out what on earth he was doing here. So many people died along the way, and I spent all my wealth to come here, and now you just want me to buy a few fish and take them back? The more I can't figure it out, the more anxious I become. Unconsciously, Lu Xiaoma's throat emitted a series of low growls, like a beast about to roar and eat people. There's nothing here. What on earth do you want me to do? Somewhat inexplicably, Lu Xiaoma's head was filled with anger. He wanted to kill everyone here. Let them all be buried with his female teammates. But at this moment, he suddenly tripped and fell forward due to inertia. He reacted quickly, bent his elbows, rolled on the beach, and stood up quickly. He was about to roar angrily, but when he saw clearly what tripped him, he suddenly froze. Chapter 72, now Part 3. What's this? Lu Xiaoma was so embarrassed that he even forgot to stand up and crawled over on the ground using his hands and feet. His action was very indecent, but the people passing by didn't pay much attention to him. In front of the stall, a dark-skinned old man in his 60s, with chapped lips, was lying on a few large white cloth bags, dying. He seemed to have noticed Lu Xiaoma, and he opened his old eyes as if he had regained consciousness. Sir, give me a drink of saliva. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Water? It seems like everything in this place requires water. Lu Xiaoma didn't have time to think about this. He crawled to a large white cloth bag in front of the old man. The things in the bag were like the most beautiful snowflakes in the world, sparkling with colorful light under the sunlight. Is this salt? He put his finger inside and tasted it. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoma felt a surge of ecstasy in his heart. He turned around and asked the old man, "Are you selling this salt? Is this edible salt or industrial salt?" Sell them all. I don't know where the strength came from, but the old man's skinny arms suddenly regained strength, and he forced himself to sit up with his elbows propped up, These are all edible salt, sir. They are the salt we use to deliver to the supermarket. They are all for us ordinary people to eat. They are all clean. He was a little incoherent. It had been a long time since anyone bought his salt at the seaside after the apocalypse. In fact, without him saying anything, Lu Xiaoma had already seen that the white cloth bags lying under the old man's body, although a little dirty, had Dawang City, Gonghai Edible Salt Company, Limited clearly written on them, and each bag was marked with 50 kilograms, edible salt, and other words. This should be the edible salt produced by the main factory, packed in this big white cloth bag and distributed to the packaging branch factory. One bag is 50 kilograms, and there are 6 big bags here, which means 300 kilograms of edible salt. In Luoyang City, edible salt is sold by the gram. 1 kilogram is 1,000 grams, and 300 kilograms is 300,000 grams? How much are these? I want them all. Looking at the time, there were still 7 minutes and 59 seconds. Lu Xiaoma was anxious, but he was not afraid that the old man would rip him off. Money? No money. The old man seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Sir, please give me 100 liters of water in total. All of this is yours. 100 liters of water? Where can I find 100 liters of water for you? Is this okay? Lu Xiaoma had no time to respect the elderly and love the young, and even less time for nonsense. He quickly found an energy crystal in the space. The old man widened his eyes in disbelief. Enough. Enough, sir. Thank you. Thank you. At the end, his lips trembled a little. After throwing the energy crystal to the old man, Lu Xiaoma immediately stood up, picked up the old man and put him aside, and quickly put the several large bags of edible salt under his body into the space. The old man looked on in amazement. He was just afraid that the gentleman would ask him to deliver the salt to somewhere, but he could no longer carry it. I didn't expect this adult also had black stones. My lord, wait a minute. Just when Lu Xiaoma was about to put away the last bag of edible salt, someone suddenly grabbed his wrist. Sir, don't be fooled by this old man. This thing is edible salt, but there is plenty of it at the salt field. It's free. Salt works? What salt works? When someone grabbed his wrist, Lu Xiaoma shook it off. He quickly put away the last bag of salt. He turned around and saw a young man. He grabbed his collar and said, "Tell me clearly what salt field you are in. Take me there, and I'll give you a reward." The young man was unwilling to give up, and greedily pointed at the energy crystal in the old man's hand. "Good sir, I will take you there right now, in the old man's white stone." "Don't talk nonsense. Take me there right now." Lu Xiaoma pulled him forward in big strides, not knowing the direction. The young man felt as if his arm was clamped by a pair of large pliers, and he cried out in pain. "Sir, the salt field is not here. It's 10 kilometers to the west." 10 kilometers away? Lu Xiaoma suddenly let go of his arm, turned around and roared at him. "You fucking told me the salt field was 10 kilometers away? 10 kilometers away. Now there are only 7 minutes left. You want me to run 10 kilometers away?" Lu Xiaoma now has the urge to kill him. You think it's too far? The young man looked at Lu Xiaoma with his teeth bared. "There are some in the market, but they all want to rip you off. This stuff is worthless." What he said is also biased. It is true that there is a salt field 10 kilometers away that provides free salt, but generally speaking, if someone wants to eat some salt, they will not run 10 kilometers away and grab a handful themselves. Moreover, there are madmen lurking over there. You said there are people selling salt in this market? He had already had the urge to kill someone, but suddenly something unexpected happened. Lu Xiaoma also knew that money could get things done, so he found an energy crystal and threw it to the young man. "Where else can I find someone selling salt? Take me there right now." "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The young man immediately forgot the pain and smiled. He had never seen such a generous adult before. "There are many people selling salt in this market, but adult, you have to listen to me. You can't give white stones to everyone you see. Just give them some water. Do you have any blue stones?" Lu Xiaoma didn't have time to chat with him. There were only 6 minutes and 11 seconds left. Lu Xiaoma looked in the direction he pointed and saw the familiar big white cloth bag not far ahead. "How much are these bags? I want them all." Leaving the young man alone, Lu Xiaoma ran to the salt stall. Before she saw the stall owner, Lu Xiaoma threw a crystal over and quickly filled her salt into her own space. "Water stone." There was an exclamation from a female voice. Lu Xiaoma put away the 3 bags of salt in front of him and took the time to look up at her. She was a woman in her 40s with a teenage boy next to her. "Are you crazy, sir? Why did you give her just 1 water stone and just a dozen bags of broken salt?" The young man behind him hurried over, screaming like he was cutting meat. "Sir, you can't waste things like this. This piece of water stone can be exchanged for 20,000 kilograms of fish at the Naval Port Service office. You just bought a few bags of broken salt." It wasn't his money that was spent. Lu Xiaoma couldn't figure out what he was yelling about. "Shut up. From now on, don't make a sound unless I tell you to." While watching the time, Lu Xiaoma's hands kept moving, quickly collecting the salt. There were 13 bags in total. Even if it was just one crystal, it would be a huge profit. Okay, I won't say anything. I won't say anything. If you say another word of nonsense, you'll slap me in the face. Seeing Lu Xiaoma quickly pack up the 13 big bags of salt, the young man who led the way felt his heart bleed. With just a small amount of water, they bought 13 bags of salt. What kind of luck did these mother and daughter have? Over here, there's a big one. The young man pointed the way. There were only 5 minutes and 37 seconds left. Lu Xiaoma quickly glanced at the time and saw that he was pointing to the direction of the deep water port this time. He didn't hold him anymore and ran towards that direction. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The young man was left behind by him, but he couldn't help but run after him, admonishing him. Master, remember, don't give me water stones this time. 1 water stone can buy 100 white stones. What did you say? Suddenly, Lu Xiaoma stopped suddenly as if he had stepped on the brakes, turned around and grabbed the boy's shoulders. What did you say just now? Chapter 73, Now for. What did I say? The young man who led the way was stunned. I say, please don't give water stones anymore. The salt is worthless. If you want to go to the salt field 10 kilometers away, I'll be there. No, you said that crystals and water stones can be exchanged for 100 white stones. Lu Xiaoma grabbed his shoulders with both hands, and the young man nodded blankly. Yes, it can be changed at the Naval Port Service Office. Where is the Naval Port Service Office? Lu Xiaoma suddenly felt his heart twitch violently. 1 water crystal can be exchanged for 100 energy crystals. In Loya City, it was only 1 to 5, but here it is 1 to 100. This time the young man was not vague. He pointed to a building and said confidently, it's right there, less than 100 meters away. All of these are for you. I want you to do it now. Lu Xiaoma looked down at the time. There were still 4 minutes and 52 seconds left. He showed a handful of energy crystals in his left hand and stuffed them into his arms. I want you to move all the salt sold in the nearby shops to the entrance of the Naval Port Service Office now, for minutes. If you do it, I'll give you a water stone. If you can't do it, don't even think about taking a penny from me. Okay, these nearby shops. For minutes. The young man had never seen so much money before, and his voice was trembling. Before he could finish, Lu Xiaoma had already rushed to the door of the Naval Port Service Office. Get out of the way. Get the fuck out of my way. 4 minutes and 42 seconds left. Rushing into the Military Port Service Center, the 5 guards were ready to take out their guns and pull the safety, but Lu Xiaoma grabbed a handful of energy crystals and threw them at them. I'm not here to rob. I'm here to exchange things. I want to exchange energy crystals. White stones. Where are they? Naval Port Service Office. This was the Naval Port Service Office before the end of the world. It was a hall of about 500 square meters with counters in the front and on both sides. There was a long queue on the left, with both men and women queuing up, all holding pieces of paper with red stamps on them. There was no one at the counters in the middle and on the right. Lu Xiaoma suddenly barged in, and everyone was startled. But then they saw him throwing white stones all over the floor. A group of men and women in the queue rushed over. The guards ignored Lu Xiaoma and lay on the floor without caring about their image, snatching stones from these men and women. Get the hell out of here. These are given to us by the adults. Seeing the woman sitting at the central counter also stood up, ready to move to the energy crystals on the ground. Lu Xiaoma rushed over and grabbed the woman's arm. I want to change the energy crystals. Change the energy crystals for me immediately. He found 2 more energy crystals in the space and stuffed them into the woman's pockets. When the woman saw the energy crystals, she quickly grabbed them tightly and said, Energy crystals. What are energy crystals? In fact, she had just heard that Lu Xiaoma wanted to replace the white stone, but now it happened suddenly, and she was a little panicked. 2 white stones. How long will it take me to earn 2 white stones? There are still 4 minutes and 19 seconds. Enough time. Lu Xiaoma forced himself to calm down. He showed a handful of crystals in his left hand. Tell me, I want to use this water stone to exchange for your white stone. How do I exchange it? How much can I get for one? Water stones, white stones. The woman came to her senses. 100. 1 for 100. It is true. Lu Xiaoma clenched his fists excitedly. Okay. How many white stones do you have here? Now change them all for me. Quick. Hurry up. I'll give each of you a white stone tip. Anyone who can say such things is either a psychopath or a rich person. But Lu Xiaoma is obviously the latter. After hearing this, the 6 waitresses at the Naval Port Service Office were shocked. They all stood up and rushed to the office behind the central service desk. After a while, 6 women ran out holding a big box. Wait a minute. Stop right there. Suddenly, A 30-year-old man came running down from the second floor in a hurry. He quickly stopped the 6 money-hungry waitresses and ran over. The 6 women held the big box and dared not move. The woman who was stopped hurriedly explained, "Chief Song, he is here to exchange the white stones." Exchange white stones? What did he exchange for? Did he take out anything? Standing behind the counter, Section Chief Song angrily roared at the 6 women. "Aren't you afraid that he is here to rob? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you." Lu Xiaoma, who was standing behind the counter, was extremely anxious. He quickly found a bag of crystals in the space. This was a small bag hand-sewn by Qin Xian, and the small bag could hold exactly 100 crystals. With a splash, Lu Xiaoma poured a bag of 100 crystals onto the counter. Exactly 100. "Come over here and count them." Section Chief Song was the first to come over and pick up a crystal from the counter. He held it in front of his eyes and examined it carefully. It is a 100 water stone that has never been used. If the lens has been used, the color will gradually fade. With his eyes, he can tell at a glance that these are all new. Is this really water stone? So many? Still a little bit unbelieving, Section Chief Song squeezed the crystal and exerted a little force. Sure enough, a stream of clear water flowed down his palm. It's real. It's a real water stone. 6 waitresses holding large boxes hurriedly came over happily. They were a little scared when they were scolded by Section Chief Song just now. Now they saw that it was true. In other words, the tip for their white stone was also real. Listen, Lu Xiaoma glanced at the time. There were still 3 minutes and 22 seconds. He became more and more anxious. He grabbed Section Chief Song by the collar across the counter and pulled him forward. "Consider this water stone as a reward from me. Don't bother me again. Come here right now and count them for me. I want you to count them for me within 2 minutes." "Okay, no problem. Absolutely no problem." Section Chief Song quickly put the water stone into his underwear pocket, and regardless of Lu Xiaoma still pulling at his collar, he turned around and said, "You, come here right now and let the adults check it out. 2 minutes. 1 more second. All of you get out of here. Pack up your bedding and go home." There were 99 crystals left, and 6 people were needed to count them. It would be enough for each person to count a dozen or so. And the big boxes they brought out. Each big box contained exactly 1,000 white stones. Time passed by minute. Lu Xiaoma stood outside the counter, pacing back and forth. "Hurry up. There are 2 minutes and 47 seconds left. There is still salt at the door." "Okay, sir." Section Chief Song was sweating profusely. Although the other party was urging him to do it, he did not dare to make any mistakes. If he missed one, he would not be able to afford the compensation. "Sir, we only have 6,000 white stones here at the service office. There are exactly 1,000 in each box. You can count them." There were only 2 minutes and 11 seconds left. Lu Xiaoma had no time to count with them. He lifted up the 6 large boxes one by one and saw that they were filled with energy crystals. He quickly grabbed a handful and threw them to the waitresses. "This is for you." With 2 minutes and 6 seconds left, Lu Xiaoma quickly packed up the 6 large boxes and the 39 crystals that were not exchanged and returned to them in the small bag, turned around quickly, and rushed out of the door. Chapter 74, Now V. "Sir, that's all we have. That's really all we have here. Why don't you wait a little longer? I'll go over there." "No." There was also chaos in front of the Naval Port Service office. The young man who had just led the way hired a dozen young and strong workers with a crystal and moved all the edible salt in the vicinity to the entrance of the Naval Port Service office. Lu Xiaoma was in a hurry, so he didn't dare to commit suicide. He gave each salt seller an energy crystal. Anyway, Lu Xiaoma gave him 6, which was enough. He and Lu Xiaoma were pursuing the same thing now, just speed. Seeing Lu Xiaoma rushing out of the military port service office, the young man hurriedly came over and explained breathlessly, "There are 27 bags here now, and there are more over there. Wait for me to go there later." I said no. He rushed in front of her breathlessly, blocking her way. Lu Xiaoma stretched out his left hand and pushed him hard on the chest. At the same time, a crystal appeared in his hand and he threw it to him. "It's none of your business now. Don't bother me. Go do what you need to do." Lu Xiaoma was also afraid of his talkative personality, which was like a fly buzzing around her ear. Thank you, sir." Lu Xiaoma pushed him to the ground, but he was immediately hit by a water stone. The young man was so excited that he almost wet his pants. There is still 1 minute and 40 seconds left, enough to collect these bags of salt. There were crowds of onlookers all around, but Lu Xiaoma didn't care about them. He quickly walked around the 27 large bags of edible salt and collected the bags into his own space. Now, regardless of whether the salt is real or fake, we can only choose to believe them. A total of 27 bags of 50 kilograms edible salt. There was 1 minute and 3 seconds left, 16 bags, 17 bags. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoma paused with his left hand, and the table salt in front of him did not disappear. What happened? He quickly closed his eyes and checked the space. The beads of the two space people, the 20 cubic meters of space, were full. At this time, there is actually not enough space. There was no time to make a decision. Lu Xiaoma opened his left hand and immediately released the giant wolf's body in the space. 5, 8, 10. The people around were all stunned, including the young man who was reluctant to leave. 10 giant wolf carcasses for 10 50 kilograms bags of salt. This salt is still valuable. I didn't know what was going on in my head. There were only 17 seconds left. Suddenly, the last bag of salt disappeared in front of me. Lu Xiaoma paused slightly. All 27 bags of edible salt had been stored in the space. His first reaction was to look at the time on his hand. 16 seconds left, 15 seconds left. What should I do in these 15 seconds? I am about to disappear. I can't disappear in front of their eyes. This thought suddenly popped up in his mind, and Lu Xiaoma ran out of the military port service office at full speed. Get out of the way. There might be more women watching over there. Several women in the crowd screamed one after another. A woman holding a child in front of him could not dodge in time. Lu Xiaoma forced his body to turn to the right, but he did not see that a large military truck was unloading goods next to him. Bang! Lu Xiaoma knocked over 2 large boxes, and the contents of the boxes scattered all over the floor. In one box, there were ice cubes and abalones, each of which was as big as a fist. In another box, there were ice cubes and large lobsters, each of which seemed to weigh more than 2 kilograms. These abalones and lobsters were just unloaded from the fishing boats' fresh-keeping warehouses and are supplied exclusively to the officers. They are not available on the market. Are you looking for death? A soldier who was unloading a truck rushed towards Lu Xiaoma, shouting. Lu Xiaoma jumped up swiftly, turned around, and gave a side kick, hitting the soldier right in the chin. We can exchange these wolf meats for your lobsters and mountain delicacies for your seafood. You won't lose out. There were only 7 seconds left. Lu Xiaoma quickly released the corpses of 5 giant wolves in the space. At the same time, his eyes were already on the trunk of the truck. He exerted force with his hind feet and rushed up suddenly. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Lu Xiaoma felt like 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara, patting the freezer on the truck again and again. 2 seconds, 1 second. In front of him, a familiar white light blurred his eyes again. Lu Xiaoma only remembered that at the last second, he slapped 3 large boxes with his left palm in succession. Then, the 3 large boxes disappeared into the compartment of the truck along with him. People, sir, someone is stealing things over here. What's going on with all these wolf corpses? Sir, it's not just here, there are also some at the Naval Port Service office. Da-da-da. The crisp footsteps of one person, followed by the somewhat chaotic footsteps of a group of people. No response. Except for the light source around. After entering this stone gate, everyone seemed to have entered a void. Captain, can we talk? Da-da-da. Lu Xiaoma continued walking forward alone. Strictly speaking, this was his first time walking in here. The last time I came here alone, I opened the door and appeared at the Walmart Center flagship store, and then I instinctively knew that I only had 10 minutes. Then, he was inexplicably teleported back to the Fallen Leaf City Market. He pushed open the door of the stone chamber, but he never really entered. There is nothing but emptiness. Even with so many people coming in, it is still empty. There is no wind, but there is plenty of oxygen here, which is very strange. Captain, let's go take a look. After 2 hours in, Cassini led the team and finally got a general idea of the place. This is a square stone chamber with a side length of 100 meters, which is a large square of 10,000 square meters. Just nothing. There is nothing here except the smooth stone walls all around. At this point, Lu Xiaoma was not a prophet. Everything here was an unsolved mystery to him, just like the female team members. But this time, I didn't go back to the time before the end of the world. This is what Lu Xiaoma couldn't understand. Could it be that inside such a huge spherical poison barrier, there was only a chance of 10 minutes to return to the time before the end of the world? This is impossible. What you think in your head has already been said out of your mouth. Cassini led the female team members on patrol, and suddenly a female team member shouted from one direction, Captain, we found another door over here. Is there a way? Following the sound, Lu Xiaoma ran over quickly. Here I am, Captain. In a place with light, a female team member was jumping and waving at Lu Xiaoma. On a tall and smooth wall. If you are not careful, you will not be able to find it at all. There is a stone door here. What can be seen with the naked eye are 2 neat and small cracks on the walls around the stone gate. 2 meters wide on the left and right sides and 3 meters high from top to bottom. No one went in rashly. Everyone was tired today, both physically and mentally exhausted. Lu Xiaomao asked everyone to rest in this cave for a night. He also needed to figure out some things. Spending a night in this empty, lifeless cave is like not being able to feel the flow of time. The next morning, at 10 a.m., after the female team members had eaten and drunk their fill, the 44 women stood in 2 rows, lined up behind Lu Xiaomao. Standing in front of everyone, Lu Xiaomao looked at the almost invisible stone door in front of him and took a deep breath, just like the first time he pushed open the stone door. With both hands, he gently pushed the stone door forward with a little force. A dazzling white light quickly enveloped him. Chapter 75. Past, Present, Future? Captain, Captain? Behind him, a small hand gently patted his shoulder. Captain? Captain, what's wrong with you? What? Lu Xiaomao's muscles suddenly tensed up, his hand still maintaining the posture of pushing the door just now, but he has been maintaining this posture for more than 30 seconds. A female team member behind him patted him lightly on the shoulder. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? As if attacked by surprise, Lu Xiaomao suddenly turned around and looked at the female team members behind him in surprise. Su Feifei, Yi Rui, Cassini, Fang Jing, and Julia. You guys. Lu Xiaomao swallowed his saliva. How are you guys? Are you all back? Captain. Yi Rui was surprised, her hands still suspended in midair, looking at Lu Xiaomao in confusion. Captain, what are you talking about? Su Feifei, who was glowing green, followed up and said, Yes, my captain brother, we have been here all the time and have not left. Where do you think we are going? They lined up in 2 rows. There seemed to be something wrong in the front, and the female team members behind them surrounded them in a fan shape. You just didn't. Lu Xiaomao turned his back to the stone door and looked at their puzzled eyes. He seemed to understand something. Did you see the white light just now? No one is talking. Lu Xiaomao swallowed subconsciously and looked at their confused and puzzled eyes. Did you not see anything just now? Have you been here the whole time? Captain. Qin Xin took 2 steps forward and saw that Lu Xiaomao had sweat on his forehead. She asked with some concern, Captain, did you not get enough rest last night? I rested well. I'm fine now. Really fine. Just let me be quiet. Lu Xiaomao took 2 steps back, then suddenly turned around and looked inside the stone door, which was filled with darkness. Stay where you are. I'll go in and take a look. He took a deep breath and strode in. After walking about 5 meters, he stopped. In this absolutely dark stone door, Lu Xiaomao could clearly hear his own breathing and heartbeat. The darkness around him seemed to be invading his skin cells. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Lu Xiaomao felt that his breathing seemed to be a little difficult. He suddenly turned around and shouted towards the door. Su Feifei. Su Feifei, come in alone now. No response, nothing. Su Feifei, Yi Rui, Cassini. All of you, come in now. Still no response. Lu Xiaomao suddenly seemed to be suffocating and hurriedly took big steps forward. A soft cry of ah. When a person walks in absolute darkness, he will subconsciously reach out to move forward. You. At the door, Yi Rui instinctively leaned back, crossed her arms, and raised her hand to slap him, but she didn't really do it. You bastard. Me? Lu Xiaomao also noticed something was wrong. Yi Rui was 176 centimeters tall, almost the same height as him, so the position of her hands was exactly right. I didn't see you here. Su Feifei, who was glowing green, pouted her lips and muttered softly. She won't even blush when she lies. Sister Rurei was clearly standing at the door just now. Suddenly thinking of something, Lu Xiaomao looked around at everyone and asked, Did you see me? At this time, everyone, including Yi Rui, was stunned. Yes, Su Feifei's light source is here. When the leader suddenly came out just now, I should have seen him, and I should have heard his footsteps. But his hands just now seemed to have appeared out of thin air in the darkness, without any warning. Thinking of this, someone suddenly asked, Captain, what is in there? It's very dark, I can't see anything. Lu Xiaomao thought, shaking his head. Let's rest here first. He turned around and looked at the stone room with some fear. Then he let out a long sigh, sat down by the door of the stone room, and lit a cigarette. Their expressions were not acted. Even if they were lying, it was impossible for so many people to lie to me together and without any flaws. This is impossible. The only explanation is that I was the only one who saw the white light just now, and I was the only one who passed through it. Dao City Aviation City. There is actually a survivor settlement there that is no less prosperous than Luya City. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaomao quickly closed his eyes and looked. 1, 2, 3, 4. In the space, there are 46 bags of 50 kilograms edible salt, totaling 2,300 kilograms. Lobster, abalone, and other valuable seafood, 19 boxes. At the Naval Port Service Office, there are 6 large boxes. Each box contains 1,000 energy crystals, a total of 6,000 energy crystals, including the spoils from the slaughter core, the meteorites, and the poison barrier. It is impossible to accurately estimate how much we have gained this time. However, not long ago, at the auction in Lea City, 125,000 grams of edible salt was sold at a sky-high price of 500,000. 1 gram of table salt can be exchanged for about 4 bullets. 1,000 grams, 1 kilogram is 4,000 bullets. 2,300 kilograms equals 9.2 million bullets? Even if the supply and demand relationship changes, Liu Xiaoma conservatively estimates that 2,300 kilograms of edible salt can be sold for at least 2 million bullets. There are also 6,000 energy crystals, with a fixed value of 6 million bullets. There are also 19 boxes of frozen abalone and lobster, and the lantern fish, and the bodies of the giant wolves. There are 12 regeneration crystals, 2 explosion crystals, and more than 100 crystals left. Liu Xiaoma was estimating his own assets, and he was afraid that he might have more than 10 million bullets. It's enough to support myself and these women for 10 or 100 years. Just a few days ago, he was a lone ranger with only 2,000 bullets. But the problem now is still this stone chamber. Liu Xiaoma withdrew his thoughts, unconsciously lit another cigarette, and frowned slightly. This time, I was suddenly teleported to Aviation City, and when I came back, I didn't return to Lea City, but was teleported back to this stone chamber. The stone chamber in front seemed different from the stone chamber he was in now. It seemed to be isolated from sound and light. It should be more than just a simple stone chamber. Then it should. Suddenly, Liu Xiaoma seemed to grasp something in his mind. The first time I came here by myself, I went back to before the end of the world. This time, he walked into the first stone chamber, saw no response, pushed open the door of the second stone chamber, and traveled to the Aviation City after the apocalypse, 1 year after the apocalypse. And in the Aviation City, Liu Xiaoma noticed a detail. He had no skills. He used his skills today, just after 12:01 to save Su Feifei. The 10 minutes in Aviation City actually took up 10 minutes of today's time, but for some reason, the time was compressed. In the stone chamber, Yi Rui and the others only felt that a few dozen seconds had passed, but for her, 10 minutes had passed. Today is now. The first time, before the end of the world, it seemed to represent the past. The second time, the Aviation City, is now? If there is a third time, will it be the future? Chapter 76, The Second Stone Chamber, Part 1. In the absolute darkness, a man and a woman. Both of them were breathing heavily. Their hearts were beating violently. Linminger. As time passed, Liu Xiaoma could only feel the little hand holding him getting tighter and tighter. How are you? Liu Xiaoma still remembers the suffocating feeling she had when she first came in. This was her second time in, and she felt much better, but now she was holding her hands tighter and tighter. Feeling that something was wrong with her, Liu Xiaoma turned around and hugged her waist. In the darkness where they could not see anything, the two stood face to face. Liu Xiaoma could feel that her body was shaking slightly. How are you? Can you hear me? There was no response. Liu Xiaoma felt that she seemed to be in great pain and didn't even have the strength to stand. She was completely supported by his arm around her waist. What the hell is wrong with you? Speak. He held her waist up and finally pressed the back of her head, feeling her head getting hot. Linminger, can you hear me now? If you can, just nod your head. Still no response. It seemed that she couldn't hear him even though he was talking in her ear. Liu Xiaoma thought about it and supported her body with his left hand. He held her left shoulder with his right hand, which was probably the place where she had received the BCG vaccination when she was a child. He wrote the word go there. She still didn't move. I originally thought that Lin Minger was a blind girl and had a better sense of direction than anyone else in the dark, so I brought her in, but I didn't expect it to be like this now. Walk. Getting anxious, he wrote the word go on her arm over and over again, but she didn't respond, neither nodding nor shaking her head. I wrote it 2 or 3 more times, and suddenly it occurred to me that maybe it was because the word no I wrote had too many strokes, and she didn't react. Thinking of this, Liu Xiaoma wrote the English word go on her arm again. This time he wrote very slowly, over and over again. At this time, Lin Minger seemed to gradually recover her strength and slowly stood up in his arms. She felt the big hand on her arm, pulled it to her cheek, and then nodded vigorously. Finally understood, Liu Xiaoma breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Minger took his hand and walked quickly in one direction. Liu Xiaoma followed based on his memory. After walking about 30 steps, a soft green light suddenly appeared in front of him. Lin Ming'er suddenly let go of his hand, cried softly, covered her face with both hands, and ran quickly in one direction. She bumped into a female team member and screamed softly again. Being alone with Lu Xiaoma in that space, she seemed to be overwhelmed. Lu Xiaoma felt surprised again. He could see the green light and knew that he had walked out, but she couldn't see it. How did she know that she had walked out? Not only does she have a sense of direction, she has calculated every step. Before he could figure it out, Lu Xiaoma immediately noticed that many female team members were looking at him with strange eyes. Too lazy to explain. There's no point in explaining. Lin Ming'er will explain it herself. Put aside those messy and useless thoughts. The focus now is on this stone gate. Lu Xiaoma came back to his senses and stood straight in front of the stone gate. It was looking at him, and he was also staring at it closely. I have just confirmed that the second stone chamber is completely soundproof. I tried putting it close to my ear, but it didn't work. Before she and Lin Ming'er went in, Miao Xiaohua also tried to go in once, but after only walking 2 steps, she could not see the green light on her body. Then I tried torches, strong flashlights, and other light sources, but none of them worked. In this stone chamber, all sounds and light can be swallowed. Captain. The female team members sat on the ground and rested for more than 10 minutes. Everyone knew the situation in the stone chamber and discussed it in whispers. Lu Xiaoma watched quietly in front of the door for more than 10 minutes, then sat down by the stone door and lit a cigarette. Qin Xian also came over and sat next to him. I have a rope in my space. We can try it. She thought of an idea. The 45 people in the team tied a rope around their waists, and one by one, holding hands, everyone was tied together, like grasshoppers on a rope, so they would not get separated. Is the rope long enough? Lu Xiaoma had also thought of this idea just now, and was still thinking about its feasibility when Qin Xian came over and nodded. It should be long enough. If not, we can connect the 2 ropes together. If the stone chamber inside is the same size as the one we are in now, we can leave one person outside to keep pulling one end of the rope. You can try this method. The 2 of them discussed for a while. Lu Xiaoma threw away the cigarette, but stood up and opened his hands. Qin Xian found the rope in the space, pulled out the end of the rope, bent down, and tied it around his waist. The 2 of them were in close contact, and Qin Xian suddenly sniffed and smelled a special fragrance of a girl. Somehow, she increased the strength of her hands. Lu Xiaoma frowned. It's too tight. Is it tight? Qin Xian had no expression on her face. I don't think it's tight. I can make it tighter. 2 people were tying ropes over here, and Miao Xiaohua quickly covered her eyes not far away. Hey, I suddenly became blind and can't see anything. Fei Fei, tell me quickly, what are Sister Xian Xian and the team leader doing over there? Chapter 77, The Second Stone Chamber, Part 2. As I stepped into the door of the second stone chamber, I felt a dark mass that seemed to be solid and enveloping my entire body. The 3rd time I came in, I still felt the same way, panic and stuffiness. The second stone room was strange. This time, the strategy was that Lu Xiaoma walked in the first place, with a rope tied around his waist. 1 meter behind him was Lin Ming'er, and 1 meter behind him was Yi Rui. Kusini was at the end of the team. Everyone was tied with a rope, holding hands, and walking forward in small steps along the wall. Theoretically, if you walk close to the wall, you won't get lost. If Lu Xiaoma, who was at the front, wanted to go back, he would turn around and pat Lin Ming'er's shoulder 3 times in a row. Lin Ming'er would turn around and pat Yi Rui in turn, and then pat Cassini at the end. She would then turn around and walk back along the wall, acting as the first person in the group. By doing this, theoretically, you will return to the first stone chamber. Unless something unexpected happens that cannot be explained by common sense. The walls of the stone chamber were smooth, without any bumps or depressions. Lu Xiaoma held Lin Ming'er's hand with one hand, and touched the wall with the other hand, walking slowly forward. This time Lin Ming'er was much calmer, but her little hands were covered in sweat. Just walked in, the first 3 minutes of testing. No danger, Lu Xiaoma gradually quickened his pace. There was no sound, no light, and no concept of time. After walking for a few minutes, or maybe 10 minutes, he glanced at the smartwatch on his hand, and the light on the dial was also swallowed up. Just keep going like this. If this stone chamber is a square, if you keep walking, you will definitely hit the corner of the wall. If it is a circle with a small arc, if you walk to the end, you will reach the other side of the door of the first stone chamber. Keep moving forward, you won't go wrong. Pulling the rope, Lu Xiaoma increased the speed again. After all, the feeling here was not pleasant. The stone wall that his right hand was touching had become somewhat hot from the friction. He withdrew his hand and changed to tapping the wall once every 3 steps, silently reciting the number in his mind. Each tap was estimated to be 3 seconds. He walked forward like this. He counted 275 times, which was estimated to be more than 800 seconds, more than 10 minutes. Before he could tap again, his fingertips suddenly touched a wall. Wall? Lu Xiaoma quickly stopped. He took Lin Minger's hand with his left hand and squeezed it hard, motioning her to wait. He reached forward tentatively with his right hand and found a wall. He touched the corner between the walls. I tentatively stretched my foot forward and my toes kicked the wall. This should be a corner. It must be the corner between walls. Sure enough, there are corners. They are squares or rectangles. After taking a reassurance, Lu Xiaoma slowed down his pace and carefully stuck to the other wall. At the same time, he took Lin Minger's hand with his left hand and pulled her to touch the other wall at the corner. Lin Minger touched the wall, imitating Lu Xiaoma's method, and took Yi Rui's hand to touch the corner of the wall. Nothing can go wrong here. Even the smallest problem can cause panic. If any female team member accidentally hits her forehead against the wall and falls down, the others will think there is some danger and become nervous and panic. Turning the corner, he slowed down. Lu Xiaoma estimated that the female players behind him had probably passed the corner, so he gradually accelerated again. 375, 376, 377, 378. Knock on the wall every 3 steps. For 07, for 108, for 109, 409. He took mechanical steps forward and suddenly reached the number 409. Lu Xiaoma was slightly startled. The feeling of typing this number is somewhat different from the previous ones. Perhaps due to the loss of vision and hearing, the body sense of touch was subtly amplified, and when 409 knocked, he clearly felt a slight difference. After shaking Lin Minger's hand and motioning her to stop, Lu Xiaoma slowly touched the wall, feeling it carefully. He touched a tiny crack and moved his palm slightly forward along the crack. He added a little force and felt the wall moving again. The wall actually moved. An idea immediately flashed through my mind. In the first stone chamber, Cassini and her friends found the second stone door. The crack on it was so tiny that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. If my guess is correct, this should be the door to the third stone chamber. Thinking of this, he quickly withdrew his hand. In the second stone chamber, I was teleported to the aviation city the moment I pushed the door. I was caught off guard at the time, and I had to keep calm this time. He squeezed Lin Minger's little hand, turned around, and patted her arm gently. This was a signal to rest on the spot. Lin Minger understood and turned around to pat Yi Rui. I kept filming Cassini at the end of the team. When the female team members received the signal, they all breathed a sigh of relief, sat down against the wall, and touched the 2 people next to them, trying to find a way to communicate. Push the door? The moment you push the door, you may be entering the future. Lu Xiaoma wanted to be in the best condition, so he sat down against the wall and wanted to smoke a cigarette to refresh himself. He found a cigarette and put it in his mouth. He found a lighter in the space, groped in the dark, and found the position of the cigarette butt. He lightly flicked it twice. I can't see the flame, and I don't know if it's lit. He sucked hard with his mouth, and smoke came into the mouthpiece, which meant that there was fire coming from the lighter, but he couldn't see it. In order to verify his guess, Lu Xiaoma stretched his legs towards Lin Minger, put her hand on his calf, pressed down hard, and asked her to hold his leg. Then he let go of her hand, lit the lighter with one hand, and leaned over with the other hand. Feeling the heat, he withdrew his hand. You can light a fire, but you can't see the light. When you push the door open later, you must be in the best condition. You cannot be hungry, thirsty, or too full. He found a can of Red Bull in the space, tilted his head back and drank it, then threw the empty can forward without any sound in response. I found a Snickers bar, tore open the package in the dark, stuffed it into my mouth, chewed it twice and swallowed it. There is only so much we can do now, the rest is up to fate. Feeling that it was almost time, Lu Xiaoma straightened his clothes and pants, and stood up on his calves. Lin Minger suddenly pulled his trouser legs hard, and stood up with both hands on his thighs. He found his hands, and quickly clasped both of his small hands together, as if he was afraid that he would run away. She seemed very nervous. Lu Xiaoma patted her shoulder gently, trying to signal her to relax. Suddenly, Lin Minger was patted on the shoulder 3 times. Is the leader going back? Thinking of this, she quickly turned around and patted Yi Rui on the shoulder. She turned around and made a slight pulling motion. Lu Xiaoma suddenly remembered the definition of patting the shoulder 3 times. He quickly grabbed Lin Minger's arm and patted her shoulder, signaling her to stop quickly. He patted her anxiously, but Lin Minger thought that the leader was in danger and was in a hurry to leave, so she turned around and patted Yi Rui's shoulder 3 times. The female team members behind thought this was a danger signal, and they clapped their hands more anxiously than each other. Lu Xiaoma saw that they had misunderstood his meaning. It was too late to change it this time. He had no choice but to take a gamble. He suddenly let go of Lin Minger's hand, turned around, and pushed open the door to the second stone chamber and the third stone chamber with both hands. A dazzling white light enveloped his whole body again. Chapter 78, The Future, Part 1. The dazzling white light peaked and then faded, and the scene in front of me gradually became clearer. Gentlemen. Beautiful long legs and white stockings. Wang Ting, who was kneeling beside Lu Xiaoma, slowly stood up and called softly. Her service is always so attentive. Sir, the City Lord's mansion has promoted your product for 3 days. Your lantern fish will be auctioned in 15 minutes. Lantern fish. Auction. Lu Xiaoma looked at the woman in front of him in surprise. She was the appraiser from the City Lord's mansion. He didn't know her name, but he remembered her appearance. Is this the future? Also 10 minutes? After being stunned for a few seconds, Lu Xiaoma suddenly jumped up from the sofa and grabbed Wang Ting's shoulders with both hands. Tell me quickly, what month is it after the apocalypse now? The young man in front of her suddenly jumped up and grabbed her shoulders. Wang Ting was shocked and said, Sir, I'm asking you, what month is it now after the apocalypse? Tell me quickly. Post-apocalyptic. It's post-apocalyptic now. Suddenly, a dazzling white light appeared in front of him. Lu Xiaoma looked at the woman in front of him in surprise. The shadow gradually blurred until it turned into a white light. What? Why did it disappear? It's only been a few seconds? How come it disappeared so quickly? Lu Xiaoma didn't even know whether the short few seconds he was here was really the future world. Lantern fish. City Lord's mansion auction? This should be someday in the future. I'm back in town, and I actually decided to go to the lantern fish auction? Where's this? Where am I? There was white light all around me, but just now I was in complete darkness. No light, no sound, and there was a rope tied around my waist. Now, Lu Xiaoma hurriedly touched his waist, but immediately a terrifying thought popped into his mind. Am I dead? No waist, no body. Lu Xiaoma couldn't even see his own hands. His existence was just a consciousness. Everyone dies, just like me now? What is this? What does it mean? It's all chaos, all white chaos. Am I in heaven or hell? Am I really dead? Suddenly, Lu Xiaoma noticed that the white light in front of him slowly dissipated again, and he could see the scene clearly again. Thank you, Captain. My face felt hot. A female team member holding a piece of paper kissed me on the face lightly, then winked at me and turned away smiling. Then another female team member sat down opposite me, smilingly. This was a large, empty, unfamiliar room. In front of him was a large boss's desk. He was holding a carbon pen in his hand. Lu Xiaoma looked back and saw Qin Xian standing behind him with a smile. She was holding a red seal in her hand and looking at him with a smile. Why are you looking at me? Just sign yours. Sign? What do you want me to sign? Before Lu Xiaoma could come back to his senses, Qin Xian smiled and raised the red seal in her hand. Sign. Sign your name. The female team member opposite the captain suddenly became a little nervous. She stood up from the desk and asked nervously, Did I do something wrong? Captain. Lu Xiaoma was drawn back to her gaze by her words. He found that she just looked at him pitifully. He quickly raised his head to look at Qin Xian behind him. Sister Qin Xian, I didn't do anything. The leader doesn't even know my name. I am innocent. Xiaomo. Behind him, Qin Xian suddenly patted his shoulder gently. Lu Xiaoma turned around blankly. Qin Xian's smile was a little stiff. Why don't you want to sign her? Sister Qin Xian. The female team member was really anxious. Sister Qin Xian, please believe me. The captain and I are really innocent. I haven't done anything. I haven't seduced the captain. I really didn't. The captain doesn't even know my name. Lu Xiaoma looked at Qin Xian blankly, and Qin Xian was also looking at Lu Xiaoma. The two looked at each other again, and the shadow of Qin Xian in front of them gradually became blurred. There is another white light in front of me. What's this? Where on earth am I? Just now, the City Lord's mansion, the strange space, the female appraiser, Qin Xian, the female team member. What on earth does this mean? Is this the future you want me to see? Gradually regaining his composure, Lu Xiaoma began to think. In the first scene, his future self, after returning to Lia City, decided to auction the lantern fish. The second scene, signature, red seal. Qin Xian, is it the 10-year long-term contract I promised to the female team members? But that female team member and Qin Xian tried their best to explain that she and herself were innocent. What did that mean? Did it mean that she was the team leader's wife? We were really together? Shouldn't it be by Lulu? No, that's not right. I'm not saying I won't have a girlfriend, right? Suddenly, the white light in front of my eyes dissipated again, and the picture became clear again. Xiaomo, can we have a child? It was another strange space. This should be a bedroom. I was lying naked on a big bed, with a woman who was also naked lying in my arms and on my chest. I lowered my head slightly, and I couldn't see the woman's face. I could only see her beautiful hair. Who are you? Before speaking, Lu Xiaoma found himself swallowing subconsciously. He could clearly feel the hot body of this woman, definitely a rare beauty. What did you say? The woman suddenly raised her head from her chest. She tilted her head to look at him, but her long hair still covered half of her face. Are you asking who I am? Qin Xian? Is it really you? Is it really her? How could I be with her? Lu Xiaoma couldn't figure it out at all. Qin Xian's tone gradually became cold. Are you still thinking about Qin Tong? I promised to give her 1 day every month, but you still don't think it's enough? Do you have to have both of us serve you to be happy? Qin Tong. Lu Xiaoma stared at Qin Xian's incredibly beautiful face. Even without a touch of makeup, she could easily captivate the whole city with a smile and bring disaster to the country and the people. Just like her in college, she was the goddess that made so many people lose their appetite and dream about her. Lu Xiaoma was a little dazed. He still couldn't believe that she would be so close to him. This is a scene that many men would consider blasphemous even to think about, but now it is happening to them so realistically. In a dreamlike feeling, Qin Xian's beautiful face became blurred again, and everything in front of him turned into a vast expanse of white again. Back to that state of consciousness. What is this? If this is really what is going to happen in the future, where am I now? I couldn't figure it out at all. My mind was in a state of chaos. The white light in front of me disappeared again, and the picture gradually became clear. Chapter 79, The Future, Part 2. Bitch. This was an enclosed space similar to a warehouse or factory. Qin Xian carried a basin of water and walked to a drain, pouring out the dirty water. She had just wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve when suddenly a woman ran towards her, followed by a group of women who seemed to be arguing about something. Huh. With a loud slap, Qin Xian suddenly felt a burning sensation on her face, followed by a piercing pain. Bitch. Slut. Vixen. Shameless. Bai Lulu rushed over like a mad lioness, fangs bared and claws bared. Suddenly, a figure flashed between the two of them, and Cassini suddenly appeared between them. Bai Lulu. Huh. Another slap. This time Cassini slapped Bai Lulu hard on the face. Bai Lulu was caught off guard by the beating. Behind her, Zoya, Yi Rue, and other girls also rushed over at this time. Zoya stepped forward and pushed Cassini's shoulder hard. Cassini, what do you want here? Bai Lulu. Zoya, do you want to fight? Behind Cassini, the twin sisters Fang Jing and Fang Ya rushed over with their fists clenched. More and more people rushed over, and the scene became more and more chaotic. Lu Xiaoma stood there blankly. He had no idea what was going on. Seeing the people on both sides, some female team members had already pulled out long screwdrivers. Lu Xiaoma suddenly felt inexplicably irritated. Enough! 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 Stop it now! He suddenly roared angrily. Between the two female players, a 10-meter-high white air wall was erected. Unconsciously, the scene in front of my eyes blurred again and returned to that white space and became a consciousness. What the hell is this? What does it mean? Why do I have to watch this? Lu Xiaoma wanted to continue yelling angrily, but he couldn't make a sound. It seemed like an illusion. The echo of the yelling just now was still lingering in his mind. The future? This is my future? But you let me see these futures. What's the point? If it is just this fragmented and trivial future, what does it matter if I know it or not? I don't know when. Lu Xiaoma imagined himself gasping for breath, and the scene in front of him became clear again. Captain, we caught him. We caught the spy from the Violent Adventure Group. Still in that warehouse, estimated to be at least 5,000 square meters, Lu Xiaoma looked at his hands and feet, with Qin Xian and Cassini standing on his left and right. Fang Jing and Fang Ya, twin sisters, held the disheveled woman and kicked her in the buttocks. The woman staggered and knelt in front of them. Captain, I was wrong. Give me another chance. It was them who arrested my mother and forced me to steal the account books of the regiment. Geng Qiuju. It was the female driver who drove the Bora car to save herself and Gu Wenxia. Lu Xiaoma stared at her blankly. Behind her, Fang Ya kicked her on the back again. Tell me, Bai Lulu, are Yi Rue and the others the same as you? Are they all spies of the Violent Adventure Group? No, it's just me. I really don't know about the others. You still want to protect them, right? I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. Ah, Geng Qiuju screamed. The scene before my eyes began to blur again, and it turned back into a conscious body. Bai Lulu, Yi Rue. Fang Ya reminded Lu Xiaoma that in the previous picture, Yi Rue, Bai Lulu and their team were completely invisible. The people who do the work are all brought by Cassini. Could it be that in the future, there would be a conflict between their two teams, and Yi Rue, by Lulu and others would be driven away? Lu Xiaoma has now gradually adapted to this way of looking at future scenes like pictures. Shoo. At the Luya City Market, Lu Xiaoma felt someone pulling at the corner of his clothes from behind. When he turned around, he saw Wu Nan with a finger raised to his mouth. He glanced at Qin Xian, who was squatting in front of the stall picking things, and quietly pulled up Lu Xiaoma's big hand, put a small paper ball in his hand, then bent his fingers and helped him close his palm. Don't let her see. Wu Nan pointed at Qin Xian quietly while lip-syncing, then carefully stepped back and disappeared into the crowd. Note: Lu Xiaoma opened the crumpled paper in his hand and saw a line of beautiful small words. At 8 o'clock tonight, someone will come to the Spark Adventure Group and tell you the truth. Xiaoma. Qin Xian had stood up from the stall at some point, and seeing Lu Xiaoma holding a small paper ball in his hand, she came over to take a look. But at this moment, the whole ground shook. Qin Xian's feet suddenly trembled, and Lu Xiaoma quickly supported her body. The note fell to the ground, and the whole Luya City Market was filled with screams and chaos. The ground was still shaking. Lu Xiaoma hugged Qin Xian tightly. The ground beneath his feet was shaking. It seemed as if a thick black sandstorm had risen all around him. The lush road beneath his feet was like being sucked into the air by a huge magnet. The sky and the earth turned upside down, and all the dirt poured into the sky. What kind of picture is this? All the survivors who saw this scene looked up at the sky in disbelief. Oh my God, what are you doing? Heaven! The blood-red sky had turned green at some point. This strange green sky was like a super magnet, sucking up all the dirt on the earth. How could this happen? How could this happen? The ground was still shaking. Lu Xiaoma, holding Qin Xian, had just opened his mouth when the dirt and sand on the ground filled his mouth. The picture is blurred again. After returning to consciousness, Lu Xiaoma still couldn't fully recover from the shock. What was that picture just now? Another catastrophe? Even now, he has not fully recovered from his shock. The scene was simply too shocking, beyond words. The sky turned green? Sucking all the soil on Earth up into the sky? What about the survivors on Earth? Can humans still survive? What the fuck is that? No, it must be wrong. This must not be the future. The future of the Earth cannot be like this. There is no soil. There will be no soil. There is no way to calm down. Even though Lu Xiaoma is only in a conscious state now, he can't force himself to calm down. He could even feel that his ideology was trembling. What does it mean? Why did the third stone chamber let me see this? Lu Xiaoma didn't believe that all this was random. There must be a purpose for this. The auction of the city lord's mansion, long-term contracts, Qin Xian, by Lulu, spies, and then this market, all the soil poured into the sky. But since I still have this ideology, that is to say, there will be another picture. As he was thinking, the white light in front of him faded again and all the scenery became clear again. Chapter 80. The Future, Part 2. Xiaoma, Xiaoma. Wake up quickly. We can't hold on here any longer. We have to retreat quickly. He opened his eyes drowsily, and what he saw was Qin Xian's beautiful face without a single flaw. In fact, she had always been his secret crush on her when he was in college. Maybe it's true that only losers have goddesses. For the strong, there are no goddesses, only women. Coincidentally, Lu Xiaoma played two roles by himself. When he was in college, he was a complete loser, and Qin Xian could only look up to him, feeling that he was out of her reach. After the end of the world, he is the undisputed strong man. Even goddesses can only curl up in his arms and enjoy his pleasure. This is the reality, a reality that applies to both the end of the world and the prosperous times. Where are we going? Why are we even walking? With his upper body naked, Lu Xiaoma slowly sat up from the bed. There were not only him, Qin Xian, Cassini, Fang Jing, and Fang Ye in the room, but also more than a dozen female teammates who followed him, all crowded in this small room. Where are we? What place? Suddenly, I remembered that this was the big bed that I shared with Qin Xian. In the previous scene, Qin Xian was on this big bed, curled up on her chest, talking about something related to Qin Tong. Xiaomo, we can't hold on any longer here. The roof outside has begun to collapse. Many people in the city have already fled. Let's leave quickly. The car you asked Sister Ku to buy has been found outside the city. Let's leave now while it's still dark and see if there are any air raid shelters outside the city. At worst, we can just give them some more money. Qin Xian was like a virtuous wife. As she spoke, she helped Lu Xiaoma put on his clothes and even bent down to put on his socks and shoes. Completely unaware of what she was talking about, Lu Xiaoma put on his clothes and ran out of the room with the other female team members. What's going on? How did it become like this here? As soon as they went out, Lu Xiaoma was startled by the scene in front of him. Qin Xian held a wooden umbrella over their heads and said, "It collapsed an hour ago. Let's go quickly. We'll talk about it after we leave the city." Following the group of female team members walking quickly, Lu Xiaoma looked at everything dully. This space, which looked like a huge factory, was now in a mess. There were holes everywhere where the roof had collapsed, and inside the factory there was a thick layer of soil, with the highest part reaching a height of more than 1 meter. How did the dirt pile end up on the roof? How is this possible? Looking at it in disbelief, Lu Xiaoma stuck his head out and looked at the roof outside the umbrella. The broken roof was like a waterfall of sand, sloping down. Hurry up, Xiaoma. We have bribed the people at the east gate. We must get out before they change their posts, otherwise it will be too late. Qin Xian held Lu Xiaoma's hand and quickened her pace. Lu Xiaoma followed the girls out of the factory and went outside. He unconsciously looked out again. He couldn't control his expression. He looked at them in disbelief. The sky is below the earth? The sky is actually falling into the earth? How could there be earth in the sky? No one can imagine it. Even in science fiction movies, such an incredible scene has never been filmed. In the dark sky with no moon in sight, there was a rustling sound in my ears. The sky was watering the soil on the earth. Is this still the earth I know? The picture disappears, and the consciousness returns to the state. Somehow he was very calm this time. Perhaps he was really numbed by the incredible scenes and shocks. Calm. The soil poured back into the sky, and it started to rain soil again. This must be God playing a joke on humans. Such a huge joke. The first time, doomsday came, crazy people were rampant on the earth, feeding on humans, and the survivors struggled to survive, with only 1 in 10 surviving. Only 1 year has passed since the apocalypse, and God is already playing a joke on humanity for the 2nd time. If there are any survivors this time, will God play a joke on humanity for the 3rd or 4th time? Will they not stop until they have driven humans to extinction? Lu Xiaoma was in a daze. Although it was only a consciousness, he felt that this consciousness was about to dissipate. Listen, from today on, you must pay me 100 energy crystals every day. It's okay if you don't have money. Just give us 1 woman every day, and I'll let you stay here for a few more days. You're looking for death. Lu Xiaoma rushed forward angrily. Qin Xian, Cassini, Fang Jing, Fang Ya, and other women held him tightly. Captain, calm down. We still have half of our team members in their hands. At worst, we can just go out and find another place. I stared at all this in a daze. This was a mountain tunnel for cars. The roof of the tunnel was lit, and the walls on both sides were filled with survivors lying in all directions. Suddenly, not far from the tunnel entrance, a group of soldiers covered in loose dust rushed in breathlessly. Captain, another meteorite is falling 8 kilometers outside. Gather the team quickly. We must take it down at all costs this time. The man who was talking didn't care about Lu Xiaoma. Lu Xiaoma followed them to the tunnel entrance and looked up at the sky. There was still fine dust falling from the sky. From time to time, through the fine dust, he could see meteors streaking through the atmosphere in the sky farther away. No, those are not meteors. Just like after the first disaster, those are meteorites. Meteorites are raining down on the earth again. Xiaomo, you must remember me. Always, always remember me. Qin Xian. With a whoosh sound of breaking through the air, Lu Xiaoma ran at full speed like crazy, and suddenly a beautiful figure appeared beside him and knocked him to the ground. The two rolled on the ground for a few rounds. Yi Rui held Lu Xiaoma's shoulders with both hands. Are you crazy? You've already used your skills. There's a wooden beast over there. Get out of here. Lu Xiaoma frantically pushed Yi Rui aside, and when he stood up and looked over, he was suddenly stunned. A 5-meter-long giant reptile with 1-meter-long barbs all over its back. Qin Xian's delicate body lay powerlessly on the barbs, with her chest, lower abdomen, and thighs pierced by barbs. She tilted her head slightly, looking in her own direction, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. In the last few seconds of her life, she mouthed to herself, "Run. Xiaoma, come with us quickly. Don't let Qin Xian and Xiaoyi sacrifice their lives in vain." Yi Rui suddenly appeared behind Lu Xiaoma again, hugging his waist tightly with both hands. "Juya, Bai Lulu, come quickly and help me take the captain away. Sister Rui, Zoya, Bai Lulu and Menger have just died." The picture is chaotic again. Once again, Lu Xiaoma didn't know what he was thinking. In this kind of future, perhaps those who don't know are the happy ones. Why should I know this? Xiaomo, promise me that you will come out alive. The 4 lips parted. Yi Rui lay on Lu Xiaoma's shoulders and couldn't help but shrug her shoulders slightly. Through Yi Rui's shoulder, Lu Xiaoma stared blankly at the huge black ball. This was a poison barrier, a brand new poison barrier. Chapter 81. I'm really fine. In the early morning, the long-lost blood-red sky appeared. The mist wet my clothes and hair, and the chirping of birds in my ears were singing their unique courtship songs. Perhaps it's mating season again. Arrive. There were 45 people left in the ice group team. After walking all night, they could vaguely see the shadow of Jihigu through the light fog in front of them. The poison barrier disappeared, and everything returned to its original state. The mountains were still the same two mountains that Lu Xiaomo remembered. The fish in the stream were only 1 finger long, and the traps on the hillside were empty. If the blood-red sky had not been there, Lu Xiaomo might have thought that he and the female teammates had returned to the time before the end of the world, and would have to get up early the next morning and go to school to steam buns. Captain. Finally, they were back on flat ground. The female team members were all looking at Lu Xiaomo. Since yesterday, those stone chambers and the poison barrier had mysteriously disappeared, and the team leader hadn't said a word since then. No one knows what the captain experienced in those stone chambers. In their view, they were just 3 strange stone chambers. There was no danger, just strange. Everyone stay here and rest. Qin Xian, if there is anything delicious, bring out whatever you want to eat. Don't disturb me. Leaving behind a word, Lu Xiaomo rubbed his temples with both hands, dragged his feet, and walked back to the small house, the place where his childhood and memories began. Then let's all rest here. The female team members were all staring at Lu Xiaomo's back. Yi Rui took over the command temporarily. Wu Nan, go check the car. Qin Xian will arrange for the meal. Xiaoyi, the 2 of us will lead the team on alert. Meng'er, Fei Fei, Miao Miao, you guys go find a room to have a good rest. After closing the door with a click, Cassini watched Lu Xiaomo enter the house and walked to Yi Rui. Do you want to talk to him? The 2 whispered. The mission ended like this. Bingtuan left behind dozens of corpses and arrived at the blood waterfall, but found nothing. At least in their eyes, Lu Xiaomo gained nothing. Only when we entered the poison barrier did we dig up some meteorites. Otherwise, nothing happened. Now everyone can see that the leader is in a bad mood. We should find someone to persuade him. Boom, boom, boom. There was no door in the room. Qin Xian knocked on the door frame gently. Captain. Lu Xiaomo took off his shoes and lay on the Kong. There were 2 crushed beer cans beside him. He leaned against the wardrobe on the Kong and smoked one cigarette after another. The floor was covered with cigarette butts. Is it her? After throwing away the cigarette butt, Lu Xiaomo wiped his face with both hands, took a deep breath, and looked at the ceiling. I'm fine. You go out. I want to be alone for a while. When he saw her face, those scenes immediately came to his mind. She was lying in his arms. He was holding her at the market. She was slapped by Lulu, and she was stabbed in the back by the monster. The 2 words she said to him before she died were, run. Most of the pictures in the future are her. The room was full of smoke. Qin Xian hesitated, nodded gently, turned around, and went out. After a while, she came back with a broom in her hand. She quietly swept the cigarette butts on the floor and threw the 2 cans next to Lu Xiaomo into the trash can. After finishing all this, she returned to the house and sat down on the edge of the Kong. Lu Xiaomo was leaning against the cabinet on the Kong. She sat on the Kong with her back to him, looking at the window opposite without saying a word. The 2 of them just sat there quietly. At some point, there were 3 soft dong 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 sounds at the door. Lu Xiaomo opened his eyes and saw that it was already dark outside. He had fallen asleep leaning against the wardrobe with a women's coat draped over him. Captain. I rubbed my eyes. There were windows on both sides of the Kong. A little firelight came through the window on the side of the door. I could see clearly a woman with long hair and a thin body standing at the door. I'm in. Chen Tong walked into the room. Lu Xiaomo saw clearly that it was her. She walked to the edge of the Kong closest to her, stopped, and looked at her straight. I don't know what she wants to do. Lu Xiaomo is also looking at her. The 2 of them look at each other. For several seconds, neither of them spoke. Chen Tong sighed inaudibly, then pursed her lips, stretched out a hand towards Lu Xiaomo, forced a chuckle, and said, Give me 5 crystals, and we'll be even from now on. Somewhat surprised that she would say that suddenly, Lu Xiaomo stared at her and found 5 crystals in the space. Just as he was about to hand them to her, his palms suddenly clenched. Why? Do you regret it? Chen Tong's voice was filled with expectation. Lu Xiaomo shook his head slightly. No. He put the crystal back into the space, found the small cloth bag Qin Xian had sewn for him, which contained exactly 100 energy crystals. He put it in Chen Tong's hand, let out a long breath, and said in a hoarse voice, I'm sorry. Chen Tong took the small cloth bag and put it in her bag without even looking at it. She turned away and covered her nose and mouth with the back of her hands. Her shoulders trembled slightly. I know you don't want a girlfriend. You killed all your previous girlfriends. Another silence. Outside the door, the sound of the female team members playing could be vaguely heard. Chen Tong cried for a while, then reached out to wipe away the tears in her eyes and chuckled. What do you think, boss? Do you still want it? Tonight is free for you. Lu Xiaoma took a deep puff of cigarette and buried his head in his knees. No need. Then boss, remember to look for me when you need anything in the future. Chun Tong smiled charmingly, stretched out her hand and gently touched Lu Xiaoma's cheek, all the way to his shoulder, withdrew her hand, turned around, and quietly walked out of the room, and then stopped gently. From now on, I will only be your woman for the rest of my life. The sound of footsteps faded away through the corridor, and the door to the outside of the kitchen was opened. He has looked for me before, and he has worried about me before. Maybe he was hurt too deeply in his last relationship. I can wait. One day, when he opens his heart, he will find that I am really good. Chapter 82. The future, I will change it alone. The end of the world. Meteorites. All the soil poured into the sky. It started raining dirt again. New monsters. Traitors. The tragic deaths of the team members. Perhaps these are just the tip of the iceberg. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Lu Xiaoma always had a feeling that the real second heavenly tribulation would be much more terrifying than what he saw. For 3 days, Lu Xiaoma locked himself in this small room, writing densely on 2 notebooks, drawing pictures one after another, and then burning the 2 notebooks page by page. For 3 days in a row, Qin Xian came every morning to clean up the cigarette butts and beer bottles on the floor. Today, after she cleaned up and threw away the garbage, she returned to the room and saw Lu Xiaoma's head lying on the Kong, smoking one cigarette after another and staring blankly. She finally couldn't help but ask, "Captain, how long do you want us to stay here? What do you want to do?" Leaning against the wardrobe on the Kong, Lu Xiaoma took a deep puff of his cigarette, threw away the cigarette butt, glanced at her, and said expressionlessly, "Don't worry, your salary will not be reduced by a penny." "Is that what you think of us?" Qin Xian's eyes suddenly widened. "Is that really what you think of us now?" She suddenly raised her voice and asked Lu Xiaoma loudly, "Do you think we are following you now just for your salary? What else? What else could you be doing this for?" Lu Xiaoma suddenly stood up from the Kong, walked to the Kong, and jumped down barefoot. Qin Xian was a little surprised, but immediately thought, what did he mean by that sentence? Just as she was about to open her mouth to refute, she saw Lu Xiaoma suddenly approaching her. "If it's not for money, what else can you do?" Suddenly, Lu Xiaoma put his hands on Qin Xian's shoulders, pushed her to the corner, opened his mouth, and kissed her on the lips domineeringly. Qin Xian was startled at first. Her mind went blank, until he kissed her for dozens of seconds, and she felt his hands messing with her body. She suddenly woke up. She pushed Lu Xiaoma away fiercely with both hands, and slapped him loudly. "You bastard." Without dodging or avoiding, Lu Xiaoma took the slap from her, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 100 energy crystals. Is that enough? As he was about to step forward, Qin Xian was startled and subconsciously raised her hand to slap Lu Xiaoma in the face again. "Asshole. Shameless. Vulgar. Shameless." She covered her mouth and ran out of the room. Looking at the direction, she turned and ran away. The smile on Lu Xiaoma's face gradually disappeared. The scene of the future. "You can die for me. I will let you slap twice. It's not a loss." After a moment, until the footsteps completely disappeared, Lu Xiaoma breathed a sigh of relief again, looked at the ceiling, and silently lit another cigarette. During these 3 days, my head was filled with those images of the future, whether it was day or night, even in my dreams. Soil pours back into the sky, soil rain, meteorites fall, spies, conflicts among female players. In the end, Lu Xiaoma found that what he could not accept the most was that Qin Xian stood in front of him without hesitation, and the monster with barbs all over its back pierced her whole body. Every time he thought of this scene, he would imagine Binger pointing the cold muzzle of a gun at him. These 2 extremely contrasting images. This contrast made him feel like he couldn't breathe. He would rather die himself than see Qin Xian's miserable appearance. If I hadn't been with her, if I didn't have her, maybe I wouldn't have died. At least she wouldn't have foolishly stood in front of me. If what you let me see is the so-called future, I will definitely change your future. Lu Xiaoma has never been the type to sit and wait for death. Even though he knew there would be a natural disaster in the future, even though he knew that humans might be wiped out by that evil god, he would not choose to sit and wait for death. Even the human beings on Earth are just a group of ants in the eyes of God, who can be easily crushed to death with a little finger. Lu Xiaoma also wants to be the strongest ant. "Before you crush me to death, I will bite you hard." In fact, starting from the 2nd day, Lu Xiaoma had a series of plans in his mind. He took a pen and wrote down everything he thought of at any time in a notebook. For some things, he was afraid that words would not be enough, so he even drew them one by one. Until last night, He had engraved every word he had written and every picture he had drawn in his mind, and burned the 2 diaries with his own hands. In the future, it will be enough for me to change alone. Others don't need to know. What he did to Qin Xian just now was the first page written in his diary. He must not be with Qin Xian. At least before those things happen, I can't be with her, absolutely not. As for the others, standing in the room, he finished smoking a cigarette quietly, looking at the ceiling, then turned his head to look outside the door, muttering to himself, "It's almost done." Taking a deep breath, he strode out of the room. Captain, Captain, Captain. In the courtyard at the entrance, the female team members who were chatting stood up subconsciously and looked at Lu Xiaomo in surprise. Lu Xiaomo looked at them and nodded slightly. "I'm going to take a shower. Please notify all the special awakeners and Wu Nen to come to this courtyard for a meeting in 10 minutes. After saying this, he strode towards the stream. The female team members looked at each other in surprise. What was going on? Sister Xian just ran out of the team leader's room crying, and now the team leader has suddenly returned to normal. They won't do that, right? I didn't hear them calling. I called everyone here this time mainly because of a few things. Qin Xian, take notes." Qin Xian snorted indifferently, and Lu Xiaomo didn't care. It was already a rare occasion that she could come over. He continued, "First, I promise you a 10-year long-term contract. Let's sign it now. I'll give you some time to give me a price as soon as possible. Now, go and make the decision. Since the so-called future told me that it was a 10-year long-term contract and I would sign it with them after I return to the city, then I will sign it with them now, right here in Jiagu. I don't believe that I can't change your so-called future." Lu Xiaomo waited patiently, sitting on a chair in her own small yard, smoking one cigarette after another. She waited for them for more than an hour. The 10 special awakeners, plus Wu Nan, a total of 11 people, came back together as if they had discussed it beforehand. "Captain." Wu Nan handed over a small notebook with both hands very solemnly. On the other side, Qin Xian also handed a small notebook to Cassini. The latter looked at her meaningfully, sighed lightly, and walked towards Lu Xiaomo with the small notebook. Of course, she knew what her good sister was thinking. Here are their quotes. "Don't be nervous. Everyone sit down first." The 11 people in the yard did not move the chairs that were brought out by each family, and they were all staring at him. "If you don't want to sit, you can stand." Lu Xiaomo took the notebook and said before he even looked at it, "Written in these 2 notebooks are the quotes for your 10-year long-term contract. I can promise you now that no matter what the price written in them is, I will sign it." "Captain." When these words were spoken, the 11 people all showed surprise on their faces. They couldn't help but look at each other. Finally, Wu Nen mustered up the courage to step forward, but he seemed to be afraid to look at Lu Xiaomo. He lowered his head and whispered, "Captain, you should take a look first." Chapter 83, 10-year long-term contract. More than 100 people accompanied him into that poisonous barrier, leaving behind dozens of corpses. Most of the personnel were killed. The scene of the tragic deaths of Qing and those female team members is still vivid in his mind. Lu Xiaomo didn't believe that they would write such joking numbers in this notebook. If they really dared to write it, then he would accept it. "When I was a child, my grandfather always said, when a man speaks, his spit is as good as a nail. Although they didn't leave any inheritance for me, these words are worth more than mountains of gold and silver." In addition, the characters of these female team members were also confirmed through the scenes in the future. Even if there would be a second catastrophe in the near future, what Lu Xiaomo saw was that they would never leave. Lifelong friendship? Perhaps I have lifelong friendship with each of them. None of them sat down. 11 pairs of big eyes were staring at them nervously. To them, a 10-year long-term contract was almost the same as an indenture, so the nervousness was expected. Of course, in Lia City, there are countless women who dream of signing this kind of indenture. Since they wanted to make the atmosphere so serious, Lu Xiaomo didn't force them. He opened the notebook that Wu Nan had sent over first. The first name on the front page was Wu Nan. Personal profile. Name, Wu Nan. Gender, female. Age, 26. Immediate family members, none. Features, ordinary awakener, capable of leading a team, strong execution, excellent marksmanship, and can perform reconnaissance, search, and assault tasks. Expected salary, 30 bullets per day, 900 bullets per month. Rights and obligations. Contracting Party A. It is the Fallen Leaf City Ice Group Adventure Group, and is required to provide Party B, Wu Nan personally, with food and lodging, with no less than 2 meals a day, with each meal consisting of no less than 2 taels of grain, dry food, and no less than 1 vegetable meal per week, to maintain the minimum nutritional supply for the body. Party A has the right to terminate the contract unilaterally, but must pay 1/3 of its contract term, unpaid, salary as compensation to Party B. Contracting Party B, Wunan, individual, must unconditionally obey all tasks within a reasonable range assigned by Party A, Ice Group Adventure Team. For details, please refer to the Falling Leaf City Mercenary Code. Party B has the right to terminate the contract unilaterally, but must pay one-third of its contractual, already paid, salary as compensation to Party A. Special requirements, none. Note: in case of disagreement between Party A and Party B which cannot be mediated, the Luoye City Lord's Mansion shall conduct arbitration. It was so formal that I thought it was just something else, just the template made by the City Lord's Mansion. Lu Xiaoma finally understood why they were so nervous. The price is not high, 30 bullets per day, which is still low considering Wunan's ability. The contract is also a template contract of Luoye City. The key point lies in that 10 years. No adventure group in Luoye City has ever offered a 10-year long-term contract, so the rights and obligations of this template seem extremely unfair to Lu Xiaoma. Unilateral termination of the contract. If a female player wants to terminate the contract after signing it for 1 year, she only needs to pay one-third of the salary she has received for the year, and she can become a free agent. Same. Assuming that Lu Xiaoma wants to fire this female team member after 1 year, he will have to pay one-third of the unpaid salary for 9 years. This seems extremely unfair. Perhaps when the City Lord's Mansion was drawing up the template, it never thought that there would be no foolish adventure group that would offer someone a 10-year long-term contract. That's it. Flip back. Except for the 10 Special Awakeners, Wunan, and the other 34 people, all of them were quoted 30 bullets per day. Lu Xiaoma quickly scanned it and turned to the last page. He closed the notebook. Before he could speak, Wunan nervously stepped forward and said, "Captain, there is one more thing. We have just discussed it. We don't want the wages owed to us these days. As for the other half of the salary that the City Lord's Mansion has pledged, we will transfer it to the group's account after returning to the city. One thing is one thing. The regiment will pay you all the wages you are owed." Lu Xiaoma stood up from his chair. Wunan had just spoken and walked forward 2 steps. She was about 2 meters in front of him. He also walked forward a few steps. Seeing that she was still holding a pen in her hand, he reached out and took it. On the first page of the notebook, he changed Wunan's salary from 30 to 100 bullets per day. The prices of other people are set like this. Since you are leading the team, the price should be higher. Captain, this is not appropriate. If you change it like this, I will have a hard time explaining it when I get back. Wunan wanted to postpone it, and she had just written 35-40. However, she insisted against all odds that everyone should have 30 bullets per day, and said that she also had 30 bullets per day. Now the team leader changed her salary so casually and changed it so much. Wunan was shocked. How could she explain it when she went back? You lowered our price, but you got a benefit from the group leader. There's nothing appropriate or inappropriate. If they want an explanation, let them come to me. Lu Xiaoma's attitude was firm, and he would not tolerate any discussion. Wunan had no choice but to look at Lu Xiaoma with a lot to say. In the end, he nodded and went back with his notebook. He did not look happy about the salary increase, but rather worried. Qin Xin had the paper, and the team leader had given a promise, so they could now draft the contract, 2 copies. Lu Xiaoma signed his name and put his fingerprints on it, and it was done. The remaining ones are the quotes for 10 Special Awakeners. Turning back to the chair, looking at the previous content is basically the same. The Special Awakeners did not require an extra meal. Like the other female team members, the minimum standard is 2 meals a day and 1 vegetable meal per week. Price from low to high. Su Feifei Lantern Man, 80 bullets per day. Miao Xiaohua Lantern Man 80 bullets per day. Qin Xian Spaceman 150 bullets per day. Fangya Waterman 200 bullets per day. Bai Lulu Mistman 260 bullets per day. Kusini Orc Controller 350 bullets per day. Zoya Flame 500 bullets per day. Fangjing Flame Man 500 bullets per day. Yurue Stoneskin 650 bullets per day. Lin Ming'er Blind Girl 2,000 bullets per day. Their offer was not high, less than 1/4 of the temporary employment price, but when adding up the costs, Qin Xian calculated that just the 10 of them would cost the regiment nearly 150,000 bullets every month, which is 1.8 million a year. And in their opinion, there was not much to gain from this trip out of the city, so they were a little worried. Lu Xiaoma looked at the offer, 150,000 a month, 1.8 million a year, 18 million in 10 years. It seems that his worth of tens of millions is nothing. However, having already seen those scenes of the future, Lu Xiaoma now has no feeling at all about these numbers. In his opinion, the second catastrophe might not last more than 3 months. That's the quotation. No problem, that's it. Go write the contract now. The 10 Special Awakeners were obviously relieved, but they heard Lu Xiaoma say, "By the way, Cassini, wait a moment, and one of you go inform Wunan and ask her to call Gung Choju over. Chapter 84. Traitor. In a small courtyard, there was a table, 2 chairs facing each other. We lined up, signed the contract, and put our fingerprints on it. The most tense moment was over, and it was the contract we had been dreaming of. It was a 10-year long-term contract. As long as they sign their names, unless Lu Xiaoma dies, the team will negotiate and divide the group's property in proportion. Otherwise, as long as Lu Xiaoma is alive, they must pay the salaries of the female team members and be protected by the city lord's mansion. In the end times, there is only life or death, but there is no such thing as cheating and going bankrupt as in prosperous times. The small courtyard was filled with laughter again. The female team members were all very excited and in high spirits. They had 10-year meal tickets and a considerable amount of pocket money every month. Only a fool would tear up a contract on his own initiative. Now the yard is filled with the sound of laughter. Hey, Fei, why do I have an illusion that I'm going to get married? Haha, what a coincidence, we are not marrying the same man, right? Under the influence of this atmosphere, even the somewhat naive Lin Ming'er, after signing the contract, held the contract tightly in her arms. Perhaps people in prosperous times will never be able to understand how important this contract is to them, especially to women who lack a sense of security. Having a stable team means having a home, and it is a home that will last for 10 years. There are 2 exceptions among them. One is Lu Xiaoma, who is the one who spends money, and the other is the one who is always thinking about the second heavenly tribulation. It's not that he's disappointed. No matter who it is, no one would be happy if they knew that in the near future, there would be an even more terrifying heavenly calamity to reap lives. The other person was Gung Choju. She was arranged to sit in the corner of the yard, holding her contract in both hands with a bewildered look on her face. But when she looked at Lu Xiaoma, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes unconsciously. It's your turn. The captain wants you to pass through. All the team members signed the contract with great excitement. The only thing left was to go back to the city and go to the city lord's mansion for certification. However, now that Lu Xiaoma has signed and put his fingerprints on it, it has legal effect. Unless he can prove that he was forced to sign, this contract is now officially effective. Corner. A female team member came over to notify Gung Choju, and she stood up. The 2 female team members on her left and right sides also stepped forward, alert. Wunan followed the female team member who was notified and quickly walked up to her. He asked in a low, anxious voice, Xiaoju, it's already been so long. What's going on? You just won't tell me even when I ask you. Are you trying to drive me crazy? I really don't know anything. Sister Nan. Gung Choju seemed to be so anxious that she almost cried. I have never met the leader before. It was that time Sister Gu Wenxia, Sister Xia, and the leader went to run into the crowd together. I drove a Bora to meet them. I didn't run away. I kept waiting for them to come back. Then there was no more. No more. Wunan looked at her with a suspicious tone. But now it's not just me. Many sisters feel that the leader won't treat you differently. Could it be that the leader has a crush on you? It shouldn't be. Looking at Gung Choju, she is neither ugly nor pretty. How could he, the team leader who is incomparable to Chen Tong, do that? Moreover, even if he likes Choju, he would not bring up the contract in front of so many of us. Is this really a good idea? Wunan couldn't figure it out either, so he sighed softly. Well, then go ahead. Anyway, if the team leader says you did something wrong, you should admit your mistakes and don't be stubborn. I know, I will do whatever he says. With his head lowered, he walked to the signing table with some trepidation. 2 female team members followed closely behind him. They were both in Qing's people and were not familiar with Gung Choju. Now, as long as the leader gives an order, they will shoot without hesitation. Leader. Sitting down opposite Lu Xiaoma, Gung Choju looked up at him nervously, then quickly looked away. The other female team members also looked over here, temporarily forgetting the joy of signing the contract. Everyone felt that there was no need for the team leader to target Gung Choju alone. What is it for? Lu Xiaoma looked at her for a long time to see her reaction, and finally reached out his hand. Show me your contract. Yes, here you go. Captain. Gung Choju nodded quickly and handed over her contract with both hands. Lu Xiaoma took it and read it carefully this time. Personal profile. Name, Gung Choju. Gender, female. Age, 25. Immediate family members, none. Expected salary, 30 bullets per day, 900 bullets per month. Rights and obligations. Looking at the contract, especially the words immediate relatives, Lu Xiaoma felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. There are traitors after all. I still remember the scene in the future. Gung Choju kneeled in front of me, crying and saying, they arrested my mother and forced me to steal the group's account books. The contract was gently thrown on the table. Lu Xiaoma lit a cigarette and asked casually, who else is home now? Gone. Not only my immediate family, but also my cousins and all that, are gone. I'm the only one left. Gung Choju naturally could not have imagined that one day in the future, She would use her mother's excuse to survive. She continued, "Everyone in my family is dead. Captain, I can prove this to her. Chiyoju has no relatives." Woonan still cared about the team members she brought with her, but she didn't expect that her proof would have a counterproductive effect. "Yes, Captain. Chiyoju lives and eats with us. She has no relatives. We can prove it for her." Two people who had a good relationship with Gung Chiyoju came out to speak for her. Several female team members chimed in. Lu Xiaoma listened and nodded, as if in agreement, but asked casually, "How much do you get paid a month in the Violent Adventure Group?" "The Violent Adventure Group," Gung Chiyoju said subconsciously, and suddenly her heart shuddered. She jumped up from her chair like a conditioned reflex. What? What Violent Adventure Group? I don't know. What are you talking about, Captain? You can't wrongly accuse me. Sit down. The two female team members behind her quickly held down her shoulders. Gung Chiyoju was still struggling. "Captain, please don't accuse me. I don't know what the Violent Adventure Group is, and I won't take their salary." Was she being overly excited? Woonan and the several female team members who had just spoken for her all opened their mouths wide and looked at Gung Chiyoju in disbelief. "I didn't. I really didn't. Believe me." Gung Chiyoju excitedly turned around and shouted to Woonan, Sister Nan, believe me. I really didn't. This team leader is talking nonsense. He is slandering me. He just doesn't want to sign a 10-year contract with me. He is cheating. He just wants to cheat. I don't want to sign a 10-year contract with you, but we all signed it." There were still some confused female players, and a few even lowered their heads to check their contracts again to make sure they were correct. Then he looked at Lu Xiaoma suspiciously. Woonan wanted to trust his teammates in his heart, and thought that it would be best if all this was just a misunderstanding. But it just felt wrong that Chiyoju was so excited. Gung Chiyoju is usually quite calm, but the way she is now might be because everyone reacts like this when they are wronged. Thinking about this, Woonan quickly spoke up. "Captain, is there any misunderstanding? Chiyoju is usually very honest. If something really happened to Gung Chiyoju, Woonandi would also be to blame. He was a traitor of the Violent Adventure Group. If things went wrong, the whole group would be wiped out. This kind of plagiarism, ambushing the adventure groups returning with full loads outside the city, is common in the doomsday. This is not a misunderstanding." At this time, Cassini suddenly stood up from behind Lu Xiaoma, looked around at everyone, and said loudly, "We got news last night that this Gung Chiyoju is a spy planted in our group by the Violent Adventure Group, and I also know that the person who contacted Gung Chiyoju is a woman, and they are a couple." "Women? Couple?" Hearing Cassini's solemn words, many of the team members, like Woonan and the others, opened their mouths wide. This news seemed even more shocking. "Cassini, you are talking nonsense. You are lying. He is not a woman at all. Chapter 85, I Am a Shameless Woman, Part 1. There were some flaws in what Cassini said, but she achieved her goal. Lu Xiaoma looked back at her, but she was staring at Gung Chiyoju. Traitors, spies, and all female team members cannot be tolerated. They are more harmful than madmen. Yes, he is not a woman. I was wrong. Cassini stared at Gung Chiyoju and asked, "He is your man, right?" "Gung Chiyoju, I might as well tell you that you are not the only woman he has. He has many women like you outside." At this time, Cassini was very aggressive. She just stared at Gung Chiyoju's face and said, "You were deceived by him. Do you know that? A man like him can't really like you. I say it again. He can't like you. Don't dream. He's not. Gung Chiyoju's voice suddenly choked up. The air around them seemed to freeze. Everyone subconsciously held their breath, looking at Cassini for a while, then at Gung Chiyoju. The atmosphere was frozen for dozens of seconds, and Gung Chiyoju suddenly smiled miserably. "He's not. Haha, do you know everything? Haha, no. You know nothing. You won't know. You will never know." She suddenly fell on the table and burst into tears again. It's actually true. Woonan and several female teammates who were on good terms with her looked at this in disbelief. They all felt that this Chiyoju was so strange. The person who lived and ate with me day and night turned out to be a spy. "No, you don't know. You know nothing." Suddenly, Gung Chiyoju slammed the table with both hands in excitement, stood up like crazy, and pointed at Cassini's nose. "You know nothing. You know nothing. You don't know me. You don't know how much I like this doomsday. You don't know. You won't know. Haha. How can you know, you liar? You are all big liars." She cried and laughed for about 10 seconds. No one in the small courtyard interrupted her. Everyone was watching. Gradually, the expression on Gung Chiyoju's face calmed down. She looked at Lu Xiaoma again. "My captain, am I going to die?" Neither nodding nor shaking his head, Lu Xiaoma just looked at her without saying anything. At this time, Lu Xiaoma also realized that something was wrong. This was different from her reaction when she was caught in the future. At that time, she remembered that she just kept begging for mercy and even brought up her mother. Why was her reaction so different the 2 times she was caught? "I'm going to die. I'm going to die. What else can I not say?" She laughed miserably. I am a very shameless woman, That was at the end of the last century, not long after the reform and opening up. With the reform of state-owned enterprises and corporate restructuring, the seemingly iron rice bowl was shattered, triggering a large-scale wave of layoffs. At that time, people's mindsets had not yet completely changed. At that time, more than 90% of people who earned a salary of a few dozen yuan looked down on vendors selling roast chicken who could earn 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. "I am poor, but I am glorious." This sentence is a true portrayal of the social atmosphere at that time. At that time, when looking for a wife or mother-in-law, what they looked for was not whether the wife had a car or a house, but the family background. If a woman was 3 generations of poor peasants and had a patch on her clothes, she would stand tall wherever she went, and everyone would praise her. It may be biased to say that people are not yet enlightened, and it is better to say that there is not enough time for change. Of course, someday in the future, perhaps people in the future will see our current history. For example, the mother-in-law will ask for a 100 square meter house in the city center and a car that cannot be less than 300,000 yuan, etc. Will people in the future also think that people today are unenlightened, or that mothers-in-law are unenlightened? This is not the point. The point is that in the environment at that time, there was a wave of layoffs at the 82,123 factory. A large number of laid-off workers surrounded the factory gate. Inside the factory director patted his chest and said, "If these people come back, you will get out of here one by one." The conflict of interests led to a fight. People inside the factory threw coal outside, and the crowd outside was so excited that they broke through the gate. At that time, Gung Xiuju was just born and not even 2 months old. Her mother was hit on the head by a piece of coal during the protest. She fell to the ground and was trampled to death by the rioting crowd before she could receive treatment. Her father was also injured and unconscious and stayed in the hospital for a month. Later, people from the provincial government intervened in the matter and it was left unresolved. But at that time, Gung Xiuju was only a 3-month-old baby. Her mother had died, and her father had been laid off and could not afford milk powder. The child cried all night because of hunger, and her crying made everyone around her feel scared. At that time, we lived in the staff dormitory of Factory 82123, a tube-shaped building with each room of more than 30 square meters and poor sound insulation. The children cried all night, and the neighbors next door couldn't sleep well. It was heartbreaking to hear about it. Not long after, and Zhang from downstairs came up to consult with Gung's father and persuaded him to take Gung Xiuju with her. "You are a grown man with a lot of strength. Go out and find a job, even if it's just carrying gas tanks. If you make money, you can give me some money. If you don't, you can just treat it as your own goddaughter." One sentence helped a lot. Mr. Gung had no relatives in the city, so he was naturally moved. At that time, Aunt Zhang had just given birth to a child 2 months ago and was still breastfeeding. In this way, Gung Xiuju was fostered in Aunt Zhang's home. Gung's father found a job unloading goods in a materials company and gave half of his salary to Aunt Zhang every month. Later, when Gung Xiuju was 5 years old, Aunt Zhang's husband was driving a long-distance truck and had an accident. He was critically ill and died after a month of rescue in a hospital in another city. Aunt Zhang's world had collapsed and the family lost its backbone, so Gung's father helped to arrange the funeral. After a year, the two of them naturally lived together. There is nothing wrong with this. Both families are miserable and both are widows, so no one would criticize them. But the mistake is that the two children are of the same age. As they grow up and live in the same house, both children have the naive thoughts of a boy or a girl. They have different fathers and different mothers and have no blood relationship. Even the Civil Affairs Bureau cannot say no. But after all, they are on the same household registration book. The old building has not been relocated. There are old neighbors all around. They have watched the two children grow up, and everyone knows that they both drank the same mother's milk, so it is inevitable that there will be some family disputes. And Zhang was just crying out of worry. Gung's father was stubborn. One night, he got drunk and called the two children together. He made them kneel down together. Gung Xiuju was slapped several times, and her younger brother, who was 1 month younger than her, was beaten all over by his father with a belt. This went on for 2 years. Gung Xiuju and her brother both finished junior high school, but failed the college entrance exam. Gung Xiuju worked as a waitress in a small restaurant, while her brother found a master at a construction site to learn the craft of a bricklayer. Once, the younger brother brought his master to Gung Xiuju's small restaurant for dinner. The bricklayer master was an old bachelor. He drank some cat urine and saw his apprentice's sister shuailing. He took advantage of the alcohol and reached out to touch Gung Xiuju's thigh. Gung Xiuju was frightened and quickly dodged. The younger brother was furious and, also under the influence of alcohol, He hit the master's head with a beer bottle. Chapter 86. I Am a Shameless Woman, Part 2. The incident was a big deal. The old bachelor didn't care about his face and made a big fuss and had his brother put in the detention center. His brother stayed in there for 3 months. On the first day, he was released. Gunshots, who was waiting at the door of the detention center, threw herself into her brother's arms. From then on, the brother and sister didn't want to be apart for a moment. The mother was old, and the father, perhaps really angered by his 2 unfilial sons, had a cerebral thrombosis and collapsed at home with hemiplegia. The old neighbors spoke coldly to him, especially after he collapsed. They kept talking about their ugly things and would talk about them to whoever they could. Her mother had no job, her father was paralyzed on one side, and the siblings really had no means and could not afford to buy a new house. For several years, the siblings had become notorious in the community of the old building of the 82123 factory and could not hold their heads up. Later, Gunshoju and her brother secretly got their marriage certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Then Gunshoju became pregnant, and another bolt from the blue fell on their broken little family. The child born to the brother and sister turned out to be infertile. What's that old saying? There's nothing wrong with having a son. The brother and sister gave birth to a baby boy, but where the menstrual cavity should have been, there was only a skin fold, like a fake pocket. The doctor explained that this phenomenon is called lunar door occlusion in medicine. This was a bolt from the blue for the siblings. Even Gunshoju herself was wondering if she and her brother were really punished by God. Were they really not tolerated by God? Due to limited economic conditions, the child died soon after birth. However, the story of the brother and sister became famous not only in the 82123 factory community, but also in the entire county at that time. It is this kind of life that is muddled until one day the world changes color and the end of the world comes. When the end of the world came, Gunshoju suddenly became an awakener, but her brother did not. The 2 siblings stayed in the small house in the 2 building for a month. They ate everything they could eat, but outside the window, there were still crazy people running around in the streets. One morning, Gunshoju found that her mother had fed her paralyzed father rat poison and ate a packet of it herself, leaving only a letter and a bag of instant noodles hidden in the quilt for the siblings. In this way, Gunshoju took her brother out and killed a few crazy old neighbors who usually mocked them. The siblings found a truck. In recent years, the brother has inherited his father's old business and drives a truck for a logistics company. The brother and sister drove a truck out of the county and finally arrived at Lea City. They originally thought that the world that was unfriendly to them was over, and that the end of the world would be their chance to start over. However, they did not expect that God would once again punish them. This time it was my younger brother who got into trouble. Gunshoju is of average appearance, but her brother is very handsome. The 2 of them came to Lea City and gradually adapted to life in the Doomsday City. Gunshoju is an awakened person who takes on tasks at the talent market. After returning from a task, someone was waiting for them at their residence. The news she received shocked Gunshoju. My younger brother actually owed the violent adventure group a loan shark of 30,000 bullets in the gambling street. The conditions of the violent adventure group were also very simple. Either Gunshoju went out to sell herself, or her brother sold her. It was up to the 2 of them to choose one. Gunshoju was even more dumbfounded when she saw the contract. The interest was compounded, and no matter whether she or her brother went out to sell the goods, it would take at least 30 years to pay off their usurious loans. 30 years later? How can they live in this doomsday? Later, under the guidance of the violent adventure group, the siblings went to meet the deputy leader. Under the coercion and inducement of the deputy leader, the siblings became spies of the violent adventure group and participated in a 1-month spy training. The first lesson in spy training is to abandon shame. After witnessing your brother or sister having sex with other people, or many other people in front of you, nothing else matters. The relationship between the 2 people was kept strictly secret from then on, and they were just strangers in the eyes of outsiders. The younger brother's identity in the violent adventure group is the deputy director of the logistics and procurement department, and he is also the nephew of the deputy leader. Being young and rich, he seduces the wives of the leaders of other small adventure groups, or the core female members, and steals intelligence to bring back to the headquarters for analysis. Gunshoju would stay at the job market and join some small adventure groups to do temporary missions. If any adventure group found a large amount of supplies or meteorites, she would disappear on the way back to the city and notify the violent adventure group to go out of the city to snipe. These are the tragic and somewhat absurd lives of this pair of siblings. Crying, laughing. Gunshoju finished her story with an unusually calm expression, especially when she talked about the spy training she received from the violent adventure group. Her attitude was like her life. After she finished talking about the spy training, she continued to narrate calmly, even when her face was covered with tears. As if relieved of a heavy burden, Gunshoju sat opposite Lu Xiaoma at the round wooden table where the contract was signed and calmly said the last few words. Then she turned and said, "Captain, Can you give me a cigarette? Lu Xiaoma just watched her like this and did not interrupt the whole process. However, some female team members behind her were sentimental and cried with her until their eyes turned red. Kusini was also blankly thinking. He fished out a cigarette from his pocket and threw it to her along with the lighter. Gung Shoju stared at the cigarette on the table for a moment, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. I finished telling these lies, she chuckled. It's time to tell the truth. A lie. In Gung Shoju's story, Wenan secretly shed tears several times. This could be written into a TV series, so how come it is now considered a lie? Heh. Gung Shoju took another puff of cigarette, looked back at Wenan and smiled faintly. Heh, Sister Nan. Think about it. This story must have been made up for me by the Violent Adventure Group a long time ago. How could it be true? Wunan opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Then what are you really going to say? Now it's not just Wunan. Many female team members feel cheated. Really, huh? Gung Shoju chuckled. Of course it's true. You were just signing the contract. I knew my identity was exposed when I was in that corner. How could I be exposed so easily by the captain? Have you all forgotten I have received spy training? How could I be exposed so easily, haha? Gung Shoju sighed softly and smoked her cigarettes one after another, her tone melancholy. But there is one thing I didn't lie to you about. I am really a very shameless woman. Then what do you mean now? Wenan pointed at her angrily and questioned. You just lied to us. Now you lied to us again and tell us too. Shoju, do you think we are all fools? You are not fools. I am the real fool, Sister Nan. Gung Shoju smiled helplessly, took another puff of cigarette and continued, Sister Nan, think about it. When the captain just isolated me in that corner, from that moment on, no matter whether I was wronged or not, I was already a dead person. Chapter 87, I Am a Shameless Woman, Part 2. What on earth do you mean now? Now Wunan suddenly felt that he was crushed by Gung Shoju in terms of IQ. What do you mean? Sister Nan, I know you are upright and can't tolerate any injustice, but don't forget, Gung Shoju smiled helplessly, but don't forget that we are now in the end times, and outside the city of the end times. When she said this, Lu Xiaoma suddenly had a vague feeling that what she was going to say next was the key point. Since the captain suspected me of being a spy, he didn't need any reason. He said I was a spy, so I was. Gung Shoju stared at Wu Nan, her tone becoming very cold. Sister Nan, you have lived in the apocalypse for so long, and you have been out of the city for so many missions. What excuses do the captains usually use when they want to kill a few team members they don't like? Usually, when Nan was stunned, usually they put crystals in the pockets of the team members' clothes and said they stole the group's money, and they are traitors. Wenan didn't say anything more, but almost all the female players understood what was going on. Retreat to advance? She suddenly changed the subject, and even Lu Xiaoma was caught off guard. This Gung Shoju was indeed powerful, but now her identity as a spy was further confirmed. Originally, Lu Xiaoma was not sure. Maybe Gung Shoju had returned to Luoye City and was recruited as a spy after returning. But looking at it now, which ordinary woman would be so scheming and be able to make up such a full story immediately after being wronged? To advance by retreating, first admit it, then put yourself in a desperate situation and then survive. However, what Gung Shoju said next made Lu Xiaoma a little confused about what she was trying to express. Yes, so I said, no matter whether I was wronged or not, from the moment I sat in the corner, I was already a dead man. And she smiled again. The captain said that he got news last night that I was a spy. You. Turning back, Gung Shoju looked at the rows of dazed companions and said, we all slept here last night. Did any of you see anyone go into the captain's room? The female players looked at each other. Have you seen who Kusini has contacted? Heh, so I said, the captain wants to kill me. He doesn't need a reason, but... She spoke again, repeatedly emphasizing the word, but. There was a pause of several dozen seconds in between. The expression on Gung Shoju's face seemed to be painful, constantly changing and distorted. Suddenly, her voice was choked with sobs as she said, but I'm tired. I'm really tired. Living is so tiring. Once again, she cried out. Perhaps it was because people's emotions always fluctuated greatly at this moment, or perhaps she was still in pain, conflict, and struggling in her heart until now. Continue to call a horse a zebra, or let it go, accept it all. I don't want to lie anymore. I really don't want to. She lay on the table, crying and banging her fists on it. Tao, Xiao Tao, I'm so tired. I'm really so tired. Can you forgive me? Her current mental state looks a little creepy. It was as if there were two souls constantly pulling at her body. She looked like she was about to explode at any moment and was on the verge of complete collapse. Unlike ordinary female team members, the world of ordinary female team members is very simple, either black or white. If the Madden wants to eat themselves, that is black, and if the other sisters help each other, that is white. Although it is dangerous, life is very simple. Cry when you should cry and laugh when you should laugh. But she can't. There is no black and white in her world, only gray. She has to be on guard against the madmen who might eat her, and she also has to be on guard against the sisters around her. She never knows when her identity as a spy will be exposed. Humans, madmen, and the whole world are enemies. What is the meaning of living? Sometimes she even feels that her breath, the air she breathes in, is an unfriendly air. I'm tired. I'm really tired. I'm really tired. Suddenly, Gung Xiuju, who was lying on the table crying, suddenly raised her head and screamed at the sky with a heart-wrenching cry. Like an angry beast, she wanted to vent all the injustices that God had done to her over the years. Xiuju. When she shouted, even the two female teammates who were watching her from behind were frightened and took 2 steps back. Before they could react, they saw Gung Xiuju tightly grasping the long screwdriver in her right hand and using all her strength to stab it hard into her eyeballs. With a puff, she turned her head and looked up to the sky. The vitreous body of her eyeball, mixed with a little brain matter and blood, spurted out of her eyeball for more than 10 centimeters and fell back on her face. Xiuju. Xiuju. By the time a few good companions reacted, they hurriedly ran forward, and Gung Xiuju's eyeballs were pierced and went straight into her brain. Her chest and lower abdomen rose and fell violently, and her throat made strange noises. Gradually, the frequency of her chest and lower abdomen's rise and fall slowed down, until they finally shrank and she exhaled the last breath of foul air in her life. Autumn chrysanthemum. Several sisters who had gathered around her cried bitterly while holding her body. The rest of the people stared blankly at her. I didn't expect this result. Lu Xiaoma stared blankly at the female team members crying. When they were almost done, he let out a long breath and said, Wunan, take a few people to bury her on the top of the mountain. Today, all the team members signed their contracts. I wanted to strike while the iron is hot and talk to everyone about the development direction of the team after returning to the city. I also wanted to share everything that I can say about what is written in the notebook. But the atmosphere is not right now, so I can only slow down for now. At night, the female team members went up the mountain to cut trees and built several fires by the stream and in the yard. They placed black pots on top of them, and the water in the pots was bubbling. Hot and sour cabbage soup. Captain. Wunan came into the house and called Lu Xiaoma to eat. Lu Xiaoma followed her over the threshold and out of the house. Wunan whispered to Lu Xiaoma as they walked, I have already told everyone about Xiuju. If anyone asks about her when we return to the city, just say that she was eaten by a madman and sacrificed. Within a day, Wunan and the others figured it out. Gung Xiuju must be a spy for the Violent Adventure Group. However, with the current strength of the Bing Group, they are not qualified to break off with the Violent Adventure Group. They can only endure it for now. However, they must avenge Xiuju. This was similar to Lu Xiaoma's idea. He had taken note of the account of the Violent Adventure Group. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely teach them a bloody lesson, which would also be considered revenge for this poor woman. Captain, you say. After walking out of the front door and into the courtyard, Wunan took Lu Xiaoma's arm, looked around at the female team members in the courtyard, and asked softly, do you think there are any of her accomplices here? Accomplice? Probably gone. Following Wunan's gaze, Lu Xiaoma also glanced at the female team members. In those future scenes, he only saw Gung Xiuju. If she has any accomplices, they should be seen as well. Lu Xiaoma has always believed that the scenes in the future must not be random and must be telling him something. Since it wants to tell him something, it should not be hidden, otherwise it would be meaningless. But if I follow this line of thought, when I return to the city tomorrow, the first thing I have to do is to auction the lantern fish. I once had the idea of auctioning the lantern fish, but why must I auction the lantern fish? Is there any special meaning behind it? Lu Xiaoma didn't understand these. Chapter 88. Nonviolent Non-Cooperation. There was a gentle breeze in Jiahigu at night, and the temperature was just right, neither too hot nor too cold. There were 7 or 8 bonfires by the stream. The female team members lay on their backs beside the bonfires, humming softly and looking at the starry sky. This kind of freedom is rare even in prosperous times. Shhhhh, keep your voices down. The team leader and Sister Ko are having a meeting in the yard. Sister Nan asked me to come over and tell you to quiet down and stop making noise. There were about a dozen female team members bathing in the creek and having a water fight. Perhaps because the noise was too loud, the female team member standing guard at the gate of the yard came over to remind them. Okay, we get it. When we change shifts, you can come and take a shower. The water is so comfortable. I don't dare to watch it. How did Qing and the others die? Have you forgotten? Didn't the captain say that everything is fine? In the countryside, land is not valuable. Lu Xiaoma's yard is about 300 square meters, but the wooden fence around it is a bit shabby. When I was a child, my grandmother took care of some vegetables in the yard. After they passed away, the yard became deserted. This was the first time Lu Xiaoma called everyone to a meeting after signing a 10-year long-term contract. Wunan specifically asked the team members to light torches in the four corners of the yard. Each family found a bench or stool, and the 10 special awakeners, plus Wunan and Lu Xiaoma, a total of 12 people gathered in the center of the small courtyard, forming a circle. The dim firelight illuminated everyone's faces, and their shadows were dim. What? You still want to recruit people? Qin Xin originally decided not to talk to him or pay attention to him for at least a week, but she never expected that Lu Xiaoma was out of his mind and held a meeting to discuss whether to continue recruiting people. Do you know how much our group spends every month? Qin Xin counted on her fingers. The team members' salaries, food and drink, plus we still need a base after returning to the city. All these add up to at least 200,000 in expenses every month. If it was the beginning of the apocalypse, 200,000 would not be a lot, but if you casually dug up 2 meteorites every month, the number would be more than that. But now it has been a year since the end of the world, and meteorites outside the city are rare. Unless you can find a small village that no one has searched, you can find some scarce supplies such as edible salt. Otherwise, how could a small team like Bingtuan support so many people? Captain, I think what Xiaoxian said makes sense this time. Ku Sini also said. Our team has already signed up 10 special awakeners, and Menger. Now in the city, even a medium-sized adventure group can't guarantee that they can support so many people at once. I agree, Yi Rui said. If there are still large-scale tasks, we can just go to the talent market to recruit people temporarily. We don't need to support so many people on weekdays. The cost is high and the cost-effectiveness is not high. As expected, since they had just signed a 10-year contract, their perspectives were different. In fact, it is not something that an ordinary small adventure group can afford to support 10 of them, especially Lin Menger, whose current monthly salary is 60,000. There are 2,000 bullets every day, and an ordinary awakened woman has only 30 bullets. Lin Menger alone can catch up with Wu Nan and her group of more than 60 bullets. Of course I have calculated all of this. Knowing that the second catastrophe was about to happen, Lu Xiaoma couldn't explain so much to them now. The purpose of today's meeting is, first, I want you to recommend me some team members with good character on the 3rd floor of the talent market. Second, regarding the issue of the team's residence, my idea is to find a tunnel outside the city and set up the headquarters outside the city. The 3rd floor of the talent market? Captain, do you want to set up base outside the city? This time, not only Qin Xian, but also by Lulu, Zhuya and other girls were a little restless. Is the leader crazy? What is in his head? I'm not discussing this with you. I've already decided on these 2 things. Now, I just want you to recommend a few candidates to me. You don't have to give me an answer right away. You can discuss this with me when you go back home in the evening so you can have an idea in mind first. At times like this, one has to have the final say. In the past 2 days, Lu Xiaoma has been thinking over and over again about how to fight against the second heavenly tribulation, but he has never thought about how to convince these female team members to support him. There was a somewhat depressing silence for a while. Qin Xin sat back on the bench angrily and turned her head away. Ever since what happened this morning, she had become a little unlike herself. He is usually very quiet, and I don't know what's wrong with him today. It's so hot. After a long while, Su Feifei said to Miao Xiaohua, Huahua, you should turn on the light. Let Sister Nan ask people to put out all the fires. It's so hot. Why don't you open it? It's not like you don't know how to do it. Okay, let's go together. Wu Nan asked people to put out the 4 fires in the yard. Miao Xiaohua and Su Feifei looked at each other and used their skills together. A faint green light appeared in the small yard. There was another period of oppressive silence, and Qin Xian broke it again. Well, you're the leader, and we'll all listen to you. So, tell me, what skills do you want to recruit for the 3rd floor of the talent market? Do you plan to give them 10-year long-term contracts? This is to give everyone a way out. She doesn't think that if Lu Xiaoma recruits more people, he will treat them the same as herself and others, and give them a 10-year long-term contract. As long as Lu Xiaoma said that if he recruited more people, he would only give them a long-term contract of 1 year at most, they might feel better. After all, this was the first meeting of the group, so they didn't want to make things so awkward. She thought so, but unexpectedly, Lu Xiaoma spoke again. Yes, as long as the person you recommend to me has good character, we will give him a 10-year long-term contract. Only if a long-term contract of 10 years is given will the daily salary be reduced. This is something Lu Xiaoma had thought of a long time ago. All? Really all? After a moment of surprise, Qin Xian snorted coldly. On the 3rd floor of the talent market, I don't know anyone else. The ones I know are all in the group. Sister Ku, do you have anyone you can introduce to the team leader? Qin Xian looked at Kusini again. Kusini's face was not very good either. I don't know any of them well either. I probably just know their names. We don't have a close relationship. In addition, Bai Lulu from Yi Rui's team also snorted. I don't know him either. We are not familiar with each other on the third floor of the talent market. How could they not be familiar with it? Most of the time, they were on duty there, waiting for tasks. How many people were in each team and what skills they had? There was nothing they didn't know. Now this is clearly non-violent non-cooperation. Miao Xiaohua suddenly asked in surprise. Why did my skills suddenly stop working? What about you, Feifei? Did your skills stop working too? While speaking, she pinched Su Feifei's lower back with her little hand. Su Feifei suddenly realized. Oh, yes, my skills are about to fail. What should I do? As they spoke, the small courtyard became dark, and the skills of the two lantern ladies all failed at the same time. What should I do? I can't have the meeting. Yes, it's so dark, we can't have the meeting. Chapter 89, Dividends. Everyone wait a moment. He hadn't even said the meeting was over yet, and they were already leaving. Lu Xiaomao was furious, but he tried his best to be empathetic and think from their perspective. After all, they risked their lives to get the 10-year contract with me. It would be unfair for other women to just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor when they return to the city tomorrow. It will give you the illusion that a stud is building an empire while a donkey is sitting in the palace. Everyone sit down first. Lu Xiaomao slowed down his tone. Su Feifei, Miao Xiaohua, please use your skills now. Let's first discuss the salary owed to everyone these days, as well as the benefits and dividends I plan to give to everyone for this mission. Let's talk about it together. Lu Xiaomao continued talking to them in a different way. Dividends? It seems my skills have been restored. Yes, what a coincidence, it's mine too. The small courtyard was immediately lit up with soft green light. Captain, Wunan said quickly, when we signed the contract, I told everyone that we don't want the wages owed to us by the group. As for the half of the wages that were deposited in the city lord's mansion when we return to the city, we will transfer them back to the group's account after we return to the city. Wunan has a straightforward personality and would never go back on her word. Also, compared to those special awakened ladies, Wunan doesn't have that much personality. The leader's decision must be obeyed without questioning. Since Wunan had started this, Lu Xiaomao could just make a breakthrough from the ordinary female team members. He said generously this time. No need to be so troublesome. Wunan, you can notify everyone later that the salary owed by the group and the dividends of this mission will be divided into 5 energy crystals for each of you ordinary awakeners. 5 energy crystals? Wunan was surprised and said, we don't need so many, Captain. We have only been out for a few days. We don't need so many. If you really want to give me some, I will go back and calculate it and make up the salary we have received these days. It's really not necessary. Their salary is 100 bullets per day, and 5 energy crystals are equivalent to 5,000 bullets. Besides, this was just their first mission and they didn't gain much. They just searched a few small stores and found a few meteorites. The group offered them a 10-year long-term contract and they were already very satisfied. Just do as I say. Lu Xiaomao found 2 small packages of 100 energy crystals in the space and threw them to Wunan. Take them and share them with everyone now. There are 33 of them, 5 beads each, a total of 165 beads. If he didn't need to continue recruiting new members, Lu Xiaomao would have given them 20 each. That's fine then. Captain, I thank you on behalf of everyone. Wunan took the small bag, still feeling uneasy. I'll go back and tell them that these are all benefits of the group. If anyone really breaches the contract in the future, they have to return them all. She carried 2 heavy bags and walked out of the yard. Is it our turn now? If they are so good to ordinary awakeners, they will definitely be even better to special awakeners like themselves. Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua both have expectations on their faces, but they are both using their skills now and can't tell who is talking. Now, not only the 2 of them, but also Kusini, Fang Jing, and Fang Ya all showed eager anticipation on their faces. This is not about greed, nor does it have anything to do with feelings for the team. The dividends are the result of their labor, and their expectations are well-deserved. Everyone sat in a circle, but Lu Xiaomao walked to the center of the circle and found a strange big box in the space. What was this? While he was still in doubt, Lu Xiaomao opened the lid of the big box with a click. Wow, so many of these are energy crystals. Su Feifei screamed without any image from a distance. Such a big box. How many of them are there? She jumped up from the stool in an exaggerated manner and ran a few steps to the box. This can't be real. She carefully picked up a handful with both hands and exclaimed again. It's real. These are real energy crystals. The other few people, including the twin sisters, who couldn't wait any longer, also quickly gathered around. It's actually real, such a big box. Su Feifei muttered to herself, still a little bit unbelieving. She touched the bottom of the box with her 2 little hands. What's underneath? Everything underneath is real too. Brother Captain, aren't these all for us? Miao Xiaohua happily grabbed 2 handfuls of crystals, stood up, and looked at Lu Xiaoma expectantly. Yi Rui behind her quickly grabbed her arm and said, Meow meow, stop talking nonsense. Put it back quickly. After all, they are still young. There are at least 1,000 energy crystals in such a big box, which are worth 1 million bullets. How can they be given all to them? It's not like I'm really marrying him. Yi Rui was suppressing one problem, but another one arose. She had just stopped Miao Xiaohua from embarrassing herself when Su Feifei excitedly jumped up with 2 handfuls of crystals. Brother Captain, let's play a game. She pointed to a deep groove on her chest. I'll stuff it in here now. Whatever you stuff in will count. How do you think? Why don't you just die, Su Feifei? Miao Xiaohua got furious when she heard this game. Su Feifei has a pair of circles on her chest, but I have a pair of peaks, okay? There is no groove at all. No groove. No groove. How can I plug it? This is unbearable. This is simply a personal attack. There are 1,000 pills in this box. Divide them among you. However, I will not divide them among you based on your skill attributes this time. Each person will get 50 pills based on the number of heads. At this time, except for Lin Ming'er, the other 9 special awakeners gathered around. Lu Xiaoma glanced at Qin Xian and said, Qin Xian, you will give 50 pills to each of the people, and then you and Yi Rui, Kusini, and Zhuoya. Before he finished speaking, he heard Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua screaming twice in succession. 50. Really? Brother Captain, did I hear it right? Can we both get 50 like the blind lady? After signing a 10-year contract, Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua's salary was only 80 bullets per day, and Lin Ming'er's highest was 2,000 bullets per day. There is a world of difference between us. Now their benefits are the same as those of the blind girl. 50 energy crystals, they have never seen so much money in their lives. Even Yi Rui, Kusini, and other girls were a little stunned. They didn't expect Lu Xiaoma to be so generous. Their mood was almost written on their faces. Most of the girls, including Yi Rui, Kusini, were just stunned, but when they came to their senses, they were somewhat happy. Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua were so excited that they almost forgot their mother's last name. Bai Lulu was also happy, but after the happiness, a hint of pride unconsciously appeared on her face. The stronger this man was, the prouder she felt. Only Qin Xian had a complicated expression. First she was surprised and stunned, then she clenched her fists as if she was in pain and let out an inaudible hum. Fortunately, no one noticed her discordant tone now. Besides, Lu Xiaoma was not displeased by Su Feifei's noisy interruption. He slowed down his tone and said calmly, And tonight, Qin Xian, Yi Rui, Kusini, Bai Lulu, Zhuya, Fong Jing, and Fong Ya, the 7 of you, I plan to upgrade for you. Chapter 90, 7 Girls Upgrade. There are 1,000 energy crystals, and 50 crystals are distributed among 10 people, leaving 500 crystals. Another 350 crystals are used to upgrade Yi Rui and the other 7 people. These are what Lu Xiaoma has thought of in the past few days. It's not that he doesn't care about these veteran teammates. It's just that the order in which he speaks seems to require more practice in the future. The art of speaking is still very important. Of course, the 50 extra crystals each of them has will be deducted from their salary at 50 per month, which can be regarded as a loan given to them by the group. The benefit is that their strength will be strengthened ahead of time, and the strength of the team will be strengthened ahead of time. Lin Ming'er, Su Feifei, Miao Xiaohua, including the light people and brain people, etc., they belong to the second type of special awakeners. The 100 energy crystals cannot be upgraded. Now, there is another airman in the list. Lu Xiaoma is also one of the 100 crystals that have not been upgraded. After returning to the city, he planned to try to absorb another 900 energy crystals. If he still couldn't upgrade, he would make further plans. It started. Shush, shush, stop making noise. In the small courtyard, there was a green light, and the lantern fish was also taken out. The effects of the 3 lantern men were superimposed. Woon and strengthened the guards again. This moment was extremely important for all special awakeners. Taking this step, they would be the top figures in Luya City. 7 women sat cross-legged on the ground, with 100 energy crystals neatly arranged in front of them, forming a circle in the middle of the small courtyard. I'm so nervous. This is the first time I've seen someone level up. Su Feifei clenched her fists, as if she wanted to join the others in fighting. Miao Xiaohua quickly pinched her waist and said, Tell others to stop making noise. You're the only one talking too much right now. When you said I was talking too much, weren't you also talking? I'm different from you. I'm warning you. You said it again. You warned me that this was also a speech. Lu Xiaoma was also watching. He sat in a corner of the yard, smoking and watching the 7 girls upgrade. He also wanted to see how they upgraded. He still remembered the feeling of absorbing the energy crystals. Hey. Fei Fei, look quickly. Miao Xiaohua couldn't help but cover her mouth again, pointing at Yirue, who was crossing her long legs, and said, "Look at Sister Rui. Why is her face so red? Why does she look like that? What do you want to say?" "What can I say? You must be thinking about something wrong. All you can think about is those things that are not suitable for children." "I didn't say it. How do you know what I'm thinking?" "You don't have to tell me. Your breasts are so big, they already betray you." "How does this have anything to do with big breasts? Am I jealous of you?" "Haha. You are just jealous. I am jealous too." Seeing that the two of them were talking endlessly, Yi Rui, who could make them shut up, was now unable to come over to control them. Wunan finally couldn't help it and whispered, "Fei Fei, meow meow you. Shh. Shhhhhhhh. Don't disturb Sister Rui and the others in their practice." The 2 lantern ladies almost simultaneously raised their index fingers to their lips, asking Wu Nan to stop talking. Qin Xian, a space person, after upgrading, her space is 10 times the original size, 100 cubic meters. After her death, cremation of her body can obtain 10 cubic meter space beads. Yi Rui, a stone-skinned man, is invulnerable to swords and guns for 1 hour. His weaknesses are eyes and suffocation. After upgrading, you can use the stone-skin skill 3 times a day, and each skill lasts for 1 hour. Bai Lulu, the fog man, after using the skill, thick fog, will block out all human scent and sight within a radius of 100 square meters. Even if she releases the skill in a group of lunatics, the lunatics will not attack human survivors. The effect lasts for 10 minutes and can be used once per day. Level 2 Mist Man, after using the skill, Mist Barrier, will block out all human scents within a 1,000 square meter radius, but will no longer block out sight. Even if the madman is within sight, he will no longer attack human survivors. The effect lasts for 10 minutes and can be used once per day. According to legend, the skill released by the level 2 Mist Man is just a layer of mist barrier on the surface, and the inside is clearly visible, and the madman will treat the survivors as his own kind and no longer attack. And humans can slaughter the madman at will within the fog barrier. Zoya, Fong Jing, the Flame Man, has a half-meter flame bursting out of the skin of the body. It can be used once a day, and the effect lasts for 1 hour. The person released will turn into ashes within 1 minute. After upgrading, a 1-meter-long flame will burst out from the surface of the body's skin. It can be used once a day, and the effect lasts for 1 hour each time. The released person will turn into ashes within 30 seconds. New skill, Infection. Fire skill effect lasts for 3 seconds on Madman. The upgrade of Flame Man to level 2 is a qualitative leap. The madman who was set on fire turned into ashes within 30 minutes, which greatly improved the safety of the Flame Man himself. A level 1 Flame Man can burn a madman for 60 seconds. During the first 10 seconds, the madman still has the ability to counterattack. The firemen had to fight in close combat and could only use their palms to slap the madman's skin surface, which resulted in a high death rate. But for a level 2 fireman, the flames are more intense and can reduce the madman to ashes within 30 seconds. The madman only has 5 seconds to fight back. This has greatly increased their living space. The most crucial point is that the level 2 Flame Man skill has a new effect, Infection. This effect is extremely abnormal and powerful. If Zoya, a level 2 Flame Man, is in a closed crowd of lunatics, she only needs to reach out and pat the shoulder of one of the lunatics, and the infection effect will quickly spread throughout the crowd of lunatics. It is even possible that she could kill 100 or even 1,000 lunatics with this one palm. The only shortcoming, which is also the eternal pain in the hearts of the fire people, is that their skills are ineffective against orcs. Fangya, a waterman, can control any liquid within a radius of 100 square meters to form a water flow impact. Each effect lasts for 10 minutes. In addition, she can also collect dew in jungles and other places for human drinking. Each effect lasts for 10 minutes. After the upgrade, any liquid within a radius of 1,000 square meters can be controlled to form a water flow impact. Each effect lasts for 10 minutes, and the control of water volume is strengthened. But on the surface, the waterman may seem a bit fierce and useless, but her real function is to control any liquid. In battle, the waterman can extract the body fluids from the madman as a means of attack without accidentally hurting friendly forces, and the attack power of the water ball can easily overturn a bus. In fact, the real combat power of water vapor people is very strong. Kusini, an orc controller, can control 10 madmen to fight for her within a radius of 100 square meters, limited to once a day. After upgrading, you can control 100 maniacs to fight for you within a radius of 1,000 square meters, and this can be activated once a day. New ability, Orc Shock. The level 2 Orc Tamer is a step up from a musket to a cannon, and the Orc Tamer is also the only one among all the Special Awakeners who can fight against the Orcs. Orcs are stunned. Within the effect range, Orcs lose all ability to move and attack, similar to the paralysis effect. Chapter 91, The White-Haired Witch. Boom! There was a loud bang, and a huge water ball with a diameter of about 10 meters in the air suddenly blasted towards the house across the stream. The small house was instantly torn to pieces, and tiles flew everywhere. Wow, that's amazing. Yes, this is more powerful than a grenade. The flying hair slowly fell back onto her shoulders. Although Fangya, a woman with a watery look, tried her best to conceal it, she could not hide the ecstasy in the deepest part of her eyes. Level 2. I am finally a level 2 water vapor man. It's my turn. With a delicate cry, Bai Lulu's long hair suddenly moved without wind and flew into the air. Mist barrier. A milky white halo suddenly appeared on her body surface. The halo seemed to be constantly squeezed and finally reached the critical point. Everyone suddenly saw a milky white light in front of them, and a huge milky white light ball exploded instantly with Bai Lulu as the center point. A huge safety zone with a diameter of about 32 meters and an area of 1,000 square meters. In the safe zone, there is no longer thick white fog all around like in the level 1 Fogman, and the visibility does not even exceed 1 meter. In this safe zone now, everything is clearly visible, and even in the darkness, there is a faint white light. It's done. Bai Lulu couldn't hide her excitement. The other side of the creek, Still in this safe zone, the two flame people, Zoya and Fong Jing, were radiant, with 1 meter-long fiery red flames on their bodies. The two of them, like two dancing fire butterflies, moved back and forth among the crowd of female team members on the shore, patting them on the shoulders with their hands, and the group of female team members also cooperated very well, pretending to be crazy, and falling to the ground with strange screams of awe. Hee. Two silver bell-like laughter, two fiery red figures finally collided with each other on the opposite bank of the stream. The two beautiful figures jumped into the air at the same time, stepped on the shoulders of a female team member respectively, and landed lightly on the other side. Captain, we all succeeded. Two beautiful figures held hands and floated down in front of Lu Xiaomao. Wow, look, it's the white-haired witch. Yes, the legendary mutant, the white-haired witch. As soon as the two landed, Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua suddenly screamed. The white-haired witch. Could it be Bai Lulu? The people here were startled and turned around quickly. Sure enough, Bai Lulu over there had her arms wide open, and her waist-length hair was flying in the air. But at the same time, the roots of her hair were slowly covering the ends with a layer of light milky white at a speed visible to the naked eye. She seemed to have sensed the change in herself, and her pretty face was filled with uncontrollable surprise. Are you going to become the legendary mutant? Mutant. This was the first time a large-scale upgrade fever occurred after the end of the world, and the anomaly was discovered at that time. According to rumors, when Special Awakeners upgrade, there is a very low probability that they will mutate, and the most obvious feature of the mutation is that their hair will turn the same color as their wrist mark. As a mist person, Bai Lulu's hair is milky white, and at this moment the color of her hair is slowly being coated with a milky white glow. Mistman Mutant, 50 bonus to the original skill effect. Bang! In fact, there was no sound here, just like a silent explosion. In the last second when the milky white light passed over the ends of the hair, there was suddenly a sound like a real explosion. The surrounding fog shook violently, and it seemed to have reached another critical point. It exploded violently and expanded to a large circle around again. White-haired witch, Mistman Mutant, 1,500 square meters of safe zone. With an extremely excited roar, Bai Lulu suddenly pulled her arms back, and the huge fog barrier in the air shrank rapidly until it finally shrank into a milky white spot of light, imprinted on her forehead. Yeah, the white-haired witch. White-haired witch. White-haired witch. White-haired witch. All the female team members around Bai Lulu were excited at the same time. Everyone rushed towards Bai Lulu excitedly, lifted her up high, and threw her into the air with all their strength. There is actually a mutant in our group. This is something that all the female members should be proud of. In the current Lia City, even among the 4 major adventure groups, only the leader of the first adventure group, the Bloodclaw Adventure Group, Lord Bloodclaw, has a head full of fiery red hair and a fiery red mark between his eyebrows. He is a level 2 mutant flame man. Another one. She is from the Spark Women's Adventure Group, one of the 4 major adventure groups. Sister Yinran, but she is just a mutated space person with 150 cubic meters of storage space, so she is really not very useful. Rumor has it that there is a last person, and that person is said to be a mysterious light man mutant, a lone ranger, and no one has ever seen what he looks like. Another version of the story says that he was originally the leader of a small adventure group. After becoming a mutant, he killed all the team members who had seen his appearance, and from then on he became a doomsday walker. In short, there are many legends about him, and they are very mysterious. But now, the 4th mutant finally appeared in Liyue City. Although Bai Lulu is not a combat type, she is still a mutant. Not only will the safe zone range be increased by 50, but the safe zone time limit will also be increased by 50, from 10 minutes to 15 minutes. Captain, after letting the female players throw them in the air several times, Bai Lulu turned nimbly, stepped on the shoulders of a female player, and jumped to the ground. She couldn't suppress the ecstasy in her heart, and she ran along the stream, leaving a shadow, and suddenly threw herself into Lu Xiaoma's arms. Captain, I can't suppress this joy, and I want to share it with the most important person in my heart right away. Being carried away by success may be a derogatory word, but it also reflects in some ways that a person will often behave inappropriately when experiencing extreme joy or sorrow. At this moment, Bai Lulu expressed everything she wanted to express in her heart with this hug. Perhaps this is far from enough. Congratulations. She hugged him tightly with her arms, and Lu Xiaoma was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. He put his arms around her fragile body and patted her on the back gently. He naturally understood what it meant to have the 4th mutant in Liyue City. Not only her, but the entire ice group will probably become famous. Leader. Suddenly, Bai Lulu's delicate body became a little stiff. She slowly loosened her arms and gently placed her hands on Lu Xiaoma's shoulders. Her beautiful big eyes were misty as she looked deeply at Lu Xiaoma, the captain. Captain called softly, and the 2 red lips kissed deeply. Chapter 92, A New Journey. Surprised, jealous, and some joining in the fun, all kinds of complicated looks were cast at her from all around. But Bai Lulu was very generous. What are you looking at? Humph. Suddenly, she gained momentum. Her waist-length white hair flew in the air, and a huge white halo appeared again in the 1,500 square meters around her. If anyone wants to come over from now on, they have to get past me first. She glanced at Qin Xian intentionally or unintentionally, and walked towards the sleeper car with her slender legs. Lu Xiaoma pursed his lips subconsciously, looking at her back, and somehow he also looked at Qin Xian, who was not far away, but saw that her big eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and she was also staring at him fiercely. Qin Xian and Bai Lulu have 2 completely different personalities. Qin Xian is very quiet and doesn't like to talk. If she has a boyfriend, it's a date. The 2 of them walk together silently, walking silently on the road under the dim street lights. Bai Lulu is completely different. She is passionate. If she had a boyfriend before the end of the world, she would prefer concerts, travel, roller coasters, bungee jumping, and her boyfriend kneeling on one knee in front of thousands of people to express his love to her. She likes the kind of grand and vigorous. One of them is shy, the other is passionate and unrestrained. One likes quietness, the other likes noise. Perhaps the end of the world has smoothed the temperaments of both of them, but the genes in their bones have not changed. At night, Lu Xiaoma was lying on the Kong, and the sound of female team members playing and fighting could be vaguely heard from the window. He was smoking and drinking beer in the room, looking at the door from time to time, but she still didn't come over. Maybe I was overthinking it. Even though she was from the Central Conservatory of Music and was used to being the center of attention, she might still want to take the initiative in this regard, or she might not be ready yet. I need to take the initiative. With one arm resting on the back of his head, Lu Xiaoma looked at the ceiling and couldn't help but think of the scenes in the future. Love is a strange thing. Even though neither of the 2 people has ever said that they like each other and they have never made a formal commitment, they just get together inexplicably. This situation mostly occurs in junior and senior high schools. No one broke the window paper, but they both knew that they were together. The current situation between Lu Xiaoma and Qin Xian is almost the same, like a telepathic connection. Bai Lulu is at another extreme. She dares to love and hate. If she likes someone, she likes him or her. If she likes someone, she will say it out loud, instead of passively tearing petals with the thoughts of a little girl. Which one do you prefer? After what happened to Binger, Lu Xiaoma subconsciously abhorred thinking about these things. Perhaps he didn't like any of them and didn't care about any of them. The images of the future in his mind, especially the image of Qin Xian's tragic death in front of him, were like nightmares that could not be shaken off. Binger's image is becoming increasingly blurred in my mind. Inexplicably irritable. Now Lu Xiaoma is somewhat reluctant to think about these things. Women, just let it go. By Lulu, Qin Xian, or even Gu Wenxia can also do it. The second catastrophe is coming soon. Surviving is the most important thing. He drank the beer in the can, crushed it, and threw it on the ground. The next morning, the matter of recommending new team members was put on the agenda, and the candidates for new team members were also carefully considered along the way. The sleeper car roared behind them. Wu Nan and 2 team members jumped down from the roof of their house and walked to Lu Xiaoma. Captain, everything is ready. Nodding silently, Lu Xiaoma looked at the small house that he had known since childhood, brick by brick, took a deep breath, felt in his pocket, found a pack of cigarettes, took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep puff, and then threw it into the house. Blue flames spread along the walls and roof. Lu Xiaoma took a final deep look, turned around, and strode towards the sleeper car. Grandpa and Grandma are over. The convoy drove through the country road. A bird chirped in the air. Yi Rui knelt down on the roof of the car. The bird chirping brought her back to reality. She looked up at the sky. Is it over? Until now, she still felt a bit dreamy. This mission, the strange poison barrier of the team leader, the inexplicable 10-year contract, and the inexplicable upgrade of herself. This all seems like a dream. Maybe it's really over, or maybe a new journey has just begun. Inside the car. Meow meow. Why do they seem to be here again? What? Didn't you just leave? Yeah, it's really annoying. It came back just 2 days after I left. It's haunting me, but this time it's not that kind. The color is a bit darker, like dark brown. Oh, could it be uterine erosion? Why don't you just die, you crow's mouth? Your whole family has uterine erosion. Your father too. My father is not a seahorse, your father is. Meow Meow and Su Feifei were still on the middle and upper bunks, and the content of their chats was still without limits. Lu Xiaoma was lying on the lower bunk smoking. Ever since he returned to the time before the end of the world and got cigarettes, he now smokes 3 or 4 packs of cigarettes almost every day. Perhaps it is because he knows the scenes in the future in advance and is worried. Time passed quickly as she thought about it. After a few hours, the convoy slowly stopped and Yi Rui got on the car. Captain, we are about to get on the highway. When they got on the highway, he and Gu Wenxia drove 2 large trucks to pull the net. When they retreated, Geng Qiuju came to their rescue, and he also cut off Gu Wenxia's 2 legs. Lu Xiaoma was about to stand up when a beautiful figure suddenly flashed by his side. Leave it to me, Captain. With her long gray hair reaching her waist and a snow-white tight leather jacket, Bai Lulu smiled sweetly at Lu Xiaoma. The 2 ladies on the upper and middle bunks shouted exaggeratedly, "Wow, the captain's wife looks so beautiful today." Yes, Miss Captain's wife, can you give us chicken legs for dinner tonight? You are so beautiful. Bai Lulu said this, raising her snow-white neck with a hint of pride, rolled her eyes at the 2 lantern girls, and stole a glance at Lu Xiaoma's reaction. Seeing that he was also looking at her, a layer of blush instantly climbed up on her pretty face. She turned around and shouted quickly, "Zhuya, Fong Jing, please cover for me. I'll be the one in front." Zoya was the best friend. She jumped off the bed with a smile and said, "I am willing to serve you, my most beautiful queen." On the other side, the twin sisters Fong Jing and Fong Yu were sitting on a lower bunk. Fong Jing also stood up, but her younger sister Fong Yu grumbled in dissatisfaction. What? How shameless. Her voice was not loud, and only the 2 sisters could hear it. Fong Jing gently pushed her sister's shoulder, but she also sighed in her heart and subconsciously looked at Qin Xian. Sure enough, Qin Xian's face was not very good. Now there seems to be a smell of sulfur between the 2 small groups. But who will be the winner? Well, let's wait and see. Chapter 93, Tribute Money, Part 1. The convoy on the opposite side. I give you 3 minutes. Everyone must get off the vehicle immediately. On the highway, 2 convoys met. The opposing convoy was obviously much stronger, with more than 20 passenger buses alone, and a conservative estimate of the number of people was at least 600. On Lu Xiaoma's side, there were only 44 people including him. The leading off-road vehicle on the opposite side had a large white cloth flag on its roof, with the 2 eye-catching words Spark embroidered on the flag in red thread. One of the 4 major adventure groups in Liyue City, the Spark Women's Mercenary Group. Lu Xiaoma led the team, followed by Yi Rui, by Lulu and other girls, who got off the sleeper car one after another. Everyone understood the current situation. The unspoken rule after the apocalypse is that if a convoy leaving the city encounters a convoy returning to the city, it proves that there is a high probability that this road has been searched by someone, and the convoy leaving the city is likely to be in vain. Therefore, the convoy returning to the city has to pay a portion of tribute money to compensate the losses of the convoy leaving the city. The specific amount is generally charged per person, ranging from 100 bullets to 1,000 bullets. This also depends on how many fresh meteorite shells are found along the way of the convoy out of the city, or how many villages have been searched, etc. The details are more complicated and depend on your personal mood. Of course, the prerequisite is that the strength of the convoy leaving the city is strong enough. If an ordinary small adventure group encounters the 4 major legions, they will not even have time to run away, let alone dare to go forward and seek death. Sister Yanran? Following Lu Xiaoma out of the car, Yi Rue and Cassini behind him both recognized each other's identities. They thought of her last night. Sister Yanran. She is the only mutant in the Spark Women's Adventure Group, a level 2 space mutant, Gu Yanran. Hey, that's Xiaorui and Xiaoi. Come over here and let Sister Yanran take a look. Gu Yanran was surprised that they were acquaintances, but when she saw Bai Lulu in the team, she was even more surprised and said, "Oh my, who is that? I'm not old and my eyes are blurry, am I? Is this our little lark Lulu?" Yi Rue and Cassini's team have both participated in the Spark Adventure Group's temporary missions many times. Gu Yanran is the deputy team leader and also the group's chief logistics leader. Whenever they receive their commissions, they have to go to her for signature. Of course, everyone has seen it, especially by Lulu's voice. Gu Yan and still remembers it vividly. "It's me, Sister Yanran." Bai Lulu walked over with a smile on her face and gave Gu Yanran a hug. Across her shoulders, she saw a few familiar faces behind Gu Yanran, Sister Wani, Sister Sia, and Lin Lin. "You are all here." "Hey Lulu, you've mutated. It's really you, Lulu. I saw you look like you just now, but I didn't dare to recognize you." The girls who greeted her quickly surrounded by Lulu and touched her waist-length milky white hair in surprise. "I knew it." Gu Yan and pursed her lips and giggled. "Ever since he was little, I've seen him have a promising future. Sure enough, he's grown so tall in just a few days. He's become a mutant adult." Gu Yan laughed exaggeratedly and with a big amplitude. There were 2 basketball-like things on her chest, shaking so much that it made people dizzy. It was obvious that she was not wearing anything underneath, and it was probably not that big. "Sister Yanran, please stop laughing at me. Look, your hair color looks better." She is a space person, and her hair color is the same as the mark on her wrist. Both are silver, but this is a pain in Gu Yanran's heart. She has always thought that this is graying caused by kidney deficiency. How can it be good looking? I am old and my hair is all white. Nonsense, Sister Yanran. You are only 28 years old. How can you be old? If you say you are my sister, people will believe it. The hypocrisy between women. They started chatting over there. Lu Xiaoma was left aside. Lu Xiaoma watched them greeting each other, then looked behind Gu Yan and saw at least 300 people getting off the car, all of them young women. It was indeed no joke. One of the 4 major adventure groups, the Spark Women's Adventure Group. The one with a ponytail and a dimple on her face is Su Xia, a level 2 water person. The one next to her wearing a black leather jacket is Yu Wei, a level 2 flame person. The one standing behind Gu Yanran is Li Wani, also a level 2 space person and the deputy logistics leader of the Spark Adventure Group. Behind Lu Xiaoma, Qin Xian quietly introduced the situation on the other side to him. This time, there were so many people coming. Qin Xian knew 17 of the level 2 special awakeners alone, and there were also some level 1 special awakeners, no less than 50 people. Wulai, a place that no one had ever set foot on, was brought here by Lu Xiaoma himself, and they followed him. It wasn't that Lu Xiaoma was suspicious, he was wondering if there were any spies in the ice group. I kept thinking about this possibility in my head, and subconsciously, I developed a vague hostility towards the Spark Adventure Group. How could this be such a coincidence? Gu Yanran suddenly shouted in an exaggerated tone, as if she was afraid that Lu Xiaoma couldn't hear her. Really? Him. Then, Lu Xiaoma suddenly felt that dozens of eyes were looking at him at the same time, while Bai Lulu blushed and said lightly and lowered her head. "You can't be, my dear Lulu." The 2 sides were not far apart, and Gu Yanran pointed in the direction of Lu Xiaoma without any hesitation. "This person can cast a curse, right? Why are you sighing?" Her expression changed instantly. After a moment, Gu Yanran narrowed her eyes again and stared at the back of Lu Xiaoma. "You 2 little things. Why are you hiding behind your aunt now that you have seen her?" "Aunt. Aunt." Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua reluctantly walked out from behind Lu Xiaoma, hanging their heads and moving forward in small steps. "This, aunt, is not a real one, but one that is forced upon you. I said that the one who comes and goes, leaves and comes back again is definitely not a good thing. It's all your fault. That person came and left and came again." The 2 young ladies who made lanterns lowered their heads, and took small steps forward, as if they were even more frightened than if they had seen a madman. Hee hee, come to your auntie and let her take a look at you. You have grown so tall in just a few days. Gu Yanran smiled sweetly and held down the little head of a lantern girl with one hand, and pressed her little head into her arms with all her strength, and said with a pampering look of an elder, "When I suddenly saw you two little things, I understood everything. I was wondering why Lulu suddenly became obsessed. It must be that you two little things took advantage of men. I have to make the decision on this matter. Who knows what conspiracy there is?" Chapter 94, Tribute Money, Part 2. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Su Feifei's face turned red from the big blue ball. Aunt, this is really none of our business. Aunt, you are wrongly accusing a good person. Miao Xiaohua also struggled painfully over there. Gu Yin and had no intention of letting them go. I blame you, so admit it quickly. They could still be relatives. Lu Xiaoma frowned and turned his head to ask Qin Xian, but he didn't expect Qin Xian to snort coldly and turn her head away. I don't know about their team's affairs. All right, you've taken advantage of me enough. Gu Yin and finally let the two lantern ladies go, but Su Feifei felt wronged and wanted to cry. Who would want to take advantage of you? The thing I am most proud of is like a younger brother in front of her, and every time she greets me like this. Miao Xiaohua went even further and said that Feifei was her younger brother, and she was in two different situations. All right, I've greeted everyone I need to. Gu Yin and looked back at Lu Xiaoma. Go Feifei, Xiaohua, quickly bring your leader over for your aunt to introduce herself to. Your tribute money. Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua walked back with their heads lowered, asking to meet their aunt. It seemed that they were very afraid of this aunt. Lu Xiaoma stood still, staring at Gu Yin and throwing a small bag of 50 ability crystals over, then turned around. Yi Rui, Cassini, by Lulu, gather the troops. He strode toward the car. Wulai was a place that no one had ever set foot in, but as soon as I arrived there, they followed me. Lu Xiaoma doesn't believe this is a coincidence in their spark group. Oh, huh? This little guy has such a bad temper. Gu Yin and let the small crystal bag fall to the ground beside her without picking it up. She stared at Lu Xiaoma's back, her big eyes gradually narrowing into slits. I'm asking you to stop now. Right now. Captain. Brother leader. After spending these days together, Yi Rui and the others have come to understand Lu Xiaoma's temper to some extent. Several women hurriedly ran after him and surrounded him. Captain, there are so many of them now, we must not get angry with her. It's not worth it. Yes, brother captain, my aunt is a bit fierce, but she is usually very nice to us. Brother captain, my aunt is not as bad as she looks. These women understood Lu Xiaoma's temper, but they knew Gu Yin and better. Sister Yin and was good at everything, especially to her sisters. When sisters' families are in real difficulty and they are in urgent need of money, Sister Yin and often pays out of her own pocket to help them through the difficult times. But on the other hand, almost all the special awakeners in Luoye City know that Gu Yin and hates men, really hates them. Her hatred for men is max, full value. The fact that she was able to take the initiative to talk to Lu Xiaoma today, and even allowed him to come forward and talk to her at close range was definitely because of Bai Lulu's favor. This is the opportunity that many men in Luoye City dream of, to get close to me, but I didn't expect that I would get close to her. At this moment, Gu Yanran was still smiling, but in her beautiful eyes, two little flames could be seen faintly. What should we do? Neither side is a bad guy, but now it looks like a fight is about to break out. Lu Xiaoma was forcibly detained by several women. He took a deep breath. How come these women in his group had no sense of crisis at all? How come in their subconscious, the spark group on the opposite side was not here to rob? Surrounded by his teammates, Lu Xiaoma paused and said, "Okay, you guys get out of the way first." They had a natural liking for the sparks, but Lu Xiaoma didn't. He turned around and looked at the woman, who was still staring at him with narrowed eyes. "The tribute money has been given to you. What else do you want? Tell me." Hey. Gu Yanran sneered and looked back at Lu Xiaoma. "I asked you to come over to me, but you still feel wronged, don't you? Am I, an old woman, too shameless to be here? Brother Captain, your aunt wants to see you. Just let her see you." "Yes, brother Captain, Andy is really not a bad person. Are we going to fight now? This is no joke." Staring at Gu Yanran's eyes, Lu Xiaoma asked, "Do you really have to look at me?" Across from her, Gu Yanran smiled. "Yes, I asked you to come over." Behind her, at least 100 gun muzzles were slowly raised and pointed at her. Lu Xiaoma subconsciously clenched her fists, then slowly loosened them. "Okay then." Nodding slightly, Lu Xiaoma glanced at Gu Yin and opposite him and strode forward. Captain, please don't be impulsive." The female team members behind had a bad feeling in their hearts. The two sides were about 10 meters apart. Lu Xiaoma walked forward alone, and Gu Yanran's big eyes were staring at him. 10 meters, 7 meters, 3 meters. At this moment, a female team member suddenly spoke up from behind Gu Yanran. Stop. Just stand there and talk. Stop. Don't go any further. Listen to what our sister Yanran is asking. No tricks. The team members behind her clenched their guns, with hundreds of guns pointed at her. Lu Xiaoma's face was calm. The two were only 3 meters apart, but he still strode forward. Chapter 95, Tribute Money, Part 2. Stop. Stop. That's enough. Stand still. If you move again, I'll shoot. Behind her, the dark crowd raised their guns. Gu Yin and narrowed her eyes again. Her curved eyelashes curled upwards, which was very beautiful, but everyone who knew her knew that this was very dangerous. If it weren't for Bai Lulu's consideration, someone would have probably opened fire by now. Oh, men, if they are not beaten for 3 days, they will tear down the roof. Inyu, Lingzi, Gu Yin and called out the names of the 2 stone-skinned men. Calling them stone-skinned men didn't mean she wanted to kill them, but a beating was inevitable. It can be considered as a lesson for him on behalf of his mother's family. As she was thinking this in her heart, her eyes suddenly blurred. Gu Yin and never expected that this little man would actually dare to attack her. Is he crazy? Does he want to die? Are those people standing behind him all dummies? There was less than 2 meters between Gu Yanran and the female team member behind her. Lu Xiaoma suddenly waved his left hand, and a 10-meter wide air wall suddenly appeared between the 2-meter open space. Although the female team members behind her were on guard at all times, who would have thought that something like this would suddenly appear? What is this? A 10-meter high and 10-meter wide air wall. Before they had time to think about it, they just saw a fog in front of their eyes. Some people's first reaction was that someone was covering their eyes. Bang, bang, bang. There was a chaotic sound of gunfire. Someone had already opened fire. Sister Yanran, the head of logistics and deputy head, was killed right in front of him. How could this be tolerated? But I can't penetrate that wall. Lu Xiaoma suddenly jumped into the air and squeezed Gu Yanran. There was a wall behind her. Gu Yanran screamed instinctively, and then she felt the little man hug her from behind. His left hand passed under her chest and tightened her. In his right hand, he held a city lord's mansion-made pistol against her temple. Sister Yanran. Deputy Captain. Deputy Captain. The female team members on the opposite side were panicking. Just as someone tried to go around the air wall suddenly disappeared. The next scene they saw was Lu Xiaoma holding Gu Yanran, hugging her from behind, with a gun against her temple. Sister Yanran. Deputy Captain. Although Gu Yanran was a spaceman, she had lived in the apocalypse for a year and had experienced many battles. She reacted in just a few seconds and roared angrily. Don't worry about me, shoot. Shoot this bastard. I was actually subdued by a man in such a humiliating way. As for whether this posture is really humiliating, Gu Yanran said it is. It is. Shame. This is simply intolerable. The most unforgivable. How dare the female members of the Sparks team really shoot? The team members were anxious, but Gu Yanran still shouted regardless. I told you to shoot. Shoot now. Whoever doesn't shoot, I will shoot her. Quick. Don't worry about me. Shoot. This woman has such a hot temper. Lu Xiaoma didn't expect this woman to be so stubborn. He couldn't let her continue talking like that. He quickly moved his left hand from her lower abdomen to cover her mouth to stop her from shouting. With so many people testifying, there's no guarantee that some mercenaries would really dare to open fire without thinking. If they hit themselves, they would get a large bonus. If they hit Gu Yanran, they would just follow orders. Gu Yanran struggled violently, and what made her even more ashamed and angry was that your damn claw scratched from her lower abdomen to her mouth. God knows what happened in between. No, don't shoot. Yi Rui and the others were farther away. She had also come to her senses by now after the sudden change. She activated her skills immediately, rushed over with a few quick steps, and opened her arms to protect Gu Yanran. Everyone calm down. We won't hurt Sister Yanran. This is a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding. I will go to hell with him. Gu Yanran screamed, and struggled violently. This was the first time in my life that I was humiliated by a man like this. This was a fight to the death. This was an absolute fight to the death. Ah, I see. In a few seconds, the female members of the Ice Corps rushed over. Su Feifei imitated Yi Rui and rushed to the front with open arms. I am your aunt's niece. Your aunt said that this is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Let everyone put down their guns. Miao Xiaohua also rushed in front of everyone. Yes, yes, yes. I am also your aunt's niece. This is all a misunderstanding. Your aunt is just joking with us. Yes, 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 right, Aunt O. She even turned around and blinked hard at Gu Yanran. You two are ungrateful little bastards, and now you want me to lie with you? I am the victim, okay? Gu Yanran's big eyes were about to spit fire. She shook her head desperately, making more intense M sounds. Oh, I understand. Don't worry, Auntie. I'll help you translate it. Miao Xiaowan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Then she suddenly realized something and turned around to shout at the female members of the Spark Adventure team. Auntie said that she is doing well now, so don't worry. Bastard. Damn Yao Miao. You know nothing. I'll beat your ass till it's torn into pieces. Gu Yanran, was so angry at Miao Xiaohua that I rolled my eyes and looked like I was about to die. Oh, Auntie also said. Miao Xiaohua wanted to continue explaining, but Gu Yanran suddenly screamed as if something had struck her. Miao Xiaohua paused and said quickly, Auntie said to let everyone disperse. Yes, let's disperse. Let's go over there and play for a while. Everyone rest here. Let's get some sun. The female player on the opposite side had a black line on her face. Meow Meow, you really think we are idiots? How did you translate so many meanings from just one shout? However, ever since Fei Fei and Meow Meow rushed over, the female team members actually felt relieved in their hearts. The opposing team were all familiar faces, so logically speaking, Sister Yanran should not be in any danger. Everyone knew why Gu Yanran was so excited. Sister Yanran hates men to the point of being perverted. Today, she was suddenly hugged by a man like this, and from her first-person perspective, her reaction was so intense that it seemed nothing was wrong. But how will this matter end in the end? Some of the female players on the opposite side looked at Lu Xiaoma with complicated eyes, and some even put themselves in Lu Xiaoma's first-person perspective. If I were him, I would have to get rid of Sister Yanran first, put myself in a desperate situation, and then survive. Maybe there would be a way to survive. Otherwise, Sister Yanran's image in Lia City would be ruined, and Sister Huahua would definitely avenge her. That's Sister Sparks. This man is in trouble. Chapter 96. Captives. Listen, you only have one way. Asking Yi Rue and the others to move aside, Lu Xiaomo restrained Gu Yanran and faced the female team members. We will take this woman away. You can send a car to follow. I will return her to you when the time comes. No, this is absolutely not possible. This is impossible. A level 2 stone-skinned person on the opposite side spoke up. She refused directly. We will never let you take it away. Lu Xiaomo looked at her and interrupted her directly. I am not discussing this with you now. Yi Rue, Cassini, withdraw your troops, etc. Before Zhou Ling could say anything else, Lu Xiaomo was already dragging Gu Yanran back with him. Only one car is allowed. Otherwise, you should prepare to go back to the city with me. After getting in the car, Gu Wenxia started the engine and glanced worriedly at the convoy on the opposite side. They had already made way for her. Don't worry about them, just drive. When getting in the car, Gu Yanran was very uncooperative, so Lu Xiaoma simply picked her up as a bride, got into the car, and threw her onto his bed. Her face was covered by a head of silver messy hair. After a few seconds of silence, Gu Yanran suddenly sat up straight from the bed, pointed at the back of Lu Xiaoma's head and shouted, Son of a bitch! Bastard! As the deputy leader of the Spark Women's Adventure Team, I now officially declare war on you. Fight to the death. Fight until the last member is left. Drive. Lu Xiaoma turned around and said, Yi Rue, find some tape to seal her mouth for me. Captain, Yi Rue hesitated. Miao Xiaohua quickly called out. Okay. Fei Fei, go cover your aunt's mouth quickly. I'll go find some tape. But I absolutely cannot let my aunt speak. Who knows what she will use to threaten me next? Miao Xiaohua. Su Fei Fei, you two little bastards, you. Gu Yanran had messy silver hair draped over her face, like a mad woman who had just been raped. She had long lost the queen-like demeanor she had just had. Miao Xiaohua blinked and took small steps to the bedside and blinked again, looking like a little traitor. Hush, Auntie. She blinked fiercely again, as if saying, I want to tell you a secret. As expected, Gu Yanran was slightly startled. Miao Xiaohua secretly turned around to glance at Lu Xiaomo, who was monitoring the convoy as it passed through the other party's territory. Miao Xiaohua seemed to be relieved, and turned back to whisper mysteriously, Aunt, let me tell you, in fact, we are all controlled by him. You guys, Gu Yanran narrowed her eyes habitually again. You mean, you guys were also threatened by him? That's right. Miao Xiaohua quickly turned around and pulled Su Fei Fei over. Do you see any difference in her now? Concubine? Gu Yanran looked at Su Fei Fei suspiciously. Su Fei Fei didn't understand what her best friend meant yet, but when she saw her aunt looking at her chest again, she subconsciously covered it up. My aunt has suffered this kind of harm before, and she likes to pinch this place. Look here. Miao Xiaohua lifted Su Fei Fei's t-shirt, revealing a snow-white and smooth belly. Aunt, do you understand now? Gu Yanran was shocked and asked, Are you saying that Fei Fei has his child? Hush, keep your voice down. Meow Meow slyly glanced at Lu Xiaomao again. Aunt, keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you. Did you see the skill he used just now? Gu Yanran shook her head. It's that white wall skill, didn't you see it? Miao Xiaohua tried hard to help her recall. Gu Yanran thought about it and nodded gently. It seems that when he pounced on me, I did hit something from behind. Then do you know what this skill is? Miao Xiaohua coaxed, and Gu Yanran shook her head slightly, frowned and thought. I'll tell you. Miao Xiaohua glanced at Lu Xiaomao mysteriously. The convoy was moving very slowly. Both teams were armed with live ammunition and had no time to deal with this side. That's the legendary first level of the Heart Sutra of conquering women. She lowered her voice again. One night when Fei Fei and I were accompanying him for a threesome, he told us after he got too drunk. Legend has it that one has to drink the blood of 749 jealous women to reach the second level of the Heart Sutra. The second level requires 981 jealous women, and then one can reach the third level. Why does it feel like she is the one talking nonsense? And the Heart Sutra of controlling women? A trace of doubt flashed in Gu Yanran's eyes, and Miao Xiaohua quickly said, Then look, Aunt. Do you think all the people in our group are women? Let me tell you again, after he practiced this technique, his shooting skills became very accurate. He can hit the target with every shot. He doesn't care about anything. He can even make you pregnant even if you are having your period. After passing through the Spark Adventure Group's convoy and looking in the rearview mirror, Lu Xiaomao saw that there was only a Pathfinder vehicle following behind the car. He breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to see that Gu Yanran had also become obedient. This was a bit unexpected, but she didn't think much about it. After all, she was an adult and knew that there was no point in continuing to make a fuss in the current situation. The right choice was to keep quiet. Lu Xiaomao went to the other side of his bed and found a place to lie down. Gu Yanran, Miao Xiaohua, and Su Feifei sat in a row. How could Gu Yanran believe Miao Xiaohua's nonsense? She might believe that Bai Lulu was the only one pregnant, but to say that all the women in the car were pregnant, this damn Miao Miao was simply insulting her IQ. But just like Lu Xiaomao thought, she knew that it was completely meaningless to say harsh words now. As long as he let her go back as promised, there would be plenty of time to settle the score later. Oh, and these two little girls. This time I must strip them naked and make them do hip-hop dance. No, do old-age disco. Thinking this way, thinking about all kinds of ways to torture the key members of the gang, including Lu Xiaomao, Su Feifei, Miao Xiaohua, etc., thinking about how to torture them, the convoy had been driving for 3 hours. Turn the bend ahead and turn on your hazard lights, then pull over. Lu Xiaomao came to the driver's seat again to give orders. Gu Wenxia stepped on the clutch and lightly pressed the brakes continuously. The convoy slowly stopped by the roadside. The Prado of the Spark Adventure Group slowly followed, stopped, and 3 women got out. Yi Rue, take her off the car. No, I can walk by myself. He actually dared to let me go like this. Gu Yanran's heart was like a fire in her hand. She tried her best to control the expression on her face. She stood up calmly and walked to the car door. She paused slightly and resisted the urge to turn around and say harsh words to Lu Xiaomao and walk down the stairs. Sister Yanran. Sister Yanran, are you okay? The 3 women who got off the car were all level 2 stone skins, all experienced fighters. Gu Yanran felt her lips trembling, but she still tried her best to control herself. I'm fine. He didn't do anything to me. I don't know if this was an explanation or a cover-up, but the 3 stone-skinned sisters all felt that Sister Yanran was weird. Remember this. This time, finally seeing her sisters, Gu Yanran couldn't hold back her emotions. She turned around and was about to say something when suddenly a black spot approached from far away. Your tribute money. Suddenly a small bag hit my face, and then a sleeper car whizzed past. Hey, this bus looks so familiar. Yes, isn't this the car we found during our last mission out of the city? Yes, the license plate is still there. I still remember it. 3 days later, at a service area 1,000 meters outside Lia City. Captain, there seems to be something wrong with the service area ahead. Chapter 97, Service Area. This mission lasted more than half a month, with more than half of the personnel reduced, and we finally returned to the familiar Fallen Leaf City, the largest gathering place for human survivors. After traveling all night, in the morning, many female team members were already in tears as they looked at the majestic and magnificent gate of Lia City from a distance. The city gate was in front of them, and they were about to get home, but the driver Gu Wenxia discovered something unusual in the service area. Before the end of the world, this place was called Juchi Service Area and was under the jurisdiction of Juchi Manchu Autonomous County, which was not far from Luoya City. Before the end of the world, Luoya City was just a small town, right next to Juchi Service Area. After the end of the world, The service area was abandoned and later became a trading place outside Lea City. Gradually, people also called this place Lea Service Area. It is of medium scale, with a gas station, 20 parking spaces for large cars, 100 parking spaces for small cars, guest rooms, shopping malls, and public toilets. However, after the apocalypse, most of the buildings here were destroyed, and the survivors just cleared the parking lot and did some simple transactions and mergers and integrations here. It is now 9:30. The city gates are open, and the teams heading out of the city have usually already set out at this time. The remaining teams that are preparing to merge are also in the final stages of negotiations, and the final decision is made on the profit-sharing ratio, material allocation, etc. Everyone hurry up and set out together. But now when I come back, the service area is overcrowded, one next to another, and there are constant hawking. From a distance, you can see that they are holding signs in their hands, but the words on the signs are too far away to be clearly seen. Captain, do you want to go take a look? Gu Wenxia slowed down the car. Lu Xiaomo watched from a distance for a while and shook his head. No, let's hurry back to the city. I understand. Gu Wenxia stepped on the gas and shifted into third gear. She was about to accelerate again when a group of people suddenly ran out from another exit of the service area in front of her, holding up signs in their hands. What's going on? Yi Rui, Cassini, and the others also walked to the front of the car. Gu Wenxia quickly stepped on the brakes and the clutch to switch back to second gear. I don't know, they suddenly ran out. I've never encountered such a roadblock on my way back to the city. Drive closer and see what they say on those signs. We were forced to park at another exit of the service area. The Luoya City gate was another 800 meters ahead. As they got closer, Lu Xiaomo could clearly see the signs they were holding up. Buying edible salt at a high price, for bullets for 1 gram. Buy edible salt for 5 bullets per gram, only 5,000 grams. You won't get this price back in the city. The Great Killing Mercenary Group is recruiting members. Awakened men get 160 bullets per day, and females get 120 bullets per day. Special awakened ones are guaranteed to satisfy you. What's going on? Cassini asked in surprise. Why are all the salt collectors and recruiters rushing here to recruit? Yeah, is it possible that the talent market in the city is no longer available? Or is it that the city lord's mansion is closed? Look, the prices they paid are so high. Are they scammers? The women in the car were confused, and Lu Xiaomo was also surprised. Now these people have surrounded their convoy, and the noise is constant. Captain, let me go down and take a look. After opening the car door, Yi Rui and Cassini got out with several female team members. Yi Rui was the first to walk in. A faint brown spot between her eyebrows immediately attracted the attention of the people under the car. Look, it's a level 2 stone skin. Level 2 stone skin? Our team is in need of one. Sir, join the team. Level 2 stone skin. Our captain will hire you for 4,500 bullets a day. Sir, are you interested? Our team gives 5,100 bullets a day, sir. Please join our team. We are from the Bloodclaw Mercenaries. Get out of my way. Our team needs 7,000 bullets per day to deal with the level 2 stone skin. What was going on? Although the road blocking the car door was cleared, the women were confused when they got out of the car. When he left, a level 2 stone skin man had no more than 4,000 bullets per day. How come his worth rose to 7,000 bullets per day in less than half a month after leaving the city? Moreover, this is the price offered by the Bloodclaw Mercenary Group, the largest adventure group in the city. You know, if you follow the Bloodclaw Adventure Group out of the city, the survival rate is extremely high. The prices they usually offer are often much lower than those of some small teams. Today they actually gave 7,000 bullets. We have a level 2 water vapor man here. Would you like to join the team? For a level 2 water vapor man, our team offers 2,000 bullets. Look, those two adults are both level 2 flammers. Our team is offering 6,000 for a level 2 flamer. We give 6,500 bullets a day to level 2 flammers. Gentlemen, did you find any edible salt this time when you went out of the city? Our team is buying edible salt for 4 bullets per gram. It's urgently needed. If the quantity is large, we can negotiate the price. In a blink of an eye, it became a mess again. Everyone, get out of our way. Cassini suddenly shouted at the crowd, her voice drowning out all the noise, creating a temporary vacuum. Everyone in this car is a long-term member of the ICE group. We are not members of any team, and we don't have any salt to sell to you. Get out of my way right now. What team? The ICE team? I haven't heard of it. Yeah, where did this new team come from? They signed so many level 2 special awakeners at once, and they are all women. After hearing that they were all long-term contract players and there was no salt for sale, most of them gradually dispersed, but some still refused to give up. Just as Cassini and the other girls were about to return to the car, A middle-aged man strode over and said, "Wait a minute." Cassini stopped and looked back. The middle-aged man said quickly, "Hello, I am the commander of the 1st Company of the 3rd Logistics Regiment of the Blood Claw Mercenary Group. My name is Zhuang Dajuan, and this is my ID." The left hand that handed over the ID had a faint red mark on the wrist. This Zhuang Dajuan was a level 1 fireman. If it is upgraded to level 2, a red mark will also appear between the eyebrows. Cassini took the ID card politely and took a look at it. There was a blood claw stamp on it, so it was not fake. Zhuang Dajuan took back the ID card and said seriously, "If possible, I would like to meet your head of the group. I'm the team leader." Lu Xiaoma got off the sleeper car. Bai Lulu followed behind him, and it was also her first time getting off the car. She didn't want to show her face, but now that Lu Xiaoma got off the car, she felt a little worried. When Zhuang Dajuan saw Bai Lulu, his eyes suddenly shrank, and he said in surprise, "Mutant, are you Gu Yanran?" The only female among the mutants was Gu Yanran, and the silver color was similar to the grayish-white color. Zhuang Dajuan's first reaction was Gu Yanran, but he immediately felt something was wrong because he had seen Gu Yanran before. "No, you are not Gu Yanran. You are a new mutant." Chapter 98, The City Lord's Mansion's Plan. "What's your matter?" Seeing him staring at Bai Lulu, Lu Xiaoma was a little unhappy, and this bit of displeasure happened to be caught by Bai Lulu. She felt sweet in her heart, took a step forward and took Lu Xiaoma's arm. "He is our leader. You can talk to him if you have anything to say." Noticing Bai Lulu holding Lu Xiaoma's arm, Zhuang Dajuan looked at Lu Xiaoma's wrist with a strange look. It was bare. He was just an ordinary person, not even an awakener. Could he really be the leader of these women? Confused, Zhuang Dajuan cleared his throat, extended his hand and reintroduced himself. "Hello, I am Zhuang Dajuan, the captain of the 1st Company of the 3rd Logistics Regiment of the Blood Claw Adventure Group." Lu Xiaoma looked at his hand and didn't shake it. "What's the matter? Just tell me." He didn't have a good impression of Zhuang Dajuan. Perhaps it was because his name was Lu Xiaoma. He naturally didn't like people called Da. "I still remember that when I was a child, there was a big guy in the village who was 6 years older than me and often bullied me. Could it be that this kid has some background? An ordinary boy, meeting the largest adventure group in Lia City, not giving any face at all, and still finding such a beautiful girlfriend, who is also a mutant." Zhuang Dajuan was worried, but remained calm on the surface. "If the leader is willing, I can cooperate with your group on behalf of the Blood Claw Adventure Group. In 7 days, we will jointly attack Tianjiang City." "Attack Tianjiang?" Lu Xiaoma was stunned. Why would the Blood Claw Adventure Group attack Tianjiang City in 7 days? "Oh, you may have just returned to the city and haven't received the news yet." Zhuang Dajuan smiled, retracted his hand, took out a pack of Hongtishan from his pocket, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Lu Xiaoma. "This time it's not just us Blood Claws. The 4 major adventure groups in Lia City are going to jointly attack Tianjiang City. Take a seat." The 3rd floor of the City Lord's mansion, the City Lord's office. This is a hall of about 1,000 square meters, with a square table placed in the middle of the hall. Table, boss chair, middle-aged man. Other than that, the hall was empty. With the table as the center point, there is a circle with a radius of 20 meters, as if drawn with a compass. Outside the circle is a circle of black iron chairs. The chairs form a circle around the table, but not even a chair leg can enter within 20 meters of the circle. This seems a bit weird. There was a knock on the door, and a young man in his 20s tiptoed in, holding a stack of file bags in both hands. After getting permission, he walked forward carefully, pulled out a black iron chair, sat halfway on it, and put the documents on another chair next to him. "Tell me, where are you now?" The table in the center, 20 meters away from the outer circle of black chairs, the man who was speaking was full of energy. "It's just as the mayor guessed," the young man flattered calmly. "Since last week, our mayor's mansion has secretly intervened. Those small teams that still have edible salt can't resist the temptation. These days, more and more people are putting them up for auction. It reached a peak 3 days ago. On that day, our mayor's mansion auctioned off a total of 97 kilograms of edible salt. 79 kilograms of this were secretly bought by our people. In addition, the price of edible salt has hit a new high today. At the temporary auction at 8:30 today, someone took out 10 kilograms of edible salt at one time, and the final transaction price was 177,000 bullets. On average, 1 gram of edible salt was sold for 17.7 bullets. On average, 1 gram of table salt equals 17.7 bullets. When Lu Xiaoma left, his auction set a record high, but 1 gram of table salt was equal to 4 bullets. This is already a record high. I didn't expect that in just half a month, 1 gram has been worth 17.7 bullets. How long will it take for them to attack Tianjiang? The middle-aged man in the center of the table is the ruler of this city, the lord of Lia City, the level 2 stone-skinned man Lia. He was playing with a box of matches in his hand, and the matches were turning back and forth in his palm. Suddenly, he pinched the matchbox with 2 fingers, pressed the tip of his index finger against the matchbox, and pulled it out. He slowly pulled out a match and struck it. The match lit up. Luo Yi stared at the flame for a while until it was about to burn his hand. Then he slowly picked up a cigarette from the table, put it in his mouth, and lit it. There are still 7 days for the city lord. The young man who answered sat up straight with his legs together. After a few seconds of silence, Luo Yicheng took a deep puff of his cigarette, exhaled, and then said, "Keep buying, and try to get the price down to 30 bullets per gram." The young man was slightly stunned. 30 bullets? Is this the price? Yes, I wanted to reach 30. Luo Yi pointed at the table with full energy. If we don't let them see the sweetness, how can they be willing to attack Tianjiang sincerely? Sweet. The young man didn't understand and asked carefully, "City Lord, what do you mean? Don't forget why we asked them to attack Tianjiang City." Luo Yi tapped the table with his finger. "Think carefully about our original intention and our purpose." Original intention and purpose? The city lord is testing himself. The young man muttered to himself that in the past few months, more and more foreign survivors have poured into Lia City, and the 4 major adventure groups have grown stronger. Especially Blood Claw and Dirty Monkey. They set up a reception point outside the city and signed long-term contracts with those wandering special awakeners before those outsiders entered the city. The price is almost half of that in the city. But all of these still need to be registered in the city lord's mansion, which cannot escape the eyes of the city lord's mansion. Seeing that they already had the strength to threaten the city lord's mansion, the city lord's mansion naturally could not sit idly by. If you can't fight head-on, give them an inducement and let them consume their energy. This was the original intention of the city lord's mansion. On the other hand, edible salt is indeed in short supply in Lia City. According to the calculations of several awakened brain people, the edible salt in the city can only last for 3 months at most. Therefore, in order to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, we encourage the 4 major adventure groups to jointly attack Tianjiang. One is to consume their strength, and the other is to solve the salt crisis. There are only benefits and no harm. I understand, uncle. The young man suddenly spoke excitedly, but seeing Luo Yi frowning slightly, he quickly said, "Lord City Lord, I think I understand." "Then tell me, what do you understand now?" Luo Yi wanted to test his nephew, and the young man quickly said, "Raise the price so that they will have more motivation to fight hard. The more people they will consume, the better it will be for us." Luo Yi was still listening, but he saw that his nephew seemed to have finished speaking. He was slightly disappointed and sighed inaudibly. My own nephew. The 2 of them sat like this for 3 minutes in silence, with no one saying a word. At this point, no matter how dumb the young man was, he knew that his answer did not satisfy his uncle. A long time. Lia put out his cigarette and spoke slowly. "You are only half right. Think about it from another angle. If the price of edible salt was only 4 bullets per gram before they set out, what do you think would be the consequences?" Consequences? The young man thought hard. The consequence is that they won't work so hard? After all, they are all big teams. They have enough money, and they all want to maintain their strength. No, the consequence is that as long as they find enough salt for their own team, they will come back, and we still don't have enough salt in Lia City, and 4 bullets are not enough motivation for them to take out the salt and sell it in large quantities. Luo Yi stared at his nephew. So the first step when they come back is to sell off the edible salt that we have hoarded in large quantities. By then, no matter what private agreement the 4 of them have, they will definitely be suspicious of each other and rush to sell off the edible salt. I understand. The young man suddenly realized again. So, uncle, from today on, no matter how much edible salt there is out there, we must buy it in at the highest price. We must not let the price of edible salt fall below 30 bullets per gram. I have to go out of town to do something these days. I understand, uncle. Leave this matter to me. I promise I won't let you down. Chapter 99. Return to the city. I didn't expect that so many changes had taken place in Lia City after only being out of the city for half a month. It was impossible for the Ice Group to unite with the Blood Claws. Rather than calling it a union, it would be better to call it being annexed. After rejecting Zhuang's army, the Ice Group's convoy continued to slowly drive towards the city gate. It was almost noon at this time. The convoys leaving the city were early, and most of the few convoys entering the city had already passed the checkpoints. There was no one ahead of the Ice Group convoy. "Captain, should we stop in the city or outside?" "The city gate is 100 meters ahead. The city gate is a huge wooden board hanging with chains. Unlike the ancient city gates, this wooden board gate is pulled upwards and pulled to the top to form a 90-degree right angle with the city wall, leaving the road leading to the city. This is a unique doomsday city gate, which is convenient for sports cars. The city wall was also built after the end of the world. It was made of some collapsed brick concrete buildings in the town, steel bars, and waste wood transported back from outside the city, etc. These were mixed with refined asphalt and poured. It is about 18 meters high and has an uneven surface. This height is enough to withstand ordinary orc attacks, and it has also been able to withstand a siege by more than 30,000 crazy people. Sports cars are not allowed in the city, so there is one parking lot inside and one outside the city. The convoy turned left here and went to the left side of the city gate, where there was a simple parking lot that could accommodate about 200 large vehicles. It belonged to the violent group and was guarded 24 hours a day. The price is relatively cheap, 1/5 of the parking price in the city. After entering the city, there are 2 large parking lots on both sides of the gate. They are the property of the city lord's mansion, and the price is high. Go into town and park inside. Clear. Gu Wenxia slowly stepped on the gas and drove into the city gate. When they reached the gate, Lu Xiaoma got out of the car and took out his Bingtuan ID and the city exit permit issued when he left. A soldier with a cigarette in his mouth came to the gate and frowned. Within 3 days, the new car will be taxed at the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, you will be charged a late payment fee of 5 per day. He returned the ID and said, "Go in." When leaving the city, there are levels of team vehicles. When coming back, if the team finds a new car, they need to register it at the city lord's mansion and pay a certain amount of tax. The tax for a long-distance bus is 1,000 bullets. For a truck, it is 800. For a high-performance off-road vehicle, it is 300. And for an ordinary car, it is 100 bullets. But you can enjoy tax exemption if you park outside the city. The tax was not much, and Lu Xiaoma had no objection, so the convoy entered the city smoothly. Entering the city, there was a blanket of yellow sand. There was still space in the parking lot on the left. The Bingtuan team drove in slowly and parked the cars one by one. The driver Gu Wenxia turned off the engine, took out the car key, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. For her, it was not until this moment that she could truly breathe a sigh of relief. There are 7 trucks in total and 350 bullets a day. After opening the car door, a soldier from the city lord's mansion came over with a ticket book to issue a ticket. Qin Xian went forward to pay the fee for 10 days. The soldier tore off a few tickets and said, "Remember to renew the fee after the 10 days expire, otherwise the parking fee will double every day." Home. Walking on the yellow sand road, the female team members got off the bus in a bustling manner, took a deep breath of the air in Lia City, stretched their bodies, and it still feels good to be home. When I got home, the air in the city was sweet. No matter how good it was outside, it would not give me a sense of security as evidenced by this majestic city gate. Finally back. "Captain, are there any activities tonight?" "Yes, Captain, you have to reward everyone well today." Walking out of the parking lot, the main roads on both sides of the north and south were bustling with people, and many people were looking towards Bingtuan. Lu Xiaoma found a place to stop and waited for the female team members behind him to come over and surround him in a fan shape. He looked around and said, "Everyone has worked hard these days. Tonight, Wu Nan, Kusini, and Yi Rue, you organize your own activities. There is no upper limit on the cost. You should report it to Qin Xian. Then we will have 3 days off. 3 days later at 12 noon, come here again. Everyone will gather in this parking lot." "Yeah, long live the captain." "What about you, Captain? Aren't you coming with us?" "No way, Captain. We have another mission in 3 days, and we just got back." The team members were talking at once, and Lu Xiaoma signaled for everyone to be quiet. "We are not gathering here to leave the city. I will find a temporary base in the city for the next 2 days. Everyone come here to move your things in 3 days. Okay, now we will disband. Remember to gather here at 12 noon in 3 days. Okay, everyone disperse. Take a good rest in the next 2 days. Then let's go, Captain." "Bye, Captain." "Good luck, Captain, we're going home." The female team members dispersed in 2s and 3s. Wu Nan did not follow them. She came over and said, "Captain, I have nothing to do these days. If you need any errands, you can leave it to me. You can take everyone to relax and rest in the next 2 days." "Okay then, Captain, we'll be leaving first." After sending Wu Nan away, Lu Xiaoma looked at Qin Xian, Yi Rue, and the others. "You too. Take a good rest these few days and gather here in 3 days." Everyone left. Lu Xiaoma stood there and watched them turn the corner in 2s and 3s, and heaved a long sigh of relief. This mission is finally over, and I feel an indescribable sense of relief all over my body. However, while he gained many benefits from this mission, Liu Xiaoma also felt as if he was burdened with a lot of debt. If he could see the future scene in advance and use it properly, it would be an opportunity for him and the ice ball to rise. Otherwise, he would still die in the end. Maybe if I didn't know about those scenes, I would live a better life than I do now. But no matter what, Liu Xiaoma subconsciously pulled the shoulder strap of his backpack and said, "Let's go according to the plan and sell this fish first. Rare goods are valuable. Maybe this fish can be sold at a good price before the 4 major adventure groups jointly attack Tianjiang." I was thinking, Liu Xiaoma's back was also submerged at the corner of the street. Look, look, the auction exhibition of the City Lord's mansion is coming over here. Night 15. Fuck, this is Night 15, so damn handsome. What the hell is the Night 15? This car? Isn't it just an ordinary SUV? Isn't it just a little bigger? What are you all making a fuss about? Fuck, you're such a country bumpkin that you don't even know about Night 15? Apart from anything else, this car would have cost at least 15 million before the end of the world, and you can't just buy it if you have money. What the hell? 15 million? This SUV is more expensive than a Ferrari. Fuck, why don't you say it's more expensive than your Wuling Honghua? You're so ignorant. After turning 2 streets, there was a commotion in the crowd ahead, with more and more people running to the front to watch. Liu Xiaoma looked in the direction of the crowd and saw a tall black SUV slowly driving towards him. Night 15? Liu Xiaoma is actually a country bumpkin. He had never seen the movie before the end of the world, and he had no idea what Night 15 was. If he hadn't been told that it was a car, he might have thought it was the name of a character in a game. However, this car must have something unusual to it since it was specially approved by the City Lord's mansion to be displayed during the city tour. Just as he was thinking, the Night's 15 tour had arrived in front of him. On both sides of the car, a dozen etiquette ladies were handing out flyers to passers-by, who were scrambling to get them. When the car arrived next to Liu Xiaoma, he also reached out to take a flyer. Chapter 100, Night 15. Night 15 is a super luxury armored off-road vehicle specially customized by a famous Canadian armored vehicle manufacturer and Ford. The car is 6.1 meters long, 2.5 meters wide, and 2.5 meters high. 6.8-liter V10 engine, maximum horsepower 400. Only 100 units will be supplied in the first batch worldwide, because it takes more than 1,500 hours of labor to build a Night 15 entirely by hand. Therefore, the price of the first 100 units reached 18 million Chinese yuan. Without looking at the configuration list, just looking at the appearance, this car's domineering appearance is enough to kill all off-road vehicles on the earth in seconds. The body of the car is 6.1 meters long and 2.5 meters wide and high. In other words, even if Yao Ming stands in front of the car or lies horizontally in front of the car, he is not as wide and tall as this car, and he will not be inferior to this car. At the same time, it is not difficult to imagine the spaciousness and comfort of this car. Another highlight is its so-called super luxury armored off-road vehicle. Night 15, known as the road tank, has a total body weight of 6 tons and a load capacity of more than 3 tons. It is a military vehicle open to civilian use. The default bulletproof level is B4 and the highest is B7. The 64mm bulletproof windshield can ignore all the pre-apocalyptic fine pistols, automatic rifles, and submachine guns, and they will be miss in the game. It can also withstand attacks at the level of 15 kilograms of TNT and completely ignore post-apocalyptic homemade grenades or shoulder-fired rockets. The only drawback may be that this car is too fuel-consuming. Before the end of the world, Night 15 could only run about 300 kilometers on a full tank of gas. That's definitely pure oil drinking. But this only shortcoming is perfectly compensated by the current doomsday. After the apocalypse, energy crystals soaked in water, also called gasoline water, can be used as any fuel, and their effect is 10 times that before the apocalypse. That is to say, in the post-apocalyptic Night 15, a full tank of gas can allow one to travel 3,000 kilometers without having to worry about running out of gas. One energy crystal soaked in water can produce 1,000 liters of gasoline water. In other words, the water soaked from one energy crystal can allow the Night 15 to run at least 10,000 kilometers. So in the end times, this car is simply a powerful weapon, a divine weapon. Sitting in this car, you can remain calm even when facing a group of orcs. No wonder the City Lord's mansion gave special approval for the 15th night to tour the city for 3 days. The auction will be held after 3 days of city tour display, and 7 days later, the 4 major adventure groups will attack Tianjiang. At this critical juncture, perhaps this car can be sold at a sky-high price. After seeing the performance of this car, Liu Xiaoma liked it from the bottom of his heart and couldn't help but want to try it. For Lu Xiaoma now, the extent to which he liked this car completely overshadowed any super beauty in the world. V10 engine can easily withstand 15 kilograms of explosives. If you can hold the steering wheel and drive around the city, it will definitely give you a greater sense of accomplishment than knocking down a stunning beauty. At first glance, perhaps he didn't feel anything until it slowly drove past him. The irrepressible, domineering aura and the shock that pressed from the top of his head to his heels made Lu Xiaoma unable to recover for a long time. This car. It was not until he stared blankly at the Night 15 turning the corner that Lu Xiaoma let out the breath that had been held in his chest. This car will be Bingtuan's pathfinder from now on. I must get it at any cost. Perhaps we can take advantage of its favorable conditions, and our lanternfish will also rise in popularity. Everything depends on packaging. Thinking in his heart, Lu Xiaoma quickened his pace and headed towards the city lord's mansion. Hello, sir. This is our VIP room price list. The 5th floor is our regular VIP room. There is free tea and a plate of nuts. The price is 300 bullets for 3 hours. If you exceed the time, it will be calculated at 150 bullets per hour. The 6th floor is a luxurious VIP suite with free tea, for nut plates, and 4 fruit plates. At the same time, our 6th floor VIP suite will have your own tea artist and 2 beautiful staff to provide you with sex services. The price is 3,000 bullets for 3 hours, and the excess time is calculated at 1,500 bullets per hour. The 7th floor is the top-level VIP suite in our city lord's mansion. In the VIP suite, we will provide you with top-quality Biluakun, Longjing, Maojian, and other teas, as well as top-quality freshly ground coffee from South America. There is no limit on the fruit and nut plates. At the same time, in our VIP suite, there will be 10 beautiful staff members to provide you with sexual services, and our professional orchestra will play beautiful music for you in the room. The price of the 7th floor Supreme VIP suite is 10,000 bullets every 3 hours, and the excess time is calculated at 5,000 bullets per hour. In the trading hall of the city lord's mansion, this time Lu Xiaoma patiently listened to her entire introduction, which seemed to be slightly different from last time. The performances in the city lord's mansion are not all the same. Instead, the beautiful staff provides sexual services, which has never changed. 6th floor. After taking out 3 energy crystals as a deposit and opening the room card, the smile on the clerk's face became even brighter. She tidied up the non-existent hair on her forehead and smiled sweetly. Okay, sir, please come this way. On the 6th floor, he walked out of the elevator. The huge corridor was empty. The high heels of the working lady made a light click, click, click sound as she walked in front of him, swaying her figure. Carrying the lanternfish, Lu Xiaoma followed her to the door of room 609. The waitress was standing at the door with a smile. The door of the room was opened, and 2 tall women in cheongsam were waiting inside. They bowed together. Hello, sir. Looking at this familiar scene, Lu Xiaoma suddenly had a feeling that there might be something in this auction that he had not expected. Chapter 101. The future scene is still her. All of you get out. Sir, your consumption in this room already includes our sexual services. I don't need it. All of you get out. After personally driving the 2 tea artists out of the room and closing the door, Lu Xiaoma turned around and began to check the cameras in the room. You can play, but now is not the time. The luxurious VIP suite on the 6th floor is much better than the private room on the 5th floor that he had stayed in last time. It has a large living room of more than 60 square meters, and in the center of the living room is a set of luxurious white leather sofas. There is a sofa set with a dark red coffee table in the center printed with "Along the River During the Qingming Festival." On the opposite wall hangs an 80-inch Super TV. Auction and purchase information was still flashing on the TV. Next to the TV, there was a computer desk with a desktop computer. This was the auction system unique to the trading hall. Anyone who wants to bid can do so on this computer. In addition, on the left side of the living room is the toilet and bathroom with a crystal shower, and on the right side is a large bedroom with 2 beds, a water bed, and an ordinary double bed. After going back and forth and checking the place thoroughly, Lu Xiaoma found no cameras. He returned to the sofa area in the living room, put his backpack under the coffee table, and finally sat on the big sofa. Relieved, I lit a cigarette and waited for the appraiser to come. The first priority was to auction the fish and wait until everything was settled. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Hello, sir. I am an appraiser from the city lord's mansion. My name is Wang Ting. I am happy to serve you. Wearing a pearly white, hip-hugging uniform and snow-white stockings, Wang Ting bowed 90 degrees after entering the room. When she raised her head, the smile on her face paused slightly. How is she still herself? Lu Xiaoma was still thinking about something when he saw this woman. He suddenly got a chill, and the scene from the future appeared in his mind again. Lantern fish auction. The person auctioning the lantern fish in the future scene is her. Looking at this room again, Lu Xiaoma suddenly felt that all the hairs on his body stood up. This is the room. The future scene is in this room, with this woman in white stockings kneeling in front of her sofa. It was as if that scene was just experienced. Lu Xiaoma stood up from the sofa in a rather unmanageable manner. Why is it you again? The reason why he was so excited and out of control was because the scene in the future was like a nightmare in his heart. That is the most terrifying thing in my heart. First, sir. Wang Ting held the small notebook against her chest with both hands, hugging it tighter and tighter. This young boy once made her feel a little bit of excitement in her heart. The last time she saw him, Wang Ting felt like she was back in college, when those boys were playing guitar on the lawn and wanted to peek at her, but didn't dare to do so openly. At that time, I was a proud white swan. Nowadays, women are afraid that others will think their mouths are dirty even if they offer a kiss. Endless sorrow suddenly welled up in her heart. Wang Ting covered her mouth, her big eyes filled with tears. She choked up and said, "I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. I don't want you. Get me someone else right now." Suddenly, I realized that the room and the people were all the scenes of the future. Those images were like sharp swords that suddenly stabbed at him. Lu Xiaoma felt caught off guard. He lost his composure and pointed at Wang Ting and shouted, "Get out! Get out right now! Leave now!" With a sob, Wang Ting ran out of the room quickly, covering her mouth with her hands, without closing the door. Men are really no good. Men are really like that. Men are really the same. I will never trust men again in my life. I will never trust men again. He ran back to the assessor's lounge with chaotic steps. "Hey!" shouting, "Why are you back so soon? This place looks like a dressing room or a hair salon before the end of the world, a long room of nearly 40 square meters with mirrors on both walls. The mirror is used as a work desk and a dressing table, which is in line with the nature of their work. They have to do the work of appraisers while making themselves more beautiful and serving men." Wang Ting returned to her desk and couldn't hold back any longer. She lay on the workbench and cried loudly. "What's wrong?" shouting. "Is the guest here a pervert? Did he torture you?" There were still several hours before the evening auction, and there were not many people here at this time. Almost all the appraisers were resting here. Seeing their sisters coming back in such a state, crying so miserably, they were concerned and also afraid that the job would fall on them in a while, so they had to be mentally prepared. Wang Ting just cried. What the hell is wrong with her? No staff came to the door to call anyone, and the sisters just said a few words of comfort anxiously and then returned to their seats. "Just leave it to fate. Pervert, lunatic, just don't ruin your body." I was worried, but this kind of thing happens all the time. After a while, the atmosphere calmed down and the dozen or so sisters started chatting again. "Hey, what's going on now? The price of salt has already exceeded 20 bullets per gram at noon, which is almost as expensive as a kilogram of grain. How can we afford salt in the future? Who said it wasn't I was the one who received that fat guy at noon? He sold 3 kilograms of salt for 60,000 bullets. I thought I should take good care of him while he was happy, but he gave me 100 bullet coupons after we were done. I had to remind him that our minimum consumption couldn't be less than 200 bullets. Then he reluctantly took out another 100 bullet coupons. He looked so dead. It makes me sick just thinking about it. Haha, that's fine too. I like fat guys the most. 123, call it a day. They are much better than those young and strong guys. That's true. Ah, that fat guy at noon. I just gave him a wink, and he almost couldn't hold back. Haha. Is this true? Is it that exaggerated? The sisters were chatting, but Wang Ting's crying became quieter and quieter. No one noticed that she had slowly sat up from the table. Table salt? Yes, table salt. Wasn't it him who took out so much table salt at once last time? Is he here to sell salt again this time? It must be. Last time he was only in the cheapest room, and he took out so much salt. This time he actually rented a luxurious VIP suite by himself. He must be here to sell salt again. It is very likely that the quantity he wants to sell will be even more than last time. Should I tell him that the price of edible salt is getting higher and higher these days, and ask him to wait before selling it, as he will lose a lot if he sells it now? The best time to sell it is 3 days later, together with the Cavalier 15. That's when the most wealthy people will come, and it will definitely sell for a good price. How much loss is he making from selling it now? No, I have to tell him. Otherwise, his loss will be too great. Suddenly, Wang Ting stood up from the table and asked, "Just now, has anyone left room 609? No, no one came to call." Several sisters were startled by her sudden surprise. Maybe the man in the room doesn't want to find one anymore. He is looking for our appraiser just for fun. Haha, uniforms, don't men like this kind of style? Who said it wasn't true? The styles that men like are all very strange. The last time I met one, he insisted on making me do it in uniform. Haha. I've also met someone who insisted that I wear stockings before he would get excited. I'll go find him. The sisters started talking again. Wang Ting quickly picked up the powder on the table to touch up her makeup, and then simply drew her eyeliner, grabbed the small notebook, and ran out of the room. Hey, what happened to shouting? Wasn't she scared and crying? Why did she still want to go? Have you noticed that shouting is particularly abnormal today? Is it abnormal? I don't think so. It may be that the guests in that room give more tips. For example, the pervert I met last time wanted to burn cigarette scars on my chest. He gave me 500 bullets for each scar. Really? So you agree? I won't agree to that. If he gets a cigarette scar, how will I make a living? Wang Ting jogged all the way and hurried back to the luxury VIP Suite 609. The door was already closed. She arrived at the door panting and was about to raise her hand to knock on the door, but she remembered that when Lu Xiaoma was leaving, he yelled at her and asked for someone else to replace him. A wave of grievance surged in my heart again. Why should I think so much about him? He is not my relative. Thinking about it, she put down her hand with some hesitation. If I go in again and he kicks me out again, it will be even more embarrassing. I struggled in my heart and lowered my clenched fists again, but at this moment, the door happened to be opened. Chapter 102, Lamp Mermaid. Why is it her again? Lu Xiaoma was slightly stunned. Why hasn't she left yet? Just now, after staying in the room alone for a while, Lu Xiaoma also thought clearly that whether he could change the future had nothing to do with this woman. Just because she is driven away, there won't be any more calamities in the future, and there won't be any more monsters coming for the second time. It has nothing to do with her, but I lost my temper. During this period, whenever Lu Xiaoma thought of those scenes, every nerve in his body tensed up. If he continued like this, he would not be able to hold on even before the second heavenly tribulation came. Gentlemen, since the door was already open, Wang Ting didn't know where she got the courage from. She pushed Lu Xiaoma forward with both hands, and hurriedly walked into the room and closed the door. Sir, I have something important to tell you. You? Lu Xiaoma looked at the young assessor puzzledly. What do you want to tell me? Seeing her like this, my eyes turned red, and my nerves were even more tense than mine. Let's go inside and talk about it. She looked back carefully again. Wang Ting's performance today really doesn't seem like a qualified appraiser. She walked around Lu Xiaoma and quickly walked to the sofa area in the middle of the suite. She looked around and somehow, without Lu Xiaoma's consent, she sat down on the sofa. Then she felt that this was not a good idea and suddenly stood up, looking at the guest anxiously. Sir, I really have something to tell you. Seeing that she was nervous, Lu Xiaoma walked back to the sofa area, sat down on the other side, raised his hand, and said, You sit down first. I want to tell you. Sitting down, Wang Ting took 2 deep breaths and said, Sir, I want to ask you, are you still planning to sell salt this time? Selling salt? What's wrong? While waiting for the appraiser just now, Lu Xiaoma had already scanned the prices of edible salt. On the purchasing screen, the 4 major mercenary groups all had their purchasing information posted there. As if it was prearranged, all the purchases were made at 12 bullets per gram. This price also shocked Lu Xiaoma. The last time he went out of the city, his batch of edible salt was sold for only 4 bullets per gram, which was already a record high. In just a few days, the price has tripled. Now I have 46 bags of 50 kilograms of edible salt in my space, 2,300 kilograms. If I could sell them all at 12 bullets per gram, I'm really going to make a fortune this time. Before calling the appraiser over, he had already thought about auctioning the edible salt. If you really want to sell salt. Wang Ting took a deep breath again, calmed down her emotions, and stared at Lu Xiaoma earnestly. Sir, you must listen to me. If you want to sell salt this time, I advise you to wait. Wait for 3 days. 3 days later, our city lord's mansion will auction a night 15, and then the 4 major adventure groups will come. And she swallowed her saliva and spoke quickly. Also, you haven't been selling salt properly these days. The price these days has gone up from 4 bullets per gram when you sold it at the beginning to 20 bullets per gram at the auction at noon today. The price has gone up in the past few days. We estimate that this must be related to the 4 major adventure groups' joint attack on Tianjiang City, so the price will definitely go up. We have privately agreed that in 3 days, when the auction of night 15 takes place, the edible salt will definitely be sold at the highest price. 20 bullets per gram? Hearing this price, Lu Xiaoma was even more surprised. The purchase version he had just seen was still 12 bullets per gram. He did not expect that the salt auction had already sold for 20 bullets per gram. It's true, sir. It's really 20 bullets per gram. I really didn't lie to you. Wang Ting quickly took out her little notebook. If you don't believe me, you can look at this. This is the news we just updated at noon today. Everyone of US took notes. At noon today, a fat man bid for 3 kilograms of edible salt, and the final transaction price was 60,000 bullets. She seemed to be in a hurry to prove herself, and stood up eagerly, holding a small notebook in front of her, wanting to read it herself. 60,000 bullets, 60 energy crystals, and just 3 kilograms of table salt. Seeing that she called the customer fat guy and forgot about her professional ethics, Lu Xiaoma now believed that she was really worried about him and was afraid that he would be cheated. But what about this woman? Looking up, he deeply observed her chest rising and falling violently. After a long while, Lu Xiaoma nodded thoughtfully. Okay, thank you for telling me this. After thinking for a while, he found 3 energy crystals in the space and said, these are yours. Take them. 3 energy crystals as a tip. Firstly, Lu Xiaoma felt that it was rare that she could come back and tell him these things, even though he had just yelled at her so loudly. Secondly, Lu Xiaoma didn't want to use anyone else's fish, so he asked her to help him estimate its price. That's not what I meant, sir. Wang Ting didn't dare to accept the tip of 3 energy crystals. She refused in a panic. She was still standing in front of him, still holding the small notebook in her hand. Lu Xiaoma took it casually, sandwiched the 3 energy crystals in the book, and returned it to her. I told you it's yours, so take it. That's really not what I meant. Wang Ting took her notebook and wanted to refuse, but seeing that Lu Xiaoma was looking at her calmly, she would not allow him to refuse. She didn't dare to disobey Lu Xiaoma's wishes anymore. Well, then thank you, sir. She felt a little complicated. Of course she was happy to get the 3 crystal tips, but this was not the reason why she told him these things. I feel a little aggrieved. He always thinks of me as a person who is greedy for money and does everything for money. In an instant, her mind turned and became complicated. Thank you, sir. After collecting the energy crystal, she said a little aggrievedly. I know you don't like me. I'll go find 2 beautiful sisters. I'll talk to them and ask them to serve you well. Women are women. When they feel wronged, they always want to be proud. No need to bother. It's you. You stay and let me evaluate you. Changing the future has nothing to do with her, and there is no need to go too far in changing the future. Lu Xiaoma stood up and walked to the long sofa in the middle, bent down and took out her backpack. Does he want me to stay again? She had done all this for his good, but he wanted to drive her away. Wang Ting suddenly felt even more wronged, and her voice choked up a little. Sir, you don't have to force yourself. I know you don't like me anymore. I can help you find other sisters. This is your right. What the hell is this? In the first half of the sentence, Wang Ting still felt aggrieved and wanted to cry, her voice choked with sobs. Later, she suddenly saw the guest took out a backpack. The backpack is green and shiny. During the day, this light is not very obvious, and most people's first reaction will not be to associate it with the skills of the lamp man. This is a lantern mermaid. Unzip the zippers on both sides of the backpack and peel off the outer cloth to reveal a 10-liter white plastic bucket, half filled with water, with the lid covered with plastic wrap with holes in it. The last thing I saw in the water was a palm-sized river fish. Its whole body was emitting a layer of faint green light, and even the water around it was dyed green by it. Wang Ting stared at the bucket without blinking and asked in disbelief, Sir, are you saying this? This thing is a lantern mermaid? Chapter 103. 2 plants. The skill effect of the special awakener, the lamp man, is that a faint green light will light up within 100 square meters around the person as the center. Skills are not limited by time. After the end of the world, people called them lantern people based on their skills and attributes. Strictly speaking, this fish should be called lantern fish, but lantern manfish can more intuitively express its meaning. It can be shown more clearly that this fish has the special skill of a lantern man. Originally, everyone called it lantern fish in private, but when it came to the auction, Lu Xiaoma still felt that the name lantern fish would fetch a better price. Suddenly, I saw that there are animals that can possess special awakened skills. This is a groundbreaking event. Shocked, Wang Ting no longer cared about being arrogant. Wait a minute, sir. I can't estimate this. I'll go find our manager right now and be back right away. She has no way to evaluate this fish, and there is no record of historical transactions. And the appearance of this kind of fish is such a big deal. We must notify the manager immediately. Less than 5 minutes later, before I finished my cigarette, there was another knock on the door. The efficiency is quite fast. Lu Xiaoma looked at the entrance of the cigarette smoking room and said, Come in. In came 10 tea artists wearing Chong Sams and no assessors in uniforms. Hello, sir. 10 women in Chong Sam stood opposite Lu Xiaoma and bowed to him in a row. A woman walked out, bowed deeply again, stood up, and said, "I'm sorry, sir. Your evaluation may take a long time. Our manager has already notified the department head and will call an emergency meeting. She can't come to entertain you in person. To express our apology to you, the cost of the private room and other expenses required for your evaluation will all be borne by our city lord's mansion." As she spoke, 10 Cheongsam women took the lead and bowed deeply again. She acts like a woman from an island country. Looking at these 10 women, Lu Xiaoma frowned slightly. How long is the longest? Can we still catch up with the auction tonight? But it's not bad that they are holding a meeting to discuss it. At least it shows their attention to this fish. The leading Cheongsam woman was at a loss for words. "I can't guarantee this for you either," she bowed deeply again. "But sir, while you're waiting, we will definitely serve you well." Looking at these 10 women, Lu Xiaoma did not answer immediately. It's not that he was afraid of waiting. He just didn't trust the city lord's mansion. Who knows if these 10 women will really start to serve him and whether they will roll their eyes at him. Although the city lord's mansion has always had a good reputation for murder and robbery, we cannot completely let our guard down. "Sir," the Cheongsam woman bowed deeply again, "we will really serve you well." "Okay, I'll wait then." Lu Xiaoma stared at the leading woman. It shouldn't be fake, and the fish was already in their hands. "Thank you, sir, for your understanding. Thank you." The Cheongsam woman showed a hint of joy on her face, but Lu Xiaoma interrupted her. "You all go out. I just want to wait here alone." "Gentlemen, you guys go out. I don't need anyone to wait on me." He stood up again and drove the 10 women out of the room. Lu Xiaoma sat back down on the sofa and lit a cigarette. He still holds the same view. You can play if you want, but now is not the time to be playful. If she wanted to play, she had to wait until the dust settled on this fish, or make sure that the city lord's mansion had no ill will towards her. By that time, even if you spend money to play, it won't be much. But just like he lost his composure a little bit just now, Lu Xiaoma has not relaxed for a moment since he came out of the drug barrier. Maybe you should find some ways to relieve stress. Gambling, drinking, or women who don't require you to invest your emotions are all good choices. That catastrophe. Thinking about all those random things in my mind, I closed my eyes and sat back on the large sofa. I don't know if I squinted for a while, but there was another knock on the door. "Hello. Come in." Sitting up straight, Lu Xiaoma rubbed her eyes and looked at the watch. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Their meeting had lasted for more than 3 hours. "Hello, I'm Chen Jing, the manager of the city lord's mansion trading hall." The floor was clinking with messy high heels. A tall woman in a black uniform, followed by 4 assessors in white uniforms, walked quickly into the room. Walking seems to bring a gust of wind. There was no need to stop. The manager in black uniform had already come to the right side of Lu Xiaoma, in front of a single sofa, and sat down by himself, slightly lifting one of his slender black silk long legs. She held a small notebook in her hand and frowned as she read. "Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Regarding the mermaid, our city lord's mansion has held a meeting and discussed it. Now we have designed 2 plans for you." She said sorry, but her attitude showed no apology at all. Lu Xiaoma also frowned and looked at this woman. The manager was unexpectedly handsome, with a bun, a black blazer with a lapel, a white shirt with a floral collar, a black hip skirt, black stockings, and black patent leather high heels. There were 4 assessors in white uniforms following behind her, including Wang Ting. She was already a rare, beautiful woman, but she was still far inferior to the manager in black uniform. It was this woman's attitude that made Lu Xiaoma feel a little unhappy. In the city lord's mansion where service first is everything, the attitude of this female manager is very unpleasant. After a meeting at the city lord's mansion to discuss your lantern mermaid, we now have 2 plans. The first plan is to auction this lantern mermaid tonight as the finale item. The handling fee will be 10 of the total auction amount, which is the normal 10. The second plan is that our city lord's mansion has decided to display this fish with the Lantern Awakener around the city for 3 days. It will be auctioned at the same venue as the Night 15, who is also on display around the city at our city lord's mansion 3 days later. However, there will be certain fees during the display period, so the handling fee for the second plan will be 20 of the total auction amount. After 3 days of city tour, Lu Xiaoma looked at this beautiful manager, but still did not express his opinion immediately. First, he was a little unhappy. The strong attitude of this female manager made Lu Xiaoma very unhappy. To put it bluntly, the women in the city lord's mansion are a pair of jade arms that have been pillowed by thousands of men, and a bit of red lips that have been tasted by tens of thousands of guests. No matter how beautiful this female manager is, she is just the kind of woman who can be called daddy as long as you pay her. First of all, I was very unhappy with her attitude. Secondly, Lu Xiaoma suddenly thought, Could this fish of his be a female? If it is a female fish, it may lay dozens or even hundreds of lantern fish at a time. This fish might become a golden hen. Chapter 104. Disrupting the Plan, Part 1. I don't know, sir. Which plan do you want to choose? Handing the small notebook to the assessor beside her, Chen Jing sat up a little straighter, staring at Lu Xiaoma with her beautiful eyes. I choose the third set. Lu Xiaoma glanced at her calmly. Your city lord's mansion will be responsible for displaying this lantern mermaid around the city for 3 days, and the auction fee is still 10. This girl seemed to be giving herself 2 choices, life or death. Lu Xiaoma was very unhappy from the moment she entered the room. What's wrong with being beautiful? You are not allowed to fight in the city lord's mansion. If you make me angry, I will ask her to come and accompany me and deal with her in a different way. A moment of silence. Chen Jing stared at Lu Xiaoma with her eyes deep in the water, and she frowned slightly. Sir, I hope you can understand that our city lord's mansion will incur certain necessary expenses during the period of your city tour, and... Before she could finish, Lu Xiaoma interrupted her without hesitation. I told you, 10 handling fee, 3 days of city display, not a single word can be changed. Another silence. Chen Jing's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible glint of contempt. She turned her head slightly and whispered to the 2 appraisers, go ahead and revise the contract and send it back immediately. The contracts for the 2 plans had already been printed out. Chen Jing did not expect the customer to refuse. In her opinion, it was reasonable for the city lord's mansion to charge a 20 handling fee for the 3-day city tour display. The night 15 was also charged 20. This man doesn't know the rules, or he has never seen money. After a while, the revised contract was brought back. Lu Xiaoma carefully looked at the handling fee on it, had no objection, and signed it. Okay, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Standing up, Chen Jing slightly adjusted the hem of her skirt, puffed out her chest with pride, and turned around to lead the 4 assessors towards the door without any intention of shaking hands. Etc. Lu Xiaoma also stood up. He still had edible salt to evaluate. Seeing Wang Ting follow her out, he wanted to keep her. I have a few bags of edible salt here, which will also be auctioned tonight. Oh, are there a few bags of edible salt? Chen Jing stopped and turned her head slightly. Wang Ting, you stay and receive this gentleman. After saying that, she walked out of the door with a somewhat impolite click, click, click. The reason why she was able to come and receive him in person today was because of the fish. You know, Chen Jing is the manager of the trading hall and the actual person in charge of the trading hall in the city lord's mansion. On weekdays, she would only show up and receive the 4 major adventure groups when they came, and only when they brought valuables with them. I didn't expect that I would make an exception today and receive this little man, but he still dared to disobey my wishes. What an ungrateful guy. In fact, many people in Loya City also know that Manager Chun is more than just the person in charge of the trading hall. Her other identity is the niece-in-law of the Lord of Loya City and a relative before the end of the world. Before the end of the world, she called the city lord uncle, and after the end of the world, the city lord's only son also turned into a madman, and this fallen leaf city would sooner or later fall into the hands of her husband. But just now, Chen Jing obviously did not understand the real meaning of a few bags of salt in Lu Xiaoma's words. There must be some misunderstanding between the 2 people regarding the measure word bag. The bag that Chen Jing understands is the kind of bag found in supermarkets. If there are too many, like the one Lu Xiaoma put up for auction last time, it is called a box. She couldn't imagine that the bag Lu Xiaoma was talking about would be a super big bag weighing 50 kilograms. If she knew, she might not have left so gracefully. Hush, wait a minute. Wang Ting was like a little spy, lying at the door with her ears perked up, listening to the footsteps outside gradually fading away. She breathed a sigh of relief and turned around quickly. Sir, why didn't you listen to me? If you have salt, you have to wait 3 days, 3 days later. Suddenly, Wang Ting covered her mouth and pointed in disbelief at the large bags on a small open space in the middle of the living room. Is that salt? Sir, what are you talking about? Wang Ting took 2 steps forward in a somewhat inappropriate manner and could clearly see the words, High Seas Edible Salt Company, Limited, on the large white cloth bags. Sir, you said these are all salt? There are still 16 bags in total. With a look of disbelief on her face, Wang Ting stretched out her finger and dipped it into the bag, then put it in her mouth. She looked up at Lu Xiaoma again, as if she was looking at a monster. No one knows better than these appraisers what these edible salts mean. After a while, there was another chaotic sound of high heels tapping on the floor outside the door, and Chen Jing once again pushed the door open with several assessors. Mister. How? If you keep doing this, you are really not afraid of your uncle. Haha, what are you afraid of? This time the old man is out of town. He won't be back for at least 10 days or half a month. The empty city lord's office was still surrounded by a circle of black iron chairs and a desk in the middle. Chen Jing jumped down from the desk with flushed cheeks and tidied her clothes and messy hair. In front of outsiders, she is a proud white swan. Maybe it's a disguise, or maybe it's something else. But in front of her husband, she is still the little wife she was before the end of the world. The man looked very satisfied. He put on his pants with both hands and fastened his Gucci belt. He picked up a pack of cigarettes on the desk, took out a cigarette, lit it with the matchbox next to the cigarette, and took a deep breath. Haha, this old guy has mysophobia? Haha, he probably never thought that I would fuck a woman on his desk and make his desk wet. Keep your voice down. Be careful not to let Minister Zhao and the others hear you. Chen Jing put on her black hip-wrapped uniform and black stockings, and carefully checked whether there was any residual unknown liquid on them. They? Huh. Luo Hao took another deep puff of cigarette, walked to the chair reserved for the lord of the city mansion and sat down, looking up and exhaling smoke towards the ceiling. Those old guys are still studying that fish. Let's talk. He smiled maliciously, pulled the woman to sit on his lap, and put his arm around her waist. Even before the end of the world, I was able to do this legally. Your license is something that even the Lord can't say no to. By the way, wife, what happened to the fishmonger you just mentioned? How did you get such a large batch of salt? Didn't I just tell you? Chen Jing sat on her husband's lap, holding a small mirror and gently applying powder to her face. Now I only know that he just registered for an adventure group half a month ago, called the Ice Group. He left the city the next day after registering. He just came back today and immediately came to our auction again. Bing Tuan, didn't you just say that he was the one who sold those 17 boxes of salt last time? Luo Hao frowned slightly and thought, do you think he has some way to get salt? I don't think so. Chen Jing put down the powder puff and blinked her big eyes following her husband's thoughts. Last time, the salt he sold was packaged in supermarkets, but this time he sold bulk salt produced in Dongliao City. I think he might just be lucky. Good luck? Are there really people with such good luck? Luo Hao smoked lightly, imitating his uncle's behavior thoughtfully, tapping the table with his index finger joints. But the appearance of this kid has disrupted our plan, the thing that the old man told us to do. Chapter 105, Disrupting the Plan, Part 2. Putting down the makeup mirror, Chen Jing turned around, looked back at her husband's expression and whispered, how? If it really doesn't work, let's give up that plan. Give up. Luo Hao suddenly slammed the table. Give up now? If the price of edible salt really drops, or if this large batch of salt is bought by anyone from their four major groups, do you still expect them to attack Tianjiang honestly? The old man has been preparing for this for so long, especially the woman Sparks. She didn't agree to attack Tianjiang from the beginning. If it weren't for the salt that forced them to surrender, those women from the Sparks group would never leave the city in their lifetime. I told you to say that. How is it possible that you will never leave the city in your lifetime? Chen Jing was somewhat dissatisfied with her husband's discrimination against women. We women have hands and feet just like you. We have special awakeners just like you. And we can also go out of the city to search for supplies. How are we worse than you men? Hey, you women. Luo Hao sneered and patted his wife's leg with his big hand. You women, there's no need to go out of town to search. Isn't there a treasure right here? Split your legs and you'll get a bag of rice. Even though the market is a little bad now, you can still get half a bag of corn. Why are we women so unbearable in your eyes? Chen Jing stood up from her husband's lap and snorted coldly. She walked a few steps outside and said with her back to her husband in dissatisfaction, then how many bags of corn am I worth in your eyes? Haha, how can my wife be measured with corn? Luo Hao stood up with a smile, walked up to Chen Jing and hugged her waist from behind, and whispered in her ear, at least you have to give her a big bag of salt, like the bag of salt that the kid took out today. Why don't you just die? You shameless bastard. Chen Jing hit her husband, but he grabbed her hands, picked her up by the waist, and threw her on the desk. Haha, I'm going to taste it carefully now. It takes a bag of salt to taste it. It's going to kill me. They're almost done with the meeting. What are you afraid of? If those old guys see us, I'll force them to give me a big bag of salt, and we'll do it together. Haha, you're going to die? I'm your wife. How can you say such things? You're my wife? Aren't you just a woman? I don't mind having a big bag of salt. I'm putting it up for bid now. A big bag of edible salt. I'll let them do whatever they want with my wife. Ha ha ha. After a breathless, Chen Jing jumped down from her desk again and put on makeup with a red face. You always brainwash me like this every day. I'll really cuckold you one day. Luo Hao also lit another cigarette. Okay, wife, when you really figure it out one day, don't forget to notify me. I also want to take a closer look. Pervert. Chen Jing turned her head and rolled her eyes at her husband. You usually act well-behaved and submissive in front of the city lord, but I didn't expect that you are a pervert at heart. Don't you dare mention that old thing to me. Without warning, her husband suddenly got angry. Chen Jing opened her mouth, but didn't dare to say anything. This was the most painful thorn in Luo Hao's heart. In front of his uncle, he always had to wear a mask, even though he was his own uncle, even though his son had become a madman. He was his only relative in this world. Even if nothing worked, in front of him, I always had to pretend to be his dead son. Even when I called him uncle in public, he slapped me hard in front of everyone. Old thing, if I could still completely control the city lord's mansion now, I would have killed you long ago. After a terrifying silence, Chen Jing carefully looked at her husband's face and said, Honey, should we still bid for the auction tonight? Evening auction. Luo Hao's thoughts were also pulled back with a gloomy face. He let out a long breath. Yes, of course. Just like what the old man said, if the price of edible salt drops, the 4 major adventure groups will have no motivation to attack Tianjiang. At that time, they will continue to recuperate and become a serious threat to us sooner or later. But now that person took out so much salt at once. Chen Jing looked at her husband, hesitating to speak, but Luo Hao sneered with a dark face. Come on, let's take down this batch of edible salt this time. When the 4 major adventuring groups return victorious, I will make them lose everything. Comparing financial strength? Who can be the opponent of our city lord's mansion? But my husband. No buts. Luo Hao interrupted his wife, and suddenly turned around and glared at her. This time, the 4 adventure groups' plan to attack Tianjiang cannot afford any mistakes. Take this to the Ministry of Finance to withdraw money right now. Oh, that's good. Luo Hao had thought about murder and robbery, but the city lord's mansion could not take such a risk. Once the matter was exposed, the city lord's mansion would lose the ruling power of Lia City in an instant. This is not alarmist. Several awakened brain people have already reminded Luo Yi, even more than once, that the city lord's mansion can do anything, but it must never lose the word credibility. This is related to the currency bullet coupon issued by the city lord's mansion. The simplest truth. The trading hall represents the city lord's mansion. If the news of the murder and robbery leaks out, the survivors will no longer trust the city lord's mansion. If someone else adds fuel to the fire and takes the lead in exchanging bullet coupons at this time, it will cause a trend. The economy of the city lord's mansion will collapse and perish in an instant. The best outcome will be that it will become a larger adventure group and become the enemy of the entire city. It may even become the second Slaughter Legion. Therefore, from the first day that Luo Yi ruled this city, he worked hard to establish the credibility of the city lord's mansion and improve the quality of service of the city lord's mansion, all for the sake of the word credibility. A man without trust cannot stand. A city without trust will perish. This is a sentence that Luo Yi always says. So the idea of killing and robbing was just a thought that flashed through Luo Hao's mind. As for the city lord's mansion finding someone to auction its own edible salt, first of all, it is allowed by the rules, and the city lord's mansion also needs salt. Secondly, the VIP rooms in the trading hall were originally under the control of the city lord's mansion, and the city lord's mansion had the obligation to protect the privacy of guests, so all he needed to do was make some adjustments on the big screen, and Luo Hao alone could play the role of dozens of auctioneers. There is no need to worry about this at all. 4 major adventure groups. In the huge city lord's office, Luo Hao tapped his desk thoughtfully. Chapter 106. Determined to win. From the time the city lord's mansion authenticated the edible salt to the time it was auctioned at 6 p.m., in just a few hours, the news had spread throughout the entire Lia city as if it had grown wings. The picture of edible salt to be auctioned tonight every 10 minutes. But an interesting point here is that the promotional image shows bags labeled 50 kilograms of edible salt, but only 5 bags are shown. The picture only showed 5 bags of edible salt, each marked 50 kilograms. Almost everyone thinks that there are only 5 bags of 50 kilograms of edible salt being auctioned tonight. Luo Hao didn't want the 4 major adventure groups to really bring so much money, in order to prevent the price from going crazy and getting out of his control. This batch of salt must not fall into the hands of any of their groups, but they must be shown that the salt is valuable. There are still 30 minutes before the auction. In the supreme VIP suite of the trading hall, on the 7th floor corridor, the red-haired Lord Bloodclaw, along with almost all the important core members of his group, appeared on one side of the 7th floor corridor. On the other side, there was a bald, strong man who was 2 meters tall, followed by 8 level 2 stone-skinned people and 2 light-awakened people. They also mobilized the entire group and spared no effort. The first and second largest adventure groups in Liyue City met at this place. There were elevators on both sides of the 7th floor. The two groups of people just walked out of the two elevators and ran into each other. The bald man was holding the guide under his arm. When he saw the person coming from the opposite side, he pushed her away and said, "Haha, old red-haired girl, I guess you can't help but be jealous, right? Haha." Immediately behind Bloodclaw, a level 2 Stoneskin pointed at the bald man's nose and shouted angrily, "Rage. Keep your fucking mouth clean." Haha. The bald man smiled and strode forward. The people from both sides met in the middle of the corridor. There were VIP number 1 and VIP number 3, separated by only door number 2 in the middle. Old red hair. Kwang Bao stood at the door of his room and did not go in immediately. He stared at Bloodclaw opposite him and smiled sinisterly. "Old red hair, you are not here for those 5 bags of salt, are you?" "Kwang Bao, I haven't seen you for a few days. You talk more and more nonsense." Bloodclaw narrowed his eyes slightly, and before he could say anything else, the door of VIP room 2 in the center suddenly opened, and a head popped out. "Hey, how come both of you are here?" A thin man, about 1.6 meters tall with a pointed face and monkey cheeks, walked out with his head poked out. Beside him was a woman in his arms. It was none other than Chun Xiaoqiao, the popular star from the outer island. The woman was even taller than the thin man. In order to cooperate with his embrace, Chun Xiaoqiao had to bend slightly. "Monkey, are you here too?" The smile on Kwang Bao's face was a little stiff. Dirty Monkey looked around and said with a shrill voice, "Both brothers are here. How dare the younger brother not come?" After he finished speaking, there was a sudden silence. The 3 people looked at each other and were silent. Bloodclaw frowned slightly. He flipped his left hand, and suddenly 7 small black beads appeared in his hand. He handed them to the follower behind him and said, "Go, put these up for auction. It's 7 spaceman beads." By taking it out in front of the 2 people, Bloodclaw wanted to let them know that he was determined to win this auction. The follower behind Bloodclaw took the space bead and hurried away. The smile on the bald man's violent face was long gone. He closed his eyes slightly, and soon, he took out a pair of car keys with some pain. When the car key appeared in his hand, his rough facial features were slightly distorted and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously twice. "Captain," a man behind him hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed his wrist. "We have to wait 3 days to sell this car together with Night 15. Captain, stop talking nonsense to me." He turned around, grabbed the man by the collar, and pushed him back violently. The man was pushed against the wall. He strode forward and pressed the key in front of his chest. "Hurry up. Give me an emergency shot." "Look at the key. This is the key of a Mercedes-Benz car, but everyone behind Kwang Bao knows that this is not an ordinary Mercedes-Benz, but the Karen Benway Mercedes-Benz and self-propelled C-Type RV that the group has just found. This was found by our group not long ago in the home of a wealthy rural man. It has traveled less than 2,000 kilometers and is almost brand new. The car was sold for as much as 1.48 million during its heyday. Although it is not as luxurious as the world's top RVs, and is an RV under 6 meters that can be driven with just a C ticket, it has everything that a car should have. There are several ordinary RVs worth 300,000 or 400,000 yuan, such as the Great Wall Fengjun in Liyue City, but this is the first time that the Karen Benway Mercedes-Benz series has appeared in Liyue City, and it's almost brand new. The followers on both sides took their things and went to the emergency chute. Now only the dirty monkey was left. His face turned red and white. He scratched his head, closed his eyes, and checked his own space. "All my money was spent on buying women. The group also has savings, but I used those savings to recruit a large number of people in the past few days and buy weapons and ammunition to leave the city. What else can I do now to fight against them? My team is not as strong as them. Buying women? They are all buying women." Scratching his head anxiously, Zhang Ho suddenly glanced at Qin Xiaoqiao in his arms. His eyes gradually became hot. "That's right. I spent so much money to buy this bitch, and now I've had enough of playing with her. Why not sell her?" "Brother Monkey." Qin Xiaoqiao suddenly saw the burning gaze of Zhang Ho and guessed his thoughts. She quickly grabbed one of Zhang Ho's hands and said, "Brother Monkey, if I can do something for the group, Brother Monkey, I don't mind. I really don't mind anything. Just sell me, just sell me." If it could be auctioned again, even if it was sold to an old man, Qin Xiaoqiao would be willing to do it. The dead monkey is really too perverted. He doesn't even let go of his period, and his mind is full of those extremely perverted postures. If Qin Xiaoqiao hadn't been unable to make up her mind, she would have committed suicide long ago. Hey beauty." After a brief struggle, Dirty Monkey hugged Qin Xiaoqiao again and said, "Don't worry, my beauty. Even if I have to sell my house and land, I won't sell you out." Qin Xiaoqiao's smile was a little stiff. If I have enough money for this salt, I'll take it down. If not, let's go, sister. Dirty Monkey smiled and hugged Chen Xiao Xiao and turned back to the house. While there is still half an hour, I'll let you taste the power of your brother monkey. Hee hee, this time you are still the heroine of your TV series, and I am the hero. Let's make some erotic movies together. The three teams returned to their own suites. At the same time, in the luxurious VIP room on the 6th floor downstairs, a tall woman who was not as beautiful as an ordinary woman also took out 3 car keys and said, Xiaoyu, go immediately and put these 3 cars on the emergency photo for today. Chapter 107. The auction begins. We must win. At this moment, the 4 major adventure groups all have one idea in mind. If we can get these 5 large bags of edible salt, 250 kilograms in total, we won't have to join the 4 major adventure groups in the joint attack on Tianjiang City. For at least 2 years, the team won't have to worry about edible salt. If it weren't for the last resort, no one would want to provoke Tianjiang City with a population of 1 million. A better idea is that if we take the 250 kilograms of edible salt this time, we can let the other 3 adventure groups jointly attack Tianjiang. Let them both suffer losses or even be wiped out. So, not only was he keeping a low profile, he was also able to ascend to and secure the throne of Lia City's largest adventure group, and he even had bargaining chips in negotiations with the city lord's mansion. The best outcome is that everyone else is wiped out, and from now on, the price of salt in Lia City will be determined by ourselves. It will be worth whatever I say it is worth. The worst result is that the other 3 groups come back with a batch of salt. In that case, if they don't die, they will be badly injured and will not be able to compete with us for the title of the first adventure group. So this time, the 4 major adventure groups all had one thing in mind. They must get this batch of salt. The only exception is the Dirty Monkey adventure group. They have a weak foundation. Just now, Dirty Monkey had considered that even if he sold Chen Xiao Xiao, he might not be able to defeat Bloodclaw and Fury. You will also be branded as a wife seller, losing both your wife and your soldiers, which is really unwise. In addition, Zhang Ho also had something in mind. Someone in Luoyang City probably didn't want to see this batch of salt fall into the hands of any of the 4 major adventure groups. This is not in that person's interest. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the trading hall of the city lord's mansion was crowded. Unlike the prosperous times, in Luoyang City after the apocalypse, more than 95% of the survivors do not have stable jobs. When they are in the city at night, they either sleep at home or hang out. So there are many people watching the fun. As soon as 6 o'clock arrived, the 4 big words, auction start, appeared on all the display screens in the trading hall at the same time. Before the object appeared, there was an uproar in the trading hall. It started. This is much more interesting than watching a movie. It's a bit like watching a live broadcast during the heyday of the Times and seeing rich people giving gifts to the female anchor. Looking at the series of numbers, I also felt excited, and then I imagined what I could do with the money if it was all for myself, what food I could buy, what wine I could drink, and how many beautiful women I could have sex with. It's good to fantasize about the life of the rich. Even before the end of the world, if a rare treasure, such as the Husher Bai, suddenly appeared, and the country allowed legal auctions, all the super rich bosses would flock to it. Brother Yun, Brother Tong, Brother Jiaqing, Sitsong's husband, and other bigwigs would all drool and want to get it. If this is the case, then most ordinary people in prosperous times would also want to watch the auction process and see the big guys spending money lavishly and showing their wealthy demeanor. Finally, I went home and imagined that I was actually adopted from an orphanage when I was a child. I was the illegitimate child of those big guys. The big guys had their own reasons, and now they finally found me and performed a drama of Xia Yuha by Daming Lake. I was so happy. The thoughts of ordinary survivors are so diverse. There is still no auctioneer. All the screens in the trading hall display information about the auction items, with a 30-second countdown. The highest bidder wins. The first item is a Vacheron Constantine, fully handmade watch, which sold for 2.4 million Chinese yuan in its heyday. The quality is 90, and the reserve price is 37,000 yuan. As soon as this item came out, there was a booing in the trading hall. It is true that luxury goods have a certain market in the end times, but it is also limited. It is more cost-effective to buy dozens of boxes of liquor and drink them until death at home than to spend 37,000 bullets to buy only a good-looking piece. And it's a good watch, but it has to be named Zombie. How unlucky is that? Who the hell has a brain problem to buy such a stupid thing? Just as this thought flashed through the minds of ordinary survivors, someone on the big screen had already made an offer. 38,000 bullets, and then the countdown began. 30, 29, 28. 39,000 bullets. 40,000 bullets. 41,000. Are the local tyrants today not very good? The survivors in the hall looked at each other and whispered. Normally, those stupid rich guys are quite interested in these things, so why are they so slow in bidding today? Now the number of bullets has reached 42,000, and the screen is frozen. What are these local tycoons thinking? Lu Xiaomo had the same idea. In room 609, a luxurious VIP room on the 6th floor, he was also surprised. The 42,000 bullets was the price he asked for. He just took the photo casually. Lu Xiaomo had never made a bid in a private room like this. The last time he came, he just watched others give him money. He didn't pay a deposit and didn't participate in the auction. This time, there are lantern fish and 16 bags of table salt. The beautiful manager who is here to accompany me has promised that there is no need to pay a deposit for this room, and the limit is 5 million. When you settle the final bill, just deduct it from the amount for table salt. It was as if she already knew that the 16 bags of salt would definitely be sent out. However, since she had promised so, Lu Xiaomo wanted to try the feeling of participating in the auction. He didn't have any feelings about the first item on auction, this watch, and he just wanted to try bidding. Every auction number is random. Now, the number of my room is 5. There are only 10 seconds left on the red countdown on the big electronic screen, but no one is bidding. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Congratulations, sir. Chen Jing forced a smile, but it was still very beautiful. This time, when she came to accompany him, her attitude had improved a lot. She was still sitting on the single sofa on the right side of Lu Xiaomo, with her long black legs leaning to one side like a lady. However, if he had not just driven out all the free tea artists he had arranged, Chen Jing would not have come in person to sit with this country bumpkin who had never seen money. We have to test his theory and find out where he got this batch of salt. What my husband meant was, the plan to attack Tianjiang City cannot afford any mistakes, and this batch of salt is a variable. Okay, 42,000 is fine. There was no joy on his face at all. Lu Xiaomo lit a cigarette somewhat depressed. 42 energy crystals were gone, just like that. In fact, he didn't understand what the value of such a watch was. Soon, the second item appeared on the screen, a large generator set. This thing. With a calm face, Lu Xiaomo secretly took it to heart, thinking that this thing would be useful to him. He envisioned that the future base of the ICE group should be located in a car tunnel outside the city, or in an air raid shelter, and this large generator set would be an indispensable item. The display screen provides detailed information about the quality, model, power, and other basic information of the generator set, as well as professional team inspections. The starting price for a large generator set is 130,000 bullets, and each bid must not be less than 5,000 bullets. As soon as the auction was put on, someone started bidding. The first bid was 170,000 bullets, and it increased by 40,000 each time. This thing is not only useful for myself. There is no unified power supply in Lia City, and many team bases have to rely on this thing to maintain their operations. He bid 170,000 at a time, as if he was trying to scare others away and was determined to win. Help me bid 200,000. Lu Xiaomo also secretly made up his mind that the future of this generator set must be in the tunnel. Chapter 108. Auction in Progress, Part 1. Red countdown 17, 16, 15. When the countdown reached 7, number 7 bid 210,000. As soon as the other party called the price, before the countdown started, Lu Xiaomo directly said, 220,000. In a corner of the living room, sitting behind the computer screen was Wang Ting, who was expertly helping to bid. After she finished bidding, she turned around to confirm with Lu Xiaomo. Lu Xiaomo sat in the middle of the U-shaped sofa set in the living room, staring at the big screen. Another 240,000. Congratulations again, sir. Maybe she was tired of sitting. Chen Jing's 2 long legs and black stockings moved from leaning to the left to the right, with a smile still on her face, which looked very beautiful. When she was still in college, some people called her the smiling goddess, but after the end of the world, few outsiders have seen her smile. Congratulations. The countdown on the big TV screen has ended. With 240,000 bullets, Lu Xiaomo unexpectedly took down this large generator set. Everything is a little unusual today. This generator set should be a hot commodity, but it was sold after only 2 bids? Half a year ago, when he was still with Binger, Lu Xiaomo was also one of the group of unemployed vagrants downstairs. Binger likes to watch this kind of auction, and she always drags Lu Xiaomo to watch it together. Thinking about it now, perhaps I should have seen at that time that she was not a woman who would be content with what she had. So influenced by her, Lu Xiaomo was familiar with the auctions in the trading hall. In situations like today, he felt that something was a little strange. The third item up for auction was a woman, a female internet celebrity on a certain platform, with 5 million fans on a certain platform. The The starting price was 30,000 bullet rolls. Liu Xiaoma had no interest in this. He just glanced at it and then focused his attention elsewhere. He closed his eyes and found a bottle of water in the space. He unscrewed the lid and drank a sip. He leaned back slightly and leaned against the sofa. These so-called female internet celebrities are the most boring. They all rely on the camera to make their eyes bigger, their faces thinner, their legs longer, and their skin smoother. The one sitting on the other side of the phone is actually just an ordinary woman. There are a lot of such people on university campuses. But with just this, he can deceive his fans into going crazy. We have to admit that it is a skill. For example, this female internet celebrity who claims to have 5 million fans is 24 years old. The photos she took in the city lord's mansion have been taken to make her look as good as possible, but they do not have the function of making her eyes bigger and her face thinner. This woman's set of life photos is finished, and the countdown is only 5 seconds left. There was constant whispering in the hall downstairs. Oh my God, is this what a female internet celebrity really looks like? It really blinded my eyes. At 24 years old, she must look like my second aunt. Damn it, I used to give them crowns, but they are just like this in real life. Who said it wasn't? It's so damn ugly. How dare you ask for 30,000 bullets for this kind of stuff? If I buy this thing home, won't every day be like a ghost festival? 30,000 bullets. Are you planning to let me burn it for her? Haha, 30,000? Look at her double eyelids. They were cut with a dragon-slaying sword, right? 3, 2, 1. After the countdown, as expected, the female internet celebrity failed to sell at the auction without even a single bid. The fate of a woman whose property failed to be sold at auction was that the city lord's mansion would purchase her at 50 of the reserve price, and she would then work as a tea artist and slowly recover her investment. I don't know which appraiser gave her the evaluation. With 30,000 bullets, her bonus for this month is definitely gone. Closing his eyes and resting, Liu Xiaoma didn't interest himself in the fourth and fifth things. He lit a cigarette and took a sip of his water. There was everything on the coffee table in front of him, the best Longjing tea, charcoal roasted coffee, fruit plates, and nut plates, but he only drank his own water and didn't touch anything else. Even his own water, he always held it in his hand, for fear that someone would accidentally pour something into it. Gentlemen. Chen Jing changed her posture again. This was her first time to accompany guests in an auction. She was really tired. She adjusted the hem of her long legs slightly and looked at Liu Xiaoma with a smile. You often go out of the city to do missions, right? Women like us stay in the city every day, and we don't know what it's like outside the city. It is understandable that women like them make money differently from me. However, before the auction money was in his pocket, Liu Xiaoma didn't trust anyone. Especially this beautiful manager. Her attitude before and after was too different. If it weren't for the fact that she just guaranteed him and had an auction amount of 5 million, Liu Xiaoma would not have agreed to let her sit here now. I don't go outside the city much. After saying something perfunctorily, Liu Xiaoma glanced at the big TV screen, and with a closed look, it was obvious that he had no intention of continuing the conversation with her. Haha, really? That's really a pity. With an awkward smile, and changing her sitting position, Chen Jing now truly understood what it meant to be sitting on pins and needles. She kept changing her sitting position, which was actually a kind of body language. She didn't want to stay here for a moment. Before and after the apocalypse, when had I ever been wronged like this? If it weren't for the sake of those salts, I would have left long ago. This damn guy is so stubborn. I have just sent all the most beautiful tea artists in the trading hall, but he refused to accept any of them who didn't want money. I even drove them all out myself. Is he a man or not? Or does he like men? Ugh, how disgusting. However, with her sixth sense as a beautiful woman, Chen Jing is almost certain that he likes women, and probably a pervert who likes legs. Don't ask her why, she just knows. The intuition of a beautiful woman. The intuition of a woman with a pair of beautiful legs. There was another awkward silence. There are 3 people in the room now, Liu Xiaoma, Chen Jing, and Wang Ting, who is sitting in front of the computer and is responsible for bidding. Wang Ting knew the manager's true identity. She didn't even dare to breathe. Her palms were sweating. She was secretly worried about Liu Xiaoma. She is the most powerful woman in Lia City, a woman with more power than Huahua. Please don't offend her again, okay? If I had known that the manager was coming over to keep me company, I should have reminded him just now. But who knows what happened to the manager today that he would come over in person to keep me company. Gentlemen. Clearing her throat, Chen Jing forced out another beautiful smile. Did you encounter any interesting things when you were out of town this time? Can you tell us about it? Interesting things? Once you leave the city, you will meet crazy people and orcs. You earn money by selling blood, but you play with your life. What interesting things can you encounter? Should I tell you that I went out of town to fight for my life, and met some crazy woman who exposed her breasts? The women who do the sex trade in the city are really stupid people who just want to eat meat. Her question reminded Lu Xiaoma of those female team members who followed him out of the city and died in battle outside. Their faces. There are also many beautiful ones among them, but they did not choose to stay in the city to cheat and make money, but chose to fight with their own lives. Much better than you guys. Interesting things? Thinking about it, Lu Xiaoma's face turned pale. Interesting things? Yes. Chapter 109, Auction in Progress, Part 2. Really? Chun Jing's eyes lit up, and she arched her proud chest forward. Then can you tell me about it? I haven't been out of town for a long time. It has been a long time since I spoke to a strange man in this tone. Chun Jing even felt disgusting. Even before the end of the world, when she was surrounded by men, she would never speak to men in this tone. But there is no other way now. In order to make the stinky man happy, just treat it as trying to please a fool. Lu Xiaoma stared at Chun Jing's proud chest without hesitation. He said with a cold face, interesting thing, yes, none of the women who went out of the city to fight with me were prostitutes like you. Sell, sell, sell. The chest of the woman was heaving, and the black lapel jacket was about to burst. Maybe the two things inside were protesting that they were not for sale. Okay, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Don't bother with people like him. I still remember the prosperous times when the heel of my shoe fell off, and I met an old bachelor at a shoe repair stall on the street. The old bachelor stared at his chest like this. What's funny is that the old bachelor even tried to seduce me by saying that he had several pairs of women's expensive, high-heeled shoes at home, but he forgot to take them back from him. He also tried to make himself follow him home to take a look. So it really doesn't matter. Just treat him as the kind of shameless person. This kind of person is not worthy of making me angry. That's right. He doesn't even have the right to make me angry. He doesn't deserve it. The next items to be auctioned were 3 women, or more precisely, a mother and 2 daughters. From the photo on the TV screen, the mother looked to be in her early 30s, and her 2 children were both in their teens. The mother and her 2 daughters all have long hair, and the mother holds her daughters tightly with her arms. She must have been forced to do so. The first photo shows the 3 mothers and daughters looking up together, and the photographer took a picture of the faces of the 3 mothers and daughters from top to bottom. Each of their faces is very pretty and of good quality. You can tell that they are mother and daughter without looking at their household registration books. The 3 of them seem to be cast in the same mold. In the first photo, the mother and daughter still had tear marks on their faces. In the second and third photos, they were forced to smile again. As the photos go by, there are only 10 seconds left in the auction countdown. The starting price is 28,000 bullets, and no one has bid yet. 3, 2, 1. Unsold. Lu Xiaoma has been staring at the screen. For a moment, he had an impulse to buy all 3 women, even if it meant just keeping them by his side to do the laundry and cooking. The 3 of them, mother and daughter, had an indescribable feeling, which might have something to do with the fact that he had not seen his mother since he was a child. Until now, the mother is still protecting her 2 daughters. But if I really buy them, I might have to watch them die in front of my eyes during the second tribulation, so it would be better not to buy them. What he wants is that every woman in the team at least has the ability to protect herself, rather than being a burden to others. What a pity. Noticing that Lu Xiaoma was staring at the big screen, Chun Jing thought he was going to make a bid, but he didn't bid until the end. He just glanced at the things that had no interest in him and then stopped looking. He watched the mother and her 2 daughters until the end, but did not take any action. Like theirs that failed to sell, Lu Xiaoma organized his words and finally asked, like theirs that failed to sell, how did your city lord's mansion deal with it in the end? Oh, them. Is this rude guy finally willing to talk to me? Chun Jing subconsciously raised her snow-white neck and leaned back. At this time, she finally had the style of a manager. Of course, the city lord's mansion will buy them at half price, and then they will become tea artists. Girls with their looks should be able to go to the 7th floor. After saying that, she secretly glanced at Lu Xiaoma to see his reaction. Be a tea artist. Lu Xiaoma's face looked a little ugly. It was hard for a mother to become a tea artist with her daughter. Having lived in the apocalypse for more than a year, he certainly knew what that meant. Looking at the pretty manager, he took a deep breath and said, I'll pay 30,000 to buy them all. That's not against the rules. The 2 slender black silk thighs had always been tilted to one side. This time, Chun Jing actually placed one leg on top of the other. Although it was also politely placed to the side, it was obvious that she was getting aggressive. If everyone does this, then we won't hold auctions in the auction hall anymore. We can just wait until the end to pick up the bargains. Come and beg me. Come and beg me. Maybe I will consider making an exception for you. Chun Jing was already 99 sure in her heart. Oh man, don't they just like these tunes? Quiet. Why is he silent? Chun Jing drooped her eyelids and looked at her beautiful nails with a disdainful look. She had been waiting for dozens of seconds, but why was there no movement from the other side? I couldn't help but take a look. That guy actually closed his eyes and pretended to be dead again. Don't you want the mother and her 2 daughters anymore? Come and beg me. I didn't say I wouldn't agree to your request. As long as you tell me where you found the salt, I will give you all 3 of them. But now he is silent again. How should I bring it up? Pretending to be calm and still looking at her beautiful nails, Chun Jing thought she could give him a little hint. But there have been exceptions before. He glanced at Lu Xiaomao again and said, normally, if a customer particularly likes our tea artist, our city lord's mansion will sometimes make a break for him. But this is breaking the rules after all. No need to make an exception. I'm just asking. Letting out a long sigh, Lu Xiaomao closed his eyes and began to rest again. Since it is not against the rules, then don't force it. He hates being threatened the most in his life. Now the attitude of this female manager clearly makes it clear that she wants him to beg her. Bastard. Son of a bitch. Big bastard. Chun Jing was so choked by this sentence that she cursed in her heart, and her words were a little incoherent. I almost approached him to talk to him, but he talked me back with just one sentence. Chun Jing was never a woman with a good temper. She now felt that all her good temper in this life was going to be used up on this man. She was hesitating whether to turn hostile, scold him for being ungrateful, and then walk out proudly with her chest held high. What spy? A spy? Isn't this what I am good at? While she was hesitating whether to do this, the damn guy had already stood up from the sofa and stared at the big screen. Chapter 110, 7 Spaceman Beads. 7 Spaceman Beads. There have been 3 bids, 1.49 million bullets, and the red countdown is 17 seconds. Almost subconsciously, he stood up from the sofa, walked to the TV screen, and stared at it for 10 seconds. After making sure that he was not seeing things, Lu Xiaomao turned his head and said to Wang Ting in front of the computer, "Call me 1.5 million. Right now." 7 spaceman beads were auctioned together. This has never happened before in the history of Luoya City. This thing is rare to begin with, and today 7 of them appeared at once. 1.5 million, for seconds countdown on the TV screen. The red words of number 5 bidding 1.5 million replaced the bid of 1.49 million. Then, someone else called for 1.55 million. Space people's beads. The beads obtained from cremating the bodies of space people after their death are generally rarely circulated on the market. Especially in the past 6 months, the City Lord's Mansion has issued several regulations specifically for space people. If a space person dies in an adventure group, the City Lord's Mansion will send a special investigation team to investigate the cause of death. If the casualties are in normal combat, the adventure team has no right to cremate the space people's bodies without permission. They must be brought back to the City Lord's Mansion for unified handling by the City Lord's Mansion, otherwise the adventure team's rating will be downgraded. Maliciously killing space people to obtain space people beads, disbanding the adventure group, punishing the leader, etc. The reason for doing this is that half a year ago, many adventure group leaders hired space people and forced them to upgrade after leaving the city. After upgrading to level 2, they killed space people and obtained 10 spaceman beads, thereby making a fortune. This phenomenon did not improve until the City Lord's Mansion issued regulations, which also caused the price of beads to rise steadily. The price of a bead on the black market is between 200,000 and 250,000. Those that can be auctioned at the City Lord's Mansion are generally no less than 350,000, or even higher. In such an ordinary auction today, someone actually bid on 7 spaceman beads at once. Even Chun Jing, who was sitting there sulking, felt surprised. 7 spaceman beads. She had seen today's list when she came, but hadn't seen this batch of beads. Could it be that they were just put on the emergency auction? 1.65 million. There were 4 or 5 bidders, and the price quickly reached 170. Lu Xiaomao pointed at the big screen and said, "Bid 180. Okay. Wang Ting quickly tapped the keyboard, and the number 5 bid of 1.8 million was printed in big red letters. The TV screen began to count down 30, 29. This batch of beads. Staring at the big screen, Lu Xiaomao subconsciously clenched his left fist. The current situation is all thanks to this female manager. If she hadn't given me the authority to spend 5 million, even if I paid a deposit, it would not have been possible to exceed 2 million. Who would have thought that 7 spaceman beads would be auctioned together? I had already made up my mind when we were in Jaihigu that this time when I come back, I must get at least 3 beads from the space people, no matter the cost. The spaceman's beads are too important to me, and do you want to bid more?" Wang Ting was also staring at the screen. Someone on the TV screen called out 1.85 million again. She saw that Lu Xiaoma was a little absent-minded and was worried that he would delay his work. Ask for the price. Ask for 2 million. 2 million is a hurdle. Many medium and large adventure groups in Liyue City have a credit limit of 2 million in the City Lord's Mansion. The 4 major adventure groups may have 5 million or even higher. The price is now 200, so Lu Xiaoma wants to eliminate the ordinary adventure groups. If anyone else bids, it is likely that it is the 4 major adventure groups. Red countdown 20 seconds, 19, 18. There is no movement from the 4 major adventure groups. There were only 5 seconds left in the red countdown. Lu Xiaoma stared at the big screen nervously. He was a little surprised that they still hadn't made a move. Theoretically speaking, even if the 7 spaceman beads are auctioned separately, each one can be sold for an average of 300,000 to 350,000, so you can make a profit if you buy them. There is no reason for them not to take action. Is it possible that no one from the 4 major adventure groups is coming today? I was puzzled. The red one on the countdown grew from small to large and turned into a pile of red powder. Congratulations, sir. Wang Ting has been working hard secretly. She is an appraiser and knows the price of this space bead. It is really a big profit to be able to buy it for 2 million. If you seize the opportunity and bid for one every few days, it will be no problem to make 500,000 from these 7 beads. 7 spaceman beads for 2 million. Sir, you really made a fortune this time. Excitedly standing up from the chair, Wang Ting stepped forward and gave Lu Xiaoma a big hug. At this time, you must do this. Whether you are a tea artist or an appraiser, you must appear excited when a customer buys or sells something, so that the customer feels that they are getting a good deal. This is also the easiest time to get tips. On the contrary, if the items sold by the guests fail to sell and are bought by the City Lord's Mansion at half price, they will use their bodies to comfort the guests for free, and the money will be paid by the City Lord's Mansion. The fear is that next time there are good items, the guests will not come to the City Lord's Mansion for auction. These are the professional qualities of an appraiser. Of course, Wang Ting is happy for Lu Xiaoma from the bottom of her heart, and this reaction seems like a conditioned reflex. I was secretly excited. 7 spaceman beads, the treasure that the survivors of the doomsday are eager to get. This time, Lu Xiaoma did not refuse Wang Ting's hug and let her hug him for a while. He looked at the big screen again. The next item was a diamond fountain pen, which was a luxury item in the prosperous world. He was not interested in it. He patted Wang Ting's waist and said happily, "The auction will be over soon, and you have 10,000. Then he pushed away the appraiser who was clinging to him, strode back, and saw the beautiful manager looking at him longingly. Lu Xiaoma sat back on the sofa in a good mood and found a bottle of Coke. The auction will be over soon, and you will get 10,000 too. No matter what her character is like, after all, she was the one who just opened a 5 million credit limit for herself on the computer. Without her, with Bing Tuan's qualifications, he would only have a credit limit of 50,000 in the City Lord's Mansion. Even if he had to pay a deposit, Lu Xiaoma would have to pay a maximum of 1 million. After all, he wasn't here to buy anything today. Haha, is that so? Then I have to thank you. Damn it. He never gives me face and even humiliates me again and again. I was just about ready to quarrel with him. In Liyue City, no man had ever dared to be so disrespectful to me. What spy? Chen Jing had been planning to quit, but she didn't expect that he would give her a tip in such a sarcastic way. This made Chen Jing not know whether she should get angry with him or not. In short, she couldn't laugh at all. All right. My husband's business is more important. I won't bother with people like him. Oh, isn't he the old bachelor who repairs shoes? Why should I bother with him? Forget it. He seems happy now. Maybe he can ask something about it later. And the highlight of tonight, his batch of salt. Yes, his batch of salt is the highlight of tonight. Thinking of the stacks of $1,000 bills that she had personally handed to her husband, Chen Jing slowly loosened her grip on the corner of her clothes. Chapter 111, Karen Benway bends. Call me 410,000. On the TV screen, Karen Benway Mercedes-Benz RV is in 99 new condition with 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, and 500 millimeters expansion space on both sides. The price before the end of the world was 1.48 million. Range hood, battery stove, microwave oven, karaoke, refrigerator, water heater, vegetable sink, water purifier, etc. AC ticket is less than 6 meters long. Such a small RV can cover almost all the household appliances in a home. 2 double beds and a coffee table. The coffee table can be put down to become a single bed. In prosperous times, the biggest drawback of RVs was that they had too small a capacity. But in the last days, as long as you are not afraid of death, you can carry as many people as you want. The auction reserve price is 400,000 bullets. This treasure. knowing that there will be a second catastrophe soon. The city will be destroyed. By then, this will be the treasure that all Legion commanders dream of. And now, its auction reserve price is only 400,000 bullets. If it really reaches the second catastrophe, this car may be sold for 4 million. Liu Xiaoma stood up from the sofa for the nth time and walked to the TV screen. He couldn't understand what was going on today. An ordinary auction had so many good things. Red countdown 30 seconds, 29 seconds, 28 seconds. Fuck, are they all dead? The 7th floor Supreme VIP, looking at his beloved RV, he hadn't even slept in it for a night, and after only one bid, he added 10,000 bullets. The 2-meter-tall bald man, the violent leader, finally couldn't hold back any longer and pointed at the monitor screen and yelled, Come on, everyone. I won't sell this car for less than 1 million. 410,000 bullets. Countdown 15, 14, 13. He pushed aside the 2 women beside him and jumped up from the sofa in a frenzy. My neighbor, are all the survivors of Luya City dead? Is my car blind? 410,000. FCK. There are 5 seconds left in the countdown. Guangbao pointed at the big screen with red eyes. Quick, bid me 500,000. Damn it, I won't sell it. The appraiser on the other side of the computer stood up timidly and said, Sir, this is your auction item. You are not allowed to bid on your own in the trading hall. Whoever said no, tell him to get out here. Guangbao took a few big steps over, grabbed the appraiser by the body and pressed her into the chair. You fucking bid for me right now. Otherwise, believe it or not, I will get a dozen of my brothers to fuck you to death today. Sir, please don't embarrass me. When bidding on your item, the auction system in our room was automatically shut down. Snort. Crazy was just angry, but he also understood the rules, and he didn't dare to really cause trouble in this trading hall. Countdown 3, 2, 1. With a violent roar and a punch that smashed the computer desk, the RV was actually won by number 5 after only one bid. 2 rooms next door, the dirty monkey who was doing some kind of exercise laughed with a shrill voice, and Lord Bloodclaw on the other side also laughed heartily, which was rare. If they didn't know that this was a violent car, they might have really tried it. However, the situation today is special, and the 5 bags of edible salt are the highlight. Congratulations again, sir. Manager Chen Jing, the most powerful woman in Luya City, has adjusted her mindset now. Yes, now when she looks at Liu Xiaoma, she automatically thinks of him as the old bachelor who repairs cars and shoes. I don't seem to be that angry anymore. Seeing that Liu Xiaoma bought the Karen Bentley Mercedes-Benz RV for 410,000 yuan, the manager was a little envious of his good luck. Once again a full load. Today was just an ordinary auction, and he bought so many good things. Standing in front of the TV screen, Liu Xiaoma was in a good mood. The photos I took today are all treasures that you can't get at other times. The assessor then used her body, rubbed her in his arms, smelled her feminine scent, and added his own feminine body feel. Now Liu Xiaoma has some normal male reactions. He had been outside the city for so many days, and except for that one time with Qin Tong, he had been on edge the rest of the time. Now that he was back in the city, he had the needs of a man, which was normal. He was not the kind of saint who would abuse his second brother just to act like a cow. But the most important thing now is to sell salt. Everything else will take a back seat. When the auction is over, you will still have 10,000. In a good mood, Liu Xiaoma patted Wang Ting's waist and returned to his seat. Chen Jing had been sitting on the single sofa for a long time and felt a little tired. Taking advantage of this break, she wanted to stand up and go to the bathroom. She met Liu Xiaoma head-on. The living room has a U-shaped sofa set with a coffee table in the middle. Liu Xiaoma sits on the long sofa in the middle, facing the TV. Since he is a bit far from the TV screen, every time he sees something he likes, he has to walk to the TV and look at the price in person, especially the detailed description of the item. This has become his habit. This time when I came back, I happened to meet a beautiful female manager who was about to go to the toilet. There is a coffee table in the middle of the U-shaped sofa set, and there is only this one path. When 2 people meet now, Chen Jing, as the most powerful woman in Luya City, does not have the service awareness of giving way to guests. She has never taken the initiative to give way to any guests. Usually, the bodyguards lead the way and the guests take the initiative to give way to her. But now that she was facing him head-on and could even sense his aura, Chen Jing, as a beautiful woman, was the first to react and said with a smile, Hee sir, today's good luck is all with you. As she spoke, she was ready to move aside and let him pass first. This pretty female manager suddenly blocked my way. I guess I just tipped the assessor and forgot about her. Now she is here to ask for a tip. Liu Xiaoma was in a good mood now. This female manager had given him a credit line, and it was a great help. Now he was not so annoying to see her. Thinking of this, he raised his hand and patted her waist twice, just like he did to the appraiser. I'll remember it. I'll give you 10,000 yuan later. The smile on Chen Jing's face froze slightly. She felt that damned guy touched her twice. Before she could speak, Lu Xiaoma had already spread her body apart, rubbed her chest, sat down on the long sofa in the middle, and drank a sip of water. Bastard. He touched me? Chapter 112. This is a matter of great importance. Miss, what's wrong with you, miss? The door of room 609 was pushed open, and a man's voice came out from the room. 460,000. Give me 460,000. Now. I closed the door, and the sound stopped abruptly. The huge corridor was empty. His 2 level 2 stone-skin bodyguards were standing guard at the door. Chen Jing covered her face with her hands, leaned lightly against the wall at the door, and her chest rose and fell. Miss, what's wrong with you? Don't scare us. The 2 level 2 stone-skin female bodyguards had already drawn their pistols and were standing guard at the door. Miss, was someone bullying you just now? The room was well soundproofed, and they didn't hear anything unusual outside just now. It's okay, everything is okay. Letting go of her hands, Chen Jing let out a long breath and stood up straight. I just feel a little uncomfortable, stuffy inside. Miss? The female bodyguard was still a little worried, so Chen Jing suddenly shouted at her. I told you it's okay. Don't you understand? Oh, then it's okay then. The 2 female bodyguards looked at each other, then looked at the tightly closed door, put away their guns, and thought that the young lady didn't look like she was okay in this state. Usually after she quarreled with Secretary Luo, she would do this. But Secretary Luo is her husband, and the man in the room? It's okay, it's really okay, it's all over, it's over. After taking a deep breath, Chen Jing stood up straight and raised her chest proudly. Her high heels tapped on the floor of the corridor. Let's go back to my office. The 2 female bodyguards looked at each other again and followed the lady's steps. Damn touch there. Even an ordinary woman can't stand there with him and fake smile. I'm not really selling myself out here. Resisting the urge to call the bodyguards and to kill him, Chen Jing quickly walked out of room 609. Today, if it wasn't for the auction, Chen Jing swore that she would let the bodyguards beat him to death. But it's not possible today. He is auctioning there, and he is auctioning such a large amount of edible salt and lantern mermaids. There must be members of his team waiting at the door, and for such a large transaction, the survivors will definitely take a video as evidence. If his own bodyguard kills him today, tomorrow the city lord's mansion will be charged with murder and robbery. He said he touched me there, that's damn right. But who can believe it? How could it be such a coincidence? A man came to your city lord's mansion to auction a large amount of edible salt worth a fortune, and he chose to commit suicide by flirting with your city lord's nephew's wife? Besides, as a trading floor manager, why did you have to be alone in a room with that man today, giving him the opportunity to tease you? I'm afraid you are colluding with others and doing a sting operation to enforce the law. Well, even if this is true, all the survivors in the city will believe it, and believe that he was attracted by her beauty, but do you have any shame? The external publicity is that the person was only touched twice there, but will people outside believe it? Not to mention others, even her husband and uncle, the city lord, might doubt her chastity. How could Chen Jing have the face to be in charge of this trading hall? No matter whether it is a prosperous or doomsday era, the most feared thing for the powerful and wealthy is gossip. Fortunately, I just held back. Fortunately, 3 more sleeper cars appeared on the TV screen just now, diverting the damn attention. Fortunately, the little assessor was concentrating on the computer just now, and she didn't know anything. Now, the only people in the world who know about this are me and that shameless guy, and he doesn't seem to realize that he has already walked through the gates of hell. Damn it. Fine. Forget it. Just treat it as a pervert on the bus. What's the big deal? He is that old bachelor. I will sleep well tonight and forget about it tomorrow, including that damn face. I will never see him again. Shameless. Bastard. Son of a bitch. Big bastard. At the end of the corridor, at the elevator door, the bodyguard pressed the elevator button. Chen Jing was still comforting herself in her heart. She looked calm on the surface, and was as proud as ever, with her head held high. In the apocalypse where a single sentence can decide someone's life or death, it is rare for her to be able to do this. In the last days, the tempers of those in power are much more violent than in prosperous times. What's more, this city is owned by their family. Manager Chun. The elevator door opened, and it was Director Zhao. He had a serious face and was holding a sealed glass jar in his hand. He hurried out of the elevator and said, Manager Chun, please wait a moment. Because of her status, the male staff of the city lord's mansion usually greeted her from a distance when they saw her and did not dare to approach her. But today, Minister Zhao was a little abnormal and took the initiative to come to find her. Chen Jing still felt a little guilty about what happened just now. She pretended to be calm and said, "Minister Zhao, is there something wrong?" Manager Chun. Director Zhao looked around. The corridor was now empty except for Chen Jing's two bodyguards. He held the glass jar in his hand with a serious look on his face and placed it in front of Chen Jing. "We just found this at the bottom of one of the 16 bags of edible salt. Take a look. This is an ordinary glass jar. Inside the jar is a small piece of something the size of a little finger or fingernail. It is black and green." Chen Jing frowned slightly. "Minister Zhao, what is this?" "Seaweed. It's seaweed." Minister Zhao said seriously. "We have just found 2 brain doctors and a biologist who used to work at the Provincial Research Institute. They have all confirmed that the death time of this seaweed is no more than 7 days. Seagrass death has not exceeded 7 days. What does it mean?" Chen Jing looked at Minister Zhao with some confusion. "What's so special about a piece of seaweed?" Her face suddenly changed. "Minister Zhao, what do you mean? You said this batch of salt was shipped from the seaside. The seagrass has not been dead for more than 7 days. This means that 7 days ago, this batch of edible salt was still at the seaside? How is this possible? On the way to Dawang City, you have to pass through Chuncheng, the capital of the province with a population of tens of millions, and Dongliao City, the capital of Dongliao province with a population of tens of millions. Going further to the seaside, you will pass Dawang City, which has a population of tens of millions. No one can do this. Impossible. Not to mention that they are a small adventure group. Even if the entire city and 100,000 survivors were to attack Chuncheng together, I am afraid they would have no chance of winning. How did they do it? Is there really a secret path leading to Dongliao City? Yes. I have already reported this to Secretary Luo. Secretary Luo wants you to get the truth from him today at all costs. Where did he find this batch of edible salt? This is a matter of great importance. At any cost. Chapter 113. The fun has just begun, Part 1. 3 long-distance sleeper buses, 90 new, looking exactly the same as the one in his group, with a starting price of only 450,000. The person who put this car up for auction seemed to be in urgent need of money. He had originally bought it from a car dealer for 200,000 yuan, and it was a one-of-a-kind car. But later I found out that the car belonged to Sparks. So were these 3 cars also auctioned by them? Thinking of that crazy woman Gu Yanran, Lu Xiaoma wanted to frown. Although their Sparks had a good reputation in the city, Lu Xiaoma was not very impressed. Soldiers led by such a woman were not much better. 480,000. Someone called 47, and Lu Xiaoma raised the price without hesitation. It was still because of the second heavenly tribulation. If the second heavenly tribulation came, Leia City would be destroyed. These cars are where the female team members will live for a long time in the future, and their value is far greater than that of ordinary seat cars. Knowing in advance that the second heavenly tribulation was coming, Lu Xiaoma has now slowly tasted the sweetness. He wants more than just these cars. 500,000 bullet rolls. The 3-berth sleeper car was finally won by number 5. Good. I don't know what happened today. So many good things were put up for auction. Lu Xiaoma was in a better and better mood. He turned around and was slightly startled. Where is the beautiful female manager? Her tips. Seeing that she had just stopped him and looked very eager for a tip, he had thought about giving her a little more reward. Anyway, Lu Xiaoma had a plan in mind for tonight. Her own edible salt was put up for auction, and the worst result was that it was bought by the city lord's mansion at half price. Moreover, Lu Xiaoma was very satisfied with the price they estimated. So now he feels confident and not at all nervous. What about your managers? I turned around to ask Wang Ting, and she looked around the room in surprise. She didn't see the manager, and the bathroom door was open. Could the manager have gone to the toilet and left the door open? She went to the bathroom cautiously and found no one inside. Wang Ting went back, and just as she reached the door, someone knocked on it. Knock, knock, knock. Manager. Wang Ting was startled when she opened the door. Manager, I didn't notice you went out. Oh, I'm going out to do something. How's it going? Chen Jing walked into the house with a warm smile on her face, and her chest puffed out. Did you take pictures of those 3 cars? Got it. I bought 390 new sleeper cars for 500,000 yuan. Wang Ting had no idea what had just happened between the manager and the male guest. If she knew, she would probably be trembling in fear, waiting to be silenced. Oh yeah? You did good. What's your name? Chen Jing was smiling, and Wang Ting was flattered. Manager. My name is Wang Ting. Usually they are led by several team leaders, and even the deputy manager is a rare sight. Wang Ting. Okay, do your best. I think you are very good. With a smile on her face, Chen Jing walked towards the sofa area as if nothing had happened. This time, 2 level 2 stone-skinned female bodyguards followed her in. This time, Chen Jing thought very clearly. If he touched her again, she didn't dare to shout, so she brought bodyguards in so that he wouldn't dare to do anything wrong. However, her action immediately aroused Liu Xiaoma's vigilance. The two women who came in were both wearing high-end women's military uniforms unique to the city lord's mansion. Their wrists were not visible, but there were faint brown marks between their eyebrows. They are two level 2 stone-skinned men. Stone-skinned people, no matter what level they are, Liu Xiaoma's skills are specifically designed to counter stone-skinned people. They are like pieces of paper under his air blades. Even if the city lord Luo Yi came in person, he would be defeated by just one sword in front of Liu Xiaoma. But what is she planning to do by bringing in two stone-skinned men now? The auction of his salt was about to start. The manager suddenly went out with two level 2 stone-skinned people. Liu Xiaoma immediately became suspicious. What are you doing? He stood up from the sofa, and his right hand was about to touch his left wrist. The two stone-skinned female warriors stared at Liu Xiaoma without answering. Chen Jing quickly explained with a smile. Oh, them. They are my bodyguards. I saw that they were working hard at the door, so I let them in to have a drink of water. Mr. Liu, you don't mind, do you? I do mind. Liu Xiaoma glanced at the women warily. The salt and fish were in their hands now, and he didn't want to make things too awkward. I only have one assessor here now. You all should go out. I don't need so many people here. He didn't believe that an ordinary trading floor manager would have two level 2 stone-skinned bodyguards. Is that so? Chen Jing had never lost face like this in front of her bodyguards. She felt a little embarrassed. Okay then, you guys go wait at the door. If he sees that I have bodyguards at the door, he shouldn't dare to do anything rash, right? I said no. I had a slight fondness for the female manager, but now it's gone. I don't need anyone to accompany me here. You all can go out now. It's enough to leave her here. Liu Xiaoma insisted on driving people away. What did he mean by letting two level 2 stone-skins stand at his door? Want to tell me that I can't leave even if I get the money? Then you can try. It's not that he's suspicious. No matter who you are, if you suddenly win a 5 million or even 50 million jackpot, and the prize distribution company sends two experts to follow you for no reason, no one will feel comfortable. What the hell does this mean? Damn it. This was the first time in Chun Jing's life that she was driven away by a man. Now she walked out in such a dejected manner. Didn't she have any dignity left? Moreover, it is still unclear where the salt was obtained. But what should I do now? He is about to chase me away. How can I stay here? Feeling the burning sensation on her face, Chen Jing really wanted to let the bodyguard beat him to death right now. Sir. I told you. I don't need so many people here. Hey, what are you doing? Don't do it. You bumped into me again, you bastard. With a bang, Liu Xiaoma personally closed the door of room 609. The pretty female manager who refused to leave the door almost got hit on the nose. Asshole. Bastard. Big bastard. Do you really think I want to accompany you? She cursed angrily, but immediately realized that there seemed to be something wrong with what she said. Sure enough, when she looked back, the two female bodyguards who were kicked out were secretly looking at her. At this moment, the words "the last item in this auction" appeared in large red letters on the TV screen in room 609. Then the TV screen showed the promotional photo that had been on the screen that afternoon. 5 bags of edible salt were neatly placed together, with the words "High Seas Edible Salt Company, Limited" printed on them. The highlight of tonight has finally begun. Chapter 114. The fun has just begun, Part 2. Fuck. Look at the reserve price. 16 million? Why is it 16 million? Oh, you're right, it's true. 5 bags of salt sold for 16 million? Is the appraiser from the city lord's mansion crazy? How did he come up with this price? That's right, 16 million. I'm afraid it can buy our entire Luya city. The price must be written wrong in the special code. No, that's not right. Look carefully at the detailed description of the salt. Why doesn't it say 5 bags? 16 bags? Look, it says 16 bags, 800,000 grams. The auction of the last item officially began. The promotional picture still used a selected picture of 5 bags of edible salt, but the quantity indicated below was 50 kilograms of edible salt, a total of 16 bags, 800,000 grams. 16 bags, 800,000 grams. According to the transaction price of the auction at noon today, calculated at 20 bullets per gram of table salt, the reserve price of 800,000 grams is exactly 16 million bullets. 16 million bullets. Holy shit. 16 million. All the old ladies in Luya City combined are not worth that much money. How many Chin Xiao Qiao can this buy? When everyone saw the display picture clearly, the trading hall went into an uproar. Who the hell sold this? 16 million. Who could possibly spend that much money just to buy a few bags of salt? Are you crazy? That's right. Damn, 20 bullets for 1 gram. Are you crazy about money? Haha, 16 million bullets. This idiot must have lacked maternal love since childhood. I'm going to leave my words here today. If the price can go up today, I'll kiss that crazy bitch on live broadcast tomorrow. A burst of laughter. However, just as their laughter reached its peak, the red countdown numbers on the electronic display screen seemed to pause for half a second. 16.1 million. These laughs were like a crowing rooster that was suddenly strangled by the neck, and the entire trading hall was filled with a suffocating silence. Then someone asked quietly, "Who said they wanted to kiss Madame Nyang just now?" 16.1 million. The promotional photo showed 5 bags of edible salt, but when it was auctioned, 16 bags were auctioned at once. The ordinary survivors downstairs didn't care about this. They only cared about the price and the pleasure, but the 4 major adventure groups upstairs, as if they were sitting on nails, stood up almost at the same time and pointed at the big screen. How could this happen? How come there are 16 bags of salt? Didn't you say 5 bags? Who gave me the news? Get over here right now. The 2-meter-tall bald man, the leader of the Crazy Adventure Group, Lord Crazy, was furious. A thin man on the sofa next to him also jumped up as if his butt was set on fire. Unfair. Unfair. Captain, this is not my fault. Look at the picture. There are clearly 5 bags in the picture. Who the hell knew that there would be so many at once? He was not willing to listen to his excuses. He walked over violently and slapped him in the face. The thin man screamed, and his body flew more than 3 meters away, with blood gushing out of his 7 orifices. Captain, calm down first. Someone immediately stopped him and said, "Captain, think about it carefully. Something is wrong here." Wrong. Kwang Bao was being pulled by the man's arm. He turned around and glared at him. What's wrong? If you have to fart, do it now. The man did not dare to get angry. He stared at Kwang Bao with a gleam in his eyes. This is a bit abnormal, Captain. Think about it. How could the City Lord's mansion allow these 16 bags of salt to be auctioned together? This statement awakened the dreamer. It was like a revelation. The face that was burning with rage was stunned for a moment. Yes, with such a large amount of salt, why didn't the City Lord's mansion allow him to bid in batches? Even if it was me today, I didn't bring so much money. So would anyone else come to take pictures? Thinking of something, Kwang Bao narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you mean? It's the City Lord's mansion. In the next room, a middle-aged man stood in front of Blood Claw and analyzed in a low voice. It must be the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion first made a fake picture to make us all mistakenly believe that there are only 5 bags of salt in this auction. They will not prepare so much cash. Then the City Lord's mansion instigated the auctioneer to auction the 16 bags of salt together instead of in batches. The biggest advantage of doing so is unsold. Blood Claw frowned deeply and took over the conversation. The result of the auction failing is that the salt was bought back by the City Lord's mansion at 50 of the price. 1 gram is worth 20 bullets, so 50 means 10 bullets per gram. What a good calculation. Or next door? That must be the case. Captain, this time it must be the City Lord's mansion who is behind this. The City Lord's mansion wants to let this batch of salt go unsold so that they can buy it back at half the price. The subordinate swore solemnly, but the dirty monkey stared at the big screen and squinted his eyes. Really? I don't think so, huh? Captain. The subordinate looked at the dirty monkey in confusion. Captain, what do you mean? Haha. Dirty monkey sneered and stared at the big screen. Everyone in the world knows that this batch of salt has arrived at the City Lord's mansion. When the common people can't eat salt, who do you think they will go to? This. The subordinates were speechless. The price is being bid. Someone is bidding. It's moving. Someone's bidding. Captain, look. Someone added 100,000. At the same time, dozens of pairs of eyes in 3 rooms were all staring at the big screen. It was just an increase of 100,000 yuan. But the significance of this 100,000 yuan was extraordinary. This 100,000 yuan overturned everyone's guess. At least now it won't be unsold. In other words, this batch of salt will never reach the hands of the City Lord's mansion. Rage room. What's going on? Is someone openly challenging the City Lord's mansion? Blood Claw room. Captain, are you going to violently attack him? Not him. At least today, he definitely can't come up with so much. Who else could it be? Dirty Monkey? Does he have the ability to do that? Dirty Monkey room. Captain, you are wise. Someone actually bid for it. Haha. I said it before. The fun has just begun. In the main building, the City Lord's empty office. Luo Hao tapped the left button of the mouse gently, stared at the computer screen, and breathed a sigh of relief. There won't be any salt. The City Lord's mansion can't have so much salt. No way. Trading hall. 30 seconds countdown. 15, 14, 13. Everyone was like pouring a pot of water into boiling oil, and they blossomed completely. No matter what the final result of today's auction is, it has already created auction history in Liyue City. Even some people who were more thoughtful figured out why the city lord's mansion wanted to auction 16 bags of edible salt at the same time, and there were only 5 bags in the promotional photo. Now, the mysterious man launched a sniper attack, and the city lord's mansion's plan failed. But no one would have thought that the mysterious person was the city lord's mansion. Unless the city lord's mansion is crazy and can buy it at the normal price of 8 million, he refuses to do so and insists on double the price. Therefore, the survivors downstairs speculated that the 4 major adventure groups, or some medium-sized adventure groups, had joined forces, and even the slaughter corps outside the city had thought about it. No one would have thought that it was the city lord's mansion itself that did it. At this moment, the crowd in the trading hall suddenly held their breath again, and the number on the monitor moved again. Chapter 115, Auction. Sky-high price. 17 million. Look, someone has bid 17 million. 18.5 million. Holy shit. Who the hell are these people? Are they crazy? Who is it? It must be the 4 major adventure groups. Otherwise, who is it? Your crazy father. Yes, this must be the work of the 4 major adventure groups. Oh my god, 20 million, 20 million, 20 million. Room 609. Lu Xiaoma stood in front of the big screen and subconsciously clenched his fists. This was not a sign of being incompetent. No matter who was standing here today, it was impossible for them to act so calmly. What does 20 million mean? If you exchange all of them for energy crystals, you can get 20,000 of them. If you use all of them to buy raw food, you can buy 1 million kilograms. Even if I really used this money to buy girls from Liyue City, it wouldn't be a problem to buy 700 or 800 of them. Such a large amount of money is nothing more than a few bags of salt that an old beggar had under his body in the aviation city. There is almost no cost. Lu Xiaoma is equivalent to a huge sum of money falling from the sky. What's more, these are only the initial 16 bags. There are still 30 big bags in my space now. 20 million. On the TV screen, the red countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, the last red word 1, turned into a pile of powder. Make a deal. 20 million was won by number 11. Then there was an instant of excitement. The entire trading hall was boiling. Damn it, it actually sold. 20 million. I've never seen so much money in my life. Haha, this trip today was not in vain. Hey, do you think we have so much money in Liyue City? Is this true or not? I think so too. Do you think the city lord's mansion is playing a joke on us? How can we have so much money in Liyue City? I don't believe it. You country bumpkins, why don't you think about it? Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about food. 20 bullets per pound. The people in Liyue City eat half a pound per person per day. 100,000 people have 10 bullets. That's 1 million per day, right? With this food, the city lord's mansion can earn 30 million bullets a month. These 20 million are nothing. Any of the 4 major adventure groups can take these 20 million and not even consider them money. Bullshit. You know this now? Are the 4 major adventure groups really that awesome? They have already recruited all the special awakeners from the talent market. They are just glamorous on the surface, but in fact, their lives are not easy at all. The truly rich ones are still the city lord's mansion. This auction has ended. Looking at the big words on the TV screen, Lu Xiaoma suddenly tensed up again. Could this city lord's mansion just send the money over immediately? He doesn't ask for anything else now, as long as he can put the money into his pocket today and walk out of here safely. If the city lord's mansion can really do these 2 points, Lu Xiaoma will come again tomorrow, and he still has 30 large bags of edible salt in his space. Leave a few bags to eat, sell the rest, and exchange them all for supplies to fight the second catastrophe. But to some extent, this also disrupted Lu Xiaoma's plan. Originally in Jiahigu, he locked himself in the room for 3 days and thought of various plans, but undoubtedly, each one would require a large amount of money to support. Originally, according to his plan, after selling this batch of salt, he might also auction off the expensive seafood he got in Dawang Port. Looking at it now, it seems that there is no need for that at all. If you have money, you have people. If you have money, you have women. If you have money, you have special awakened women. The first step is to occupy a suitable car tunnel outside the city. When the second catastrophe comes and Liyue City really collapses, his ice ball will be able to protect itself. Secondly, a large amount of food and crystals form a super powerful convoy. But that's all later. Now you are in the city lord's mansion. Don't cheat me of this money. It is the foundation for me to fight against the second heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, even if we fight to the death today, Lu Xiaoma will fight to the death with your city lord's mansion. Gentlemen, the only woman in the room now is the young assessor Wang Ting. She doesn't use the operating system this time. She has been watching Lu Xiaoma nervously. 20 million. How could it be sold for 20 million? Your manager. Suddenly, Liu Xiaoma seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly turned around and grabbed the appraiser's arm. Your manager said that this time, I will auction it in 3 batches of 556. What's going on now? He was not a fool. When he evaluated the price, he estimated it to be 20 bullets per gram. With such a high price, he was afraid that it would fail to sell. So he insisted on auctioning these 16 bags of edible salt in 3 batches in the form of 556. But now, how come the city lord's mansion was put up for auction all at once without my consent? What does this mean? I don't know either. Wang Ting covered her mouth in surprise. I really don't know what's going on. Sir, I really don't know. She doesn't know? She probably doesn't know. Letting go of the young appraiser, Liu Xiaoma looked at the door and said, what about you guys? When will your money be delivered? This. Wang Ting was nervous. She also felt that the city lord's mansion would never make such a low-level mistake with such a large batch of edible salt. This will usually be delivered within 10 minutes. Now even she had a vague premonition that the city lord's mansion might be trying to default on its debt. 10 minutes. I will wait for you for 10 minutes. My skill also lasts for 10 minutes. If the city lord's mansion dares to play any tricks today, Liu Xiaoma can guarantee that 10 minutes of skill time is enough to destroy their city lord's mansion building. 20 million. In exchange for your entire city lord's mansion, I won't lose anything. Liu Xiaoma is now a little neurotic, but this is also a normal reaction for a person. 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. This time, only the pretty female manager came in. She had learned her lesson and did not bring bodyguards with her. She even unbuttoned 2 buttons of her white shirt with a floral collar. Chapter 116, Rich Area, Part 1. 6th floor VIP, room 607, next to room 609. The iconic white slim-fit trousers, 2 beautiful legs 1.2 meters long, and a white shirt. In this doomsday city, the one who can still remain spotless and loyal to the color white. Almost all the survivors in the city know that it must be Lady Yuiji. The deputy leader of the Spark Corps, the awakened light man, the severe misophobia patient who is obsessed with the color white, Lady Yuiji. The 2 deputy leaders of the Spark Group are Gu Yanran and Yuiji. They are both popular figures among the male survivors. Lady Gu Yanran, a mutant among the Special Awakeners, has a head full of silver hair and hates men. However, she has a devilish figure that cannot be hidden and a weapon that can blind people with every step she takes. I don't know how many men in Luya City have been seduced away by her. An angelic face, a devilish figure, and characteristics that disgust men. Any normal man would have an irresistible desire to conquer her. This is a unique temperament that attracts people. Another light awakener who is a white paranoid and severe misophobia patient, Lady Yuiji. It is rumored that before the end of the world, Lady Yuiji was the only daughter of Dragon City Flying General, the first real estate consortium in China. This information is correct. The 2 brothers of Longqing Feijiang Real Estate Group, Yu Longqing and Yu Feijiang, both have the surname Yu, which is a rare surname. Looking at Yuiji's temperament, she is indeed like a rich lady, and her appearance is even better than Gu Yanran. 70 of men recognize her as the most beautiful woman in Luya City. There are no women in front of Yuiji, all women are men. But these 2 deputy captains are each other's nemesis, and it is a recognized secret that they are not on good terms. In addition, the ultimate dream of the 3rd-ranked fan who claims to be a married woman is the most powerful woman in Luya City, Chen Jing, who has 100 points for identity, 98 points for appearance, 100 points for power, and 97 points for figure. Her overall quality is the best in the city. However, most of the above are just some bored bachelors talking privately. There is no official certification, just for fun. Sister E.G. The staff brought the auction money for 3 sleeper cars, and a little girl with twin ponytails collected it for her. Every woman feels pressure when staying with her. Fortunately, Bai Xiaoyu is used to it. Sister E.G., what should we do now? Do we still want the salt? I was determined to get 5 bags of table salt today, but I didn't expect this to be the result in the end. Yuiji stared at the screen for a long time with a pair of beautiful eyes in front of the TV, until it showed, this auction is over, and then she looked away. Let's go. So are we really going to attack Tianjiang? Bai Xiaoyu followed behind him, and the dozen or so women in the living room also followed him out. Attack Tianjiang. Having reached the door of the room, Yuiji paused. After attacking Tianjiang City, a city with a population of 1 million, I don't know how many sisters can come back alive. Maybe this is fate. It's like maybe one day I will marry a man. I'll open the door. Knowing that Sister Yi is a severe misophobia patient, Bai Xiaoyu stepped forward and opened the door for her first. Sister Iji's hands cannot touch such dirty things as door handles. Oh, do you have eyes? When she opened the door, the girl with twin ponytails was only paying attention to Sister Iji behind her and bumped into a person who was wearing a baseball cap and looked like a bad guy. The man in the baseball cap lowered his head and hurried away without even saying sorry. Xiaoyu. Just as she walked out of the door of the room, Yu Yiji stopped again. The door of the next room 609 was open, and the lights were not turned off. The young man lowered his head and walked towards the elevator. Yu Yiji's heart moved inexplicably. Xiaoyu, go and take a look. Look at him. Bai Xiaoyu wondered. Go quickly. Okay. By tomorrow morning at the latest, I'll tell you exactly what color underwear his sister-in-law likes. Try not to be rough. I know, I'll try my best. In the lobby on the first floor, the survivors had just dispersed, and a large number of survivors were still there to discuss your auction success today. There are restrooms in the four corners of the hall. Lu Xiaoma quickly walked to the corner closest to the gate, where there was a long queue at the door. You, go to the back. He walked directly to the front of the line and patted the man on the shoulder. The man turned around and was about to get angry when a 100 yuan bullet roll hit him in the face. The man caught it and looked at the denomination. Okay, master. At this time, someone just came out of the bathroom, and Lu Xiaoma quickly pushed the door open and went in. This is a toilet that was renovated after the end of the world. It is a long and narrow space of more than 80 square meters. There are two large squat toilets on the left and right. There are no cubicles. The so-called squat toilets are just a ditch. People on the left are squatting to defecate. The one in front faces the one behind. People who use the toilet dare not look up. Looking up is a tragedy. On the right is a urinal for peeing while standing. It stinks. Lu Xiaoma held his breath, enduring the strong stench that hit him, and quickly found a set of dirty clothes that he had taken off the madman and put them on. His top was a black jacket with several holes in it, and his pants were stiff jeans that had been soaked in mud, so it was impossible to tell what their original color was. A torn hat, a bloody white cloth wrapped around the left hand, covering the space tattoo. When he walked out of the bathroom again, Lu Xiaoma looked up and slowed down his pace. He looked nonchalant, just like most of the survivors here. It was not a wasted trip tonight. That's just the kind of person he is. He strolled into the hall and took a look at the acquisition display. When he saw two groups of people walking out together, he followed them and mixed in with them. Where are we going to have some fun tonight? Fuck, I haven't had a second meal in 5 days. I'm going to make Jiao Jiao's belly explode tonight. So you still have the strength? Then you can wait until tomorrow to see if that little sister-in-law can get out of bed. Haha. Hey, have you heard? There are chicken dealers over at Princess Street. I heard they got a bunch of crazy women recently. Mad woman? Doesn't that thing mean you can't use it down there? It will burn your thing and make it impotent if it goes in there. No, I heard that they have developed a new method in Princess Street to knock out the teeth of those crazy women using their mouths. Use the mouth of a crazy woman? Damn, even if she has no teeth, it won't work. The bite force of that thing is too strong. That's why it's called a thorn chicken. I heard it's more effective than a living chick. Oh, I heard about this too. I heard that the bitches on Princess Street even dug a hole in the breast of a crazy woman. Following a group of survivors out of the door, the square was full of recruiting calls for the attack on Tianjiang City a week later. Most of the people who come here have tour groups or have already signed up. The rest are still waiting and watching, waiting for the last 2 days. Maybe the salary can be even higher. Lu Xiaoma followed the group of survivors across the square and the crossroads. On both sides were the bases of various adventure groups of varying sizes, as well as small buildings for ordinary people. The asphalt road with street lights in front was the wealthy area. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the day of ordinary survivors has come to an end, but in the rich area, the wonderful nightlife and the real doomsday paradise have just begun. Chapter 117, Rich Area, Part 2. Asshole. Bastard. Big bastard. I will beat you to death with my own hands. The manager's office on the 8th floor of the trading hall was steaming hot and full of steam. The manager asked someone to temporarily move in a large Japanese wooden barrel. Taking a shower in the office? The female employees thought they had misheard, but now the manager has taken off his clothes and is actually taking a shower. Here, and here. Rub them both for me. Chun Jing stood up in the wooden barrel, and 3 female employees hurriedly came to wipe her with hot towels. They didn't dare to ask too many questions, but it was strange that the manager took the initiative to explain without them asking. She had quarreled with her husband. What does a fight with your husband have to do with taking a shower in the office? The female employees racked their brains to figure it out, but no one dared to ask. I told you not to use a towel. How about a bath towel? Manager, you've rubbed it all red. You have to rub it even if it turns red. Change the bath towel for me immediately. Damn it. I personally went to give him the 20 million in cash. That damn guy took the money and turned his face away, kicking me out for the second time. He should have touched it. There was no place for him to touch, okay. In the end, he took advantage of me so much without me even asking a single question. Bastard. Son of a bitch. Big bastard. An hour later, 3 female employees each took a hairdryer to help the manager blow dry his hair. The hair must be blown dry, otherwise what if my husband gets suspicious when I get home? There was a knock on the door, and the stone-skinned female bodyguard came in with an envelope. After taking a bath for more than an hour, she seemed to be in a much better mood. Chen Jing sat in front of the dressing table and opened the envelope. Yi Rui, Kusini, Lin Ming'er, Fong Jing, Fongya. 20 million was a huge sum of money that fell from the sky. After deducting 2 million in transaction tax, he bought space beads for 2 million, a large generator for 240,000, a motorhome for 410,000, a sleeper car for 500,000, and a watch with 42,000 bullets. In the end, he gave a tip of 30,000 to the appraiser and the beautiful female manager. The final result is that there are 14,748,000 bullets in my pocket. Also delivered were 7 space beads, RV keys, sleeper car keys, large generator sets, and watches. The space beads have not been used yet. The cars are parked in the parking lot. They can be parked for free for 1 month. All the things are stored in the space. Today's auction result was far beyond Liu Xiaoma's expectations. If this happened a few days ago, when he met Sparkball Gu Yanran, if Gu Yanran could take out 7 space beads and ask to exchange them for her 16 bags of table salt, Liu Xiaoma would probably agree without hesitation. In his opinion, if 16 bags of table salt could be exchanged for 7 space beads, it would be a huge bargain. But now, in addition to the 7 beads, there is also an RV, 3 sleeper cars, a large generator set, and even nearly 15 million in cash. I dare not even think about such a thing, but it actually happened. Brother, do you want to play some chicken stab? Wow. Big brother, your beard is so handsome and stylish. Master, do you want to try the legendary 12 beauties of Jinling? Hee, this little brother is still shy? Come here, let me let you touch here, it's free. In the wealthy area, there is the only street in the city with street lights at night. It is not wide, only about 10 meters, and there are several girls standing under each street light. The street lamps belong to the city lord's mansion, so the stalls are charged 100 bullets a night, and several girls pool their money to rent a stall. When they have customers, they will sell the street lamps cheaply to other girls waiting for customers. Get out of the way. Everyone, get out of the way. The dirty clothes pulled off by the madman did not affect the enthusiasm of these girls at all. Liu Xiaoma was not tired of it, and had to walk to the other side and go down the stairs. The shops on both sides of the road are busy at this time. The lights are on, and the idle waiters and proprietresses are standing at the door of their own shops shouting. They will approach and chat with every customer passing by, not caring if they are turned down, and they will smile brightly when they meet the next customer. Can luncheon meet? Stopping in front of a restaurant, Liu Xiaoma looked up at the sign, Hongqian Restaurant, which had 2 floors. The exterior wall of the restaurant was a transparent glass window, and the lights were on inside. Through the glass, he could see that there were already quite a few customers inside, and the waitresses in cool clothes were shuttling back and forth. Brother, do you want to eat? Yes, little brother. We have luncheon meat and rice at home today. Come in and have some. As soon as a customer stopped, 2 girls in their teens or 17 came up to greet him. Liu Xiaoma glanced at the restaurant's facade and nodded slightly. Eat something. The 2 girls looked delighted and quickly trotted over to open the door for the customer. When they bring in a customer, no matter how much he spends, first of all, they have 10 bullets in their pocket. Then, they also get 10 of the customer's order, which is also their income. So try to let your guests eat more, and it would be even better if they could give tips. Walking into the lobby on the first floor of the hotel, many surviving mercenaries who had just watched the auction and some ordinary awakened people had already filled the lobby. The 4 major adventure groups attacked Tianjiang, and the price of labor skyrocketed. Everyone had money in their pockets these days, and they were about to attack Tianjiang City, and no one knew whether they could come back alive, so ordinary restaurants and some entertainment venues were unusually busy these days. Please sit here, sir. The 2 girls led them to a corner of the hall and looked around. They were just ordinary mercenaries, talking loudly, drinking heavily, laughing, and rubbing the waiters behind them. It's a bit noisy, but there's a sense of intimacy in returning to human society. Perhaps because he had been lonely for too long, Liu Xiaoma was not annoyed by the noise and bustle, but instead felt somewhat at home. Sir, this is the menu. We have 9 dishes in total today, and rice. Please take a look and see what you would like to eat. At a small table for 4 in the corner, 2 girls stood on either side, rubbing their delicate bodies against the guests as much as possible. Lu Xiaoma was sitting, and the 2 girls were behind him, bending down and poking their heads out, pointing at the menu with their fingers and introducing. "This is our main dish today, can luncheon meat stewed with cabbage." Yes. In our store, we guarantee that we will cook you a whole box of canned food at the same time. Not a drop of the gravy will be wasted. And the price is not expensive. A large pot of luncheon meat stewed with cabbage only costs 1,000 bullets. One dish costs 1,000 bullets. Even an awakened man would have to go out of the city and work hard for 10 days to earn that much. Ordinary survivors simply can't afford it. However, the 2 girls still strongly recommended it. If the customers ordered it, their commission would be 100 bullets. If there were some left over after the customers finished eating, it would be even better. Then let's have this luncheon meat and a pound of rice. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him. So he found 2 large bills with 1,000 bullet rolls in the space and placed them on the table. He actually ordered it. The 2 girls looked delighted. One of them held the bullet roll and said, "Sir, your purchase this time is 1,000 bullets for a ton of luncheon meat and cabbage, and 150 bullets for a pound of white rice. Do you want some wine? Our wine is also on sale today." "Yes, little brother, if you like, we can drink with you." Lu Xiaoma put down the menu and said, "No need, that's all. Sir, just drink a little and relax. You've been tired all day. Let me give you a massage." Another girl quickly came behind him, put her small hands on his cervical vertebrae, and gently massaged. "The money, the rest is your tip." Knowing their tricks, Lu Xiaoma didn't bother to argue. The 2 girls immediately said in surprise, "Really? Thank you so much, sir. You are so nice, little brother." One of them continued to massage him, while the other one hurriedly trotted to serve the food. There were still 850 bullets left, and the price for the 2 of them to book a whole night was only 200 bullets. This little brother is really generous. After a while, a large bowl of luncheon meat and cabbage came up. The aroma was inhaled into Lu Xiaoma's lungs. He had been hungry for a whole day, and now his appetite was whetted. Men who could eat 4 taels of rice before the end of the world, after awakening, can eat a pound of rice. Lu Xiaoma is also an awakener. He ate a small bowl of rice and a large bowl of luncheon meat stewed with cabbage. After finishing everything, he smoked a cigarette and left the restaurant under the reluctant greeting of the 2 girls. "It would be even better if I could serve him for a whole night. Such a generous guest must have done everything he could to please him. He can accept anything. Don't leave." These days, the flow of people in the rich area is much more than before, and it is also because they are about to attack Tianjin City. "I received half of the advance salary, and I don't know if I can come back alive. Because there is no future, so indulge in luxury." Walking out of the restaurant, Lu Xiaoma habitually lit a cigarette. After taking 2 steps, he found someone following him. He frowned slightly and threw the cigarette behind his head. Immediately, a group of ragged survivors ran over and scrambled for it. The dim streets, the young ladies under the street lights, the shouts of the waitresses in the street restaurants, the roar of the generators, the drunken mercenaries leaning in the middle of the road, the refugees in rags, the small and medium-sized teams of dozens of people passing by from time to time, and the team leaders holding their heads proudly. All of these, every scene, outlines a unique landscape in the doomsday, and it is also a typical doomsday city. Admiring these scenes, Lu Xiaoma walked forward silently. That was enough for today. It was time to relax for the rest of the time. Chapter 118, Gambling Street, Part 1. Gambling Street, one of the most prosperous streets in Luoyang City. Entertainment in the heyday, whether you like eating, singing, playing games, watching TV series, playing sports, traveling, or using your mobile phone. In the doomsday, the only things you can enjoy are smoking, drinking, gambling, and women. No other entertainment. As a survivor of the apocalypse, you follow the team to work hard during the day, killing maniacs, searching for meteorites, and earning money from supplies to return to the city. At night, your biggest dream is to have a good meal, brag to each other, drink a bottle of stomach-warming liquor, feel lighthearted, and finally find a girl to have a good sleep with. Perfect day? Even if I was eaten by a madman the next day, I would die without regrets. This is the daily life of men after the apocalypse. Perhaps compared to the stressful, prosperous times, this kind of life is more free and easy. Live happily and die happily. Without those nonsense interpersonal relationships, it is frustrating to face people you don't like every day and pretend to be nice to them. In the end times, this is how I live. I have a life today. I will eat, drink, gamble, and have sex. I will sleep in the arms of a little girl for a night. Even if I die tomorrow, it's worth it. This life is worth it. If he had not seen the second heavenly tribulation, Perhaps this would have been Lu Xiaoma's way of life in the future, but things are different now. But I still need to relax tonight. The gambling street was crowded with people, the dirt road was underfoot, and the men coming and going around were staggering and reeking of alcohol. Brother, come in and play for a while. Brother, come in and play. We have a special program in our store today. Haha, we have some in our store too. Come in and take a look, little brother. Most of the shops in the gambling street are 1 or 2-story small shops. The road is not wide, with a width of about 5 or 6 meters. The houses are ordinary brick houses, but they were rebuilt after the apocalypse, and the area inside is not small. In a nearby room, a young girl screamed miserably. Lu Xiaoma turned his head to look, and through the window, he saw a young girl holding her lower abdomen and screaming. She jumped a few times in pain, then took 2 steps back, sat down against the wall, and cried. On the other side, a burly man laughed loudly. This woman doesn't have many hairs, does she? He had just taken his big hand out of the girl's pants, holding a handful of hair, and walked to a table. He carefully placed all the hair on the table. A group of men surrounded him, shouting odd. Even, little brother, do you want to try it too? The girl at the door of the store came up quickly and hugged Lu Xiaoma's arm with a smile. Little brother, come in and try it. In our store, we can guess anything. As long as you can think of it, we allow you to try it. Hey, little brother, don't go. We have everything in our store. There are even more chickens on the 2nd floor. Do you want to come up and take a look? He had been to the gambling street several times before, but due to his family environment, he had never gambled since he was a child. It was only when he played basketball in college and won popsicles that he had the only gambling experience. After walking a few dozen meters, there were fewer and fewer drunks on the road, and more young ladies in the shops on both sides of the road. At this point, most of the shops on both sides are 2 or 3-story buildings and are decorated more luxuriously. Brother, come in and take a look. The tea in our shop is free. You don't have to play. Brother, come to our house and have a look. We have a new way to play today. In the apocalypse, nothing matters. In the shadow between the 2 stores, Lu Xiaoma changed his clothes again, looking like an ordinary mercenary, but this time his clothes were clean. Halfway through the gambling street, the lights of the shops on both sides of the central area became brighter and brighter, and the young ladies soliciting customers were particularly enthusiastic towards him. Lu Xiaoma was pulled into a 2-story gambling house by a little girl with a ponytail. Since he was here today, he also wanted to try the taste of gambling. It's shameful for a grown man to have never gambled in his life. Little brother, please come this way. How big do you want to play? I'll introduce it to you. The little girl held my arm and pulled me into the store. From the look of it, this store is relatively large, with 3 floors. The first floor is about 500 square meters. There are all kinds of lights on the ceiling, which seem to have been installed after the end of the world, but they are very bright. There are 5 tables on the first floor hall, on the left and right sides, in the center, and in the front and back. There are all kinds of gambling tools, men who gamble, and beautiful waitresses. There is the smell of tobacco and alcohol. There are many people surrounding each gambling table. Here we are. The little girl took Lu Xiaoma's arm and walked to a baccarat table. There are all kinds of gambling methods. On the first level, each bet is at least 50 bullet rolls. On the second level, it is 500 bullet rolls. On the third level, it is a special way of playing in our store. It's very exciting. The lobby on the first floor was filled with smoke. Lu Xiaoma looked across at the baccarat table, where a dealer in 3-pointed clothes was dealing cards with a smile. He turned his head to ask the girl, "Is this a 50-ball bet?" "Yes." "Huh." The little girl looked at Lu Xiaoma's serious face and giggled. It was obvious that she had never gambled before. "Sir, let me take you to play the dice. It's easy. Just guess the size." She pulled Lu Xiaoma to the other side, where there was also a fan-shaped table with a green velvet surface. A croupier lady in bikini was standing inside, holding a black dice clock and shaking it quickly. With every shake, the pair of breasts on her chest bounced up and down. There were quite a few men standing opposite, and the girl finally brought Lu Xiaoma to a position. "Sir, this is a bet on big or small. There are 3 dice in the dice clock, which will be put down and opened later. If the sum of the points on the 3 dice is 10 to 17, it is big, and between 4 and 10 is small. If 3 of the same are the same, the dealer will win. Now put the bullet roll on it. If you bet correctly, you will earn as much as you bet. This is easy." When the little girl finished her speech, the beautiful dealer had already put down the dice clock, and a group of men were shouting to bet on the bullet rolls. Lu Xiaoma watched and found a $100 bullet ticket in the space and bet on big. The beautiful dealer smiled and confirmed a round. A group of men shouted big, small, odd, even. Finally, the bell sounded, 4, 5, 5. The result was big. Liu Xiaoma's $100 bullet ticket immediately became a $200 bullet ticket. This thing is good. It's quite interesting. I won the first time I gambled. Liu Xiaoma was a little interested and immediately found a stack of 100,000 yuan bullet rolls in the space. Winning 100 is meaningless, but if he can win 100,000 this time, it will make his heart beat faster. Chapter 119, Gambling Street, Part 2. Gentlemen. The girl who was leading the way was startled, and the beautiful dealer and a group of gentlemen opposite were also startled by his action. There is a whole stack of $1,000 bills on the table. Are you here to tease us? The girl who led the way hurriedly shook Liu Xiaoma's arm and said, Sir, the maximum amount of bullets we can load on the first floor is 1,000 at a time. If you want to play big, come with me and we'll go to the second floor. These two are for you. Take me to the second floor. The two 100 bullet rolls were given to the little girl. The little girl happily hugged Liu Xiaoma's arm tighter. Thank you, sir. I'll take you to the second floor right away. Liu Xiaoma didn't care about winning 100 bullets, but it felt great to win money. Follow the little girl upstairs. The second floor is also a 500 square meter hall with gambling tables placed around it. The number of people on the second floor is less than 10 of that on the lower floor, but judging from their clothes, they are all wealthy people, and most of them are special awakeners. Sir, let's play dice. That's easier. Knowing that he was a novice, the girl excitedly led Liu Xiaoma to the dice table. The gambling equipment was the same as on the first floor, and the beautiful dealer was much more beautiful than the one downstairs and had more substance. Sir, I've just told you the size here. You can also bet on odds, evens, or leopards. The odds of betting on leopards are the highest, 1 to 24, which means if you bet 10,000 bullets, if you win, you will be compensated with 240,000 bullets and, having just witnessed the style of a super rich man, the girl deliberately said this time that 10,000 bullet rolls turned into 240,000. Usually when she introduced it, she would say that 1,000 turned into 24,000. What is a leopard? If you bet 10,000, you can earn 240,000. This was the first time Liu Xiaoma had heard of this new way of playing. The girl with ponytail patiently explained to him. A leopard is when the 3 dice have the same number after the clock starts. For example, if the 3 dice are all 111, 222, or 333, 444. Country bumpkin. Not only Liu Xiaoma was sitting in front of the table, there were also several men in luxurious clothes, a middle-aged couple. The man had a faint brown mark on his wrist. He was a level 1 stone-skinned man. The woman looked to be in her 30s, probably the man's wife before the end of the world. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the stone-skinned people after the apocalypse to find someone with her appearance, unless they were blind. The woman squinted at Liu Xiaoma and muttered softly, Where did this bumpkin come from? He can't even play dice. Her voice was not loud, and the man also glanced at Liu Xiaoma with a smile. Okay, don't worry about him. There are so many little fools who come here to broaden their horizons. Let's play our own games. Honey, let's play a big game this time. The woman hugged the man's arm affectionately. If you win this time, we will go home and I will reward you well tonight. Okay, I'll listen to my wife this time. The stone-skinned man took out all the bullets in his pocket with a smile. 2,000. This time I'll bet whatever my wife says. I bet on small. The woman proudly took out 2,000 yuan bills and bet them all on small at once. Then she looked at Liu Xiaoma with some sarcasm and couldn't help but said proudly, Hey, kid, you didn't come here to find a job, did you? Are you going to pay it back or not? If not, don't waste time here. We are all waiting for it to start. Looking for a job? Several gamblers nearby couldn't help but laugh. Even the girls serving them couldn't help but chuckle. Liu Xiaoma was still listening with great interest to the young girl introducing the rules. He didn't pay attention to what the old woman in front of him said, nor did he know that she was talking about him. Otherwise, given his temper, he would probably have to follow the couple home tonight and play the husband and wife game with them. You can also bet on the total number of points. 4 and 17 points have the highest odds, 50 times the odds. Having listened to almost everything, Liu Xiaoma was not interested in other ways of playing, so he just played big or small, which was simple, crude, and easy to understand. I bet big. The beautiful dealer has already set the clock. She feels that everyone is looking at her. Liu Xiaoma didn't know what was going on. He looked around, took out a stack of bullet rolls worth $1,000, and pressed them on big. And in the next moment, the smiles on the faces of the people around seemed to freeze on their faces. Here, the old woman was the worst. She was just laughing at the guy who was looking for work, but in the blink of an eye, the guy took out such a big stack of 100,000 yuan bills. He still hadn't opened the bundle. This kid is not real, right? 100,000 bullets. That's enough for a medium-sized adventure group to go out of the city for a search mission. So you're just betting big? Her face turned red and then white, and the woman felt as if her whole body was on fire. It felt as if everyone's eyes were on her at this moment. Moreover, my husband and I often come to this place, and many of the people here are old acquaintances. If this gets out to my husband's group, he will be embarrassed along with me. Sure enough, the woman looked back at her husband again. Her husband was staring at her with anger in his eyes. This old spendthrift woman. What a disgrace. Ha 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 ha. In a hurry, the woman suddenly laughed. She took a step forward abruptly and came to Lu Xiaoma's side. Hey, young man, is this your first time in the casino? The fan-shaped table was spacious, and the gamblers nearby and the woman's husband all looked at her in surprise. Lu Xiaoma was still in high spirits. He turned his head to glance at the woman and asked, "What's wrong?" He then focused his attention on the table. He just wanted the beautiful dealer to open the clock quickly to see if he had bet correctly again. It's true. Huh. The woman chuckled and winked at her husband. Then she turned back and whispered to Lu Xiaoma. Actually, this dice is not played like this. It's so boring to bet on the size. You can only win more if you win. Believe me, if you want to play something tricky. Bet on the leopard. Bet your 100,000 on the leopard. If you win, it's 1 to 24. Your 100,000 will become 2.4 million in an instant. You little fool. You made me so embarrassed just now. Now I'll kill you. As soon as the woman finished speaking, the gamblers around her, including her husband, all smiled meaningfully, some on their faces and some in their hearts. Leopard, how can it be so easy to find one? Isn't this just bullying that kid? Now let's see if this stupid kid will be fooled. 24 to 1. After hearing what the woman said, Lu Xiaoma was somewhat moved. The woman nodded quickly. Yes, I can't lie to you about this, sister. If you don't believe me, ask them. Besides, this casino is not owned by me. How can I afford to pay 1 to 24? Think about it. Even if you don't win this time, you can bet 10 or 20 times in a row. As long as you win once, you will win, right? Listen to me, bet on the leopard. If you win, you will have 2.4 million. You will never have to go out of the city to do missions in your life, and you can eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks every day. If you can trust me, bet on the leopard this time, 1 to 24. This woman is so vicious. It's not enough to cheat people once. She also wants them to bet again. Bet on leopards, pay 1 to 24. Thinking about her words, Lu Xiaoma pecked her carefully. This woman was right about one thing. Even if he bet correctly, he would only be hit by 100,000 bullets. With his current net worth of over 15 million, it really isn't that interesting. But Lu Xiaoma is not a fool. After all, he is a college undergraduate. He can't do something crazy like betting dozens of times in a row. Then I'll bet on 5 leopards. If I win, I'll take 2.4 million. If I lose, I'll just take the 500,000 for fun. This is the first time I'll gamble in my life, and it will also be the last time. Thinking about it, he grinned. Okay, then I'll listen to you. All in on the leopard. Chapter 120, Gambling Street, Part 2. With a pop, all 100,000 bullet rolls were bet on the leopard. The woman next to him laughed. Little brother is really bold. I'm rooting for you. She turned her head and blinked at her husband repeatedly. The gamblers around her also had inexplicable smiles on their faces. This woman was vicious, and no one knew where this stupid boy came from. He is probably a little fool who just came to the city. Drive. The woman stood beside Lu Xiaoma with a smile on her face. I'll stand here to cheer you on. Little brother, drive quickly. Don't you have money? Let me show you how I'm going to kill you today. Open. Open quickly. Big. I want it big. Bullshit. The one I bought is small. Open. The atmosphere was lively, and several gamblers around shouted. The beautiful dealer looked around with a smile, and when she saw that no one was betting anymore, she gently raised the dice clock. 55 is still 5. 3 5s. Leopard. In an instant, the smile on the beautiful dealer's face froze. This is not the casino in the heyday. There is no trickery at all in the casino in the doomsday. All the dealers are personally selected by the city lord. Anyone who dares to cheat will have his shop closed immediately, and his boss will be shot. This is not a joke. So even the dealer himself doesn't know what the result will be this time. 555. A real leopard. 2.4 million? How could this be such a coincidence? The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Is it really true? Someone shouted, and the gamblers looked at each other, and then all gave Lu Xiaoma a look as if they had seen a ghost. Leopard, the beautiful female dealer, who was always calm and unhurried, suddenly put her hands on the table, and her thighs trembled slightly. 2.4 million. Although she didn't have to pay, after this time, the boss would definitely return it to her. After a record of paying 2.4 million, No casino would be willing to take her in. 100,000 per game is not too exaggerated. Some drunk adventure team leaders have also bet 100,000 per game, but they all play for small and large amounts. If they really win, the casino will really compensate them, and then they will lose it all back. But I bet 100,000 cash on the leopard, and it really won. This kind of thing has never happened before, at least not in this casino. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll go find the manager. The beautiful dealer turned around and rushed into an office. After a while, a manager came running over, sweating profusely. The first thing he saw was a bundle of $1,000 bills on the card table. The second thing he saw was the 555 on the dice clock. The manager was dazzled and almost fell down. What's going on here? In Gambling Street, there is a patrolman from the City Lord's Mansion stationed in every 5 casinos. It happened that the inspector was with the manager just now. The beautiful dealer told the manager what happened in his ear, but the patrolman didn't hear it, but he followed. No, nothing. I'll go find the boss right now, he's upstairs. The manager stumbled up to the 3rd floor. Less than 5 minutes later, there was an angry roar from upstairs. Ping pong pong. Boom boom. No one knew what was going on, and then the casino manager rolled down the stairs. Fuck. Who is it? A big man came down the stairs with a bang. He first saw the inspector from the City Lord's Mansion. His face suddenly became gloomy. He walked a few steps to the table and stared at it intently. No one dared to move. Anyone who dared to destroy the table would be considered cheating and would be executed by firing squad at the City Lord's Mansion. Who dares to move at this time? I won 2.4 million. Lu Xiaoma stared at the boss calmly. He didn't expect such a big fuss. In fact, he didn't expect to win. You. The boss was a level 2 fireman. He pointed at Lu Xiaoma with his finger trembling. You're good. You're really good, kid. Who the hell rang the bell? He turned around and saw 2 staff members pushing the beautiful dealer over. By now, the beautiful dealer no longer had the strength to walk. She also knew that she had caused a big disaster, but it was really not her fault. Boss, don't blame me. Really don't blame me. With a crisp slap, the boss, who was a level 2 flame man, gave a loud slap. The beautiful dealer screamed and flew several meters away. Waste. Such a fucking waste. The situation here is so chaotic that almost everyone is gathered here now. They won 2.4 million. This store is now going to pay 2.4 million. You know, this store is auctioning now. It's worth 3 million at most. This boss has now lost the entire store. Money. You have to give this money. The City Lord's Mansion is patrolling here. Even if he is not here, with so many eyes watching, the news will reach the City Lord's Mansion in 20 minutes, not tomorrow. Refusing to pay a debt is no different from cheating, and the punishment is execution by firing squad. In the City Lord's Mansion, everything depends on the word trust. Grasp. With a bang, the level 2 flame man boss turned around and kicked the wall. Wait, I'll compensate you right away. 2.4 million. In his space, he calculated all the bullet rolls and found them, which amounted to 1.67 million. The rest was paid with water crystals and energy crystals, which amounted to 730,000. He packed it into 3 large bags. But it seems that the boss still has some money left, so the casino can continue to operate. Little brother, do you want to play 2 more rounds? This boss is a man who can take it easy. He didn't even say a single bad word to me just now. It's understandable that he gets a little angry after losing so much money. The leader of one of the 4 major adventure groups, Bao, personally killed the deputy leader, Crazy, because of the 1.38 million bullet rolls. From this perspective, this boss is still okay, so Lu Xiaoma didn't say much. No more playing, let's go home. Everyone was looking at him. Lu Xiaoma was very calm. He put the 2.4 million into the space, not bothering to count. Finally, he put his gambling capital of 100,000 into the space, nodded to the boss, turned around and wanted to leave, but stopped again, by the way. He found 2,000 yuan bills in the space, turned around and smiled at the woman who encouraged him to buy the leopard. Thanks, big sister. He wanted to give her a 2,000 yuan tip, but the woman didn't dare to take it. Lu Xiaoma smiled and stuffed the 2,000 yuan tip directly into her mouth, then turned around and strode downstairs. 2.4 million. Less than 2 hours after the auction ended, his assets increased by another 2.4 million. It is equivalent to the 7 spaceman beads, plus a Mercedes-Benz Karen Bentley RV, all of which were given by the owner of this store. Walking out of the store, Lu Xiaoma was in a good mood. 2.4 million. No wonder gambling is so addictive. Winning money feels so damn good. Next, Lu Xiaoma, who was still a little unsatisfied, walked around the gambling street twice. When he was about to leave, he was attracted by something called. I beg you to believe me. I'm really not a madman. I beg you. I'll count out to you. I'll count out to you. Bang, bang, bang. Believe me. You really have to believe me. Chapter 121, Madman Kills. This is the third floor of a casino. Just to come here and watch, you have to pay 500 bullets for the ticket. Liu Xiaoma has visited several gambling shops on the street. The third floor requires a ticket. The most expensive is 200. This one requires 500 bullets and says you can watch the crazy killing game for free. You can also place bets. Madman killing game. What the hell is that? And they dare to charge 500 bullets for the ticket. Driven by curiosity, Liu Xiaoma bought a ticket and the waitress led him to the third floor, which was a hall of 1,000 square meters. There are red lights overhead, and the whole hall is red. The hall was surrounded by wooden shelves that were layered high, a bit like the stands in a stadium. Quite a few people were already sitting on the wooden shelves. Liu Xiaoma took out another 500 bullet roll and bought a seat in the front row. He was curious about what kind of game this was. If you want to place a bet, this round has already started. You can wait until the next round starts before placing a bet. A soft body came up to me. It was the waitress who led the way. She whispered the rules of the place in my ear. The hall was surrounded by wooden stands, and in the center was a huge round mahogany table. There were 12 people sitting at the table, and all of them had pale faces. At the four corners behind 12, there are 4 large iron cages, each 5 meters square, and in each cage there is a naked female madman. Maybe it was because they saw so many living people. Each of the female crazy people was walking back and forth in the cage, being extremely irritable. Prophet, please open your eyes and choose who you want to see tonight. Behind the table of 12 people, a beautiful judge gently called out. Now, there is a staff member behind each of the 12 people, forcibly covering their eyes with masks. After the judge finished speaking, a man reached out his trembling hand to pat the thigh of the person behind him. The male staff member behind him took off the mask in front of his eyes. The man looked around frantically, found the female judge, and pointed at a man next to him with trembling fingers. Please tell me the number of the person you want to check. This gesture is for a good person, and this gesture is for a madman. The judge gestured professionally. The thumbs up meant a good person, and 5 fingers pointed downward meant a madman. That's him. Anxious, the man pointed at the person next to him and said something, and the person behind him quickly covered his mouth. The man then reacted and made a 7 gesture with his fingers. The judge said, the person you want to check, his identity is this, and made a madman's gesture. Then, the man's mask was put on again, and the judge continued. Madman, please open your eyes and tell me the number of the person you are going to kill tonight. Please confirm. The 4 men were released at the same time. They danced and gestured, and finally reached a consensus that the one to be killed was number 4. They also covered their masks at the same time. It's dawn, the judge's sweet voice said. The player who died last night was number 4. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I am a good person. Why do you want to kill me? Why do you want to kill me? Man number 4 struggled to stand up, but was held down by the staff behind him. I really am a good person. If you don't believe me, just look. If you don't believe me, just look. The man sitting at number 4 flipped over the cards on the table, and the judge continued. Number 4 flips over the hunter card. Please choose the player you want to shoot. At this time, the staff behind him placed a homemade pistol made by the city lord's mansion in front of him, with only 1 bullet in it. It's you. It must be you who killed me. It must be you. Man number 4 went crazy, picked up the pistol on the table, and pointed it directly at the forehead of man number 5 next to him. No, I didn't kill you. No. Bang. A gunshot rang out, and man number 5's forehead burst into blood. After that, man number 4 was dragged behind by several staff members while yelling. They opened the cage of a crazy woman and stuffed him in. With a heart-wrenching scream, man number 4 was fed to the madman. Now, please let the sheriff choose the order of speaking. You. Just tell me. I suspect you are a lunatic. I've given you a warning. If you make any extra comments next time, you will be disqualified and killed immediately. The sheriff quickly covered his mouth. This is the so-called madman killing game. Liu Xiaoma has been deeply shocked. I have heard about the madness of the gambling street, but I didn't expect them to be so crazy. Play the werewolf game with real people. When I was in college, I heard that there were 2 friends in my dormitory who loved to play this game. However, at that time, playing this game cost money, and Liu Xiaoma's family conditions did not allow it. He only watched 2 episodes of such programs. I didn't expect that at the end of the world, a real-life version of this show would be staged. Sir, do you want to place a bet? We have many ways to place bets here. You can bet on the good guy to win, or the mad guy to win, or you can bet on a certain number to see if it can survive in the end. The lady next to him introduced it softly, and Liu Xiaoma shook his head slightly. He was not interested in this kind of game that gambled with human lives. They all participated voluntarily. Seeing the unhappy look on the customer's face, the waitress guessed his thoughts. Every time they win a game, they will get a 5,000 bullet roll reward. If they lose, they will also get 3,000 bullet rolls. They will all be given to their families. Our casino does not force anyone. In the apocalypse, ordinary women can use their bodies to make money, but there are too few jobs ordinary men can do. Even if they want to go out of the city to fight, the captains think they are wasting bullets. Therefore, those who come here to gamble their lives are men who want to survive. Liu Xiaoma didn't blame the casino. He just simply couldn't accept this way of playing. If he wanted to play, even if it was the game of guessing women's hair, perhaps he could accept it. But he couldn't do anything about this, really couldn't do anything. Walking out of the gambling street, I felt a little heavy in my heart, but after smoking 2 cigarettes I thought it over. The casino was not wrong. Without the casino, these men might have starved to death. At least the casino still allows some men to survive. The end of the world is like this. It is heaven for the rich and the strong, and hell for the poor and the weak. This is the law of the end of the world. In fact, it is also true in prosperous times, but some poor people are in hell and don't realize it. Shaking off those useless compassions, Liu Xiaoma continued walking along the asphalt road in the wealthy area. It was already past 1 a.m. We are almost done for today. Go to bed at night. At least today, you must find the best place to sleep. The best and most expensive place. 10 minutes later, a magnificent building appeared in front of Liu Xiaoma. On the plaque were several huge red characters. Bai Mei Emperor Bath. Chapter 122, The Emperor's Bath. Never been a saint. This is not the first time that Liu Xiaoma has spent money to find women. In the doomsday, no one will laugh at you for doing such a thing. On the contrary, if you don't do this, your friends around you will look at you strangely and may even distance themselves from you in the future. I think you are not a normal man. In Loya City, spending money to find women is something worth showing off, proving that I have the ability to do so. However, a month ago, Liu Xiaoma had passed by this Bai Mei Emperor Bath several times. At that time, he only dared to look up at the sign, for fear that the waitress inside would come out and pull him in. Today is different. I got more than 15 million from the trading hall. I just won another 2.4 million from the casino. If I don't come here tonight to have fun, I'll be so sorry for myself. With money in my pocket, I feel confident. I just looked up at the sign and stepped in. Hello, sir. The Bai Mei Emperor Bath is indeed worthy of its reputation. As soon as I walked into the hall, 50 Cheongsam beauties stood on each side, bowing neatly to greet me. 100 beauties bathing in the emperor's palace. Everything is about the word 100, and there are 100 women standing here right now. All young and beautiful. But we have money in our pockets, and we are confident. With a slight hum, Liu Xiaoma strode inside. 2 rows of ladies quickly came out from beside him and kept leaning sideways to lead the way for Liu Xiaoma. The sound of footsteps. The 1,000 square meter hall was magnificent. As I walked over from a distance, before I even arrived, the bartenders had already stood up in unison and bowed in unison. Hello, sir. Someone immediately brought the price list. Hello, sir. Welcome to our Bai Mei Emperor Bath. There were 2 rows of Cheongsam ladies standing beside Liu Xiaoma. One of the ladies in white, Cheongsam, introduced him softly. We have a total of 10 halls in Bai Mei Emperor Bath for you to choose from. The price is the same, 240,000 bullets every 24 hours. The price for consumption here is uniformly 240,000 bullets. It is divided into 10 large bathing pools. Now the only ones left are Palace Hall, Exotic Style, Heavenly Fairy, Hellfire, Summer Beach, and Country Riverside. The other few already have guests tonight. Each room has a different theme, and the 100 beauties in each room are dressed differently. For example, the Palace Hall is full of beauties in ancient costumes, including the queen, concubines, princesses, noble ladies, palace maids, etc. The fairies in the heavens are the various gods in the sky, such as the 7 fairies. The riverside of the countryside, the village girl dressed in rural clothes, the ant next door. Summer Beach, bikini beauties. Exotic customs, foreign beauties. Hellfire, heavier S&M. Others that already have guests include the Republic of China style, the women's bathhouse in the island country, the primitive society, and the last one is called Forest Zoo, which is probably something heavy. 240,000 bullets for 24 hours. We can afford it. After listening to the introduction, as a normal man, Liu Xiaoma was actually a little eager to try it. He even wanted to come here for 10 consecutive days and wash in every theme bath. 2.4 million bullets in 10 days. Just consider it as a treat from the casino owner. Come to this palace hall. My mind has already started to become active. I also want to be an emperor tonight. The Cheongsam beauty next to me smiled and bowed. Okay, sir, please follow me. The service is thoughtful. They always take the guests to see the bathroom first, and only pay to go in when the guests are satisfied. Surrounded by a group of Cheongsam ladies, Lu Xiaoma slowly followed them to the side. Well, under a big tree at the entrance of Bai Mei Emperor Bath, two little girls were dozing off against each other. Hey, that's not right. Meow 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 meow, get up quickly. Su Feifei quickly patted Miao Xiaohua on the shoulder and said, why do I feel like it's our team leader who went in? The two girls had been searching in this wealthy area for a whole night. If Princess Street didn't require tickets, they would have gone in to look for it. Is this true? Did he really come here? Miao Xiaohua rubbed her eyes. Feifei, you must have seen it wrong. I don't think I'm seeing things. Su Feifei quickly pulled Miao Xiaohua up and said, hurry up and let's go in and take a look. You? Just go in and take a look yourself. Miao Xiaohua was a little timid, and Su Feifei also looked inside hesitantly. I don't dare to go in either. If I'm caught by them, what will I do as a prostitute? Feifei, you are the bravest. Miao Xiaohua urged. You should go in. You have big breasts, so they won't dare to do anything to you. Go to hell. Let's go in together. Su Feifei rolled up her sleeves. Don't forget, we are special awakened masters. I don't think they dare to do anything reckless. Hey, don't pull me. I want to go in. Can I go in? Holding their heads high and chests puffed out to give themselves courage, the two lantern ladies walked into the hall hand in hand. Is the one coming in a girl? The waitress at the door ignored me, thinking that she was probably a sister who came to apply for a job. The two lantern ladies strode forward, and suddenly Su Feifei pulled Miao Xiaohua to stop. Look, it really is the captain. Captain. Miao Xiaohua saw Lu Xiaomo and was no longer timid. She shook off Su Feifei's hand and ran towards Lu Xiaomo. Captain brother. Just when I was about to try out the feeling of being the emperor, someone suddenly called me from behind. There were no men in the hall, so the address must be to me. And I can call myself that. Lu Xiaomo stopped and had a bad feeling in his heart before he turned around. Captain, it's really you. Why are you here? Yes. We have been looking for you all night. It was so hard to find you. The two lantern ladies stood on the left and right, sandwiching Lu Xiaomo in the middle. Come with us. Don't play in a place like this. Go. It was somewhat embarrassing to be caught by my own teammates and brought to a place like this, especially being caught by the two of them, which was no different from being caught by the entire team. Why are you here? Lu Xiaomo felt a little uncomfortable. Where are the others? Didn't we ask you to go party tonight? What else? Speaking of others, Su Feifei suddenly became anxious. Captain, please come with us. Sister Ruirue, Cassini and the others have been captured. What? Lu Xiaomo was startled and turned around quickly. What did you say? What do you mean they were captured? Who captured them? Did you see clearly? Who else could it be? Anyone who dares to arrest someone in Luya City must be someone from the City Lord's mansion. Chapter 123. Not afraid of high profile. Direction of the City Lord's mansion. Holding two lantern girls, Lu Xiaomo walked as fast as the wind. Come at me if you dare. What the hell is it to arrest your own female team members? Lu Xiaomo is a sentimental person. These female team members have followed him through life and death, and now he is the one who has implicated them. If he loses even a single hair, Lu Xiaomo won't mind chopping down the City Lord's mansion tonight. Hey, Captain, please slow down. Which department of the City Lord's mansion arrested them? You said you were in the trading hall. Don't be in such a hurry. It may not be what you think. I think he is quite polite. Slow down, my feet are at risk. The three of them hurried to the door of the trading hall. At this time, there were no people in the trading hall. Push the door. Lu Xiaomo wanted to rush in, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, the door was opened from the inside. Sister Chun, please go back soon. Yes, Sister Chun, we feel embarrassed that you sent me so far away. There's a woman's voice inside. The entrance was a little dark, and more than a dozen women came out in a flurry of laughter. Captain, why are you here? Weren't they arrested? Lu Xiaomo stood still alertly, retracted his right hand, placed it on the back of his left hand, and gently moved it upwards to activate the skill. The trading hall had double glass doors. Two female bodyguards opened the doors. The one walking in front was the beautiful female manager, and Bai Lulu. Bai Lulu had her white hair tied up and was wearing a black hat. Chen Jing still had a smile on her face. A group of women saw Lu Xiaomo and the two lantern girls behind him at the same time. Hello, Mr. Lu, we meet again. Chen Jing stretched out her hand with a smile, seemingly not surprised at all. Lu Xiaomo looked at her without moving. He still didn't understand what was going on. Sister Chun, he is our team leader. You all met him this afternoon. Sensing that something was wrong in the atmosphere, Bai Lulu stepped forward and took the hand that Chen Jing extended. With her other hand, she quietly took Lu Xiaoma's hand and helped the two hold it together. The two people shook hands gently. Lu Xiaoma was a little confused about the current situation. This was not quite the same as what Su Feifei said about being caught. But there was one thing he was sure of. That woman must have wanted to find out some information, either about the salt or about the fish. They didn't know about the salt, and as for the news about the fish, I had already told everyone when I came back that they could tell the truth and say where the fish was. If you don't believe it, you can go and see it yourself. Okay, since you're here, I don't have to worry anymore. I'll just send you here. Chen Jing said goodbye to the girls with a smile, and the girls also waved to her with a smile, looking very happy. Come on, let's go first. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was not a last resort. Lu Xiaoma did not want to quarrel with the city lord's mansion now. He turned around and led the girls back and walked down the stairs. Let's talk later if you have anything to say. The female manager is watching us from behind. Fei Fei and Miao Miao. Didn't I tell you to stay at home with Mingya? Why are you out? Yes. How come you are here? And you brought the leader with you. Where did you find the leader? Where else could it be? By my Emperor Bath. He's already in there. Luckily I had sharp eyes. That's right. I almost fell asleep while waiting at the door, all thanks to Fei Fei's big breasts. Walking in the front, Lu Xiaoma inexplicably felt a chill on his back, and even his face felt a little hot at this moment. I was in a hurry when I came here just now and forgot to give them hush money. It's too late for anything now. But then I felt helpless. What should I do? Why should I care about what they think? There was a terrible silence behind. Lu Xiaoma was still moving forward. No one spoke. Hey, why aren't you talking? The two young ladies were rather heartless. Yeah, why are you all silent? Isn't it normal for men to go to places like that? I told you when we were having dinner tonight, but you still didn't believe me? Where are you going, Sister Xianxian? Wait a minute. At the intersection, Chun Xian suddenly walked in another direction. Lu Xiaoma could no longer pretend to be deaf and dumb. He turned around and said, Let's find a place to stay tonight. I have something to discuss with you tonight. Let's find a place to talk first. We are not going to the Bai Mei Emperor Bath. I won't go to that kind of place either. I just secretly asked the waitress that the palace opened by the leader requires a minimum consumption of 240,000 bullets. We can't afford it. What? 240,000? Why didn't you tell me just now? If I had known, I would have gone in to take a look. 240,000. Is it for one night or 1 month? It's the price for 24 hours. I've asked for it clearly. 10,000 bullets per hour. The starting price is 240,000, and there are 100 concubines to serve. All right. Fei Fei Miao Miao. Say less, no one thinks you are dumb. Finally, Cassini stepped forward to help Lu Xiaoma out of the predicament, and Fang Jing and Fangya also pulled Qin Xian back, which relieved Lu Xiaoma of some pressure. Although he didn't think he had done anything wrong and had done nothing wrong to them, for some unknown reason, Lu Xiaoma still took the female team members to the best hotel in the city and booked 4 presidential suites. There was no special service. One presidential suite had 10,000 bullets for 24 hours, and 4 rooms had 40,000 bullets. After entering the room, the 2 lamp ladies started to laugh again. Wow, this place is so beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful hotel in my life. That's right. We booked 4 presidential suites for only 40,000 bullets, which is exactly a fraction of what the group leader spent at Bai Mei Emperor Bath. A presidential suite is 300 square meters and has everything you need, including a living room, toilet, bathroom, master bedroom, and second bedroom. Luxurious and beautiful. Lin Ming'er was left at home. The female team members, including Lu Xiaoma, a total of 10 people, boiled water and made a pot of tea. Everyone sat in the living room. Lu Xiaoma finally figured out what happened tonight. The reason was to celebrate the appearance of the 4th mutant in Luye City. Chen Jing invited them on behalf of the city lord's mansion. Afterwards, a group of women had dinner and chatted. Lu Xiaoma didn't trust the city lord's mansion. It's not that simple. The city lord's mansion wants to know the origins of the mermaid and my batch of edible salt. There were no outsiders here. Bai Lulu pulled her hair out of a bun, letting her white hair fall down. She tidied her hair and glanced at Lu Xiaoma. Of course we know what she meant, but just like what we discussed when we came back, we told her the truth about the location. We were also kept in the dark about your batch of salt. Lu Xiaoma didn't want to hide his plan of auctioning the lantern mermaid and the edible salt this time when he returned to the city. He didn't know when the heaven would bring down the calamity, and there was no time to bide his time. The ICE group needs to expand and become famous. Only then can we quickly build a strong team. He is not afraid of being in the limelight. What he fears is not being able to be in the limelight. The biggest difficulty in the original plan was money, but this time when I returned to the city, money was no longer a problem. The biggest problem was that I had no one to help me. Chapter 124. Speed up the pace. The next morning, the job market. The hall of more than 5,000 square meters was more than half empty, with only some old, young, sick, and disabled people, as well as recruiters shouting everywhere. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Everyone, get out of the way. As soon as Lu Xiaoma and his team walked in, the recruiting team swarmed in like bees finding a sugar jar. Kusini walked in the front. We already have a team. Get out of the way. Don't block the way. There's a team. The recruiters who had gathered in a circle made way for him in disappointment, and Lu Xiaoma led his men to the second floor in a hurry. The second floor was relatively better, but in the empty hall of more than 5,000 square meters, there were only a few hundred people left on the second floor. The second floor is full of awakened ones. The remaining ones are not unwanted. They are here to assess the situation and offer themselves a sky-high price, or they are waiting for the last 2 days before the 4 major adventure groups leave the city. They believe that they can sign the most lucrative contract at that time. The one who is asking for a random price here is an ordinary awakened man who dares to ask for 350 bullets a day for himself. Kusini's current salary is only 350 bullets a day. These guys are really crazy about money. Regardless of gender, Lu Xiaoma has absolutely no good feelings towards these people. If they don't ask for money, I won't even support them if they come here for free. After walking around the second floor, Lu Xiaoma looked unhappy. Kusini said, the third floor is probably the same. Yi Rue looked up and said with some disappointment, since we are here, let's go up and take a look. On the third floor, the 5,000 square meter hall was empty. A dozen staff members were sitting at the coffee seats. When they saw so many people coming, they quickly stood up and returned to their seats. Were they all recruited? Fang Jing and Fang Ya, twin sisters, looked at each other and said in surprise, no way, were they all recruited by the 4 major adventure groups? Not necessarily. Kusini looked around the familiar hall. It could also be some large adventure groups that cooperate with them. The stronger they are, the more bargaining chips they have in negotiating with the 4 major adventure groups. Maybe the 4 major adventure groups will even rush to make an offer. Lu Xiaoma looked at the huge hall, which was empty. He thought that he had underestimated the effect of the attack on Tianjiang City. Go and complete the mission first. Qin Xian, go and buy 1,000 more sample contracts. I'll wait for you here. Half of their salary was withheld on the third floor. Lu Xiaoma found a place to sit down, waved, and asked the waiter for a cup of coffee. Qin Xian, Kusini, and the others took their contracts to complete the mission and receive the other half of the salary that Lu Xiaoma had withheld from the city lord's mansion. After about 10 minutes, they got their money one by one. Captain, 1,000 sample contracts have been purchased. Qin Xian also had in her hand the 10-year long-term contract signed in Jiaegu. They each had a copy. It was decided at a meeting in the hotel last night, and they came here today to notarize it. That's not necessary. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Lu Xiaoma heaved a sigh of relief and waved to the staff. Open a meeting room for me. Okay, sir. The lady came over quickly and said, the price of our small conference room is 300 bullets per 3 hours. That's it. There are temporary meeting rooms and rest areas on the 3rd and 4th floors of the talent market, which are convenient for employers and special awakeners to discuss prices. They are located behind the service desk. However, the conference room is generally not used by many people, and most negotiations are done in the lobby. The waitress led them to a small meeting room. Qin Xian paid 300 bullets. The waitress bowed politely and closed the door. The small conference room has no windows. There is a long table in the middle and a circle of chairs around it. It is a completely enclosed space. Everyone take a seat first. Lu Xiaoma sat in the main seat. Early this morning, Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua went home to pick up Lin Menger, and Kusini went to find Wu Nan. Now the core of the team is here. I looked at the list everyone recommended last night. After lighting a cigarette, Lu Xiaoma looked around at the girls and said, but in this situation, there is no need for us to do a notarization here. Is it not fair? The 2 girls who were the most impatient were the 2 who asked, what do you mean, brother captain? Don't you want to notarize our documents? There is no guarantee without the notarization of the city lord's mansion. Although the contract has come into effect, if something happens to Lu Xiaoma one day, at least he can still receive half a year's salary from the city lord's mansion. Let me finish what I'm saying. Lu Xiaoma glanced at her calmly. It's not that I don't want to notarize it for everyone. What I want to say is that I will directly pay you the half-year salary that was deposited in the city lord's mansion. Send it directly to us? The girls looked at each other. If this was the case, it would be bad for the group. Lu Xiaoma looked at them and said bluntly, yes, I will send it to you directly. If any of you want to breach the contract, I will not pursue it. Qin Xian. As he spoke, Lu Xiaoma closed his eyes and found 10 bundles of bullet rolls in the space, with various denominations. Look here and see how many there are. So much money. The girls looked at them in amazement. Qin Xian stood up and came to Lu Xiaoma's side. There was new money in the bundles, so it was not difficult to count it. She counted it twice and said, "There are 6.7 million in total here. I'll leave them all here with you first. Find a time tonight to distribute the 6 months' wages that should be deposited in the city lord's mansion to everyone. For long-term contracts of more than 1 year, 1 year is used as the standard, with a 6-month deposit. After the 1-year contract expires, all team members who have signed the contract need to go to the city lord's mansion for confirmation. The families of the deceased team members can also receive the money as a pension at this time." However, a year later, Lu Xiaoma was not even sure whether the Fallen Leaf City would still exist. Therefore, handing it over to the city lord's mansion is no different from throwing it away, so it is better to do it as a favor. Also, Bai Lulu mutated. The 10-year long-term contract was signed before she mutated. Bai Lulu, you will sign a new contract later with your salary doubled. Come to me to sign it in the evening. Qin Xian, you will recalculate Bai Lulu's salary. I don't need to re-sign the contract. Bai Lulu said, besides, when I upgrade and mutate, it is also an advance payment for the group's salary. If I say re-sign, then re-sign. Lu Xiaoma stood up and looked at his watch. Given the current situation in the talent market, everyone should cancel their vacations. Once the team is stable, I will make up for the vacation. Yi Rui, Wu Nan, Kusini, don't leave yet. Come with me to rent a place for the team. Once the place is confirmed, Wu Nan, go find your team members and come to the talent market to collect your wages. In the afternoon, you will be responsible for moving all the things in our car to the base. Yi Rui, you will move your things to the group this afternoon. Since the human problem cannot be solved for the time being, Lu Xiaoma must speed up the pace of preparing the supplies to fight against the second heavenly tribulation. He still has 7 space beads here. Chapter 125, Station. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lu Xiaoma led the girls to the second floor of the main building of the city lord's mansion. The establishment of the adventure group, the rental and sale of the adventure group's base, the registration of the adventure group members, etc. were all on the left-hand side of the stairs on the second floor. I want to rent a place for the adventure group. Take me there. There was a waitress at the second-floor staircase leading the way. Lu Xiaoma handed her a 100-bullet roll, and the waitress bowed quickly. Thank you, sir. Please follow me. Because of the imminent attack on Tianjiang City, there is no one here to handle the business of various adventure groups. Lu Xiaoma is the first one to come here. Turning into the hall, there are service counters on 3 sides. The marble counters are 1 meter high. The staff ladies were originally sitting. When Lu Xiaoma and others came in, they all stood up quickly. Lu Xiaoma took big steps, and the guide had to trot ahead. Sir, please go this way. There are a lot of things to do today, including finding a base, buying food, weapons and ammunition, exchanging crystals, and spending as many bullet coupons as possible. Adventure group station trading, rental, and sale. I want to rent a place for the adventure group. Yi Rui and the others were behind him. Lu Xiaoma sat down in front of the marble counter and bowed politely to the waitress opposite him. Okay, sir. May I ask if you have any special requirements for the adventure group base you want to rent? Can you tell me about it? Special request? The waitress introduced with a smile. Yes, sir. For example, the location and area of the place you want to rent, whether it requires a fence, etc. Let me think about any special requests. Lu Xiaoma hadn't thought so much about it when he came here. In fact, he didn't have any requirements for the base. He just wanted a temporary place to live. The future of the ice mass is in the tunnels outside the city. Do you have a warehouse in your base? Lu Xiaoma thought about it carefully. I want a larger warehouse, preferably with a wall around it. The location is not important. Okay, sir. Please wait a moment. The clerk leaned forward slightly, pulled out a sky blue folder from under the counter, and flipped through it quickly. After a short while, she said, Sir. She leaned forward and handed the folder to Lu Xiaoma with both hands. Please take a look. Does this place meet your requirements? I took the folder, which contained old-fashioned photos with the following words. Address, A107. Location, near the East City Gate. Area 8,635 square meters. Before the end of the world, this was a marble processing factory, surrounded by a circle of bungalows and a spacious large warehouse in the center with an area of 5,500 square meters. After the end of the world, this place was once occupied by a large adventure group, and a 5-meter-high wooden fence was built outside the surrounding bungalows. This station has a good geographical location and a large area, but the disadvantage is that there is not much space for people to live in, only a circle of bungalows around it for daily living. Selling price, 3.6 million bullets. Rental price, 600,000 bullets every 3 months. The price was also a bit expensive. Lu Xiaoma stared at it for a while, then flipped through the folder. Most of the prices at the back were around 1 million, but the area was not this large. Generally, it is a whole residential building, which is sold or rented as a whole. This place is the most expensive. It's this piece of land. Take me to see it. Putting down the folder, Lu Xiaoma had an idea in his mind. As long as the conditions inside were not too bad, he would rent it. What he valued was the warehouse. In order to stockpile supplies, the few space rings he had were far from enough. The price is a bit expensive. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. The clerk bent down again, opened the drawer, took out a bunch of keys with the number A107, came out from behind the counter, and led the way personally. If this place is successfully rented out, she will get a commission of 0.2, which is 1,200 bullets. If she completes this order, it will be enough to support her for 2 months. Not far from the East City Gate, after more than 20 minutes, the female employee stopped in front of a wooden fence with a folder in her hands and said, "Please wait a moment." A 5-meter-high wooden fence, out of place, in front of a wooden gate painted red. The waitress found the key, opened the big padlock on it, and said, "Sir, please come in." As we walked in, the first thing we saw was a huge factory building in the middle of the yard, with gray walls and about 3 floors high. On the left and right sides, just like in the photo, there is a circle of gray houses, and there is a dirt road about 5 meters wide between the houses and the factory buildings. The wooden fence outside and the 2 small dirt roads inside make it feel a bit like a city within a city. At first glance, I felt quite satisfied. "Sir, please follow me." The working lady led the way to the main entrance of the warehouse, a 4-meter-high arched tinplate gate, 5 meters wide, which could allow trailers to enter and exit. There is a small door at the lower right corner of the tin gate. The lady found the key and opened the door. "Sir, please come in and take a look." The power systems here are all functioning normally. This is the generator room. The staff lady led the way into the warehouse. As she introduced the room, she walked to the central control wall on the right side of the gate and pressed a red button. A rumbling sound came from a small room next to it. "Sir, this is the central control button in the generator room. This is the main switch." There was a metal box next to the central control button. The lady opened it and found a series of old-fashioned switches with black upper and lower handles. Push all the switches up one by one. The whole factory was lit up at once. "Sir, our central control generator set here not only provides electricity for this warehouse, but also here, this side and this area, can directly provide sufficient electricity for the houses outside." The lady at the clerk introduced it very seriously. "We send people to clean here every week, and we send professional electricians to check the circuits and replace aging lines every month." Just as she said, Lu Xiaoma's first impression when she walked into the factory warehouse was that it was very clean, with basically no dust. The factory was completely empty. All the pre-apocalyptic machinery had been moved out. There were dozens of incandescent bulbs overhead, and emergency headlights were still on in every corner and along the sides. Nodding slightly, there was indeed nothing wrong with this warehouse. After looking around, Lu Xiaoma was ready to let Qin Xian pay. However, when he turned around to confirm with the staff, his eyes suddenly fell on the farthest corner on the left side of the warehouse. The small house over there gave Lu Xiaoma a sense of déjà vu, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Chapter 126. I don't believe that. Right here. Right here. The pictures of the future. Qin Xian was holding a basin of water, and Bai Lulu rushed over and slapped her. This was where the conflict between Kusini and Yi Rui's teams occurred. Look at the roof again. Although the roof is intact now, Lu Xiaoma clearly remembers that after the second catastrophe, when the sky began to rain dirt, he clearly saw a large hole in the roof of the factory building and fine dirt poured down like sand from the sky. "Gentlemen." The lady was shocked when she saw Lu Xiaoma's face suddenly turned ugly. "Sir, are you dissatisfied with this place?" "No, it's great here. I have nothing to complain about." Lu Xiaoma shook his head. "That's it. Have you got the contract? Give it to me to sign immediately." "Yes, sir. It's done." The lady quickly took out the contract. Lu Xiaoma signed it, handed over a copy of Bingtuan. Qin Xian paid the money, and finally got the bunch of keys from the lady. After about 10 minutes, the ICE group had found a place to stay. This will be the home of the female members of the ICE group from now on. At least in their opinion, this will be their home from now on, but Lu Xiaoma's mind is always outside the city. The electricity was turned on, and the whole warehouse was brightly lit. Lu Xiaoma led a group of female team members around the warehouse. He stopped in front of the small room at the back and said, "I'll rest here for a while. You guys go around first." Open the door, There is a light switch on the left. Turn on the light. Fortunately, the feeling here is not so strong. This is just an empty little room, long and narrow, 20 square meters, without the furniture and bed in the future scene, and there is no Qin Xian lying on his chest. Leaning against the wall, Lu Xiaoma lit a cigarette and looked at the girls, especially Qin Xian, who seemed to look back at him thoughtfully. This made Lu Xiaoma's heart jump suddenly. She had an illusion that she seemed to know something. But that won't happen. She doesn't exist and knows nothing about the future scenes. Only she can see them. Future pictures. The future scene is in this factory. I should be living with Qin Xian. Bai Lulu and Qin Xian had a conflict here, and Geng Qiuju was also arrested here. Now Lu Xiaoma doesn't believe it. I will not let any of these three things happen now. At least Geng Qiuju is dead now, right in front of me. He didn't believe that he could bring her back to life in the future and let Fang Jing, Fang Ya, and the others capture her again. And Qin Xian, Lu Xiaoma just doesn't believe it now. If he wants, he is even sure to replace the hostess here with Bai Lulu. In short, I don't believe that. It's good to live here now. At least I am reminded all the time that I don't know when the second catastrophe will come. After smoking a few cigarettes and adjusting his mentality, Lu Xiaoma pushed the door and walked out. They didn't go far. The girls were very careful and noticed the slight changes in the leader. They thought the leader must have something to say. Wu Nan. Nothing. After walking out of the small room, Lu Xiaoma wiped his face and readjusted his mentality. Wu Nan, we'll meet in the afternoon. Let's go now. Go gather all the team members. Qin Xian, give Wu Nan the car keys and the copy of the ice ball. Wu Nan, take the team members to move all the things from the parking lot in the afternoon. I see. Wu Nan nodded, and Lu Xiaoma continued. You go now. I'll leave Su Feifei, Miao Xiaohua, and Lin Ming are here to pick you up. Okay. Wu Nan has always been a strong executive. After receiving the order, he turned around and went out. Lu Xiaoma continued. Qin Xian, Yi Rue, Kusini, you three will go with me to the city lord's mansion. The rest of you, Zhuya and Bai Lulu, go home and pack your things and move to the regiment before tonight. Captain, Bai Lulu said, what should we do if we have family members? Can we bring them to the group? Family members? Lu Xiaoma was startled, and so was Bai Lulu. Then she looked away and said with a disappointed tone, it is clearly written in my contract that I have a younger sister named Bai Nizi. She has a younger sister. When signing those contracts, Lu Xiaoma only paid attention to Geng Qiuju. For other people's contracts, Lu Xiaoma just glanced at the salary and didn't pay attention to anything else. Bai Lulu was disappointed because she felt that Lu Xiaoma didn't care about her enough. Anyone with family members can bring them along. Everyone was doing their job. It was almost noon. He looked at the time and took Qin Xian and the other two girls to a small noodle shop to eat a bowl of noodles. Then he went straight to the city lord's mansion. This time, he wants to grab a batch of supplies, weapons, ammunition, and food. In addition, try to exchange a batch of crystals as much as possible. There are more than 10 million bullet scrolls in your space now, and it is impossible to exchange them all at once. So his plan is to exchange some crystals and buy a batch of supplies every day starting from today until the second catastrophe, and try to turn all these useless waste papers into supplies. The building on the right side of the city lord's mansion, second floor. When I walked in with the three girls, the place was also empty. This time, there was no staff to guide us even at the stairs. Hello, sir. The second floor was completely empty. Even the service ladies at the city lord's mansion were left with only a few people. Lu Xiaoma looked up and found the food exchange counter first, then strode over. The service lady still placed her hands gently in front of her lower abdomen and politely stood up. I want to buy food. Although he felt something was a little strange, Lu Xiaoma still found the Bingtuan ID and the bullet roll in the space. I'm sorry, sir. The waitress bowed slightly to apologize. 3 days ago, our city lord's mansion has issued an announcement that in the next 9 days, the city lord's mansion will stop exchanging all daily necessities and various combat supplies. 3 days ago, Lu Xiaoma had not returned to the city. 3 days ago, within the next 9 days, the 4 major adventure groups would attack Tianjiang City. When this announcement was released, the exchange hall in the city lord's mansion was packed with people, and everyone came here to frantically buy food. Lu Xiaoma didn't catch up with that time. The city lord's mansion has stopped exchanging supplies. Kusini walked up to him in surprise and asked, then when the 4 major adventure groups attacked Tianjiang City, your city lord's mansion also didn't exchange supplies for them? That's not the case. The lady politely bowed slightly to Kusini and patiently explained, hello, Mississippi. Our city lord's mansion has posted an announcement on the bulletin board on the first floor downstairs. During this period of time, The exchange window of the City Lord's mansion will only provide services to the Blood Claw, Rage, Dirty Monkey, and Spark Adventure Group in the city, and all the materials exchanged will be discounted by 15 on the original base price. There is a sign in the lobby on the first floor. I didn't notice it when I came. Now the exchange window of the City Lord's mansion only serves the 4 major adventure groups, and also offers discounts. This caught Lu Xiaoma off guard again. The plan to return to the city this time cannot recruit special awakeners. I didn't expect that even basic supplies cannot be purchased now. Now everything in the city seemed to be revolving around this main axis, and everything was preparing for the 4 major adventure groups to attack Tianjiang City. Chapter 127. 2 Paths. I'm sorry, sir. The window for exchanging weapons and ammunition in our City Lord's mansion is closed to ordinary adventure groups. I'm sorry, sir. The City Lord's mansion is not accepting crystal exchanges except for the Blood Claw, Rage, Dirty Monkey, and Spark Adventure groups. I'm sorry, sir. The various departments of the City Lord's mansion were not far away. Lu Xiaoma ran from window to window without believing in evil. All exchanges were stopped. 4 major adventure groups attacked Tianjiang. Captain. Walking out of the City Lord's mansion, the sun was blazing above my head, and the square was filled with endless calls for recruitment. This kind of robbery scene once happened when there were meteorites everywhere outside the city. In recent months, similar scenes have rarely been seen. I know. Let's go back to the base first. Lu Xiaoma was somewhat disheartened. The 3 girls followed him. Yi Rui suggested, Captain, we can go to the car market or the trading market to have a look. Car market, trading market. The trading market sells only junk, and the car market is empty. Sure enough, it was the 4 major adventure groups that attacked Tianjiang that were responsible. Is it really that powerful? To be honest, Lu Xiaoma still finds it a little unbelievable, or he has seriously underestimated the follow-up effects of the attack on Tianjiang City. Return to the base. At the East City Gate base, there is a parking lot less than 500 meters away. Wu Nen has already brought his team members in and unloaded a batch of food from the car. Now they are turning back and preparing to unload the second batch. Fang Jing and Fang Ya, twin sisters, have moved back and settled in the 3rd bungalow on the left side of the main entrance. When Lu Xiaoma came back, he saw the 2 sisters cleaning the house. Captain. The 2 sisters said in unison. There was no meeting room yet, and Lu Xiaoma didn't even have his own bedroom. Seeing that the twin sisters had returned, he found a place in their house to sit down first. Fang Jing and Fang Yi didn't know what was going on. The 2 sisters looked at each other. The younger sister found a bag of tea leaves, and the older sister found a kettle to boil water, ready to make tea for everyone. The house is a square room of about 40 square meters, with a bathroom outside for everyone to share. The 2 sisters didn't have much belongings, so they just went back to their original residence, took their clothes and quilts, and moved in. Bingtuan was the first to move in. There was originally a wooden double bed, a wooden dining table, 2 wooden chairs, and a wooden wardrobe in the room, nothing else. 1 wooden chair was given to Lu Xiaoma, and the other was left empty. No one sat down, and everyone stood in a circle in the room without saying a word. In fact, they still don't know why the team leader is so anxious to recruit people and why he is so anxious to buy those supplies. But the team leader said nothing, and they didn't dare to ask rashly. After all, they all received Lu Xiaoma's salary, and he should be the one who had the final say in this team. Even Qin Xian and Bai Lulu, before they confirmed their relationship with Lu Xiaoma, did not dare to express their opinions on major matters in the group, or even ask too many questions, for fear of causing Lu Xiaoma's disgust. Captain, the tea is ready. Fang Jing and Fang Yi didn't know what was going on yet, but judging from everyone's expressions, it seemed that things were not going well. Sister Fang Jing made a cup of tea for Lu Xiaoma, and the 2 sisters obediently went to stand against the wall. It's easy now. We can find cooperation with the 4 major adventure groups and purchase supplies in their names. Lu Xiaoma was still very persistent about the issue of purchasing supplies. He didn't know the timing of the second heavenly tribulation. Now he was asked to do nothing but wait in the base. He felt very panicked. There is still a shortage of recruits. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoma's scalp felt like it was about to explode. God knows whether they will attack Tianjiang City for a week, a month, or even several months. By the time they come back, it will be too late. The worst result was that they were directly blocked in Tianjiang City by the second heavenly tribulation and could never come back. If that really happened, the small number of people in his team would be eaten up by the City Lord's mansion in a matter of minutes. In fact, even if the City Lord's mansion now develops material exchange, with Bingtuan's current strength, there is no way to protect so many materials. Now, Lu Xiaoma has 2 paths in front of him. First, Go and cooperate with the 4 major adventure groups and purchase supplies at the original price. They offer a 15% discount on all supplies, so you can get a 15% benefit. But the downside is that the manpower problem still cannot be solved. Second, Lu Xiaoma will lead the team out of the city tomorrow and find a car tunnel outside the city as a base in advance. But with the current strength of their team, they might be able to withstand the influx of crazy people outside the city and the attacks of a small number of orcs once they encounter a team of survivors. The only one who can really fight is Yi Rui. In the battle between humans, victory or defeat depends entirely on the stone-skinned people. Even Lu Xiaoma can only launch a sneak attack and kill a few stone-skinned people. If he really faces the rain of bullets, Lu Xiaoma will not be able to escape unscathed. In fact, neither of these 2 paths is feasible. What should I do? Feeling somewhat depressed, he lit up another cigarette, and without caring that the girls were all looking at him, he found a handful of black beads in the space and then crushed them in his palms. 7 spaceman beads. The girls who were watching Lu Xiaoma were all surprised. They looked at each other, especially Qin Xian, who was most interested in this kind of beads. These beads are made from the cremated corpses of the people in their space. 3 streams of air surrounded Lu Xiaoma's left hand, and then turned into black balls on his left little finger, thumb, and ring finger, wrapping around his left hand. In a few seconds, the black gas was imprinted on the 3 fingers like a substance, and the last trace of black gas dissipated. All 5 fingers of the left hand are printed with space tattoos, and only 1 tattoo can be printed on 1 finger. There were still 4 intact space beads in the palm of his left hand. Lu Xiaoma stretched out his hand and looked at the 5 fingers of his left hand. He did not show any joy. He poured the remaining 4 beads into his right hand, turned his palm into a fist, and crushed them with force. Of the 10 fingers, except for the little finger, the other 9 fingers are all covered with space tattoos, like 9 black rings. After doing all this, I calmed down my slightly irritable mood. Lu Xiaoma drank the tea in front of him and said, "Go call Lin Menger and all the special awakeners. Everyone, follow me. There are 2 paths now. Even if one of them doesn't work, he has to go ahead and take it. The rest will be seen 1 step at a time. On the bright side, there will be a large amount of supplies first, and when the second catastrophe comes, a large number of survivors will come to the garrison outside the city for refuge." Thinking of the worst, with a large amount of supplies, when the second catastrophe came, the ice ball turned into Tang Sheng, and all the demons and ghosts wanted to come and eat his flesh and live forever. Chapter 128. The Trouble with the Sparkling Group, Part 1. Gambling Street, Human Arena. On the 10-meter diagonal diamond-shaped ring, a muscular man roared and rushed forward. Opposite him was a girl who looked frail. The girl just stood quietly in a corner of the ring. The muscular man did not dare to be careless at all. When he was 5 meters away from the girl, he suddenly roared to the sky, and his huge body suddenly jumped up more than 3 meters high. His fist as big as a rice cooker smashed directly at the girl's head. "Go to hell. Oh man, go to hell." The corners of the girl's mouth slightly turned up, revealing a pair of cute little canine teeth, but in the next moment, the girl's long hair suddenly moved without wind, and just as the muscular man's fist was about to hit her petite head, the girl's body strangely fell back. Bend backward. The long hair brushed against the sturdy man's fingertips. At the same time, the girl's pair of long leather boots suddenly clamped the sturdy man's throat tightly. Man, go to hell. No one knew how her delicate body could burst out with such great power in an instant. The girl's legs clamped the strong man's throat in midair, clamping his huge body and forcibly drawing a semicircle in midair. With a loud bang, the sturdy man threw himself on the ring. The girl supported herself on 1 knee and 1 palm. Then she flipped her petite body backwards and pressed her knee against the sturdy man's throat. "Give up, man." The opponent's knee pressed against his throat. The man's eyes bulged out, his face turned red, and he slapped the ring with his hands. He gave up. Oh man. The corners of the girl's mouth revealed a trace of contemptuous smile, and at the same time, her 2 cute little canine teeth were exposed again. She stared at the man's dying eyes and suddenly whispered, "I told you. Go to hell." Suddenly, the girl's smile froze on her face for half a second, and without any symptoms, she suddenly slapped the man's left cheek with her right hand, and then pulled it to the right. Crack! There was a bone-breaking sound, and the strong man's eyes suddenly lost their luster, and his pupils slowly dilated. "I." The girl stepped on the dead man's throat with her long leather boots, and slowly stood up from him. She looked around with her big eyes, stretched out a seemingly weak arm, and pointed her fist to the sky. "I." Luo Yi, a level 2 stone-skinned man under the Spark Group, challenged all the men in the city. "Haha, The way you are doing it is wrong. You need to be nimble and flexible. Remember, our women's bodies are made of water. Don't be so stiff. No, this is not right either. Come on, sisters, pretend to be men and I'll show you how to do it. On the legendary Princess Street, on the top floor of a luxurious club, a woman in a red gauze dress and a flat bun was giving instructions in front of a luxurious large waterbed. The girls who were surrounding the big waterbed were all very pretty. After hearing the call from the woman in red gauze, one of them looked around, took 2 steps forward shyly, and lay down on the big bed. Everyone, please watch carefully. With a smile on her lips, the woman in red gauze climbed up slowly from under the woman's feet. Half an hour later, today's training ended. Sister Meitong. A group of young and beautiful women were in no hurry to leave. Sister Meitong, a few days ago, the leader of the Dirty Monkey Adventure Group came to you personally and said he was willing to spend 500,000 yuan as long as you accompany him for one night. Yes, he is willing to pay 500,000 yuan. I heard that too. A group of sisters chattering. Haha, it's not like that dirty monkey doesn't know my identity. The woman chuckled and got off the waterbed. 2 young ladies quickly came over to help her straighten out the wrinkles on her clothes. So how did you answer him? We dare not make the decision for you, but my mother's answer is that we can ask you on his behalf. Ask me? Sure. The red gauze-dressed woman had a smile on her face the whole time. Then you can tell Mom that he has agreed. But 500,000 bullets are not enough. This is his first time. He must be sold at least 10 million. Sister Meitong, is this really your first time? You don't believe me even if I tell you. The woman in gauze smiled charmingly and glanced at the girls. Then why don't you let those stinky men take 10 million and give it a try? Just then, there was an urgent knock on the door. Sister Meitong. Sister Meitong is in trouble. Please go back to the group and check on them. Hey, do you think all the women in the city have bathed in our urine? 2 soldiers on duty stand in front of the large pool at the water treatment plant, unbuttoning their belts and pouring water into the pool. After the end of the world, water resources have been severely polluted and cannot be drunk directly. The water supplied by the water purification plant is mostly used by survivors for bathing, washing clothes, and flushing toilets. Rich people still use crystals to bathe. After standing by the pool and draining the water, the 2 soldiers tied their belts with a smile and turned around to walk back. Haha, do you think there are any women who have ever drunk our buddy's urine? Just as they turned around, a huge ball of water suddenly emerged from the clean water pool behind them. The big water ball followed the footsteps of the 2 soldiers, gradually speeding up and then suddenly accelerating, wrapping them both. Suddenly fell into the water? The 2 soldiers panicked and tried to run forward, but they were slowly floating upwards due to the buoyancy of the water ball. The water ball wrapped around the 2 soldiers and slowly rose into the air. After 6 meters, 10 meters, and 16 meters, the big water ball suddenly exploded with a bang. The 2 soldiers, who had their bellies filled with water, had no time to scream. Their bodies suddenly fell from midair and instantly hit the ground, turning into 2 lumps of meat paste. Chimata. A little girl was lying in the bushes not far away when someone suddenly patted her shoulder. She instinctively threw a punch back, but the punch was caught by the other person. It's me, Ding Qian. You are getting more and more daring. You even dare to kill people from the city lord's mansion. The person who came was a young woman in her early 20s with a little brown mark on her forehead, a level 2 stone-skin person. They deserve to die. They all deserve to die. The little girl named Qianyu bit her white teeth and was about to say something, but the young woman quickly pulled her arm and said, Okay, don't worry about this for now. Come back to the headquarters with me. Something happened at the headquarters. Something happened at the headquarters? No way. Who dares to come to our Spark group to cause trouble? Come with me quickly, we'll talk on the way. Sister EG can't stand it anymore. Chapter 129, The Trouble with the Sparkling Group, Part 2. No, you are not allowed to sell this salt to him. He is cheating you. At the service area outside Lia City, which is also the transit station for teams returning to the city, a little girl with a faint red mark between her eyebrows and a ponytail suddenly rushed into the crowd in front. Hey, what the hell do you do? Get out of here. In the crowd, a tall man turned around angrily, and seeing that it was a little girl rushing towards him, he raised his hand and was about to slap her. I told you, you're not allowed. You're all lying. The little girl remained calm in the face of danger, raised her arm, and grabbed the man's wrist. At this time, the man also saw the faint red mark between the little girl's eyebrows. It turned out to be a level 2 flame man. Looking at her clothes again, the red words Sparks were clearly embroidered above her slightly raised chest. The sturdy man's sweat dropped instantly. Master, Sparks. Anyone who dares to attack the 4 major adventure groups, he won't have enough heads. I said, I won't allow you to make this kind of deal. The girl with ponytails shook off the man's arm, then looked at the confused middle-aged leader holding several bags of salt in his hands, and shouted, They are deceiving you. Just yesterday, the price of salt has reached 30 bullets per gram. You just returned to the city and don't know this news yet. The middle-aged team leader had just returned to the city with his group. When he heard what the little girl said, he was almost shocked and dropped his jaw. He thanked her profusely and returned to the city with his team. At this time, a beautiful woman came running over from behind, panting. Yuyu, my dear little ancestor Nyo Yuyu, my little aunt. Why are you meddling in other people's business again? How many times have I told you? It's not fair. They are the ones who are unfair. They were the ones who lied first. All right, it's not fair. I know it's not fair. Stop talking and come back to the city with me. Something has happened at our headquarters. You lose. The boss of the gambling street, a shabby little chess and card club. The hall of the chess and card club has only 4 tables, 2 by 2, for tables facing each other, forming a cross shape. In the middle of the 4 tables, a stunning woman in a white dress stopped in front of a table. There was a go board on the table. The woman stretched out her delicate hand, took out a white piece from the chess box, and gently placed it on the board. You lose. A beautiful smile appeared on her face. Across the chess table, a middle-aged man frowned, shook his head and sighed, then gave up. Stupid move. The woman in the white dress walked to another table, did a slight jump, and showed a beautiful smile again. Chess, go, and the remaining 2 tables are military flag and go bang. 1 versus 4, whoever wins a game against her will get 1,000 bullets. Not long after, a woman ran in panicking and shouted as soon as she entered the door, Xiaoshang, Xiaoshang. Stop playing, something happened at the headquarters. Luoya City, Talent Market, 3rd floor. In the darkest corner, a woman in a black silk dress with a perfect figure sat there quietly, like a beautifully carved stone statue. Her skin is very fair, so fair that it might be comparable to that of Lady Yuiji, the most beautiful woman in Luoya City. The snow-white skin and the black dress are a perfect contrast. The woman closed her eyes gently, and the pair of snow-white breasts in front of her chest rose and fell gently, as if she was meditating and thinking about something. Black Widow. A figure suddenly appeared in front of her, interrupting the woman's meditation. She had twin ponytails and a faint brown mark between her eyebrows. It was none other than Bai Xiaoyu, the level 2 stone-skinned man who had been with Yu Yiji yesterday. Go ahead. Not affected at all, the woman in the black dress slowly opened her eyes, her big watery eyes forming a sharp contrast with her snow-white skin. Our sister Yiji said that you can fulfill your promise now. Standing not far from the woman, Bai Xiaoyu, a level 2 stone-skinned person, did not dare to let her guard down at all. Even in the city, she had to be extra careful with this woman. Oh, the woman in the black dress smiled faintly, picked up the coffee in front of her, and took a sip. Isn't she afraid that I will kill her? Don't mind your own business. Bai Xiaoyu stared at the woman and said loudly. Anyway, Sister Yiji said that you have to come with me now. In the early days of the city, Luoya City was divided into many factions. As the end of the world progressed, the meteorite resources outside the city gradually dried up. In the end, the city's largest adventure group, Fallen Leaves, took over the city lord's mansion, and the remaining adventure groups were split and merged to form 4 major adventure groups: Blood Claw, Violence, Dirty Monkey, and Spark. The 4 major adventure groups guarded the 4 gates of Luoya City, east, south, west, and north respectively. Afterwards, after several large-scale attacks by crazy waves, Luoya City was able to catch its breath, and the city lord's mansion ordered the south gate and north gate to be closed. As for the remaining 2 city gates, the east gate is jointly defended by Sparks guarding the east gate and the Dirty Monkey guarding the north gate, while the west gate is handed over to Blood Claw and Violence. The east gate of Fallen Leaf City, the headquarters of the Spark Group. Before the end of the world, this used to be a township primary school with a playground and an iron fence outside the playground. When you entered from the school gate, there was a 3-story teaching building on the right, and opposite was a long row of 2-story teachers' offices, which were also staff dormitories. After the end of the world, this place was occupied by the Spark Group. The teaching building on the right became the dormitory for the team members. The curtains were drawn, and women's clothes were drying outside the curtains. In the staff building opposite live the high-level awakeners and special awakeners. At this moment, more than 300 women knelt in the middle of the dirt road in the school playground, wiping their tears and sobbing quietly. Opposite them, the deputy leader of the Spark Group, Lady Yuiji, stood there quietly with her eyes closed, not saying a word. Standing behind Yuyi are all her direct followers in the Spark group. Level 2 Stoneskin Man, Loi. Level 2 Stoneskin Man, Bai Xiaoyu. Level 2 Stoneskin Man, Ding Qian. Level 2 Spaceman, Beauty Contact Lenses. Level 2 Waterman, Qiyu. Level 2 Flame Man, Niu Yuyu. Level 2 Orc Controller, Shin Fengming. Level 1 Light Person, Xia Shang. The last one is the Black Widow who is feared in Lia City, the Level 1 Light Man, Wu Meyer. This lineup almost accounted for half of the Spark Women's Adventure Group, one of the 4 major adventure groups. The rest of the people belonged to Gu Yanran's faction and followed Gu Yanran out of the city. What do you mean now? Niu Yuyu, who was full of justice, was the first to be unable to tolerate these crying women. She rushed out first, stood in front of Yuyi and yelled at the more than 300 women. Do you just want to stay in the city and serve those men? We raise soldiers for 1,000 days and deploy them for a moment. For such a long time, the Spark Group provided you with food and clothing so that you could live a carefree life in the city without having to serve those men. Today, when the Spark Group needs us to stand up, you are kneeling here crying and wanting to quit the group. Are you all worthy of your conscience? Chapter 130, The Trouble with the Sparkling Group, Part 2. The end is fair. The doomsday gave men strong bodies and women weak bodies. The men had no choice but to attack Tianjiang City, which had a population of 1 million, but the women still had a way out. Between serving men and living independently, most women would choose the latter. But between serving a man and facing a madman, most women would choose the former. It is better to use your body to serve a man than to feed it to a madman. No one wants to die while being able to live. Now, most of the more than 300 women kneeling on the playground are ordinary women working in the Spark Corps' clothing factories, backpack factories, and dispatched to the city lord's arsenal, plantations, wineries, and other places. They are all long-term female workers of the Spark Corps, with a salary of 5 to 10 bullets a day, but with food and accommodation provided. The purpose of joining the Spark Group is to live with dignity. But although the attack on Tianjiang City has preserved the dignity, the hope of surviving is slim. Dignity and life. Man and madman. How to choose. At least now the women kneeling here have made their choice. They hope that the Spark Group can give them a way out. You Tang Chui, and you Wang Xiaoan, aren't you both awakened? Did I remember it wrong? Niu Yu rushed into the group of female workers, pulled up the arms of 2 women, rolled up their sleeves to look at their wrists, all of which had a black mark. Just like she said, they were all awakened, yet they were still kneeling here. You are all awakened. Walk out of here today. Do you have any other choice but to serve men tomorrow? Although Niu Yu knew that in Lia City, there were many female awakeners who chose to serve men, and they were more expensive. That's twice the speed and power. It can send a man to heaven in a matter of minutes. Not to mention ordinary awakened women. There are many special awakened women who are willing to make money while lying down. Why face a madman when you can face a man? But the 3 views are different. You are all awakened people. You can all make money with your own hands. Why do you still want? Yu come back. Opening her beautiful eyes and letting out a long breath, Yuiji looked at the group of women kneeling in front of her. There was no trace of the sisterly affection of the past in her eyes anymore. They chose their own path, so let them go. Turning around, she slowly walked back. Xiaoyu, go find all their contracts and return them to them later. Sister Yiji, Bai Xiaoyu anxiously leaned to the side and waited for Yuiji to leave together. Should we wait until Sister Huahua comes back before we discuss this matter? If they all leave now, our heads. Don't say anything. Yuiji walked forward slowly and said softly, I can make the decision on this matter. When Sister Huahua comes back, I will explain it to her in person. Haha, that's what I said. All the special awakeners of Yuiji's lineage turned around and walked back with her, not even glancing at the women. Before she had time to change out of her work clothes, the girl in the red gauze dress pursed her lips and smiled softly. Yiji, I told you at the beginning that women are the most unreliable creatures in the world. Do you believe it now? Haha. Meitong suddenly stopped. Yiji, wait a minute. She quickly stepped forward and grabbed Yuiji's arm. I suddenly thought of an idea. Any ideas? Ever since they knelt here and explained their purpose, Yuiji has been feeling depressed. Since they choose to serve men, then the benefits cannot be shared by outsiders. Meitong slapped her forehead and stared with her beautiful big eyes. How about this? The regiment will hand them all over to me now, and I will train them to be military princesses, and I will teach them personally. TSK. Thinking of something, Meitong smiled wildly. Under the banner of my Princess Street Meitong's sister, which man cannot buy it. 3 sentences cannot be separated from the profession. That's right. You still want to make this kind of money. Aren't you afraid that Sister Sparks will beat you up? Yuiji shook her head in disappointment, but the soldiers behind her rolled their eyes at Princess Street contact lens lady. Hey, I just want to generate income for the group. Meitong quickened her pace to catch up with everyone. Sister Huahua, she is just a blockhead. Why are you all so stubborn with her? Wait a minute, I will calculate it for you. 300 girls trained by my sister Meitong to be princesses in the army. At least 300 bullets are needed at a time, right? 300 of us, each serving 5 men a day. That's 1,500 bullets times 300. 450,000 bullets a day. 4.5 million bullets in 10 days. After this month, excluding the money given to the girls, our group must have made at least 5 million. Hey, don't leave, listen to me. Sister E.G. An hour later, in the Spark Group meeting room, Bai Xiaoyu held a list and placed it in front of Yuiji. Here are the lists of the traitors. She walked to an empty seat next to Yuiji, sat down, picked up the cup, and drank a sip of water. In the conference room, all of Yuiji's direct subordinates were there. There was a rectangular solid wood table and 2 rows of chairs with red sea backs and silver handles. Only Yuiji's boss chair was pure white. I see. He just glanced at the list and put it down gently. This conference room was still the faculty and staff conference room before the end of the world, and the white wall behind it still had the words "Pursue Excellence, Create Harmony" hung on it. Now, in our Spark Group, including the group taken away by Gu Yanran, there are 39 Special Awakeners in total, 113 Ordinary Awakeners, 215 female workers who did not leave this time, 73 Special Awakeners who signed up outside, 588 Ordinary Awakeners, and 200 Ordinary Women. Bai Xiaoyu continued to report, and Luo Yi snorted coldly. She took more than 630 people this time, saying that she was rushing back before attacking Tianjiang City. I think she just wants to escape. Qian said in a low voice. Sister Yanran is not that kind of person. I think she really went to find Sister Huahua. Qianyu. Luo Yi stared at her with big eyes and said fiercely. Qianyu, which side are you on? That's right, Niu Yu chimed in. I think you are the little traitor that Gu Yanran planted here. I'm not a little traitor. Qian Yu's face flushed red. I just think those men out there are so hateful. We women should unite together. Are we the ones who are not united now? Niu Yu's voice rose 8 degrees. Now they are the ones who are not united with us, okay? Also, I told you, I saw Gu Yanran and Su Xia kissing with my own eyes that day. I went to complain to Sister Huahua, but even Sister Huahua didn't believe me. Humph. They are the most disgusting. Meitong laughed so hard that her body shook. Is this the legendary I treat her as my best friend, but she wants to be my man? There was a knock on the door, and a little girl came in. Deputy Captain, there's a guy called Bing Tuan outside who wants to seek refuge. Xiaoyu, go and take a look. Yuiji's face showed no emotion. Nowadays, those who took the initiative to join the group usually asked for a very high price. Besides, the rules of the Spark Group did not allow men. Deputy Captain, they said they must meet Sister Sparks. Bai Xiaoyu had already stood up and was a little unhappy when she heard this. How many of them are there? Why are you so arrogant? They have 7 level 2 awakeners, 1 blind girl, and the reporting girl swallowed her saliva, and a mutant adult. Chapter 131. They have salt. What? You just want us Sparkies to do the shopping for you. 20 minutes later, Lu Xiaoma brought his team members to the Sparks meeting room. Kusini proposed the content of this cooperation on his behalf. Bai Xiaoyu slammed the table on the spot and was suddenly startled again. Why did the leader of the other party look familiar? Deputy Captain, Kusini didn't expect Bai Xiaoyu to react so strongly, and she was shocked. Deputy Captain, we know that the Spark Corps will get a 15% discount when buying supplies from the City Lord's mansion, but we will buy at the original price given by the City Lord's mansion, and the remaining 15% will be the Spark Corps' reward. Theoretically speaking, this is a good thing for the Sparks. Kusini didn't understand why Bai Xiaoyu had such a big reaction. Xiaoyi. In the middle of the conference table, Shen Fengming spoke softly, and Kusini looked at her, Sister Fengming. Shen Fengming was a level 2 beast controller. Kusini used to fight alongside her, and the two had a good relationship. Shen Fengming stared at Kusini and sighed softly. Xiaoyi, you guys just returned to the city, right? Yes, Sister Fengming. Kusini nodded hesitantly. Shen Fengming said, no wonder. I went to the job market to look for you a few days ago. I wanted you to join the Spark team. At the rectangular solid wood conference table, Lu Xiaoma sat opposite Yuiji, while Kusini and the others stood behind Lu Xiaoma. You may not know this yet since you just returned to the city. Shen Fengming continued. This time, when we attacked Tianjiang City, even though our 4 major adventure groups purchased supplies from the City Lord's mansion, The supply was limited based on the number of people. To be honest, our Spark group is still worried about supplies. Kusini was startled, then asked in surprise, "You guys also have limited supply?" "Of course." Shen Fengming nodded. "Why else do you think there are so many recruits in the city?" "I remember now. The baseball cap." Suddenly, Bai Xiaoyu, who was still standing there, slapped his head, pointed at Lu Xiaoma and said loudly, "I remember who you are. The baseball cap. You were the one that was auctioned next door last night. Damn it, it's really him. Yesterday, Yu Yiji assigned me the task, and I even boasted that I would bring him to justice. I didn't expect to lose him as soon as I went downstairs. Although Sister Yiji didn't blame me, I couldn't afford to lose face like that." Peaked Cap? When it comes to negotiations, the leaders of both sides didn't say anything, especially Yu Yiji, as it was rare for her to speak in person. "There is one here today, but it's not Lu Xiaoma. It's by Lulu behind him." Gu Yanran relied on her mutant status to suppress herself in the group. Yu Yiji is usually a serious beauty, but she is a businessman at heart. "Tell me, those 16 bags of edible salt last night, did you put them up for auction?" Bai Xiaoyu suddenly turned into Conan. She thought she had figured everything out. A person rented a luxurious VIP suite in secret and dared to wear a baseball cap. It was obvious that he was not a good person. "I sold it," Lu Xiaoma said without hesitation. "Huh? He admitted it? Sister Yiji, did you hear that? He just admitted it." Bai Xiaoyu didn't expect the other party to admit it so readily, but Lu Xiaoma had already stood up at this time. "But this has nothing to do with you, Kusini. Let's go." Etc. This time it wasn't Bai Xiaoyu. Niu Yu suddenly jumped up from the chair and opened his arms to block the way of Lu Xiaoma and others. "Who allowed you to leave?" Lu Xiaoma frowned slightly. Attacking Tianjiang City seemed to be more complicated than he thought. He had a vague idea in his mind about the city lord's mansion. "I just haven't linked them together yet." "Niu Yu, what do you want to do?" Su Feifei, Miao Xiaohua, Niu Yu, Qian Yu, including Bai Xiaoyu. They are all of similar age and have known each other for a long time. During several missions of the Spark team, they even slept next to each other and told stories about the structure of a man's body. "Su Feifei, you owe me 200 bullets." Niu Yu not only did not move away, but stretched out a hand. "Give me back the money." Su Feifei finally woke up from her dream and quickly hid behind Qin Xian, pulling Miao Xiaohua with her. "I don't have money, but I can give you sausages. Only the devil wants your sausage. Yu, let them go." "Sister Yiji, they have salt in their hands." Ding Qian. Yu Yiji slowly stood up and said, "Send the guests out." Ding Qian stood up and personally saw them off. It was not until the last member of the ice team turned out of the door that Yu Yiji slowly sat back in her chair and sighed slightly. They have salt, but what they want is resources. Besides, with the current price of edible salt, the Sparks can't eat much. They have salt, maybe they can take a long-term view. When we returned to the base, it was already past 3 p.m., and Yi Rue and her friends had not yet finished moving. The only ones who had finished moving were the twin sisters Fang Jing and Fanya. Today, both sisters have their hair in ponytails, one with her hair slightly tilted to the left, and the other with her hair slightly tilted to the right. From before the end of the world until now, for so many years, the two sisters have always insisted on wearing the same clothes, with only slight changes in their hair, to make it easier for their friends to distinguish them, without having to show their wrists first. "Is the captain in there?" Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua are neighbors. They have been living with Lin Menger. Lin Menger takes care of their food and clothing, and they take care of Lin Menger's inconveniences. "Yes." The twins spoke in unison, and looked at their own house together, their four big watery eyes showing helplessness at the same time. The leader doesn't have a home yet, and now only the two of them have cleaned up their rooms. The leader wants to borrow their house to rest for a while, and they can't say no, but if they borrow the house from the leader, it's not convenient for them to stay alone with him. They were sure that if they stayed alone in a room with Lu Xiaoma for 10 minutes, they would hear some strange words from Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua tomorrow, such as sisters and concubines, sister pushing waist, upper and lower double abalone, and so on. So the cuckoo took over the magpie's nest, the captain lay inside, and the two of them could only stand guard outside. Rolling her eyes, Su Feifei suddenly took a step forward and asked in a low voice, "Are there any other women in there?" Miao Xiaohua quickly took a step forward and said, Yes, by Lulu or Qin Xian." Fang Jing and Fang Ye shook their heads at the same time. Su Feifei looked around the room suspiciously again. Did he just hint that you two should stay and rub his shoulders or something? Roll. Inside the room, there was a soft, freshly dried mattress under him, but there was no pillow. Lu Xiaoma lay on his arms, looking at the ceiling and thinking. Current situation. The funds to fight the second catastrophe are available and sufficient, but the problem is that the money cannot be spent. Can't buy people, can't buy supplies, the City Lord's mansion won't sell, and the 4 major adventure groups won't sell either. The current dilemma is almost unsolvable, or Chapter 132, Guilt. 5 p.m., luxury VIP room on the 6th floor of the trading hall, room 609. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, sir. As per convention, Wang Ting bowed politely after entering the door. When she looked up, it was him again. Mr. Liu. She looked around and saw no one. Wang Ting walked into the house quickly and closed the door, although she didn't know why she did this. But women's sixth sense is always very sensitive. Sure enough, 20 minutes later, Wang Ting hurried out of room 609. Please wait. I'll notify the manager right away. The office of the Lord of Luya City. Old thing. Haha. As soon as she entered the room, Chun Jing was suddenly picked up by her husband around the waist. Before she could even scream, bang, her husband kicked the door shut. Luo Hao held his married wife in his arms and strode towards the old man's desk, which was surrounded by a circle of black iron chairs. He threw his wife onto the desk roughly, began to unbutton his pants, and was ready to go into battle with his gun in hand. How? No, don't do this. Chun Jing struggled to get up from the desk. Don't. What's wrong? Luo Hao frowned and looked at his wife after unzipping his pants. I told you, the old man won't be back for 10 days or half a month. No, that's not the case. Chun Jing jumped down from her desk to tidy up her clothes, explaining incoherently. I don't want to do it today. Why do you suddenly stop wanting to do that? There was a trace of suspicion on Luo Hao's face. Chun Jing happened to see it when she looked up. She was startled and quickly changed her words. That's right. That's right. Fuck. It's so unlucky. The fire was extinguished instantly, and Luo Hao asked suspiciously. No, my wife. Didn't you just leave a week ago? Why are you here again? Really? Chun Jing hurriedly arranged her clothes. Looking at her husband's face, she forced a smile and said, maybe it's been cold these days, and my insides are messy. She didn't know why, but she didn't want her husband to touch her today. She felt inexplicably guilty. Chun Jing is a very conservative woman at heart. She feels sorry for her husband, but she knows that it is nothing as it is just through clothes, so it does not count as being sorry for her husband. But I feel like I have misophobia and can't get over it. All right. Frowning, Luo Hao sat down on the city lord's boss chair with an unhappy and somewhat impatient look on his face. He stretched his legs on the desk and let out a long breath. He lit a cigarette with a match and said, if you are not feeling well, go back and have a rest. Having already tidied up her appearance, Chun Jing glanced at her husband with a hint of apology. Oh, then I'll go back and lie down for a while. She didn't know what was wrong today, but she was very resistant. It's not that she doesn't love her husband anymore, but she has an inexplicable sense of guilt and always feels that she is not as pure as before. Maybe 2 days of rest will be enough. Chun Jing knew that her husband was very sensitive about women's period, and whenever she had her period, he would never sleep with her. This was how my husband was before the apocalypse, and after the apocalypse, he wouldn't even come back to live with me. Da-da-da-da-da. Walking out of the city lord's office, the empty corridor echoed with the sound of my high heels and my heartbeat. What the hell is wrong with me? Their bedroom was downstairs. When Chun Jing returned to the room, she didn't even take off her high heels. She fell headfirst on their big bed, staring blankly at the ceiling with her big eyes. My husband is innocent. It's all that damn guy's fault for playing tricks on me. Yes, it's all his fault. I can't punish my husband in disguise because of that damn bastard. Yes, he is a jerk. I can't let him affect our lives as a couple. He doesn't deserve it. Chun Jing suddenly sat up from the bed, straightened her skirt, and walked out quickly. I must make it up to my husband today. My husband is innocent. The city lord's office was upstairs. She didn't take the elevator, but took the emergency escape and arrived at the door of the city lord's office. Reaching out to push the door open, Chun Jing's hand paused, and there was a woman's cry inside. Asshole. This time she raised her arm to smash the door. Halfway through raising her arm, she paused for a moment. The light in her beautiful eyes gradually faded. This isn't the first time he's been caught. Men in the apocalypse, especially powerful men, are not all like this. This time, when she caught her husband cheating, her first reaction was anger, but afterwards, Chun Jing was surprisingly calm and even felt a little relieved. It seemed as if all the guilt just now disappeared. Turn around and walk back. Just pretend you don't know this time. For some reason, Chun Jing felt that she felt much better this time. I didn't feel sorry for him. Da-da-da. This time the footsteps were crisp and slow. She returned to her and her husband's bedroom downstairs, found the key, and wanted to enter the door. The elevator door at the end of the corridor just opened. Sister Chun. It was the deputy manager of the trading hall. Chen Jing stopped and looked over. What's wrong? Are you flustered? Sister Chun. The deputy manager ran all the way and hadn't reached her yet. Sister Chun, the leader of the ice group, is here again. This time he brought out 10 large bags of edible salt and wants to put them up for auction tonight. What? You said he came again and took 10 bags of salt? Shocked, Chen Jing hurried forward to greet him. The deputy manager quickly said, It's true, Sister Chun. The salt has already started to go through the process. He actually took out 10 more bags. Hold him steady first. Don't give him an estimate yet. Wait until I get over there. The Lord City Lord has been planning for such a long time. We really can't let him be auctioned this time. Without caring about anything else, Chen Jing walked upstairs again with anxious steps. There was still a woman's scream in the room. When I heard it again, I didn't feel relieved, but rather annoyed. Walking quickly to the door, Chen Jing raised her hand and knocked on it a few times. Who is it? Luo Hao's impatient voice, and then the door was opened from the inside. The person who opened the door was the working lady in the lobby downstairs. She hadn't changed out of her uniform yet, and her stockings were torn. When the working lady saw that it was Manager Chun, her eyes widened. Before she could explain, there was a crisp slap sound, and Chen Jing slapped her in the face. Bitch! Shame on you. She strode into the house angrily, and there were 3 more inside. Her husband was really in a good mood. Pa pa pa. Without asking any questions, Chen Jing walked over and slapped several women in the face. Luo Hao had already fastened his trousers by this time, and stood aside, watching his wife beat up the working ladies with indifference. He felt in his trouser pocket, took out a pack of cigarettes, took out a cigarette, and just as he was about to light it, his wife was already coming towards him. Son of a bitch. Chen Jing raised her hand, about to slap her husband in the face. Luo Hao snorted coldly, raised his hand and grabbed her arm. Have you had enough of this? You bastard. Luo Hao. She didn't know where the guilt she felt just now had disappeared. Chen Jing's arm was grabbed by her husband, and she raised her other hand to hit him again. All right. He grabbed his wife's hands and pushed them forward. Stop it. Luo Hao, you bastard. After being pushed by her husband, Chen Jing took 2 steps back and almost fell down. Luo Hao frowned and took 2 steps forward, grabbing her body. Chen Jing, stop making trouble and make others laugh at you. Chapter 133. We must not let him be auctioned. What did you say? After driving out the few working ladies and leaving no outsiders, Luo Hao still let his wife hit him a few times symbolically, but not in the face. He also understood his wife's temper, so if he let her hit him a few times, her anger would subside. But his wife's next words startled Luo Hao. He stepped forward and grabbed his wife's arm. Didn't you say he had no salt? Then where did he get these 10 bags of salt? I don't know either. Chen Jing was a little panicked. In fact, she didn't tell the truth to her husband yesterday. But now, I have asked the appraiser to hold him back. No, we can't let him be on camera again. Letting go of his wife's arm, Luo Hao walked back and forth in the office for a few steps and suddenly stopped. He shouted to his wife. Tell me again, what did he say to you yesterday? You swore to me last night that he would not come again. I really don't know, husband. In fact, Chen Jing did not tell the truth to her husband last night, and did not even mention inviting Bai Lulu and the others to dinner. She just said that the man had no salt left and would not come again. No, really not. This is not the time to hold his wife responsible. If this batch of edible salt is auctioned again today, something bad will happen. The 4 adventure groups attacked Tianjiang City for the sake of salt. The first batch of auctions is still reasonable. It can be explained as follows. Loya City is now in great shortage of salt. No matter how much is sold, the price has even risen instead of falling. But if there is a second batch, or even a third batch, until there is enough salt, then what reasons do the 4 major adventure groups have to attack Tianjiang? Wife, listen to me. Luo Hao calmed down. Can you arrange someone in your trading hall to negotiate with him directly? Just say that as long as he keeps quiet about this batch of salt, our city lord's mansion can buy it for 30 bullets per gram. Sign a confidentiality agreement with him. I'm afraid not. Chen Jing shook her head. He's a weird person. Yesterday, I arranged for several of the most beautiful tea artists in the trading hall to come to him for free, but he refused to accept them, and he's very tight-lipped. Didn't you say that you accompanied him to the auction yesterday? Luo Hao was a little surprised. His wife didn't say anything to him last night. Yes. A trace of panic flashed through her mind, and Chen Jing quickly said, he didn't allow anyone to accompany him in the auction. I went in and gave him permission to 5 million, and then he allowed me to stay there and accompany him in the auction. My bodyguards were also in the room, and he didn't dare to do anything. Her last 2 sentences were lies. You don't even want a free tea artist? This is something that almost all men in the city would not refuse. But that boy actually refused? Luo Hao thought carefully. Does he like men? No. Chen Jing shook her head. She was sure that Lu Xiaoma liked women, especially women's legs. That's really weird. Luo Hao grumbled, then looked at his wife. What did he say to you yesterday? Repeat it to me from beginning to end. I just wanted to ask him how his trip out of the city went and to tell me about what happened outside the city. The price of lying is to cover it up with another lie. Chen Jing didn't say last night that she asked by Lulu and the others about it, and she can't say it now. Luo Hao looked at his wife. They went to Wulai and found salt from the seaside. Did you ever doubt it? I don't know. Anyway, Chen Jing explained stutteringly. Anyway, he told me that he definitely has no salt. I don't care where he got the salt from. Feeling that she was about to be exposed by her husband, Chen Jing was a little angry and said, Don't you still believe me? Luo Hao looked at his wife. Where did you get all this salt today? Chen Jing didn't know how to explain her husband's aggressive attitude. He cheated on me. Bastard. Asshole. Big bastard. Big bastard? Luo Hao looked at his wife in surprise. He still remembered this name when he was dating her and took advantage of her for the first time. She scolded him like this at that time. No, it shouldn't be called scolding. It was more like his wife's unique way of acting like a spoiled child. Why did I use it on that man today? But at this moment, Luo Hao didn't want to delve into it. Wife, tell me the truth now. Do you have confidence in your trading hall? Talk to him about this matter. As long as he doesn't say anything, we can get this batch of salt at 35 bullets per gram, or even 40 bullets per gram. As long as he doesn't say anything. 35 bullets, 40 bullets. He is here to make money, not to go against the city lord's mansion, so it should be possible. Although she just said no, Chen Jing actually still didn't want to see him again. Although she thought so, Chen Jing still asked her husband, how? What if he disagrees? What if he insists on being auctioned? Don't agree. Luo Hao let out a long sigh. Even if he doesn't agree, you have to make him agree. You guys try every possible way for me. Anyway, tonight, including in the future, his edible salt will not be allowed to be auctioned. Try every possible means. Chen Jing's heart trembled when she heard this word. She carefully looked at her husband's face and said, Husband, why don't we arrest him? Wait until the 4 adventure groups leave the city and then let him go. No, this is absolutely not possible. Luo Hao shook his head. If this matter gets out, the reputation of our city lord's mansion will be completely ruined. I know that, but you don't know. Luo Hao interrupted his wife sternly. This kid is different from ordinary people. When he came in this time, if his teammates outside took a video for him to collect evidence, we arrested him. If this matter was reported to the 4 major adventure groups, what do you think they would think? Luo Hao stared at his wife. The 4 major adventure groups will definitely guess why our city lord's mansion didn't allow this kid to auction the salt. What is the purpose of our city lord's mansion? Can you figure it out now? This kid can't be touched. Yes, the things he sells are sensitive, different from ordinary auctioneers. Chen Jing nodded slightly, and Luo Hao continued. So tonight, no matter what method you use, you must stop him from auctioning this batch of edible salt. No, not to stop him from auctioning. You must buy this batch of edible salt. It can't flow into the hands of outsiders. It's no matter what method. Every time Chen Jing heard similar words, her heart trembled inexplicably, but she also knew how important the 4 adventure groups' attack on Tianjiang City was to her husband and uncle. This matter must not be ruined in my own hands. Husband, after thinking so much, Chen Jing's attitude has calmed down a bit. Leave this matter to me. I will definitely buy all this batch of edible salt. Good wife. Luo Hao stepped forward and hugged his wife. I'll leave this matter to you. Remember, no matter what, you have to buy this batch of edible salt for me tonight. Your husband will reward you well then. Chapter 134. Chen Jing's request. Manager. The 15 assessors and 30 tea artists who had been hiding near the emergency escape ladder on the 6th floor watched them all walk into room 609. In less than 3 minutes, all of them were driven out without a single one left. Chen Jing knew there was nothing she could do. This is not the worst outcome. The worst outcome is that even if I go in, I will be kicked out by him. You all should go back. Chen Jing straightened her dress, straightened her chest, and raised her head towards room 609. Is Wang Ting still in there? She's still here. The customer left her alone and kept urging her to give him an estimate. I see. Chen Jing had already reached the door of room 609. Just as she was about to knock on the door, she turned her head and said to the bodyguards and the few assessors who had not left, You all can go back too. I'll be here. But the manager. The 2 stone-skinned bodyguards were worried, and Wang Ting suddenly frowned. I told you all to go back and rest. Okay then. All the people around dispersed. Standing at the door of room 609, Chen Jing took a deep breath, raised the corners of her mouth, and gently knocked on the door. She finally came. Now Lu Xiaoma already knows her identity. The nephew-in-law of the city Lord Lia before the end of the world, the person in charge of the trading hall, and her husband is also the future heir to Lia City. She is the most powerful woman in Lia City. If I want to spend the money now, this woman is the only way out. Mr. Lu. Chen Jing stepped forward with a beautiful smile and extended her hand. Lu Xiaoma shook hands with her. Manager Chun. Last time I thought she was a prostitute, but this time it's different. We are here to discuss cooperation. But before that, Lu Xiaoma still had a few things to confirm. Has the price been estimated? The two of them sat down on the sofa. Lu Xiaoma lit a cigarette. Chen Jing still sat on the single sofa. She smiled and said, "Yes, we will confirm the price. It can be estimated to be 25 bullets per gram." It was a bit unexpected. Could it be that I was wrong? Lu Xiaoma looked at her calmly. Okay, but this time I hope to auction it in 3 batches. Last time they decided to sell 16 bags at a time without her consent. This time they said this just to test her reaction. Oh, of course, it's your right. Chen Jing smiled and stared at Lu Xiaoma. Just sir. She paused, and Lu Xiaoma didn't respond. He knew the point was coming. Sir, actually our city lord's mansion also needs a lot of edible salt. Do you think this is okay? Chen Jing kept a nice smile. I can buy the 10 bags of edible salt you are going to auction at a price of 30 bullets per gram on behalf of our city lord's mansion. But I also have a small request. I hope that after you sell this batch of edible salt to our city lord's mansion, you can sign a confidentiality agreement with us. Non-disclosure agreement. It was exactly what he thought. Lu Xiaoma said calmly. What do you want me to keep secret? Yesterday you auctioned off my 16 bags of edible salt without my consent, probably because you didn't want the 4 major adventure groups to get them. There is another detail that I didn't notice yesterday. Your promotional photo only showed 5 bags of edible salt. I didn't pay attention yesterday, and Lu Xiaoma thought they were auctioning them separately, as 556. The promotional photo showed 5 bags, so it was understandable. But now that I think about it, it's not the case at all. Chen Jing smiled beautifully and said, it's like this. We, the city lord's mansion, also need to make a living, but it's not easy for us to directly participate in the auction. So I hope you can understand and keep it a secret for our city lord's mansion. We have already prepared the money this time. She stretched out her slender little hand. There was a black tattoo mark on her middle finger, and the money was inside. Lu Xiaoma looked at her, and she looked at him sincerely. He didn't say anything right away, but after a while, he said, I can sign a confidentiality agreement. Really? Chen Jing couldn't hide the joy on her face, which happened to be seen by Lu Xiaoma. He took a puff of cigarette and said, but I hope that the city lord's mansion can pay me for this batch of edible salt with food, weapons and ammunition, and crystals. What? Chen Jing's smile froze. Sir, the bullet coupons issued by our city lord's mansion can be used to buy anything in the city. Lu Xiaoma was unmoved. But the things I mentioned are no longer sold in your city lord's mansion. Yes, but it's only closed for the next few days, Chen Jing explained quickly. Because the 4 major adventure groups are about to attack Tianjiang. The situation is special, so our city lord's mansion will fully support the actions of the 4 major adventure groups these days. After they leave the city, the various exchange windows of our city lord's mansion will still be open to all survivors in the city. Will it be an unlimited supply? Lu Xiaoma stared at her. Their restriction this time proved that the city lord's mansion was also short of supplies. He didn't believe that the city lord's mansion would immediately provide unlimited supplies. This will probably take a long time, and Lu Xiaoma can't wait. Unlimited supply. Chen Jing was startled. She didn't expect Lu Xiaoma to ask this. We should gradually increase the supply, but it won't take long. It won't take long. Lu Xiaoma couldn't believe them. He shook his head and said, I can't wait that long. I can sell these 10 bags of salt to your city lord's mansion. I can sign any confidentiality agreement, as you say. I have only one request. The city lord's mansion must pay me for these 10 bags of salt in the form of weapons, ammunition, food, and other daily necessities. And the proportion must be paid to me according to my request. After a pause, Lu Xiaoma added, if the city lord's mansion cannot agree to my requests, then I'll have to trouble manager Chun to arrange the auction for me. Finally, I would like to add that I still need to test their bottom line. Sir, I am only the manager of the trading hall. I don't have that much power in the material supply department. Chen Jing didn't lie this time. As the manager of the trading hall, she and even her husband were not qualified to transfer food, weapons, ammunition, and crystals at will. This time, the supply is only provided to the 4 major adventure groups. This is an order given personally by the city lord. Plantations and arsenals will also only obey the city lord's orders. And this time it was a death order from the city lord. Except for the 4 major adventure groups, no one could exchange a grain of food or a bullet from them. Chen Jing has a bottom line, and Lu Xiaoma also has his bottom line. He already has enough bullet rolls, and if he can't spin them, they will just be waste paper. He will definitely not exchange his table salt for these waste papers. The stalemate continued. No matter what Chen Jing said, Lu Xiaoma's bottom line was, the city lord's mansion could purchase the item directly, but the payment must be in the form of materials. He didn't want even a single bullet roll. Otherwise, it will be put up for auction immediately, and after the auction, he can accept any payment method. Lu Xiaoma was tough, and Chen Jing had her own difficulties. The conversation between the two of them ended in a stalemate in less than 10 minutes. Chapter 135. Forced. Half an hour later. I don't think we need to talk any further. Standing up, Lu Xiaoma walked towards the corner of the room, where the 10 bags of edible salt were placed. He wanted to take it away and not even give them a chance to auction it. Wait a minute, sir. Chen Jing also stood up quickly, stepped forward and grabbed Lu Xiaoma's arm. Mr. Lu, I think we can discuss this further. What else are you discussing? Lu Xiaoma turned his head to look at her. He was now almost certain that the city lord's mansion was afraid that these salts of theirs would be exposed to the public. Afraid of being exposed to the public, they were afraid that the 4 major adventure groups would see them. Pursing her lips, Chen Jing glanced at the batch of edible salt in the corner and said, I can promise you that after the 4 major adventure groups leave the city, our city lord's mansion will give priority to supplying your ice group with various supplies. I need the supplies by tomorrow at the latest. Lu Xiaoma didn't believe the bullshit promises from the city lord's mansion. They were forcing the 4 major adventure groups to attack Tianjiang City in disguised form. There must be some ulterior motive. He couldn't trust a city lord's mansion like this. Mr. Lu, if he leaves this room today, everything will be irreversible. In a hurry, Chen Jing suddenly stepped forward and blocked Lu Xiaoma. She stared into Lu Xiaoma's eyes, and Lu Xiaoma was also looking at her. Just like that, the two looked at each other for more than 10 seconds. Okay, I promise. There is no way out now. We must not let him take this batch of salt away. If he takes it, he must go back to the 4 major adventure groups to sell it. Whatever supplies you want, I promise you'll get them tonight. Chen Jing stared at Lu Xiaoma firmly. Lu Xiaoma looked at her and didn't seem fake. He also believed that she should have this power. I'll trust you once. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Xiaoma wrote down the raw material prices in the prepared notebook according to the prices of the raw materials in the city lord's mansion. Your city lord's mansion buys it based on 30 bullets per gram? Yes, 30 bullets. Write down whatever you want. Instead of sitting back down, Chen Jing stood beside Lu Xiaoma, looking determined to fight to the death. 10 bags of 500 kilograms edible salt, 500,000 grams, 30 bullets of 1 gram, a total of 15 million. 15 million bullets worth of supplies. Of the 15 million supplies today, Lu Xiaoma only plans to take 3 items, 5 million weapons and ammunition, 5 million food, and the remaining 5 million will be exchanged for crystals. I'll give you a $5 million limit, and you can go directly to them to redeem the $5 million bullet coupons. Seeing that Lu Xiaoma was still marking the number of bullets, automatic rifles, and grenades needed on the paper, Chen Jing reminded him anxiously. Food too. And crystals too. Lu Xiaoma looked up at her, and Chen Jing nodded quickly. I'll write you a note, and you can just go and exchange it with my note. Then open it. 5 million from the arsenal, 5 million from the plantation, and the last 5 million will all be converted into crystals. Okay, please wait a moment. After returning to her seat, Chen Jing found a checkbook-like booklet in her black bag, wrote 3 pages on it, tore it off, turned around and handed it to Lu Xiaoma. This has my signature and the specific amount on it. Please take a look. Lu Xiaoma looked at the 3 pieces of paper. They had Chen Jing's signature, the seal of the trading hall, and the checkbook of the city lord's mansion at the beginning. Everything was there. Chen Jing turned around and walked to the opposite side of the coffee table. She closed her eyes and saw stacks of bullet rolls filling the entire coffee table. The city lord's mansion is very considerate, providing bullet coupons of various denominations, totaling 15 million. Looking at these bullet rolls, Lu Xiaoma felt relieved. She put them away one by one, and finally signed the confidentiality agreement that she took out. An hour was wasted here and there, and then tonight's auction had already begun on the TV screen in the room. Mr. Lu, after putting the 10 bags of salt into her own space, Chen Jing let out a long sigh of relief and turned back. I have also opened a quota of 5 million bullets for you tonight. Wang Ting, serve this gentleman well. Good manager. Wang Ting, who had been sitting in front of the computer and didn't even dare to look back, breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. "Mr. Liu, you are busy." Chen Jing turned and walked out. At this time, Liu Xiaoma also stood up and followed her out. Hearing the footsteps behind her, Chen Jing paused and turned around. "Mr. Liu, I'll go get these supplies. The auction is not important. What Liu Xiaoma wants is to store this batch of materials into his own space immediately, otherwise he will not be at ease in doing anything." Chen Jing's expression changed slightly. "Why aren't you attending the auction tonight?" This was inconsistent with her plan. She knew that the 3 pieces of paper she had just signed had no real effect. Neither the arsenal nor the plantation would recognize them. That is to say, he couldn't take out a single grain of food with those 3 pieces of paper. No. Liu Xiaoma walked around her and walked out of the door, heading towards the elevator. Chen Jing stood at the door of room 609 and watched Liu Xiaoma enter the elevator. She quickly ran upstairs and found her 2 bodyguards. "Quick, go to the exchange hall and the plantation right now. No matter what, we must hold him back. My own group can't provide food, but since they helped me hold this guy back, they will still sell it to me out of respect." This was the plan that Chen Jing had just come up with out of desperation. Wait until the 4 major adventure groups leave the city, give him a batch first, and then give him the rest slowly. Anyway, this batch of salt is now in my own space, and my husband's plan has been half successful. Hold him. Chen Jing was betting that his table salt was already with her, and that he would not dare to turn against her easily. That won't do him any good. The exchange hall in the main building. The 4 female employees all stood behind the counter. Liu Xiaoma sat on a chair near the counter, looked up at them, a little surprised, but didn't think much about it. When she showed them Chen Jing's note just now, they said, "It can be exchanged." Can be exchanged. After working for about 10 minutes, Liu Xiaoma wrote down the exchange ratio for 5 million bullet coupons and handed it to one of them. "Okay, sir." The clerk took the paper with both hands, her face a little nervous. "But sir, the amount of ammunition you need to exchange, we can't prepare it all for you tonight. We need to count and check it. We can't get it out tonight, so we need to come and get it tomorrow night." Liu Xiaoma looked up at them and said, "Okay, I'll come and get it tomorrow." Walking out of the exchange hall, Liu Xiaoma felt something was wrong. He quickened his pace towards the plantation. His bottom line now is fair trade. I won't take advantage of you, and you don't play tricks on me otherwise. Chapter 136. She tricked me. Trading hall. When did the trading hall get involved in our plantation? The female manager said to go directly to the plantation. When Liu Xiaoma got here, he found that the service attitude was obviously not as good as that of the city lord's mansion. Among the special awakeners, the ones with the highest status are the planters, but all the planters are under the control of the city lord's mansion. If any adventure group dares to hide the planters privately, the entire group will be shot. Therefore, the growers of noble status, even the ordinary people who help the growers, all look down on others, as if someone owes them money. Plum. Before Liu Xiaoma entered the plantation, he was stopped by this idiot at the door. At this time, a middle-aged man hurried out of the plantation, glanced at Liu Xiaoma, then looked at the idiot young man and whispered, "What's going on?" He just received news that a man with Manager Chen's note would be arrested soon, and it was most likely him. Is this kid sick? The idiot young man named Li Zi turned around and handed the note to the middle-aged man. He came to us to get food with a note from the trading hall manager, and he also wanted 5 million bullets, huh? Shut up. Before Liu Xiaoma could get angry, the middle-aged man slapped him in the face. Shut up. Go back. Brother-in-law, why did you hit me? Li Zi was stunned by the slap. The middle-aged man turned around and glared at him fiercely. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I told you to get out. This middle-aged man is actually a grower. There was a faint green mark on his wrist. It was also the first time that Liu Xiaoma saw the legendary grower, but who he was had nothing to do with him. He had to get the food today. Even if he can't get it all, he will take a part first. This is his bottom line. Haha, little brother. The middle-aged man smiled. Our plantation must honor Manager Chen's note, but the plantation still owes the Blood Claw Adventure Group 20 tons of grain. Can you come back in a few days? Give me 5 tons first, and I'll come back for the rest in a few days. Standing at the gate of the plantation, Liu Xiaoma looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man turned his head to look inside the plantation, smiled bitterly, and said, 5 tons is not enough. We really don't have it. We have been working overtime all night, but we growers can't use our skills 24 hours a day. Look at this. 5 tons won't work, then give me 1 ton. Don't sue me because your plantation can't even produce 1 ton of food right now. 1 ton Liu Xiaoma would definitely not do it. He said that because he had already begun to suspect that the female manager was lying to him. 1 ton. The middle-aged man looked bitter. Not even 1 ton. Look, can you give us a few more days? Wait for 5, 7, or 6 days, and I will make sure we have enough food for you. Sure enough, there was not even a ton of food. Chen Jing's identity, even 1 ton of grain can't be withdrawn. Lu Xiaoma must not believe it. In this situation, it must be that the woman just deceived herself. The so-called note is just a piece of waste paper. I was fooled by her. On the way back to the city lord's mansion, Lu Xiaoma was feeling angry. She had never intended to give herself food from the beginning. Playing tricks on me. This so-called policeman is used to play tricks on me. This time back to the city. Recruiting people, but so far, not a single one has been recruited. We were preparing to buy supplies to fight against the second catastrophe, but so far, we haven't bought a single grain of food or a single bullet. Instead, he used his 26 bags of table salt to exchange for some bullet rolls that he couldn't spend. With anger in his heart, he walked faster. City Lord's mansion, trading hall. Tell your manager to come to me immediately. After going back and forth until 9 o'clock in the evening, Lu Xiaoma, who was full of anger, checked into room 609 again. Gentlemen, there were a dozen beautiful tea artists at the door. Wang Ting walked in carefully. The manager is not feeling well. She has already rested. She's not feeling well. Lu Xiaoma stared at the cautious assessor at the door. Why didn't I see that she was not feeling well when she signed the contract with me just now? Wang Ting lowered her head and dared not speak. The tea artists and she were all asked to serve Mr. Lu. As for the manager, is he gone? On the 8th floor, in the trading hall manager's office, there were 2 level 2 stone-skinned bodyguards at the door. Perhaps feeling guilty, Chen Jing called 4 more into the office. He was just an ordinary person, but Chen Jing could always sense a hint of danger in him. Gone. He's gone. The female subordinate said. Our people followed him out of the city lord's mansion. It seems that he went to the gambling street. Keep following him. Send someone to follow him for the next few days. Chen Jing breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the teacup, and took a sip of tea. The 4 major adventure groups have also sent people to keep an eye on them to see if they have any contact. Got it, Mississippi. Is it really that simple? Putting down the teacup, Chen Jing slowly walked to the windowsill, slightly opened a corner of the curtain, and stared at the direction of the gambling street with her beautiful eyes. For some reason, after listening to her subordinates' reports, she felt even more uneasy. She felt that he was not the kind of person who would give up so easily. Bet big for me. Bet big for me, all of you. After taking a sip of XO bought with 30,000 bullets, Lu Xiaoma hugged 2 young girls and bet a whole bundle of 100,000 bullets on the big. The dice clock shows 665. Great. Brother, you won again. Haha. After taking another big gulp of XO, Lu Xiaoma unscrupulously groped the 2 girls. He grabbed a handful of bullet rolls of $1,000 bills and stuffed them into the 2 girls' mouths. Come again. I'll bet big. Ugh. Suddenly turning back, Lu Xiaoma seemed to be about to vomit. At the same time, his seemingly drunken eyes suddenly flashed with clarity. Now there were at least 6 people following him. Ha 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 ha, come on. I'm going to bet big this time. The big hand reached into the mouth of the girl next to him. Lu Xiaoma laughed triumphantly and took another big sip of XO. Haha, it's still big. Boss. Where's the boss? Come here. Grabbing a handful of $1,000 bills, Lu Xiaoma stretched out his magic claws to the beautiful dealer opposite him this time, stuffed a handful of bills into her mouth, and said, Do you have a room here? Open one for me quickly. I don't need a few of you guys. Holding the 2 petite girls in his arms, Lu Xiaoma staggered to the 3rd floor. There was no brothel in this casino, but after throwing a handful of $1,000 bills, the casino manager gave up his office. Madam, it's hard here. What the hell is this? He was very dissatisfied with the environment of this brothel. You too. Follow me. Let's go to the presidential suite. Wandering around the gambling street with 2 girls in his arms, this was normal in Luya City. Walking out of the gambling street, a luxurious hotel in the rich area opened a presidential suite. As soon as he entered the door, You 2 listen to me now? The drunk Lu Xiaoma suddenly changed his expression. Chapter 137, Night Attack on the City Lord's Mansion, Part 1. Rich area, 11:45 p.m. Although Lu Xiaoma looked drunk, he had actually been paying attention to the time since he entered the gambling street, and he couldn't stay up past 12 o'clock. Before 12 o'clock, he still had 1 day's worth of skills to use. Although it seemed that Lu Xiaoma had found this hotel randomly, it was actually because this hotel was the closest to the City Lord's mansion. In the dark night, at the window of the presidential suite, a pair of eyes had been staring there for 10 minutes, but there was no one. Suddenly, a black shadow jumped out of the window on the 8th floor. A white air wall suddenly appeared on the 6th floor and a half. The black shadow fell on one knee on the air wall. The air wall disappeared in an instant and appeared on the 5th floor. Whoosh! The last air wall appeared at the halfway point of the first floor. Lu Xiaoma jumped up, landed on the ground, and rolled to the right due to inertia. He bent over and stood up. No one. He glanced at the countdown on his watch. There were still 9 minutes and 51 seconds. His body flashed again and disappeared into the darkness. The City Lord's mansion is built in a U shape, with 3 buildings on 3 sides and a square in the middle. Taking advantage of the night, Lu Xiaoma went around to the back of the U-shaped main building, where the senior executives of the City Lord's mansion all live. Behind the building, in the bushes, after confirming that there were no sentries here, Lu Xiaoma hid under a big tree and quietly looked up at the back of the building. There are still 6 minutes and 7 seconds left. It took almost 6 minutes to find Chunjing's dormitory. The 8th, 123rd and 4th floors of the main building are offices, the 4th floor is a place for entertainment, and the rest are dormitories. City Lord Luye is on the 8th floor. Considering Chunjing's status, she should also be on the 8th floor or the 7th floor. It shouldn't be difficult to find her. Thinking about it in his mind, he looked up and saw that there was one room with lights on the 8th floor, and only one room with lights on the 7th floor. The 2 rooms with lights on happened to be upstairs and downstairs. He raised his hand, and a white air wall appeared. Lu Xiaoma jumped onto the white wall. He stepped onto the windowsill to the left, and another white air wall appeared above his head on the right. Just like that, he went to the 7th floor. There was a lighted window on the 7th floor with curtains. Lu Xiaoma leaned over to listen, but there was no movement. Something was wrong. There seemed to be a sound, but it seemed to be coming from upstairs. Gently stepping onto the windowsill on the 7th floor, the white wall disappeared and reappeared on the upper left side. Lu Xiaoma grabbed the white wall and pulled it upwards with force, then jumped up lightly. Woman's cry. Lu Xiaoma was not a simple boy, so he naturally understood this kind of voice. The curtains on the 8th floor were not drawn, so I carefully looked inside. This looks like a meeting room, with a boss desk in the middle and a circle of black iron chairs around it. On the boss desk in the middle, a young man is riding on a woman. There were 3 naked women in total. I didn't see the female manager. After watching for a while, Lu Xiaoma came down to the 7th floor. There was no sound in the room. He stepped on the windowsill, put his palm on the glass, and rubbed it to the left. The window opened a little. It was a single-layer glass window. He reached into the small opening and gently pushed it to the left until the window was fully opened. Lu Xiaoma ducked down and got in. Listen carefully through the thick curtains, and you can faintly hear the sound of water. Not knowing what the noise was, Lu Xiaoma jumped down lightly, moved to a corner through the thick curtains, and gently opened the curtains. It is a spacious living room, about 60 square meters. The living room is square, with a dim European-style chandelier on the ceiling. Lu Xiaoma stands in the right corner of the living room. Opposite is the main door to the living room. There are 2 cream-colored solid wood doors on the right, a white wooden door on the left, and a bathroom with a sliding door. I wonder if the female manager is here. Suspicious, Lu Xiaoma suddenly noticed that at his slanted front door, there were 2 rows of clothes hanging on the white walls on both sides of the door. On one side of the clothes rack, all the clothes are men's suits, and on the other side, there is a row of black women's lapel suits. Isn't that the female manager's clothes? Looking again, there are several pairs of black patent leather high heels on the shoe rack at the door, which are similar to Chunjing's style. It is now almost confirmed that this is the home of the female manager. You have to give me this batch of supplies today whether you want to or not. There were men's clothes at the door. Now Lu Xiaoma already knew that she had a husband, but she didn't care about her husband Luo Hao at all. He gently pulled the curtains, walked sideways out of the corner, and tiptoed to look at the 3 bedrooms with solid wooden doors. All the doors were tightly closed. The glass sliding door of the bathroom over there was black glass, so he couldn't see clearly what was inside. Not sure if the person taking a bath inside is Chunjing or her husband. I glanced and noticed a detail. There were shoe racks on both sides of the main entrance, one for men's leather shoes and the other for women's high heels. There is an anti-slip mat in the middle of the 2 shoe racks. At this moment, there is only a pair of black women's high-heeled shoes on the anti-slip mat, and no men's shoes. Think of the young man upstairs. There are not many people in Luye City who dare to play with women on the 8th floor. Judging from his age, he should be the female manager's man before the end of the world and the nephew of the city lord. Just as he was guessing, Lu Xiaoma's ears moved again. In addition to the sound of water in the bathroom, it seemed that someone was talking quietly outside the front door. Lu Xiaoma walked lightly to the security door next to the shoe rack and listened quietly. Intermittently, there were indeed people whispering at the door. I thought of the 2 stone-skinned bodyguards of the female manager. It should be them. Even when I go home to sleep, there are people standing guard at the door. Just as I was thinking about it, The sound of water in the bathroom on my left suddenly stopped. A quiet. Have you finished your shower? If my guess is correct, the man upstairs is her husband, and the one taking a bath inside should be Chen Jing, the woman who is said to be the third most beautiful in Luye City. We can't do it here. If we restrain her here, the stone-skinned bodyguards at the door will definitely hear it. The female manager should be drying herself inside now, and will come out soon. Lu Xiaoma quickly looked around, and saw 2 doors on the right, and 1 on the left. I don't know which one is her bedroom. I look down at my feet, and see that the whole living room is covered with long-haired carpets. The long-haired carpets in the 2 bedrooms on the right, and at the door of the bedroom, near the window, are obviously stepped on. This proves that people come into this room many times. There was no time to think. Lu Xiaoma hurried to the door of the room, and pushed it open gently. There was no light in the room, so he didn't dare to turn it on rashly. His first reaction was to hide under the bed. It was pitch black. Lu Xiaoma entered the room, and touched the foot of the bed. He bent down and felt it. Damn it. There was only 2 palms of space under the bed. No one could hide there. Just at this moment, he clearly heard the sound of a door being pulled open outside the living room. The female manager had just finished her shower and came out. She seemed to be humming a song. The sound of the song was getting closer and closer, and she was walking towards his bedroom. It's too late. Chapter 138, Night Attack on the City Lord's Mansion, Part 2. The room was pitch black. There was no time to hide. Lu Xiaoma dodged behind the door and held his breath. Then, within 2 seconds, the solid wooden door was gently pushed open. Chen Jing was still humming a song softly, not because she was in a good mood, but because she was afraid. She felt palpitations for no reason today, so she hummed a song to give herself courage. But I just took a shower, and I seem to be in a much better mood. Now the edible salt is in his own space. He also went to the gambling street, and seemed to have found 2 girls to go to the hotel. There shouldn't be any more problems. He hummed a few lines of an unknown tune, walked into the room, let out a long breath, raised his hand, and subconsciously turned on the room's headlights. The European-style ceiling chandelier with dim light is also Chen Jing's favorite color. This bedroom is about 30 square meters, with a 2-meter bed in the middle and a balcony on the side next to the window. The curtains are drawn in the room, and near the door are 2 dark white European-style wardrobes. The curtains are drawn. Glancing at the curtains, Chen Jing slowly untied the towel around her body. I sniffed my nose and smelled alcohol. Could it be that my husband is back? Wasn't he supposed to be back today? She was suspicious, when suddenly a big hand covered her mouth fiercely. Lu Xiaoma stepped forward, covered Chen Jing's mouth with one hand, quickly closed the door with the other hand, and casually pressed the chandelier switch. Chen Jing struggled hard, but as an ordinary woman, she was not as strong as Lu Xiaoma. Suddenly, everything around her became dark. Chen Jing panicked, and then someone picked her up. Shut up. Behave yourself. At the door was her stone-skinned bodyguard. Lu Xiaoma picked up Chen Jing, and they both rolled onto the big bed. The mattress was very soft, but Lu Xiaoma didn't know whether the room was soundproof or not. He pressed Chen Jing under him, and with his other hand pulled open one side of the neatly laid quilt, covering both of them with it. Shut up. Feeling the 2 long legs struggling hard under him, Lu Xiaoma violently pressed them down with his 2 knees. Listen, if you keep resisting like this, don't blame me for being rude. His words didn't seem to have any deterrent effect on her. Instead, she resisted even more fiercely. With a crisp slap, Lu Xiaoma slapped the outside of her long legs. Immediately, Lu Xiaoma felt that the sound was too loud. There were 2 stone-skinned bodyguards at the door. He pricked up his ears and listened. No knock on the door. You're so fucking good. I didn't expect this woman to have such a fierce temper. Lu Xiaoma now has the urge to kill her, but he didn't come here tonight to kill her. What Lu Xiaoma wants is supplies. If he kills her now, not only will he get nothing, but he may be wanted by the whole city tomorrow. The person most likely to kill her is herself. I told you to be quiet. Be quiet. If you move again, I'll kill you, believe it or not. This sentence really worked. The delicate girl under him suddenly stiffened. However, what Lu Xiaoma didn't expect was that her resistance would be even more fierce. Chen Jing twisted her body desperately. It wasn't that she was not afraid of being dealt with, but she simply didn't believe that the other party would let her go. I am now naked under a man, covered with a quilt. Do I need to think about what he wants to do? She was struggling so hard now just to call the stone-skinned bodyguard at the door. In this situation, the only thing she was thankful for was that she asked them to stand guard tonight. Fuck you. I was furious for no reason. I had been drinking tonight, and was quite impulsive. I had just been in the presidential suite, and nothing really happened between me and those 2 girls. From the time he returned to the city yesterday until now, Liu Xiaomo had been thinking about going to buy Mei Emperor bath to act like an emperor, but he never expected to be caught red-handed by two unscrupulous girls, Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua. Now this female manager. Liu Xiaomo originally wanted her to hand over the supplies to him obediently. He didn't think about anything else. He just wanted to have a good talk with her. Even threatening her would be fine. But she is struggling so violently now. Does she really think I am not a man? Even a claim man would still have some temper. And besides, you lied to me first. Under the influence of alcohol, Liu Xiaomo was also a little impulsive. He pressed the female manager's mouth with his left hand and tore off his black t-shirt with his right hand. It's over. He really wants. Chen Jing was startled, and then she felt the man pressing on her, and it was already a friction between Pifu and Pifu. This time, she resisted even more fiercely. You know who I am. Do I need to tell you that? With the last bit of rationality left, Liu Xiaomo leaned over and held down the woman's head, which was shaking desperately. I'll give you one last chance now. If you keep struggling like this, I will definitely not be polite to you. He was too strong. After struggling for so long, Chen Jing had already felt a little hopeless. Now, hearing what he said, although she didn't believe it, she still had a glimmer of hope. Chen Jing gave up struggling, and the two of them were covered in the quilt. Both of them were sweating. I know you have bodyguards at the door, but I can sneak into your room by myself today. I am also confident that I can kill you before your bodyguards come in, and then get out safely. Covering Chen Jing's mouth with his left hand, Liu Xiaomo suddenly opened the quilt with his right hand, and a breath of fresh air blew in his face. I'm letting you go now, but I promise you, if you dare to yell, I'll kill you right away. After saying this, Liu Xiaomo slowly loosened his grip on Chen Jing's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Jing coughed loudly. This sound should not attract the attention of the female bodyguard outside, but Liu Xiaomo still looked back vigilantly, but there was no movement. After coughing, Chen Jing seemed to feel better. She gasped for breath. What on earth are you going to do? What do I do? Liu Xiaomo was still pressing on her body. The room was completely dark. Only by relying on the manager's breathing, Liu Xiaomo could roughly find her face. You should know what I want to do. Chapter 139. Why did you lie to me? Why did you lie to me? Pressing down the female manager, the two men are now speaking frankly to each other. I don't know what you're talking about. His face was less than 5 centimeters away from her body. Chen Jing could clearly smell the alcohol on his breath. Her heart was beating fast. Get off me quickly. I can still forgive you now. Can I still trust you now? She turned her head, and Liu Xiaomo turned her face over. Tell me, why don't you let my table salt be auctioned? I don't understand anything you say. I'm just a manager in the trading hall. I don't know anything you say. Chen Jing is still very stubborn, but this is only on the surface. In fact, she has already cooled down in her heart. Today, she lied to her husband and said that she had her period. Every time she had her period, her husband would not come back to sleep. Besides, she didn't dare to shout loudly now. Even if she really called her bodyguard in, it would be useless even if she killed him. To her husband, although she was his wife before the end of the world, Chen Jing herself knew that she was just an ordinary woman, and everything she had today was given by her husband. If you are not pure, your husband will take it all back. So he appears tough on the surface, but when he really does that to herself, Chen Jing knows it clearly, and she would never dare to say anything, and even has to keep it a secret for him. Turning her face over again, Liu Xiaomo forced her to look him in the eye. Do you think I will let you go if you say that? What do you want? Don't go too far. Chen Jing looked at the man with her beautiful eyes. I really don't know anything. You found the wrong person. You should go find them. She was ready to fight to the end. Liu Xiaomo looked into her eyes and said, The note you gave me is fake. I don't know. I've asked them to give you the things. If they don't give it to you, that's their business. Go find them. She was still forcing herself to argue, but Liu Xiaomo stared at her and asked, Why don't you let my salt go up for auction tonight? I've already told you that it's our city lord's mansion that needs salt. Even in this situation, Chen Jing still refused to compromise. Liu Xiaomo suppressed his anger and said, Okay, I won't ask anything else. I only ask that you give me all the supplies you promised me. I will let you go tonight and give me the supplies I deserve. I am now under him in this state, but he can still restrain himself and has not touched me. Now Chen Jing seems not as scared as before and has a little more confidence. Maybe he also cares about my identity. I just told you. I've already issued a ticket for you. You should go to them to ask for the things, not come to me. You leave now. I will pretend nothing happened. You cheated me out of salt with a fake note, and now you are under my control, and your attitude is still so arrogant. Listen, last chance. If you don't tell me the truth, you're forcing me, aren't you? Chen Jing interrupted Liu Xiaomo in a tough manner. You know who I am. If you dare to do that today. Chen Jing was sure that he must be concerned about his identity. She suddenly spoke in a tough tone. In fact, she was trying to scare him off. But she didn't expect that she didn't finish her words this time. She kissed him forcefully. You really dare. Before she could finish her words, she suddenly tensed up all over and felt something inside her body. She knew it was all over. Why did you lie to me? After the merciless storm, Lu Xiaoma sobered up a lot and felt a little regretful in his heart, but he couldn't admit it. In fact, during the whole process, he did not cover the female manager's mouth. On the contrary, she was covering her own mouth. Oh. Lying flat on the big bed she and her husband shared, Chen Jing stared blankly at the ceiling, her eyes already soaking the pillow. Perhaps she had already prepared to be raped, so she was calm now. Now, do I need to say anything? Come up if you have the guts. He lit a cigarette beside her and said, Okay, now tell me the truth, can I still get my batch of supplies? With a hint of sarcasm on her face, Chen Jing sneered. Originally, you could have gotten all of them. After the 4 adventure groups leave the city, we will give them to you in batches, but now. What's going on now? Supplies are Lu Xiaoma's bottom line. Chen Jing sneered. Now you can't even think of getting a grain of food in our city lord's mansion. You bastard. You bastard. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Chen Jing, exhausted, stared blankly at the ceiling. Even Lu Xiaoma felt seriously exhausted. Last night, he got carried away and wanted to come and settle the score with this woman. He didn't expect this result. Originally, she thought that if she was frightened in this way, she would definitely give in. However, after this night, Lu Xiaomo realized that she really did not have that power. Now we can only believe that she doesn't have that power. You go now, my husband needs to come back to change clothes. That night, all her tears had dried up. No matter what she should or shouldn't think about, she sadly discovered that she couldn't tell anyone about this. The only thing to think about is to kill him. What you shouldn't think about is that even this morning, Chen Jing stood in his shoes and thought about it. I did cheat him, and he did nothing wrong. He just wanted to take what he deserved. Besides, when he came here, he didn't force himself on me immediately, so he had already given me a chance. The situation has turned out like this because I was the one who deceived others first. Staring blankly at the ceiling, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the city lord's mansion will know that it was you who did it, and you and your team will be wanted by the whole city. No response. Chen Jing tilted her head slightly and looked at the man lying on her husband's pillow. Do you still want to kill me? Taking a deep puff of cigarette, Lu Xiaoma said nothing. That batch of supplies is very important to me. He also knew that he couldn't kill this woman. What he was considering now was whether he should tie her up and take her out now. Anyway, he was planning to build a base outside the city and use this woman to exchange for supplies from the city lord's mansion. But this is based on the premise that she has enough weight in Luiya's eyes. Having seen her husband with the 4 women last night, Lu Xiaoma is now unsure whether her husband will use a large amount of supplies to redeem her. You still want to kill me? A sense of sadness welled up in my heart. He was my man. It had been such a crazy night. I had even stood in his shoes and thought for him. He was going to kill me. You can. Her voice choked. You can want me again. Looking at the ceiling, Chen Jing smiled sadly again. You can want me again. This time I will help you record a video. If I do anything bad to you, you can spread this video, then my husband, and even the city lord, will be the biggest joke in the city, unable to even protect his own woman. With a self-deprecating smile, this time, Chen Jing actually took the initiative to climb onto Lu Xiaoma's body. Come on, I volunteer this time. Chapter 140, Merchants with the Army. Captain, the room in the warehouse. I see. The next morning, Lu Xiaoma returned to the base, dragging his tired body, and pushed the door into the warehouse. It was the small room in the future scene, and now there was a double bed and a new quilt. The female team members spent the whole night looking for the team leader yesterday. They went to all the places they should and shouldn't go, such as Gambling Street, Princess Street, and Baimei Emperor Bath. When they came back early this morning, the team leader looked unhappy and they didn't dare to ask more questions. Lu Xiaoma entered the small room in the warehouse, took a look around, and then fell on the bed. He was mainly tired. When I went out last night, I didn't solve any of the problems I needed to solve, and instead I lost 10 bags of table salt. In Lu Xiaoma's opinion, the bullet rolls that were exchanged were equivalent to waste paper because they could not be spent. After smoking a cigarette, he lay on the bed and dozed off for a while. I don't know how long it was, but there was a knock on the door. Captain, come in. I got up and rubbed my eyes. It was Qin Xian who came in. If it wasn't something important, she wouldn't disturb me sleeping. What's wrong? The Spark Group is here, led by Yu Yiji herself. Sparkling. Lu Xiaoma got off the bed, a little surprised. Qin Xian nodded silently. Yes, Yu is leading the team personally, and she wants to find you. It was no small matter that she came here in person. Lu Xiaomo followed Qin Xian out of the warehouse. At the door of the residential building on the right, there were more than a dozen female team members standing with the word Spark embroidered on their chests. Captain Lu. The guests were entertained in Ku Sini's dormitory, which was a relatively small room. Yu only brought 2 stone-skinned people in. She sat dignifiedly with a white cloth spread on a chair. When Lu Xiaoma entered the room, she stood up symbolically, but seemed to have no intention of shaking hands with Lu Xiaoma. Qin Xian followed behind Lu Xiaoma and whispered, "She has mysophobia and won't shake hands with others casually." Nodding slightly, Lu Xiaoma didn't care about these details. He sat down on another chair. "Captain Lu, we came here this time because we hope you can join our Spark Women's Adventure Group and participate in the attack on Tianjiang City." The two were not familiar with each other, so there was no extra courtesy. Yu said straight to the point, "We will pay you twice the salary of your team members." She was pretty and had a nice voice, but Lu Xiaoma had just woken up. He frowned and lit a cigarette. This action caused dissatisfaction among the 2 people behind Yu. How rude. He dared to smoke in front of Sister Yi. Bai Xiaoyu glared at Lu Xiaoma angrily. "Hey, our Sister Yi is talking to you. Did you hear me?" Glancing at the little girl behind Yu, Lu Xiaoma said, "Are you done talking?" He was already unhappy. Was the IQ of this group of sparks in front of him not online? "You know I just sold it for 20 million, and now you tell me about double salary and wanting to fight you? They are either insulting their own IQ or they are insulting my IQ. Of course I'm done," Bai Xiaoyu said angrily. "Can you please say something?" "No. Get the guest out." Lu Xiaoma had just woken up and was in a bad mood. He stood up, and before Bai Xiaoyu could explode, Yu spoke again. "Captain Lu, if you still want us to join your group, there's no need to waste time." Lu Xiaoma looked back and said, "Qin Xian, you entertain them." After saying that, he strode out. Lu Xiaoma became more and more unhappy. She was unhappy with the self-righteousness of these large adventure groups. Gu Yanran, whom she met outside the city, was like that, and the Yu in front of her was not much better. I don't know where she gets the confidence from. Double the salary means I'll fight you to the death? To put it bluntly, they are just self-righteous. They are just showing off their sense of superiority to me. "Hey, what's your attitude?" As he spoke, Bai Xiaoyu took a step forward and was about to catch him. "I have never seen any adventure group dare to be so disrespectful to Sister Yi. Xiao Yu, come back." Yu also stood up. "Captain Lu, maybe we can have other ways to cooperate." Lu Xiaoma looked back at her, too lazy to go back and sit down again. "Hurry up and talk." Ding Qian. After calling softly, Yu sat back in her chair. She felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She was uncomfortable with the other party's unreasonable attitude. At least in her opinion, the other party was being unreasonable. Another stone-skinned man behind her stepped forward and said, "Captain Lu." The second cooperation plan they proposed was to allow the ICE group to act as military merchants under the name of the Spark Group. A merchant accompanying the army? Qin Xian, Cassini, Yi Rue, and Bai Lulu were the ones who stayed in the room on behalf of Bingtuan. Lu Xiaoma was also startled when he heard the word, and walked back to the chair and sat down. The military merchants have not appeared for a long time. This word was quite popular when Liyue City was just established. At that time, there were countless supplies outside the city. The grains were not moldy and most of the food was not expired. They had not even figured out how to cremate the bodies of space people to produce space beads. At that time, there were no 4 major adventure groups as there are today. The leader of the Dirty Monkey Adventure Group, at that time, Dirty Monkey, was very smart. He spent a high price to purchase almost 80 of the trucks and trailers in the city. When other adventure groups left the city to search for supplies, he would follow them with his fleet of trucks, buying up supplies that others could not fit at extremely low prices. At that time, they called themselves military merchants. At that time, the adventure groups that left the city also knew that it was not cost-effective to sell to the Dirty Monkey, but they could not load it themselves, and they could not send people to guard it. The Dirty Monkey Adventure Group, which was not weak, was watching here covetously. Out of desperation, they sold the supplies that these brothers had exchanged their lives for to them at half price. This is how the Dirty Monkey Adventure Group, one of the 4 major adventure groups, started. But as the end of the world progresses, supplies outside the city begin to run out, and more trucks are being searched outside. Each adventure group has enough loading capacity. The term military merchant gradually disappeared, but the Dirty Monkey Adventure Group was promoted to one of the 4 major adventure groups in Liyue City. Lu Xiaoma had experienced that period and knew what the merchants who accompanied the army were. He just didn't expect that the Spark team would suddenly bring up this now. A merchant accompanying the army? When Ding Qian had almost finished speaking, Qin Xian looked at her in confusion and asked, "Is there anyone who would still sell supplies to merchants accompanying the army?" "That depends on the price you offer," Ding Qian said with a faint smile. "If you only offer a little bit lower than the price in the city, or simply purchase at the price in the city, I believe that your group will have a great harvest when the 4 major adventure groups attack Tianjiang City this time. This is actually the real purpose of the Spark Group's visit this time. Yesterday they knew that Liu Xiaoma had 20 million that he couldn't spend, so today they thought of this solution for Liu Xiaoma. But there is no free lunch in the world." After thinking through the pros and cons, Qin Xian asked on behalf of Liu Xiaoma, "So what do you want?" "A bag of edible salt, the same size as the one auctioned yesterday," and Ding Qian looked at Bai Lulu behind Liu Xiaoma, "and her contract with Lin Ming'er." Chapter 141, The Mermaid Auction, Part 1. The contract between Lin Ming'er and Bai Lulu. This time when they returned to the city, the prices of all special awakeners skyrocketed, especially Lin Ming'er's blind girl attribute, or Bai Lulu's mutant identity, which were hard to come by, and the prices had skyrocketed. The Sparks now want their contracts, but it is impossible to get the contracts, not in this lifetime. Liu Xiaoma didn't need to say this. Bai Lulu at the scene had already expressed her opinion immediately. However, the military merchants proposed by the Spark Group was like opening the door to a new world for Liu Xiaoma. His mind suddenly became clear. First of all, the merchants accompanying the army do not have to participate in the battle, and they even have to be protected by their Spark Group. Secondly, when attacking a prefecture-level city, how abundant are the various resources contained in a prefecture-level city? Large supermarkets, large hardware stores, various outdoor goods stores, luxury car plazas, various world-famous Car 4S stores, various auto parts from Michelin tires, Continental tires, and Dunlop repair shops. Even the main roads are treasures. The number of cars in a prefecture-level city with a population of 1 million is absolutely terrifying. In addition, various fresh meat freezing factories, canning factories, food factories, logistic storage bases, etc. are extremely valuable materials after the end of the world. It is almost a pipe dream to empty this city with the 4 major adventure groups. And now, there are still tens of millions of bullet rolls in my space. If I can successfully take over Tianjiang City, I will have all the good things I want. There are tens of millions of bullet rolls in the space. Tens of millions. Sending the guests away also made it clear that it was impossible to sell the female players' contracts. But he did not say it for sure because of the businessman who accompanied the army. As a merchant accompanying the army, there is a lot of room for operation. Cooperating with Spark Group is stronger than the other 3. In the next 2 days, the Spark Group sent people to negotiate twice again, softening their attitude and hoping to cooperate with the Ice Group. After all, the Ice Group now has 7 level 2 special awakeners, including the blind girl and the mutated Bai Lulu. Kusini's room had an impromptu meeting in the afternoon. "Captain, from what I have learned from the Spark Group these past 2 days, I heard that Gu Yanran and the others have not returned yet." "I've heard about this too. The Spark Group is in a panic right now. There's news that Gu Yanran and her group just don't want to attack Tianjiang City, so they ran away with everyone. There have been many small meetings like this in the past 2 days." Sitting on the windowsill, Bai Lulu, with white hair, looked back out the window, then turned back and said with some emotion, "Yes, the Spark Group may be in trouble now. UEG released hundreds of people in the past 2 days. They are all afraid of fighting." Kusini said, "When we met Gu Yanran a few days ago, they took more than 600 people out of the city, right? Most of the Spark Group was taken out by her. They are really short of people." Yi Rue said with emotion, "Ding Qian came to me last night and wanted to poach our people. Mei Tong also approached me." Bai Lulu sighed. "We used to have a good relationship, but now I feel embarrassed to reject them. Captain, please tell me quickly." Finally, Bai Lulu looked at Liu Xiaoma again. "What do you think about this matter? Do you want to follow them and become the merchant accompanying the army?" In the end, all the female players looked at themselves again. He lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. In the past 2 days, Liu Xiaoma has been thinking carefully and weighing the pros and cons. What we need to do now is to set up a base outside the city as soon as possible. We need a lot of supplies and manpower now. We will make plans for the rest after we leave the city. There is no way to explain to them about the second heavenly tribulation in the future, and no one will believe it even if I tell them. If they did, they would think they were crazy. So during the few days after returning to the city, no matter how the female team members asked indirectly, Liu Xiaoma did not give them a definite answer. He just said that he wanted to find a tunnel outside the city to serve as the Ice Group's base, and he needed supplies and manpower, and only women, not men. This is the team's future plan, and everyone just needs to follow it. What makes him feel relieved is that no team member has betrayed the team in the past few days. The leader still didn't answer the question directly, and they were silent. After checking the time, Lu Xiaoma stood up and said, "It's almost time. That's all for today. If you are free in the evening, come with me to the auction. If you have any more questions, we can talk tomorrow. Tonight at 6 o'clock, the Mermaid and Night 15 will be auctioned." Some people were left at the base, and Lu Xiaoma took by Lulu, Yi Rui, and others to the city lord's mansion. Now that the ice ball had surfaced, there was no need for Bai Lulu to hide it any longer. The news of the fourth mutant in Lia City has also spread throughout Lia City in the past 2 days. Mr. Lu. In room 609 of the trading hall, Wang Ting was called. She followed the procedure, knocked on the door, bowed, and when she looked up after entering the room, she saw that Mr. Lu brought a room full of women today, one of whom was the fourth mutant who had been making headlines these days. Are these his team members? Not daring to ask more questions, after a brief moment of surprise, Wang Ting carefully sat down in front of the computer. Mr. Lu had set an auction quota of 5 million today, so she had to pay extra attention. I waited for a while, but she didn't come. She had been safe and sound these past 2 days, and the city lord's mansion hadn't heard any rumors. Everything was normal. In other words, she hadn't lied to herself, and that incident might really be over. That night, I was drunk and a little impulsive. At that time, my mind was full of being cheated. My mind was full of materials. This was the first time in my life that I bullied a woman, and it was because she really deceived me. At 6 o'clock, the auction started. The first item to be auctioned was a set of expensive Wang Wali tables and chairs from before the end of the world. There was an old-fashioned square table and 2 chairs. The auction reserve price was 10,000 bullet rolls. Who wants to buy a few pieces of wood when you have 10,000 bullet rolls? That's how auctions are, nothing special. As soon as the auction started, Su Feifei stretched her body, revealing her full breasts. Isn't it, Lulu? Sitting on the long sofa, Miao Xiaohua also stretched, but her chest was bare, like a blank board in mahjong. She stretched across her waist and glanced around in dissatisfaction. Lulu, you said you would let us come, but why did you have to let the blind girl come? She can't see, so you shouldn't bully others like that. Bai Lulu tied her long gray hair into a ponytail, glanced at the 2 lantern ladies, and threw a lollipop to each of them. From now on, you are not allowed to speak. Be a quiet mute. What do you know? Don't you understand the leader's face? Okay. Su Feifei took the lollipop with a smile on her face. From now on, stop talking nonsense. Miao Xiaohua was also very happy. From now on, we are only responsible for shouting 666. 2 hours later, the first item of the day's tour display, the Mermaid, was put on the shelves. Chapter 142, The Mermaid Auction, Part 2. An ordinary river fish, but it possesses the skills of a special awakener and a lamp man. In the past 3 days, this news has spread all over the city. Animals can also possess special awakened skills. Doesn't that mean I'm not even as good as a fish? Ordinary people have all kinds of thoughts. The major adventure groups are going out of the city to attack Tianjiang. It is the merchants who are interested in this fish. A group of big merchants in the Dog Market, Gambling Street, and Princess Street. Their fighting power out of the city may not be as good as that of ordinary adventure groups, but the silver they have in their pockets is no less than theirs. The auction of the Mermaid with a reserve price of 1 million bullets has officially begun. In the past few days, the amount of discussion among the people about the lantern fish has exceeded that about night 15, and some survivors even suspect that the fish was actually transformed from the lantern fish. What new special awakener can transform humans into animals? 1.1 million bullets. As soon as the market opened, number 37 bid 1.1 million bullets, followed closely by number 25, who bid 1.25 million bullets. Most of these people are thinking about breeding. If a fish can reproduce dozens or hundreds of offspring at a time, and 2 or 3 mermen appear, they will be rich. After 2 or 3 of them continue to reproduce, there is no need to turn on the lights in the Fallen Leaf City. 1.45 million. Number 16 bids 1.45 million. Number 37, 1.5 million. Wow, our fish is so valuable. Because of the same reason as the Lantern Man, the 2 Lantern Man ladies became excited at this time, ran to the big TV screen, and stared at it closely. I say, Feifei. Miao Xiaohua stared at the rows of numbers, stunned. I suddenly feel that we are not as good as a fish. But they. Su Feifei also stared blankly. Why did they buy that fish? That fish has no breasts. Miao Xiaohua suddenly became furious. I don't have breasts either. Are you saying I'm the same as that fish? You wish. Su Feifei rolled her eyes and puffed out her chest. You are just the price of a fish scale. Why don't you just die? The two lantern ladies started fighting, but this did not affect the price of the lantern fish, which continued to rise. 2.2 million. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. The auction price of the mermaid was finally settled at 2.2 million and was won by lot 37. Wow, 2 million. A fish like this is worth 2 million. Miao Xiaohua stared at the TV screen with eyes wide open. I can also give birth to a child. Why don't they buy me? It's not fair. This is not fair. Su Feifei curled her lips and said, can you give birth to hundreds of children in one litter? The last item to be auctioned is Night 15. Absolutely noble. I won't elaborate on the various cool features such as explosion-proof and bulletproof, engine power, and interior space. Suffice it to say that when driving this car, even if there were hundreds or thousands of corpses of madmen piled up in front of him, the Night 15 could rush forward as if he were walking on flat ground. In fact, what Lu Xiaoma likes most is its 2.5 meters wide and 2.5 meters high car. This domineering appearance. Night 15, auction starting price, 1.5 million bullets. Call me 160. Lu Xiaoma walked to the big TV screen, pressed the heads of the two lantern girls with both hands, and pushed them behind him. Yes, sir. Mr. Lu hadn't made a move yet, and Wang Ting had already guessed that he might be coming for the Night 15. Not only him, many people came here for this car today. Number 7 bid 1.6 million. Number 7 is the number assigned to Lu Xiaoma's room today. Countdown 30, 29. Number 14 is priced at 1.8 million. 2 million. Lu Xiaoma stared at the screen. At this time, Bai Lu, Yi Rue, and others also came over from the sofa area and stood silently behind Lu Xiaoma. They knew that the group leader liked this car, but wasn't 2 million too much of a price? 2 million. On the big screen, number 7 bid 2 million in big red words. Su Feifei opened her mouth and said, the fish we just bought was only 2.2 million. After deducting the 10 handling fee of the city lord's mansion, it's only 2 million. Miao Xiaohua was also shocked. She stared at the big screen for a while and suddenly thought of something. She tugged at Su Feifei's sleeve in surprise. Feifei, didn't you tell me that you always ranked first in the school? You also said that the principal praised you as a good seedling of Qinghua. Yeah, what's the matter? Su Feifei glanced at her best friend's strange expression. Are you jealous? Really? Miao Xiaohua looked at her bestie in surprise. Qinghua, good classmate Miaozi, let me ask you a question. Su Feifei stroked her hair proudly. You say? 2.2 million, minus the 10 handling fee. How much is left? 2 million. Su Feifei said as if it was a matter of course. 10 of 2 million is 200,000, right? The extra 200,000 is just enough to pay the tax. Is there any problem with that? Miao Xiaohua's eyes widened. I'm speechless. Su Feifei raised her white little chin. Oh, mortal. This is the worst time Qinghua has been criticized, Miao Xiaohua said incredulously. Your math teacher graduated from Shaolin Temple, right? What the hell is Shaolin Temple? Our school's old principal is personally responsible for recruitment. Oh, no wonder I'm disturbed. No. Number 6 bid 2.1 million. There were indeed a lot of people who came for this car today. When the price reached over 2 million, there were still people bidding, more than one. 2.2 million. As soon as Lu Xiaoma finished speaking, number 14 on the TV screen had already bid 2.2 million. Lu Xiaoma changed his words and said 2.4 million. At the same time, on the 7th floor, the Supreme VIP, call me 2.5 million. The 2-meter-tall muscular man, the violent leader, pointed at the big screen. If anyone else calls a random price, call me 300. Since we didn't get the batch of edible salt 2 days ago, the violent leader is determined to get this truck today. We are about to set off and attack Tianjiang. This car is simply a magical weapon. Besides, if we attack Tianjiang City, we will die if we fail. If we succeed, I will come back with as much money as I want. If we fail, I can't come back. What's the use of this money? Captain, we only have 2.5 million in cash available right now. The subordinate reminded him quietly, and Quang Bao turned his head and glared at him fiercely. If there is no cash, don't we still have crystals? Can't you raise 500,000 crystals for me? But Captain, we have to. Shut up. Call me 2.6 million. In room 609, Lu Xiaoma stared at the big screen closely. As soon as the numbers on it moved slightly, he would immediately raise the price. He was determined to get this Night 15 today. Call 290. Call for 3.5 million. Until number 7 bid 3.5 million on the big TV screen, the entire trading hall held its breath. Chapter 143, The Dream Car. Fuck. Don't let me know who he is. If you let me know, I'll kill his entire family. He kicked over the bidding system's computer. extremely furious. Next to him, Chen Xiaoqiao was still moving back and forth on his body, squinting her eyes. The dirty monkey suddenly laughed. Interesting, interesting, it's going to get interesting. Burst is him. The red-haired blood claw flicked his collar lightly. Let's go. Downstairs, in room 607, Yu Yiji sighed inaudibly. Bai Xiaoyu behind her whispered, Sister Yiji, I think he has run out of salt. The Night 15 is in my hands. The car I've always dreamed of is in my hands. At the moment of the transaction, Lu Xiaoma couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He found its promotional leaflet in the space and read its configuration carefully. He really treasures this car. It's so precious. Whenever he thinks of this car these days, he can get rid of all the unhappiness in his heart. However, in front of Bai Lulu and the others, Lu Xiaoma doesn't want to show too much excitement, so he keeps it in a controlled manner. He didn't know why he did this. Maybe it was like a future scene. If one day in the future, he really had those kinds of relationships with them, maybe Lu Xiaoma wouldn't have to be so reserved in front of them and could completely relax. But that's later. Number 609, knock on the door. The deputy manager of the trading hall came in person. She was wearing the same black hip-hugging skirt as Chun Jing and made the final confirmation on the bidding system. Everything was correct. Excluding the proceeds from the auction of the mermaid, Lu Xiaoma paid an additional 1.52 million, and the deputy manager handed over 2 brand-new car keys. The car key is the size of 2 lighters and comes with a small touchscreen. Mr. Lu. Finally, the deputy manager smiled and held out her hand. At this moment, 10 Cheongsam tea artists came in behind her, each holding 2 fruit plates. These are small gifts from our trading hall. She looked at Lu Xiaoma. Her eyes seemed to have deep meaning. When Lu Xiaoma was covering her hand, he also felt a small note in her palm. Then he looked at the fruits she brought over. Thanks. Lu Xiaoma did not reject these good intentions, but he knew that there must be something fishy here. The last time he auctioned edible salt worth 20 million, he did not give away so many fruits. After the auction, 20 plates of fruit were given away. Women have no resistance to fruit, especially after the end of the world. The fruit in the city lord's mansion is in limited supply and cannot be bought by anyone with money. After putting the 2 keys into the space, Lu Xiaoma went to the bathroom to rub his face and looked at the small note with a line of beautiful small words. I'm waiting for you in the next room 611. Come alone, Chen Jing. She is looking for me. Thinking about that night, that beautiful female manager, after what I did to her, I couldn't say that I hated her that much. The city lord's mansion does not allow the edible salt to be exposed, which is nothing more than forcing the 4 major adventure groups to attack Tianjiang. He couldn't do anything about this matter. Even if he notified the 4 major adventure groups one by one, the 4 major adventure groups would not be very grateful to him, and instead he would completely offend the city lord's mansion. Lu Xiaoma didn't want to fall out with the city lord's mansion unless it was absolutely necessary. After saying something to Yi Rui and the others, Lu Xiaoma walked out of 609. At this time, a group of women from 607 next door also came out. Bai Xiaoyu looked sharp and said, Huh? It's the salt seller. Yu Yiji came out later and glanced at this side indifferently, then walked towards the elevator with her people. After they all got off the elevator, Lu Xiaoma looked around, walked to 611 on the other side, and knocked on the door. The door opened, and Chun Jing stood at the door. She gently opened the door, looked up, and the 2 of them looked at each other. No one spoke. Come in. Pulling the man's arm, Chun Jing closed the door of room 611 herself. She was the only one in the room. She turned around and saw Lu Xiaoma still standing not far from the door. Chun Jing leaned against the door with her hands behind her back, staring at Lu Xiaoma with her big eyes, her chest rising and falling slightly, as if she was a little excited or something. She was not feeling calm. Suddenly, she stepped forward and hugged Lu Xiaoma's neck, kissing Lu Xiaoma's mouth with her 2 red lips. After kissing for more than 10 seconds, Lu Xiaoma turned her head slightly, and her 2 red lips kissed his face. What do you want to do? You asked me what I want to do? Chen Jing's tone was a little excited. She hugged Lu Xiaoma's back with her hands, stroked his cheeks, and turned his head over with force. Why didn't you ask me what I wanted to do when you raped me that night? As she said that, she kissed him again. The 2 of them kissed all the way from the living room door to the dormitory. Their clothes were everywhere along the way. With a bang, the 2 of them were still kissing passionately. Chun Jing hooked up one of her slender legs, closed the dormitory door, hugged Lu Xiaoma, and fell on the big bed together. It was the same as that night, but today, she was the one on top. After more than 20 minutes of violent storm, Chun Jing, who had been insisting on being on top, could no longer endure it and screamed regardless of anything. Both of them went to heaven. Her long hair covered half of her face, and she maintained the upper position, Even the lower bodies of both of them were still on Chun Jing's chest, quietly listening to his heartbeat. There was seaweed on the bag of salt you took. She lay on his chest and spoke in a whisper. Lu Xiaomao felt the woman on him and waited for her to continue. Your fish know you'll be here today, she said, still panting. My husband wants me to ask you where you found the salt. You must tell me today. Lu Xiaomao felt that this woman's mental state was not very stable from the moment she closed the door. Did your husband ask you to ask me this? Oh. Supporting the man's chest, Chun Jing sat up, smoothed her hair, and looked at the man with sarcasm. You are also a man. Would you let your woman find the answer like this? Lu Xiaomao looked at her without saying anything. Oh. As if she had thought of something, Chun Jing's big eyes were a little wet. She gently wiped the corners of her eyes, sniffed, and looked up at the ceiling with her distinct black and white eyes. If I don't ask you this way, will you tell me? In fact, these past 2 days, Chun Jing locked herself in the room. She had thought about a lot of things, including what her husband wanted to find out and the plans of the city lord's uncle. She thought of many ways, such as asking directly or even threatening. At worst, everyone would perish together. But after thinking about it for 2 days, she herself didn't know why she chose to use this most despicable method to get the answer to the question. Tell me, where did you find the salt? Chun Jing stared into the man's eyes and said, Tell me, I will serve you well again, just like I serve my husband, okay? Looking at the woman, Lu Xiaomao let out a sigh of relief. In Jiahigu, the salt and today's lantern mermaid were all found in Jiahigu. He didn't want to get entangled with this woman anymore, and the female team members next door couldn't wait too long. Impossible. Don't lie to me. Chun Jing suddenly raised her voice. What about the seaweed? There can't be seaweed in the ravines. Didn't you investigate everything these days? Lu Xiaomao looked at her. We went to Wulai, Jiahigu, which has nothing to do with the seaside. This is also what Luo Hao can understand the most. He investigated very clearly and found out that the Bingtuan went to the direction of Wulai. He even knew that when they were returning to the city, they met the Sparkshuan who were leaving the city. The hundreds of pairs of eyes of the Sparkshuan could testify for him. He didn't lie. The seaweeds were dead for no more than 7 days. 7 days ago, they were clearly in the riverbed. So where did the salt come from? Chapter 144. Choose a side. This is the second stone chamber I found in the poison barrier. I brought it back through time and space. Do you believe it? This was the answer. It was impossible for Lu Xiaomao to tell her the truth. No matter what Lu Xiaomao thought, she was destined not to get an answer. And that crazy woman asked her several times, forcing her to speak. Took myself several times, although I really don't want to describe what just happened in this way, but this description is the most appropriate. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Bai Lulu and the others waited next door for more than 3 hours. Lu Xiaomao packed his clothes and went back, and everyone returned to the base together. Captain, someone from the Sparks group just sent someone over to invite you to their group at 9 a.m. tomorrow to discuss something. Wu Nan and her team had already prepared meals in the warehouse. As usual, it was spicy cabbage soup. The female team members also had fermented bean curd, chili sauce, and even canned food. Bai Xiaoyu, who had just come over to deliver the message, was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out. As a level 2 stone-skinned person, she couldn't guarantee that every meal would be so sumptuous. Did this ice ball live before the end of the world? We returned to the base at 10:30, and it was already 11 o'clock when we finished eating. We let everyone go back to rest, and Lu Xiaomao returned to his small room in the warehouse. The small room is in the corner of the warehouse. 2 of its walls are the walls of the warehouse, and the other 2 sides are in an L shape, facing the interior of the warehouse. Both sides have large glass windows. When the lights are turned on, you can see clearly inside from the outside. Before the end of the world, it was probably the security guard's duty room. This is different from the future scene. Lu Xiaomao still remembers that in the future scene, the 2 large pieces of glass should have been covered with curtains. He didn't pay attention to such details at the time. In short, the glass was not such large. Walking inside, the small room is about 20 square meters, with a double bed, a table, 2 chairs, a wash basin in the corner, a pair of men's slippers under the bed, and the rest is empty. This is also different from what we see in the future scene. In the future scene, this place should have been carefully arranged by Qin Xian, but none of this matters. I took off my clothes and looked out the window. It was pitch black, but the kid who grew up in the mountains was not afraid of that at all. I lit a cigarette, lay down on the bed, put my head on the pillow, and fell asleep. The next morning, Captain brother, the door was pushed open, and Lu Xiaomao immediately sat up as if by reflex, and was about to press his left wrist with his right hand. It has become a habit over the past 6 months, and has almost become a knee-jerk reaction. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. 2 little heads popped in from the door. After all, It was a man's dormitory. They just pushed the door and looked inside. Huh. Su Feifei was suddenly stunned. Don't move. She trotted into the room and pinched a long hair on Lu Xiaoma's hard shoulder. What? They agreed to stay at the door, so she ran in. Miao Xiaohua followed her in and immediately asked in surprise, It's long hair. Qin Xian's or Bai Lulu's? Are you stupid? Does Lulu have long, straight black hair like this? Su Feifei stretched the hair with both hands, staring at it with her big eyes, observing it carefully, and finally concluded, I told you a long time ago that Qin Xian is the type who is reserved and flirtatious. That's right, Lulu has changed. Qin Xian is such a slut. Keep the evidence safe. Let's go? Let's talk to Lulu. Turning back and glaring at Lu Xiaoma, the two lantern ladies hurried out and slammed the door. After a while, one of them came back in a hurry. The Spark Group is here, and you should get out quickly. After saying that, she quickly slammed the door. Hey, wait for me. We found this together. The credit cannot be attributed to you alone. I sat on the bed and smoked a cigarette. My mind was dull after I woke up. I had several dreams last night, and they seemed to be quite exciting. Now the people from the Spark Group are coming. I looked at my watch. It was 7:25. They said their group should arrive at 9 o'clock. It was only a few hundred meters away, but they came so early. Shui Jing washed her face. Lu Xiaoma put on her clothes and walked out of the small room. This warehouse was 5,500 square meters and had already stored some grain and vegetables, which were the leftovers from returning to the city. Walking through the large warehouse, there was a 4-meter-wide round arched iron door at the entrance. The small door was open. When Lu Xiaoma reached the door, he raised his foot and stepped out. A dazzling red light shone, making him frown slightly. Hey, leader of the ice group, what took you so long to get out of bed? Bai Xiaoyu, a level 2 stone-skinned person, was waiting at the warehouse door with 2 young girls. The 2 girls behind her looked to be about 16 or 17 years old, with marks on their foreheads. One was a level 2 water person, and the other was a level 2 fire person. That's right. Your team members are all up, but you, as the team leader, haven't gotten up yet. Is this fair to your team members? Niu Yuyu, a level 2 flame man, always talks about fairness. She tilted her head and called out, Qian Yu, you say? The level 2 water girl who spoke last was relatively normal. Okay, Xiaoyu. Do you want me to speak or do you want me to speak? Bai Xiaoyu turned her head away and said, just say it. I don't want to bother with this kind of person. Ever since she failed to track Lu Xiaoma last time, she has been very dissatisfied with this man, not to mention that he is just an ordinary person. What's your business? Tell me now. Looking at the sun in the sky, Lu Xiaoma gently rubbed his temples. Hurry up and tell me, and leave as soon as you're done. Bai Xiaoyu immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Hey, what's your attitude? Why are you being so arrogant? We, the Spark team, are looking for you to cooperate, as if we owe you something. Okay, Xiaoyu. Level 2 waterman Miss Qianyu leaned over to Bai Xiaoyu's ear and said something. Bai Xiaoyu snorted coldly. I think he is more hateful than Gu Yanran, the leader of the ice group. After saying this, Qian subconsciously glanced at Lu Xiaoma's wrist. It was completely bald, and she really couldn't say the word sir. Although she wanted to be polite. We came here mainly to tell you. Qian looked at his team members again. We mainly want to tell you that if you and our Spark group have reached a cooperation agreement this time, I hope you can understand that this is mainly due to our sister Yiji. It was she who helped you come up with the idea of accompanying the army as a merchant. Niu Yuyu said quickly. That's right, it has nothing to do with Gu Yanran. You must remember this. If the cooperation is successful, we will only be merchants accompanying the army and will not participate in your battles. Lu Xiaoma looked at the 3 little girls who were all about 16 or 17 years old and always felt like they were playing house. If they were not all level 2 special awakeners, Lu Xiaoma would definitely let them go home and ask the adults to come over. Even if you don't join the battle, you have to side with us. Unable to bear it any longer, Bai Xiaoyu said angrily. Anyway, you are the people we recruited, so you have to stand on our side. You are not allowed to get too close to Gu Yanran and the others. After sending the 3 of them away, Lu Xiaoma frowned and asked Bai Lulu, is the internal fighting in the Spark group so fierce? That's about right. Bai Lulu glanced at Qin Xian on the other side. It turns out that to accept their mission, even foreign mercenaries like us have to choose sides. Yi Rue, I and our team are on Gu Yanran's side, while Cassini, Qin Xian, and the others are on Yu Yiji's side. After sending them out, Cassini, who came back, happened to hear this topic and said helplessly, what Lulu said is true, but we hired mercenaries are usually just pretending. After the mission is over, we will still do what we should do. After a simple breakfast, Lu Xiaoma led by Lulu to the Spark Group's base. After 2 days of repeated negotiations, when the 3 girls came over in the morning, Lu Xiaoma knew that they had almost compromised. If he was right, the Ice Group would also pack up immediately and follow them to attack Tianjiang. Chapter 145, Signing a Contract. In the conference room, the Sparkling Group, the Ice Group, and the Sparkling Women's Adventure Group signed a contract. The Bingtuan paid a 50-kilogram bag of edible salt, and in exchange for being a merchant accompanying the army on this expedition under the name of the Spark Women's Adventure Group, he did not participate in any battles. The Spark Group has the obligation to protect the Ice Group's safety and allows the Ice Group to purchase supplies in their name. The purchased supplies belong to the Ice Group. The contract was signed, notarized by the City Lord's mansion, and officially came into effect. Level 2 Stoneskin Man Ding Qian shook hands with Ice Group leader Lu Xiaoma on behalf of UEG, and the two sides parted ways. The Ice Group will set out in the early morning of 3 days with the Spark Group to attack Tianjiang City. Back at the base, all members of the Ice Group gathered in the large warehouse. The current members of the Ice Group include 10 Special Awakeners, 34 Ordinary Awakener female team members, and a total of 45 people, including Lu Xiaoma. Wu Nan. In the large warehouse, Lu Xiaoma stood with his hands behind his back opposite the female team members. Opposite him were 34 female team members, including Wu Nan, and behind him were all the Special Awakeners. I am here. Wu Nan stepped out of the line, and Lu Xiaoma said, "You are in charge of the attack on Tianjiang City. Find 14 team members, including you, so 15 of you will stay at the base. Your mission is to guard the base and explore all the train and car tunnels within 200 kilometers around Luye City. I want a complete map." Wu Nan said loudly, "Understood." Lu Xiaoma nodded. "Go to Qinxian to request payment, and we'll refund you if you get more or make up for less. Also, if you encounter any difficulties, you can also contact the Spark Group headquarters. This is also part of the contract between us and them." "I know, Captain." He went out of the city to work as a merchant accompanying the army. He was worried about this base, so he gave the Spark Group such generous rewards, which also included protecting the safety of the Ice Group's base. A 50-kilogram bag of edible salt, calculated at 30 bullets per gram, means the protection fee is 1.5 million bullets, which is a record high in the history of Luye City. But this money must be paid. The Spark Group asked for 5 bags of edible salt. If they fight to the end, Lu Xiaoma will have to compromise. What he is anxious about now is to quickly exchange these tens of millions of bullet rolls for various supplies. In addition, the Ice Group now has all female members. Except for the Spark Group, Lu Xiaoma doesn't trust any of the other 3 adventure groups, especially by Lulu. With her looks and her identity as a mutant, there are countless men in Luye City who dream of getting her. After the apocalypse, no man has ever tasted a mutant woman. Perhaps she is different from an ordinary awakened woman. So far, there are only 2 mutant women in Luye City. No one dares to covet Gu Yanran, and no man would dare to dream of the new by Lulu. After talking about some precautions and preparing to leave the city, the ordinary female team members were disbanded. Lu Xiaoma and 10 Special Awakeners went to Cassini's room to hold a small meeting. Theoretically, there is no danger in being a merchant accompanying the army. As long as all the members of the Spark Group are alive, the Ice Group will continue to be protected by them. But if the Spark Group is destroyed, the Ice Group will rush back to the city as soon as possible. The Ice Group has no obligation to attack Tianjiang City. We held a small meeting and briefly counted the current supplies of the Ice Group. Total number of crystals, 5291. Among them, the most expensive are 2 explosion crystals, followed by 14 regeneration crystals, 110 water crystals, and the remaining more than 5,000 are all energy crystals. Car. 1 night 15, 1 RV, for 90 new sleeper cars, 3 buses, and 3 large box trucks. Cash, bullet roll, statistics. On the day of returning to the city, the auction took place, excluding the purchase of sleeper cars, RVs, 7 space beads, a large generator set, etc., and excluding the handling fee. Lu Xiaoma finally earned 15 million. The casino won 2.4 million. In the second trading hall, 10 bags of edible salt were exchanged for no handling fee, and 15 million bullet rolls were directly obtained. Expenses, 600,000 for the station, and 1.52 million for the auction of night 15 yesterday. Final statistics. Bingtuan's current cash, bullet rolls, is 30.2 million, of which Lu Xiaoma's space has 24 million plus, and Xinxian's space has 6 million plus. Salt. In the illusion, Lu Xiaoma obtained a total of 46 bags of edible salt. sold 26 bags to the city lord's mansion twice, and paid 1 bag as protection fee to the Spark Group. Now he still has 19 large bags of edible salt in his space, which is definitely enough for food. Weapons and ammunition. Grenades, 51. Automatic rifle, Sees Slaughter Core 1000 plus. Magazine, 2600 plus. Bullet, 35,000 plus. Other statistics. 400 caddies of wild boar meat, 19 boxes of large lobsters and abalone, giant wolf meat, 5 tons of corn, 220 caddies of Chinese cabbage. Cigarettes, liquor, supermarket salt, chili sauce, canned food, etc. were not counted. These supplies are more than enough to form a team of military merchants, and with 30 million bullet rolls, there are countless good things that can be bought. The only thing missing now is a large box truck, and Bingtuan only has 3 of them. If you want to spend 30 million bullet rolls, 3 large trucks are definitely not enough. However, Lu Xiaoma added 7 space rings, with 70 cubic meters of space, and Qin Xian upgraded to a level 2 spaceman, also with an additional 90 cubic meters of space. It was basically confirmed at the meeting that in the 2 days before leaving the city, in addition to some necessary preparations, Qin Xian would lead the team to purchase a large box truck at a sky-high price. Led by Yi Rui and Gu Wenxia, they have been recruiting female truck drivers for a high price these days. They will recruit as many as possible, and the conditions have been relaxed to include ordinary women. As long as a large truck can be driven and goes out of the city to fight, if casualties are expected, a large truck must be equipped with at least 3 female drivers. After the meeting, the female team members were busy with their own things. Lu Xiaoma called Fang Jing and Fang Ya, the twin sisters, to go back to the small warehouse with him. Following the leader into the dark warehouse, the 2 sisters looked at each other and lowered their heads silently. On the day of returning to the city, the team leader went to buy Mei Emperor bath alone. In Su Feifei's words, this is enough to prove the team leader's character. Later he was caught by Miss Hero Su and Miss Hero Miao and failed. After so many days back in the city, no one has seen the leader looking for a woman again. It has been so long since the end of the world, and we have seen too many male group leaders. There are almost no ones who are not interested in women. It does not exist. There is no such thing as a man who only finds one wife and lives his life with her wholeheartedly. After the end of the world, it is normal for a powerful man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Even though she kissed Lu Xiaoma in front of everyone when Bai Lulu successfully mutated in Jiahigu, she only said this: "If you want to come to my house again in the future, you must pass this old lady first." Even though Bai Lulu had become a mutant, she never asked Lu Xiaoma to marry only her. Although they are reluctant to admit it, every woman in the apocalypse knows that it is impossible for them to possess a powerful man alone. Unless you marry a loser, but no woman is willing to do that. In short, what we can be sure of now is that the team leader likes women. He has been back in the city for so many days, with 30 million in his pocket, but he has not found a woman yet. And now he is about to leave the city again. Could it be that the team leader is thinking about that? In their spare time, the female team members all gossiped in private, wondering who the first woman the leader would look for would be. Now, the leader sent everyone away and took the 2 sisters into the small dark room. Should we resist at that moment? But it seems that we 2 sisters can't beat him. Chapter 146. The leader needs to be upgraded. Please help me keep watch here. After entering the small room, the twin sisters' heartbeats quickened as they understood each other's thoughts. The younger sister Fangya even looked at the large glass window, which didn't even have a curtain. But then, the team leader just gave each sister a bottle of Pepsi and asked them to help guard for a while he took out a large box of ability crystals. The leader wants to upgrade? For such a long time, the female team members have already known that the team leader is an Air Awakener, the only Air Awakener in the world. They also knew in the poison barrier that the captain had absorbed 100 crystals but failed to upgrade successfully. At this moment, they had all seen the big box that the captain took out. It contained a total of 1,000 energy crystals. What is the leader going to do? Are you going to use these 1,000 energy crystals to upgrade? Forgetting their previous anxiety, the twin sisters widened their eyes at the same time. The first, second, third. An hour passed, and the 2 sisters, one sitting on a chair and the other sitting on a table, had long lost the vague sense of anticipation they had at the beginning. 3 hours. The leader has absorbed hundreds of crystals, so why is he still absorbing? 4 hours and 37 minutes. Lu Xiaoma took out another energy crystal from the big box, put it in his palm, and gently pressed it. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and the crystal suddenly opened its eyes. The hand holding the energy crystal gradually increased its strength. This energy crystal is as solid as a rock, no matter how hard Lu Xiaoma tries. Miraculously, he found another one in the box, and it was still as solid as a rock when he tried hard. How? Fang Jing Fangya. After a few hours, the two sisters were drowsy, and the leader suddenly called their names. What's wrong, leader? Sister Fang Jing suddenly jumped down from the table, her face slightly reddened. She knew that she and her sister had both had their period in the past few days, and she had just sat at the head of the group's table. I feel guilty and afraid that the leader will dislike me, but I also think that the leader won't know. Anyway, my mind is in a mess now. Help me count how many are left in this box. Oh, okay. The two sisters came to the bedside. The big box was already empty. After carefully counting the crystals inside for 2 minutes, they said, Captain, there are 101 crystals left. 101 pieces. This big box was exchanged at the aviation city. There are exactly 1,000 energy crystals in one box, and there are 101 left, which means that I have just absorbed 899 of them. In the poison barrier, I have absorbed 100 energy crystals before, which adds up to 999 energy crystals. The 1,000th energy crystal can no longer absorb. What is the reason for this? Fang Jing, try to absorb an energy crystal now. Let me see. Me? Fang Jing pointed at herself in surprise. Lu Xiaoma nodded, thinking about something. Yes, let me see if you absorb it once. Oh, that's good. Fang Jing blushed a little. When she absorbed this thing, her whole body felt numb and tingling, and sometimes she even made shameful noises. Do I have to absorb it in front of the team leader now? With a slightly red face, Fang Jing sat next to the leader, picked up an energy crystal, glanced at Lu Xiaoma, closed her eyes, and exerted a little force. Sure enough, it was the same feeling, a warm current flowing through her body, especially between her legs. The feeling was particularly strong. What's more shameful is that she had her period these days, and the feeling was particularly strong. Finally, she couldn't help herself and let out a barely audible cry. Fang Jing didn't dare to open her eyes immediately, as she was too embarrassed to look at the leader. But she didn't expect that the team leader didn't even go to see her. Lu Xiaoma lowered her head silently. She could still absorb. That is to say, even the upgraded flame man could absorb the crystal again. But I am only a level 1 air awakener now. After absorbing 999 particles, I can no longer absorb them. There must be something I don't understand. 3 days later, it rained heavily. At 9 o'clock in the evening, it seemed that there had never been such a heavy rain in all human memory. The raindrops formed a stream of water, just like countless taps in the sky were turned on at the same time, pouring down to the ground. The east gate of Lia City was not closed for the first time in history. The city lord's mansion sent out 1,500 awakened warriors to guard the city. Although there is no madman, the death order issued by the city lord's mansion is, defend tightly, retreat half a step or your head will fall to the ground. The city gates were wide open and several large parking lots were crowded with people. Tonight, almost half of the city's 100,000 people were mobilized. To prevent flooding and waterproofing, each person has 500 bullets, regardless of whether they are awakened or not. In the city, all vehicles of the 4 major adventure groups are allowed to return to their bases today as an exception. All vehicles will gather at the East Gate at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Captain, it was raining so hard that everyone outside the warehouse had to shout to communicate. At the Ice Group's base, dozens of female team members were responsible for draining water. The warehouse door was opened and large trucks drove into the warehouse. Bing Tuan is also part of the expedition team, and today they are allowed to drive the car home as an exception. Lu Xiaoma wiped the rain off his face and asked, Yi Rue, Cassini, where are you? Captain. The 2 girls were soaking wet and trotted over. Lu Xiaoma pointed at the trucks that were coming in one after another and said, Bring the people with you immediately. Make a final check on the supplies that will be leaving the city tomorrow. If there are any that have been soaked in water, find them out immediately. Go now. No. 12 large box trucks and 36 female drivers were just confirmed this morning. After leaving the city, they will be led by Gu Wenxia. She was also promoted to captain of the driver team and became Wu Nan's right-hand man. The rest of you, go back and check what you need to take with you when you leave the city tomorrow. Although we are merchants accompanying the army this time, we must be prepared to fight at any time. The warehouse's headlights were on, and more than a dozen cars were lined up in a row. Lu Xiaoma walked with big strides and shouted to the female team members. Captain. Bai Lulu trotted over from behind and patted Lu Xiaoma on the shoulder. Captain, we are leaving the city tomorrow, and my sister Bai Nizi wants to go with us. No. Turning back, Lu Xiaoma flatly refused. We are not going out of town to have fun or travel this time. She is an ordinary person. Brother-in-law. Before he finished speaking, a little girl with a ponytail came running over. The girl was also drenched, and her long hair stuck to Bai Jingjing's face. Brother-in-law, please. Bai Nizi grabbed Lu Xiaoma's arm and shook it. Since my sister and I came to Lia City, I have never left the city. Brother-in-law, I almost forgot what a madman looks like. I said no, it means no. If you are in danger outside the city. Lu Xiaoma shook off the girl's arm. If you are in danger, no one can protect you. Bai Nizi suddenly pouted and turned back to complain to her sister. Sister, look how mean he is to others. You haven't even got married yet, and he dares to be so mean to others. He dares to be so mean to me. He just doesn't like you, sister. I want to go. I want to go out of town to see the madman. The little girl grabbed her sister's arm and jumped around on the spot. If you didn't know her, you would think she was a girl of 8 or 9 years old. In fact, this girl is already 19 years old this year, but she has been spoiled by her parents since she was a child. When she went to college, she had countless attentive lackeys. Bai Nizi would check Weibo to see what she was eating, and at least 50 portions would be delivered to her dormitory door the next day. If all beautiful women before the end of the world had princess syndrome, then Bai Nizi simply has princess cancer. Nizi, don't cry, be good. Bai Lulu hugged her sister distressedly, tilted her head, and glared at Lu Xiaoma fiercely. Captain, take my sister with you tomorrow, or leave both of us in the city. You choose one of the two ways. At the same time, at 10:37 p.m., outside the east gate of Lia City, a mighty super convoy drove into Lia City. Listen, if anyone dares to tell anyone about what happened on the road, I will kill her myself. Chapter 147, Rainy Night. Hurry. Everyone move faster. On a rainy night, in the East Gate parking lot, an officer was holding an electronic loudspeaker to sell vegetables, surrounded by a crowd of people. Hurry up. You have to clean up the mess before 2 a.m. Lord Bloodclaw. It was raining heavily. All the car headlights in the parking lot were on. In the distance, a group of people rushed into the parking lot. When the officer saw the logo on the chest of the outer personnel, his face changed, and he hurried over. Master Bloodclaw, it's almost done. The leader of the largest adventure group in Fallen Leaf City, Bloodclaw, was surrounded by a dozen people, with at least 5 black umbrellas on his head. He was wearing a black windbreaker and holding a cigar in his mouth. He walked to the center of the parking lot with a group of people and looked around. What's going on? Is there any damage? The regiment made way for the officer who came in jogging, stood at attention, and said solemnly, Master Huixclaw, the loss is still within the controllable range. It's just that a few carts of food were soaked in water. The additional food from the garrison is on the way. In the group? What group? For this kind of thing, we should go to the city lord's mansion to ask for compensation. Bloodclaw took a puff of his cigar and looked at the rows of trucks ready to go. Take the wet food and exchange it with the city lord's mansion. They have ways to sell the wet food again. Understood. I'll contact the city lord's mansion right away. Etc. Bloodclaw waved his hand. Immediately arrange for people, ammunition, and weapons vehicles, and add 2 more layers of tarpaulin. Oilcloth. Sir, where can we find oil now? Useless. Before Bloodclaw could answer, the deputy captain beside him slapped back. Do you need Lord Bloodclaw to teach you this little thing? In the city, just grab a few old men who can't live anymore, and you'll have everything you need. There is a parking lot on the other side, not far away. Master Crazy, why did you come here in person? We are here. It's raining heavily. You should go back and rest early. I can't sleep because of you bastards. Get out of here. There were several umbrellas above Kuangbao's head. He waved his big hand and knocked down the umbrella handles. I feel comfortable with this little rain. Ha ha. The subordinates around him laughed along, although they didn't know what was so funny. One of them even shouted in a flattering manner, Master, you are right. This water is more comfortable than the water from a woman's vagina. Ha ha ha. He laughed wildly and patted the man on the shoulder. You kid, you can't stop talking about women. When it rains, you can even think about the water below women. It's all thanks to the leader's good education. Get lost. He pushed the man's shoulder violently, then clapped his hands. What's up? Corn cakes, ammunition carts, etc. Are there any wet ones? If there are any, take them to the city lord's mansion to exchange them. Take them all, Captain. Haha, you're not bad. Kuang Bao hooked his hand. Come here. The officer in charge at the scene quickly moved closer. Master Kuang Bao. Ha. Listen to me. You're going to find him tonight. He patted the shoulders of the people around him. This guy's 3 wives are all fakes. You're going to make him give up one of his wives to you tonight. The officer was so frightened that his face turned pale. Captain, you can't do this. What a joke, playing with the deputy commander's wife. How many heads does he have enough to chop off? What do you mean by okay or ungrateful? Kuang Bao slapped his shoulder fiercely. If I say okay, then it's okay, Zhang Minchao. Kuang Bao looked at the deputy head of the regiment beside him. Do you think it's okay, or ungrateful? Everyone in the group knows that as a level 2 stone-skinned man, deputy group leader Zhang Minchao loves women as his life, especially his 3 wives whom he treasures the most. Zhang Minchao's face flushed red, but seeing Kuang Bao's deep gaze on him, he couldn't help but shudder, and immediately laughed dryly. Ha! It works. Why can't it work? The captain said it works, and it doesn't matter if my wife is fucked by all the men in the city. Ha ha ha. After a burst of laughter, murderous intent flashed across Zhang Minchao's eyes, but he held it back. Although he and Kuang Bao are both level 2 stone-skinned men, Zhang Minchao, who fights with Kuang Bao every day, knows that if Kuang Bao wants to kill him, he can't last more than 20 seconds against him. Brutal melee killing skills. No one can match you in the world. But, you fucking beast, don't let me get the chance. One day, I will kill your whole family. I will slaughter your entire clan. Zhang Minchao suppressed the rage in his heart and thought about which wife he should give up tonight. He knew Kuang Bao too well. He kept his word, and no one dared to fool him. Just as he was thinking, a violent big hand suddenly patted his shoulder again. By the way, Lao Zhang, don't be idle tonight, you. Kuang Bao raised his chin and said to the officer, do you have a wife? If you have a wife, please ask the deputy commander to help you train her tonight. Haha, I will also train a fake one for you, and then take a video for me, so that I can take a good look at it tomorrow. Haha. Violence is not perversion. What he wants is submission, everyone's submission. Even if I want your wife, you have to give it to me with a smile. If I tell you to cry, you have to cry. If I tell you to laugh, you have to laugh loudly. If you laugh too softly, I will kill your whole family. Sister Iji, hold the umbrella. Hold the umbrella, Sister Iji. Bai Xiaoyu chased after him holding an umbrella, and Yu Yiji quickly ran out of the school building. No need. Hurry up and tell everyone to go with me to see Sister Huahua. Today, the City Lord's mansion has made a special arrangement, allowing the vehicles of the 4 major adventure groups to drive back to their bases. The Spark Group, which had just entered the city, parked their car directly in the school playground. Yu Yiji's spotless white dress got wet and stuck to her body, but she didn't care and ran quickly towards the convoy in the center of the playground. It has been several months. In fact, the Spark team has already prepared themselves mentally for the absence of Sister Spark. Everyone thought she had died. No one dared to say it on the surface, but they were always worried in their hearts. But no one expected that today. Tomorrow morning is the day when the 4 adventure groups will attack Tianjiang City. At such a critical moment, Sister Sparks actually came back. Spark's sister is back. With Sister Sparks here, not to mention Tianjiang City, even if it's against the whole world, the Sparks will move forward. Spark's sister. In the rainstorm, with the help of the car headlights, Yu Yiji recognized the black shadow at a glance. She threw herself into the black shadow's arms and hugged him tightly. You are finally back, Sister Huahua. No one has ever seen that deputy head Yu Yiji, who is usually dignified and graceful, has such a vulnerable side. Ha-hi-ji, what are you doing? You scared me. With an extremely pleasant voice, the woman in black, wearing a mask, patted Yu Yiji on the back and teased. Were you bullied by a boy? Come on, tell Sister Huahua quickly, and Sister Huahua will take care of it for you. You are so bold that you dare to bully our Yiji. Spark's sister. It seemed that they had also noticed something was wrong. Almost all the female members of the group were here. Yu Yiji blushed slightly and got up from Huahua's shoulder. I'm worried about you. In fact, like Lu Xiaomong, as the deputy leader of the Spark group, Yu Yiji also has to be dignified and learn Spark's sister's attitude in handling things. In front of everyone, she wears a mask of modesty. Before the end of the world, she was the favored daughter of the Dragon City Flying General, and naturally had the thoughts that a girl should have. But after the end of the world, these words and behaviors that should not appear in the deputy commander were almost forgotten by her. Only in front of Sparks. Anyway, she lost her composure today. Hey, isn't this the deputy leader? When he just threw himself into Sister Sparks' arms, I thought he was some ignorant girl. Then, the other deputy leader with a devilish figure, Gu Yanran, walked down from the sleeper car. At the moment, her body was wet, and her breasts were fully visible. After it was revealed, it might be a bit of an exaggeration to say it was the size of a basketball, but it was definitely bigger than a football. And she was probably the only one in the world who could do something this big without hanging down. But Bai Xiaoyu always believed that they were definitely fake. Women all knew that 2 things that big couldn't possibly not sag. They were fake. They were fake. They were fake. They were definitely fake. Oh, Deputy Headmaster Yanran is back too. In a blink of an eye, Yu Yiji put on a calm state again. I heard that Deputy Captain Yinran's mission out of the city this time was very dangerous. Even Deputy Captain Yinran was captured alive for several hours before being sent back. Cooperating with the ICE group, this news came from the female members of the ICE group. Gu Yinran's face suddenly changed. Nonsense. Who told you that? Chapter 148. Leaving the city and blowing the horn to attack Tianjiang, Part 1. The next morning, it rained heavily. Last night, perhaps God heard the prayers of the survivors. The heavy rain stopped suddenly at 1 a.m. But at 5:30 this morning, the faucet in God's house suddenly opened again, and unprecedented torrential rain poured down again. Compared to last night, it is even more ferocious. At 5:41, at the East City Gate, the 4 major adventure groups were fully prepared. Today was the first time humans attempted to attack a prefecture-level city after the apocalypse. If humanity still has a future, today may be a milestone day. Damn it! Is this a sign from God? We are attacking Tianjiang today, and this is what happened. Facing the heavy rain, several teams of soldiers got off the vehicles to check the condition of the vehicles for the last time before leaving the city. Who the hell said it wasn't true? In ancient times, when soldiers went to war, they had to choose auspicious days, slaughter pigs and sheep, and the emperor would burn incense and bathe, and personally send the soldiers off to war, looking forward to a triumphant return. But here we are, not only is it raining heavily, but the breakfast is also in limited supply. The rain was so loud that the two had to shout to complain. The team leader came over and shouted, "That's enough. Shut up. You've delayed our departure from the city at 6 o'clock, and you're going to get a slap in the face." At 6 o'clock, the rain was getting heavier, the city gates were opened, and the 4 major adventure groups and the Vanguard group officially drove out of Liyue City. Outside the city, 1,000 warriors from the City Lord's mansion lined the road to see them off. This was the last thing the City Lord's mansion did for the 4 major adventure groups. From now on, life and death were determined by fate, and wealth and honor were in the hands of God. Walking through the aisles of 1,000 warriors who lined the streets to see them off, the Vanguard was led by 8 pure off-road vehicles, inside of which sat the special awakened ones from the 4 major adventure groups, followed by 16 long-distance buses, each equipped with 30 awakened warriors with sufficient ammunition. The Vanguard group, with a total of 500 people, set out first. 10 minutes later, at the East City Gate, a Land Cruiser sealed with steel plates slowly drove out of the city gate. A large stainless steel pipe was welded to the hood of the Land Cruiser, with a large red flag embroidered with blood claw on it. However, it was raining heavily today, so the flag drooped its head and no longer had its previous momentum. Afterwards, the convoy of the Blood Claw Adventure Group, the leader of the 4 major adventure groups in Liyue City, left the city. This time, the 4 major adventure groups are all elite. This time, the Blood Claw Adventure Group was led by the team leader Blood Claw himself, and they dispatched a total of 200 Special Awakeners, 2,000 Ordinary Awakeners, 1,000 Logistics Support Personnel, and various troop carriers and trucks, totaling 105 vehicles. Outside the city gate, the Blood Claw Adventure Group's convoy took nearly 20 minutes to walk. 5 minutes later, the second largest adventure group in Liyue City, the Violent Adventure Group, drove out of the city gate. In this attack on Tianjiang City, the Violent Adventure Group dispatched 200 Special Awakeners, 1,800 Ordinary Awakeners, 1,500 Logistics Support Personnel, and a total of 120 vehicles of various types. The Dirty Monkey Adventure Group's convoy was the third to drive out of the city gate. They originally made their fortune by relying on merchants accompanying the army, so their strength should not be underestimated. There are 135 Special Awakeners, 1,000 Ordinary Awakeners, 500 Logistics Support Personnel, and a total of 125 vehicles of various types. The Spark Group finally drove out of the East City Gate. Their strength was relatively weak. This time, they sent 100 Special Awakeners, 550 Ordinary Awakeners, 350 Logistics Support Personnel, and a total of 65 vehicles of various types to attack Tianjiang City. This is the strength of the Spark Group itself. According to the agreement, the ICE Group, led by Liu Xiaoma, does not participate in their battles or take part in the statistics. As merchants accompanying the army, the ICE Group only sent out 2 long-distance sleeper buses and 12 large box trucks, mixing among the Spark Group. They are protected persons and their treatment is the same as that of the princesses sent by the City Lord's mansion to accompany the army. The princess group accompanying the army was personally organized by the City Lord's mansion, and the wealthy City Lord's mansion offered the best treatment. A total of 500 princesses were recruited to accompany the army. They were divided into 50 long-distance buses specially modified by the City Lord's mansion and 5 RVs, and mixed into the 3 adventure groups of Blood Claw, Violence, and Dirty Monkey. The long-distance bus converted by the Princess Regiment accompanying the army was also called gun car by the survivors. It was an ordinary long-distance bus with the seats removed and iron bunk beds welded in to make it easier for the princesses to work. There is no princess accompanying the army in the Spark group, but there is a businessman accompanying the army. There is no male in the entire Spark group. When leaving the city today, Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua secretly called Lu Xiaoma, young master of the army, behind his back. Before leaving the city and getting on the car, Lu Xiaoma was surrounded by thousands of women. The ordinary female warriors of the Spark Corps did not know about the merchants accompanying the army. When they suddenly saw the man, everyone wanted to take a look and wondered in their hearts whether this was some master's new male lover. Damn it, it's so hot. Hey, when we stop the car later, please make sure to open the gap wider. This won't work. It's killing me. On the national highway, except for the soldiers assigned to the Vanguard Regiment, more than 90 of the other soldiers of the first batch of Bloodclaw Regiment that left the city road in the so-called troop transport vehicles, which were actually ordinary trucks and trailers. It is early summer now. The soldiers on the trailer are fine, but the soldiers in the box truck are suffering. It was raining heavily outside, and the air pressure inside the car was low. The rear door was half open, leaving a palm-wide gap in the middle of the two doors as a vent. The doors were connected to iron locks outside to protect the soldiers' safety. But there is only a small vent. Except for the soldiers leaning against the door who could get a breath of cool air, the soldiers sitting inside were not only dark, but also damn stuffy. Everyone could only take turns to go to the door to get some fresh air. All right, Xiangzi, stop yelling. All your exhaling when you yell is hot air. Another soldier complained, but there were still optimists. Next to the two of them, a middle-aged soldier carefully took out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket in the dark, then took out a lighter, lit it, took a comfortable puff, and leaned his head back against the iron sheet behind him. Okay, just wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow we will get on the trailer. In this kind of weather, it will be like a fucking trip to get on the trailer. How great it is. You are the one who thinks it's easy. A man next to the middle-aged soldier nudged the middle-aged man with his elbow. Hey, Lao Zhong, give me a bite. The middle-aged soldier handed him the cigarette. The man took a deep puff and exhaled a large puff of smoke comfortably, with an intoxicated look on his face. This cigarette is really good stuff. Better than this old woman's. Haha, that's because you don't have money to find a woman. The middle-aged soldier took back his half-smoked cigarette, looked at it with heartache, put it in his mouth, and took a puff. And after spitting out the smoke, he said with emotion, wait until we finish attacking Tianjiang this time, and we brothers will all get rich. Then we will go find a woman together and have a good time. Chapter 149. Leaving the city and blowing the horn to attack Tianjiang, Part 2. The heavy rain was still falling madly. At this time, the soldiers on the trailer might not be as comfortable as those in the large box truck. They are so unlucky. Today they have the trailer truck and it is raining heavily. If it is sunny tomorrow, they will have the box truck. What bad luck they have. The rain was getting heavier. Some of the soldiers in the trailer were responsible for draining the water, while the rest of them were shivering under their clothes, covering their heads. The team leader of the vehicle in charge saw that things were not going well. The soldiers had not eaten enough in the morning and had been drenched by the heavy rain for more than 2 hours. Afraid that they would lose body heat too quickly, the team leader held up his clothes with both hands, stood up, walked back and forth on the trailer, and led everyone to sing together. Come on, I'll start. Everyone sing with me. The sun sets in the west, and the clouds are flying. The soldiers are returning to the camp after shooting. Returning to the camp. Shindalan, give the letter back to me right now. In the long-distance seat car, those who can sit here are all special awakened adults. At the back of the car, a stone-skinned man was holding an envelope in one hand and running forward in the middle aisle of the car with a big laugh. Behind him, a skinny young man with a mushroom-like haircut was chasing him. The strong man turned around and grinned. Brothers, quickly hold him down for me. I will read you this girl's love letter. Okay, no problem, buddy. It's just a matter of words. It was boring on the road, and everyone was looking for fun. Immediately, a few of them stood up and held down the mushroom-headed young man. Old Tang, hurry up. Read to us quickly. We also want to hear this girl's pretentious words. It's numb to our bones. Ha ha ha. Ahem. The sturdy man cleared his throat and solemnly took out the envelope. Damn it. How can this be a photo? Are there still photos these days? The strong man was surprised. He took a look at the person in the photo and his eyes lit up. Hey, this woman is so pretty. Her skin looks so wet. Turning over the photo, I looked at the back. Hey guys, there's words on the back. What's that? A group of men stretched their necks and said, read it to us. The strong man frowned. If you are well, it will be a sunny day? What does that mean? Haha, several people around laughed. This is the hypocritical words of those old women who are so hot-tempered. Another said, hey, guys, you see, these women have poisonous tongues. Look at the heavy rain. Isn't this woman cursing her old man to die early? Ha ha. The people in the car burst into laughter again. The large group moved slowly. The first 200 kilometers were fine, as most of the abandoned vehicles in the aisles had been cleared. By the time the convoy passed Maijaizuang, there were more and more abandoned cars on the aisle. The large force caught up with the vanguard group several times and cleaned the streets together with the vanguard group. In the leading scout car, slow down. Slow down quickly. There are 7 orcs, no? 9 orcs, and at least 500 maniacs. They had been walking for a whole day, and the place where they had planned to set up camp was 30 kilometers away. But on this 30-kilometer journey, a middle-aged blind man in the vanguard group's head car suddenly sounded the alarm. The driver of the leading car quickly slowed down, drove fast, and honked the horn wildly. But there was no sign of even a madman in front of him. Where is he? Where is the madman? In the co-pilot seat, the level 2 stone-skinned man looked suspicious, and the blind man in the back seat frowned. Is there a mountain ahead? On the other side of the mountain, there is a crowd of crazy people. There was a sharp turn ahead, and the people in the lead car looked nervous. However, their short and rapid honking not only warned the convoy behind them, but also a large group of crazy people swarmed in not far ahead. Fight! Prepare for battle. This was the first time that they encountered such a large crowd of crazy people after leaving the city. The first thing the stone-skinned man in the co-pilot seat did was to activate the stone skin that protects his body. Follow me. The rain stopped. The sunset and the rainbow intertwined to create the most beautiful picture in the world, and the human survivors and the madman were staging the bloodiest and cruel fight. On both sides of the national highway, a frenzy of people, accompanied by the sound of footsteps that sounded like a landslide, turned the mountain bend and rushed madly towards the group of survivors on the opposite side. Don't feel sorry for the bullets. Shoot them for me. Shoot them hard for me. On both sides of the national highway, there was a vanguard group, with more than 20 people getting off 8 off-road vehicles. All of them were the most elite special awakened warriors from the 4 major regiments. They were fearless, shooting wildly at the crowd of madmen on the opposite side. More than 20 fire snakes, the madmen rushing over from the opposite side fell down one after another like cutting wheat, and moved to the corpses of their companions behind them. The special awakened warriors changed bullets and continued to shoot crazily. The temporary leader of the vanguard regiment raised his hand and said, "Stop shooting. Come at me." More than 20 special awakened warriors, both men and women, stopped shooting at the same time, threw away their hot weapons, and drew out long screwdrivers. Facing the crazy crowd, more than 20 figures rushed forward fearlessly. With the momentum of, I will go forward even if there are thousands of people against me, I rushed into the crowd of madmen madly. Chapter 150. Life is more than just the present. Get out of the way. With a ponytail, a tight black shirt and black pants, and a pair of breasts that are about to burst out, the representative of the Spark Vanguard Group, the level 2 stone-skinned man Ding Qian, rushed into the crowd of crazy people. She held 2 long screwdrivers in both hands, and quickly flashed her body and swung the screwdrivers, making a few flower patterns. Within 3 seconds, the eyeballs of 8 lunatics popped out. A trifle. Then a tall woman rushed into the crowd of madmen. She used long screwdrivers in both hands to pierce the eyeballs of 2 madmen respectively, then turned 180 degrees to the left, leaned against a madman's back, and pierced the back of his head with both hands at the same time, and 2 more madmen fell down. Inyu. After defeating the 2 madmen, Ding Qian took the time to glance sideways. Do you dare to compete? How about the loser giving the winner a kick? Inyu is Gu Yanran's trusted and beloved general, while Ding Qian is under Yu Yiji. Both beautiful women are level 2 stone-skinned people, but they have different positions. Let's gamble. Am I afraid of you? Remember to give me a good Tian. With one last beautiful turn, the tall Inyu rushed into the crowd again. Not far away, a short young man from the Dirty Monkey Adventure Group saw the situation here. He slapped a few lunatics with his hands, and red flames immediately appeared around the lunatics. The short young man stepped back, squinting his eyes, and sighed. The women of the Spark Group are really all top-notch. Stop looking around. A big man behind him bumped into his shoulder. Cover me. Look at me. As he spoke, the big man suddenly raised his hands high, and the air around him surged. You bastards. Listen to my call, and bite me hard. There was a faint light flickering all around, and a large group of madmen in front suddenly held their heads with their hands and knelt on the ground in pain. A few seconds later, 100 madmen suddenly clenched their fists, turned around, and rushed madly towards their companions behind them. Look how I show off to you, haha. Behind the big man, another middle-aged man came over. He shook his neck and looked at the battlefield in front of him with disdain. 100 controlled madmen were biting their companions madly. But at this moment, a 5-meter-tall orc kicked dozens of madmen away in succession, roared, and rushed towards the three of them. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, the earth is shaking. Cooperate. The middle-aged man suddenly shouted, and he raised his hands to the sky. The air around him also surged strangely. The huge orc in front of them suddenly stopped in front of them incredibly, not moving at all. Level 2 orc control skill shock. It's finally my turn. Behind the 3 men, another level 2 stone-skinned man rushed forward, raised the long screwdriver in his hand into the air, and stabbed it into the orc's jaw. Bang! As the last orc fell to the ground, everything on the national road returned to peace again. The red light of the setting sun illuminated the 20 bodies on the national road, and also stretched their shadows into extremely slender shapes. It's over. Oh, damn, I haven't fought enough yet. A sturdy man shook his head, and someone next to him joked, "It's over before it even started? Get lost, you think I'm a painless slave. Hey, Lao Zheng, I just saw a crazy woman. She's so hot. Let's go and see if we can find her. They're all fucking dead, what else can we play?" Old Zheng shook his big head, and the people around him laughed softly. Touch the crazy woman's breasts. Imagine what it looked like before it turned into a crazy woman, and then masturbate yourself. Get lost, you idiot. I'm not short of money. I'll go find the princess who accompanied the army when I get my rotation tomorrow. That feels different. Hey, Lao Zheng, don't leave. Listen to me. There is another wonderful thing about this crazy woman's breasts. Cleaning up the battlefield, the adults who were special awakeners naturally disdained the things on the madman, and there was no point in taking out 2 packs of cigarettes. They turned around and walked back. The ordinary awakeners who had been watching the battle from afar dared to jog over, touch things, and clean up the corpses on the battlefield. Inyu, I just killed 49 of them. The 2 stone-skinned people from the Spark group walked back together. The tall woman raised her snow-white chin and said, I'm 57. Let's go to our car. You're talking nonsense. This is impossible. Can't afford to lose, huh? Haha, you're just like your Yuiji. If you can't afford to lose, you'll have to default on your debt. What's the matter with Sister Guanyiji? Find a place where there is no one, and I will admit defeat. Haha, okay, let's go somewhere else next time. Transfiguration. Gu Yinran's subordinates are indeed transfiguration. I don't know how many men are willing to pay to touch my feet, but you're still being pretentious when I give it to you for free. In the evening, the blood-red afterglow of the setting sun illuminates the entire earth in red, including the red roads, the red abandoned farmlands, and the red moving convoys. Ahead, we caught up with the Vanguard group. On the 4-lane national highway in both directions, the first and fourth rows of cars on both sides of the long queue started to flash their flashing lights one after another, signaling to change teams. All the trucks began to slow down and keep a safe distance. The first and fourth rows stopped 10 meters apart. The trucks in the second and third lanes slowly moved into the first and fourth outer lanes, and the 4-car queue became 2. The day's journey ends here. At dinner time, I ate a bowl of corn porridge and drank a big bowl of hot cabbage soup. Then, I fell asleep while bragging to my friends. For ordinary survivors, this is the happiest thing in life. Comfortable. From 5 o'clock in the morning until now, the soldiers got off the car for the first time, facing the afterglow of the setting sun, stretching hard, feeling indescribably refreshed. The new recruits emptied the toilets, the support staff cooked, and the veterans strolled back and forth on the vacated second and third lanes. Without enjoyment in life, living loses its meaning. Life is not just about the present, but also about the future. After sitting in the car for a whole day, being held in the air for a whole day, or being wet in the rain for a whole day, your bones feel like they are falling apart. As soon as you get off the car, your feet feel like they are stepping on cotton, and you can't exert any strength. Squeak. Several large trucks used to transport supplies were opened, and the logistics personnel skillfully carried out the chopped wooden stakes from the trucks. Another large truck opened its trunk, and more than a dozen logistics personnel got on. With a loud bang, each of them came down with a big black pot, lunch boxes, iron spoons, and other cooking utensils, and jogged all the way to the empty road to cook. They were also hungry. Only the special awakened adults could have the lunch at noon. Ordinary awakened people could not have it, let alone ordinary people like them who were doing logistics. The city lord's mansion customized an iron frame, and a big black pot was placed on it, and a few wooden stakes were placed under the frame. After all this was done, someone went to apply for gasoline water, and a small pot of gasoline water was brought back, poured on the wooden stakes, and ignited. Then a special person came with a crystal, poured water into the big black pot, and when the water boiled and corn kernels were added, the meal was ready. It smells good. It smells so damn good. Hey, let me tell you, the treatment we get from the Blood Claw group must be the best among the 4 major adventure groups, right? That's for sure. I heard that if you want to find a corn bean in the rice pot of the Dirty Monkey Adventure group, you have to rely on luck. Haha, I've heard about this too. From the big pot of Zhongho and his gang. I heard that unless you are the son of destiny or someone who doesn't have great luck, you will never get a single corn bean in your lifetime. Ha ha ha. Chapter 151. Breaking off friendship for the sake of pickled mustard tuber. It's time to eat. Qianyu, hurry up, or it will be gone if you're late. In the Spark Group seat car, Niu Yu jumped on to look for her bestie. In the inner seat of the double seat, Qianyu leaned her little head against the bed and waved her hands weakly. Yu, I feel a little nauseous. I don't want to eat anymore. After a day of falling, Qian felt like his bones were about to fall apart. Stop it. How can you not eat? Niu Yu sat down next to her best friend and stretched out her little hand to feel her best friend's forehead. It's not hot. If it's not hot, it's okay. Qian, get up again, hurry up. Yu, I really have no appetite. As he spoke, Qian felt his stomach churning and he retched. Niu Yu's eyes widened. Are you pregnant? Nonsense. Qian was in no mood to joke with her bestie. I really am vomiting. Her stomach was sore. I am really sick from the fall. She was very worried about her best friend. She definitely couldn't go without a meal. Niu Yu struggled a little bit in her heart. She looked around and saw that no one was in the car. Everyone had gone to get food. She carefully reached into her arms and gently took out a small bag. Yu, look, what is this? Jotsai. Qian Yu's beautiful eyes lit up, and Niu Yu hurriedly shushed her. Be quiet. Don't let Xiao Yu hear it. If she hears it, this small packet won't be enough to fill her teeth. Pickled mustard tuber can cure all diseases. Qian Yu immediately felt all healed. Before he even tasted it, he felt his mouth watering and the acid in his stomach seemed to be digested all at once. The 2 girls got off the bus quietly and lined up for lunch as if nothing had happened. When it was Niu Yu's turn, she filled a large lunchbox with corn porridge and a bowl of cabbage soup. She turned around and winked at Qian again, then walked towards the side of the national road as if nothing had happened. She got off the national road and disappeared into a field of weeds. This pickled mustard is so delicious. 5 minutes later, 2 sneaky little girls carefully tore open the package of pickled mustard tuber in a field of weeds. The smell was so strong that they almost drooled. Hey, what are you 2 doing sneakily? Both of them were paying attention to the small bag of pickled mustard tuber. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard from behind, and they were so scared that the bag of pickled mustard tuber almost fell. Niu Yu, Chiyu, you 2. Then, Bai Xiaoyu roared like an enraged lion. Do you 2 deserve me? Bai Xiaoyu, Niu Yu, and Qian Yu, 3 girls, are all 16 or 17 years old, and are all members of Yuji's team. Normally, the 3 of them have the best relationship and can talk about anything. But today, the 2 ungrateful bastards secretly ate the good food. We're done with each other. For the rest of our lives. Xiaoyu cousin, please listen to us. There's nothing to say. We're done. My dear Xiaoyu. Bai Xiaoyu walked back angrily. Niu Yu and Qian Yu quickly chased after her and held her arms tightly. Don't be angry, Xiaoyu. We really didn't mean to betray you. Niu Yu. Bai Xiaoyu angrily swung her arms, turned around, and said to her fiercely, You are the most shameless Niu Yu. You always talk about fairness. But now you are secretly eating delicious food behind my back. Do you think you are being fair? Looking down, Niu Yu shook his little head and said, It's not fair. And you, Shimada. Bai Xiaoyu turned around and shouted at Qian again. Don't you always believe in justice? Don't you hate those petty thieves who steal chickens and dogs? Then what's the difference between you and those petty thieves now? Looking down, Qian shook his head again. No difference. That's good. It's good that you know you're wrong. Hand over the pickled mustard tuber. Bai Xiaoyu stretched out her hand, and Niu Yu lowered her head and put a small bag of pickled mustard tuber into her palm. With a cold snort, Bai Xiaoyu strode forward, clutching the pickled mustard tuber. Humph, I'll forgive you this time, but if you do it again, I'll end our friendship. Feeling something was wrong, Niu Yu raised her head and looked at her bestie holding her pickled mustard tuber and walking forward with big strides. Xiaoyu. Break up. Bai Xiaoyu turned around and yelled angrily, scaring Niu Yu so much that he quickly lowered his head again. But that was wrong. We were going to break up, so why did you take my pickled mustard? Bai Xiaoyu, come back here. Upon hearing that, the latter ran away, even using the speed of an awakened person. Damn it, I was fooled by her. After chasing for a long time, they still couldn't find Bai Xiaoyu. The two girls sat down breathlessly against the tire of a large truck. Damn Bai Xiaoyu, you liar. Big liar. Don't let me get you. Thinking of the delicious pickled mustard tuber, the two little girls stuck out their pink tongues and licked their lips at the same time, then looked at the lunchboxes, corn porridge and cabbage soup in their hands, and completely lost their appetite. Bai Xiaoyu, what are you talking about? Niu Yu twitched her cute little nose, and as her nose twitched, what's that smell? It smells so good. Thousand, and again. There were some wrinkles on her tender white nose, which was very cute. I smelled it too. Qianyu was also twitching her nose. Following the scent, the two little girls stood up involuntarily and walked in the same direction. It tastes spicy, doesn't it? Niu Yu walked with his nose twitching, and Qian nodded quickly. Yes, it's spicy. I love it the most. I love it very much. It's the spicy taste I love the most in my life. But how come there is spicy food in our caravan? Don't move, don't move. As they walked, Niu Yu suddenly stretched out his arm to stop Qianyu. This was a completely subconscious action to protect the food. Not only that, not only the spicy taste. Qianyu, do you smell it? Why do I also smell the aroma of meat? How is this possible? Meat aroma. Meat. Qianyu swallowed a big mouthful of saliva. At this moment, her big eyes were very bright. In our base, how can? She swallowed a big mouthful of saliva again. How can there be meat? Did you smell it wrongly? Yes, I must have smelled it wrong. Niu Yu could clearly hear Qianyu swallowing his saliva, and she couldn't help but swallow a big mouthful herself. Yes, it must be my illusion. Meat, she licked her tongue. Meat doesn't taste like this. Yes, meat must not taste like this. Qianyu. She still stretched out her arms and turned back to shout. Qianyu, go back first. I'll help you see what that is. No need for you. I can see by myself. Two people were talking, but the big eyes were always staring in one direction, like a little female wolf that had been hungry for a week. The big eyes were bright and emitting green light. Following this tempting, spicy, and fragrant smell, the two girls had walked more than 10 meters away. When they could see clearly, the two girls opened their mouths at the same time. Chapter 152, Broth, Part 1. The Sparks convoy was made the target of key protection after the Ice Group paid a whole bag of edible salt. Therefore, the Ice Group's base was in the middle of the Sparks convoy, with hundreds of people protecting it in front and behind. It was 10 o'clock in the evening before dinner, and the sun had not yet completely set. Taking advantage of the afterglow of the setting sun, Qin Xian led 30 female awakened team members to make a fire and cook. The standard issue big black pot in the city lord's mansion was bubbling with soup. On the other side, the lids of several big black pots were opened, revealing steaming corn rice. Today is the first day out of the city. Lu Xiaomao felt that since he had just returned to the city and asked the female team members to go out of the city to do a mission, he wanted to reward them, so he found 20 kilograms of wild boar meat in the space and asked Qin Xian and the others to cook it. Having a good meal tonight will also boost morale. There are two dishes. One is hot and sour cabbage soup. The chili powder is twice the usual amount. The whole pot of hot and sour cabbage soup should be the kind that makes you sweat after taking a bite. The other dish is the pure fresh meat soup, which uses pure wild boar meat and boils it directly into a rich broth with a fragrant aroma. Other aspects. Today is the first day out of town. In order to make everyone more motivated, Lu Xiaomao deliberately gave each of the new female drivers a can of red fermented bean curd or stinky tofu, allowing them to choose one of the two. The awakened ones, the ordinary female awakened team members who signed a 10-year contract with him, each received a can of red fermented bean curd, a can of chili sauce, and 5 bags of vacuum-packed pickled mustard and pickles. The special awakeners, by Lulu and the other 10 people, each received 3 cans of red fermented bean curd, 3 cans of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce, 3 cans of canned meat, 3 cans of canned fruit, 5 packs of instant noodles, and 10 packs of vacuum-packed exquisite side dishes. These are food for them along the way. Once they arrive in Tianjiang, Lu Xiaomao is sure that with his assets of 30 million, he can have as many of these things as he wants. After all, now, except for him, everyone else treats these bullet rolls as treasures. Hey, you Bai Xiaoyu? The two little girls quietly sneaked into the outskirts of the Ice Group's base. Their 4 big eyes were all on the big black pots bubbling with soup. They didn't pay attention to the situation in front of them and happened to bump into Bai Xiaoyu, who arrived here earlier. Shoo! Before anyone noticed this, Bai Xiaoyu quickly asked the sisters to be quiet and quietly pointed to the back. Look, they are cooking meat in the pot. Qian stared with a pair of big watery eyes. What kind of meat? That's right. How can there be meat now? It's pork. Pulling the two young ladies a little closer, Bai Xiaoyu quietly pointed to the ground and said, "Look over there. There is a large piece of wild boar skin that was just replaced." Niu Yu smacked his lips. What a waste, just throwing the pig skin away like that. Yes, this is such a waste, shameful and shameful. Keep your voice down. Bai Xiaoyu hushed again. I just heard them say that the pig skin needs to be plucked. It's troublesome. We can roast it later when we have time. Roasted pig skin is especially delicious. As she spoke, she licked her pink lips, as if she had imagined the scene of sizzling roasted pork skin. At this time, all the members of the ice group started to eat. Everyone lined up in an orderly manner to get food. Three little girls looked at them eagerly from a distance, wishing that they were the ones in the line. How come their food is so good if they eat meat? Yeah, this is too unfair. The Special Awakeners actually eat the same food as those ordinary female drivers. This kind of team is really bad. It's unfair. Bai Xiaoyu looked at them eagerly and said in a sour tone, their leader made a fortune selling salt, so of course they eat better. Suddenly Niu Yu grabbed her arm and said, Xiaoyu, look, aren't those two Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua over there? Hey, the two of them. Bai Xiaoyu suddenly straightened her back. How could I forget about them? Yu, does Su Feifei still owe you money? Come on, come and collect the debt from me. It is only natural to pay for a murder or a debt. No money? Only a ghost would ask for your flesh to pay for it. No, this time I can pay with flesh. It's just the big piece of wild boar meat in your bowl. Bai Xiaoyu couldn't stop drooling at the thought of eating wild boar meat soon. Su Feifei. The three beautiful girls under Yu Yiji of the Spark team broke into the Ice team's base in a blatant manner and came to Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua arrogantly and squatted down. What are you doing? Bullying a pretty girl. Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua had just sat down next to the tire of a large truck. Each of them was holding two large stainless steel insulated lunchboxes. In the two lunchboxes were two large buckets of soup, hot and sour cabbage soup, and wild boar meat soup with a rich aroma. The three girls, Bai Xiaoyu, Niu Yu, and Qian Yu, held their waists and stood in a triangle, forming a siege. They slowly walked in front of the two lantern-making ladies and squatted down. The two lantern-making ladies hurriedly held the lunchboxes in their hands tightly and refused to let go. The beautiful girl's sixth sense tells you that they have bad intentions and are coming for this insulated lunchbox. What are you doing? Huh? Bai Xiaoyu, who was at the front, smiled arrogantly, pointed his chin at Su Feifei, and said coolly, kill someone and pay for your life. Debts should be repaid. Su Feifei, isn't it time to pay back the 200 bullet rolls you owe Yu? They are the poorest too, a pair of poor girls. I usually use money to deal with them, and it always works. Oh, so you just want money? Su Feifei let out a long sigh and patted her tall chest with her small hands. 200 bullet rolls, huh? Wait. From the small bag on her back, she casually pulled out two $100 bullet rolls and said, Here you go. Hey, how come you have money? Bai Xiaoyu was stunned. Su Feifei snorted. Why? Is it strange? Bai Xiaoyu was a little dumbfounded. She looked around. Her two sisters were also a little confused. How could Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua, a pair of poor girls, suddenly become rich? Then, holding two bullet rolls, Bai Xiaoyu raised her chin. You've been borrowing money for so many days. There should be interest, right? Let me calculate. You've been borrowing money from me for at least a month. And as for the interest, well, 9 in and 13 out. The interest should be at least 100 bullet rolls. But, before Su Feifei could answer, Bai Xiaoyu hurriedly said, But we are sisters. It doesn't matter if we don't have money. Let me taste your broth, and we'll call it quits. Who said I have no money? As long as they don't dare to rob openly, it will be easy to deal with. Su Feifei felt much more at ease. She also raised her chin. 100 bullet rolls. Here, take it. I don't need this little money. It's ridiculous. I just signed a 10-year contract and received dividends from the group in Jiaegu. Would I be short of this little money? Another 100 yuan bullet roll flew over, and Bai Xiaoyu was a little dumbfounded. What was going on? Were they going to be military princesses? Anything else? If not, go away. You're keeping me from eating. Seeing the three of them looking dumbfounded, Su Feifei was extremely proud. Although these three girls were of similar age to her and had a decent relationship with her, after all, they were all high and mighty level 2 awakeners, the level 2 stone-skinned person Bai Xiaoyu, the level 2 flame person Niu Yu, and the not-so-hateful level 2 water-skinned person Qian Yu. Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua are just the most useless lantern ladies among the special awakeners. Apart from her breasts, Su Feifei had no advantage over these three girls. Of course, Miao Xiaohua beside her was even worse off. Then it's alright. Although they are all level 2 awakeners, Their salaries have all been used to upgrade, and they still owe the group most of it. Bai Xiaoyu and the other three girls stood up dejectedly like hens that had lost their eggs. Su Feifei's eyes suddenly turned. Wait a minute. Do you want to eat meat soup? Want to run? How can it be that easy? Chapter 153, Broth, Part 2. May I? Fei Fei, you are the best. Of course, our concubine is the best. I have said it before, she is just ugly but kind-hearted. The three beautiful girls quickly squatted down again, staring at Su Feifei expectantly with three pairs of big eyes. Su Feifei had 3 black lines on her forehead, but in the blink of an eye, she smiled and said, "It's not impossible for you to drink the broth. After all, we have been sisters for so long." Bai Xiaoyu, who was still holding 3 100-bullet rolls in her hand, nodded quickly. Yeah, we will always be the best of sisters. However, good sisters are good sisters, and our group still has its own rules, meow meow. Su Feifei smiled and turned her head to the side, blinking at Miao Xiaohua, and stretched out her tone. Oh? Really, meow meow? Not knowing what Fei Fei was going to do, Miao Miao blinked her eyes and said, Right, there must be rules in our group. What rules? Bai Xiaoyu quickly held out the bullet roll in her hand. Can I return the money to you? We will be good sisters in the future. That won't do. Su Feifei looked at the 3 bullet rolls with an embarrassed look on her face. Sisters should settle accounts clearly. I owe you this money, so I should pay it back. I, Su Feifei, always put trust first. You, Su Feifei, put trust first? It's really a tonic. I've been chasing you for more than a dozen times, and your biggest concession is compensation with sex. Bai Xiaoyu's face turned black, but for the sake of Raodong, she still forced a smile. Huh. Fei Fei, if you have anything to say, just say it. What are the rules in our group? Tell me about it. Yes, the rules are his. Su Feifei raised her chin and pointed in a direction. The 3 beautiful girls looked over and saw Lu Xiaomao standing in line with a lunchbox. Turning back, Bai Xiaoyu asked uncertainly, You mean your team leader? Yes, it's him. Su Feifei said helplessly. It was that damned guy who made the rule. It's not difficult to eat our group's meal, but it's not easy either. Do you know why Meow Meow and I can eat meat? The 3 girls looked away and shook their heads. Well, we are sisters, so I won't hide it from you. Su Feifei still said helplessly. Meow Meow and I can sit here and eat meat and drink soup today because we sleep with him. It's easy for you to eat meat if you want. Come on, go and sleep with him, and no matter what our group eats in the future, you will have a share. Shameless. Shame on you. Little slut. The 3 girls stood up together with their fury standing up, fully expressing their strong indignation towards the many tonic women headed by Su Feifei. The 3 beautiful girls cursed together and spit at her to express their contempt. Miss Su Feifei, however, unscrewed the insulated lunch box nonchalantly. Are you going to choose me as the gang leader? As she spoke, she used a spoon to scoop out a large piece of greasy wild boar meat from the lunchbox, stuffed it into her mouth, and said incoherently, It smells so good. At this time, Miao Xiaohua, who finally understood her bestie's intention, also began to show her acting talent. She unscrewed the lid of the lunchbox, scooped out a large piece of wild boar meat with an iron spoon, and put it in front of her, but sighed softly. Oh, I have to eat these greasy things every day? I am so sick of it. Xiao Momo is really something. He doesn't even let me lose weight properly. This is naked show-off, naked tonic billion. The 3 beautiful girls couldn't stay there any longer. The key point was, watching them eat the meat with big mouthfuls, they were afraid that their stomachs would growl out. I can't stay here any longer. I'll get hungrier and feel more humiliated. The 3 beautiful girls turned around and walked back. However, the voice behind them made them stop again. Hey, Meow Meow, where's the Laogan Ma hot sauce? Miao Xiaohua. Yes, that's strange. My canned fish is missing too. Huh, didn't you throw away your canned fish a long time ago? Last time you said you didn't like fish with so many bones, so you just threw it into the river and said it was a way of releasing life and accumulating merit. It seems so. Well, now I remember what you said. You asked me to let him go. By the way, didn't you feed your chili sauce to the madman? Think about it. Miao Xiaohua's voice said, We made a bet that day. I said the madman must be afraid of chili sauce, and you said the madman was not afraid, so we stuffed a whole can of Laogan Ma chili sauce into the madman's mouth. Have you forgotten? Huh. Yes, I remember now. There was such a small matter, but it doesn't matter. Let's go to Xiao Momo to ask for 2 boxes in the evening. Anyway, we have too much of these things in our group. If we can't finish them, they will expire. That's too much. There should be a limit to bragging. Finally, Niu Yu was the first to lose patience. She turned to the 2 girls and said loudly, You guys are bragging like this. Don't you feel embarrassed? That's right. You guys are really exaggerating. Bai Xiaoyu, who had the hottest temper, was the last to turn around. She stared coldly at the two lantern girls. Su Feifei was surprised. You don't believe it? Oh, who is that? She's the truck driver we hired a few days ago. I remember there were two others who were seconded from your Spark group. Yes, that's her. Pointing to the distance, a female driver had just made some broth and happily opened a can of stinky tofu, sniffed it happily, and licked her tongue. That female driver was indeed seconded to the ice group from the Spark group, and Bai Xiaoyu knew her. Look, even those who just joined our ice group can eat meat soup and stinky tofu. Su Feifei scooped another large piece of wild boar meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Now, do you still doubt my character? An ordinary person, not even an awakener, can actually eat so well, better than those level 2 special awakeners. That's too much. While they were still thinking, Su Feifei suddenly stretched and said in a bored tone, Alas, the meat in this pot is too fatty. I can't finish it. Wait for me to get another bowl of soup. I have to pick more lean meat this time. As she spoke, Su Feifei handed the bowl of corn rice to Miao Xiaohua and walked towards the big black pot with the empty bowl. The food in their group is so good, and there is no limit on the amount. Bai Xiaoyu and the other two girls stared blankly at Su Feifei's back and saw her coming back with a satisfied look on her face, holding a large bowl of meat soup in her hands. If there's no limit on the quantity, I can eat up their whole pot. 3 beautiful girls shouted in their hearts at the same time. Well, when Su Feifei came back and passed by the 3 girls, she suddenly seemed to have discovered a new world. She quickly handed the broth to Miao Xiaohua and said, Meow meow, please help me hold it. Let me see what these are in their hands. Okay. Miao Xiaohua took the bowl of rice. Su Feifei ran to Niu Yuyu and widened her eyes exaggeratedly. She looked at the lunchbox in her hand in disbelief, then raised her head and stared at Niu Yuyu with wide eyes. No way. This is what you have? Is this something that people eat? Furious at her exaggerated acting skills, the 3 beautiful girls covered their lunchboxes in shame. Niu Yuyu even shouted angrily at Su Feifei, Su Feifei, if you can be sentenced for pretending to be cool, you should at least be sentenced to life imprisonment. I think it's a death sentence. Shoot in 5 minutes. The 3 beautiful girls were very angry, while Su Feifei walked back to the truck slowly, sat down gently, looked at her beautiful nails and asked, Everyone, do you want to eat? No. Even if I die of thirst or hunger, I will never eat a single bite of your food, Su Feifei. No, Bai Xiaoyu is eating it too. I swear, I will never eat the shit from your group, even if I kill you. Feifei, can you help me get a bowl too? Chimata. Chimata. The other 2 girls turned their heads in disbelief. Chiyu, you little traitor. Chinyu, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. The level 2 waterman girl lowered her head and said, Why are you so excited? I didn't say I would sleep with their leader. Huh. All right, Chiyu. Come on, come on. Finally, a level 2 awakener compromised. Su Feifei jumped up happily and said, This bowl of broth is yours. Eat as much as you can. If you don't have enough, I have more here. Don't you need to sleep with your leader? It's okay. I'll help you sleep today. Chapter 154, Staying. It's so noisy. At night, on the Sparks Group's bus, Bai Xiaoyu and Niu Yuyu leaned their heads against each other. It was so crowded that it was difficult to even stretch their legs. Fortunately, they all have petite figures, but it is not comfortable to sleep sitting like this. It's so noisy. Not far outside are the female members of the ice group. Not only are they not required to conserve their physical strength, they can also sit outside in the night breeze, drink beer, and sing. What kind of people are they? Xiaoyu. Sitting behind them was Qianyu, who had been isolated. She was arranged to sit with Sister Meitong tonight. Everyone knows that Meitong likes to molest people before she sleeps, so today she will punish this traitor in this way. You little traitor, you are not allowed to talk here. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Qian touched her round belly again and looked at the girl with beautiful eyes who was sleeping beside her. It won't lose any meat if you touch it a few times, and I'm already full anyway. The wild boar meat is so delicious. Sister Yiji. Sister Yiji. The front door of the bus opened, and Yu Yiji walked up slowly. The female team members who were still awake stood up. Yu Yiji motioned for everyone to sit down and said apologetically, I am sorry for making you feel wronged. Sister Yiji, don't say that. Yes, Sister Yiji, you are also doing this for our group. You are not like Gu Yanran and the others who only care about pleasure and are afraid of death. Sister Yiji, we don't blame you. In order to get that batch of edible salt a few days ago, Yu Yiji sold the sleeper cars of her team members. At that time, she was not sure whether Gu Yanran would come back, and even more unsure whether Sister Huahua would come back. She just thought that with 5 bags of edible salt, the Spark team would not have to attack Tianjiang City. But in the end, I didn't expect that selling the sleeper car would not help, but would instead bring trouble to everyone. Now even she, the deputy head of the group, has to sleep sitting down. Feng Ming. With a light sigh, Yuiji took a few steps forward. Everyone sit down first. Feng Ming, how are you? Level 2 aerial auction. Feng Ming stood up quickly. Deputy Captain, what's the matter? Nothing, you have to go to the Pioneer Group tomorrow, and it's too tiring to sleep sitting up tonight. Yuiji looked back outside the car. Over there, their Bingtuan sleeper car still has some space. Go talk to Xiaoi, and you can sleep with them tonight. This time, the Bingtuan brought 2 sleeper cars out of the city, each with 54 beds. Gu Wenxiao led the team and the driver's team members on rest, all staying in one car. In the other car, only 10 female team members including Lu Xiaomao and Bai Lulu slept. There were 54 beds, 43 of which were empty. Shen Fengming and Ku Sini have a close relationship, so it's not a big deal to stay there for one night. Deputy Captain. Shen Fengming was a little embarrassed. I'd better just sleep here. It's okay. The key point is that there was a man in their car. Shen Fengming was an older leftover woman before the end of the world. She was conservative in some aspects, otherwise she would have been married long ago. Okay then, Fengming, you go sleep in my place. Yuiji's bed was in the last row, a 5-seater bed with a white sheet on it, so she could lie down and sleep. Shen Fengming waved his hand quickly. No need, Deputy Commander. Really no need. I'm fine sleeping here. I'm used to it. Sister Iji. Qian Yu suddenly stood up. Sister Iji, I'm very familiar with Su Feifei. Traitor. Little traitor. Bai Xiaoyu and Niu Yuyu stood up at the same time in the front row. Little traitor, are you really going to sleep with that man? Qian Yu quickly waved his hands to explain. I don't want to sleep with him. I just want to find Su Feifei. Go ahead, go if you want to go. Yu Yiji smiled faintly, then looked at Bai Xiaoyu and Niu Yuyu. You two can go if you want to go. We're not going. Yes, I would rather die than sleep with a man. Unlike some people, who eat the meat of other people's groups at night and knock on men's doors in the middle of the night. The 2 beautiful girls expressed their disdain and drew a clear line between themselves and the little traitor. Yuiji shook her head slightly and looked towards the corner. Luo Yi, you have to go to the Vanguard group tomorrow too. Humph, I'm not going. Luo Yi turned her head away. Men hate it the most. At this time, Meitong stretched out her long waist, with a pair of perfect arcs on her chest. Alas, I do want to go, but I am not familiar with the girls in their group. Bai Xiaoyu curled her lips. You are only familiar with the men on Princess Street. Yes. Meitong rubbed her eyes lazily. But I'm a prostitute who sells my art, but not my body. You little girls don't understand. Only ghosts want to understand you. At the ice group base, female team members climbed onto the roof in groups of 3 or 5, enjoying the night breeze, talking and laughing. Chimata, why are you here? The 2 lantern ladies activated their skills, and 2 green figures ran over and surrounded Qianyu. Come on, Qianyu sister, I'll buy you a drink. A little tipsy, Su Feifei took a beer bottle and stuffed it into Qianyu's arms. Come on, sleep at our place tonight. We have plenty of beds in our car. Feifei. Qian held the beer bottle nervously. Another girl beside her patted her on the head and said, I am Feifei, and that one is Xiaohua. Why don't you just die? Su Feifei staggered and grabbed Qianyu's little hand, put it in front of her, and burped. You have to see clearly who is the real Su Feifei. Absolutely true. Feifei, you were just joking during the day, right? You didn't really sleep with your leader at night, did you? Going to sleep in someone else's group. Qianyu was still a little worried. Su Feifei giggled. Of course I lied to you. The leader already has Bai Lulu. How could he still like us? You little heartless person. Bai Lulu. Qian asked carefully again. Then do they have to stay in the car at night then? What are you thinking? The captain sleeps alone. Meow Meow and I sleep on the upper bunk. He doesn't have the guts to do that. Meow Xiaohua swayed and put her arm around Qianyu's shoulders from the other side. Yes, he doesn't have that courage. He originally had a mistress named Qin Tong, but we left her in Lia City. Haha. Let's go. Let me tell you how our captain captured Gu Yanran alive among thousands of soldiers that day. It was so exciting. Chapter 155, Falling into a Trap. Does anyone have any opinions on the mission to attack Dafu Township? The next evening, Lord Bloodclaw's Sprinter special car arrived, and the leaders of the 4 adventure groups all arrived, including Bloodclaw, Rage, Dirty Monkey, and Gu Yanran represented the Spark group. The Sprinter business car is spacious, elegant, and luxurious. Its seats are no less than those in a first-class cabin on an airplane and can be rotated forward and backward. At this time, the subordinates were waiting under the car. The leaders of the four major adventure groups sat face to face to discuss tomorrow's mission to attack Dafu Township. Dafu Township, with a population of 30,000 before the end of the world, was a poor township. Most of the young people were studying or working outside, and young women were thinking about marrying outside the township. After the end of the world, the population remaining in Dafu Township is estimated to be less than 20,000. However, no matter how poor it is still a small town, and it has all the necessary supermarkets, pharmacies, hardware stores, auto repair shops, etc. Ordinary people's homes are also full of treasures, such as table salt, pots and pans, small appliances, hardware tools, cigarettes, liquor, old clothes, old shoes, etc. Searching door to door can bring you great wealth. Let me speak first. Dirty Monkey said, I agree. Each regiment should dispatch 50 special awakeners, 200 awakeners, 100 auxiliary soldiers, and 200 logistics personnel. We should try to empty it within 10 hours and make a quick decision. Gu Yanran raised one of her beautiful legs and said, I agree. I'm fine. He said violently. Okay, since everyone is okay. The four seats were facing each other, with a small car table in the middle. In the middle of the table was a pot of good tea and 4 teacups, but the other 3 did not move. The red-haired Bloodclaw reached out and picked up a cup, put it to his lips, and took a sip. Now, let's talk about the profit-sharing ratio. Proportion of the profits? Gu Yanran's eyebrows jumped, and her beautiful long legs fell to the ground with a clack. She sat up straight, and with just this slight movement, the pair of breasts on her chest swayed slightly. Bloodclaw, what do you mean? What's the meaning? Bloodclaw raised his eyebrows, and Gu Yanran glared at him angrily. Since our 4 groups are all the same people, with 50 special awakeners and 200 ordinary awakeners, what's the point of discussing the profit-sharing ratio? Since you want to negotiate, that's fine, 25 for each group, 1 point less, I won't do it. What Captain Yanran said doesn't sit well with me, Quang Bao. The 2-meter-tall bald man crossed his legs, reached out to take out a pack of cigarettes, lit it, took a deep puff, and then blew a puff of white smoke at Gu Yanran. Although there are 50 special awakeners in our violent group, we can at least send out 20 level 2 stone-skinned people. For the remaining 30 people, our violent group can send out 15 level 2 flame people, 5 level 2 beast controllers, and 5 level 2 water vapor people. The remaining 5 are 3 light people, 2 level 2 fog people, and the space people are given by me, so they are not counted as special awakeners. So I, Quang Bao, would like to ask. Quang Bao looked at Gu Yanran. Can you Spark Group take it out? This is why, before leaving the city, the 4 major adventure groups tried their best to recruit people. Strength is the hard truth. In this expedition, whoever has the bigger fist can decide the share ratio. The red-haired Bloodclaw also lit a cigarette and looked at Gu Yanran calmly. What Old Violet said is the same for us in the Bloodclaw group. What about you, Monkey? Dirty Monkey's eyes rolled around and he laughed. Haha, you 2 elder brothers are really amazing. We, the Dirty Monkey group, can't compare to you. Half, no? 1/3. No matter how many people you send out, we, the Dirty Monkey group, will send out 1/3. For the number of people, we, the Dirty Monkey group, will only send out 10 special awakeners. The rest is up to you 2 elder brothers. I, the monkey, have no objection. Dirty Monkey. Gu Yanran slapped the armrest of the sofa. The 2 were sitting side by side. She turned her head and glared at the Dirty Monkey and snorted. Dirty Monkey, are you out of your mind? Do you dare to let them make the decision for you? Do you believe that they can chew you to pieces? Staring at Gu Yanran, Bloodclaw narrowed his eyes slightly. Captain Yanran, please make your words clear. What do you want to make clear? Gu Yanran stared back fearlessly. Do we need so many stone skins and flame men to attack such a small town? You are clearly bullying us special awakeners because we have fewer people than you. Old Furious, what do you mean? Bloodclaw looked at Crazy, who grinned. I think it's necessary. Safety comes first. How about the split ratio? Old Red Hair, we each take 40, and they each take 10. How do you think? This is too much. Heh. Gu Yanran sneered as she watched them perform a duet. Bloodclaw nodded slightly. I have no objection either. Monkey, what about you? How about giving you 10? Huh. I have no objection. After all, the number of people in our group is not as large as that of the 2 brothers, Sister Yanran. Dirty Monkey turned his head with a smile. Gu Yanran glared at him fiercely. You call me that again? Look at my mouth. Dirty Monkey said with a grin. We are outnumbered, so 10 is 10. What do you think? Oh, 10. Gu Yanran sneered. You want me to play with you for 10 of the income? Get the hell out of here. As she said that, she picked up the teacup on the coffee table and slammed it on the table. She shook her flowing silver hair and turned to get out of the car. Get the hell out of here. Women, Blood Claw slowly bent over, took out a tissue from under the coffee table, and slowly wiped the water off his body. Dirty Monkey also reached out to take a piece of paper, grinning. Women are such violent animals. With drooping eyelids, Blood Claw was wiping the water stains off his arm when he suddenly heard what the Dirty Monkey said. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at the Dirty Monkey thoughtfully, with a strange look in his eyes. This Dirty Monkey was not usually so easy to talk to. Haha, you guys are busy, I'll go back and gather the team. I wish us a successful start tomorrow and great success. Zhang Ho also stood up and followed Gu Yanran's direction. He got out of the car, and the two people left in the car looked at each other. Asshole, son of a bitch. I have never seen such a shameless man. How dare they call themselves the leaders of some shitty group. Back at the Spark team's base, Gu Yanran got on the sleeper car with a thump and threw a tantrum, and the other female team members were so scared that they dared not speak. Spark sister. Smashing things in the sleeper car, the female team members at the door stood up. Spark sister. After taking a look at the dark shadow at the door, Gu Yanran restrained her temper and called out Sister Sparks with a grim expression. What's wrong, Yanran? Tell me what's going on. At the same time, 5 kilometers away from the base of the 4 major adventure groups, on the hillside behind the Dafu Township government building, there were crowds of people. Be gentle, don't attract those crazy people from the mountain. City. With a slap, the person who spoke quickly changed his words. Lord Luo, everything is ready. Now we just have to wait for them to fall into our trap. Chapter 156. Dirty Monkey Beast. You fucking dirty monkey. I swear on my ancestors that even if I add up all the evildoers I've encountered in my life, I won't drive away even a single hair of yours. Snap. A crisp sound. A brand new Apple phone was violently thrown to the ground. His tall body was still shaking slightly. He walked back and forth in the RV for a few times and couldn't help but stomped on the phone a few more times. After venting, he pointed at the dirty monkey lying on the sofa. Damn dirty monkey. I swear, this is the last time I will cooperate with you. The content on the mobile phone could drive the leader of the violent adventure group crazy, and it was so extremely evil that it drove the leader crazy. This was simply unimaginable. It has been so long since the end of the world, and the common people have become accustomed to the occurrence of Tai, let alone him, the high and mighty violent lord. Hey, brother crazy, why are you so excited? I haven't thanked you properly yet. Dirty Monkey stood up from the sofa with a smile and walked towards Kuangbao. Kuangbao suddenly pointed at him and shouted angrily. Get lost. You pervert. Get away from me now. Okay. Dirty Monkey raised his hands, stepped back, and then said with a grin, Brother Kuangbao, whatever you say is what it is, but your psychological endurance, tut. What on earth is this? There was a fruit plate on the coffee table in the RV. Dirty Monkey then picked up an apple and bit into it, but it didn't break. He held the apple in his mouth, turned around, and sat back on the sofa, lying back and taking out his cell phone from his trouser pocket. There is a backup of that video. He bit off a large piece of fruit flesh, held the apple in one hand, held the phone in the other, and lightly tapped the play button. The male protagonist of the video is Zhang Ho himself, and the female protagonists are the 3 wives of Zhang Minchao, the deputy leader of the violent adventure group, 3 beautiful women. As soon as I opened the video, I heard heart-wrenching screams. He had seen countless people raping other people's wives violently, and sometimes he also liked to do so for fun. But someone like Dirty Monkey, who killed someone else's husband, raped someone else's wife, and then broke her throat while holding her own husband's head, is something I have never seen or heard before. And this is just the fucking beginning. Zhang Minchao's other wife opened her mouth wide, and while being raped by the Dirty Monkey, her mouth was filled with her husband's fingers and toes. Finally, Zhang Minchao's young wife, who was just 18 years old, couldn't help but get her hair standing on end when she saw the thing in her mouth. Haha, this is a wonderful segment. Very interesting. Dirty Monkey bit the apple and jumped up from the sofa, mumbling, Brother Violent, come here, look here. Crazy pointed at his nose and yelled, backing away repeatedly. Get the hell out of here. Dirty Monkey, don't the fuck come over here. Okay, don't get excited. Smiling, Dirty Monkey sat back on the sofa. He rolled his eyes, turned off the video, threw his phone on the table, lowered his head, and took off his hiking shoes. Crazy was stunned. What are you doing? Look at my socks. Dirty Monkey pointed to his bare feet. Sock. Kuang Bao was stunned. How could this monkey wear socks? He looked again. No. Fuck him. This is not right. He saw with his own eyes that the Dirty Monkey's toes were connected together. No, it's not that his toes are connected together. He is wearing a pair of socks. Socks made of human skin. Then think of the final fate of Zhang Minchao's 3 wives last night. They were skinned by the dirty monkey himself amidst their heart-wrenching screams. "Fuck your mother, you dirty monkey. I'm going to kill you." As he spoke, Kwang Bao suddenly had an automatic rifle in his hand. With red eyes, he was about to pull the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots rang out, and the dirty monkey quickly shouted, "I surrender! I surrender! I surrender! Brother, I surrender!" The bullets did not actually hit him, but Kwang Bao finally suppressed the anger in his heart, and a series of bullets hit the roof of the RV shed. Zhang Minchao deserved to die? He had long harbored rebellious intentions. He secretly won over his confidants, and even secretly colluded with the city lord's mansion. Kwang Bao had long wanted to kill him, and Zhang Ho fell in love with his wife, and the two hit it off immediately. A few days ago, this damn monkey gave me an idea. On the rainy night before leaving the city, he set a trap for Zhang Minchao. The wife of that young officer was the younger sister of a member of the Dirty Monkey Adventure Group. In this way, the Dirty Monkey Gang had a reason to kill people. In the final action, Zhang Minchao died in the Vanguard Group's mission, which was done by the Dirty Monkey Group. If the matter were to be exposed, the Dirty Monkey Group would hand their men over to the violent ones for punishment. If the truth had not been revealed, Zhang Minchao would have sacrificed his life for the entire regiment's soldiers and could have been given a proper burial. This whole plan is flawless. In order to get Zhang Minchao's 3 wives, Dirty Monkey promised that in Dafu Township, the Dirty Monkey Adventure Group would not have to share the profits, and that he could help force the annealing group to retreat. Kwang Bao went to find Blood Claw again and said that he had a way to force the Dirty Monkeys and Spark Group to retreat. He wanted 60 of the supplies in Dafu Township and Blood Claw Group 40. In Dafu Township, the Blood Claw Group originally planned to take 25, but now they can suddenly get 40. Why not? Therefore, this series of plans had already been decided by Kwang Bao before he left the city. Not only can he use the Dirty Monkey's hand to get rid of the disloyal deputy leader, but he can also obtain 60 of the benefits in Dafu Township. The violent group kills 2 birds with 1 stone. I just didn't expect that the beast, Dirty Monkey, could do such a cruel and insane thing that would make both humans and gods despise him. Even if he was furious, I couldn't fucking stand it. I just thought he was a womanizer, but I never expected he was such a good person. Bang! He slammed the door hard and got out of the car violently. The Dirty Monkey in the RV shook his neck slightly, and the smile on his face faded away. Then there was another burst of laughter. He laughed strangely. Rage, rage. Do you really think you won this time? Haha, idiot. A bunch of idiots. Women. All women deserve to die, huh? He had an expression that no one could understand. For a long time, he lay on the sofa, his legs dangling from his feet. Dirty Monkey stared at the rows of bullet holes on the roof. Women. I said that what I hate most is women. I want to tell you the truth. Will you all believe it? Chapter 157, Battle of Dafu Township, Part 1. The next morning, the Bloodclaw Adventure Group and the Furious Adventure Group jointly set out for Dafu Township. The Dirty Monkey and Spark Adventure Groups stayed in place for a day to rest. This time, the 2 major adventure groups sent a total of 40 Level 2 Stone-Skinned Warriors, 30 Level 2 Fire Warriors, 10 Level 2 Beastman Warriors, 10 Level 2 Water Warriors, 6 Light Men, and 4 Level 2 Mist Men. The 2 regiments sent a total of 100 Special Awakened Warriors, 400 Ordinary Awakened Warriors, 200 Auxiliary Soldiers, and a logistics search team of 500 people. The warehouses were full of ammunition, and they were fully armed. This morning, the 2 regiments also gave all the soldiers a meal of corn rice for the first time, with no limit on the quantity. The cabbage soup is salty, and there is cabbage in every bowl. The soldiers were in high spirits, and the convoy slowly drove into Dafu Township, 5 kilometers away. Dafu Township, with less than 20,000 crazy people, was simply a piece of cake for them. Let go, 40 Level 2 Stone Skin Warriors alone can kill 5,000 of them. The remaining 15,000, 30 Level 2 Flame Men can also easily deal with it. 10 Level 2 Orc Control Warriors just deal with the orcs. As for the rest, they are all redundant and are only there to serve as labor and search for supplies. Hit me. Turning off the ramp, 1 kilometer from Dafu Township, the Bloodclaw Violent Alliance, a total of 1,200 people got off the bus. Not far ahead, we could see a dense crowd of crazy people, shouting and rushing towards our troops. The coalition soldiers were not panicking at all. They formed a fan shape on this rural road and the abandoned farmland on both sides. The first row of soldiers crawled on the ground, the second row half knelt to aim, and the third row stood upright to shoot. There were dense gun muzzles, and each squad and brigade had its own shooting range. When the enemy's crazy crowd rushed to 200 meters away, the stone-skinned leader standing in the front suddenly lowered his hand and said, "Shoot for me." Bang, 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 bang. 300 guns fired 300 fire snakes almost at the same time. At least 3,000 madmen rushed over, and 1,500 of them fell instantly. Some were hit and killed on the spot, while others were tripped by their companions and struggled to get up again. Reload. Keep shooting. After emptying a magazine of bullets, he quickly replaced the magazine and threw the empty magazine to the auxiliary soldier beside him. The auxiliary soldier reloaded the bullets while the soldier in charge of shooting continued to spit out fire snakes. In fact, there are only 3,000 crazy people, and there is no need for auxiliary soldiers to help change ammunition. They are also training the team. Prepare for the attack on Tianjiang City with a population of 1 million in a few days. In Tianjiang City, which has a population of 1 million, every ordinary awakened warrior must be prepared to kill 100 maniacs in positional warfare. Therefore, the real use of the auxiliary troops is in Tianjiang, and now it is just a running and exercise. Boom, boom, boom. In the crowd of crazy people, 8 huge figures, stepping on the dust, rushed towards the human survivors. Looking at the huge figure in the distance, the commander shook his neck and said, "Finally, something decent is coming." The level 2 orc control team behind him stepped forward and said, "Deputy Captain, let us." "No, this is just an appetizer." The commander raised an arm. "Stop shooting. Bring a light man." Everyone stopped shooting. A light man stepped forward. Hundreds of eyes stared at the crowd of crazy people rushing over from the opposite side. They were getting closer and closer. "Everyone get out of the light." The commander's arm suddenly dropped. "Release." The light man standing side by side with the commander raised his mouth slightly with a disdainful smile. At the same time, he crossed his right hand and pressed his left wrist, and suddenly stretched it out. At the same time, with him as the center point, a fist-sized ball of light expanded rapidly at an incredible speed, until finally, the surroundings turned into a dazzling white light. Stone-skinned man. Keeping track of time, the 8 stone-skinned men rushed forward at the same time. The 8 orcs were dizzy from the strong and dazzling white light. Their huge bodies continued to move forward due to inertia, and then fell backwards with a bang. As they fell to the ground, 8 level 2 stone-skinned men rushed to them, each holding a long screwdriver, and stabbed them into their jaws with precision. The battle ended with 3,000 maniacs, 8 orcs, and no human survivors were killed or injured, and the victory was a great victory. It was just as I expected when I came here. It was easy to deal with without any difficulty at all. Take a 5-minute break. The commander glanced in the direction of Dafu Township. He ignored the scattered groups of crazy people rushing over. He sat down on the wasteland. A man came over and handed him a cigarette. "Old Chu, this is really evil." The man sat down next to the commander, lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and exhaled white smoke. "How come there are only 8 orcs among these more than 3,000 lunatics? No matter how I calculate, the ratio is wrong. What's the evil thing? They are all old, weak, sick, and disabled." The commander glanced at the man next to him and asked, "Among the special awakeners you know, is there anyone over 50 years old?" "Over 50? The man was stunned. "Huh? It seems to be true now. Among the special awakeners I know, there is really no one over 50, not even 40. He looked at the commander in surprise. "What do you think is going on? There are still some who are 40 years old, but they are very rare." After taking a puff of cigarette, the commander did not directly answer the question. He looked at the man and asked, "Tell me again, why do we never think of attacking the army headquarters or the military district's logistics base?" "Yeah, why?" The man became even more curious. Theoretically speaking, the military district's logistics base had everything one needed. The fully automatic rifles before the end of the world were not comparable to the crude rifles made by the city lord's mansion. What's more, China's military weapons included more than just a few guns. The commander breathed a sigh of relief. "Because we can't defeat him." The man was surprised. "Can't defeat them? Even if our 4 adventure groups join forces, we can't defeat them." "We can't defeat them." The commander shook his head. "Let alone our 4 major adventure groups. Even if we put the entire Fallen Leaf City together, it would be hard for us to defeat them." "Damn it, you've confused me. What on earth do you want to say?" The commander looked at him again and said, "I've given you so many hints, but you still don't understand. The mutation of our human survivors is related to their physique. The younger and better their physique, the more likely they are to mutate. Conversely, the same is true for these madmen. When they are alive, the younger and stronger they are, the more likely they are to evolve into orcs. So, it's not that we don't want to attack the troops, but we simply can't defeat them." At this point, the commander leaned closer to the big man's ear and said, I heard that the city lord's mansion had already sent people to the military district logistics base. The news sent back was that there were no less than 300 orcs in a logistics base with 3,000 people stationed there. What? 300 orcs? The big man was startled. The commander's face changed slightly, and he stood up from the ground. Stop making noise and leave quickly. The large force was heading towards Dafu Township and had already approached the township intersection. The commander waved his hand and stood still. Come on, bring the people up to me now. Chapter 158, Battle of Dafu Township, Part 2. Fuck your 8 generations of ancestors. Violence. Bloodclaw. Chu Dalong. You all will not die well. You will go to hell sooner or later. You will not die well in hell, and you will never be reborn. Kill me. Kill me. Ah. A very shrill howl. At the entrance of Dafu Township, a man in his 40s was tied to a cross made of 2 pieces of wood. His hands and feet were tied to the cross. An awakened warrior next to him came over with a vice in his hand and sneered. Brother, just hold on, and it will pass. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he clamped the man's fingers with pliers and squeezed hard. Ah, I will kill you. I will kill your entire family. I will kill your entire 18th generation of ancestors. 10 fingers are connected to the heart. 1 finger was cut off alive. The tied person screamed miserably. Upon hearing this scream, a large number of crazy people rushed forward from both sides of the street in Dafu Township, screaming. Fire. At the intersection, the human survivors had already laid a fan-shaped ambush. With a command, countless gun muzzles spewed out fire snakes. Stop shooting, Stoneskin. On the opposite street, there were layers of crazy corpses and blood flowing like a river. Feeling that it was almost time, the commander let go of his hands, and 8 stone-skinned warriors rushed into the mountain of crazy corpses to finish off the madmen. The commander lit a cigarette and turned to glance at the middle-aged man tied to the cross. Continue. Ah, Chu Dalong. You will not die well. Your whole family will not die well. The gunshots were so loud that they covered up his screams. Now that the stone-skinned man has come on the scene, it's his turn to scream. The soldier holding the pliers pinched off 2 of his fingers in a row, and blood gushed out. As the commander, Chu Dalong frowned and looked back. Dafu Township was not big, but not small either, so this guy could not die. He held out his hand. Give me the gasoline and water. Someone behind him handed him a kettle. Chu Dalong stepped forward and squatted slightly, frowning as he looked at the middle-aged man's broken finger. He unscrewed the kettle, poured water on the broken finger twice, and then put the cigarette butt in his hand on it. The 2 blue guys jumped up more than half a meter high, and the middle-aged man screamed loudly again. Chu Dalong looked at his broken finger, stood up, and handed the kettle to the soldier who was torturing him. Watch out. If you bleed too much, you won't have the strength to scream. Understood, Vice Captain. After the apocalypse, we have learned from countless experiences that it is safer to lure out all the crazy people with the screams of one person than to go in and fight them in a street fight directly. The Stoneskin and firemen lead the way, while the logistics personnel clear the way. The streets at the intersection were filled with the bodies of madmen. 20 Stoneskins and 20 Flames stepped on the bodies to clear the way, while ordinary awakened warriors finished off the attackers. 500 logistics warriors rushed forward to pull the bodies, dragging the still bleeding bodies and throwing them randomly onto the sidewalks on both sides. Most of them are slowly moving forward. First kill all the lunatics in the town, and then search for supplies together. On the way, we encountered 13 meteorites, but we didn't touch them at first. After the battle was over, the 2 regiments supervised each other and cleaned up the battlefield together. Chu Dalong. I will kill all my 8 generations of ancestors. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. Even if I become a ghost, I will kill your entire family. The streets had been dyed red by the blood of the madman. A few people were carrying a middle-aged man on a cross, and the main force was following behind. The road was only about 6 meters wide. Madmen would occasionally rush out from the shops and residential buildings on both sides. Madmen would jump out from the residential buildings and run towards the large group to bite them. There were sporadic gunshots. With the strength of this force, it would not be difficult to search a town of this size. 3 hours later, the troops walked back and forth on the 3 streets of Dafu Township twice, killing almost all the madmen. Chu Dalong sat in front of the Laohu Township government office building, sat on the stairs, lit a cigarette, and just took a few puffs when a subordinate hurried over to report, Deputy Commander, it's almost done. Just as he finished speaking, a madman fell down from the 3rd floor of the Dafu Township government building with a strange cry. His subordinates looked a little ugly and turned around and yelled, Go! Search this building 3 more times. Lighting up the cigarette, Chu Dalong turned back and smoked. It's a small matter, Don't bother the brothers. Got it, Deputy Commander. Then, the subordinate turned around. Then listen to what you said. I told you to search once, but you have to search it very carefully. If you find half a madman again, I will use you as a guide next time. Okay, call all the brothers over here. In the distance, on the next street, sporadic gunshots and the roar of crazy people can still be heard, but these are already minor problems. Now we have to hurry up and search for supplies from house to house. There are 13 meteorites along the road and around Dafu Township. Assemble, assemble. Everyone, gather in front of the township government building within 5 minutes. Anyone who comes back late will be treated as a deserter. Whistles blew in succession on 3 streets, and chaotic footsteps. Chu Dalong threw away the cigarette, but looked at his watch, stood up from the steps of the township government building, looked at the soldiers in disorder on the street, and walked forward. There was a small square of several hundred square meters in front of the town government building. Chu Dalong walked forward on the marble floor. There was a crisp sound of leather shoes under his feet. He paused, took a half step back, raised his foot, looked down at his feet, and saw a piece of broken glass under his heel. This was a very common little thing. He stepped on a piece of broken glass. But somehow, when Chu Dalong stepped on the broken glass, he felt inexplicably uneasy. Standing still, he looked up at the sky. The fiery red sky, a fiery red sun, and a few lonely red clouds, as if painted on the sky. The sunlight was a bit dazzling. Chu Dalong stretched out his hand to cover his eyebrows and looked at the red clouds in the sky, which were slowly spinning in place. Unconsciously, he had turned behind him and saw a mountain that was not too short. The mountain was lush and green. A black dot seemed to be flying towards him. Black spot. What is that? The black dot came closer and closer and landed not far in front of him with a click. Chu Dalong's sight subconsciously followed the black dot's fall, but he saw that the black dot fell 5 meters in front of him and was rolling towards him. Is this a grenade? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, there was a loud bang and an explosion. Chu Dalong seemed to be able to see a fragment of a grenade coming from far away and reaching his forehead. Then he felt a chill in his forehead. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! With a loud roar, countless black dots flew down from halfway up the mountain. The Bloodclaw and Violent Alliance had just gathered and were crowding in the small square in front of the Dafu Township Government Office building. Except for an open space where the deputy regiment commander was, the outside was crowded with people. Boom, 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 boom. Countless hand grenades rained down on the heads of the survivors. Blood and broken limbs flew everywhere, and all the survivors screamed and fled. At the same time, 2 clouds of white mist rose on both sides of the road in front of Dafu Township Government. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Chapter 159, Battle Signal. Come on, do it with me. Breathe in, exhale, and then inhale again. On the national highway leading to Tianjin City, all large vehicles are parked on the outer sides of lanes 1 and 4, and the 2 middle lanes are for pedestrians. Today is the day when the violent Bloodclaws coalition forces attack Dafu Township. The Dirty Monkeys and Sparkles are resting on the spot. The Sparkles are at the end of the team, at least 1 kilometer away from the Dirty Monkeys, the closest to them. So, on the roof of the Ice Group sleeper car, do it again, inhale and exhale. The roof of the sleeper car is covered with steel barbs, but there are spaces between each barb. At this moment, on this barbed roof, 2 flawless, naked little bodies are lying on it. Fei Fei, will this really work? Qian imitated Su Fei Fei and lay on the roof of the car. While inhaling, he protected his chest with his hands. When exhaling, he opened his arms and embraced the fiery red sun. Don't talk, do another cycle with me. Come on, breathe in and out. Su Fei Fei, what are you doing? Qianyu? Why are you with her? 2 petite bodies stepped on the steel bars at the rear of the sleeper car and jumped lightly onto the roof of the sleeper car. When they looked at the scene in front of them, they were stunned. I just heard from a member of the Spark team that Su Fei Fei from the Ice team seems to have started something similar to a cult on the roof of a car. It seems that people are lying naked on the roof of the car. What are they doing? At first, Bai Xiaoyu and Niu Yu were skeptical, but they were bored anyway, so they came over to take a look, and they didn't expect it to be true. Moreover, what is Qinyu's situation now? Has she been brainwashed? She's even stripped naked. What are you arguing about? Very dissatisfied, Su Fei Fei lay flat on the roof of the sleeper car, tilted her neck, and looked up. It was Bai Xiaoyu's slender calves, and above them were her denim shorts. From this angle, she could just see the little white fat panties inside. Xiao Yu, why are you here? Qianyu sat up as if he had stepped on his tail, subconsciously protecting his chest. Niu Yu took a step forward and almost tripped over the steel bars. Qianyu, what are you doing with her? Qian's face was red, and she couldn't speak. Su Feifei sat up slowly and turned around slowly, not caring at all that her breasts were seen by them. This is my Su family's unique breast care method. What? Do you want to sign up for the class too? 200 bullet rolls, no cheating. You're such a jerk. Bai Xiaoyu pushed forward. Do I need you to teach me? At the age of 16, it was already pretty good for her to have a B-sized breast. Oh, mortal. With a disdainful sneer, Su Feifei crossed her arms under her chest and lifted them up. Bai Xiaoyu still had some capital to shout, but Niu Yiyu beside her subconsciously took half a step back and then looked at Qianyu and suddenly understood this good friend a little. 200 bullets. Well, it's actually worth it, even if it's just to buy hope. Qianyu. Bai Xiaoyu took a step forward angrily, squatted down, and grabbed her arm. Are you confused? Don't you have a brain? Do you believe her stupid breast enhancement method? Is it really effective? Can Miao Miao from their family still be like a man? You are stupid. You really believe her words. That's it, Qianyu. Niu Yiyu also stepped forward. Have you been brainwashed by her? You and her are both lying here naked. What if their male leader sees us? Qian lowered his head again. Their leader is sleeping in the car, and Miao Miao is watching from below. Damn Miao Miao. Why didn't we see Miao Miao when we came? Bai Xiaoyu looked around. She wasn't even down there guarding you. I think she went to find their male leader to spy on you. Fei 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 Fei. Speak of the devil appears. Miao Miao climbed up from the front of the car by stepping on the steel bars. Hey, how did you get here? Bai Xiaoyu said angrily. Aren't you guarding for them? How come I can't see you? Oh, I just made a deal. Miao Xiaohua raised a roll of 500 bullets in her hand. Fei Fei, we sold it. Is this true? Su Feifei jumped up quickly, her eyes brightening. Is there really someone willing to buy it? Miao Xiaohua smiled proudly. Originally, I wanted to sell it in our group, but no one wanted to buy it. Sister Ruerui even grabbed me and scolded me. I didn't expect that someone in their Spark group would be willing to buy it. What are they talking about? Speaking of her own Sparks group, Bai Xiaoyu was confused. Qianyu, who was beside her, hugged her chest with one hand and picked up clothes on the ground with the other hand, and explained in a low voice. They are selling the men's underwear of their group leader. Niu Yuyu's eyes widened. Men's underwear? Nodding, Qianyu explained in a low voice while putting on her clothes. These are their leader's original underwear. They found them in the trash can this morning. How disgusting. Su Feifei. Bai Xiaoyu looked at Su Feifei with disgust. How come you are even more perverted than Gu Yanran? Oh, what's wrong with us? Su Feifei didn't care. Miao Xiaohua also looked indifferent. Yes, and the one who bought our things was the beauty contact lens lady from your group. I even gave her a hair. Is this true? Su Feifei was stunned and quickly pulled Miao Xiaohua to her side. Why didn't I notice any hair this morning? Miao Xiaohua said embarrassedly. It's mine. It's just a promotional tool. A beauty contact lens lady? That's not surprising. It's not surprising that Sister Meitong did anything, but it's so embarrassing to be a member of the Spark group with her. However, the people in this ice group are so weird, no? We can't let them teach Qianyu bad things. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaoyu grabbed Qianyu's arm and said, Qianyu, come with us now. You are not allowed to stay with them. That's right, Qianyu. Come with us quickly, Niu Yiyu said. If you stay here any longer, you will be corrupted by them. Being pulled by her two good sisters, Qian was a little hesitant. In fact, she also felt that Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua were a little weird. She could never do such a thing as selling men's underwear in her life. Are you going back? Oh no. Standing on the roof, Su Feifei faced the red sunlight and stretched comfortably, completely ignoring the jealous gaze of Miao Xiaohua beside her. Hey, Miao Miao, is it time for our group to have dinner? It seems so. When they were resting in place and not fighting, all adventure groups had 2 meals a day, except for the ice group, which had 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and all of them had corn rice and spicy cabbage soup. Hearing that the meal was about to start, Bai Xiaoyu thought about the spicy cabbage soup bubbling in the big pot of sparkling ball when she came over just now. She subconsciously touched her flat stomach and looked at Niu Yiyu. But at this moment, several large trucks in the Spark group camp suddenly began to honk their horns quickly and shortly. Soon after, more and more large trucks began to honk their horns quickly and shortly. This is an urgent signal for battle preparation. Chapter 160, Sudden Changes in the Allied Forces. What's going on? In the sleeper car, Lu Xiaoma jumped up from the bed and subconsciously touched his left wrist with his right hand. Captain, this is the Spark Group's emergency combat signal. The female members in the car had all been mercenaries of the Spark Corps. At this moment, Yi Rui jumped into the car in 2 steps and said, Captain, I just got the news that the coalition forces of Berserk and Bloodclaw are in trouble. What is the situation now? The female team members in the car all jumped off the beds. Yi Rui first said to Qin Xian. Qin Xian, give everyone guns immediately. Captain, the Blood Claws and the Violent Alliance were ambushed. Among the 100 Special Awakeners, there were 40 level 2 stone-skinned people. Only one of them has escaped. The others are unknown for the time being. What? Kusini asked in surprise. You said that out of 40 level 2 stone-skinned people, only one escaped. Everyone here knows what 40 level 2 stone-skinned people mean. In Lea City, even the Spark Group, one of the 4 major adventure groups, only had 9 level 2 stone-skinned people at most. Each of their salaries is astronomical, and now they have lost 39 of them at once. Lin Ming'er, safe. On the lower bunk on the other side, the blind girl Lin Ming'er also stood up nervously and repeated, within my perception range, it's safe. Yi Rui frowned. The problem now is not the madmen and orcs. The ones who attack the coalition forces are the surviving humans. Fortunately, we are now in the center of the Spark Group's base, but the 4 major adventure groups are now ready for battle, fearing that they will surprise us again. Captain, Su Feifei, who had just finished the breast-nourishing method, rushed into the car holding her clothes. Captain, Bai Xiaoyu and the others just said this is a battle signal. Su Feifei, what are you doing? Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Bai Lulu dodged between her and Lu Xiaoma and asked angrily, why did you come up here without any clothes on? Put on your clothes quickly. It's already this time, and you still have time to be jealous. The girl doesn't care anymore. You are so petty. Having said that, Su Feifei still went around to another aisle, looked up at Lu Xiaoma's back with a red face, and put on her clothes quickly. Everyone, don't be nervous. We are in the inner circle of the Spark Group's base. We haven't heard any gunshots yet. I'll go out and take a look. Lu Xiaoma walked towards the car, and Yi Rui grabbed his arm and said, Captain, I'll go. I'm a stone-skinned person. Lu Xiaoma looked at her and nodded. Then be careful and remember, we have no responsibility to help them repel the enemy. Come back immediately if you encounter any danger. Okay, Captain. This light concern made Yi Rui feel warm in her heart. Qin Xian handed her a gun, and she turned around and quickly got out of the car. What? You said all my people are dead? Then why the hell are you still alive? The angry and violent left hand grabbed the man's hair, and his right hand took out a long screwdriver. The people behind him were startled and rushed over. Captain, don't be impulsive. Ertzi came back to inform us. Captain, Lord Bloodclaw is coming. Another person got on the RV, and there was a rapid whistle behind him. Lord Bloodclaw's Sprinter RV braked suddenly and stopped in front of the violent RV. With a loud bang, the door of Sprinter's RV was opened by someone. Get out of here. There was a loud shout, and a man was kicked out of the car alive. Lord Bloodclaw, who rarely loses his temper, jumped out of the car angrily. Rage. Explain it to me clearly. What the hell is going on? Old red hair. You fucking ask me. Who should I ask? I'm more fucking confused than anyone else right now. He jumped off the RV in a rage. And there's more. Old red hair. I've killed as many people as you. His feet just happened to step on the person kicked off the Bloodclaw's car. He stumbled forward, but luckily there was Bloodclaw's Sprinter opposite him, who held him up with both hands. He turned around in a rage and kicked the person under the car. Fuck you. Fuck you. The man screamed in pain. Bloodclaw took a step forward angrily and grabbed the collar of Crazy's clothes with both hands. Crazy, you better explain to me right now, what is going on with this mission? What is going on with the Dirty Monkeys and the Sparks? Why didn't they participate in this mission? Did you know something a long time ago? Huangbao found me yesterday and said that the share ratio of Dafu Township would be adjusted to 40 for me, and that he could force the Dirty Monkey Adventure Group and the Spark Adventure Group to leave. Bloodclaw certainly didn't take the small Dafu Township seriously and agreed without even thinking. But he didn't expect to be ambushed now. 20 level 2 stone skin people, 15 level 2 flame people, light people, fog people, and even space people, none of them came back. This kind of devastating loss is something that even his Bloodclaw group cannot bear. Dirty Monkey. Rarely, Huangbao did not push away the bloody claw, allowing him to grab his collar. His big eyes like copper bells widened. Old red-haired. You said it was the Dirty Monkey who did it? Beep, beep, beep. On the other side, Dirty Monkey's RV was roaring over. He braked suddenly a few meters away. With a whoosh, a thin figure jumped out of the car and rushed over. Rage, red hair, what's going on? I received the message. Dirty Monkey, you fucking lied to me. Huangbao suddenly pushed away Bloodclaw and rushed towards the Dirty Monkey angrily. When the Dirty Monkey saw that something was wrong, he slammed on the brakes and pressed his left wrist with his right hand. How dare you, damn monkey. Reacting, Huangbao quickly turned around and covered his eyes, and then there was a dazzling white light. but no one attacked him from behind Kwang Bao. Burst, you want to kill me? If you don't listen to what I say, you're going to kill me. Dirty Monkey yelled angrily, but did not take advantage of his skill time to attack Crazy. Crazy, are you going to listen to my explanation or not? If you do, I'll tell you something. If you don't, I'll turn around and lead the team back to the city. Let's ask the city lord to make the final decision. What on earth is going on? Even using his skills, Bloodclaw was confident that he could tell that this violent man was really unaware. But this dirty monkey, how dare he come here alone? It must have been done by the Slaughter Legion. It must have been done by those damn bastards. Dirty Monkey yelled angrily. Old red hair, we can't discuss this here. Let's go to my car, or get in yours. These two were hiding something from him. Bloodclaw held Crazy's shoulder, glanced at Dirty Monkey, and snorted, Get in my car. The three of them got on the Sprinter and slammed the door shut. Now they were the only three people in the car. Bloodclaw looked at the two of them and said coldly, What the hell is going on? You two must explain it to me now. Bang! He violently smashed the car wall with his fist, turned around and glared at Dirty Monkey. You damn monkey, explain to me what the hell is going on in Dafu Township. Why the hell do you and your Dirty Monkey group suddenly not want to participate in this mission? Burst, do you really want me to tell you? Dirty Monkey didn't show any weakness. He pointed at Bloodclaw and said, You want me to tell you about this right now in front of Bloodclaw, right? Well, it was you who wanted to kill your own deputy leader and let my people do it. Is it my fault? The Dirty Monkey group didn't suffer any loss this time, but he was still furious that Kwang Bao had just tried to kill him. Everyone knew that Kwang Bao was a guy who could do anything when he got angry. He had literally just been to the gates of hell. But now that such a big thing has happened, it is impossible to hide it from Bloodclaw. So many people in their group have died. Dirty Monkey told the two people the exact plan, including how they forced Zhang Minshao to give up his wife before leaving the city, how they forced the junior officer to give up his wife, and that junior officer's wife happened to be the sister of Zhang Ho's subordinates, etc. With a reason to kill Zhang Minshao, the members of the Dirty Monkey group took action in the Vanguard group and killed Zhang Minshao, thus removing the thorn in Kwang Bao's side. The Dirty Monkey played with Zhang Minshao's 3 wives and showed the video to the Bloodclaw again. Finally, Dirty Monkey pointed at Crazy and shouted, Do you blame me for this? I said I would give you Feline Township, but you picked Dafu Township. Now you blame me? How the hell did I know that the Slaughter Legion would ambush you here? After Dirty Monkey finished describing the entire incident, the 3 people in the Sprinter business car were all silent. After a long while, Bloodclaw took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it with a lighter. He sat down on the chair violently and decadently, grabbed his bald head with both hands, and wiped it from the top of his head to his face and chin. Dirty Monkey let out a long sigh. Things have come to this. We must now find a way to kill the Slaughter Legion first. Chapter 161. You are not a man. For 3 days, there was no news from the Slaughter Legion. Just near Dafu Township, the coalition forces of the 4 major adventure groups searched an area of 300 kilometers and found no trace of the Slaughter Legion. In this incident in Dafu Township, the Sparks and Dirty Monkey groups suffered no losses at all, which can even be considered good news. The Bloodclaw and the Berserk groups each had 200 Special Awakeners when they left the city. In the Dafu Township incident, one lost 48 and the other lost 49 people. Most importantly, thanks to the violent force, in order to force the Fireflower group to retreat, the 2 groups sent out the most elite forces in the group. Even more than 90 of them were members of the group's own troops. Nominally, although both groups still have more than 150 Special Awakeners left, 2/3 of them are hired mercenaries, and most of them are level 1 Special Awakeners. It is no exaggeration to say that the combat effectiveness of the 50 lost team members was much stronger than the 150 they left behind. There is no way out now. Now the Violence and Bloodclaw groups have no way out. They can only bet on a great victory in this attack on Tianjiang City. After returning to the city, they will use the gains from this time to regroup and maintain the reputation of the 4 major adventure groups. But in terms of ranking, they knew very well that they would definitely be surpassed by Dirty Monkey and Sparkball and would not be able to turn things around in a short time. In the Bloodclaw's Sprinter RV, Gu Yanran lifted up one of her beautiful legs and drank a sip of coffee slowly. Oh, I don't think that's necessary. Even if our Spark group has no losses, we only have 100 Special Awakeners, and they are all girls. Your 2 groups are at least a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and you still have 150 people, Dirty Monkey. After a pause, Gu Yanran turned her head to look at Dirty Monkey. Don't you listen to your 2 elder brothers? Then let your Dirty Monkey group take the lead. According to the content of this meeting, we will set off again tomorrow, But we need to explore 100 kilometers along the way and absolutely cannot give the Slaughter Legion any chance to launch a surprise attack. If you find them, eliminate them at all costs. Another point, Bloodclaw and Rage suggested that Dirty Monkey and Spark Group should be the vanguard, and they would follow behind the team. I don't think that's necessary either. Dirty Monkey said with a grin, there are only 135 Special Awakeners in our group. You, Bloodclaw and Furious, are still the first and second largest teams in Fallen Leaf City. Don't be so modest, old brothers. Bloodclaw and Wild Violence both looked extremely unhappy. Now everyone knew that the main forces of their two regiments were almost killed or wounded, and the rest were all hired ragtag teams, and more than 90 of them were level 1 Awakeners. It's just an advantage in numbers, it's useless. When they return to the city this time, this group of ragtag troops will scatter, and their two regiments will probably become empty shells. Yes, some of your Special Awakeners died. However, if I remember correctly, you Bloodclaws still have 1,800 Ordinary Awakeners, and you Furious still have 1,600 Ordinary Awakeners. We have to rely on you as the main force to attack Tianjiang, and we, the Spark Group, can only help you. Grasp. Huang Bao suddenly slapped the armrest of the sofa, pointed at the two people opposite him and cursed, "Old red hair. I won't accept the cowardice of these two bastards. If you want to be cowardly, do it yourself. What's wrong with me walking in front? So this means we can't talk about it?" Gu Yanran stood up gracefully and said, "Then I'll go back first." Ta-da-da! The sound of Gu Yanran's footsteps disappeared outside the car. Zhang Ho stood up with a smile and said, "Two brothers, then I, Monkey, will go back first as well." As he said that, he also got out of the car with a smile. Dinner time at the ice group's base. Lu Xiaomao got a bowl of food and returned to the sleeper car. Just as he was walking to the door with the lunchbox, Cassini trotted over from the other side and said, "Captain, Gu Yanran has just returned. The order of the convoy remains unchanged. We will continue to head towards Tianjiang City tomorrow morning." "Okay, go and have a bite too." Lu Xiaomao nodded, and Cassini covered her belly and looked at the big black pot where they were cooking. "Then I'll go eat." "Wait, take this." Lu Xiaomao handed over a bag of beef jerky. Cassini blinked in surprise and said, "Thank you, Captain." She always felt that the captain's personality became much gentler and less aggressive after he left the city. Returning to the car, he sat down on his bed and opened the lunchbox, which contained steaming hot and sour soup. Lu Xiaomao had a rare moment of relaxation these days, and his sleep quality was even better than when he was in the city. In the city, he worried about the second catastrophe and supplies every day, racking his brains to find a way to spin the bullets. But now, he doesn't have to think so much. He will follow the 4 major regiments to attack Tianjiang. If they get something, he will send people to buy it. If they fail to take it down, he will rush back to the city before them. It's useless to think about other things. Although I have been on the road these days, it is a rare chance for me to relax. The only thing about the sneak attack on Bloodclaw and Violent Coalition was that Lu Xiaomao thought differently from everyone else. He suspected that it was done by the city lord's mansion. Luoya wants to be an emperor for eternity, and anyone who poses a threat to him should die. However, Lu Xiaomao guessed that the sneak attack would only happen this once. The 4 major adventure groups are now like frightened birds, and it would not be easy to attack again. He mainly relied on Tianjiang City, which had millions of lunatics, to consume the strength of the 4 major adventure groups. As for the Slaughter Legion, Lu Xiaomao was not sure whether he had killed all of them last time or only killed one branch of them. After a simple meal, he got out of the car with the lunchbox, went to the roadside to wash it, and stored it in the space. Now Lu Xiaomao has a space bead on each of his 9 fingers. The space is 90 cubic meters, which is only 10 cubic meters less than Qin Xian, a level 2 space person. Not far away. Niu Yu. Traitor. Big traitor. I didn't expect that even you would betray me. Xiao Yu, listen to me. It's not what you think. I don't want to listen. I don't want to hear a word you say anymore. I don't believe you anymore. You betrayed me just for a bowl of spicy cabbage soup. I don't believe you anymore. Xiao Yu, I was wrong. I will never eat their spicy cabbage soup again, okay? Go away, don't touch me. Don't follow me. From now on, we are sisters and we are no longer friends. In the distance, a few girls were arguing loudly. After washing the lunchbox and storing it in the space, Lu Xiaomao looked in that direction. Suddenly, someone bumped his shoulder. He turned his head and saw Bai Lulu, a girl with long gray hair, with her back to him, holding the lunchbox and pouring the leftover spicy cabbage soup on the roadside. Lulu. Bai Lulu suddenly turned around and said, "Shame on you. Did you call me Lulu too?" Lu Xiaomao was a little confused and turned around to walk back. Suddenly, a small hand grabbed his arm from behind. "Did you leave?" What else do you want to do? Looking back, Lu Xiaoma looked at her helplessly. Bai Lulu brought the lunchbox to Lu Xiaoma and said, "Please put it in your space for me." Not understanding what she meant, Lu Xiaoma saw her staring at him. Then he looked down at the lunchbox, reached out to take it, and put it into the space. "Come with me. I have something to ask you." Holding Lu Xiaoma's arm, Bai Lulu walked around the front of the sleeper car and walked down the national highway quickly. Her long, milky white hair disappeared into the weeds as tall as a person. There were already female team members looking at this place. Lu Xiaoma looked around, sighed lightly, and followed her. At 8 o'clock in the evening, there was a hazy blood moon hanging in the sky, with faint moonlight. Walking into the weeds that were more than a person's height, he could vaguely see a thin silhouette not far ahead. He took 2 steps forward and stopped 1 meter behind her. What happened? The silhouette didn't say anything. Lu Xiaoma could vaguely see that she seemed to be lowering her head, her shoulders slightly shrugging, and sniffling slightly. "Do you know that even my sister says that I am just throwing myself at you? Ask me why. Ask me what's so good about you." She cried as she spoke. Lu Xiaoma let out a long sigh. He took out a cigarette and wanted to light it, but when he looked at the weeds around him, he put the cigarette back and rubbed his temples. Sure enough, it was not easy to completely empty his mind and relax for 2 days. "You don't like me. Why didn't you push me away the day I mutated? Why did you kiss me? You just wanted to take advantage of me, didn't you?" Suddenly, Bai Lulu turned around and asked, "Do you feel a sense of accomplishment when a woman pursues you?" Momo took a deep breath. Lu Xiaoma didn't know how to explain it. His subconscious mind was also avoiding these questions. Avoid Qin Xian, and also avoid her. He was a little scared. He was afraid that when the second catastrophe came, he would not be able to protect them, and would have to watch them die in front of him just like the scenes in the future. Perhaps it was Binger's shadow. He was afraid of experiencing the pain of separation from life and death again. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. This wimp still refuses to speak. Bai Lulu walked forward and pushed his shoulder angrily. "Let me tell you. Who am I to you? What do you think of me? I am asking you shamelessly now, asking you if you want a shameless woman like me. Are you satisfied now? Are you satisfied now? Last time I took the initiative to kiss him, and he didn't refuse, so I was quite happy. But I have already taken such a bold step. I can't always take the initiative in the future, right?" On the way back to the city, Bai Lulu was waiting for Lu Xiaoma to take the initiative to find her. Even if the two of them just talked alone, Bai Lulu would be very satisfied knowing his feelings. But he was worried about something while waiting all the way. After returning to the city, he auctioned off the salt and the mermaid, negotiated with the Spark Group, and became a merchant accompanying the army. Maybe he was too busy. Bai Lulu chose to understand. Although she didn't know what he was busy with, he didn't say anything and wouldn't tell anyone no matter who asked him. As a merchant accompanying the army, after leaving the city this time, Bai Lulu deliberately created several opportunities for the two of them to be alone together, waiting for him to say something to her. But he was still like a fool, seeing that he just said hello and didn't say anything else. Tonight at dinner, Bai Lulu has been sitting opposite Lu Xiaoma's bed, silently looking at him, but he seems like a fool. After dinner, he went out to wash the dishes. He didn't pay attention to himself from beginning to end. This time, Bai Lulu finally couldn't help it and exploded. "Speak up. I want you to speak up. Tell me who I am to you." Bai Lulu stepped forward and pushed Lu Xiaoma's shoulders a few more times. "I told you to speak. Are you dumb?" Lu Xiaoma took 2 steps back after being pushed by her. Bai Lulu cried. "Is it so difficult to let you speak once? Am I not even qualified to let you speak now? Lu Xiaoma, get out. Lu Xiaoma, you are not a man." As she said that, she turned around and was about to run back. Lu Xiaoma suddenly felt a pain in his heart and stepped forward to grab her arm. "You bastard. Let me go? Let me go? Shame on you. You bastard. Let me go." Bai Lulu resisted hard, and his hand was like a pair of pliers. After resisting for a while, she was not as strong as him. Bai Lulu panted for a few deep breaths, turned around, and glared at him fiercely with her big eyes. "Why are you still holding me? Let me go? If you let me go, I will find a man to marry tonight." This sounds like a threat. "If you dare to let me go, I will find a man to marry. Let me go, you bastard. You're not talking again, are you? I hate people like you the most." Suddenly, Bai Lulu felt her hand being pulled hard by him, and then his big hand held the back of her head, and a big mouth with a faint smell of tobacco kissed her. Xiao Xian. Not far from the weeds, Cassini lagged behind Qin Xian by half a body. She took Qin Xian's hand. Qin Xian's beautiful eyes stared blankly at the weeds. "I'm fine." Turning back, Qin Xian walked back lightly. Cassini held her hand. "Xiao Xian, you." She didn't know how to persuade her. Qin Xian shook her head quietly. "Sister Ku, I'm fine." "Asshole." Kusini turned around and glared at that direction fiercely. She had some good feelings towards him just tonight, but now they were gone. She quickly chased after him. Xiaoxian, Sister Ku is here. Sister Ku, I'm really fine. Kusini pulled her arm worriedly and said, but what happened that day in Jiahigu? During that period, Qin Xian went into his room to clean it for him every day, and she stayed in his room for a long time every time. Many female team members saw it, especially the last time, when Qin Xian ran out of Lu Xiaoma's room crying. Nothing really happened that day. Chapter 162, The Vanguard Group's Defeat. The 4 adventure groups traveled along the national highway for 3 days in a row. Their speed was getting slower and slower. Abandoned cars were crisscrossing on the road. Occasionally, they encountered township ramps and large crowds of crazy people. Yesterday, the 4 major adventure groups had to stop to clean the road almost every 500 meters. They only walked 27 kilometers in the whole day, which was not much better than walking. Why? How can there be so many? The expressway is in front of us. It is an 8-lane expressway in both directions. Once you get on it, the road ahead will be much easier to drive on. But right at the entrance of the highway toll station, the Vanguard Group encountered unprecedented resistance. Heavy fog in the early morning. The 500 members of the Vanguard Regiment lined up in a long line on both sides of the national highway. The first row of soldiers crawled on the ground and aimed at the opposite side. The second row half-knelt with their guns pointed, and the third row at the back stood upright and fired. The chief commander of the Vanguard Regiment, Zhou Ling, a level 2 stone skin from the Spark Regiment, personally stepped forward to attract the crowd of crazy people. When she turned back, almost all the soldiers opposite her stared in disbelief. At the toll gate on the opposite highway where visibility was less than 200 meters, countless, densely packed crowds of crazy people were roaring and rushing towards Zhou Ling from behind. Is this 10,000? Or 20,000? Open fire. Hit me hard. With her back to the crowd of crazy people, Zhou Ling didn't know what was happening. She had already activated the Stone Skin Man's skill, covered her eyes with one hand, and ran towards her own troops. Fire. The other 3 major adventure groups gritted their teeth and gave orders, and countless fire snakes spewed out at the same time. Reiko. Zhou Ling closed her eyes and rushed back to calm down. Her assistant sister rushed forward to support her. Lingzi, look back. More and more crazy black spots rushed over. Zhou Ling had already rushed back to the position, but they hadn't seen the end of the team yet. How can there be so many? Looking back, Zhou Ling was horrified. Each of these madmen had the strength of an ordinary awakener, and in their team, more than a dozen huge black shadows had already rushed out of the thick fog, and behind them, there seemed to be even more black shadows. We don't know either. Retreat. Retreat quickly, Zhou Ling's deputy shouted. And at this time, they didn't need to give orders. The commanders of the other 3 adventure groups were already shouting to retreat. Hold on for me. The special awakeners stay here. Everyone else retreat first. Before she finished her words, the first group of fearless lunatics in the crowd had already rushed into the Vanguard Group's position. The soldiers were already retreating, but the long-distance bus only had 2 doors, and behind it was a surging army of crazy people. Everyone had to get on the bus first. There were people stuck at the door, so the people behind couldn't get on, and the crazy people were so fast that they flooded the station in the blink of an eye. Special Awakener, please stand in front of me. Zhou Ling yelled angrily. Her petite body flashed, and she rushed into the crowd of crazy people without hesitation. Lingzi, the deputy sister screamed in despair. She looked back at the off-road vehicle that was close at hand, gritted her teeth, held the automatic rifle in both hands, rushed forward behind Zhou Ling, and fired angrily. Idiot! Come back here. With one foot already on the off-road vehicle, Shin Fengming watched Zhou Ling and her deputy, 2 petite figures, being submerged in the crowd of crazy people. This guy just removed his position as deputy commander this morning and replaced it with an ordinary awakener. She cursed a few words angrily, slammed the car door, raised her hands, yelled, and her long hair moved without wind. The 100 madmen in front of her held their heads in agony, knelt and rolled on the ground. In a flash, they stood up with red eyes and rushed towards their companions. Zhou Ling, come back here as soon as possible. Rushing into the crowd of crazy people, Zhou Ling continued to kill with the screwdrivers in both hands. In a blink of an eye, the crazy people around her suddenly held their heads in their hands and fell to the ground in pain. Level 2 Orc Controlling Skill. Zhou Ling turned around in surprise and saw Shin Fengming with his hands raised high, his long hair moving in the wind. She widened her eyes and screamed, "Be careful!" Not far away, a 5-meter-tall giant orc kept kicking his companions with his big feet. Suddenly, A 3-year-old madman child was kicked more than 10 meters away by it. The little madman drew an amplitude in the air, and his small body rolled 360 degrees back and forth in the air. The direction it flew to was exactly the direction of Shen Fengming. Shen Fengming raised his hands high, and the little madman rolled in the air and rushed straight to Shen Fengming. Hiss! He flew in front of her, with his little head facing Shen Fengming's neck. The little madman, whose mouth had opened wide in the air, had 2 rows of small teeth embedded directly into the snow-white neck. Shen Fengming. With a loud scream, Zhou Ling turned around and rushed toward Shen Fengming. When she got in front of her, she grabbed the little madman's neck with her right hand, pulled him off Shen Fengming's body, and threw him to the ground. With a bang, the little madman's head was like a smashed watermelon. Hold on. I'll take you back to the group right away. He opened the car door and threw Shen Fengming into the car. The only thing to be thankful for now was that the front of the car had already turned around when the troops were deployed just now, and it had been ignited all the time. But at this time, the crowd of crazy people behind had stopped the SUV and surrounded it. Zhou Ling threw Shen Fengming into the car and closed the door. She had not paid attention to the situation behind her. By the time she closed the door, it was too late. She wanted to go around to the other side of the driving seat, but the road was completely blocked by the crowd. Go to hell. Countless maniacs around her were biting her, but Zhou Ling was a level 2 stone-skinned person. As long as her eyes were not bitten, she was not afraid of any attack. Being caught in the middle of the crowd, Zhou Ling danced with the screwdrivers in both hands to create countless silver flowers, but the crowd was getting larger and larger, and an orc behind her was less than 5 meters away from her. By the time it comes, it will be too late. At the critical moment, Zhou Ling gritted her teeth, leaned against the off-road vehicle, kicked her feet upward, and flipped her petite body to the roof. She then grabbed the steel bars on the roof and kicked the windshield below hard. Bang! She kicked the iron window on the driver's windshield with both feet. Damn it! The iron window was welded so tightly. Zhou Ling grabbed the roof steel bar with one hand, rolled on the front windshield, rolled to the passenger seat, raised her foot, and smashed the steel plate on the passenger seat with her heel. Bang, bang, bang. She slammed the steel plate with her heels. The steel bars around the car were already full of crazy people. The crazy people who came from behind climbed onto the off-road vehicle along the bodies of their companions. Zhou Ling looked up at the sky, holding the steel bars on the roof with both hands, and kicked the steel plate on the passenger seat with her heels. At this moment, her eyes suddenly went dark, and a huge palm came down towards her head. Are you going to die? Zhou Ling gave up resistance with both hands. She knew that even if she activated her skills, if she was caught by an orc, it would grab her body with both hands and put her head into its big mouth first. The first bite might be on her neck. She had skills, so she was not afraid of it. But then, the orc would try to bite her head back and forth with its 2 rows of big teeth like gnawing on a bone until it bit her eyes. Zhou Ling had seen this scene with her own eyes. Chapter 163. I escaped alive. She had closed her eyes, but her body was not grabbed by something as she thought, and her head was not put into the big mouth. She suddenly opened her eyes and found that the big hand in front of her was gone. The orcs around her screamed loudly, and the big hand turned over dozens of madmen. Just at the critical moment, the orc's big palm pierced into the steel bars on the roof of the off-road vehicle, which were the 2 steel bars that Zhou Ling was holding in both hands. I am not dead yet. I am not dead yet. Suddenly, she had the motivation to live again. Zhou Ling grabbed the 2 steel bars on her head, screamed, and raised her feet hard, then smashed them down hard. Bang! The glass window of the passenger seat fell off, and Zhou Ling jumped into the passenger seat and sat on the unconscious Shen Fengming. Hold on a little longer. Just hold on a little longer. Jumping onto the driver's seat, Zhou Ling shifted the gear with her right hand and stepped hard on the accelerator with her right foot. Go to hell. Go to hell. The red 4-wheel drive Wrangler exploded with unexpected power. In the crowd of madmen, it crushed the bodies of countless madmen and rushed forward all the way. This is the biggest benefit of 4-wheel drive. If it was a 2-wheel drive car, at this time, no matter it was a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW, it would be impossible to rush over while crushing the bodies of countless madmen. With Zhou Ling's repeated shouts, the red Wrangler finally crashed through a wall of madmen and rushed onto the flat road. I'm out. I'm out alive. That's too much. That's simply too much. At the Spark Group's base, a pair of sisters who looked exactly the same were standing at the rear of a large truck that was welded with steel bars. The 2 sisters look almost indistinguishable and can only be distinguished by their hair. Both of them have ponytails, but elder sister Fang Jing's ponytail is tilted to the left, while younger sister Fang Ya's ponytail is tilted to the right. At this moment, The younger sister Fangya was pinned against the back door of the truck by her elder sister. Xiaoya, let's pay him back and follow me. The younger sister also nodded vigorously angrily. Yes. I listen to my sister. Wherever my sister says to go, we go there. Let's go to the Spark Group. I don't even want to sign a multi-year contract with him. Let's go find Sister Ku and Xiaoxian. The two sisters held hands and walked towards the sleeper car together. I had a pretty good impression of him originally. He was not a playboy or a pervert, and I had never seen him do anything to the female teammates. Even though he has so many women guarding him every day, and many of them are even willing to sacrifice themselves for him, he still sleeps alone and can sleep well. He is also a unique airman, very strong, and generous to his female players. The two sisters have always believed that in the end times, such good men have become extinct. But I didn't expect that he could do such a beastly thing and treat Sister Xiaoxian like this. In Jiahigu, Sister Xiaoxian went to his room every day, and the two of them stayed together. Even a fool could see that, even if there was nothing going on between them, there must be something going on. Although Sister Xiaoxian has always refused to admit it, the more she says nothing, the more it seems like there is something going on. The four-member group of Ku Sini, Qin Xian, Fang Jing, and Fangya have been together since before they came to Luya City. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, the four of them have depended on each other. If it weren't for Qin Xian's space at that time, they might have starved to death. The first time that shameless vixen by Lulu forcefully kissed someone else's husband, the two sisters thought about leaving. But later on, when they found out that they were not having an affair, they let it go and forgave him this time. But this time, it was the shameless and stinky man who took the initiative to kiss the vixen. The two sisters decided that they couldn't stand it anymore. Qin Xian is good in every way except that she is too weak and too kind. She dared not even say anything when her man was snatched away by a vixen. Sister Xiaoxian, take out our contract. Pulling Ku Sini and Qin Xian, they came to the truck again. The two sisters stretched out their hands together. Qin Xian was pushed by the sisters, with her back against the truck. The two sisters stretched out their hands together. Contract. What are you doing? What else can we do? We want to terminate our contract with the group. We're quitting. The two sisters said in unison. Sister Xiaoxian, let's go together to the Spark Group. Fang Jing said, I have just talked to Xiaoyu. She said that the Spark Group welcomes us to join at any time. She also promised that she will go to discuss it with Sister Yiji in a while. After returning to the city, she will also give us a 1-year-long contract. That's what happened. Fangya nodded in agreement. My sister and I went together. Cassini advised, what are you doing? You are doing well in the group. Why do you have to do this? Aren't you going with us? The two sisters looked at Cassini at the same time. Cassini looked at the four identical big eyes and sighed. Why are you leaving when everything is fine? Fang Jing shouted angrily, Sister Ku, aren't you angry at all for what he did to Sister Xiaoxian? If it weren't for Sister Xiaoxian, we would have starved to death before we even got to Liya City. Who said I'm not angry anymore? Cassini sighed, but aren't all men like this nowadays? Besides, he didn't really do anything to Xiaoxian. Nothing? Then you guys stay in the same room every day. Okay, stop it. Qin Xian forced a smile. I've already told Sister Ku. Nothing really happened between us. As she said this, the scene in Jiahigu, in his room, where he pushed her into the corner and kissed her forcefully, suddenly rang in her head. The color in her beautiful eyes suddenly dimmed. Give yourself 100 crystals and let yourself accompany him once. Poor acting. Having followed him for so long, how could Qin Xian not know what kind of person he is? If it is this kind of person, then what man can resist Bai Lulu, who is so beautiful and a mutant? In the end, Bai Lulu has to take the initiative to confess. I just don't know why he treated me like that. Maybe one day in the future, I will know. Okay, stop making trouble. I will definitely not return the contract to you. Qin Xian smiled again. Even if I give it to you, you still can't pay him back. Who said we can't pay it back? Fang Jing said loudly. We still have savings. Fangya. Yes, we have calculated it, and the money we paid him is enough. Have you all forgotten? Qin Xian smiled. How much money do you, including me and Sister Ku, owe the group for the upgrades? Do you have it? Qin Xian smiled and stretched out her hand. If you have money, give it to me. I will go with you. Oh, I forgot that there is money for the upgrade. When talking about this, the two sisters widened their eyes. Qin Xian smiled and touched the sisters' heads. Okay, let's go back quickly. The road ahead has been cleared. We have to set off again. She turned back, and Cassini looked at the two sisters and complained in a low voice. You two are really something. Who said that our Xiaoxian has no chance at all? Sister Ku. Fang Jing looked up. Cassini looked at Qin Xian's departing back helplessly and sighed softly. The end of the world is unfair to us women. Chapter 164. It's a little quiet in the car. Brother-in-law, Give me candy. Lu Xiaoma's bed was in the lower bunk in the middle, next to the driver's seat. He lay on his bed, resting his head on one arm and holding a book in the other hand. Bai Lulu sat at his feet, also reading a book, and with her other hand gently pressed back and forth on Lu Xiaoma's knees and calves. At the door of the car, Bai Nizi ran up on tiptoe and hopped to the side of Lu Xiaoma's bed. She put one hand behind her back and stretched out the other hand. Brother-in-law, I want to eat Dove chocolate. This kind of coquettish and cute behavior is very dangerous, especially when a 19-year-old woman pretends to be cute. The danger is doubly great. If a woman is pretty, no matter how she pretends, men will think she is naive, especially when they want to hold her under them, look into her innocent big eyes, and teach her to do some naughty things. But it is not the same for women. Those who pretend to be cute should die. But if an ugly person dares to do this, he or she will be hit to death with a brick. This does not matter for men or women. Fortunately, Bai Nizi belongs to the former. She is naive and sweet, with a pair of dimples when she smiles. You can tell from her chest that she must be better nutritious than her sister. Putting down the book, Lu Xiaoma turned his head to glance at her. Bai Nizi had already squatted down, grabbing Lu Xiaoma's arm and shaking it. Brother-in-law, I know you still have more. Give me another one. I promise it will be the last one. In the past 2 days, she has taken more than 30 chocolates, so this one is not a big deal. Lu Xiaoma was just about to look for her in the space, but he saw that Bai Lulu at his feet had put down the book in her hand, squinting her big eyes and staring at the place, which was right between his arm and Bai Nizi's fierce mouth. He quickly pulled his arm out. I'll look for it for you. This time he found a whole box of Dove chocolates in the space and stuffed them all into her hand. This is the last box. There are no more. Wow, so many. Brother-in-law is the best. Holding the chocolates, Bai Lulu happily kissed Lu Xiaoma on the face, then turned and ran away. Bai Lulu's eyes fell back on the book. Lu Xiaoma also picked up the book. He habitually wanted to put his other hand under his head, but this time it was grabbed by a small hand. Bai Lulu was still reading the book. She moved her buttocks sitting on the edge of the bed to the middle, grabbed Lu Xiaoma's big hand, and put it on her big two-way. How shameless. On the bed across from them, for big eyes were staring at them. Sister Fong Jing snorted coldly and muttered softly. Two sisters seducing a man together, aren't they ashamed? Sister? What? Fong Jing turned her head, and her sister Fong Yi stared at her sister's eyes seriously. Sister, aren't we going to marry the same man in the future? Fong Jing was stunned. We are different. They are not twins. What's the difference between twins? The younger sister asked seriously, and the older sister answered as a matter of course. Of course it's different. Even before the end of the world, twins could marry the same man. My sister was surprised. Why haven't I heard of it? You are still young, you don't understand. The elder sister untied the hair tie behind her head and smoothed her hair again, this time tying it on the other side, in the same direction as her younger sister. Look, now can they still tell who is who between us? My sister shook her head. It was like looking in a mirror. So, if we both marry the same man, we can just get one marriage certificate and the Civil Affairs Bureau won't be able to find out. As she spoke, the elder sister sighed again, raised her wrist in front of her eyes, and said blankly, but it won't work after the end of the world. We are destined to be incompatible. Forget it, let's tie our hair back. Captain, something's wrong with the Vanguard. The two sisters were still talking when Yi Rue hurried up from the car. Everyone in the car stood up subconsciously. What happened to the Vanguard group? It seems that our Spark group is the commander-in-chief of the Vanguard group today. Kusini subconsciously said, we. But no one noticed. She thought of something and her face suddenly changed. Yi Rue? Is Feng Ming back? Feng Ming she. Before Yi Rue finished speaking, there was a sudden commotion behind her. Bai Xiaoyu jumped into the sleeper car from the middle door and shouted urgently, Bing Tuan, do you have any regeneration crystals? Give them to us. Quick. Save people. Feng Ming. Zhou Ling ran up to the car covered in blood. She held Shin Feng Ming in her arms, foaming at the corners of her mouth and twitching all over. Captain. Kusini turned around and grabbed Lu Xiaoma's hand, her face full of anxiety, and she said, Captain, can you lend them our regeneration crystals? I promise they will return it, and if they don't, I'll deduct it from my salary. Help her onto the bed. Lu Xiaoma hurriedly got off the ground, not even bothering to put on his shoes. A light red crystal already appeared in his hand. Zhou Ling and the other female members of the Spark team who rushed onto the sleeper car behind her were in a panic. You really have it. Let us use it first. When Sister Yanran and the others come back, we'll return it to you right away. When they came back, Sister Yanran and Sister Huahua were not in the car. Zhou Ling found Yu Yiji, but Yu Yiji did not have the regeneration crystal. Seeing that Shin Fengming could not hold on any longer, they desperately tried every possible means and carried him to Bingtuan. Afterwards, more and more female members of the ice group rushed onto the sleeper car. Lu Xiaoma took the red crystal to the bed where Shin Fengming was lying. Suddenly, his hand was held by another cold little hand. "Give it to me. All of you move back." It was Yu Yiji who grabbed her hand. Her brows were filled with deep worry. She grabbed the regeneration crystal and said, "You all give way first." Everyone stepped back, and a faint red light enveloped Shin Fengming's neck. In a blink of an eye, she no longer twitched, and the painful expression on her face gradually calmed down. She just closed her eyes. After a while, "It's okay, let her rest for a while." Wiping the sweat off her forehead, Yu Yiji breathed a sigh of relief, her chest rising and falling. She turned around and looked at Lu Xiaoma with a pair of clear eyes. "Captain Lu, thank you for your help this time." "Nothing, let her stay in our car to rest. Cassini, please take care of her." "No problem, Captain. I'll take care of Fengming." Cassini loosened her clenched fists and looked at Lu Xiaoma seriously. "Thank you, Captain. Let's all go down and don't disturb Fengming's rest." Finally, she nodded slightly to Lu Xiaoma, and Yu Yiji got off the car with a group of female members of the Spark team. An hour later, 2 female members of the Spark team got on the bus and said, "Xiaoyi, leave Fengming to us." Cassini stood up quickly and said, "It's okay if she's here. We also have sleeper cars." Sister Yinran said that it's embarrassing to trouble you all the time. The 2 female members of the Spark team insisted on carrying Shin Fengming away. Cassini asked in surprise, "Sister Yinran? Xiaoyi, please come over and give me a hand." "Oh, okay." 10 minutes later, Feng Jing. "Fanya, Sister Xiaoyi wants you to come over and help move the things." "Okay, right away." The 2 sisters got out of the car together. Another 10 minutes passed, and Bai Xiaoyu ran to Bingtuan's car. "Fei Fei meow meow." She ran over to the 2 girls' beds and whispered something in Su Feifei's ear. Su Feifei's eyes widened. "Is this true? Wait for me. Meow meow, come with me quickly." 10 minutes. Suddenly feeling that the car was a little quiet, Lu Xiaoma suddenly put down the book in his hand and looked around. Now, he and Bai Lulu were the only 2 people left in the entire sleeper car. "Lulu." At this moment, another female member of the Spark team shouted by Lulu's name under the car. Chapter 165, Huangqiao Township. At the highway toll station, the Vanguard group suffered a crushing defeat. Only 73 out of 500 people returned, and 427 people donated their internal organs to the madman, including 4 level 2 awakeners. My opinion is to reorganize a Vanguard group. Bloodclaw's Sprinter commercial vehicle, representatives of the 4 major adventure groups. Bloodclaw took a deep puff of cigarette. "We should all send more people this time." Huangbao echoed. "Yeah, if we go too few, it will be useless. Let's see if this works. This time, each of our groups will send out 10 level 2 special awakeners, 20 level 1 awakeners, 200 normal awakeners, and another 200 auxiliary soldiers." The dirty monkey still had a smiling face. "I have no objection either. I will listen to you 2 brothers." After a long time, no one spoke. The 3 looked at Gu Yanran in surprise. Gu Yanran was holding a cup of cold coffee in her hand, with her beautiful thigh raised and her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. I don't know what she was thinking about. "Sister Yanran?" Dirty Monkey tried to call out, and Gu Yanran's beautiful eyes instantly regained their spirits, and she turned her head and glared at him fiercely. Dirty Monkey quickly slapped his face with a smile. "It was a slip of the tongue, my slip of the tongue." "Captain Yanran," Bloodclaw said calmly, "tell us what your Spark group thinks about the reorganization of the Vanguard group." "Why reorganize the Vanguard group? There's no need for that. What's the meaning?" The other 3 were puzzled. Bloodclaw stared at Gu Yanran. "Captain Yanran, you better explain yourself clearly." "Explain clearly? Explain clearly." Gu Yanran lowered her head slightly and looked at her nails. "We, Sparks, will be the Vanguard. You 3 just need to follow behind as little followers." Bloodclaw raised an eyebrow. "Are you serious?" With a look of disbelief on his face, Dirty Monkey rolled his eyes and said, "Captain Yanran, do you have any other requests? We, the Spark team, are willing to take the lead, but it's not for free." Gu Yanran looked at her nails, let out a long breath, raised her eyes, and looked at the 3 men. "South of Tianjiang Bridge, Huangqiao Township belongs to us." "Huangqiao Township?" The 3 people's faces were uncertain, and they looked at each other and exchanged opinions. The city of Tianjiang is quite special. Its 0-kilometer location is a bridge, the Tianjiang Bridge. Only after crossing the bridge can you officially enter the territory of Tianjiang City. Huangqiao Township happens to be on the other side of the Tianjiang Bridge. It is separated from the Tianjiang urban area by only this bridge. To the north of the bridge is the Tianjiang urban area, and to the south of the bridge is Huangqiao Township. What the Spark Group wants now is Huangqiao Township. The three people looked at each other and understood that what the Spark Group actually wants is the logistics distribution center of Huangqiao Township. All goods entering Tianjiang City must pass through this logistics distribution center, and the same goes for goods leaving Tianjiang City, all of which are transferred here. You can imagine the materials contained in it, and 99 of them are new. But this also carries certain risks. No one knows what is in the container. Maybe it is some moldy food, or furniture and floors, bed sheets and quilt covers, or even toilet paper, marble, doors and windows. Anything could appear here. To find a Huangqiao Township is actually to gamble that there are treasures from the doomsday here. Bloodclaw looked at Gu Yanran calmly. Does your Spark Group have too big an appetite? Yes. Huang Bao continued. There are a lot of things in Huangqiao Township. Can you Spark Group eat them all? If we can't eat it, then you can eat it? Gu Yanran said nonchalantly. Since you all regard Huangqiao Township as a treasure, then just like last time in Dafu Township, you three will form the Vanguard Group, and we, the Spark Group, will follow behind. We, the Spark Group, don't want a single cent of the things in Huangqiao Township. When mentioning Dafu Township, Bloodclaw and Violence faces both darkened. The main forces of their two regiments were almost completely consumed there. So, our Vanguard Group not only has to be the vanguard to explore the way, but also has to risk being attacked. If we are not careful, our Spark Group may even be wiped out. What do you think? Gu Yanran stood up and looked at the three men present. You said we risked being wiped out just to save Huangqiao Township. What's wrong with that? Sister Sparks, can we discuss this matter again? In the sparkling sleeper car, there is a small go-bang board in the middle of the lower front berth. On each side sits a woman, dressed in white as snow, stunningly beautiful. Yu Yiji, the recognized most beautiful woman in Liya City. The woman on the other side was not inferior to Yu Yiji in appearance, and even more beautiful. She was the leader of the Spark Group, Spark. Some people also call her the Night Elf, Spark. In Loya City, few people have seen her true appearance. Most of the time it is Gu Yanran who appears in public, and Yu Yiji is in charge of fighting. To many people, Sparks is just a name. Some people even doubt whether such a person exists. What else are we discussing? The black-clad Spark smiled faintly, charming everyone. Even Yu Yiji, who was sitting opposite her, was slightly dazed. She had only seen Sister Spark without a mask a few times. Sister Sparks seems to be in a good mood today. My legs are numb. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Huahua stretched her legs gently, took off her shoes, and got on the bed. Her two white little feet got on the bed and sat in a standard duck position opposite Yu Yiji. Yiji, if you are tired, take off your shoes. Sister Huahua doesn't mind you as long as she is in this group. After saying that, she giggled. Yu Yiji has severe mysophobia and can sit on Huahua's bed without even laying a white cloth on it. In the entire group, only Sister Huahua has this honor. Spark's sister, I think we really shouldn't. Yu Yiji hesitated to speak, and Sparks stared at her and blinked. Shouldn't what? You shouldn't treat Bingtuan like this. Sparks pursed her lips and smiled. You still said it. I knew I came here to plead for them. Sighing softly, Yu Yiji did not deny it. Sister Huahua, if you want by Lulu and Lin Meng'er, I will go talk to them again, but you don't have to embarrass their leader. Haha, what's wrong? Huahua stared at Yu Yiji with a smile, which was very meaningful. Yu Yiji blushed a little. Yiji, this is the first time I see you begging me for a man. Do you like him? If you like him, tell Sister Huahua, and Sister Huahua will definitely give you this face. What are you talking about? Yu Yiji blushed. How could I possibly like him? Sister Huahua, you know me. I just always distinguish between gratitude and resentment. If it wasn't for their leader, Fengming might not have been able to hold on until you came back. Spark's sister. Under the car, Gu Yanran walked quickly to the car. Seeing Yu Yiji was also there, she was slightly startled. Sparks looked at Gu Yanran and said lightly, Yanran, go ahead and say it. It's okay. Gu Yanran said, everything is ready. Do you want to go and take a look? Chapter 166. You dare to finish this sentence. Etc. In the sleeper car, Lu Xiaoma suddenly grabbed by Lulu's arm and listened quietly. There was silence except for the woman at the door who called by Lulu's name again. What's wrong? Bai Lulu put down the book in surprise and asked, someone called me? She was so engrossed in reading. After getting off the ground, Lu Xiaoma looked around. He and Bai Lulu were the only two people left in the sleeper car. The strangest thing was that there was silence outside the car as well. The Vanguard Group was defeated and is resting here today. It's only afternoon now, why is it so quiet outside? You wait in the car, I'll go down and take a look. Bai Lulu stood up, Lu Xiaoma turned around and held her shoulders. bent down to tie her shoelaces, and walked towards the door at the front of the car. The female driver covered the iron window of the driver's seat with a layer of cloth to avoid the sun during the day. The glass windows around it were sealed with steel plates, and only the front door and the middle door were open. Lu Xiaoma walked to the front door and stepped down carefully. It was so eerily quiet outside. When I got off the car, there was a female member of the Spark team at the door. When she saw that it was Lu Xiaoma getting off the car, she was slightly stunned, turned around, and ran back quickly. There were 4 national highways, and the sleeper car was at the outermost edge. When Lu Xiaoma was at the door of the car, he only saw an empty road and the isolation belt on the opposite side. He got out of the car and looked in the direction where the woman ran away. He was slightly startled. Then he clenched his fists. In the direction of the front of the car, less than 10 meters ahead, the female members of the ICE group were facing them, kneeling on the ground with their hands behind their backs, and each of them had 2 guns pointed at the back of their heads. Hey, the captain finally reacted. The 2 sides were 10 meters apart, and Gu Yanran sat lightly on the isolation belt between the 2 sides. After Lu Xiaoma got off the car, several female members of the Spark team ran quickly to Gu Yanran. They had obviously suffered a loss last time. Sister Yanran has been caught, and they are all toothless tigers. Sister Yanran. Following behind Lu Xiaoma, Bai Lulu also quickly got out of the car. Looking at the scene in front of her, she was stunned. Sister Yanran. What are you doing? What? Hee. Gu Yanran stood up with a smile. Lulu, how did Sister Yanran treat you in the past? She turned around and walked back. Sister Yanran, you have always taken good care of me. As Bai Lulu was talking, Gu Yanran had already come to the front of the female members of the ICE group and squatted down slightly. In front of her, Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua were kneeling on the ground with their heads lowered. When they saw Gu Yanran coming, the 2 lantern ladies whispered, Aunt. Humph, you 2 heartless little things. Do you still remember that I am your aunt? Gu Yanran pressed the little heads of the 2 little lamp ladies and rubbed them vigorously on her chest as usual. You 2 little heartless little things. I will come over to deal with you later. After saying that, she twisted her big buttocks, stood up slowly, turned around, and walked in the direction of Lu Xiaoma's Bai Lulu, staring at Bai Lulu behind Lu Xiaoma, and said as she walked, Lulu, since Sister Yanran takes good care of you, now let you choose between Sister Yanran and your man. Who do you choose? Sister Yanran. As soon as Bai Lulu opened her mouth, Gu Yanran interrupted her and said, Don't say it anymore, so as not to make Sister Yanran sad. Gu Yanran. Lu Xiaoma took 2 steps forward, glanced at the female team member kneeling on the ground, and then set his eyes on Gu Yanran's face. What do you want? Just tell me. What do I want? Hee Wani. Gu Yanran smiled, and a woman in her 30s walked out from behind her. Li Wani looked into Lu Xiaoma's eyes, walked forward slowly, closed her eyes slightly, and a bag of edible salt appeared in front of her. It was the bag that Lu Xiaoma had given to Yu Yiji. What do I want? I just want to return the salt to you. Behind her team members, Gu Yanran walked back and forth with a smile, then stopped and stared at Lu Xiaoma. Are we even now? Lu Xiaoma was also looking at her. I'll give you the salt, release them all, and we'll go back to the city right away. Then you touch my body for nothing? Gu Yanran's eyes suddenly turned cold. Now everyone in the group knew about this matter, and it was getting more and more bizarre. Some people even said that she was pregnant with Lu Xiaoma's child. This is damn it. Just tell me what you want. Don't beat around the bush. I'll stick with you to the end. At the beginning, he just kidnapped her into the car and threw her on the bed without touching her at all. But now Lu Xiaoma was too lazy to explain. Just tell me? Okay, then just tell me. I have 2 requests for you to listen to. First, hand over your wife, and I will find a few men to touch her. Before Gu Yanran finished speaking, Lu Xiaoma interrupted her and said, Gu Yanran, if you dare to finish this sentence, I will kill you right now. Oh, quite surprised, Gu Yanran looked at Lu Xiaoma with some surprise, then looked at Bai Lulu behind him and said with a smile, Lulu, your man is very different from what Sister Yanran thought. Standing behind Lu Xiaoma, Bai Lulu was also looking deeply at Lu Xiaoma's back, and it seemed as if countless warm currents were running through her heart. He usually doesn't say sweet words, but the one he just said is better than 1,000 words. Good, good, you're good, like a man. Just because of what you said, I'll mark this first point for you. Gu Yanran suddenly raised her voice. Second, Inyu. Behind her, a female stone-skinned warrior took 2 steps forward and threw a pistol at Lu Xiaoma's feet. Gu Yanran said coldly, Second, you can take half of your team members with you, and for the remaining half, you have to do it yourself. Kill them, and I will send you away myself. The scene was completely silent. All the women were staring at Lu Xiaoma, waiting to see how he would answer. Lu Xiaoma's expression did not change at all. He just stared at Gu Yanran calmly. Gu Yanran, I don't have time to play with you. Tell me your real purpose and don't waste everyone's time. She has been out of town for so many days. If she really wanted to do this, she would have done it long ago and would not have waited until now. The purpose of saying this is nothing more than to drive a wedge between me and these female team members. Gu Yanran raised her eyebrows and tilted her neck to look at Lu Xiaoma. You are so stubborn? Do you think I am playing house with you? She raised her right hand, and two female members of the Spark team pulled a woman's arm from behind. Get up. I can walk on my own. Gu Wenxia struggled and was led to the middle by two female team members. She turned to Lu Xiaoma and shouted, Captain, you don't have to worry about me. You gave me my life. Then she turned to the two women behind her and shouted, Come on, stab me in the eyes. Blink. I'll take your last name. Chapter 167. It's a deal. Gu Wenxia's strong temper surprised all the women present. The two female team members escorting her were stunned and turned to look at Gu Yanran. What are you looking at me for? Take her off. Gu Yanran was so angry that she said, You don't want to die, do you? Then I'll see if you have any shame today. Shoo. Gu Wenxia struggled, but her coat was still forcibly taken off, and the cotton shirt inside was torn in two. Huh. Gu Wenxia was stubborn and did not try to cover up. Captain. She looked at Lu Xiaoma and raised her chin. Just treat me like a man. Do you want to continue? Gu Wenxia suddenly turned around and yelled at the two female members of the Spark team again. Don't bother with the effort. I'll do it myself. Unbuttoning her slender waist, she grabbed the waist with both hands and took off her underwear to her ankles. She lifted her feet and pulled down her trouser legs one by one. She turned around and smiled sarcastically at the two women. You like this style? I'll give it to you. The trousers and underwear were thrown into a woman's face. Gu Yanran. With her back to Lu Xiaoma, Gu Wenxia looked at Gu Yanran provocatively. Is this all you can do? Kill me, or force me to sit here and make love with our leader? I hope you choose the second one. Otherwise, I will never have this opportunity in my life. Come on, Gu Yanran. Don't let me look down on you. Heh, Gu Yanran laughed. As a woman, you are so shameless, really. Gu Yanran. Lu Xiaoma suddenly took off his coat and strode forward. Shut the fuck up. Stop. Stop. If you come any closer, we'll shoot. Lu Xiaoma strode towards them. The female team members around Gu Yanran were on high alert. Zhou Ling, the level 2 stone skin behind Gu Yanran, looked at Lu Xiaoma with a complicated expression. Hurry up. Stop. We will really shoot. Go back quickly. It was he who saved Shen Fengming today. Zhou Ling was grateful, and she didn't want to make a scene like now. Stop right there. Stop right there right now. More and more women raised their guns and pointed them at Lu Xiaoma. Gu Yanran's pretty face was frosty, and she narrowed her big eyes slightly. She stared at Lu Xiaoma as he walked towards her. There were a few female team members standing in front of her. Lu Xiaoma paused and withdrew his gaze from Gu Yanran. He walked to Gu Wenxia's side and looked at her sideways. The two female members of the Spark team who stripped her clothes had already retreated 3 steps. They pointed their guns at Lu Xiaoma and subconsciously took small steps back. Come back to the car with me. After putting his coat on Gu Wenxia, Lu Xiaoma picked her up by the waist and said to Gu Yanran in an unusually calm voice, Listen to me, Gu Yanran. No matter what your purpose is today, I swear, sooner or later, I will strip you naked and throw you to the ground like I did today. After saying that, he turned and strode towards Bing Tuan's sleeper car. Dong, dong, dong. Footsteps stepped on the stairs of the sleeper car. Lu Xiaoma carried Gu Wenxia to his bed and bent down slightly to put her gently on the bed. I'm sorry for what happened to you. Gu Wenxia stared at Lu Xiaoma's gentle eyes and said in a choked voice, Captain, I am not wronged. I am not wronged at all. Really, you can rest here for a while. After saying that, Lu Xiaoma turned around and strode off the sleeper car. He stood 10 meters away from Gu Yanran. Facing the countless guns, he said expressionlessly, I'll give you 2 choices. First, you release all my team members. Second, if you kill them, I'll kill you all. At this moment, Lu Xiaoma just stood here very calmly and said such arrogant words in a very calm tone. But for some reason, this simple sentence actually made all the female Sparks players present shudder slightly. Captain, brother leader. Opposite him, all the female members of the ice team who were kneeling on the ground raised their heads, their eyes filled with tears. On the other side of the National Highway Isolation Zone, there was also a group of level 2 awakened female team members standing. Sister Meitong smiled and said, What a character. I like this little man. Qian Yu and Niu Yu both opened their mouths subconsciously and looked at each other in disbelief. Is their leader a lunatic? Humph. I'm just trying to hold on. Bai Xiaoyu turned his head away, thought about it, and couldn't help but look back. Luo narrowed her crescent-shaped eyes and said, "This man has such a strong aura." Ding Qian and Xiaoshang stared at him without saying a word, but there was an undisguised surprise in their eyes. This kind of man was rare in Luoya City. Standing at the end of them, Wu Mir, known as the Black Widow, was dressed in black, with her skin in sharp contrast to the color of her clothes. She had the strangest expression, as if she was thinking about something. Suddenly, a strange color emanated from her eyes. Oh, what a big tone! Gu Yanran's face was no longer full of elation. She stared at Lu Xiaoma with a cold face. "You should understand that I am here today to represent the entire Spark Group. Every word I say now is the decision of the Spark Group." "Good. Since you are so powerful that you want to kill all of us in the Spark Group. That's fine." She sneered at Lu Xiaoma and said, "Since you are so powerful, tomorrow, I want you to go and clear the crowd at the highway intersection by yourself. If you really do it, I will return all your team members to you, and from now on, our grievances will be written off. If you can't do it, we, the Spark Group, will take care of these team members for you. Do you dare?" As soon as she finished speaking, all the female team members present gasped, and some hired mercenaries in the distance could not help but make an uproar and whisper among themselves. How is this possible? The mad crowd at the highway intersection wiped out 500 members of the Vanguard Group without any effort. Now he has to clean up the mad crowd alone. Isn't this clearly asking him to die? Qian was a little angry and said, "Gu Yanran's request is too much. How can we let one person clean up that highway intersection? Isn't this clearly bullying?" Niu Yu clenched his fists even more. Gu Yanran is indeed the most vicious woman in the world, with a heart of a snake and a scorpion. "Humph," Bai Xiaoyu snorted coldly. "Who told him to brag so much just now? He even wanted to kill all of our Spark team by himself. He deserves it. Humph. Let him brag." Behind Gu Yanran, Zhou Ling clenched her fists several times, and then loosened them several times. But after hearing what Gu Yanran said, she finally couldn't help but stepped forward. "Sister Yanran, didn't Sister Huahua say to let Zhou Ling?" Gu Yanran suddenly turned around and glared at Zhou Ling fiercely. "Do you want to betray me, Zhou Ling?" Zhou Ling quickly explained, "I'm not. Sister Yanran, that's not what I meant." Gu Yanran said coldly, "If you don't mean that, don't say anything more." Zhou Ling lowered her head, and Yin Yu beside her side barely audible and shook her head slightly. Everyone knew Sister Yanran's temper. What a pity for this man who still has some courage. Heh. Gu Yanran sneered at Lu Xiaoma. "You were so boastful just now, what? Are you scared now?" Yi Rui, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly struggled to stand up. "Captain, don't agree to her." "Yes, brother Captain, don't agree to them." Su Feifei looked back at the two ferocious sisters behind her, but she was still scared and didn't dare to stand up. However, she still knelt on the ground and yelled at Lu Xiaoma, "Brother Captain, don't agree to it. Annie doesn't dare to really kill us. At most, she will strip us naked." "Yes, brother Captain." Miao Xiaohua also shouted quickly. "And is not that bad. She looks mean, but has a kind heart." All the female members of the ice team wanted to struggle to stand up and say a few words. The situation was a little out of control for a while. Gu Yanran listened to the words around her, and every sentence seemed to be mocking her as a vicious old woman. She was so angry that she suddenly had a pistol in her hand. She pointed one hand up to the sky and fired 3 shots in a row, bang, 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 and said, "Shut up, everyone." After a brief silence, Gu Yanran sneered and pushed away the eyes that were protecting her in front of her and took 2 steps forward. "Your name is Lu Xiaoma. If you are still a man, don't let these women plead for you. I'll ask you one last time. Tomorrow, if you are still a man, you will go to clean up the highway intersection by yourself. Do you dare? If you dare, I admire you. If you are a coward, get out of here and go back to Luoya City right now, and I will spare your life." There was silence, and all the women's eyes fell on Lu Xiaoma's face. Gu Yanran. Lu Xiaoma's voice was not loud, but no one interrupted him. He said calmly, "These are originally members of our ice group. Tell me, why should I bet with you?" "Yes, these are other team members. It is only natural for them to return to their own team. Why should they gamble with you?" This time, all the women present looked at Gu Yanran again. Gu Yanran looked at Lu Xiaoma with sarcasm. "Are you scared? If you are, just say it directly. Don't make these lame excuses." But Sister Yanran didn't say no. Smiling, she continued, "You said I wanted to make a bet with you. So I'm going to make a bet with you today, Lu Xiaoma. Tomorrow, if you can clean up the things at the highway intersection by yourself, I will promise you on behalf of the Spark Group that we will give half of the supplies in Huangqiao Township to you, the Ice Group. Now, do you dare to make the bet?" Sister Yanran. The female team members behind her were all shocked. Sister Sparks didn't say that she would give them half of the supplies. Gu Yanran turned around and shouted, "Shut up, all of you." She turned her head again, sneered, and looked around, and finally her eyes fell back on Lu Xiaoma. "There are so many eyes watching us. Don't let us look down on you." Everyone was looking at Lu Xiaoma, waiting for his answer. Even Bai Lulu, who was always unwilling to influence her man's decision, stepped forward and tightly grabbed Lu Xiaoma's arm. She was a woman who understood the greater good. She knew that as a man, he could not back down at this moment, but as his girlfriend, she did not want him to die in vain. So she could only express her attitude through her actions. "I will accompany you in life and death. Then it's a deal." Chapter 168, Separation of Life and Death. In the sleeper car of the Spark Group, two stunning women, one black and one white, sat on either side of the bed. Spark picked up a black piece and gently put it down, shaking her head slightly. "E.G., you are so absent-minded, but you can still be so good. It seems that I am really not suitable for playing chess." Spark's sister, Yueg, picked up a white piece and sighed softly. "Many members of the ICE group have done tasks for our Spark group, and their leader has never done anything to hurt us." Spark smiled and said, "Does it count if we capture our deputy leader?" They arrested Gu Yanran, but they didn't do anything to her, and they also gave her the final tribute money. Yueg argued softly, and Huahua teased, "I think our Yuji has been tempted by worldly desires." Sister Huahua still says the same thing now. If he can really become the son-in-law of our Huahua group, then Sister Huahua will not pursue the matter of him arresting our deputy leader. "I've already said no." Yueg put down the white piece helplessly. "Sister Huahua, there are only 30 people in their group, and there are at least 10,000 crazy people at the highway intersection. You are sending them to their deaths." "Haha." Spark smiled. "Are you heartbroken?" Not wanting to explain anymore, Yueg helplessly looked at Sister Huahua, who seemed to like laughing so much today, and sighed softly. "Otherwise, Sister Huahua, you can ask my team to help him." "Yueg." Spark spoke softly. "Spark, sister, I." Huahua gently picked up a black piece, looked at the chessboard, and asked casually, "Yueg, if I say that man bullied Sister Huahua, would you still be willing to help him?" "Sister Huahua? This?" Yueg widened her eyes in surprise. "How is this possible, Sister Huahua? How can he beat you in this world?" "Alas, I'm going to lose this game." With a sigh, Huahua smiled again. "I can't beat you no matter what. Wait for me to find Xia Chong." She got out of the car, and a black shadow flashed and suddenly disappeared. The next moment, her figure suddenly appeared on the roof of a truck, and her beautiful eyes stared blankly at that place. "I haven't seen him kill a madman yet. Don't let him down." Thinking of something, she gently placed her hand on her lips. Changing the formation, the Spark group acted as the vanguard and marched ahead for 6 hours overnight. Heavy fog in the early morning. Those crazy people gathered back at the toll booth. After leading the team to clean up the scattered lunatics, the level 2 stone-skin man Zhou Ling came back to report. "Well, how many are there at the door now?" Sitting on the bed, bending over and tying her shoelaces, Gu Yanran also changed into a fiery red sportswear today. The Spark team is the vanguard, and everyone must be prepared for battle, including her as the logistics team leader. No less than 12,000. Zhou Ling couldn't help sighing when she said this number. Gu Yanran got off the ground and zipped up her red sportswear. It was originally a very loose and baggy sportswear, but when she wore it, it was difficult to zip up the 2 zippers on her chest. "I could only hold my breath, zip up, let out a long breath, and almost open the zipper again. Get ready for battle." The last section of National Highway before the expressway. There are 4 lanes in both directions and a central isolation zone. More than 1,000 people from the Sparks group are ready to go. "Everyone, hurry up. This is going to be a tough battle today." Sister Spark said that if we win this battle, we will have unlimited corn rice tonight. There were 4 rows of national highways, 4 large box trucks in the front, and rows of special awakened people standing on the roofs. Under the car, 500 ordinary awakened female team members were fully armed, lined up in formation, and neatly built one firepower network after another on the 4 rows of national roads. "Sister Huahua, Yueg, Sister Yanran, everything is ready." On the roof of a large box truck in the front, Huahua, dressed in black and wearing a black mask, stood in the center. On both sides of her were Yueg, dressed in white, and Gu Yanran, dressed in a red sportswear. Huahua nodded slightly, and Yueg said, "Luo Yi, go and lure the madman." A petite woman behind her shouted, "Understood." "Wait a minute," Gu Yanran suddenly interrupted. "If I remember correctly, it's not time for our Spark group to perform yet." Yueg snorted coldly and said nothing more. Huahua, who was standing next to her, turned his head and gave her a meaningful look. Inu, go and let him out. Gu Yanran's voice was full of pride. Damn man, it's time to pay the price with blood. Do you think you can touch my body? Inu took the order and jumped off the roof of the car. He walked out of several cars and knocked on the door. Lu Xiaoma got out of the car slowly alone. Behind him, Bai Lulu looked a little tired but determined. The last to get out were Gu Wenxia and some female members of the Spark team who had been guarding them all night with guns. Captain. Gu Wenxia took 2 quick steps and came to Lu Xiaoma's side. Lu Xiaoma shook his head slightly and said, I'm fine. Behind him, Yi Rue, Cassini and the others, with their hands tied, also walked towards this side. Lu Xiaoma looked back at them, nodded slightly, turned around, and strode towards the front of the formation. When he passed by the female members of the Spark team, everyone made way for him, but their eyes were full of sympathy when they looked at him. Everyone knows what will happen to him in a moment. How is it possible for one person to fight against 10,000 lunatics? This is what a man should be like. Meitong smacked her lips. If there was a man I know who could be half as good as this guy, she wouldn't be single until now. It's a pity that such a precious child is still going to die. I, Meitong from Princess Street, am destined to be single for the rest of my life. Who said he will definitely die? Qian was not convinced again. If you can't win, the worst that can happen is to run back. I heard from Gu Yanran's people yesterday that Captain Lu's skill is unique and can release such a large air wall. Niu Yu said angrily. I think it is Sister Huahua who is wrong this time. Gu Yanran must have cast some magic on her. Thinking of something, Niu Yu squeezed next to Ding Qian, Luo Yi, and Xiao Yu. He will be in danger soon. Will you go to save him? Luo Yi stared at Lu Xiaoma's back and shook his head slightly. I haven't received this order. Ding Qian also shook her head. Bai Xiao Yu snorted coldly. I won't save him. He's a big liar selling salt. Where is Xiaoshang? Niu Yu went to find Xiaoshang again. Xiaoshang's beautiful eyes were also staring at Lu Xiaoma's back, and she shook her head gently. If none of you guys are going, I'll go alone. Niu Yu turned around angrily and walked back. Qian Yu, will you come with me? Then I'll go with you. What a bunch of ungrateful guys. Qian took Niu Yu's hand again. Let's go and save him. They're just a few lunatics. We don't need the protection of the stone-skinned people. We can do it just as well. You two are not allowed to mess around. This is an order from Sister Sparks herself. None of you are allowed to go. Bai Xiaoyu warned from the side, and the 2 little girls snorted coldly at the same time, not giving the former good sister a single good look. Bai Lulu held Lu Xiaoma's hand, and the 2 of them walked to the front of the battlefield. The further they walked, the tighter their hands held, until he stopped moving forward. Stand here and wait for me to come back. Lu Xiaoma hugged Bai Lulu tightly. After a hug, he turned around and strode towards the direction of the crazy crowd. Xiaoma. Bai Lulu suddenly rushed forward, her long gray hair dancing in the air. She put her arms around Lu Xiaoma's neck and kissed him deeply with her red lips. This was the last kiss between the 2 of them. Seeing this scene, many of the Sparks female team members present had tears in their eyes and even twitched their noses slightly. On the roof of the car, watching this scene, Yu Yiji asked softly, Gu Yanran, is this what you want to see? Humph. Gu Yanran rarely quarreled with her this time. She turned her head away and looked elsewhere. I've already said that as long as he can come back alive, I will forgive him. Sparks, who was standing in the middle, stared at the 2 people in a daze and subconsciously put 2 slender jade fingers to her lips. Chapter 169, 10 Deaths and No Life, Part 1. With his back to more than 1,000 female sparkling warriors and more than 1,000 pairs of eyes, Lu Xiaoma slowly walked into the crowd of crazy people on the opposite side. Whether it was due to the good weather or some other reason, he walked into the crowd of crazy people, and the thick fog thinned and slowly dissipated. Lu Xiaoma took steady steps, raised his right hand halfway in the air, and a 2-meter-long air blade appeared out of thin air. He continued to walk forward. Less than 100 meters ahead, there were numerous crazy people. The group at the front had already noticed this human who dared to provoke him. They screamed and roared and swarmed towards Lu Xiaoma. More and more madmen discovered this human being, and countless densely packed figures followed one after another. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. The densely packed groups of crazy people on both sides of the national highway had already rushed to Lu Xiaoma's sight. At this moment, he suddenly raised his left hand, and a 10-meter-high and 10-meter-wide milky white air wall suddenly appeared out of thin air on the left side of the national highway. Caught off guard, the madmen in the front row hit the air wall and were squeezed by countless companions from behind. The other side became a flood outlet. In an instant, dozens of madmen fell to the ground, then got up from the ground and rushed towards Lu Xiaoma. All of you go to hell. Lu Xiaoma's aura suddenly surged. He rushed forward with a 2-meter-long air blade in his right hand, facing the crowd of crazy people. Hand-to-hand combat. Lu Xiaoma held the air blade in both hands and swept it across, and in an instant, more than 20 of the densely packed crowd of madmen on the opposite side were cut in half. Without stopping for a moment, before the upper and lower bodies of the corpses could slide down, Lu Xiaoma gritted his teeth and knocked their bodies away, continuing to rush forward. At this time, the madmen had surrounded him. Lu Xiaoma held a 2-meter air blade in both hands and rotated 360 degrees on the spot. The limbs and torsos of the madmen around him flew around, but he still didn't dare to stay for a moment. Gritting his teeth, he continued to rush into the depths of the madmen. The 2-meter-long air blade in his hand flew back and forth. Lu Xiaoma knew that facing 10,000 crazy people, he had to fight with his life. His skill only lasted for 600 seconds. Facing 10,000 crazy people, that means he had to kill nearly 20 crazy people in 1 second, including the orcs. How is this possible? Even Lu Xiaoma himself knew that he had almost no chance of survival this time, but there might be a variable. Without time to think, Lu Xiaoma gritted his teeth, and he didn't know how many madmen's bodies he knocked and kicked away with his body and feet. He just rushed forward. He waved the 2-meter air blade with both hands countless times. Whether it was an orc or a madman, he could completely ignore them under his 2-meter air blade. I don't know how many times it was, but Lu Xiaoma mechanically swept 360 degrees on the spot with the air blade in both hands, and countless limbs flew around. He was still gritting his teeth and continuing to rush forward, but suddenly his feet slipped, and he stepped on the wrist of a madman on the ground, and his body instinctively fell forward. Losing his balance, Lu Xiaoma did not dare to stop the air blades in his hands for a moment, and his body leaned forward. He swept forward with 2 swords in succession, and at the moment of falling to the ground, he turned around and slashed horizontally. It should have been a 360-degree sweep, but this time, perhaps only 350 degrees, leaving an empty space on the left shoulder. The madman there opened his bloody mouth and bit Lu Xiaoma's shoulder. It's so painful. The moment Lu Xiaoma fell to the ground, he slashed with the air blade in his right hand, cutting off half of the madman's head, but a row of teeth were still tightly embedded in the muscles on his shoulder. You all have to fucking die. The pain on his shoulder stimulated his senses. The moment Lu Xiaoma fell to the ground, he somersaulted into the air, landed with his feet, and stepped on the chest of a male madman. Fortunately, this was a male madman. If it was a female, he would probably fall again this time. After staggering 2 steps forward, Lu Xiaoma swung the chi blades in both hands back and forth and left and right randomly. After standing firmly on his feet, he rushed forward again. More and more crazy people gathered around, with Lu Xiaoma as the center, and the radius of the crazy people around him was at least 20 meters. Kill. Another 360-degree rotation on the spot. Dozens of crazy people were beheaded. Lu Xiaoma looked up to the sky and roared wildly, raised his left hand high, and the 10-meter air wall blocking the way suddenly disappeared. The next moment, a small air wall with a side length of 1 meter appeared on the left side of Lu Xiaoma, parallel to the ground, floating in the air. With a leap, Lu Xiaoma stepped on the air wall, took a step forward, and leaped into the air again, jumping into the tops of countless lunatics. Kill. Stepping on the shoulder of a madman, his feet were unstable, and Lu Xiaoma threw himself forward. But, just as he fell down and his body was about on the shoulders of all the madmen, his right hand swept the 2-meter air blade again, and a group of madmen's heads flew. Just at this moment, he felt a pain in his left arm. A female madman on the other side bit his left forearm tightly. Half of a madman's head was still hanging on his left shoulder, and his left forearm was now bitten by a female madman. Lu Xiaoma gritted his teeth and swept the air blade in his right hand to the left. Half of the female madman's head flew off, and at the same time, a stream of hot brain matter sprayed all over his face. A large number of headless madmen were kneeling on the ground and falling down. Lu Xiaoma's body fell to the ground with them. At the same time, he rolled to the left on countless corpses. His left arm, which had 2.5 heads hanging on it, supported the ground while enduring the pain. He stood up in the air again, and like a conditioned reflex, the 2-meter-long air blades swept across again. Kill. The bodies of the madmen fell to the ground around him. The madmen in the outer circle roared and rushed inwards. They were tripped by the bodies of their companions in front of them, and their bodies rushed towards Lu Xiaoma in the center of the circle. Before they fell to the ground, another air blade cut off their heads and chests. Bang, bang, bang. Not far away, 3 huge orcs kicked their companions away. Lu Xiaoma wiped his eyes. His vision was blurred by the madman's brain. When he saw the orcs rushing towards him clearly, he clenched his fists, swept a few madmen, stepped on their stacked corpses, and jumped towards the first orc. In midair, the orc saw the tiny human flying towards him, and it waved its huge hands and grabbed him. In midair, Lu Xiaoma, who was facing the orc, suddenly leaned back to avoid its midair grab, and then chopped the orc's waist with his right hand's air blade. Almost at the same time, his body hit the orc's severed upper body. Its upper and lower body had been cut apart. Lu Xiaoma hit its chest, pressed against his chest, and pressed into the crowd of crazy people behind it. The orc's body overwhelmed 3 madmen. Lu Xiaoma supported its nose with his left hand, turned around, and swept the air blade in a circle, and more than 40 madmen were beheaded. Chapter 170, 10 Deaths and No Survival, Part 2. Kill, kill, kill. I don't know how long it took, 6 minutes or 8 minutes. Lu Xiaoma had killed enough people in one place and felt that the corpses on the ground affected the madmen rushing over, so he stepped on the air wall and jumped to the other side. The national highways around here have been stained red with blood, red and purple, and broken limbs almost cover the surrounding roads. Kill, kill, kill. Killing people every second. Lu Xiaoma didn't know if he could kill 20 people in 1 second. He only knew that he had to try his best. When the 10-minute skill time is up, he will be an ordinary awakener. With his current physical condition, he will probably be buried deep in this sea of blood and corpses. It's time. I looked at the countdown on my wrist, and there was 1 minute and 37 seconds left. With a leap in the air, Lu Xiaoma, with the 3 newly added half-heads of madmen on his back, jumped onto the 1-meter-long milky white air wall. He leaped in the air again. The air wall under his feet disappeared and appeared in the air even higher. Lu Xiaoma's body was already 3 meters high in the air. He continued to leap upwards. 15 meters high in the air. This time, Lu Xiaoma stepped on a 10-meter wide air wall. He was in midair, and more than 1,000 pairs of eyes not far away could see him clearly. All the female members of the Spark team were completely stunned and had no idea what he was going to do this time. Underfoot, the dense crowd of madmen looked up at the sky. They stepped over the bodies of their companions and slowly filled the space under Lu Xiaoma's feet. It's almost now. Looking at the dense crowd of crazy people under his feet, Lu Xiaoma suddenly had an orange-yellow crystal in his hand. He exerted a little force with one hand and suddenly felt the orange-yellow crystal shake slightly. It's a bit like the vibration of a cell phone. He quickly threw the crystal to the crowd of madmen at his feet, then lowered his head and looked at exploding crystals. The data given by the City Lord's mansion is that after the explosive crystal is used, no grass will grow within 100 square meters. The meaning of leaving no grass behind should be razing the ground to the ground. Lu Xiaoma has not seen the power of this explosive crystal yet. Don't even know how to use it. The 2 explosive crystals found in the poison barrier are the key to Lu Xiaoma's success in killing 10,000 people this time. 10, 9, 8, 7. He counted the numbers silently in his mind. It has been 5 seconds since the explosive crystal was thrown over the heads of the crazy group, and there was no reaction. Lu Xiaoma clenched his palms, wondering if he had used it wrong. 3, 2, 1. Sudden. It was visible to the naked eye that a huge orange-yellow semicircular air barrier suddenly appeared right under Lu Xiaoma. The air barrier grew from small to large, and then from large to small, silently. Lu Xiaoma even wondered if it was his own illusion. But what surprised him even more was that after the air barrier gradually became smaller and eventually disappeared, he was surprised to find that the 100 square meters of space under his feet was empty. On the smooth asphalt road, not only the madman disappeared, but not even a drop of blood could be seen. Is this what it means to have no grass growing on 100 square meters? I can't believe it. But now he had no time to sigh. The air wall under Lu Xiaoma's feet flickered continuously. This time, he jumped to the outermost edge of the crazy crowd in the direction of the sparks. Behind him was a ball of sparks, and opposite him was a group of madmen whose number was unknown. He raised his left hand high again, with a 10-meter wide air wall on the left and a 2-meter wide air blade in his right hand, rushing towards the group of madmen. Skill countdown 37 seconds. Lu Xiaoma's air blades rolled continuously, countless broken limbs and arms. With a countdown of 25 seconds, he fought and retreated, deliberately leaving the bodies of the madmen all over the ground. The madmen who rushed up from behind were tripped one after another, and then climbed up one after another. Countdown 10 seconds. Lu Xiaoma had retreated to a distance of 20 meters from the Spark team, and all the female members of the Spark team saw the horrifying scene behind him. 7 half-heads of madmen were hung on his back, and on his left and right shoulders and arms, there were 3 half-heads of madmen on each side. He was bleeding all over, but he was still swinging the air blade in his hand with all his might. Behind them, Bai Lulu, who was standing in front of everyone, covered her mouth with one hand, tears rolling down her cheeks. But she didn't cry out loud. She knew that if she cried out loud at this moment, it would distract him and would also make the sparks behind her look down on her. But this is my man. My man will never lose. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2. Suddenly, the air wall on the left disappeared. Lu Xiaoma held the air blade in both hands, and the last one slashed horizontally, but only half of it was chopped off. The 7 madmen in front of him were cut into 2 pieces, and the other 5 roared and rushed towards him. Careful! Be careful! Behind him were the female members of the Spark group, who could not help but scream. When Lu Xiaoma discovered that the air blade had disappeared, he quickly raised his left hand, and the 2 madmen bit his left arm again. At the same time, a long screwdriver appeared in his right hand, and he stabbed it into the eyeballs of the 2 madmen twice in succession. He dodged to the right again, avoiding the other 3 madmen, and stabbed twice with the screwdriver in his right hand. 2 more madmen fell forward wailing, and at this moment, the last madman bit his shoulder. Lu Xiaoma shook off the 2 madmen's corpses with his left hand, and held the last madwoman who was hugging him and biting his right shoulder. He pressed the back of her head slightly, and for the last time, he stabbed the screwdriver in his right hand into the back of her head. There was no more madman running around, and the road ahead was covered with broken limbs, corpses, and blood. The crazy woman on his shoulders was pulled away. The teeth marks left by her were like a fountain, and blood was gushing out. Staring in the direction of the highway intersection ahead, Lu Xiaoma's vision gradually became blurred. He bit the tip of his tongue hard, and a fishy sweetness came out in his mouth. The scene in front of him became much clearer. Madman gone. Behind him were half the heads of 7 madmen, their teeth still firmly embedded in the muscles on Lu Xiaoma's back. There were countless tiny teeth marks on both shoulders, and blood was gushing out like small fountains. On each of his left and right arms, there were half of the heads of 3 madmen. On the outer thighs and calves behind, there were madmen's heads, with brain matter and blood dripping out. Upon seeing this scene, many female team members who were ready to go, with their guns aimed at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood on the opposite side, covered their mouths and cried out. The end of the world has lasted for so long, and there have been hundreds of battles, big and small, but this is the first time that everyone has seen such a soul-stirring scene. No more madmen. He felt a little dizzy, and the scene in front of him became blurred again. Lu Xiaoma slowly turned around and tried to make his steps as steady as possible. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. At a distance of more than 20 meters, Lu Xiaoma bit his tongue 3 times. He walked in front of all the female members of the Spark team. His vision was blurry. He shook his head left and right, and finally raised it slightly. He finally found the 3 women standing on the truck. Gu Yanran, I have done what I said. Let them go. Let my team members go. After forcing himself to finish the last sentence, his eyes went dark and he fell to the ground. Chapter 171, Personal Healing. Bitch. In the large warehouse at the Bingtuan Lia city headquarters, Bai Lulu carried a basin of water and walked to a drain, pouring out the dirty water. She had just wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve when suddenly a woman rushed towards her, followed by a group of women running towards her in a hurry, as if they were arguing about something. Pa! A crisp slap. Bitch! Bitch! Vixen! Shameless! Qin Xian rushed over like a mad lioness, fangs and claws bared. Suddenly, a figure flashed between the 2 of them, and Zoya suddenly appeared between them. What are you doing, Qin Xian? You want to fight? Pa! Another slap. This time it was Zoya who slapped Qin Xian hard in the face. Qin Xian was caught off guard by the beating. Fang Jing, Fangya and other girls behind her also rushed over at this time. Kusini stepped forward and pushed Zoya's shoulder hard. Zoya, get out of here. What do you have to do here? You want to fight, huh? At this time, Yi Rui, Su Feifei, and Miao Xiaohua all ran over and stood behind Bai Lulu. More and more people rushed over, and the scene became more and more chaotic. Lu Xiaoma stood there blankly. He had no idea what was going on. Seeing the people on both sides, some female team members had already pulled out long screwdrivers. Lu Xiaoma suddenly felt inexplicably irritated. Enough! 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 Stop it now. We owe you this. I'm not trying to save him. It's better if he dies. I will never forgive him in my life. Lingzi, let's go. In the Bingtuan sleeper car, Gu Yanran handed a regeneration crystal to Yuji and turned to get off the car. Bai Lulu quickly reached out. Sister Yuji, give it to me. No, I'll do it. On the bed, Lu Xiaoma was only wearing a pair of boxer briefs. Yi Rue and Kusini carefully pulled out the last half of the madman's head from his body. His body was covered with bleeding wounds, which was shocking to look at. Sister Iji, Bai Xiaoyu opened her mouth in surprise. She wondered if she had heard it wrong. Sister Iji was actually going to do this kind of thing for a man personally. Is this still Yu Iji, who has severe mysophobia? Ahem. On the bed, blood choked into her trachea. Lu Xiaoma coughed violently. Yu Iji clenched the regeneration crystal, bent down, and exerted a little force. A mouthful of blood foam sprayed all over her face. It even sprayed on her lips. Yu Iji. Bai Xiaoyu stepped forward quickly. Sister Iji, please let me use it. You all stand back. She didn't wipe the blood off her face, but Yu Iji, who had severe mysophobia, subconsciously squeezed the regeneration crystal. Her expression was a little unnatural. She stared at the hideous scars on Lu Xiaoma's body with her beautiful eyes, and then squeezed the red crystal tightly. A stream of light red air enveloped Lu Xiaoma's whole body. A few minutes later, Yu Yiji breathed a sigh of relief. A small white hand appeared in the space of her left hand and slowly wiped her face. It's okay. Let him rest for a while. She turned around and walked to the bed opposite, sat down slightly, and her eyes fell on Lu Xiaoma opposite. Bai Xiaoyu's eyes widened again when she saw her. Sister Yiji, the white cloth hasn't been spread yet. What? Oh. There was a bit of surprise on that beautiful face. Yu Yiji glanced at the berth she was sitting on and smiled faintly. Okay, it's okay. Sister Yiji, let's go back to our own car. Not only Yu Yiji, but now all 10 special awakeners under her are in this ice sleeper car. Bai Xiaoyu saw that Sister Yiji actually sat on someone else's bed and was sprayed with blood by the man. She didn't wipe it off immediately. Bai Xiaoyu was a little worried about these inexplicable things, although she didn't know what she was worried about. Yu Yiji looked at the windshield in front of her. People were still clearing the road outside and searching for supplies in abandoned cars. Don't go back yet. She looked up at her teammates. Those of you who have things to do should go back and do them first. I'll stay here to see the leader of the ice group. When he wakes up, I'll go back too. But Sister Yiji, Bai Xiaoyu was about to say more, but Qian interrupted her. Okay, Xiaoyu, what if Gu Yanran and the others come to cause trouble again? Yes, Qian Yu is right. Neo Yu nodded quickly. Let's stay in this car to protect the leader of the ice group. Bai Xiaoyu opened her mouth and looked around. They were all looking at her. The sleeper car had been traveling for a whole day, and the atmosphere inside was very depressing. Bai Lulu sat silently beside Lu Xiaoma, holding his hand the whole time. She was very stubborn and didn't shed a single tear that day. She didn't want to embarrass Lu Xiaoma in the presence of outsiders. Lulu. In the evening, Yi Rue directed the female members of the ice group to cook. When the rice was cooked and the aroma of corn was wafting in, she walked back to the car and said, "Let's get off and have something to eat." "I'm fine." Bai Lulu sniffed and looked out the window of the driver's seat. Her big black and white maple eyes were obviously bloodshot. "I'm not hungry yet. You guys go eat." Sister Lulu. Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua got on the car. "Just get off and eat something." Su Feifei ran to Bai Lulu, her big eyes darting around, and whispered, "Don't let them laugh at us." "Yes, don't let them laugh at us." Looking around again, Bai Lulu stood up from the bed. Her feet felt a little numb. She forced a smile and said, "Sister Iji, let's eat here today." Miao Xiaohua quickly said, "Yes, our group has hot and sour cabbage soup today." Inside the car, everyone got out. Su Feifei winked at Miao Xiaohua, who understood immediately, nodded slightly, cleared her throat, and said, "Qian Yu. Ew. You two wait a moment." "What? Don't you want to eat hot and sour cabbage soup?" The two girls who were left behind looked confused. Su Feifei walked back and forth in the car twice to confirm that there were only 4 of them in the car. Then she whispered, Yu, Qian Yu, the 2 of you go to guard the front and middle doors. It will only take 5 minutes. Remember, don't let anyone get in. Why do you want to do this? The 2 girls looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Miao Xiaohua quickly pushed them and said, Okay, I told you to go, so go quickly. I'll give each of you a big spoonful of my Laogan Ma hot sauce tonight. Come on. The 2 girls got out of the car. At this time, only Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua were left in the car. They walked lightly to Lu Xiaoma's bed. The bed was still covered with the blood he had shed during the day. The 2 girls looked at each other and said, Do you want to do it, or should I? They said the same words in unison and widened their eyes at the same time. Rock, paper, scissors? Su Feifei suggested. Miao Xiaohua nodded, and the 2 stood back to back in the aisle in front of the bed. Rock, paper, scissors. Keeping the gestures, the 2 people slowly turned around. Su Feifei showed the scissors, and Miao Xiaohua showed the cloth. Then I'll do it. Again, The two people said the same thing in unison, and their eyes widened at the same time. Didn't you come here to win? Isn't it for losing? Su Feifei glared at Miao Xiaohua, and Miao Xiaohua glared at Su Feifei. Okay, let's do it together. Okay, come together, I'll go over there. Miao Xiaohua walked around to the other side of the bed. The two lantern girls stared at Lu Xiaomao, who was lying on the bed in only a pair of black boxer shorts, with 4 big eyes. They looked at each other again and nodded in unison. The 4 little hands simultaneously reached out to the last pair of pants on his body. Yo-yo. At the front of the car, Bai Lulu packed a box of lunch and was about to walk back to the car. Seeing Qian blocking the door again, she was a little surprised. Why don't you go eat? I. Qian was a little nervous again and looked back at the car. What's wrong, Chiyu? Seeing her look back into the car, Bai Lulu's heart tightened. What happened in the car? Nothing. Nothing at all. After saying that, Qian quickly turned around and ran back. Yu, let's run. He secretly said in his heart. I'm sorry, Feifei, I don't want your Lao Ganma anymore. The 2 little girls ran away, and Bai Lulu hurriedly ran to the car, just in time to see the 2 little girls who were lantern artists, with red faces, 4 big eyes staring at one place, and 4 little hands pulling the last pair of pants on Lu Xiaomao's body, pulling it to the ankle. Chapter 172, Let him go. How is it? How many are there on the bridge? 2 days later, Bai Xiaoyu, Luo Yi, Ding Qian, Yin and Zhou Ling arrived at Huangqiao Township first. Now, the Spark Group has set up camp on the highway outside Huangqiao Township. After taking over Huangqiao Township in one fell swoop, they sent people back to bring back the news and then meet up with the other 3 adventure groups. Huangqiao Township will also be Spark's last battle as a vanguard group. I can't see clearly, but there are at least 20,000 of them on the bridge. A 6-story building. 5 level 2 stone-skinned warriors rushed to the top of the building. Bai Xiaoyu put down the telescope and said, Take a look. I'll do it. Yin took the telescope and looked carefully in the direction of Tianjiang Bridge. On the way here just now, there weren't many crazy people in Huangqiao Township, perhaps not as many as those standing on the Tianjiang Bridge. It was still early morning and the fog was thick. The Tianjiang Bridge seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see, but the bridge was densely packed with heads, and a few huge black spots appeared from time to time. After capturing Huangqiao Township, the 4 major adventure groups will use Huangqiao Township as their base and counterattack Tianjiang City. The initial battle plan was that after killing all the maniacs on the bridge, the 4 major adventure groups continued to send stone-skinned people to Tianjiang City to lure monsters. Lead them to the Tianjiang Bridge, set up a fire net on the opposite side of the bridge, lure the monsters, and kill them. This process was repeated over and over again. Millions of crazy people in Tianjiang City wiped out at least 400,000 of them at the Tianjiang Bridge. But how to fight this first wave? It will be a tough battle. Go back and tell Sister Spark about the situation here. She will naturally have a solution for us. On the highway, at the exit leading to Huangqiao Township, the Spark Group's large group arrived here last night. From last night until now, they have cleared out thousands of lunatics. An off-road vehicle returned to the ramp, and Bai Xiaoyu and the other girls got off the car in a hurry and headed straight for the sleeper car where Sister Spark was. In the car, after listening to the report from Bai Xiaoyu and others, Huahua sat on a lower bunk and took off her mask. She took a sip of water, smiled faintly, and glanced at the 2 deputy leaders opposite her. Who of you 2 wants to take over Huangqiao Township? These days, Sister Huahua seems to be in a good mood and takes off her mask from time to time. I'll go. On the 2 lower bunks opposite, Yu Yiji and Gu Yanran stood up together and looked at each other. Gu Yanran smiled slightly, while Yu Yiji looked at her with no expression. Yu Yiji said expressionlessly, Sister Huahua, leave the task to us. We will ensure that it is completed before sunset tonight. Gu Yanran smiled and said, It's the same for me. You all want to go? As if he was in some difficulty, Huahua stood up from the bed, walked hesitantly in the corridor twice, and finally looked at Bai Xiaoyu who was coming forward. Xiaoyu, who do you think should go? Of course it's Sister Iji. Bai Xiaoyu took it for granted, and Huahua looked at Yin again. Yin, what do you think? Yin glanced at Bai Xiaoyu beside her and said, Sister Yanran should go. I see. Sparks walked back and forth in the aisle twice more. This is a bit difficult. If I let Iji go, Yanran, you will definitely say that I am being unfair. If I let Yanran go, Iji, you will also think that Sister Huahua is biased. What should I do? It's a headache. The women in the room were a little dumbfounded. The 2 of them were rushing to do everything. Isn't this a daily operation? Sister Huahua should have been used to it a long time ago. Is he awake? Without a clue, Sister Huahua looked at Bai Xiaoyu and asked. Bai Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Sister Huahua, Are you asking about Sister Fengming? Sister Fengming woke up a long time ago, and you saw her last night. At the end, her voice became smaller. She seemed to think that Sister Huahua was not asking about Shin Fengming. Ding Qian answered honestly. Sister Huahua, he woke up yesterday morning and should have recovered almost completely now. I don't see any scars on his body. Sparks calmly returned to her bed and sat down. Since he's awake, let him go. Bai Xiaoyu still didn't understand him. Looking at Yu Yiji and Gu Yanran opposite, Huahua raised his eyes and looked at them. You two should also send some people to him. Sister Huahua, Gu Yanran frowned. Will he still agree? Huahua smiled and said, you go and ask him. Of course he won't agree. Let Yujie go. I'll go. Usually, Yu Yiji rarely had any facial expressions. At this moment, she was stunned, but she immediately regained her composure. She looked at Sister Huahua with a teasing look and said, Sister Huahua, there is nothing I can do. Yiji, Sparks interrupted lightly. You treat him as a task. She wanted to say something else, but Yu Yiji looked at Huyen's in different eyes and finally nodded reluctantly. Yu Yiji got out of the car with her people, sighed lightly, and returned to her seat. Bai Xiaoyu, Ding Qian, and Luo Yi followed her and got in the car. Everyone was there. Ding Qian told everyone about Sister Sparks' mission, and all the women in the car were dumbfounded. After a moment of silence, Bai Xiaoyu suggested, let's learn from Gu Yanran and tie up all their team members. Force them to submit. No one else responded, so it was obvious that this approach wasn't working. Luo Yi stood up and said, I will challenge him to a duel, and the loser must agree to one of the winner's conditions. What if you lose? Meitong looked at the girl who loved fighting with a smile. If you lose, I will marry you as my concubine. Do you agree? Luo Yi raised his chin and said, I won't lose. Qian whispered again, Luo Yi, you should not go. Niu Yu nodded in agreement. I agree, Luo Yi. If you go to compete with him, you will be giving him a concubine, which is not worth it. Why do you say that? Luo Yi was very unconvinced. Don't you have confidence in me? Otherwise, let's compete first. I'll let you two compete together. It's not that I don't have confidence in you. Niu Yu looked up at Luo Yi with some sympathy. It's his air sword. We heard from Su Feifei that their leader's air blade can easily break through the defense of you stone-skinned people. This is impossible. Luo Yi found it hard to believe. Bai Xiaoyu, who was also a stone-skinned person, said confidently, it is impossible for our stone-skinned people's defense to be broken by his broken sword. The last stone-skinned person, Ding Qian, also nodded slightly. She was also very confident in her body-protecting stone skin. This is true, Qian Yu said. When Su Feifei told us, we didn't believe it, but later we went to ask Sister Yirue. Niu Yu nodded and continued. We went together to ask Sister Yirue. Sister Yirue said that it was their leader who killed 2 stone-skinned people with a sword and saved Sister Yirue. 2 stone-skinned men were killed with 1 sword. The women in the car were a little bit unbelieving. Even Yu Yiji had a flash of surprise in her eyes. How could this be possible? As special awakeners, they all knew what this meant. That is to say, with a random sword strike from him, he could even kill the city lord or the leader of the berserk group. Another silence. Seeing that no one was talking, Meitong looked around with her big watery eyes and sighed. If hard ones don't work, then we can only try soft ones? After all, we women are made of water. As she spoke, she looked at Bai Xiaoyu's body with her watery eyes smiling. Meitong, what are you doing? Bai Xiaoyu felt her whole body burning with heat at this naked gaze. She said angrily, Meitong, if you dare to say it out loud, I will beat you up. Haha, the leader doesn't even like you, a little girl. Meitong was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. Bai Xiaoyu was so angry that she said, Meitong, you dare to say that again? Don't dare. Meitong smiled and looked at Luo Yi again. Luo Yi had not yet come out of the shock just now. Seeing Meitong's gaze, she warned, I will beat you too. Alas, when Sister Yiji is in trouble, you guys can't do this or that. Meitong sighed softly. Otherwise, it's better for me to sacrifice my looks. Humph, you are not as good as Bai Lulu. Bai Xiaoyu was disdainful, and Luo Yi also said, you can't beat Bai Lulu. Then there's nothing we can do. A long time. I have an idea. Wu Meyer, who had been sitting in the distance and had been silent, suddenly said, I have a solution. Perhaps you can make a deal with him. Chapter 173, Huangqiao Township. In front, there are 600 on the left. No, more than 700. There are a lot on the right. There are orcs on the opposite side. There are 3 more orcs on the opposite side. Huangqiao Township has only one main street, with 6-story buildings and 1-story shops on both sides of the street. Because it is a logistics distribution center, the roads in Huangqiao Township are wide enough, comparable to those in some big cities. At this moment, in the middle of the spacious road, a circular group of people slowly moved forward. Standing on the outermost layer were the level 2 stone-skinned people Yi Rui, Bai Xiaoyu, Ding Qian, Luo Yi, Yin Zhou Ling, and 23 hired stone-skinned people warriors. In the inner circle, behind their shoulders, are the level 2 flammers Zoya, Fong Jing, Niu Yu, Yu Wei, Meng Yuedong, and 11 hired flame warriors. The third circle includes beastmen such as Ku Sini, Xin Fengming, and Hu Yuelon, 2 lightmen such as Wu Meyer and Xiaoshang, and watermen such as Fangya, Qianyu, and Su Xia. Finally, Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua supported the blind girl Lin Menger and the misty man by Lulu and stood in the center. Lu Xiaoma stood alone outside the group of people, followed by 500 special awakened female warriors, led by Gu Wenxia. In front of them, an overwhelming wave of crazy people rushed towards the crowd like a tsunami. Lu Xiaoma raised his left hand and shouted, "Inject water! Water gas people, get ready!" At the command. In the crowd, Fangya screamed, and the rubber band of her ponytail burst, and her long hair flew in the air like a witch. All the others took out a crystal from their pockets at the same time, and squeezed it with all their strength. Dozens of water streams shot into the air like bursting water pipes, and the water mass in the air grew larger and larger. "Watch me. Go to hell." A huge ball of water rolled towards the crowd of crazy people on the opposite side, like a huge bowling ball. After rolling for more than 30 meters, the water ball suddenly burst. Lu Xiaomo raised his right hand. "Yi Rui, Bai Xiaoyu, Ding Qian, Yin pull the rope. The rest of you continue to pour water." As soon as the voice fell, Yi Rui and the other 4 stone-skinned warriors shot into the shops on both sides of the road like arrows. The second water ball above Fang Ya's head was slowly growing bigger and was thrown out violently. The second water ball was obviously much smaller than the first one, but its power was no less. The fish that had just been caught in the net were almost wiped out in one swoop. Luo Yi and Zhou Ling will cover the rear, and the rest of the group will immediately retreat 20 meters. The group of people retreated 20 meters. Countless madmen who had just been knocked down by the water ball stumbled to their feet again and rushed forward with strange cries. But just when they rushed to where Lu Xiaoma and others were, a thin steel wire under their feet suddenly stretched straight. The lunatics in the front row were tripped by the wires one after another, and then the lunatics in the second row fell on them. The lunatics in the third row pressed down on the second row, and the lunatics in the fourth row crashed into the third row in front. The time is now. 2 stone-skinned men protecting 1 fireman. Go! In the team at the back, 2 level 2 flame people, Zoya and Fang Jing, rushed forward, one on the left and one on the right, like 2 flying knives, and behind them were 2 level 1 stone-skinned female warriors protecting them. At this time, the thin steel wire rope had been turned into an arc shape by the increasing number of lunatics rushing forward from behind, and the 4 stone-skinned men hiding in the shops on both sides were still gritting their teeth and holding on. The madmen were shoulder to shoulder, and more of them were crowded together. At this time, Zoya and Fang Jing, 2 fiery red figures, had rushed in front of them, and each of them patted the body of the madman in front. Level 2 Flame Man's unique skill, Infection. Infection. Within 3 seconds, the burning madman will infect his companions with the flames, which is ineffective against orcs. Boom. The blue flames instantly ignited the group of lunatics. The rows of lunatics who were tripped by the wire rope and lying on the ground had no time to escape. They rushed over from behind and squeezed their companions in front of them. In an instant, they were all ignited. Withdraw. Zoya and other flame warriors, Yi Rui and other stone-skinned warriors who were responsible for pulling the ropes quickly retreated to where the main force was, hiding behind the guns of 500 awakened female warriors. This tactic. On the roof of a small building to one side, Sparks in Black quietly watched everything that happened on the street, muttering to himself. Thousands of crazy people died without firing a single bullet. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled, and 3 huge orcs finally rushed forward. They kicked away the bodies of countless madmen with blue flames and rushed to the opposite side with bloodshot eyes. There's a huge swathe of delicious goodness there. It's our turn. Kusini, Shun Fengming, and Hu Yuelon led a group of female warriors who controlled the orcs and stepped forward. In front of them, Lu Xiaoma raised his right hand facing the 3 orcs. Don't use your skills yet. Lightman Xiaochong. Prepare your skills. Light people? Use light people to kill orcs? Although he had doubts, on the battlefield, Lu Xiaoma was the commander, and his orders were above all else. Xiaoshang in white stepped forward. Put. At Lu Xiaoma's command, Xiaoshang's long hair suddenly fluttered in the air, and the light spot in her hand grew from small to large. Lu Xiaoma covered her eyes with one hand and focused all her attention on her ears. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 loud rumbling sounds that were obviously louder than the original ones, and the orc was caught off guard and fell forward. A long screwdriver appeared in Lu Xiaoma's hand, and he flew forward in the direction of the sound. He opened his eyes. The dazzling white light was still in front of him, but he could vaguely see that it was the huge head of a half-meter orc. Puff! He rushed forward with a brisk step and inserted the long screwdriver into the orc's lower ear and slanted into its Adam's apple. Looking back, the second orc was roaring and supporting himself on the ground with his arms. Before he could stand up, Lu Xiaoma's figure flashed in front of it, and he used the long screwdriver to penetrate the orc's Adam's apple behind his long chin from bottom to top. On the other side, the third orc had already struggled to stand up. He was dazzled by the dazzling white light, and his head was still a little confused. He shook his huge head, aimed at the direction ahead, took a big step with his right foot, and suddenly felt a pain in the heel of his left foot. His huge body fell forward again. After killing 2 orcs in a row, Lu Xiaoma rushed towards the third orc at the fastest speed, went around its back, and at the moment when its left foot just raised, he jumped up and stabbed the tendon on its heel with a screwdriver. The orc's skin is as hard as iron except for the Adam's apple covered by the long chin. Even if a bullet hits it from a long distance, it cannot penetrate the bullet head. But this does not mean that it does not feel pain. It still feels pain. When the pain is too severe, it may even go crazy, and its speed and strength will increase to 1.5 times of the original. A knife pierced into the throat, and learned about the third orc. Everyone follow me. Without firing a single bullet, he slaughtered more than 1,000 maniacs and 3 orcs by using only the skills of 1 level 2 waterman, 1 lightman, and 2 level 2 firemen. Lu Xiaoma's new fighting method opened the eyes of all the female members of the Spark team. In the next 2 hours, the Vanguard group, led by Lu Xiaoma, cleared out more than 80 of the lunatics and orcs in Huangqiao Township, like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Further ahead is the Tianjiang Bridge connecting Huangqiao Township and Tianjiang City. The female team members are getting braver and braver, and they are looking forward to this temporary male commander. They want to know how he will take down the Tianjiang Bridge. Chapter 174, Fire Truck. Inyu, Zhouling. Each of you will take 50 people and retreat 50 meters to form a circular alert. Clear. After 2 hours of sweeping across Huangqiao Township from west to east, the Vanguard group did not go upstairs. There were still some sporadic lunatics in the rear who were rushing over with strange screams. Now, the main force of the Vanguard group has gathered in the middle of the road 30 meters away from the Tianjiang River. The main road is wide, with 4-story buildings on both sides, and the first floor is a store. Most of the bodies of the madmen on the ground were cleared to the doors of the shops on both sides. A large group of people stood in the middle of the road. Further ahead was the intersection. Between the intersection and the Tianjiang Bridge was a ring-shaped Binjiang East Road, which finally led to the majestic Tianjiang Bridge. On the bridge, which has 4 lanes, a dense crowd of crazy people were walking back and forth in an irregular manner, bumping into their companions' shoulders, changing directions, turning back, bumping into another companion's shoulder, and changing directions again. An orc took 2 steps forward slowly, then bent his knees and continued forward. His huge knees hit the top of a madman's head, and the madman screamed and fell backwards. The orc continued to move forward without noticing anything, and stepped on the madman's body with his big feet, causing him to scream miserably. At the intersection 30 meters away from the bridge, Lu Xiaoma put down the telescope and looked at the time on his wrist. It was just 8:35 in the morning. There was a sound of footsteps behind them, and Yi Rue trotted forward. "Captain, the fire truck is here." Lu Xiaoma turned around. "How is it? How much water is left in there?" "We don't know about that yet. We won't tinker with that car." Nodding slightly, Lu Xiaoma looked back at Tianjiang Bridge and said, "I'll go take a look. Yi Rue, I'll leave this place to you. If there is any unusual movement on the other side." Lu Xiaoma tilted his head and asked, "Luo Yi, Ding Qian, have you finished cleaning up the buildings on both sides?" "It's all cleaned up." The 2 girls nodded, and Lu Xiaoma looked back at the Tianjiang Bridge again. "Okay. Now, Yi Rue, if you find any situation on the other side, immediately lead the team to retreat to the buildings on both sides. I'll go over and take a look first." The girls nodded, and Lu Xiaoma strode to the back of the team. This was an ordinary water tank fire truck with a Tianjiang license plate. Gu Wenxia jumped out of the car before it was turned off. Seeing Lu Xiaoma approaching, she took 2 steps forward and greeted him. "Captain." "Yeah." Lu Xiaoma nodded a few meters away, walked a few steps to her, first looked at the car, then looked around at the female team members around him, and finally asked Gu Wenxia, "Did you find anyone who can use a water gun?" Gu Wenxia shook her head. "Not yet. I've asked the vanguards, but no one knows how to use these 2 water guns. I've sent a small team back to the ramp station to ask around. If anyone knows how to use these water guns, they'll be able to take them over right away. Let me take a look first. You guys stay put and stay alert." Walking around Gu Wenxia, Lu Xiaomao quickly walked to the side of the fire truck, walked back and forth, and found a sliding door on the water tank behind the driver's door. He opened the door and saw a 1.5-meter long, white control panel inside. There are 6 red buttons in the lower left corner of the panel, with operating instructions on the red buttons, and 3 water pressure gauges, or something like that in the center of the panel. After roughly reading the operating instructions, Lu Xiaomao found that the operating steps of this car were not difficult, including the water inlet valve, water outlet valve, power takeoff switch, etc. The power takeoff switch is under the steering wheel in the driver's seat. Lu Xiaomao roughly understood the general uses of these switches and finally jumped onto the roof of the fire truck. There was a switch similar to a rudder in the middle of the roof. Lu Xiaomao squatted down in front of the switch, held the switch to the right with both hands, and squeaked. It was difficult to twist it at first, but it became looser and looser. Lifting the cover on the top of the fire truck, Lu Xiaomao found a high-intensity flashlight and shone it inside. There was still about 3/4 of water. He had just seen the description of the vehicle, which showed that this fire truck could store about 12 tons of water. Now, if he added another 3 to 4 tons of water, it would be full. He leaned over and waved to the car. "Gu Wenxia, ask a few people to come up and add water." Gu Wenxia brought several female team members onto the truck. Lu Xiaomao gave each of them a crystal. The women looked down at the water outlet and poured water into the truck together. Until now, no one knows what the commander wants the fire truck for. The high-pressure water gun of a fire truck is quite powerful, but no matter how powerful it is, it cannot match the power of a water balloon of a water vapor man, let alone a bullet. Several women poured water on the roof of the car. Lu Xiaomao jumped out of the car and carefully studied the operation of the fire truck again. Driving the car was the same as an ordinary truck, and there were only 3 simple steps to release the water. "The water is full, Captain." Gu Wenxia called out from the roof of the car, and Lu Xiaomao jumped onto the front of the car. "Okay, everyone get off first and stay alert." Several women got off the bus, and Lu Xiaomao finally walked back to the entrance of the bus, squatted down, and looked down at the dark, rippling water inside. He closed his eyes slightly, found a small bag of energy crystals in the space, and threw them into the water one by one. Gasoline water. 1 energy crystal can dilute 1,000 liters of pure water, which is 1 ton. The converted gasoline water has 10 times the effect of gasoline. A car with a 50-liter fuel tank can run 300 kilometers using gasoline. If it is replaced with gasoline water, it can run 3,000 kilometers. 100 liters of gasoline and water can allow a car to run from the south to the north of China, and 200 liters of gasoline and water can run around the Earth. Gasoline water after the apocalypse is definitely a magic weapon for human survivors. The 12-ton water truck was prepared for any eventuality. Lu Xiaomao threw 15 energy crystals into it. When the energy crystals slowly melted inside, he screwed on the water cover on the roof. Now we have to attack the Tianjiang Bridge. Lu Xiaomao had been depressed in a small house in Jiahigu for half a year, and he had come up with countless ways to fight against the madman at home. Using a fire truck to spray gasoline and water is one of them. While cleaning up Huangqiao Township, Lu Xiaomao encountered a fire truck on the way. This idea suddenly occurred to him. Whether it would work or not would depend on the specific operation and the madman's reaction after being sprayed with gasoline and water. Finally, Lu Xiaomao clapped his hands. "It's almost done. Now, Gu Wenxia, go drive the car. We'll be there soon." Lu Xiaomao finally jumped onto the roof of the car and stood at the water gun position on the roof, adjusting the muzzle back and forth. The fire truck slowly drove towards the direction of Tianjiang Bridge. Chapter 175, Attack on Tianjiang Bridge, Part 1. What is the leader of the ICE group going to do? Is he going to use a fire truck to spray the 20,000 crazy people on the Tianjiang Bridge across the street? This is a joke, isn't it? Look, he's still standing on the roof of the car spraying water. The fire truck's water gun can't kill the madman. What on earth does the captain want to do? 30 meters away from Tianjiang Bridge, Yi Rue and her team were still guarding here. Lu Xiaomao stood on the roof of the fire truck. They all made way. The fire truck stopped in the middle of them. Lu Xiaomao jumped down from the roof and said, "Bai Lulu, Song Jiqing, come here." Xiaomo, Bai Lulu came forward, and Kusini and other girls also came forward. "Captain, Are you really going to use the fire truck to deal with the madman on the Tianjong Bridge? Don't ask so many questions first. Now that. He looked around and said, Lulu, Song Jiqing, the two of you get on top of the fire truck immediately. Song Jiqing is also a level 2 fogman and belongs to Gu Yinran's team. Today, both Gu Yinran's team and Yu Yiji's team received personal instructions from Sister Huahua and obeyed Lu Xiaoma. Bai Lulu stared at Lu Xiaoma's face with her beautiful eyes firmly. She grabbed Lu Xiaoma's arm with her small hand and applied a little force. I'll listen to you. She turned around and jumped into the car. Song Jiqing looks to be around 20, or maybe even younger. She has a lotus leaf hairstyle, a fair face, delicate features, and is a very elegant girl. Her beautiful eyes also stayed on Lu Xiaoma's face for a moment. Then she looked at Bai Lulu on the roof of the car, turned back and held the hood of the car with one hand, exerted a little force on her body, turned around and jumped onto the front of the car, and with another light jump, her petite body landed not far from Bai Lulu. Bai Xiaoyu, Ding Qian, Luo Yi, you three should get in the car too. Remember, you should follow my orders. Your main task is to protect Bai Lulu and Song Jiqing. As for the others, Yi Rui, I'll leave this to you. Be flexible and adaptable. If too many crazy people rush down, you should hide in the building immediately and shoot out of the windows. If you can't hold on any longer, retreat. Don't hold on. Yi Rui nodded vigorously. I understand. Bai Xiaoyu and the other two girls got on the roof. Lu Xiaoma took a final look and finally walked to the driver's seat of the fire truck and patted the door. Gu Wenxia opened the door and was about to get out of the car. Lu Xiaoma patted the outside of her thigh and motioned her to sit there. He stepped up 2 steps and whispered a few words in Gu Wenxia's ear. Gu Wenxia nodded continuously and whispered, I understand. Lu Xiaoma turned around and got out of the car, closed the door, and was the last one to jump onto the roof of the fire truck. At the same time, the fire truck slowly drove towards the Tianjong Bridge. Behind the car, Yi Rui arranged the formation, ready to meet the sprint of more than 20,000 crazy people on Tianjong Bridge. In front of them, the fire truck had slowly moved forward more than 10 meters. Lulu. On the roof, Lu Xiaoma patted Bai Lulu's shoulder lightly. Bai Lulu turned her head and looked at him deeply. Suddenly, her palms turned to the sky, and her white hair moved without wind. A milky white light quickly grew from small to large, and in a blink of an eye expanded into a huge semicircle with a diameter of more than 38 meters. Level 2 Mistman skill, Mist Barrier. After use, the human scent within a radius of 1,000 square meters will be blocked, and human sight will no longer be blocked. Even if a madman is within sight, he will no longer attack human survivors. The effect lasts for 10 minutes and can be used once per day. Bai Lulu is a mutant. All her skill effects are increased by 50. The fog barrier has a radius of 1,500 square meters, and the effect lasts for 15 minutes. When Bai Lulu used her skill, Song Jiqing beside her turned her head and looked at her deeply. Her eyes were complicated, but more of it was envy. They are both level 2 fog people. In fact, at the beginning, Bai Lulu was only a level 1 fog person, and Song Jiqing only knew her name. But now, things are completely different. Lulu, hold on. Lu Xiaoma quickly walked to the water gun on top of the fire truck, grasped the handles on both sides of the water gun with both hands, and shouted, Song Jiqing, her skill lasts 15 minutes. You have to time it accurately. I see. Song Jiqing nodded. At this time, the fire truck had slowly driven into the entrance of Tianjong Bridge, and the front of the car had already hit some scattered madmen. Behind the car, the female members of the Spark team held their breath. Until this moment, they still didn't know what the leader of the ice team was going to do. Just now on the roof, no one noticed that Lu Xiaoma threw energy crystals into the car, but they also understood that the leader of the ice group would not go up the bridge for no reason. He must have his intentions. Tianjong Bridge is 1,000 meters long. The fire truck slowly went up the bridge. Gu Wenxia followed Lu Xiaoma's instructions and walked forward about 1.5 meters per second, 100 meters per minute, and walked on the bridge for 9 minutes before turning around and walking back. Bai Lulu's skill time is 15 minutes. Song Jiqing has 10 minutes, and the two of them have a total time limit of 25 minutes. According to what the team leader said, there is more than enough time to walk back and forth on the bridge, but I don't know what the team leader is going to do. Maybe he wanted to find out how many crazy people were on the Tianjong Bridge, but why did he have to use a fire truck? Under the milky white light, the fire truck went up to the bridge and slowly bumped into the bodies of some crazy people. The crazy people who were shoulder to shoulder were walking around irregularly. The fire truck lightly bumped into their bodies, and they changed their trajectory and headed in another direction. Like a boat paddling through a lake full of duckweed, The fire truck drove past, and the crazy people made way for it. In front of the water gun on the roof, Lu Xiaoma held the handles on both sides with both hands. Behind him were Bai Lulu, Song Jiqing, and the three stone-skinned people by Xiaoyu, Luo Yi, and Ding Qian who were responsible for protecting them. They stared quietly at Lu Xiaoma in front of them, and they were also curious about what he wanted to do. Suddenly, without any warning, a stream of water spurted out from the rooftop water gun. The rooftop water gun uses a bipolar centrifugal fire pump with a head of 110 to 130 meters. A strong stream of water shot out, pouring on the heads of the dense crowd of crazy people. The crazy people on the bridge looked up at the sky. It might be raining. They continued to walk back and forth irregularly. 12 tons and 12,000 liters of gasoline water were used to pave the 24-meter wide and 1,000-meter long Tianjiang Bridge. On average, 1 liter of water was needed to pave 2 square meters of road. Simply pouring water on the road seems insufficient, but fortunately this is gasoline water, and a few dozen drops of gasoline water on each madman will be enough. Standing in front of the water gun, Lu Xiaoma operated it very carefully, trying his best to get gasoline and water on the head of every madman. In the driving seat of the fire truck, Gu Wenxia gently stepped on the accelerator with her right foot. She was highly focused and wanted to drive the car neither too fast nor too slow. If it was too fast, the madman at the front of the car might be trapped under the wheels. If it was too slow, she was afraid that the two foggy people on the roof would not have enough time to return. Not far from the front windshield was a 5-meter-tall giant orc, which was walking slowly towards the fire truck. Gu Wenxia gently turned the steering wheel to the right and bypassed the orc. But in the next second, she was surprised to find that behind the orc, there were 5 more orcs one after another. One of them was raising its big feet and stepping on the hood of the car. Chapter 176, Attack on Tianjiang Bridge, Part 2. Step on the brakes suddenly. It was too late. Gu Wenxia's forehead was covered with cold sweat. But at the same time, with a swish sound, like the sound of cutting thousands of blood vessels, a figure suddenly appeared above the front of the car. Lu Xiaoma held the air blade in one hand, intercepted the orc's knee, and chopped it down diagonally. Then he raised his foot and kicked the severed orc's thigh away, which fell on the left side of the fire truck and hit the heads of several madmen. Parking. The fire truck had not been modified, so Lu Xiaoma stood on the hood and quickly turned around and waved, "Stop the car." It was a step too late. The orc who was missing a leg let out a wail and lunged forward with his huge body, but a square wall of air with a side length of 1 meter suddenly appeared in front of him. The orc was 5 meters tall, and his huge body lunged forward, his chest just stuck on the air wall. Immediately afterwards, Lu Xiaoma's second air blade slashed diagonally upwards, and half of the orc's head slid down along the neat wounds on the left chin and the right ear of his face. A small spring of brain matter and blood spurted out from the broken part for more than 10 centimeters. Careful! There was no time to brake. The fire truck was still moving forward, and the orc's body just happened to fall to the left, hitting its huge body. The roof of the car shook, and Bai Lulu, who was still using her skills, was shaken. Ding Qian, who was beside her, hurried forward to support her. "How are you?" Biting her lower lip, Bai Lulu shook her head vigorously. Several women were unsteady on their feet, but fortunately this did not interrupt Bai Lulu's skills. She swayed slightly, gritted her teeth, and pushed her hands toward the sky again. Her messy long hair gained momentum again and soared into the sky. The fire truck stopped. Lu Xiaoma, who was on the hood of the truck, was unstable after his second strike. After splitting the orc's head, he leaned forward. Fortunately, there was an air wall in front of him. He supported the air wall with one hand and stood up on the hood of the truck. Lu Xiaoma quickly looked back and said loudly, "Luo Yi, by Xiaoyu. The two of you come down and clear the way. Remember to stay away from me." Less than 3 meters ahead, there was another huge orc walking slowly towards the fire truck. Lu Xiaoma lightly leaped forward, stepped on the cross-section of the air wall with one foot, and leaped again, using an air blade to split half of the orc's head in half. "Clean up the orc corpses quickly." He turned around and shouted, then leaped forward again, splitting the heads of 3 madmen. The air blade shot up again, and a huge orc fell slowly. "Hurry up and clean up the orc corpses." After a series of actions, many madmen have already looked in his direction, and a few madmen beside him are roaring and rushing towards him to bite. Within the fog barrier, humans will not actively attack maniacs and orcs. They will treat humans as companions and will not actively attack, but they will not allow themselves to be slaughtered either. Within a few meters, if the madman senses danger, he will rush forward and attack without hesitation. This is the madman's instinctive reaction. Just like a mouse whose tail is stepped on, it will instinctively turn around and bite back. Or, if you kill its companions, it will instinctively sense danger. Xiaomo, with both hands in the air, Bai Lu suddenly shouted. Not far in front of the fire truck, Lu Xiaomo killed 5 orcs in a row. His figure had already entered the group of crazy people. More and more crazy people surrounded him. Clean up the bodies. He turned around and chopped back, cutting in half the 3 lunatics who were rushing towards him. Lu Xiaomo had time to yell at the fire truck, because another group of lunatics were rushing towards him from behind. I'll go help him. Having already stepped off the fire truck, Luo Yi used her petite body to push away the orc's thigh that had just been cut off. She just raised her head to take a breath and looked back to see that Lu Xiaomo was in danger. She dodged and rushed towards him. Here I come. Just a few crazy people. As soon as this thought came to her mind, Lu Xiaomo suddenly yelled at her. Don't come over here. You. The words fell almost at the same moment as Luo Yi's voice. Lu Xiaomo quickly retracted the 2-meter-long air blade that he swung back. The two were not far apart, and her movements were too fast. Lu Xiaomo had tried his best to control the strength in his hands, but he was still a step too late. Luo Yi's petite body rushed towards the madman behind him. Lu Xiaomo originally turned with one hand, and the air blade slashed 360 degrees, and it was fixed in midair. The air blade passed through Luo Yi's brown body-protecting stone skin skill and stopped behind her waist. The pants on her lower body were a women's military uniform specially made by the Spark Group after the apocalypse. The waist was a bit loose, so she tied a belt around it. The air blade happened to cut her belt, along with the waistband of her women's military pants, and was only 1 centimeter away from the skin on her lower back, or perhaps even less than 1 centimeter. Luo Yi only felt a sudden chill in her lower body, and her military pants slid down to her ankles. She was still rushing forward at a rapid speed. With inertia, she took a step forward with her left foot, but she failed to take this step and fell forward. There was nothing else in her military pants. Her petite lower body was completely empty. Lu Xiaomo stared closely at the tip of his air blade, glanced at her, and only saw the image of a woman, but no blood. He felt a little relieved, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his back. 3 madmen roared and rushed forward. One of them opened his bloody mouth and bit the muscles on the back of Lu Xiaomo's neck, and the other 2 bit his shoulders respectively. Grasp. The intense pain made Lu Xiaomo unable to help but swear. There were 3 madmen behind him. The 2 madmen on his shoulders tore off 2 strips of white meat on his shoulders. The madman biting the back of his neck bit it hard and tore his head to the right with force. A big mouthful of meat went into his mouth, and before he could swallow it, he opened his mouth wide and bit towards Lu Xiaomo's back again. Fuck it. Luo Yi's little body had already fallen to the ground. Lu Xiaomo had no more scruples. He turned around, and at the same time, his body turned 180 degrees to the left and front half a circle. 3 lunatics with their mouths full of Lu Xiaomo's flesh raised their heads half a meter high and said, I told you not to come over here. I'm fucking. The back of his neck was aching and his head was dizzy. 1.5 meters away, a female madman was lying on Luo Yi's small body. Fortunately, the madman could not break her stone skin that protected her body. Lu Xiaomo took a step forward and kicked the female madman away. His brain was dizzy again and his feet were unstable, but he still gritted his teeth, bent down, grabbed the inside of Luo Yi's ankle, and swiped upwards, carrying her petite body on his shoulders. I. I'm going to kill you. His mind went blank. His military pants were still on his trouser legs, and Luo Yi's lower body was still exposed. He grabbed his inner ankle and slid upwards until he hit the ground. Luo Yi's mind went blank. By the time she reacted, her face had already flushed red. She instinctively stabbed the long screwdriver tightly in her right hand towards Lu Xiaomo's right eye. Chapter 177, Attack on Tianjiang Bridge, Part 2. The petite body was lying on Lu Xiaomo's shoulder. When Luo Yi reacted, he supported Lu Xiaomo's shoulder with his left hand for leverage, and the screwdriver in his right hand was about to pierce his eyes. But the place where her left hand was pressing was a bloody mess with shocking wounds. Several large chunks of flesh had fallen off her shoulder, and one could even see the broken blood vessels, with blood gushing out like a fountain. If I hadn't rushed over just now, he wouldn't have been injured. Yes, I got him into trouble. One of his arms was still between his legs, hooked at that place, but Luo Yi's screwdriver did not really pierce his eyes. Get out of the way. Lu Xiaomo, who was already a little dizzy, was pressed by her and pressed on the wound. His mind suddenly became clearer. Feeling something in front of him, he quickly raised his hand to move the screwdriver away. Ding dong. The long screwdriver in Luo Yi's hand fell to the ground. Lu Xiaomo shouted angrily, Don't touch my wound. Asshole. Still so hateful. Luo woke up as if from a dream, and the temperature on her face suddenly rose sharply. Asshole. 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 Take your stinky hands away quickly. I'm not hurt. I don't want you to hold me. Put me down now. Damn it. He rushed to the fire truck in a few steps. The madman around him had been killed. The madman in the distance seemed to be unaware of it. With a bang, Lu Xiaoma threw Luo Yi's body to the ground. Bai Xiaoyu, who was standing aside, was gritting his teeth and pulling at an orc's thigh with great effort, but the orc's body didn't move at all. Suddenly, two people came back from behind, and with a bang, Luo Yi's body was thrown to the side, not far away. Bai Xiaoyu took a quick glance and was immediately shocked. You, what are you doing? His sister's lower body is now completely naked, and she was thrown to the ground so violently by that man. So his next step will definitely be, you beast, you're dreaming. Ignoring the orc corpse, Bai Xiaoyu suddenly dodged between Lu Xiaoma and Luo Yi, and opened his arms to protect the sisters. What do you want to do? Your wife is in the car behind. Don't think we will let you do whatever you want in this emergency. You are dreaming. You are wishful thinking. Don't even think about it. It's impossible. Her little mouth was like a machine gun. Lu Xiaoma felt a sharp pain on the back of his head. He felt annoyed and grabbed her by the neck and pulled her to the right. Get out of my way. I'll fight you. Bai Xiaoyu screamed and staggered several steps to the right. Lu Xiaoma's facial features were distorted with pain, but he still forced himself to summon out a 2-meter-long air blade and slashed at the orc corpse in front of him several times with great speed. The 5-meter-tall orc's body was cut into several pieces in an instant. Bai Xiaoyu, who was standing behind him, happened to see the blood flowing down his neck like a waterfall. She exclaimed again, "How did you get so badly injured? Get away. Shut up. Come over here and move the body." The orc's body was chopped into several pieces. Lu Xiaoma endured the pain and raised his head to the roof and shouted, "Song Jiqing, stand guard on the roof. Everyone else, come down quickly and clean up the body for me." The orc's body was too heavy, and now he cut it open. Ding Qian and the driver Gu Wenxia all ran down from the car. Lu Xiaoma turned and strode forward. The 2-meter-long air blade chopped off the orc corpse in front of him several times. His brain was dizzy again. It might be that his carotid artery was injured. At this moment, he finally couldn't hold on. The air blade in his hand chopped down for the last time, and his body leaned back. Don't. On the roof of the car, Bai Lulu stared at Lu Xiaoma with her beautiful eyes, tears pouring out of her big eyes, but she couldn't move or even shout out, for she was afraid that if she shouted out, she would die. Bai Xiaoyu had been paying attention to Lu Xiaoma. When he saw him falling backwards, he rushed over and supported him from behind. "How are you? Do you have any regeneration crystals? Give them to me now." "No, don't waste your time, hurry up." Feeling a mass on the back of his head, Lu Xiaoma didn't even know what he was leaning on at the moment. A red regeneration crystal appeared in his left hand, and he quickly pushed it behind his head, pressing his fingers on Bai Xiaoyu's tender little face. But at this moment, no one would care so much. "I'll take your place." Bai Xiaoyu held Lu Xiaoma's shoulders with both hands and stretched out one hand to catch the regenerated crystal. Suddenly, his back slipped and his body sank. She screamed and hurriedly held on with both hands again, but the regenerated crystal was right next to her face. In a hurry, Bai Xiaoyu suddenly opened her little mouth and took the 2 fingers of Lu Xiaoma holding the regenerated crystal into her mouth. The regenerated crystal was only the size of a coin. After putting it into her mouth, she used her tongue to push the regenerated crystal to one side of her mouth, and then pushed it outwards with her tongue, trying to push Lu Xiaoma's 2 fingers out of her little mouth. Why am I so stupid? Why did I use my tongue to push his finger? Wouldn't I shrink my head? He wasted so much time. Suddenly she understood. Bai Xiaoyu's pretty face turned red. She leaned back and quickly spit out his 2 fingers. Then she pushed his big hand aside with her cheek. He seemed to have fainted. "What are you doing? Drag him into the car first." Ding Qian had already jumped down from the roof of the car. The 2 girls were carrying Lu Xiaoma and trying hard to get back on the roof. "Let me do it. Throw him on my back." Luo Yi had pulled up his pants without knowing when. "Hurry up and put him on my back." One of his little hands grasped the waistband of his pants, and the other hand helped to lift Lu Xiaoma. "You can't do it alone. With the 3 of us together, Bai Lulu won't be able to hold on for long." Fortunately, the 3 women all had twice the strength they had before the apocalypse. Together, they grabbed Lu Xiaoma's limbs and climbed onto the roof of the fire truck. When Lu Xiaoma lay flat on the roof, Bai Xiaoyu shouted to the other 2 women, "I'll heal his wounds. You 2 should go down and clean up the bodies. He has already chopped up the orcs' bodies. Hurry. The female driver of the ice group, you should also help." The 3 women quickly cleaned up the bodies under the car. On the roof, at the back of Lu Xiaoma's neck, streams of red air wrapped around his entire neck. Perhaps the injury was not serious, so it didn't take long for him to slowly open his eyes. After seeing the situation clearly, he sat up reflexively and grabbed Bai Xiaoyu's wrist. Bai Lulu, how long will she be here? Chapter 178, Ignite the Bridge. Bai Lulu's skill still has more than 9 minutes left. The fire truck slowly moves forward. Lu Xiaoma just woke up and still feels a little uncomfortable. Where's Ding Qian? He looked around and felt that among the 3 stone-skinned men, Ding Qian was relatively stable. Captain. Ding Qian took a step forward and subconsciously called out the word captain. Come here and take my place for 2 minutes. Shaking his dizzy head, Lu Xiaoma pointed at the water gun on the top of the fire truck. Just pour water on those lunatics. Pour water on every lunatic. Take my place for a few minutes. I'll take a break and come back. I know what to do. Ding Qian took 2 steps to the water gun, and Lu Xiaoma came over to teach her how to use it. Ding Qian nodded and imitated Lu Xiaoma, spraying the water gun towards the heads of the dense crowd of crazy people on the bridge. Seeing her doing it well, Lu Xiaoma breathed a sigh of relief. He stumbled, and suddenly a petite figure flashed over from the left. You? Be careful. Luo Yi was on the other side, holding him with one hand and pinching the waist of his pants with the other hand. Lu Xiaoma shook his head and said, I'm fine. I'll just keep an eye on the situation ahead. If there are any orcs, call me. You still want to kill me even though you're like this. Seeing his expression, Luo Yi felt an inexplicable anger in his heart. He turned his head away and said angrily, Leave any more orcs to me. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Xiaoyu on the other side suddenly shouted, There are orcs ahead again. I'll do it. Without thinking, Luo Yi flew forward, but forgot about her waist and loosened her hands. Her lower body felt cold again, and she fell forward again. Lu Xiaoma grabbed her collar from behind and pulled her back into his arms. You guys stay in the car. He gritted his teeth, leaped down with a heavy body, and at the same time a 2-meter-long air blade appeared in his hand. Bai Xiaoyu beside him quickly reminded, Luo Yi, your pants. He is this person. A pair of beautiful crescent eyes looked deeply ahead, and Luo Yi subconsciously clenched her legs. Bai Lulu. On Tianjiang Bridge, the fire truck has slowly moved forward for more than 900 meters. The opposite bridgehead can be seen in front. Bai Lulu's skill time has come to an end. Song Jiqing on the side keeps looking at the time on her hand, ready to be a substitute at any time. Song Jiqing. The skill timing of 2 people can overlap, but there can't be a gap of even 1 second. As long as there is a gap of 1 second, countless maniacs will swarm in and completely surround them. Just a few minutes ago, Lu Xiaoma's skill time had expired. At the bridge ahead, 5 or 6 orcs could still be vaguely seen within sight. Now I can only watch. It's my turn. Song Jiqing raised her hands to the sky. Her whole body suddenly became full of vigor. Her long hair moved without wind, and a milky white light shield expanded from small to large. At the same time, Bai Lulu on the other side suddenly withdrew her hands, and the milky white light shield, which was obviously larger than Song Jiqing's, quickly shrank. Xiaoma, how are you? As soon as she had time, Bai Lulu took 2 steps forward and anxiously checked the injury on Lu Xiaoma's back. She saw everything that had just happened, but she couldn't move, and she didn't even dare to speak easily. It's okay, I'm almost recovered. He patted her back gently, indicating that she should be at ease. Her sincere expression of emotion also warmed Lu Xiaoma's heart. Captain Lu. In front of the group, Ding Qian was controlling the water gun. She felt the water flow getting smaller and smaller, so she turned around quickly and said, Captain Lu, the water flow is getting smaller and smaller. Stop it. Along the way, Lu Xiaoma discovered that Ding Qian was very good at controlling the water gun, but she was a little unfamiliar with it at first. Later, her skill in controlling the pistol was even better than his. In fact, this was Lu Xiaoma's first time playing with this thing. Now on the Tianjiang Bridge, I dare not say 100, but at least more than 95. All the crazy people are covered with gasoline water. Gu Wenxia, turn around and go back. Gu Wenxia's window was open at the driver's seat of the fire truck. When she heard the commander's order, she quickly stepped on the clutch and turned the steering wheel to the left. Looking at the densely packed madmen all over the bridge and the dozen orcs that he had killed along the way, the time it would take to go back should be much shorter than the time it took to come here. He took out a cigarette and found a lighter. Just as Lu Xiaoma was about to light it, Luo Yi, who had been refusing to speak, suddenly stepped forward and grabbed his arm. You? Don't do it first. Forgot. Lu Xiaoma almost caused a disaster. Thinking of something, his back felt cold, his hair stood up, and he even broke out in a thin sweat. How did she know? Turning her head, Lu Xiaoma looked at her in surprise. Luo Yi's little hand was still holding her arm. Bai Xiaoyu beside her was also a little surprised. Luo Yi, what are you doing? I'm fine. Luo Yi is not tall, just 160 centimeters tall now. She may be only 17 years old and still growing taller. She grabbed Lu Xiaoma's arm and stared at him with her crescent-shaped eyes. Seeing that he was also looking at her, she quickly avoided his sight in a panic. I am telling you not to play with fire. Don't play with fire? Bai Xiaoyu didn't understand anything. Why? What's the meaning of playing with fire? I don't understand. Bai Xiaoyu looked at the two people with her big eyes. Until now, she still didn't know what the two people had just experienced in front of her. How come even your pants are taken off? Don't tell me it was an accident. What kind of accident could cause my pants to be taken off? Bai Xiaoyu couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. But she had just seen the wound on the back of Lu Xiaoma's neck, so she believed that they were not doing that. Besides, Bai Lulu was watching them on the roof of the car, so she wouldn't be so greedy, right? But I just can't figure it out. The return trip was much easier than the return trip. There were no orcs and no need to deal with their bodies. In less than 7 minutes, the fire truck had slowly retreated to the bridgehead. 30 meters away, Yi Rue and other girls were still watching nervously. When they saw the fire truck slowly coming back, they felt relieved. What on earth does the captain want to do? Putting down the telescope, Yi Rue stared blankly at the fire truck with her beautiful big eyes, watching it slowly driving towards her. At this moment, Lu Xiaoma asked all the women on the roof to step back. He stood upright at the rear of the fire truck, with his right hand raised. A homemade pistol from the city lord's mansion appeared in his hand. Everyone prepare for battle. 30 meters away, Yi Rue suddenly shouted, and all the female members of the Spark team also saw Lu Xiaoma's posture clearly, knowing that this might be the signal for the battle to begin. Everyone was on alert. Everyone's nerves were tense at the same time, and countless pairs of eyes were staring at the upright figure on the roof. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot was heard. All the female team members subconsciously clenched their gun handles. A bullet was fired from the muzzle. With a crisp ding sound, the copper-headed bullet hit a manhole cover at the end of the bridge, and sparks flew everywhere. All the female team members were stunned. But in the next second, a blue flame more than half a meter high shot up from all around the manhole cover. The flame was like a lit fuse, quickly spreading towards the direction of the Tianjiang Bridge. In a blink of an eye, layer after layer of blue flames ignited the entire Tianjiang Bridge. Chapter 179, Handing Over Command. Gasoline water can actually be used like this. On the rooftop of the left building, sparks stared blankly at everything. The Tianjiang Bridge, the layer after layer of blue fire waves, more than 20,000 madmen just disappeared like that. All the vanguard groups sent out by the sparks, including the female members of the ice group, were equally surprised. They rubbed their eyes again and again, looking at the burning Tianjiang Bridge in disbelief. He used the fire truck for firefighting as a tool for arson. It's incredible. The fire truck returned to the main force, and Lu Xiaoma jumped lightly from the roof of the car. This time when he came back, the female members of the Spark team looked at him with a hint of respect. It has been such a long time since the apocalypse, and everyone has been fighting the madman with real guns and swords. Using some strategies is just to lure monsters. This is the first time I have seen someone play like him. Suddenly, the aroma of meat came from the Tianjiang Bridge. This might be the first time in human history that more than 20,000 people had a barbecue together. Just the smell of the meat made many shameless female team members swallow their saliva. But when they thought about what kind of meat it was, they felt nauseous again. Ding Qian, you take 100 people to guard this bridge entrance. When there is nothing else to do, you can withdraw 50. After getting off the car, Lu Xiaoma talked as he walked, never looking back at the Tianjiang Bridge, nor did he show any expression of sadness or joy, as if this was a very ordinary thing and expected. Bai Xiaoyu, take your men back to inform the main force of the Spark Group, and they will enter the city in 2 hours. I'll go right away. Bai Xiaoyu was still immersed in the scene of Tianjiang Bridge and hadn't come back to her senses yet. Lu Xiaoma looked up and looked around. The rest of you, Yi Rue, Zhou Ling, Luo Yi, Inyu, you lead the team. I give you 2 hours to clean up Huangqiao Township. Clear. Several girls nodded together. Lu Xiaoma looked around again and said, notify them again and complete the task within 2 hours. We will pay for it tonight. There will be unlimited corn rice and spicy cabbage soup. Clear. The voices of several women were obviously several degrees higher, and they could eat spicy food. From the end of the world to now, I wonder how many people have never eaten anything spicy. It would be even better if I could have their wild boar soup. Of course, they only dare to think about these. As for wild boar meat, Even the city lord cannot guarantee that he can eat it every day. At 11 a.m., the follow-up force of the Sparks group officially entered Huangqiao Township. Gu Yanran in red and Yu Yiji in white each led a team to patrol along the streets, but their group leader Sparks was nowhere to be seen. It only took him one morning to clear out the entire Huangqiao Township, including the 20,000 crazy people on the Tianjiang Bridge. The news we have received now is that the bullet consumption is negligible, and there are no casualties in the entire Spark group. It seems that he is the only one who suffered some injuries. The two deputy team leaders, Gu Yanran and Yu Yiji, were both somewhat moved. No matter who was given the task, none of them was sure to accomplish it to this extent. After learning that he had used a huge fire to burn down 20,000 people on the Tianjiang Bridge without any casualties and even used only one bullet, the two women could no longer sit still. Not to mention anything else. For 20,000 maniacs, it would take at least 500,000 bullets to perhaps ensure that they would not break through the defense network. And he only used a fire truck's worth of gasoline and water. No wonder Sister Sparks had to specifically ask him to do it. Thinking about the condition she promised him, Yu Yiji's face changed again. She made the decision on her own and hasn't told Sister Sparks yet. Sister Yanran. Sister Yiji. The two girls finally reached the entrance of Tianjiang Bridge. The female team members under their command hurried over to say hello. Lu Xiaoma was still directing the deployment of defenses on the riverside. There was a wire mesh at the bridgehead of Tianjiang Bridge. Under the river, I don't know if the madmen will swim over. They don't even need to breathe. They can just walk or float over from the bottom of the river. He had his back to the two girls and hadn't noticed them coming. He turned around when he heard the female team members greet him, but he only glanced at them, then looked down at the time and continued to direct. Gu Wenxia, take your men to drive our food truck over. Zhuya, take your men to find a place to cook. We still have to search Huangqiao Township in the afternoon. We'll have a simple lunch. Tell everyone that we'll make sure everyone has a good meal in the evening. Clear. The two girls went down to do their work, and Lu Xiaoma walked quickly towards the riverside. Ding Qian, you should immediately organize a few stone-skinned people who are good at swimming, tie steel wire ropes around their waists, and let them use their skills to go into the water to see if there is any living madman under the water. Fang Jing and Fang Ya, each of you will bring 20 people. I will give you 1 hour to dig out the meteorite in the northwest and the meteorite in the south. Xia Chong, Qian Yu, Niu Yu, the three of you go to the Spark group and help me find some female drivers who can drive large trucks. Shen Fengming, you go to your Spark group and see if their logistics team has arrived. If they have, gather for me immediately. Why does it feel like this regiment belongs to him? And his subordinates, who usually only obey his orders, now do not hesitate at all to his orders, even though he is already standing here. Wait. Gu Yanran suddenly spoke, and the busy female team members around her paused and looked at her. Gu Yanran looked around and finally looked at Lu Xiaoma. Captain of the ice group, your mission has ended. Now I will take over here. His mission has been completed? The female team members around were a little surprised. Most of them didn't know what Lu Xiaoma's specific position was. They just received an order that the leader of the ice group seemed to be in charge of the vanguard group temporarily, and they thought he would always be in charge of the vanguard group. The female team members looked at each other and stopped what they were doing. Lu Xiaoma turned around, stared at Gu Yanran's eyes for a few seconds, then turned back and said, Ding Qian, remember to set up checkpoints at both ends of Binjiang East Road, and send an off-road vehicle to guard each checkpoint. Ding Qian nodded silently, and Lu Xiaoma turned around and said, Qin Xian, by Lulu, find someone to drive our car over, and let's go back. The female team members were stunned, not knowing whether they should continue to carry out his order. Gu Yanran snorted coldly, and Yu Yiji sighed softly. Just do as Captain Lu said. The female players are busy again. Gu Yanran turned her head to glance at Yu Yiji beside her. How did you make him so obedient? Yu Yiji looked at the Tianjiang Bridge calmly, without saying a word. Heh. A smile appeared on Gu Yanran's face. Men, few of them are cats that don't like fishy smells. Gu Yanran, mind your own business. Yu Yiji walked away with a light step. Gu Yanran looked at her back with a faint smile and hummed. You still have to rely on men. After a quick lunch at noon, at 1 p.m., as agreed, Lu Xiaoma led his team to meet Gu Yanran's team at the square in front of the logistics distribution center. The battle was over, and it was time to divide the strategic items. Chapter 180, Logistics Distribution Center, Part 1. The Huangqiao Township Logistics Distribution Center was once a key support project of the Tianjiang municipal government. It was built by a large local real estate mall in Tianjiang City, with investment from the Tianjiang municipal government, and finally created a logistics distribution center. Since then, There has been no small distribution station nearby. The logistics distribution center is located on the left side of the main road of Huangqiao Township, covering an area of 130,000 square meters. In front of the door is Binjiang East Road, and across the street is Tianjiang City. At its center is a large warehouse of superscale building, surrounded by brand new asphalt roads, with 2 garages and a large open-air parking lot on the left and right sides, and a 3-story dormitory building at the back. The Bingtuan sleeper car slowly stopped at the main entrance. There was a spacious asphalt road at the main entrance. The surrounding area was empty with some miscellaneous abandoned trucks, which had been cleared out in the morning. Empty, large. The sleeper car stopped here and even looked insignificant. Lu Xiaomao led the team to get off the car. Opposite him, on the right side of the warehouse gate, the Spark Group had already had more than 20 troop transport vehicles arrive. 800 female soldiers stood in a square formation. Gu Yanran stood majestically in front of the square formation, watching Lu Xiaomao and others slowly walk towards them. Your team. Gu Yanran smiled and looked at the other side. Are these the only ones? All members of the ICE group were present, but the team of dozens of people still seemed outnumbered when facing the phalanx of 800 people behind Gu Yanran. This was the effect Gu Yanran wanted. Searching a warehouse did not require such a big show, but she just wanted to give the Bingtuan a warning. When distributing supplies later, she also hoped that the other party would have self-awareness. You can go in now. Ignoring the other party's provocation, Lu Xiaomao turned around and strode towards the door. Gu Yanran didn't care and followed him inside with a smile. The warehouse had been cleaned and the door was open. Lu Xiaomao stepped into this super warehouse and immediately felt refreshed, as if he was facing the sea for the first time. Empty, with the smell of wood. Looking up at the rows of stainless steel shelves as high as 2 stories, and walking in the middle of the large shelves, I had the illusion that I had become shorter. After walking a few dozen meters inside and taking a quick look at some of the shelves, Lu Xiaomao led the team back. Gu Yanran and the others were still standing at the door. Divide it from here. This half belongs to our Spark Group, and the other half belongs to your ICE Group. The main entrance was right in the center of the warehouse. Gu Yanran pointed and said the left side was theirs, and the right side was for Bingtuan. Lu Xiaomao and the female team members behind him frowned slightly. It was obvious that there were more boxes on the left side, and the cardboard boxes and wooden boxes on the right side added up were not even half of those on the left side. You guys probably don't have any objections, right? If you don't, then. As she was about to instruct the female team members to move, Lu Xiaomao interrupted her in a deep voice. Wait. Gu Yanran raised an eyebrow. Why? Do you still have any opinions? Of course I'm not satisfied, Auntie. Su Feifei poked her head out from behind Lu Xiaomao. You obviously have more boxes over there. Even a blind person can see that. Behind Lu Xiaomao, she and Miao Xiaohua supported Lin Meng'er. Lin Meng'er slightly tilted her head, her beautiful big eyes staring blankly in the direction of Su Feifei. Su Feifei immediately realized the blind lady, stuck out her tongue, and explained in a low voice, I'm not talking about you. You're not blind. You're the beautiful lady who can't see. You little traitor. Su Feifei quickly retracted her head after glaring at Lu Xiaomao's back. Gu Yanran's eyes fell on Lu Xiaomao's face again. There is no such thing as fair or unfair. We agreed to take half each. We have more people, so we will pick the half on the left first. The other side is yours. Get to work. Without giving Lu Xiaomao a chance to speak, Gu Yanran waved her hand, and Lu Xiaomao immediately said, Wait a minute. He strode forward. Several female team members behind Gu Yanran were ready to make a move, as they still remembered the last time he captured Sister Yanran alive. I want this warehouse. Name your price. What? Gu Yanran was startled. You want them all? Just those trucks of yours. Seeing that Lu Xiaomao was looking at her calmly and didn't seem to be joking, she smiled again. It's not impossible if you all want them. He looked around, paced twice, and stopped. 5 million. We'll give you everything we have. 5 million bullets? What a joke. This warehouse looks big, but the boxes are only 1/3 full, and we don't even know what's inside. It has been a year since the end of the world. More than 90 of the food has expired. Some daily necessities without a shelf life are worthless in Luoya City. Clothes, shoes, bed sheets, quilt covers, and the like are not necessities. Even for sanitary napkins, which are necessities, there are only 5 packs in a large pack. How many packs can be packed in a box? 5 million bullets. Don't bully people like that. The female members of the ICE group were all a little angry, but Lu Xiaomao was not annoyed. He stared at Gu Yanran and said, I'll give you 1 million bullets. Do you want them? Oh no. So, there was no way he would agree. Gu Yanran didn't want to do any business with him. She raised her hand. Lu Xiaomao suddenly interrupted and said, 3 million bullets, and all the trucks in the parking lot belong to us. Her hands froze in midair. Gu Yanran's face was uncertain. She walked back and forth twice. This time, she seemed to be thinking seriously. By noon, she had a clear understanding of the situation on both sides of the trucks. There were 12 trailers and 19 large box trucks that could still be used. As for the trucks, the prices will definitely drop when the 4 adventure groups return to the city. It is estimated that a box truck will only be sold for 30,000, and a trailer may even be sold for as low as 10,000. As for what's inside these boxes, God knows what's inside. 3 million bullets. What a bargain. Thinking about it, Gu Yanran stopped and said, "For million bullets. I won't do it if it's 1 cent less." Work. This time it was Lu Xiaoma who waved his hand. Gu Yanran hurriedly said, "Wait. Let me think about that again." She pretended to walk around the warehouse twice. 3.5 million bullets? Lu Xiaoma just looked at her quietly. Gu Yanran sighed softly. Forget it. For the sake of my 2 nieces, 3 million is 3 million. We don't care about your face. Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua bravely stuck their heads out again. Gu Yanran looked at them again, and they quickly hid behind Lu Xiaoma again. The 2 girls were caught by her 2 days ago. They were tortured by their aunt for a whole night. Now they dare not think about it anymore. They have psychological trauma. Qin Xian stepped forward silently. Captain, I still have 6.03 million here. Lu Xiaoma nodded slightly and said softly, "Go and settle the account with her." He looked at Gu Yanran again. Your team members have 500 bullets until tonight. Lend them to us 300 people. 500 bullets only take 1 afternoon. The female members of the Spark group were eager to move. Gu Yanran looked back and said, "Okay, no problem." She smiled and looked at Lu Xiaoma again. "Then let's hurry up. Once you pay the money, we will give you a place." Chapter 181, Logistics Distribution Center, Part 2. The ownership of the huge warehouse was handed over first. Qin Xian paid Gu Yanran 3 million bullets, and then found 3 bundles of banknotes with a face value of 500 bullets. She temporarily hired the awakened female members of the Spark group, as they had twice the strength. 300 female members of the Spark Corps lined up to receive their money. Gu Yanran counted the bullet rolls and found the total amount to be 3 million. She turned around and told Zhou Ling to take the rest of the people back first. She and a group of level 2 special awakeners under her did not leave, but stood aside and watched. She also wanted to see what Lu Xiaoma had bought with the 3 million bullets, and it would be best if she could see him regretting it. Although the boxes haven't been opened yet, there are only a few valuable items after the apocalypse, such as worn-out clothes and socks. You can open them as you like. The extra people withdrew. Qin Xian paid temporary wages, and Gu Yanran smiled, and led her group of trusted generals to slowly walk to Lu Xiaoma's side. "Captain Lu, do you mind if we watch from the side?" Too lazy to care about her, Lu Xiaoma led his troops to the leftmost shelf in the warehouse. This place originally belonged to Gu Yanran, but now it has been sold by her. He ignored her, but Gu Yanran smiled and didn't get angry. She also led the team and walked over with Lu Xiaoma and others, watching from a distance, just to see clearly what was inside. "Get to work." Looking up, Lu Xiaoma glanced at the tall metal shelves on both sides. This aisle was 4 meters wide, and there was a forklift in the middle of the aisle. Gu Wenxia took 2 steps forward and said, "Captain, I can drive that forklift. It is not difficult to operate a forklift. If someone tells you how to operate it, anyone who can drive can do it." The female team members began to work, starting with the boxes under the shelves. 3 or 4 female team members moved the cardboard boxes. The boxes were of different sizes, some were light, and some were heavy. The heavy ones even required 6 people to lift together. After moving the boxes out of the aisle, there was an empty space in front of Lu Xiaoma. He placed the first few boxes in front of him. A female team member handed Lu Xiaoma a long screwdriver. The first thing moved in was a large cardboard box about 1 meter square, which was covered with dust. There were at least 100 of these cardboard boxes in this aisle. "Open the box." The first box attracted everyone's attention. Lu Xiaoma casually handed the screwdriver to Yi Rui. Yi Rui took the long screwdriver and gently cut open the seal of the cardboard box. The 2 cardboard outer packaging opened, revealing the contents. "Captain." Yi Rui was startled when she opened the box. She turned back to look at Lu Xiaoma. Lu Xiaoma shook his head slightly. "Nothing. Keep opening." "Haha, what kind of treasure is this?" Gu Yanran walked over with a smile. When she saw Yi Rui's expression from a distance, she knew that it must not be something valuable. "Hey, isn't this a tile?" Gu Yanran squatted down and took out a tile with a smile. "It looks quite high-end." "Tiles, this big box is for sale for 5 bullets. Anyone want it?" "I guess it's pretty tough." Although the unpacking was not going well, Gu Yanran was in a good mood. At this time, Yi Rui had already opened the second box, which was also full of tiles. Gu Yanran glanced sideways. Why are they all tiles? The smile on her face became even stronger. These are all fragile items. You all have to be extra careful. This woman is really annoying. Lu Xiaoma stood aside and lit a cigarette. The female team members brought more and more boxes. Yi Rui, as if she didn't believe it, opened more than a dozen boxes in a row, and they were all tiles. Seeing her face turning pale, Lu Xiaoma comforted her. It's no big deal. Someone come and throw these boxes outside. A female team member moved the useless tiles away. I'm not driving anymore. After opening more than a dozen doors in a row, all of them were tiles. Yi Rui was a little upset. She stood up and said, Bai Lulu, come here. Me, Bai Lulu, who had been silently following Lu Xiaoma, was a little surprised. Su Feifei gently pushed her and said, It's you. You are so lucky that you can mutate even after leveling up. Miao Xiaohua chimed in. Yes, Sister Lulu, go open a few boxes and try. Okay then. After looking at Lu Xiaoma, Bai Lulu took a few steps forward and took over Yi Rui's screwdriver. Gu Yanran, who was not far away, looked at her with a smile. Yes, our little lark might have better luck. Now the two mutant women in Lia City are here. Dozens of female team members came to move the tiles. Bai Lulu looked at the remaining boxes. The boxes here were all bare without any patterns. This batch of cardboard boxes was several times larger than the one Yi Rui had just opened. She picked one at random, bent down slightly, looked back at Lu Xiaoma, and gently scratched it with the long screwdriver. There are 4 small boxes in this big cardboard box. Bai Lulu was startled and reached out to open one of the boxes. The 2 cardboard doors opened. Gu Yanran came over with a smile, and her face suddenly froze. Miao Xiaohua and Su Feifei also ran over curiously, and suddenly exclaimed, Oh, it's cooking oil. Cooking oil, survivors of the apocalypse all know that the shelf life of cooking oil is mostly more than 18 months. It has only been 12 months since the end of the world, and most of the cooking oil we found has been eaten up. Why is there such a big box of cooking oil? Miao Xiaohua exclaimed. Lulu, you are really lucky. Arowana's cooking oil is divided into 8 small boxes in a large box, with 4 boxes in each of the upper and lower rows. Each small cardboard box contains 4 large barrels of oil. This big box is 32 barrels. 5 liters of cooking oil, 32 barrels. Su Feifei quickly took one out and carefully looked for the production date on it. After a while, she suddenly exclaimed, It's not expired yet. The shelf life is 540 days, and it will expire in more than 5 months. Lu Xiaoma didn't know the price of oil, so he turned around and looked at Qin Xian. How much is this kind of oil in the city now? 1,000 bullets per liter. Qin Xian stared at the cooking oil with her beautiful eyes. This is the purchase price at the trading hall when we left the city this time. I'm not sure how much it can be sold for. The last time I went out of the city, I raided several villages. What was strange was that I didn't find any oil in any of the village stores, and the oil in people's homes had gone bad after being opened. This was the first time Bingtuan found edible oil. 1 liter holds 1,000 bullets. 1 5-liter barrel holds 5,000 bullets, and such a large box contains 32 barrels, which equals 160,000 bullets. And there is no market for them. The female team members around put down their work and were a little excited. Even though this had nothing to do with them, if the team leader was happy, maybe he would add some oil to their dishes in the evening. Su Feifei's eyes widened as she urged, It's you, Bai Lulu. Hurry up and open a few more. After opening a large box of edible salt, Bai Lulu's face was also a little excited. Okay, then it's up to me. Miao Xiaohua quickly pointed to the boxes next to her and said, These boxes are all of the same specifications. Lulu, just open the box with this specification. Maybe they are all cooking oil. Su Feifei said excitedly. Yes, hurry up. If it's all oil, then we'll be rich. Not far away, there were female team members who were continuously bringing in these boxes. They were all of uniform size and specifications. It would be unimaginable if Bai Lulu were to open them all. Thinking about this, Bai Lulu's screwdriver had already penetrated the second box, and she moved it downwards with a little force. Chapter 182, Logistics Distribution Center, Part 2. Cooking oil, Su Feifei said excitedly. It's really cooking oil. Let me see if it's expired. After a while, Su Feifei jumped up and down excitedly again. It's not expired. It's the same as the last box, and it will expire in more than 5 months. After opening 2 large boxes of cooking oil in a row, Gu Yanran couldn't even smile anymore. These 2 boxes of cooking oil could be sold for at least 320,000 bullets. The most important thing is that even the Spark group doesn't have many barrels of cooking oil now. So even when she and Yuiji eat, they can't use oil to cook every meal. Hurry up, hurry up. Open it again before your good luck runs out. Lulu, hurry up. Su Feifei was very excited, and Miao Xiaohua also clenched her fists. Yes, 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 let's do it in one go. Open it again before your good luck runs away. Then watch me. Bai Lulu's face flushed with excitement. She walked a few steps to the third big box, poked a screwdriver into it, and opened the lid of the cardboard box. Before she could continue poking, Su Feifei jumped up. It's cooking oil after all. I love you so much. I really love you so much, Lulu. When I opened the lid of the third box, I found the familiar small box inside was exactly the same as the first two boxes, and the words Golden Dragon Fish were also printed on the surface of the small alley inside. The cooking oil is gone. After 3 boxes of cooking oil in a row, Gu Yanran's face has become completely gloomy. She cut open the small box inside and took out a barrel of oil. Bai Lulu excitedly walked to the 4th box and said, I will pack all the boxes here today. Come on, sister. Bai Nizi also ran over at this time and stood behind her sister, but was grabbed by Su Feifei and pushed aside. Go away. You are not even an awakener. Don't ruin your sister's luck. Just go play. Miao Xiaohua also came up and blocked Bai Nizi behind her. Although they were not older than Bai Nizi, they both thought the other was a little girl. The 4th box, Bai Lulu used a screwdriver to open it and found a whole box of cooking oil. At this time, the female team members around her put down their work and cheered. The 5th box, cooking oil. 160,000 bullets per box. 5 boxes is 800,000 bullets. Gu Yanran's face has turned from gloomy to pale. This time when I go back, I will definitely be laughed at by the sisters in the Spark group. What to do? Why not just kill them all? Gu Yanran got hot-headed and looked at Lu Xiaoma's face again. The more she looked, the angrier she became. No matter how she looked at him, she felt that he didn't look like a good person. Of course, the idea of killing them was just wishful thinking. The hundreds of female team members present were not all direct members of the Spark group. Many of them were hired from outside. After killing and robbing, the Spark's reputation was completely ruined after they returned to the city. Will Sister Spark bite herself to death? Bai Lulu opened the 6th box with a knife, and it was still the familiar small box of cooking oil. Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua cheered, and even many female members of the Spark team cheered along. Box 7, Box 8, Box 9. Bai Lulu specifically picked out large cardboard boxes of the same specifications and size and opened 16 boxes in one go. Without exception, all of them were filled with king dragon fish cooking oil. Soybean oil, melon seed oil, and blended oil are different types of cooking oils, but they are all 5 liters of cooking oil and have similar production dates. Are there any more boxes like this? Bai Lulu was already smiling. She put down the screwdriver and reached out to tie her long hair into a ponytail. Su Feifei quickly ran over and grabbed her arm. Don't move around. Don't change your hairstyle at will. What if your good luck is gone? Haha. Bai Lulu smiled sweetly. Okay, then I won't tie it up. She tilted her head back and shook it, pushing a few strands of hair behind her ears. What about such a big box? 16 large boxes, boxes that the female team members had brought over. She had already opened all the boxes of this size. She looked toward the aisle and saw Zoya shouting over there. Lulu, it seems that there are only those boxes of this size left. I can't find any more here. Then I'll try something else. Bai Lulu was full of energy, and Su Feifei complained in a low voice. I told you not to tie your hair randomly, but you just didn't listen. Well, 16 large boxes of cooking oil are already 2.56 million bullets. Lulu is already very powerful. She is almost making back her investment. That's right, I'm already very good, okay? Bai Lulu smiled and glanced at Su Feifei, then looked at the smaller box in front of her. She stabbed the long screwdriver into the box, slid it downwards, and opened the cardboard cover. Su Feifei, Miao Xiaohua, and almost everyone around them leaned over. Huh? Why does it seem to still be oily? Su Feifei was a little surprised. There was still a small box inside, but it was obviously smaller than the previous one. She opened the small box and found 900 milliliters of golden arowana, with 15 barrels in a box. It's really still cooking oil. It's just that this box is smaller. One small box is 13.5 liters, while the small box just now is 20 liters. But it's good enough if it's just for oil. This relatively small box has 108 liters of cooking oil in it. It is worth at least 100,000 bullets. Lulu, you are really awesome. You can even make cooking oil out of a small box. Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua hugged each other excitedly. There were 16 large boxes, and Bai Lulu opened 11 smaller boxes in a row. Ben had already returned. and the oils that Bai Lulu opened were worth 3.66 million. The surrounding female players were in an uproar. It was Lu Xiaomo, who was watching quietly at the side. He was infected by their emotions and also a little excited. Bai Lulu's big eyes drifted towards them with a bit of pride. Okay, I won't open it anymore. There were no more small boxes of this size. Bai Lulu put down the screwdriver, and Su Feifei quickly grabbed her arm. Cousin Lulu, we are all counting on you to make a fortune. Miao Xiaohua also hurried forward. Yes, Lulu, why don't you open it just because you say so? I have to maintain my honor. Bai Lulu smiled and shook off the arms of the two lantern ladies. No. Su Feifei quickly stepped forward and grabbed her arms tightly. Open another one. Just open another one. There are thousands of big boxes in this warehouse. Just open another one. Okay, let's open another one. Unable to get rid of their entanglement, Bai Lulu was helplessly dragged back over there by the two of them. Now here, the open boxes of cooking oil were placed against the wall, and the boxes brought by the female team members were almost filling up this open space, but they had not been unpacked yet, and were all waiting for Bai Lulu. Walking to a large cardboard box and stopping, Bai Lulu tilted her head slightly, looked at the box carefully, and gently cut the box open with a screwdriver. At this time, the curiosity of everyone, including Lu Xiaomo, was piqued, and they all wanted to know what Bai Lulu could find this time. Everyone involuntarily took 2 steps forward. Even Gu Yanran stretched out her snow-white neck to see what was inside. There was a small box inside the big box. The lid of the small box was bare and had no markings. Bai Lulu gently opened the packaging of a small box inside. Miao Xiaohua couldn't wait to open the lid of the small box and suddenly exclaimed, Jam. This is jam with a shelf life of 2 years. How is this possible? Gu Yanran seemed to feel her brain congested with blood. She took 2 steps forward and snatched the screwdriver from Bai Lulu's hand. This is impossible. She held the screwdriver tightly and scratched it hard on a box next to her. When she saw what was inside clearly, she almost fainted again. Su Feifei covered her mouth and exclaimed, Aunt, you are so lucky. I almost forgot that you are also a mutant. Chapter 183, Jinhua Ham. Jinhua Ham, 3.2 kilograms. A whole Jinhua ham weighs 6.4 jin. The shelf life is 1 year, and less than a month has passed. This kind of dried meat is definitely still edible, even though it's just been a month past the expiration date. Store it in space, and it will never expire. The supermarket price is 499, which is 500 yuan. A large box contains 10 pieces, 64 kilograms of pure Jinhua ham. How much will this sell for? Aunt, you are so amazing. Yes, Auntie, it's you. Open it again quickly. Bai Lulu is not as good as you. You mutants are really powerful. On the left and on the right, Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua excitedly grabbed Gu Yanran's arms. Come on, Auntie. Come on, Auntie. That's enough. You two little traitors. Gu Yanran got furious, and the 2 lantern girls quickly ran away. Gu Yanran now felt that everyone around her was looking at her, and her whole body was burning. Unboxing, huh? Then I'll open it for you. Next to her was a cardboard box that was obviously smaller. Gu Yanran gritted her teeth and thrust a screwdriver into it. With a squeak, she opened the box. Jinhua ham. They ran away and came back again. The 2 little lantern ladies hugged each other and screamed, Auntie is so awesome. Auntie, you are awesome. This box contains 2 kilograms, or 4 jin, of Jinhua ham. The selling price in the supermarket is estimated to be more than 200 yuan. There are 10 pieces in a whole box, or 40 jins of Jinhua ham, which is almost not expired and can be eaten. How could this happen? Unable to accept the fact before her, Gu Yanran unwillingly cut open several cardboard boxes around her one after another. Jinhua ham. Jinhua ham is all Jinhua ham. Oh, she yelled unwillingly. Gu Yanran kicked the last box open. She actually opened 7 boxes of Jinhua ham for them in a row. This is so evil. Even she herself suspected that it was because of her identity as a mutant that her luck became so good. But is this good luck for me? When opening a box, luck plays a big role, and not all boxes are blank. For many boxes, the contents are written on the outside. Or some things like tires, the outside is designed to look like tires. This is also why Gu Yanran readily agreed to Lu Xiaoma's offer to buy their half for 3 million bullets. In fact, she knew the names of the boxes with words on them. Squeak. After more than 2 hours, the empty space at both ends of the shelves was filled with boxes of all sizes. Lu Xiaoma personally opened a cardboard box and found a pair of Nike sneakers. It should be authentic. Bai Lulu squatted down beside Lu Xiaoma and took out a pair of shoes to examine carefully. The white silk stockings were over the waist and hung down to the bottom of the buttocks. She examined it carefully and said, "This should be real, but the imitations in China before the end of the world have long been indistinguishable from the real thing." She stared at the barcode on the tongue of the shoe carefully, smelled it, and took off one shoe to test its comfort. "I think it's real, but unfortunately it's a men's shoe." As she spoke, she narrowed her eyes again. "It's not such a pity. There must be your code in this box." Lu Xiaoma's feet are size 42, and there are exactly 30 pairs of shoes in this box, including size 42. Maybe because it is a popular size, there are 8 pairs of size 42 and 8 pairs of size 41 among the 30 pairs. 41, 42, and even 43. There are not so many particulars in the apocalypse. Lu Xiaoma can wear any of them as long as they are not second-hand old shoes. It's true what you say will happen. Beside me, Bai Lulu opened a box of the same model, a whole box of Nike women's shoes. She was so happy to open the box, even happier than when she opened the cooking oil just now. She liked sneakers before the end of the world and had a special liking for Nike. This was really good luck. The 37 is mine, and the other sizes are for everyone. She happily rummaged through the cardboard box. Size 37 is also the best-selling size among women's shoes. Although they are all the same style, she is very happy to have Nike shoes to wear. Squeak. It was another large cardboard box. After Zoya opened it, her eyes lit up. "Fei Fei, go call the leader. I found some coffee here." Coffee, shelf life 2 years. A certain Tmall directly operated supermarket and a certain Tmall supermarket also used this logistics distribution center to distribute goods. Right away, Su Fei put a big spoonful of honey into her mouth. Zoya looked at her in surprise. "Isn't your honey expired?" Manuka honey has a shelf life of 3 years. After saying something unclearly, Su Fei quickly turned around and ran back, fearing that Zoya would taste her honey. Squeak. As soon as it was opened, a foul smell hit her nose. Yi Rue reluctantly took out a small box from the box and held the bottom of the box with both hands to turn it upside down. Shuanghui ham sausage has been expired for half a year. How can my luck be so bad? She reluctantly opened a box beside her, and a foul smell filled her nose. "Captain, we found Dunlop's truck tires and more than 100 wheels." "Captain, we found Yunnan Baiyao toothpaste here, and it has a shelf life of 3 years." "Captain, we found more than a dozen large boxes of gold-numbered towels here." "Captain, we have dozens of latex pillows imported from Thailand." "Captain, come here quickly. We found more than 600 bars of Safeguard soap here." "Captain, we found Laogan Ma hot sauce here. It has a shelf life of 14 months." The team leader found milk powder with a shelf life of 2 years. Leader. It took an entire afternoon, until 8:30 p.m., when all the emergency lights in the logistics distribution center were turned on. More than 300 female team members finally came up with a rough count of the materials in the entire warehouse. A total of 17 boxes of Jinhua ham were found, of varying sizes, with a total weight of approximately 800 kilograms. Cooking oil is a most needed commodity for humans before the end of the world, and online shopping has little impact on it. This time, a total of 53 large cartons and 1,696 barrels of 5-liter cooking oil were found in this logistics distribution center. Various small and medium barrels of cooking oil, a total of 864 barrels. Nearly 2,600 barrels of oil. The number looks scary, but in fact, they were loaded onto the truck and barely filled up a trailer. After it was full, Lu Xiaoma called Qin Xian over, and the two of them stored half of the oil in the space. Leave half of the truck and load it into different trucks. The jam that Bai Lulu opened has a shelf life of 2 years. There are 12 bottles in a small box and 96 bottles in a large box. A total of 7 large boxes were found, totaling 672 bottles. If Lu Xiaoma eats it himself, it is enough for a lifetime. But if he shares it with the whole Sparks group, with 2 people per can, they might run out of food for a meal. Milk powder, various brands of milk powder, most of them come in a box of 64 bags, totaling 1,152 bags. Chapter 184, Bathing. Coffee, packaged in big bags and boxes, totaling approximately 256 bags, boxes. Various candies, about 200 kilograms. Dove chocolate, just expired, in bulk, more than 600 barrels of half a pound each. Snickers, both long and short, a total of 1,120 bars. A total of 2,500 cans of chili sauce, including Laogan Ma, the favorite of the female team members, were found, of which more than 80 were Grandma Tao's, Laogan Ma. There is no way around it. It was a hot-selling product before the end of the world, and all other brands combined could not outsell it. more than 3,700 cans of red fermented bean curd and stinky tofu. Various vacuum-packed side dishes, more than 3,000 bags. Toothpaste, 1,500 tubes, more than 900 towels. Bed sheets, quilts, more than 200 sets. More than 6,000 rolls of toilet paper and more than 2,000 large packages of sanitary napkins for girls. Truck tires, snow tires, brand new, 112 pieces, 64 truck wheel hubs. The remaining miscellaneous supplies filled 2 trucks, including a small number of clothes, shoes and hats, pots and pans, tires, wheels, brand new latex pillows, latex mattresses, silk quilts, etc. Clothes, hats, shoes and socks. The female team members found the right sizes for themselves, and each found 1 or 2 new sets of clothes. The rest of the men's new shoes, new clothes, pants, and so on were left in the warehouse. Clothes that are not essential are generally not valuable. Liu Xiaoma has an obsessive love for new shoes and new clothes. In this large warehouse, the only brand shoes he found were Nike, and Ta, and Irk, and no other brands were found. Liu Xiaoma collected 100 pairs of sneakers of his own size, faded shoe boxes, various brands, 30 sets of various sportswear, 30 sets of waterproof jackets, and 30 sets of underwear and cotton-padded clothes each. The others were not hyperactive. There were 800 kilograms of manhwa ham. 400 kilograms were stored in Liu Xiaoma's space, and the remaining 400 kilograms were in Qin Xian's space. More than 300 people were busy until dinner time at 9 p.m., and they finally finished counting all the supplies. Bingtuan left the city in 12 large box trucks and found 19 large box trucks and 12 trailers at this logistics distribution center. All loading was completed, with various relatively valuable materials filling a total of 3 box trucks, 2 sundry trucks, and 2 trucks of various steel materials. 1 truck carrying food and vegetables was sent out of the city. Total, 31 large box trucks, 8 of which are fully loaded. 12 trailers, all empty. The only pity is that in such a large logistics distribution center, no edible salt and no white wine were found, which is also a strange thing. Perhaps the salt had not arrived yet, and the salt that was delivered had already been distributed to major supermarkets and agents' warehouses. This is the only explanation. This is your final payment. Come back to me in a year, and you will get the same amount. Huangxiao Township, the new base of the Spark Group. Gu Yanran put 20,000 yuan bills into the hands of 2 female members of the ICE group. She drooped her eyelids, looked at her nails and hummed, "Take it. Also, you have to remember that we are now grasshoppers on a rope. If this matter is made public, your leader will not dare to do anything to me. But you too. It's hard to say." She raised her eyelids. "And even if your leader lets you two go, my Spark Group will definitely not let you go. Do you understand what I mean?" The 2 female members of the ICE group clenched the 1,000 yuan bills and nodded silently. This morning, after cleaning up the large warehouse of the logistics distribution center, the 2 of them were the ICE team members left behind by Yi Rui to guard the warehouse. No one can touch the things in these large warehouses until Huangxiao Township is thoroughly cleaned up. There were also members of the Sparks on the other side that stayed behind. However, this morning, Gu Yanran sent her deputy logistics leader, level 2 spaceman Li Wani, over and quietly took away some of the supplies. At that time, the muzzle of the gun was against the temple of the female members of the ICE group, and now they have become grasshoppers on a rope. The 2 female team members also thought about telling Liu Xiaoma the truth, but given the current strength comparison between the ICE team and the Spark team, even if they told them, the team leader would be unable to do anything to the Spark team. The other party refused to admit it, and in the end it might be the 2 of us who framed them. This is also the reason why there were fewer boxes on the right side of Curry. "How's it going?" The 2 female members of the ICE group got off the car. Level 2 spaceman Li Wani came over. Gu Yanran asked casually, and she nodded slightly. She turned back to make sure that the 2 had gone far away, then smiled and nodded. "Salt and white wine." Gu Yanran sighed softly. "It's just a pity for the oil and Jinhua ham." At that time, she didn't think that Liu Xiaoma would buy all of them, so she only let Li Wani pick things from the right side. The things on the left side were all hers anyway, so she didn't touch them. It still hurts to think about it now. "Captain." At dinner, Liu Xiaoma treated the soldiers of the Pioneer Regiment to hot and sour cabbage soup as promised. Kusini hurried over and said, "Captain, we have searched all the supplies in the homes of the people in Huangqiao Township. There are quite a few good things. Qin Xian is still counting them. It is estimated that they can fill up a car. You've worked hard. Come and have dinner." He personally served a bowl of soup to Kusini. She wiped the sweat off her forehead and smiled. "Thank you, Captain." Ice Mass Station. Up to now, the ICE group is still enjoying the treatment of a military princess. and its base is still in the center of the Spark Group and is protected. Near the right side of the main road of Binjiang East Road Commercial Street, the Sparks Group's convoy surrounded a residential area with 6 buildings, and Unit 2 of Building 3 was assigned to the ICE Group. At this moment, Unit 2, top floor, room 601. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. The bed sheets and quilt covers must be new, as must the curtains. Don't use pink curtains. Pink means a second marriage, don't you understand? White won't work either. White will look like funeral couplets, so it must be red. It must be bright red. It looks festive. If there is really no red, then look for red sheets and see who has them. You can hang them on the ceiling. There are still 20 minutes left. Hurry up. Sister Zhuya. There were a room full of female members of the ICE team. Zhuya was busy running around. Binisi knocked on the door and rushed into the room. Sister Zhuya, my brother-in-law has finished his meal. You guys should hurry up. I've asked Fei Fei to hold him back for at most 10 minutes. I can't guarantee that he can come up after 10 minutes. I know, don't rush me. Zoya quickly checked the time. Where's Lulu? Go find your sister as soon as possible. Binisi said quickly. My sister is downstairs. Downstairs. Zoya turned around quickly. Mio. Come here quickly. What are you doing? My curtains. Miao Xiaohua was hanging the curtains. Zoya said anxiously. Stop hanging them. Go downstairs quickly and find an excuse to help Lulu take a bath. Bath. Chapter 185. I wish you happiness. Miao Xiaohua looked bewildered. Zoya took 2 steps forward anxiously. Don't you usually know everything? A bride must take a bath. Go and give her a good rub. Where's my bag? There are shower gel and shampoo in my bag. Here they are. Zoya found her backpack on the stool in the corner and quickly handed it to Miao Xiaohua. Remember to wash her thoroughly. Wash every part of her body. Zoya pushed the 2 girls out and said, Nizi, you go down too. You can talk to your sister now so that she can be mentally prepared. You two should rub her well together. Hey, that. Zoya suddenly realized a serious problem. Nizi. She paused. Your sister. Nizi's eyes widened. What happened to my sister? Inside, looking around, there was no outsider. Zoya lowered her voice. Your sister didn't have her period, did she? Nizi looked confused. Period? No, right? She passed away 3 days ago. So what does this have to do with it? That's good. It's still the safe period. With a sigh of relief, Zoya pushed the 2 girls out of the door. Why are you asking so many questions, kids? Come downstairs quickly. Nizi, you are responsible for explaining to your sister. Miao. You are responsible for giving her a bath. Hurry up. At 10 o'clock in the evening, all the female members of the ICE Group and the Spark Group had finished their meals. Huangxiao Township was dark, and the lights were on in the sleeper car. 2 figures sat opposite each other. Now the bullet rolls in the group. I still have 2,786,530 bullet rolls, and the crystals include. Someone was left in the sleeper car to watch over the car, and most of the female team members found houses to stay. Lu Xiaoma and Qin Xian checked the team's accounts and took out another 10 million bullet rolls and handed them to her space. There were still 14 million plus left in his own space, Qin Xian's space, and the team's public property was 12.786530 bullet rolls. The calculation was correct, and the 2 got off the car. Everyone had been sleeping in the car these days, so tonight they could sleep on a big bed in a private house. As the 2 got out of the car and talked quietly, Gu Wenxia came running over and said, Captain, the night shift has been arranged. 5 people in a shift. Okay, you go take a rest too. Lu Xiaoma nodded slightly. Gu Wenxia touched her head and smiled. I am the happiest first shift. I will be on duty until 2 a.m. and then I can go to bed. You should go and rest first, Captain. It was pitch black under the car. Qin Xian and Gu Wenxia both took out their cell phones and walked along the road while lighting the way. Gu Wenxia turned back and said, I'm going to work, Commander. Lu Xiaoma nodded slightly and continued to head towards Unit 2 with Qin Xian. There are hooligans. In the dark corridor of Unit 2, Su Feifei suddenly yelled. Lu Xiaoma was startled. Su Feifei yelled repeatedly in the corridor. I'm using the toilet here. You are not allowed to come over. You use the toilet in the hallway? Standing 3 meters outside the corridor, Lu Xiaoma and Qin Xian stopped walking together. Qin Xian subconsciously shone the flashlight on her phone inside and screamed again. What are you doing? Don't shine it inside. I'm peeing. He's seen all my important parts. Fei Fei. Qin Xian frowned slightly. There are so many places outside. Why do you have to go to the toilet in the corridor? And what if we step on it when we walk in? I can't help it anymore. Crouching in the middle of the corridor, Su Feifei had made a huge effort. She really peed here, but after that, she was unwilling to get up, waiting for the real owner to come over. Quickly take a photo. Everything has been seen. Take the flashlight away quickly. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaoma turned around silently, lowered his head, and took out a pack of cigarettes, took out one, and lit it. Dark clouds covered the blood moon tonight. He looked up, but couldn't find the red moon. He sniffed slightly, and could still smell the blood from the daytime. Hey, what do you mean by showing off your nose? Are you trying to sniff other people's pee? Pervert. If I don't complain to Sister Lulu, I'll say you're blaspheming me. You get excited when you smell other people's pee. You're shameless. You're a big liar. You're a big pervert. You don't even let a 16-year-old girl go. Although she's well-developed, you can't do this. Are you worthy of Sister Lulu? Are you worthy of all the female members of our ice group? Lu Xiaoma was completely immune to the nagging behind her back. After finishing his cigarette, Qin Xian asked in dissatisfaction towards the corridor. Hey Fei, it's been so long, and you're still not done? Is it not okay for someone's pee to be long? Turn around. You two, who knows what your orientation is? Turn around. You bitch, don't look at me. Qin Xian shook her head helplessly and turned around. Another 10 minutes passed, and this time even Lu Xiaoma was getting a little impatient. Su Fei, are you okay? What? Want to peek again? In the corridor, Su Fei said confidently. Is it okay for me to suddenly have a bowel movement? I think you were just coveting my beauty and want to eat me tonight. But I warn you, it's definitely not possible tonight, as my period is coming again these few days. After waiting for another 10 minutes, the two of them had been waiting outside the building for almost half an hour. Qin Xian frowned and looked at the time. Su Fei? No one answered. Qin Xian turned around and pinched her nose as she walked into the corridor. Under the light of her cell phone, her shadow was long gone, but there was a splash of slightly dried water on the ground. Captain, she's gone. The two of them went upstairs. Their footsteps seemed to be in sync. Qin Xian's dormitory was on the 4th floor. When she reached the door, she reached out to hold the door handle and suddenly stopped. Captain, what's wrong? Lu Xiaoma was not far behind her. He used his mobile phone flashlight to shine on her calves and slightly upwards. Her long, straight legs and perfect buttocks were illuminated here. Lu Xiaoma quickly turned the flashlight downwards. Nothing. Qin Xian seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, raised her snow-white neck, and opened the door handle. I wish you happiness. Bang! After closing the door, Qin Xian leaned heavily against the security door in the dark living room. She raised her head, her long eyelashes trembling, and covered her mouth with force. At the entrance to the 6th floor, on the security door on the left, someone had roughly written Captain Lu Xiaoma on it with white chalk, leaving a gap. Lu Xiaoma opened the security door and went in, then closed it with his backhand. He looked around with his mobile phone. It was an ordinary house of more than 70 square meters, with a living room at the entrance, a bathroom opposite, a balcony and kitchen on the left, and 2 bedrooms side by side on the right. It was a very ordinary house. Is there a light? There was a ray of light under the crack of the door of the room on the left. Lu Xiaoma subconsciously walked towards that room and stretched out his hand to gently open the door. Chapter 186. Warning. There was an incandescent lamp above his head, a big sheet on the white wall, bright red curtains, red sheets and quilt covers, and a car battery in the corner, also covered with a red cloth. Lulu. Lulu was wearing a red silk cheongsam and sitting on the bed uncomfortably. When she heard someone coming in, she subconsciously moved to the end of the bed, raised her head, and looked at the person at the door with her big black and white eyes. You are. After blurting out a few words, Lu Xiaoma immediately understood the current situation. The word sheet on the white wall, the red curtains, the red bed sheets, the red people. It's not too late for you to regret now. Seeing him standing there stupidly, Lulu felt inexplicably embarrassed and annoyed. It was not that Lu Xiaoma didn't like her. It was just that this was a little sudden, and it was the first time in her life that she faced such a scene. Originally, when I was with Binger, we were probably more like boyfriend and girlfriend in college. I didn't mean that. Standing at the door, Lu Xiaoma hadn't digested it, yet, when Lulu suddenly stood up from the bed. Who are you? She took a few steps forward, grabbed Lu Xiaoma's arm, dragged him into the room, slammed the door, and pushed Lu Xiaoma's shoulder hard, making him lean against the door. In fact, she was the one who was more nervous now. You regret it, right? She raised her head slightly, staring at Lu Xiaoma with her big black and white eyes, and said proudly, It's too late to regret. Tonight I want to see if you are a real man. As she spoke, she grabbed Lu Xiaoma's shoulders and pushed him hard onto the big red bed. After all, she was an awakened woman, twice as strong. The man did not resist. She grabbed him and pushed him down easily. Then she threw off her high heels, stared at the man on the big bed with her big eyes, and held the cheongsam around her waist tightly with both hands. She still did not have the courage to pounce on him. Hey you, are you still a man? Her chest was heaving nervously, as if acupuncture points were applied. Bai Lulu stood by the bed, not daring to move forward, nor to retreat. She clutched her Chong Sam tightly with both hands, staring at the man on the bed with a blushing face. She is now like a cute cat, wearing tiger makeup, pretending to be strong, but actually very nervous. But when the man really stands up, hey, wait a minute. I'm not ready yet. What are you doing? Don't tear it. Those are the buttons of my Chong Sam. Turn off the lights first. I don't want to. Don't do this. The door to the dark living room was quietly opened on the other side, and several figures quietly approached the door of the room. Miao Xiaohua widened her eyes and asked Su Feifei in a low voice, "Why does it seem like someone is clapping inside?" Su Feifei acted like an experienced person. "This is the legendary Pa. Do you understand now?" Hey, you two, come back quickly. What are you doing?" In the room, Zoya came out. The two lamp girls turned around and made a hush gesture and forced Zoya to go to the door together. Come on. The action is intense. What are you guys doing?" Zoya blushed and hesitated for a few seconds, and actually listened to the door. Her pretty face turned even redder. However, the two lamp ladies had no idea what blushing was. "Zoya, is it your turn next?" Go away, you are talking nonsense." Zoya blushed. He is just dreaming. She and Bai Lulu were best friends. Before they met Lu Xiaomao, they often joked that if they were to get married in the future, they would marry the same man, who had to be the most handsome in the world, otherwise the two sisters would be a couple for life. Well, Zoya was still being arrogant, but the two young ladies ignored her completely. Miao Xiaohua pricked up her ears. Why is there no movement? Did they change positions? Feifei, with your experience as an old driver, what position do you think they are in now? Nodding slightly, Su Feifei analyzed solemnly. The snapping sound just now was muffled, but now it has become crisp. This should be the rear-end collision of the old man pushing the cart. I really want to go in and take a look. Miao Xiaohua smacked her lips, and Su Feifei rolled her eyes at her. If you go in, aren't you afraid of being caught by the groom and thrown on the bed for a threesome? Miao Xiaohua retorted. If I were to catch someone, I'd catch you first. Your breasts are so big. Su Feifei raised her head proudly. That must be it. Shame on you. Miao Xiaohua pouted and said, Hey, what do you think? Will Sister Lulu be our deputy leader in the future? It's possible. Su Feifei thought about it seriously and asked. After all, she is now on the promotion machine. You're not saying that harshly. Miao Xiaohua corrected him. Can you be more polite? Say take a plane. Lighting a cigarette, Lu Xiaomao stared at the ceiling in a daze, thinking about the scenes in the future, thinking about Qin Xian lying on his chest, thinking about her suddenly rushing in front of him and dying tragically on the back of the monster. Are you thinking about her? Listening to his heartbeat, Bai Lulu supported his chest and raised her head, looking at him quietly, her big eyes sparkling as she said firmly, You missed her. Lu Xiaomao took a deep puff of cigarette and shook his head. No. She spoke again quietly. I didn't say who it was. What don't you have? Just as he was about to take the second puff, his hand holding the cigarette paused slightly. Bai Lulu sighed softly, then leaned back on his chest and said softly, I know. She is prettier than me. I know all this. When we talk about her, the atmosphere becomes depressing. After a long while, Bai Lulu sniffed. I also know that this is not the end of the world, and you won't just want me. I know it all. I'm not asking for too much. I just want you to be nicer to me and not let. Her voice suddenly choked up. Don't let other women bully me. I'm not that powerful. I'm not that strong. I won't let anyone bully you. Don't say any more. Bai Lulu sniffed and suddenly smiled. She put her arms around Lu Xiaomao's neck and pressed her delicate body completely against him. Their eyes met, her chin against his. Bai Lulu blinked and said, Don't make random promises to me. I don't want you to lie to me in the future. As a man, that's just. She sniffed again and chuckled. Men, if they lie once, they will open their mouths and do it the second time without any guilt, so I don't want to indulge your bad habits. But, suddenly he became very serious. But I warn you solemnly. Although I can turn a blind eye, you must not let me know, and don't even think about showing off in front of me. And my sister, she is still young. We are really related by blood. She absolutely cannot do that. The whole family spoiled by Nizi since she was a child. Even though she was 19 years old, they still treated her as a child. If this happened in ancient times, if she was still unmarried at her age, her whole family would probably go to jail with her. She hadn't finished her warning yet. What are you doing? That's not enough. You bastard, do you? Chapter 187. Attacking Tianjiang City. 10 days later, Tianjiang Bridge. Second brother, wait for me. One man fell down and rolled on the ground several times, while the other dozen men didn't even look back. I'm sorry, brother. I'll treat you to a drink in the next life. Behind them, there were thousands of crazy shadows, mixed with several huge black spots. Ignition. Across the bridge, the red-haired Blood Claw waved his hand gently, and his subordinates showed reluctance. Sir, we can wait another 10 seconds. They will. Blood Claw tilted his head slightly. I said light a fire. The subordinate dared not say anything more, took 2 steps forward, looked at the dozen or so human survivors less than 50 meters away, sighed softly, bent down, and gently lit the lighter. Half-a-meter-high blue flames quickly spread toward the bridge. More than a dozen survivors cursed angrily. A few who reacted quickly jumped off the Tianjiang bridge. The rest were surrounded by the blue sea of fire and howled miserably. Bloodclaw glanced at his watch calmly and looked forward. I have given you 17 seconds to do so. Ha ha ha. On the other side, a 2-meter-tall bald giant, Mr. Violent, held an automatic rifle in both hands and fired at the dozen or so firemen on the opposite side who were still running towards this side. Useless trash, it's a waste of food to keep them alive. He specifically shot at the fireman's waist, not intending to give them a quick death. A few minutes later, the aroma of meat wafted across the Tianjiang bridge, and the hungry soldiers swallowed subconsciously. Similar scenes have been staged nearly 100 times in the past 10 days. The tricky problem is that there are fewer and fewer crazy people who can be attracted. He threw the automatic rifle to his men and strode violently towards the direction of Bloodclaw. I say, old red hair, what about that bitch Gu Yanran? Bloodclaw gently put down the telescope, adapt to circumstances. Fuck him, old red-haired man. Do you know what I despise the most about you? It's that you can't speak properly. Oh, fuck him. I haven't finished what I'm saying yet. You fucking. The first store on the main road of Huangqiao Township. It was noon. The blood-red sun illuminated half of the house. The doors and windows of the store were broken. The ground was full of broken glass. The shelves were leaning against the wall in a mess. And in the middle was a small long table that was found from somewhere. Gu Yanran was stepping on the broken glass under her long boots. Her pair of black silk legs were close together and tilted. She leisurely picked up a cup of hot tea, put it on the edge of her tempting red lips, and sipped it gently, looking up at the blood claws that had just entered the room, cursing violently. What the hell is this place? Who found it? He sat on the wooden chair with a big butt. With a weight of more than 200 kilograms, the chair could not bear the weight. Fuck him. He stood up angrily and punched the table. The small conference table broke in the middle and collapsed on both sides. Just as she was about to put the cup back on the table cracked. Gu Yanran put the cup back to her lips and took another sip. Hee hee, ha. On the other side, the dirty monkey laughed in a shrill voice and glared at him fiercely. Dirty monkey, what are you laughing at? It's okay, it's okay. Dirty monkey stood up quickly. I'll ask someone to get another one right away. Wait a moment. 10 minutes later, another small table was brought into the room, and an iron chair was specially brought in for Kwang Bao. A map of Tianjiang City was spread out on the small table. Berserk walked around the map for a few times. My Berserk group will give your Spark group 300,000 bullets. Old Red Hair will give Monkey 500,000. Old Red Hair, and I will take charge of Zhongjiang District. Nanjiang District will be given to Monkey. Gu Yanran, Beijiang District belongs to you. We discussed this matter for 10 days, but each time it ended in a bad mood. Tianjiang City is mainly divided into 3 districts, Nanjiang District, Zhongjiang District, and Beijiang District. Zhongjiang District is the most prosperous section. When Tianjiang City was first established, Nanjiang District and Beijiang District were still farmland. At that time, Zhongjiang District was already an urban area, while Nanjiang District and Beijiang District were not even suburban areas. They were rural areas, and people could not even register their household registration there. Later, as the real estate boomed and rural areas occupied land, Nanjiang District and Beijiang District were developed. But even now, these 2 districts have no landmark buildings, and their level of prosperity is far inferior to that of Zhongjiang District. So the current distribution clearly shows that blood claw and violence are tied together to bully people. They only occupy 1 district, but the supplies in this district are at least 3 times or even 5 times that of the other 2 districts combined. You 2 brothers, this is really not fair. Dirty Monkey held a toothpick in his mouth and pointed at the map. Look, there are still some cars in the Beijiang District of the Spark Group. All the 4S stores in Tianjiang City are over there, but in our Nanjiang District, there is not even a single bird feather. Kwang Bao slammed the table and said, So Old Red Hair gave you 500,000 rounds of bullets, but I only gave them 300,000 rounds. And in the past 10 days, how much energy crystals have been consumed by Old Red Hair and I? We must have burned 200,000 or 300,000 of them. Kuang Bao has said similar things countless times in the past few days, but no matter what he says, Zhang He will bring up the same words again at the next meeting, listen to him talk more, and then adjourn the meeting. And monkey, have you ever fucking calculated how much food will be consumed if we stay here for one more day? How much will be consumed in the salaries of the external staff? And there are also crystals, meteorites around here, and that fucking slaughter army. We the Sparks agree. A soft voice came out, somewhat unexpectedly, and the violent voice stopped abruptly. He had been pointing at the dirty monkey with his little finger like a rolling pin, spitting everywhere, but he didn't expect that woman Gu Yanran would speak at this time. What did you say? Kuang Bao looked at Gu Yanran in surprise. Gu Yanran gently put the teacup in her hand and said, I said that our Spark group has agreed. In 3 days, your Kuang Bao group will supply us with 700,000 bullets, and Beijiang district will belong to us. 700,000 bullets, you Spark team. The other 3 were a little surprised. 700,000 bullets was completely acceptable to Kuang Bao. He turned his head to look at Blood Claw, who nodded slightly. Kuang Bao was a little unbelieving. Are you serious? If this was when they just left the city, Frenzy and Blood Claw would not give them a penny, and they could do it or not. But now they are badly injured, and they can still fight for Zhongjiang district. Even a few million bullets will definitely not be a loss. Gu Yanran suddenly looked up, her big eyes sparkling. Is it because my Chinese is not good, or is there donkey hair in your ears? This is the woman you mentioned. So it's settled, 700,000 bullets. Crazy was afraid that Gu Yanran would go back on her word, so Blood Claw suddenly spoke up and said to Dirty Monkey, Monkey, 1 million bullets plus 40 of the shares of the Blood Claw Group's gambling street store. The Dirty Monkey rolled his eyes and suddenly stood up from his chair. Blood Claw, I still want your new little wife. It's a deal. Blood Claw remained calm, laughing wildly and stretching out his big hand. The 3 of them high-fived. Gu Yanran snorted coldly, stood up, and walked out. After 3 days of training and deployment, 3 days later in the morning, the 4 major adventure groups slowly drove into Tianjiang City. Chapter 188, Attacking Tianjiang City, Part 2. Ha 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 ha. You bastards. Charge at me. In Zhongjiang District, these days, the group of crazy people near Tianjiang Bridge has been almost attracted by the stone-skinned people sent by major adventure groups. Just as Kuang Bao said, there were 200,000 or 300,000 corpses of crazy people floating on the Tianjiang River. However, when the coalition forces officially entered Tianjiang City, there were still countless crazy people screaming and shouting at the survivors in the streets and residential areas on both sides of the main roads. Each madman is equivalent to an ordinary awakener, with twice the strength and twice the speed. The convoy of the Blood Claw Alliance, hundreds of troop carriers were moving forward from 3 street corners at the same time. The commander of the central route, the level 2 Stoneskin Man Furious Lord, personally stood on the roof of the command vehicle, his automatic rifle spewing out a series of fire snakes. Then suddenly threw away the automatic rifle, jumped onto the ground, holding 2 machetes in both hands. You bastards, follow me and kill them all. Don't spare any. There is no word tactics in the dictionary of Lord Violent. After a rain of bullets, dozens of stone-skinned men and firemen behind him roared and rushed into the group of madmen on the opposite side. The main road is more than 10 meters wide. There are dozens of special awakened humans and thousands of lunatics on the opposite side. With the advantage of terrain, dozens of stone-skinned people are in the front and flame people are following closely behind. Ha ha ha, that's awesome. All of you go die. Look at me. With a powerful swing of the machete in both hands, half of the heads of the 7 madmen floated into the air. Kuang Bao threw the machete away casually, and suddenly an automatic rifle appeared in the palm of his right hand. He grabbed the long hair of the female madman in front of him with his left hand. The female madman opened her mouth wide and was about to bite him. Kuang Bao pulled her hair back hard and suddenly stuffed the automatic rifle in his other hand into the female madman's mouth, spewing a series of fire snakes through the back of her head. Ha ha. I don't even have to put in the energy to suppress my gun. Ha. He laughed loudly. This kind of killing made Kuang Bao excited. Behind the female madman, a large group of madmen shot their heads one after another. As the bullets were empty, the automatic rifle that was thrust into the female madman's mouth disappeared. Kuang Bao laughed loudly, stepped forward with his big hand, grabbed the female madman's waist, and at the same time pulled the left hand behind the female madman's head and lifted it up. The petite female madman was lifted up out of thin air by him. The bald giant, who was over 2 meters tall, laughed loudly and bit the crazy woman's small mouth fiercely with his big mouth. Ha ha, this woman is quite interesting. Crunch. With a crisp sound, the violent big mouth suddenly bit through the thin lips of the female madman. The big teeth sank into the female madman's gums and bit the roots inside. The violent big head shook, and it bit the female madman's front teeth into its mouth as if biting crisp bones. It chewed hard twice, laughed, turned around, and spit in the face of a stone-skinned subordinate behind him. Come, try this for yourself. Ha ha ha. He casually threw the body of the petite female madman behind him, and two machetes appeared in the palms of his violent hands again. He laughed strangely and rushed forward, stepping on the bodies of dozens of madmen in front of him. The team leader is a pervert. He likes to eat the lips and breasts of crazy women raw. Everyone knows it. A scream. At this moment, behind the team that was charging at the crowd of madmen, there were several screams. On both sides were six-story buildings. Many madmen on the upper floors smashed the glass and fell to the ground like dumplings. Immediately, two firemen had their shins broken, and the madmen who fell on them also burst into flames, but it was too late. Watch out upstairs. Everyone, watch out upstairs. The deputy leader was on guard immediately. He knew that whenever the violent master was in a killing mood, he would not care about the team at all. Dozens of flame men quickly moved to the center of the street, crouched down, and hid under the stone-skinned man. Watch out, all of you. Charge forward. When I die, I'll be an emperor in my next life and fuck women every day. Lord Fury moved forward courageously, and dozens of stone-skinned men behind him were infected by his emotions and rushed forward with him, shouting. This was the momentum of the commander. When it comes to this indomitable, infectious power on the battlefield, Lord Furious in Loya City is definitely the undisputed number one. At the same time, dozens of trucks slowly moved forward on the other two secondary main roads in Zhongjiang district. Soldiers stood on the roofs of the trucks, forming a powerful firepower network. Bullets rained through every corner of the street. On the command vehicle, the red-haired Bloodclaw slowly raised his right hand. A dozen squad leaders behind him received the instruction and shouted, "Stop shooting! Stop shooting! Stop shooting, sniper team! Get ready, start firing!" Dozens of trucks drove into the street for a distance. The streets, roads, and shops were full of corpses and blood. Even the leading truck could not continue to crush the corpses and move forward. The sniper team fired bursts of fire, commanding the Bloodclaw on the roof to make a gesture, and 10 Stoneskins activated their skills at the same time, jumped off the roof, and started the second round of finishing blows. Behind them, another 200 logistics team members came forward to clear the way. Hurry, hurry, hurry. You have 5 minutes to clear this path. The officer in charge of clearing the road urged loudly, and the road-clearing team members, 2 people for each body, threw the bodies to the crosswalks on both sides. Suddenly, there was a loud shout. A female madman was at the feet of a logistics team member on the street. He reached out and turned over the female madman's shoulders. As soon as he turned over, he subconsciously wanted to grab her 2 arms and cooperated with the team member at the feet of the female madman to throw her to the side of the crosswalk. The team member under the madwoman's feet had already pulled up her feet, but at this moment, the team member who was holding the madwoman's shoulders just turned her over and found that the madwoman was holding a baby in her arms. The baby might have just grown teeth, and newly grown teeth have no roots. It bit the arm of the bad guy who grabbed its mother and chewed the meat with all its strength, but unexpectedly, half of the newly grown teeth broke before it could bite into the flesh. The 2 relatively strong front teeth only left 2 bloody marks. Ha 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 ha. What the hell are you yelling about? The logistics team member who was bitten was more frightened than in pain. When he saw the situation clearly, he was slightly stunned. The team member in charge of the female madman's feet laughed and took 2 steps forward. He pulled the madman baby from his arms, raised his hands high, and threw her down with great force. Puff! The baby's half-grown skull exploded like a watermelon, splashing all over the 2 men's trouser legs. All right, get back to work. Your tiny wound will almost heal by the time you finish the work. Ha ha ha, look how scared you are. The bitten person heaved a sigh of relief and slapped off the 2 small teeth on his arm. The 2 men lifted the crazy woman's hands and feet and threw her to the sidewalk. Chapter 189, Attacking Tianjiang City, Part 3. Captain, at our current speed, I'm afraid we can only clear this one neighborhood before dark. In Nanjiang District, a whole morning had passed, and the Dirty Monkey Adventure team had just finished cleaning a street. Both sides of the street were 1-story bungalows and shops. Behind the shops on one side was a residential community. Although it was called a community, there were only 6 dilapidated small buildings, the kind of shabby houses without any property management. In the morning, the Dirty Monkey Adventure Group killed less than 5,000 madmen. Dirty Monkey ordered someone to bring up a single sofa on the roof of the commanding RV. He sat back comfortably on the sofa with the overseas star Chun Xiaoqiao sitting on his lap. Chun Xiaoqiao's upper body was fully clothed and she seemed calm, but there was a blanket covering her waist. The subordinates knew what she was doing with the dirty monkey under the blanket, but they did not dare to look up. If you can't finish it today, wait until tomorrow. Lazily, the dirty monkey looked up at the blood-red sky. Tomorrow and tomorrow. How many tomorrows there are? I live waiting for tomorrow. Everything will be wasted. You guys must have never been to school before the end of the world. Come on, come here. Whoever tells me what this poem is called, I will reward him and let him touch my woman. I know. As soon as he finished speaking, a hired mercenary in the RV suddenly shouted, Captain, I know the name of this poem. It's called Song of Tomorrow. This mercenary is a young man in his early 20s. Before the end of the world, he was a sophomore student. The young man looked up at the roof of the car and licked his lips excitedly. The woman in the arms of Captain Zhang Ho was known to everyone in Lia City and even in the whole of China before the end of the world. That woman was Chun Xiaoqiao. The excited young man's heart was beating boom boom boom. Oh, the dirty monkey, who was looking up at the sky, raised his head slightly and looked sideways towards the car, just in time to meet the eyes of the mercenary boy. What do you think this poem is called? What is it called? Song of Tomorrow. Yes, Captain. I am sure that this poem must be called Song of Tomorrow. I can recite this poem in its entirety. Tomorrow and tomorrow. How many tomorrows there are? I live my life waiting for tomorrow, and all things become wasted. If people are tired of tomorrow, old age will come as spring goes and autumn comes. The young mercenary was reciting the poem excitedly. The officer opposite him, who had been keeping his head down and didn't even dare to look up, sighed inaudibly. You are so good at reciting poems, but have you never heard of death by too much talk, death by bad mouth? Ha. With a meaningful laugh, Zhang Ho sat up straight. One hand embraced Chun Xiaoqiao's slender waist in his arms, hugged her together, and the two of them moved back together. Come on, you kid, come up. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain. The young man excitedly walked around to the front of the car, held the hood with one hand, climbed onto the front with some effort, and then carefully climbed onto the roof. He was just an ordinary man, in charge of logistics. He climbed onto the roof with an excited look on his face. He took 2 steps forward and stopped 1 meter away from the dirty sofa. Looking at the female star opposite whom he had only seen on TV, the young man slowly stretched out his hand, then timidly retracted it. Captain, I. The dirty monkey grinned and said, What are you talking about? Come here, the captain allows you to touch it. Come here, put your hand inside the collar of the clothes and touch it. Come on. His heart was beating so fast. The young man licked his lips and stretched out his hand carefully. The beauty in front of him, who was 1 meter away, was a big star from the outer island who he had only seen on TV before the end of the world. He slowly stretched out his hand again. Without dodging or avoiding, she still sat on the dirty monkey. Chun Xiaoqiao stared at the little man in front of her with her beautiful eyes, inadvertently revealing a trace of regret. He's just a young and handsome guy, what a pity. Just as the young mercenary's hand was about to touch Chun Xiaoqiao's body, a few centimeters further forward, it was about to touch her collarbone. Chun Xiaoqiao was wearing a white dress, and he really wanted to touch her from the collar down. At this moment, silently, a long screwdriver suddenly pierced the young mercenary's heart. His hand froze in midair. He looked down in disbelief at the tip of the screwdriver at his heart. A drop of blood slowly dripped to his feet. He slowly turned around and saw behind him the special awakener who had just reported the situation to the captain. Why? As he asked this question softly, a stream of blood flowed from the corner of the young mercenary's mouth. He stared with his eyes full of doubts. Because you talk too much. The officer said coldly, grabbed the young mercenary's arm, and pulled it to the left, causing the body to fall under the car. Hey, Laoli, what do you mean by this? Dirty Monkey seemed to complain with emotion. This is where you are wrong, Laoli. I have already promised the young man. The officer quickly bowed his head and clasped his hands together. This subordinate deserves death. All right. Fighting and killing is so boring, the dirty monkey said with a grin. But this leader always keeps his word. Laoli, go down quickly and chop off his hands. This leader can't break his promise, right? Beauty, hee. Chun Xiaoqiao in his arms forced a smile, and the dirty monkey kissed her neck with his big, smiling mouth. On the first day, the 4 adventure groups entered Tianjiang City at 12 o'clock midnight. At the Dirty Monkey Adventure Group's base, Wangxinuan community, there were rhythmic knocks on the door of the RV, 3 fast and 2 slow. The dirty monkey's eyes rolled around, and he immediately asked in a shrill voice, Who is it? I'm asleep. A voice came from outside the door. Captain, the brothers found 3 cans of pork and 2 cans of beef. We heated them up and brought them to you for you to try. The little eyeball suddenly widened, and the dirty monkey immediately gasped. So fast? I see, he said in a deep voice. I'll give you 1 minute. Hurry up and put on your clothes for me. As he said that, he shouted towards the door. Give me a minute to get dressed. There's no more sound at the door. Dirty Monkey quickly put on his clothes and took the time to check his watch. It was 12:05 midnight, which meant that all the Special Awakeners had just recovered their skills. He strode towards the door, then paused, looking back at Chun Xiaoqiao on the bed. The Dirty Monkey still roared, Hurry up! As he was speaking, there was a sudden knock on the door of the RV, 3 fast and 2 slow. The tone of the knocker was full of impatience. Captain Dirty Monkey, what are you doing? Got it. Right away. I'll be right there. No longer caring about Chun Xiaoqiao, Zhang Ho quickly put on a smile and opened the car door. But when he saw the situation outside clearly, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Lord City Lord? Chapter 190, Attacking Tianjiang City 4. The next day at noon. It's such a fucking pleasure. On the roof of the Zhongjiang District Command Vehicle, after a whole morning of hard fighting, the Blood Claw Violent Coalition finally met up on Tianjiang Street, the most prosperous street in Tianjiang City. The Violent Adventure Group on the main road, the Blood Claw Adventure Group on the left and right secondary roads, and the 2 groups of soldiers appeared at the same time. Tianjiang Street runs from south to north through the entire Tianjiang City. The Blood Claw and the Violent Alliance attacked from east to west. After 2 days of fighting, they have opened up half of Tianjiang City. However, over the past 2 days, 80 of the ammunition reserves have been used up, and half of Tianjiang City is still lost. In the days ahead, I am afraid that real fighting will be necessary, and there will be heavy casualties. Ha, old red-haired guy. You guys are responsible for holding off the Tianjiang Street on both sides. Look, I'm going to lead the team to take over the Manhwa Square in front of us. We'll set up camp here in Manhwa Square tonight. For the 3rd time today, Lord Crazy pressed his left wrist, and the adjutant beside him quickly grabbed his arm. Captain, you can't do this. You can't use your 3rd skill like this, Captain. Level 2 Stone Skin people have the Protective Stone Skin skill 3 times a day, each time lasting for 1 hour, but almost all Level 2 Stone Skin people only use it twice a day, leaving 1 time to save their lives. If you use it all 3 times, once the skill time is over, they will just be a group of ordinary Awakeners, and 1 bullet can kill them all. What the hell are you afraid of? He threw away his arm from the armrest, and the violent hand pressed down on his wrist again. All you bastards, charge forward. We'll take over Manhwa Square tonight, and we'll have a good time. I'll ask you brothers to fuck the princess group that accompanies the army. Long live the commander. The mountains roared, and the stone-skinned warriors beside him were encouraged. They no longer hesitated and pressed the 3rd body-protecting stone-skin skill at the same time. Crazy took the lead, and the stone-skinned warriors beside him rushed to the opposite Manhwa Square. The leader doesn't want a leader. It was too late. The adjutant looked around hurriedly. Fortunately, there were troops from the Blood Claw Regiment on both sides. They were on the same page with his regiment and should not dare to cause any trouble. Besides, the team led by Lord Crazy has always advocated real sword and gun combat and rarely uses bullets, while Blood Claw's ammunition reserves have been exhausted. It should be fine. There shouldn't be any problem. 3rd Battalion, 4th Battalion, 5th Battalion, all on alert. 1st Battalion, 2nd Battalion, and the regiment commander charge forward. Take over Manhwa Square tonight. We must always be on guard against others, so the deputy commander left 3 battalions on guard, and the remaining 2 battalions followed the commander and charged forward. Just as the commander said, if we take over Manhwa Square tonight, everyone will be rewarded. Directly opposite Tianjiang Street is Manhwa Square, and the left and right sides are also the main roads of Tianjiang Street. However, due to the fierce fighting that day, almost all the crazy people on Tianjiang Street were lured away and consumed. It was not difficult for the Blood Claw group to split into 2 groups to hold up the 2 gaps. The only variable is the orcs. After a day of fierce fighting, both groups had used up all their level 2 orc controlling skills. Facing the 5-meter-tall orcs, they could only fight with real swords and guns. There are at least 5,000 lunatics in Manhwa Square, and there are no less than 40 orcs there. There are at least 20 orcs on both sides of Tianjiang Street rushing towards the coalition forces. This is a tough battle. Flame man with skills, come at me. In Manhwa Square, a tsunami-like wave of madmen roared and rushed towards the crowd of survivors. Huang Bao took the lead and rushed to the front, laughing loudly. With 2 machetes in both hands, he shot down the heads of 4 madmen. An automatic rifle was once again thrust into the mouth of a female madman. You have a gun in your slutty mouth all your life. Ha 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 ha. After you die, I will let you continue to hold a gun in your mouth. Ha ha ha. Killing for a whole morning. The more he killed, the braver he became. The fury had already entered a frenzy mode. The group of level 2 stoneskins that followed also followed the leader, laughing and swearing, picking on the women and the crazy man for fun. This is the kind of life I want. This end of the world is prepared for me. The machetes in both hands flew continuously. He could use an ordinary machete to make it as indestructible as Liu Xiaoma's airblade. Before the end of the world, Berserker was a strong man with a huge body. Suppose an ordinary man can lift 50 kilograms of rice with one hand before the end of the world. Then, the same man can lift a 100-kilogram bag of rice with one hand if he goes berserk. After the apocalypse, power awakened. An ordinary man could lift 100 kilograms of rice with one hand, but Kuangbao could already lift 200 kilograms with one hand. This is the difference in physical fitness. In fact, this gap is more obvious between ordinary awakened men and women. Kill. Ha ha ha. Kill them all. Following behind the Mad Lord, more than 800 awakened warriors rushed to the Moonlight Square. Infected by the Mad Lord's momentum, more than 800 warriors gathered all their strength. Facing 5,000 madmen, they did not flinch. But at this moment, the violent and Bloodclaw coalition forces behind. Almost at the same time, at the 3 cleared road corners, several figures rushed over desperately. When they reached the corners, they braked suddenly, and with bloodshot eyes, they rushed forward towards the rear of the violent and Bloodclaw group. What is that? Suddenly, the team members who were responsible for staying behind to guard suddenly discovered. Behind them, countless crazy people. It was a crazy tide. How could this happen? Enemy attack. A wave of crazy enemies is attacking. Level 1 alert. Level 1 combat alert. The team members who stayed behind to guard the place were in chaos. Countless trucks honked their horns at the same time, but it was too late. On a street of more than 500 meters, at a speed twice that of ordinary people, countless mad orcs roared loudly and broke through the rear line of the violent Bloodclaw coalition. Alert! Everyone fight! My legs! My legs! I and you! There was no decent resistance at all against the sudden influx of crazy people. The soldiers who stayed behind ran back frantically, climbed onto the carts, and squeezed onto the troop carriers. An awakened officer had already squeezed in front of the troop carrier. There were countless soldiers squeezing in at the door of the vehicle. He tried his best to squeeze in. Suddenly, a crazy person jumped forward from behind and bit his calf tightly. The officer turned around and stabbed the screwdriver in the air. Before he could withdraw his hand, another female crazy person jumped forward and bit his nose. With a crack sound, the brittle bone on the nose broke. The female crazy person's head was pulled to the left fiercely, biting off the officer's nose. I'm going to fucking fight you guys. The officer felt so much pain that he felt dizzy. He used the long screwdriver in his right hand to stab the crazy woman's back again and again as if he was risking his life. The crazy woman screamed in agony, and before she could completely chew the nose in her mouth, she took another big bite towards the officer's face. With a row of neat teeth and some flesh from the bridge of her nose, the madwoman's upper teeth went straight for the officer's eyeballs, which burst with a pop sound, and the officer's eyeballs burst all over the madwoman's mouth. Her upper and lower teeth bit with all their might, and the officer's lower eye bags and a large piece of flesh above his nasolabial folds were torn off alive. Chapter 191. Attacking Tianjiang City v. Retreat. The whole army retreats. Everyone retreat. Retreat immediately. Attacked from both sides, from front and back. When the violent troops in front reacted, they had already alarmed the crazy crowd in Manhwa Square. Crazy led a large army to retreat, but in a blink of an eye, countless dense crowds of crazy people had submerged the 3 convoys at the intersection, and the Bloodclaw Legion on the left and right sides was in a similar situation. You can't help but cry out to the heavens and the earth. What the hell is going on? Why are there so many lunatics? Where on earth did these lunatics come from? Damn it. Captain, quickly form a formation. The 3 remaining battalions had no fighting spirit at all. Those who squeezed into the troop carriers started the engines and stepped on the accelerators, crushing the dense crowd of crazy people in front of them. But these carts were not Night 15 after all. They crushed dozens of madmen one after another. The tires of the carts were stuck by the densely packed corpses of madmen under the car. The accelerator was pressed hard, and the driving wheels were separated by 2 madmen's corpses stacked on top of each other, and the tires spun rapidly. Bang! With a loud noise, a troop carrier rear-ended the car, and the iron boat in the driving seat was shaken off. The driver of the car behind hurriedly shifted into reverse gear and stepped on the accelerator, thinking about turning left to bypass the car in front, but there was another bang, and he collided head-on with the car behind him, who was still stepping on the accelerator. It's a mess. It's all a mess. The human survivors who were not well prepared and had not formed a good formation were vulnerable to the madmen. The madmen coming from all directions had completely overwhelmed the violent and blood claw coalition forces. But just as the human survivors were suffering from the torture that was like purgatory on Earth, at the same time, an abnormal green suddenly appeared in the light red sky. It was an abnormal green. Haha, Lord City Lord is so wise and brave. This plan is going much more smoothly than we imagined. On the rooftop of a tall building on one side of Tianjiang Street, there were dozens of people standing on the rooftop. Lord Lia, the Lord of Lia City, Lord Lia, the leader of the Zhongho team who was ranked third among the 4 major adventure teams, and dozens of level 2 stone-skinned warriors behind them. Dirty Monkey put down the telescope with a smile, turned sideways and bowed to the Lord of the city, saying, "In this world, when it comes to brains, I, Monkey, only respect the Lord of the city. You have wiped out the first and second largest adventure groups in the city without any soldiers. Haha, how do you say it? Plan in the tent and win the battle thousands of miles away. You're not bad either." With a rare smile, Luo Yang gently patted the Dirty Monkey on the shoulder and said, "This time when you return to the city, the position of the first adventure group will be yours." "Look at what you said. How can this be mine?" Frightened and terrified, Dirty Monkey quickly bowed and clasped his fists again. "Lord City Lord, I am Dirty Monkey. I am what I am today because of you. If you hadn't brought the Slaughter Legion to rescue me, I would have become a big crazy poop by now." Luo Yi was very satisfied with Zhang Ho's answer, and he could still recognize his position clearly. His peripheral vision suddenly swept over Chun Xiaoqiao behind Zhang Ho. Chun Xiaoqiao quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at the city lord. Today Chun Xiaoqiao knew a shocking secret, and she was already trembling all over. She was afraid that she would be silenced. Seeing Chun Xiaoqiao's reaction, the Lord of Fallen Leaves seemed to have thought of something again, and put his hand on the Dirty Monkey's shoulder again. "Monkey, with such a delicate big star by your side, haven't you changed your bad habits yet?" "Hee. Lord City Lord, no? Lord City Lord, what are you saying?" Seeing that the City Lord was no longer testing him, the Dirty Monkey put on a smiling face again. "You have good intentions and gave me such a beautiful woman. How can I still like those stinky men? Now I want to vomit when I see men. Beautiful women are still better." As he said that, he turned around and hugged Chun Xiaoqiao in his arms. However, Chun Xiaoqiao raised her head in surprise and looked at the monkey with her big eyes in disbelief. "He likes men? How is that possible?" No one knows better than Chun Xiaoqiao how strong this Dirty Monkey's ability in that aspect is. It cannot be said to be strong. It can only be said that the frequency is faster. The frequency required is faster, but it is still a long way from being strong. He actually likes men? Real? Luoya obviously didn't believe it. He still clearly remembered that when this Dirty Monkey saw a man, especially a muscular man, he behaved like a cat seeing fish. Of course it's true. Afraid that the city lord would not believe it, the Dirty Monkey reached into Chun Xiaoqiao's collar with his claws and looked at the city lord with a smile. "Lord City Lord, do you want me to perform for you now?" Luo Yi waved his hand. All right. I've heard a lot about your perverted and outrageous deeds, so you should be more restrained in the future." "Hee, that's all my hobby," Dirty Monkey said with a smile. "By the way, Lord City Lord, do we want to take those women from the Spark group as well?" He made a downward chopping gesture. "Don't move them yet." Luo Yi shook his head, exhaled softly, looked at the battlefield downstairs and said, "Women are a precious resource in the city. Besides, in this operation, 3 of the 4 major adventure groups were wiped out, and only your Dirty Monkey group returned intact. It's hard to explain." "That's right. They are all women." Dirty Monkey quickly followed up. "They are not a threat, at least not a threat to us." Ha ha ha. Below the building, the battle on Tianjiang Street was almost coming to an end. A level 2 fogman activated his skill and violently led dozens of soldiers to fight their way out of the crowd. They were about to break out of the encirclement. At this moment, without any warning, countless grenades suddenly fell from the buildings on both sides of the street. 10 seconds later, explosions continued. "What a pity." Luo Yi sighed with melancholy, smacking his lips. "This Kuang Bao is a man. What a pity." Yes. Zhang Ho also looked regretful. It's a pity that he doesn't obey the rules. He is a wise man who knows the times. Such a perfect body of muscles is wasted. When he finally said the word muscles, he swallowed subconsciously. "Hey, What's that? That's not right. At this moment, an officer behind them suddenly looked up at the sky. Lord City Lord, please look up at the sky. Chapter 192, The Second Heavenly Tribulation, I. What promise did Gu Yanran make to you? Why should we work so hard for her? In the suburbs of North City, in just a day and a half, the joint forces of Sparks and Ice groups had taken over most of the land in the suburbs of North City. Just after noon, Lu Xiaoma led the Spark Corps' vanguard troops to clear Mu Road, one of the most fertile lands in Tianjiang City. All the Auto 4S shops gather here. This Mu Road is where the entire 3-kilometer-long street is lined with various brands of Car 4S stores, second-hand car trading markets, auto repair shops, branded tires, auto spare parts, decorations, etc. on both sides. Zhou Ling, Ding Qian, Inu, the three of you should immediately take your men to check the roadblocks again. Remember, we must ensure that our temporary base is absolutely safe after dark. After lunch, you should take your men to add 3 more layers of roadblocks. The road had just been cleared, the troop transports of the vanguard troops, and the follow-up troops were coming one after another. Lu Xiaoma looked up at the sky and said, Luo Yi, Bai Xiaoyu, Su Feifei, Miao Xiaohua, Lin Ming'er, you guys should take people to inspect the base again. Qin Xian, you organize people to cook. Gu Wenxiao, you come here. What do you want, Captain? Mu Road is a 4-lane road. Lu Xiaoma waved to Gu Wenxiao and pointed at the large convoy coming from behind. Go and help them direct the convoy. Tell them to rest in the middle of the road tonight. The trailers and trucks will be on the sides of the road. The sleeping area of the troop carrier will be in the middle. Don't stay in the building tonight. Everyone will sleep in the troop carrier. Have a good meal at noon and a midnight snack at night. Get up on time at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. They advanced step by step, and after a fierce battle in the morning, the vanguard group lost 71 members, and many female team members had used their skills. The afternoon is the time for searching and counting strategic items, and the female combat team members can rest. Wait a minute. Yi Rue trotted over from the back to the main force and lowered her voice when she came to Lu Xiaoma and said, Gu Yanran said she wanted to take back the command and lead the team when searching for supplies in the afternoon. Looking over, Gu Yanran and Yu Yiji led 2 groups of people towards him. Lu Xiaoma glanced at them and turned back. If she wants the command, give it back to her. Let's go. But Captain, Yi Rue hesitated and asked, are there no supplies from Mu Road for our ice group this time? The supplies belong to them. Yi Rue, let's go back to the car and eat. Bai Lulu turned her head to glance at Gu Yanran and trotted to catch up. You haven't told me yet. What's going on? What benefits did Gu Yanran promise you? Ever since the two of them broke that layer of window paper, Bai Lulu's personality has changed a little. She's a little neurotic, and everyone looks like a love rival to her. Heading towards the Bingtuan sleeper car, Yi Rue and Bai Lulu followed behind Lu Xiaoma, talking as they walked. We'll talk about this later. At present, this Mu Road is relatively safe. The road has been sealed. People are coming and going on the road. 500 female soldiers of the Pioneer Corps are busy finishing the work. Lu Xiaoma and his 2 companions were about 10 meters away from their sleeper car. They strode towards the sleeper car, and many female team members passed by and greeted them. Captain Lu. When can we eat, Captain Lu? Yeah, I'm starving. Captain Lu, do you have a girlfriend? We have several sisters who want to recommend themselves. Otherwise, what do you think of me? Huh. Hey, look up at the sky, what's that? Why is it changing color? It's true. How come the sky has turned green? Look, it's so strange. What? A few casual words were like thunder in Lu Xiaoma's ears. He quickly looked up at the sky. In the center of the crimson sky, a swirl of green swirls, like a windmill, swirling rapidly and gradually blowing away the crimson in the sky. This is... In an instant, Lu Xiaoma seemed to be struck by a strong lightning. He stood there for a moment, staring at the sky with wide eyes. Run! Everyone run! He suddenly yelled, and Bai Lulu, Yi Rue, and other female team members were all shocked. Xiao Moyu! Run! Everyone run! A chill ran down his spine from the top of his head to his heels in an instant. Lu Xiaoma looked around and shouted, Everyone, hide in the roadside shops immediately. Gu Wenxiao, Captain, Captain, I'm here. Lu Xiaoma was so startled that Gu Wenxiao seemed to have lost her soul. She trembled and ran towards Lu Xiaoma quickly. Go and notify them right now. No, it's too late. Drive our sleeper car into this 4S store right now. Lu Xiaoma looked up at the sky. The green vortex in the sky was getting bigger and bigger. In a blink of an eye, it had invaded 1/3 of the sky. It's too late. Within 1 minute, you have to drive our 2 sleeper cars into this 4S store. Quick. Immediately. I understand. Gu Wenxiao rushed towards the sleeper car. Zhang Yan, get on the car immediately. follow the commander's orders, and crash the car into the 4S store immediately. The road was wide enough, and Bingtuan's 2 sleeper cars were side by side. Next to them was a Volkswagen 4S store showroom with a tall glass door at the entrance. Gu Wenxia quickly jumped onto the sleeper car, started the engine urgently, and turned the steering wheel to the left. The female members of Bingtuan in the car didn't know what had happened. Gu Wenxia drove the long-distance bus and smashed the glass door of the Volkswagen 4S store. There was a scream in the car. Zhang Yin drove another sleeper car of Bingtuan and followed closely behind. No time. Su Feifei, Lin Ming'er, Bai Lulu, Yi Rue? Get in the car immediately. I'll be right there. In the sky, the dark green vortex had already infected 3/4 of the sky. Lu Xiaoma quickly glanced at the sky and estimated the time. There were at most 10 seconds left. He used all his strength to yell to the surroundings. All members of the Spark team, listen to my orders. Get inside immediately. Everyone, hide in the shops on both sides of the road. Quick. There is no time. Everyone hurry. The dark green sky, all the soil poured into the sky. The future scene was vivid in my mind. Lu Xiaoma yelled hysterically around, and some of the female members of the Spark team panicked and subconsciously followed Lu Xiaoma's orders and ran towards the shops on both sides of the road. Wait. After taking a deep look at the strange situation in the sky, Gu Yanran suddenly stepped forward quickly, waved her hand, and said loudly, "This is totally inexplicable. All members of the Spark team listen to my orders and stay alert. I can't control what the Ice team wants to do, but if any of you dare to follow him and go crazy." Before she finished her words, the doomsday sky had completely turned dark green. As she spoke, the earth suddenly trembled, and green lights suddenly fell from the sky. Chapter 193, The Second Heavenly Tribulation, Part 2. The earth was shaking, and green lights fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the exposed soil on the streets and roads suddenly flowed back into the sky. The dark green sky seemed to have suddenly turned into a huge magnet, and all the soil on the surface of the earth rushed back into the sky. This is the second catastrophe in the future scene. At the last second, Lu Xiaoma leaped and rolled into the showroom of the Volkswagen 4S store on the side of the road. When he looked back, it was already pitch black outside. The black soil poured back into the sky, completely blocking out the sunlight. The female players outside. Captain. Inside the exhibition hall, the taillights of the sleeper car suddenly lit up, and a group of female members of the ICE group ran out of the car, looking at everything outside in disbelief. Captain, what's going on? What's going on outside? Get back to the car immediately. Suddenly, the ground trembled again. The wall opposite the exhibition hall, which was illuminated by the headlights of the sleeper car, suddenly cracked. Lu Xiaoma shouted hurriedly. Everyone get back to the car immediately. Quick, Captain of the ICE group. Brother Captain Lu. A natural disaster occurred suddenly, and all the women were at a loss. The 2 girls, Qianyu and Niu Yuyu from the Spark group, were originally in the sleeper car of the Bing group. They had been sleeping here for the past few days. In the face of this natural disaster, the 2 little girls were so anxious that they started to cry. Brother Lu, please go out and save our sister Yiji right away. Sister Yiji is still outside. Brother Captain, please go out and save Sister Yiji. We can promise you anything. Feifei and Miao Miao, please help us beg Brother Captain. Sister Yiji is still outside. We can promise you anything. After the end of the world, Yiji treated them like her own sisters. As he spoke, the ground shook again. Lu Xiaoma turned around quickly and said, "Hurry up and get in the car. I'll find a way to save them." The female members of the Spark team cannot die either. If they die, Lu Xiaoma's plans of the past few days will all be wasted. But this is the situation now. Hurry up and listen to the leader and get back to the car with us. Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua dragged the 2 girls towards the sleeper car. The 2 girls were already crying loudly. Brother Captain Lu, you must save Sister Yiji. If you can save Sister Yiji, I will do anything for you. Brother Captain, you must save Sister Yiji, Xiaoyu, Sister Xiaoshang, and Sister Dingqian. I will promise you everything. Outside the broken glass door, only half a meter away, the inside and outside of the house were like 2 different worlds. There was no wind, and all the soil outside, covered by green light, seemed to be pulled up to the sky by something, blocking out the sun, while inside the house half a meter away, no abnormality could be felt. Lu Xiaoma stood against the wall and looked outside the house, but could see nothing. He tried to stretch out one hand with his palm facing down, and a large amount of mud hit his palm, which hurt. However, he immediately noticed that a green light shone on the back of his hand, and the mud under his palm no longer rose into the air. Is this the green light that is sucking the soil? If so, Lu Xiaoma suddenly had an idea in his mind. He pressed his left wrist with his right hand, and suddenly a cube-shaped air wall with a side length of 10 meters appeared 2 meters above the glass door in front of him. The black sand from the ground hit the air wall and fell rapidly. Lu Xiaomo rushed out of the door. There was no light, and he couldn't see anything clearly. He seemed to have stepped on a sharp stone. He stumbled and fell forward, bumping into a woman's body, followed by a scream. Without caring about that, and not knowing who it was, Lu Xiaomo hugged the body in his arms and rushed back to the 4S store showroom in 2 steps, then turned around and rushed out of the store again. The second, third, fourth, there were so many delicate bodies outside that he didn't know how many there were. He immediately realized that this wouldn't work. These women were like quails, squatting on the ground with their hands clasped over their heads. Anyone who can hear me, come in now. Kicking and pulling, many of the female team members who reacted found that there was no soil around them, but they still couldn't see anything, so they ran around in panic. A few more rushed out of the air wall, and waves of soil hit their faces. They screamed and squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads. Come back. Don't run around. Su Feifei, get out of the car and use your skills immediately. A group of women were like headless flies. Lu Xiaomo was distracted, and another woman next to him was running towards the outside in panic. He quickly grabbed her, held her body under his armpits, and ran towards the showroom of the 4S store. Crack! The earth trembled again. The loud noise was not far in front of him. With the help of the faint car taillights, Lu Xiaomo suddenly saw that the wall in front seemed to be breaking. He ran forward while hurriedly raising his right hand. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the top of the 4S store suddenly began to collapse. At the critical moment, a milky white air wall suddenly flashed above the 2 sleeper cars. Countless rocks from the roof smashed against the top of the wall and slid down to both sides. Lu Xiaomo, holding the body under his armpits, rushed into the air wall with one last step, then fell forward, hugged the body, and the 2 of them rolled into the air wall. If it was a second later, both sleeper cars would have been buried in the rubble. Heavy heartbeat. Lu Xiaomo was soaked with sweat all over his body. He saw the taillights of the sleeper car for the last time. 2 people rolled under the car from one side. There were rumbling sounds on both sides, and countless piles of sand and gravel slid down. Lu Xiaomo instinctively felt that thick dust was about to drift here. He took a deep breath and instinctively lowered his head to cover his mouth. The woman under him suddenly screamed, but in the next moment, she suddenly covered her mouth with one hand and pressed the back of Lu Xiaomo's head with the other hand, pressing his entire head into her arms. This kind of insult. The woman was quite strong, at least she was an awakened one. She suddenly pressed down on the back of Lu Xiaomo's head. Lu Xiaomo was caught off guard and immediately felt his face surrounded by lumps of soft flesh. He was not a naive newbie, and he immediately realized which part it was. He could bury his head in her chest, and there was even some soft flesh above the back of his head. Such an amazing amount of humiliation, with sparks and ice balls. It seemed that only one person could do it. It was pitch black all around, and thick dust floated under the car. Time passed second by second. Lu Xiaomo wanted to support himself with his hands and roll off the woman. At this moment, the woman under him suddenly rubbed her hands behind his head and said softly, "Short hair, man." Having developed a premonition of danger over such a long period of time, Lu Xiaomo suddenly felt the muscles of the woman under him tense instantly. Almost at the same time, Lu Xiaomo quickly rolled to the right. Half a second later, a long screwdriver came stabbing towards his head. Chapter 194, The Second Heavenly Tribulation, Part 3. Cough, cough, cough. Rolling out of the car, a mouthful of thick dust choked his lungs, and Lu Xiaomo coughed violently. He moved the steel bars outside the sleeper car around for a little while, found the door, and knocked hard, and the door opened. "Captain, the leader is back." The lights were on in the car, and it was packed with women. Lu Xiaomo came up and saw that they were fine, and heaved a sigh of relief. Before he could say anything, someone knocked hard on the middle door of the sleeper car, and Gu Wenxia hurriedly opened the middle door again. "Sister Yanran." Gu Yanran stepped into the car, turned around and stared at Lu Xiaomo, but now was not the time for personal grudges, so she had to remember this account first. Gu Yanran said loudly with a cold face, "Go out and save people immediately. I want you all to go out and save people immediately." There were many female members of the Spark team in the car, including Yu Yiji. When the heavenly tribulation just started, someone rushed out and hugged her in his arms and rescued her. Only after she got in the car did she realize that person was Lu Xiaomo. The driver didn't move, and Gu Yanran raised her voice again. "Sister Huahua is still outside. Are you guys?" Bang! With a loud noise, the whole sleeper car shook and the women in the car screamed. What happened? So powerful. So powerful. Lin Ming'er suddenly pointed in a direction in the middle aisle of the sleeper car. There is a very powerful energy beam. Ah, come over here. Bang! There was another loud noise, and the sleeper car shook. What's going on? Lu Xiaomo rushed towards Lin Ming'er and grabbed her shoulders with both hands. He had a bad feeling in his heart. The scene from the future. The monster that stabbed Qin Xian in the back. I don't know. I haven't seen it. It's coming again. Lin Ming'er's little hand suddenly pointed towards the roof of the car. At the same time, there was a scream. A huge sharp claw suddenly broke through the roof of the car. The tip of the claw happened to pierce the head of a female team member. The scream stopped abruptly. The claw suddenly retracted. Lu Xiaomo suddenly raised his right hand, and a 2-meter-long air blade pierced through the roof of the carport. A shrill roar came from the roof immediately. A violent flutter. What is that? Those claws. The female team members in the car fell to the ground in panic. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was another rapid knock on the door from under the car. The female team members in the car were like frightened birds. Several female team members near the door screamed and retreated. It's a human. Open the car door quickly. Lu Xiaomo wanted to go over and take a look, but the female team members were all lying on the ground. He quickly turned back and asked, Lin Ming'er, do you still have some energy? Be more energetic. No more. No more. Lin Ming'er shook her head vigorously. Lu Xiaomo said to her quickly, you must be alert at all times. Everyone else, stand up. There is no danger for now. The front door of the car opened, and a woman in black clothes and black pants, with a black mask on her face, got in the car. Sparks sister. Sparks sister. Sparks sister, I'm so glad you're okay. Sparks? She is the Spark? How is this possible? When the female members of the Spark team saw Spark, they felt like they had found their backbone, while the female members of the Ice team stared at the woman in disbelief, then looked at each other, and finally looked at the leader Lu Xiaomo. Along the way, the woman in black and the poison barrier turned out to be Spark, the leader of the Spark group. There is no one in Luoyang City who doesn't know her name, but few have seen what she looks like. She is the Spark. Lu Xiaomo stared at the woman, a sense of danger gradually rising in his heart. He sneaked into the Slaughter Legion alone and fought with this woman. At that time, her hands were tied behind her back, and Lu Xiaomo failed to catch her even with all his skills. Instead, afterwards, when he discovered the bodies at the Wulai toll station, a terrible idea arose in Lu Xiaomo's mind. That night, it wasn't that she was beaten away by me, but that she spared my life. Since awakening his air skills, especially the indestructible air blade, Lu Xiaomo has never been afraid of any human survivor. But when it came to this woman, he actually felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Is it her, Sparks? It's me. Through the black mask, the sound of the Sparks was also very pleasant. She stared at Lu Xiaomo and raised her chin slightly. The strange phenomenon outside has stopped. Now go out and save people. Safety. The rich dark green color in the sky slowly dissipated. It was now 12:37 noon, and the originally red sky had turned into a light green. No one was still getting used to it. A dozen female team members were dragging the corpse of a monster onto the street. Strictly speaking, this could no longer be considered a street. Outside the 4S store, the originally spacious asphalt road disappeared, replaced by a bumpy dirt road, and the entire road surface sank half a meter. Many rocks that were originally hidden under the ground have now floated to the surface. It's raining dirt? How can dirt fall from the sky? Dozens of female team members followed the sleeper car out of the ruins of the 4S shop, looked up at the sky, and saw that it had turned light green and dirt was falling. A female team member stretched out her hand, and soon more than a finger's width of fine dirt fell on her palm. Is this still on Earth? The monster was dragged out of the store. A dozen female team members dragged it out of the store with great effort, leaving it completely exposed to the sun. No one has ever seen this kind of monster since the end of the world. It is 5 meters long, with long limbs, legs, and feet, but each of its long limbs is 1.5 meters long. There are 2 shoulders and a basketball-sized head in the middle of the shoulders. The facial features are ferocious, the muscles are exposed, the eyes are drooping, and there is a triangular hole on the original nose. There are no lips, and the mouth is full of sharp fangs. The monster lay on its back with a hole in its lower abdomen, which should be caused by Lu Xiaomo's chi blade. A group of women stood by the ferocious creature and shuddered. Having experienced the end of the world, they all knew that once this kind of monster appeared, there would not be only one. Lu Xiaomo pushed aside the crowd in front of him and stopped in front of the monster. He looked up at the light green sky, then looked at the monster again. It was different from the one in the future scene. That monster had meter-long barbs all over its back, but this one did not. This is not good news. He bent down, propped up the monster's upper teeth with the sole of his shoe, reached in and pried its mouth open, then reached in and grabbed its tongue, pulling it outward with force. The female team members behind him screamed in surprise. The tongue in its mouth was nearly half a meter long, and it was covered with thorns. Putting down its tongue, Lu Xiaoma turned his head and grabbed its claw again. One of its arms was 1.5 meters long. Lu Xiaoma grabbed its hand and found that there was a black hard armor on the back of its hand that looked like a praying mantis claw. It feels a bit like touching a fingernail, but it only has one nail, like a mantis blade. It was confirmed that it was definitely not the monster that killed Qin Xian. There are more monsters in the second catastrophe than just that one, and there are far more than. Captain. Gu Wenxia jumped down from the driver's seat. Lu Xiaoma turned around and asked, "How is it? Can the car still be driven?" Chapter 195. The Second Heavenly Tribulation 4. Light green sky, floating fine dust. On Mu Road, small parts of the shops on both sides collapsed, but in the middle of the road, most of the cars that were originally driven by ice and sparks were intact. Under the car, the body of the car blocked the green light, and there was even asphalt road under the car. But if you start the car and drive forward, you will fall into a half-meter deep pit. More and more female members of the Spark team came out of the shops on both sides, with horror still lingering on their faces, and they looked at everything outside in disbelief. Dark green sky, earth pit. Who can tell us what happened? Beep, 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 beep. The Sparks team convoy honked its horns, and a group of female Sparks team members stood on the roofs of their cars and shouted to the surroundings. Sparks team, emergency assembly. All members of the Spark team, assemble. Lu Xiaoma's face changed, and he shouted quickly, "Stop honking." He immediately turned around to look at Lin Menger. In the middle of the road, Lin Menger was supported by Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua. She seemed to feel Lu Xiaoma's gaze. She widened her beautiful, lifeless eyes and shook her head slightly. Gu Yinran came over in a hurry and yelled at Lu Xiaoma. "What the hell are you yelling about? We haven't found all our team members yet." The sound of car horns continued, and suddenly Lin Menger behind Lu Xiaoma broke free from his hands and screamed, "Energy points! Lots of energy points! All team members get in the car immediately! Retreat!" Lin Menger's words were unquestionable. Lu Xiaoma pushed Gu Yinran's shoulder hard, strode forward, and yelled, "Stop honking! Everyone get in the car and retreat immediately! So many energy points!" Gu Yinran stumbled back a few steps, her face pale, and she took a few steps forward to grab Lin Menger's shoulders. "What did you say? What do you mean by a lot of energy points?" Lin Menger shook her head vigorously. "I don't know. I really don't know. There are so many energy points. There are madmen, there are orcs, and I don't recognize the others. Retreat quickly." Suddenly, the ground trembled again. But this time the trembling was slightly different from the previous one, and it didn't seem as strong. "Look what that is." Suddenly a female team member pointed behind the ruins of the 4S shop. Many female team members who were preparing to get on the car in a panic subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound and immediately burst into screams. "What is that thing?" Behind the 4S store, a huge orc, no? It should be called a giant, with a height of 20 meters, kicked through a 4-story building with its 2 thick thighs and ran towards the Sparks. Giant. All the female team members who saw this scene were shocked. How could there be such a tall monster? "Get in the car now. Everyone get in the car now." Turning his head quickly, Lu Xiaoma jumped onto the roof of the car and looked up at the huge monster. This was the scene in his future, and he had never seen such a monster before. "Everyone get in the car now." The giant is 20 meters tall, which is as high as a 6-story building. One of its fists is probably as big as an off-road vehicle. It took big strides and ran towards the Spark group. When it was less than 500 meters away, Lu Xiaoma took out a grenade in his hand, pulled the ring, estimated the distance, and threw it in the direction in front of it. Bang! After 10 seconds, the grenade exploded, but at this time the orcs had already rushed through the explosion range of the grenade and were less than 30 meters away from the Spark group convoy. Roar! It suddenly raised its head and howled. The huge sound waves shocked the eardrums of all the human survivors and made them hurt. The female team members who had not yet boarded the car, holding automatic rifles in both hands, spewed countless fire snakes at it. Ping pong. The rain of bullets fell on the giant, splashing sparks. Its skin was as hard as iron and was completely immune to the damage of the rain of bullets. Seeing this, many female team members threw down their automatic rifles in despair and turned around to run. At this moment, Lu Xiaoma's 10-minute skill timer had long passed. A pale yellow crystal appeared in his hand, the last explosion crystal of the ice ball. He had no time to think now. He was going to squeeze it hard. But at this moment, a black dot suddenly appeared in front of the 20-meter-tall giant. Lu Xiaoma had been staring at the giant intently when he suddenly saw the black dot. He paused for a moment and looked over there again. It was a woman in the dark shadow and sparks. He shook his head in surprise. The real body of the black shadow was almost invisible to the naked eye. Wherever her figure passed, only black afterimages were left behind. What kind of skill is this? What skill is this? Although she had experienced it once, the last time was at night, and Lu Xiaoma even thought she was teleporting. Seeing her now, she didn't teleport. She just moved extremely fast. The giant had already run 20 meters to the side of Mu Road. A series of black afterimages followed its feet and knees and climbed up its body in a blink of an eye. With two cuts, two streams of black liquid splashed out of the giant's two eyeballs, which were the size of small tires. Roar! It seemed to be crazy, twisting its huge body and slapping it around, just like an ordinary person slapping a fly. The eyes are a weak point, but that didn't kill it. The black shadow that had already jumped off the giant's body climbed onto its body again. This time, Sparks saw the giant's chin clearly. Its chin is disproportionately long, just like that of an ordinary orc, and the extra part just covers its Adam's apple. The weak point must be the Adam's apple. His feet tapped lightly on the bulging muscles on the giant's chest. Sparks found the right position, and he leaped forward again, and the long screwdriver pierced into the giant's Adam's apple. The giant's roar suddenly stopped. A stream of bloody red spurted out, and Sparks in the air lowered her body. Seeing the blood, she knew that this must be the giant's weakness. His body fell rapidly, stepping on the giant's knee. Then Sparks' body jumped upwards again, stabbing the giant's fist-sized Adam's apple with several consecutive cuts, until the giant pressed his Adam's apple with his hands in pain. But because of his long chin, he couldn't cover that place. His eyes widened, and it seemed that he could no longer make any sound in his throat. His huge body actually fell backwards. Sister Sparks is so amazing. Sister Sparks is still the best. Long live Sister Sparks. Long live Sister Sparks. Long live Sister Sparks. All the female Spark soldiers who saw this scene were boiling with excitement. But at this moment, Lin Ming'er, who had already run to the door of the sleeper car, suddenly shouted, "Captain, there are so many energy points. Captain, tell everyone to leave immediately. Tell everyone to leave immediately." Before she finished speaking, the ground in Tianjiang City began to tremble again. Chapter 196, The Second Heavenly Tribulation v. A Mad Tide. It's a mad tide. Run, run. At the end of Mu Road, countless madmen broke through the roadblocks, roaring and running forward. Several huge black spots leaped into the air, reaching dozens of meters high. One of the black dots landed at the door of a long-distance bus, among a group of female team members scrambling to get on the bus. The black dot was 5 meters long, with meter-long barbs on its back. It roared in midair and fell into the crowd. Its body suddenly curled up into a ball like a hedgehog and rolled rapidly towards the group of female players. Horror! Scream! Scream! Heart-wrenching screams. The 5-meter-tall monster with barbed backs rolled forward for more than 20 meters and stopped. For female team members had been stabbed in the back. It used both hands and feet to jump up again, grabbed the wall of the roadside building, and jumped onto the roof. On the other side, in front of another long-distance bus, the bus was packed with female members of the Sparks. Not far ahead, less than 100 meters away, a crowd of crazy people was already rushing towards them. Suddenly, at this moment, there were bursts of swoosh, swoosh sounds, and a 5-meter-long green monster on the opposite side suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Countless conical wooden nails spewed out of its mouth. The green monster shook its head left and right, and countless conical wooden spikes shot back and forth like a machine gun. The entire team of female players fell down in pain, holding their injured parts. What is all this? Not far away, Lu Xiaoma was completely stunned. He had never seen so many monsters in the future scenes. Skills. By Lulu, use your skills quickly. He roared wildly, and at the same time, Bai Lulu on the roof of the sleeper car finally spotted Lu Xiaoma's shadow. "Xiaoma, hurry up and get on the car. I'm here." She suddenly raised her palms to the sky, and her milky white hair flew in the air. "Look at me." A milky white light shield expanded from small to large, instantly covering the Spark Ice Group's convoy. Finally meeting Lu Xiaoma, she can use her skills with confidence. "Lulu, be careful." A milky white light enveloped the convoy, and the crowd of crazy people on the opposite side suddenly stopped running forward as if they had lost their target. However, the green monster that had been spitting out wooden nails now pointed its big head towards Bai Lulu on the roof. Bai Lulu. A row of wooden nails shot towards Bai Lulu. It was too late for Lu Xiaoma to go forward, and there was no stone-skinned man around her. Yi Rui, who was closest to her, was more than 10 meters away. Xiaomo, Bai Lulu held up the sky with both hands, her eyes wide open in fear. Before her eyes, a row of wooden nails were about to slide down into the sky and pierce her heart like 1,000 arrows. Xiaomo. Suddenly a dark shadow appeared in front of me. With a series of muffled groans, the black shadow opened his arms and hugged Bai Lulu's neck tightly. Bai Lulu had already realized that she was going to die. She widened her eyes in disbelief. Sister Sparks. She shouted several times in succession, and when she was distracted, the milky white light shield shrank rapidly. Sparks suddenly shouted in her ear, "Don't talk. Hold on. I know. But Sparks' sister, Sparks suddenly stood in front of her and blocked so many bullets for her. Now she was in danger. Bai Lulu had no way to concentrate. The milky white light was reduced again, and the crowd was ready to move. At this moment, Sparks, who was extremely anxious, grabbed Bai Lulu's neck and pressed his forehead against her mouth. "Don't talk. I need you to concentrate." Cough. A mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth, staining Bai Lulu's chest red. With eyes wide open, Bai Lulu gritted her teeth as her lips touched the delicate skin of Sparks. Her beautiful eyes widened again, and her whole body was full of momentum. The milky white light shield quickly expanded to dozens of meters away. "Sparks' sister. Sparks' sister." Sparks spurted blood from his mouth, and several figures anxiously flew onto the sleeper car. Under the sleeper car, after Bai Lulu used her skills, the crazy crowd on the opposite side stopped attacking, and many female team members have now regained their composure. Bai Lulu has 15 minutes to use her skills. Don't crowd. Take your time. Everyone can get on the bus. Gu Yanran. On the roof of the car, Yuiji turned around with red eyes and yelled towards the car below. Gu Yanran, bring the regeneration crystal here immediately. Gu Yanran, come here immediately. Gu Yanran. Where did Gu Yanran go? There was no sign of her. Many team members anxiously searched for her in the crowd. Lu Xiaoma jumped onto the roof of the car and strode forward. Seeing that Bai Lulu was staring at the Sparks with red eyes, she was not injured, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "I have a regeneration crystal here, don't shout." A regeneration crystal was stuffed into Yuiji's hand. She quickly took it and handed it to Xiaoshang beside her. "Xiaoshang, you should treat Sister Huahua's injury immediately." With red eyes, she jumped out of the car. "Sister Iji, where are you going?" Several women on the roof of the car shouted hurriedly, and suddenly saw Yuiji running towards the crowd of crazy people. "Sister Iji, don't do anything stupid." Not far from the crowd of crazy people, Sister Iji suddenly turned around and shouted, "Cover your eyes." She pressed her left wrist with her right hand, and a ball of light grew from small to large. The blinding white light, the green monster in front of her that spewed wooden nails wailed and took 2 steps back. A long screwdriver appeared in Yuiji's right hand. She roared and flew forward, stabbing the long screwdriver into the monster's head again and again. "Go to hell. You hurt my sister Spark. Go to hell." "That's enough, Sister Iji. That's enough, Sister Iji. It's already dead." Safety. Light green sky with fine dust floating. Turning the corner, dozens of trucks covered with sparks and ice slowly drove onto West Binjiang Road. The road was bumpy and full of various rocks protruding from the ground. Temporarily getting rid of the crazy crowd, the convoy was not moving fast. Gu Wenxiao was driving a sleeper car. A group of people ran up to the front of the car and stopped the car, knocking on the door. Gu Yanran led the team over and got in the car and shouted, "Where's Sister Huahua? How's Sister Huahua?" Gu Yanran. On a lower bunk, Huashan was unconscious, and Yuiji's white dress was stained with green sticky liquid and a pungent foul smell. It was hard to imagine that she was a person with severe mysophobia. Yuiji looked at Gu Yanran coldly. "Gu Yanran, get out of the car right now. Don't let me see you." Bai Xiaoyu said angrily. "That's right, Gu Yanran. If it weren't for Captain Lu, Sister Huahua would have died. Do you know that?" Gu Yanran knew she was in the wrong, so she opened her mouth and said, "Let me see Sister Huahua. All of you get out of here." Bai Xiaoyu, Ding Qian, and other special awakeners blocked the aisle. Gu Yanran opened her mouth again, but didn't say anything. She turned around and got out of the car sadly. Level 2 water vapor person Su Xie stayed at the end. She stretched out her hand and placed 5 regeneration crystals in front of Bai Xiaoyu, whispering, "Here, it's for Deputy Captain Yiji." Humph. Neo Yu stepped forward and snatched the regeneration crystal. "Get out of here. You are not welcome in our car." 3 hours later, the last car of the Ice Group and Spark Group's joint convoy drove off the Tianjiang Bridge. With a series of loud noises, the Tianjiang Bridge, which had a history of several decades, was disconnected in the middle. This time, the joint attack of the 4 major adventure groups on Tianjiang City officially ended in failure. At the same time, for the survivors, a new journey has just begun. On the roof of the sleeper car, Lu Xiaoma licked the fine soil in his hands and looked up at the light green sky. "Captain," a female team member jumped onto the car and said, "Captain, look, it seems that grass has grown on the road ahead." Chapter 197, Down to Earth. Volume 2, Jungle Apocalypse. How is it? Still no movement. 3 days later, at 5 a.m., Lu Xiaoma opened his eyes, sat on the bed, and lit a cigarette. The female team members were still asleep. At the front door of the car, Gu Wenxia hurriedly got on the car and reported in a low voice, "Not yet." Just after 4 o'clock, the last group of team members sent by the Spark Group came back. Only 3 of the 50 people in the small team came back. What do they mean? Should we continue to wait? Lu Xiaoma put on his coat and felt a strand of hair on his forehead. He looked up and saw Bai Lulu sticking her head out from the middle bunk, staring at him with her big eyes. Late last night, when everyone was probably asleep, Bai Lulu, who was sleeping in the middle bunk, got down from the bunk and had a brief moment of intimacy with Lu Xiaoma, then quietly climbed back up before daybreak. "I don't know yet." Seeing Bai Lulu wake up, Gu Wenxia subconsciously took a half step back. They came back at around 4 o'clock, and Yu Yiji and Gu Yanran went to have a meeting with Huahua. "I don't know what the result is yet." After waiting for 3 days, the Spark Group insisted on waiting here for the other 3 adventure groups, but there was no news and not a single person was seen. This was very unusual. Ever since the last time the Vanguard Group was defeated because they underestimated the enemy and did not equip level 2 fogmen. After that, the 4 major adventure groups had to ensure that at least 2 fogmen had skills in every battle. "Get out of the car and talk." A female team member nearby was woken up by the noise. Lu Xiaoma tidied up her clothes and got out of the car. It was past 5 o'clock, the sky was dim, and fine dust was floating in the sky again. During these 3 days, the phenomenon of soil falling from the sky occurred intermittently, similar to the rain before the end of the world. When it rained, the green color in the sky would be darker. On a sunny day with plenty of sunshine, there is only a faint green halo. Gu Wenxia was also looking at the sky. It was still there when I changed shifts last night. The 2 got out of the car and saw weeds half a meter high everywhere around them. Since they started sowing the soil 3 days ago, these weeds have been growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This grass is the same. Gu Wenxia looked down at the weeds under her feet again. It was only up to my ankles when I changed shifts last night, but it has grown to my knees in just a few hours. Frowning at the half-meter-high weeds on the ground, Lu Xiaoma walked to the shops on the street. Now, the ground outside was more than half a meter higher than the door. There was a mound of earth on the roof, and fine soil slid down along the roof awning. Lu Xiaoma covered his head with his hands and jumped forward into the store. Looking back, he found that the road outside was much higher than that inside the house. After 3 days of continuous soil dredging, the soil that was originally sucked up to the sky has long been filled up, and now it is still half a meter higher. If it continues to rain like this, I wonder what the earth will become in the future. "Gu Wenxia, have you seen the head of the group?" Outside the house, Qin Xian's voice was heard, and Lu Xiaoma jumped out of the store. "What's wrong?" "Captain." Qin Xian ran over quickly. "How long are we going to stay here? If we don't leave now, we may not have enough food to get back to the city." While retreating from Tianjiang City 3 days ago, the Bingtuan lost a food truck. In terms of personnel, 28 truck drivers were reduced, 3 ordinary awakeners were reduced, and the rest are still there. The total number of people is 88. This includes 32 female truck drivers seconded from the Spark Group. In terms of vehicles, 11 large box trucks and 12 trailers were lost. The current vehicles of Bingtuan include 2 sleeper cars, 13 large box trucks, and 7 trailers. The good news is that all the lost vehicles were empty, except for 1 food truck. The bad news is that a food cart was lost, and the ice group is now out of food. There are still 700 kilograms of corn, Qin Xian sighed. There are less than 100 kilograms of cabbage. It's so hot that it will rot quickly. I have already saved the cabbage in my space, but if this continues, Lu Xiaoma asked, "Can't you hold on and return to the city?" Qin Xian shook her head slightly. "Maybe it's not too late to leave today. Back to the city in this situation, I don't know what Luoya City has become. Maybe Luoya City has already fallen. Just 3 days ago, when the sky changed color, everyone had to keep such pessimistic thoughts to themselves. Luoya City fell, the growers were killed, and everyone would starve to death." "Leader." A female team member ran over quickly. The Spark team just sent a message saying that they will set off on time at 7 o'clock and return to the city. At 7 o'clock, the Spark team and Ice team jointly set out on the road and officially returned. Safety. In the Bingtuan sleeper car, on the lower bunk opposite Lu Xiaoma, Lin Minger's face was pale, and she was clutching the corner of her clothes in her hands. These days, due to the appearance of new monsters, she had to keep her attention highly concentrated at all times. These days are also the hardest for her. Don't be so nervous. Lu Xiaoma stood up from the bed opposite. Lin Minger looked in his direction with a pair of peaceful big eyes. Lu Xiaoma sat down beside her. Lin Minger sensed something and moved her body slightly, holding the corner of her clothes tighter. You don't have to be so nervous. Lu Xiaoma grabbed one of her hands, handed her a can of Red Bull, and opened the ring for her. We are now in the center of the Spark Group's convoy. The front and back are beyond your perception range. You can have a good rest now. Oh, I understand. Lin Minger was very nervous as he held her hand. She lowered her head, held the Red Bull drink in both hands, gently put it to her lips, and took a sip, and whispered, "Thank you, Captain. You should have a good rest. I'll have them call you when we get there." Patting her shoulder gently, Lu Xiaomo returned to his bed. As soon as he stood up, he saw Bai Lulu in the middle bunk looking at him dimly. Lu Xiaomo said helplessly, "You should also have a good rest. You didn't sleep much last night." When he said this, Bai Lulu's pretty face turned red and she said, "Nonsense." She buried her head in the quilt. The convoy started slowly, and the two Pathfinder vehicles had already gone 3 kilometers and turned onto the highway. However, the highways on Earth now are no different from the rural dirt roads before the end of the world. This time, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. The soil flowed back into the sky. Then, it stopped raining and soil began to fall from the sky. It kept falling. The soil is half a meter higher than the original road surface, and the ground is covered with weeds. Only a small part of the highway fence and ramp fence is exposed. I can only vaguely confirm the direction back to the city. The convoy was not moving fast, but fortunately, when they arrived, the 4 major adventure groups had already cleaned up the madman's body with great momentum. On the way back to the city, we didn't find any danger the whole day, but the road was bumpy and everyone was in low spirits. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the convoy officially entered the Zhangjia tunnel. Captain, the sleeper car entered the tunnel. Outside the windshield, only the light of the tail car in front was visible. After driving for a whole day, Gu Wenxia finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned off the car. Captain, we have arrived at the Zhangjia tunnel. Turning on the aisle lights in the car, it was a bit dazzling. After a whole day of bumpy ride, the female team members were not in good spirits. Lu Xiaoma also closed his eyes for a while without knowing when. He sat up from the bed and put on his shoes. The incandescent light made him a little dizzy. Gu Wenxia, I'm here. After driving for a whole day, Gu Wenxia came over with a shaky step. Lu Xiaoma shook his head. It's not you, Qin Xian. Qin Xian also stood up over there and responded with a lack of energy. Captain. She worked hard driving, so she gave Gu Wenxia extra food. Oh, Qin Xian nodded. Snack what? She didn't have much to eat right now. Add more. Lu Xiaoma had already stood up from the bed and looked around. The female team members had all gotten up from their beds tiredly. Add a can of Laogan hot sauce. I have some here. Captain. Gu Wenxia held onto the railing of the middle bunk. I want to drink some white wine. White wine. Lu Xiaoma turned around in surprise. Gu Wenxia nodded. I just want to drink some white wine and relax. My body is almost falling apart. Drink some white wine. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. After lying down all day, no one could sleep. Lu Xiaoma put a small table in the middle of the aisle, and on the table were 2 bottles of Feitian Mitai, 2 6-gene Jinhua hams, and 2 packs of pickled mustard tubers. Picking up the cup, Gu Wenxia took a sip on the bed opposite the table. A spicy taste filled her mouth, and then she swallowed it. A warm current flowed through her esophagus, and she felt an indescribable sense of relaxation all over her body. Bai Lulu beside her was holding a large piece of meat. She took a bite without any image and passed it to the girl on the upper bunk. Lu Xiaoma tore off a piece for Lin Minger, who stretched out her 2 little hands to catch it. Above her head, Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua stared at him with wide eyes. This wine was drunk very quietly, with a vague sense of worry. At some point, someone knocked on the door. Cassini opened the door and asked in surprise, Sister Iji? When she opened the door, the smell of alcohol filled her nose. Sister Iji frowned slightly and walked slowly into the car. I'll look for your leader. When she got in the car and saw Feitian Mitai and Jinhua ham on the table, Yuiji was a little surprised, but then she remembered that Sister Huahua had the same meal as everyone else tonight, just a bowl of corn porridge and 2 corn cakes. How can I talk to him about this? Captain Lu, I have something I want to discuss with you. She changed into a white dress again. Lu Xiaoma put down his wine glass and the two of them went under the car together. Yueg held a strong flashlight, and the two of them went to a deserted place together. She stopped and shone the flashlight on the ground. Captain Liu, I came here this time because I hope you can join our Spark group. After a pause, she continued, it is Sister Huahua who hopes you can join. Sister Huahua wants you to be the deputy leader. Guiyan Ran will only be responsible for logistics in the future. Chapter 198, Giant Tree. Roar. The earth-shaking roar, the deterrent skills of 10 level 2 orc controllers had no effect at all against the 20-meter-tall giant. The giant roared to the sky, kicked away several stone-skinned warriors who were entangled in front of him, and strode towards the human convoy in front. Level 2 Mist Man uses skills. In a blink of an eye, 3 level 2 orc controllers were buried under the giant's feet. On the roof of the command vehicle, Luo Yi turned around and gave orders loudly. 10 level 2 orc warriors used their skills together, but none of them worked against it. The human survivors convoy was in a panic. Guangren, Guangren. The dirty monkey beside Leah started yelling. Guangren, hurry up and use your skills. Don't let it come over. Aren't you just a light person? At the side, the city lord's sinister voice made Zhang Ho's heart tremble. Seeing that the giant on the opposite side had already rushed to the front of the convoy, he gritted his teeth and rushed out. Grandson, look at how powerful I am. There was a dazzling white light, and the giant suddenly felt dizzy and fell forward. With a loud bang, his forehead hit the roof of a large box truck. The giant let out a shrill wail and swiped the ground with his hands, overturning 2 troop carriers. Dozens of survivors hiding under the troop carriers were turned into meat patties. A bunch of rubbish. Commanding the roof of the car, the city lord Lid jumped lightly, rushed to the giant with a few quick steps, and showed 2 long screwdrivers in his hands. He jumped onto the giant's shoulder and plunged the 2 long screwdrivers into the giant's Adam's apple and twisted it hard. Your Excellency, the city lord is wise and powerful. We can't even praise you enough. The giant's huge body thrashed a few times, dying. Seeing it dead, the dirty monkey bravely jumped onto the giant's body and carefully walked to the city lord. Lord City Lord, your sword is still sharp, much better than us youngsters. Luo Yi tilted his head and looked at him sinisterly. Zhang Ho quickly slapped his mouth and said, Lord City Lord is a young man, younger than all of us. Ha 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 ha. The second catastrophe, a natural phenomenon, the Dirty Monkey Adventure Group and the Slaughter Legion Coalition were trapped in Zhongjiang District, Tianjiang City, for 3 days. Just after 12 o'clock in the morning of the 4th day, Luo Yi gave the order and used up all the level 2 Fogman skills to escape to the Tianjiang Bridge at all costs. As long as they crossed the Tianjiang Bridge, they would be safe. But what no one expected was that the Tianjiang Bridge was bombed. There is a broken bridge in front, and behind are countless monsters that appeared from the second heavenly tribulation. Falling leaves bit their steel teeth to pieces. They had to give desperate orders and fight against the various monsters of the second catastrophe, leaving behind more than 2,000 bodies of soldiers and bypassing Tianjiang City from the other side of the provincial road. The Berserk and Bloodclaw groups died right before their eyes, and the ones who blew up the bridge must be the Spark Group. At this time, they didn't know that the Spark Group had waited for them in Huangqiao Township for 3 days in order to blow up the bridge. After escaping from Tianjiang City, Luo Yi was extremely angry. He swore that these 2,000 bodies must be buried with them, the Spark Group. Now, after escaping Tianjiang City, there are only 220 people left in the 2 coalition forces. Fortunately, these 220 people who escaped are all special awakeners. The core strength of both groups is still there. Eager to return home, after circling Tianjiang City and taking a detour for 3 days, the city lord Luo Yi finally found the national highway back to the city. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, but soon, the next piece of news made the nerves in his head tense again. Lord City Lord, we found the Spark Group's convoy 30 kilometers behind us. The road is getting harder and harder. On the 4th day after setting out from Huangqiao Township, dust kept falling from the sky. Compared with the houses we passed along the way, the thickness of the soil was at least 1.5 meters higher than before. The wild grass and shrubs that came from nowhere had grown to a height of more than 1 person. The convoy was now moving very slowly. All I could see through the front windshield were weeds, and the tires were rolling over loose soil, which formed deep ruts. Careful! The windshield of the driver's seat of the lead vehicle was removed, and a female team member sat on the roof of the passenger seat to observe the road conditions. Turn left. There's a huge tree ahead. The driver quickly turned the steering wheel to the left, and a stop sound came from the roof. She slowly turned the wheel and gradually stepped on the accelerator. Giant trees, these days, There are more than just weeds and shrubs that are more than 1 meter tall. 2 days ago, the convoy discovered unusually tall trees for the first time. The shorter ones are more than 10 meters high, while the taller ones reach straight into the clouds. The thickest tree I have seen in these days is so thick that it takes about 100 female team members to hug it, and its top is invisible. In this situation, I don't know if we can return to the city alive. The windows of the sleeper car were sealed with steel plates, and only the driver's seat had some light. Gu Wenxiao was only responsible for following the car in front. Behind her, Bai Lulu held Lu Xiaoma's arm and sighed softly. I don't know how long we will get there. How can we get back to the city? These days, the female team members have gradually accepted this kind of life in the underground, as long as they don't encounter those monsters. Sister, Bai Nizi poked her head out from the top bunk of Lu Xiaoma's bed. Do you have any food? She has lost a lot of weight these days, and Bingtuan's food has run out. Sparkshuan and Bingtuan have been eating their own food. Last night, Qin Xian suggested buying some with them, but Gu Yanran flatly refused. Nizi, Bai Lulu felt distressed and hurriedly touched her pocket. I have nothing left. Wait a minute. She pinched Lu Xiaoma's arm. Is there anything else to eat? Nizi is hungry. There are instant noodles in Lu Xiaoma's space, but a bowl of those things will make the whole car smell. Everyone is now starving. After searching in the space, Lu Xiaoma found a can of middle-aged and elderly milk powder. Bai Lulu quickly stuffed the milk powder into her clothes, looked around, and kissed Lu Xiaoma on the face. I'll accompany you tonight. She turned around, walked carefully to the bed, climbed the ladder, and was thinking of going up to give her sister some dry milk powder. With a bang, the milk powder box fell out of her clothes, and the cylindrical milk powder fell on the aisle, rolled twice, and slightly settled. The sound was a bit loud. On the other side, Su Feifei and Miao Xiaohua were sleeping on the upper bunk of Lin Ming'er. The two little girls poked their heads out at the same time, staring at the can of milk powder with 4 big eyes, swallowing their saliva. Lu Xiaoma's bed was close to the driver's seat. There was a faint light in the middle of the bed. Su Feifei smacked her lips and said, Meow meow, I want to eat. Miao Xiaohua, who was on the upper bunk, was also staring at the milk powder can. You have one yourself, a big one like this. Su Feifei swallowed again. This is mine, yours is milk powder. Why don't you just die? Miao Xiaohua said angrily. Seeing Bai Lulu hiding the can of milk powder back into her clothes with a little embarrassment, she licked her lips and whispered, Fei Fei, come up. What? Are you giving me milk powder? Su Feifei climbed onto Miao Xiaohua's bed. The two little girls covered their heads with quilts. Miao Xiaohua whispered, Stop messing around, Fei Fei. Let's talk business. How come I suddenly realized that not only the captain's wife has delicious food, but even the captain's sister-in-law has it? Su Feifei was alert. What do you want to do? I want to say something. Miao Xiaohua put her mouth close to Su Feifei's ear. I want to say that you become the captain's wife, and I become the captain's sister-in-law. How about that? Go to hell. Why don't you be the captain's wife? My breasts aren't as big as yours. That must be it. Su Feifei raised her proud neck without stopping from inside the quilt. How could the captain like you as a man? No, that's not right. You should be the captain's wife, and I should be his sister-in-law. I almost got sold out by you. After arguing for a while, Miao Xiaohua suggested, Fei Fei, what do you think of Qianyi? What happened to Qianyu? Su Feifei didn't understand what was going on. Miao Xiaohua blinked at her meaningfully, but she immediately remembered that they were under the quilt, so she said, Do you think Qian has the potential to be the captain's wife? Her? Can she do it? Su Feifei said with disgust, Her breasts are so small, but they should be bigger than yours. Can we still have a pleasant chat? Being insulted one after another, Miao Xiaohua was about to explode. If she wasn't planning something important right now. Hey, tell me, what about Qian? Su Feifei analyzed seriously. Qian, you can't do it, silly. I think Meitong's sister has a good chance. Her figure, I want to taste it just by looking at it. Stupid. If Qian you weren't stupid, would you and I still have a chance to be sister-in-law? Miao Xiaohua said in a tone of anger. Sister Meitong? If Sister Meitong becomes the wife of the group leader, will she let us control her? Su Feifei nodded repeatedly. That's true. If Meitong becomes the head of the group, we will have to be her maids. No, I'm her maid, and you're her servant. Miao Xiaohua has automatically blocked out the latter sentence. That's good to know. Miao Xiaohua leaned closer to Su Feifei's ear and said, As long as it's not Sister Meitong, that silly girl Qianyu will be easy to deal with. I already have a complete plan. After a while, Su Feifei's eyes widened. How can that be? My period has come. Why is it not possible? Qianyu doesn't understand. Miao Xiaohua continued to persuade. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your own child. How can you catch the leader without sacrificing yourself? but I still feel something is weird. What's weird about that? Miao Xiaohua struck while the iron was hot. Look at Nizi, she's secretly eating dry milk powder in bed. And then look at yourself. You're almost losing your temper. Su Feifei's face changed. Miao Xiaohua, who do you say has a bird in his mouth? I. Miao Xiaohua's eyes widened. That's not what I meant. I meant that you should just sacrifice a little. How can you expect the horse to run without giving it grass? Miao Xiaohua. Su Feifei became even more angry. Didn't we agree to let Xianyu be the captain's wife? Why do you want me to fuck him? Grass? The grass I'm talking about is green grass. What are you thinking about now? Miao Xiaohua said incredulously. What on earth is in your head? Aside from the leader's demingming, can't you think of something else? Who wants to see the leader's cute face? I've already told you. I'm on my period, so I can't fuck him. That's not what I meant. I meant grass. Green grass. Why can't you get around it? Oh my god, how can I communicate with you? I'm going crazy. 20 minutes later, the two lantern ladies were evenly matched, and neither of them had the energy to argue anymore. Su Feifei looked at the roof of the carport weakly. It's not me who is hungry, it's the world. Yeah. Miao Xiaohua rubbed her belly. Is there anything more miserable than sleeping next to an older girl and not having enough to drink? There are more miserable things. Su Feifei said with a dull look. When your boyfriend has a breakdown, that's when you'll be miserable. Chapter 199, Fengwen Tunnel. Xiaomo, we can't hold on any longer here. The roof outside has begun to collapse. Many people in the city have already fled. Let's leave quickly. The car you asked Sister Ku to buy has been found outside the city. Let's leave now while it's still dark and see if there are any air raid shelters outside the city. At worst, we can just give them some more money. Qin Xian was like a virtuous wife. As she spoke, she helped Lu Xiaomo put on his clothes and even bent down to put on his socks and shoes. Completely unaware of what she was talking about, Lu Xiaomo put on his clothes and ran out of the room with the other female team members. What's going on? How did it become like this here? As soon as they went out, Lu Xiaomo was startled by the scene in front of him. Qin Xian held a wooden umbrella over their heads and said, "It collapsed an hour ago. Let's go quickly. We'll talk about it after we leave the city." Following the group of female team members walking quickly, Lu Xiaomo looked at everything dully. This space, which looked like a huge factory, was now in a mess. There were holes everywhere where the roof had collapsed, and inside the factory there was a thick layer of soil, with the highest part reaching a height of more than 1 meter. How did the dirt pile end up on the roof? How is this possible? Looking at it in disbelief, Lu Xiaomo stuck his head out and looked at the roof outside the umbrella. The broken roof was like a waterfall of sand, sloping down. Hurry up, Xiaomo. We have bribed the people at the east gate. We must get out before they change their posts, otherwise it will be too late. Listen, from today on, you must pay me 100 energy crystals every day. It's okay if you don't have money. Just give us 1 woman every day, and I'll let you stay here for a few more days. You're looking for death. Lu Xiaomo rushed forward angrily. Qin Xian, Cassini, Fang Jing, Fang Ya, and other women held him tightly. Captain, calm down. We still have half of our team members in their hands. At worst, we can just go out and find another place. I stared at all this in a daze. This was a mountain tunnel for cars. The roof of the tunnel was lit, and the walls on both sides were filled with survivors lying in all directions. Suddenly, not far from the tunnel entrance, a group of soldiers covered in loose dust rushed in breathlessly. Captain, another meteorite is falling 3 kilometers outside. Gather the team quickly. We must take it down at all costs this time. The man who was talking didn't care about Lu Xiaomo. Lu Xiaomo followed them to the tunnel entrance and looked up at the sky. There was still fine dust falling from the sky. From time to time, through the fine dust, he could see meteors streaking through the atmosphere in the sky farther away. Captain? Huh? Lu Xiaomo sat up suddenly. Gu Wenxiao was startled and took 2 steps back to stand firm. Captain, what's wrong with you? Lu Xiaomo looked around blankly. Why am I asleep? The convoy drove forward for another day. The bumpy road made Lu Xiaomo, not the only one, but many of the female team members woke up and fell asleep again. Gu Wenxiao looked out the window tiredly. Captain, we've arrived at the Fengwen Tunnel. The Spark Group is clearing the road ahead. We're going to stay here tonight. Nowadays, the tunnel entrance has been covered with loose soil 2 meters high, and the convoy cannot go to the top of the mountain. Every time they encounter a tunnel that they cannot bypass, they have to send people off the car to dig out the loose soil. Sometimes, it would take half a day for the convoy to only complete 1 tunnel. But it was worth it to be able to walk to the asphalt road before the end of the world in the tunnel. Fengwen Tunnel? Thinking about the dream just now, no, it was not a dream. It was the scene of the second heavenly tribulation in the poison barrier, Lu Xiaoma was stunned for a while. Tunnel returned to the city. I still remember the scene in the future. After returning to the city, Qin Xian, Cassini, and other girls tried every means to escape from the city. Why should I go back? I can't stand it anymore. What happened in Luya City? It is Fengwen Tunnel. Gu Wenxiao leaned tiredly against the bed. These days, she insisted on driving the sleeper car by herself. No matter how tired she was, she didn't want to put the life of the regiment commander in the hands of others. In fact, ever since the last time the team leader carried her naked back to the car, Gu Wenxiao felt that her life belonged to the team leader for the rest of her life. She even thought about handing herself over to the leader, but she also knew that she was not worthy. With her looks, age, and everything else, she was not worthy. She and the leader were destined to be from two different worlds. It's not like she hasn't fantasized about it. If there really comes a day when the leader is willing to take her away once, she will give up all her dignity, even her dignity as a human being. She can do anything. But fantasy is just fantasy. The only thing she can do for the leader now is to drive a good car for him. I understand. Lu Xiaoma stood up, shook his head, and rubbed his temples. Maybe not everyone needs to go back to the city. How many kilometers is Fengwen Tunnel from Luya City? About 260 kilometers. Suppressing unnecessary thoughts, Gu Wenxiao turned around and found the map next to the driver's seat. She took it back and circled the location of Fengwen Tunnel with a pen. She drew it all the way to Luya City according to the road before the end of the world. But the road is difficult to travel now, and we can't guarantee that we will walk in a straight line now. Lu Xiaoma lit a cigarette, looked at the map, and asked, "Do you know how long this Fengwen Tunnel is?" 3 kilometers. This time, Gu Wenxiao answered very affirmatively, saying that she had just passed by and saw the sign of Fengwen Tunnel. 3 kilometers is enough. Lu Xiaoma muttered to himself, and Gu Wenxiao asked curiously, "Captain, what do you mean, is enough?" "Nothing." In front, the sparks had cleared the tunnel, and the convoy slowly drove in, setting up camp here tonight. After the convoy parked, everyone started busying themselves cooking. There was no light in the tunnel. When cooking, the trucks kept their lights on. Lu Xiaoma got out of the truck to stretch his body. Qin Xian came over and said, "Captain, there are only 500 kilograms of food left in the group. I have asked them to cook porridge tonight. Each person is limited to about 1 bowl. Let's do this for now. After dinner, I'll go find the sparkling group to find a solution. Given the current situation, we can only look for them." More than 1,200 people from the Spark group left the city this time, and when they returned, only more than 600 were left, more than half of them. Their food trucks were not lost, they just didn't sell them. I guess they want to force myself to beg them. Sister Eg. After having dinner in the sleeper car, Eg came to the door again. "I'm looking for your Captain Lu." The two got out of the car and walked about 10 meters. Eg shone her flashlight on the ground and said, "We still have enough food. Sister Huahua still wants you to join us. Tell her that I don't like leaving my life and death in the hands of others." Lu Xiaoma looked forward at the tunnel that had no end in sight. "Also, in Tianjiang City, you and Gu Yanran promised me that we will stay here for a day to rest. I want to recruit team members." In Tianjiang City, in order to let Lu Xiaoma charge into battle, Gu Yanran and Yueji each made a promise to Lu Xiaoma. 1. It was promised that after conquering Tianjiang City, on the way back to the city, the Bingtuan could give priority to recruiting their external mercenaries. 2. The search results in Tianjiang City will be sold to Bingtuan first. There were 2 conditions. The second one is now invalid, but the first one was once promised by Yueji herself. Lu Xiaoma also fulfilled his duty and led the team to attack Huanxiao Township. Yueji said softly, "Sister Huahua wants you to join, and none of us dare to disobey her wishes. Besides, you don't have enough food now, let alone recruiting team members. Even your own food is not enough. Maybe." She finally hesitated and said, "Maybe you can join us temporarily. When you return to the city, I will talk to Sister Huahua." Thinking of going back to the city, Lu Xiaoma hesitated slightly and suddenly said, "No, we are not going back to the city." "What?" Yueji asked in surprise. "You are not going back to the city?" "If they don't go back to the city, without the growers, everyone will starve to death. My team won't go back to the city. I'm going with you guys." Chapter 200, Electric Man. "What? Captain, you want us to stay in this Fengwen tunnel?" After dinner, Lu Xiaoma gathered all 88 members of the ice group on the sleeper car and expressed his ideas. He went alone with the Sparks, and everyone else stayed here. He had to go back to Liyue City, not only for food, but also for Wu Nan and other female team members in Liyue City. In addition, his beloved Knight 15, Karen Benway RV, 2 almost new sleeper cars, and the tens of millions of bullet rolls in the space. Yes, I'm still discussing with them the specific route. Yuiji has already gone back to look for sparks. Lu Xiaoma said truthfully. Tomorrow I will recruit another group of external members of the Sparks group. You all will stay here together. I'll leave you with enough food for 3 months. After 2 months, if I haven't returned, you can leave and return to Lia City. Captain, we want to go back with you. Gu Wenxiao was the first to speak. How about you go back and I'll drive you? I don't feel comfortable with anyone else driving you. You stay here. All of you stay here. I will go with them alone. Lu Xiaoma was halfway through his words when Bai Lulu suddenly interrupted him. Why? Can't even I go back with you? It might be dangerous to go back. He told the girls about what happened in the trading hall before leaving the city and what happened with Qin Jing, and later included his own analysis. The violent group and the Bloodclaw group were ambushed in Dafu Township and suffered heavy losses. Including this return to the city, none of the 3 adventure groups survived. Putting all these strange things together, Lu Xiaoma was almost certain that the city lord's mansion must have played a role here. After listening to the leader's analysis, the girls were silent for a while. Bai Lulu was unwilling to accept it. But now there is a sudden second catastrophe. Loya City also needs human protection. The city lord's mansion should not attack us. She really didn't want to be separated from Lu Xiaoma. It's possible, Lu Xiaoma said, but I can't say that they won't attack us. I don't want to take that risk. This place is only 260 kilometers away from Loya City. You wait for 2 months. If I don't come back in 2 months, you can try to go back to the city and take a look. What Lu Xiaoma couldn't say now was that he saw in the future scene that Qin Xian tried every means to leave the city, and after leaving the city, she died. It can be seen that she would rather risk her life and leave the city than stay in it. We don't know what happened in the city, but it must not be good. The women were silent. They wanted to go back to the city, but what the leader said made sense. In Tianjiang City, no one from the 3 major adventure groups escaped, and only their Spark group escaped. This in itself was not normal. Fortunately, I only have to wait for 2 more months. Spark's sleeper car. How? After listening to Yuiji's narration, the leader Hua asked in a dissatisfied tone. Does he really dislike my Spark team? He wouldn't even accept the position of deputy leader. Gu Yanran was playing Go with Sister Hua. When she heard that he refused to be the deputy leader, she breathed a sigh of relief. If that rascal really became the deputy leader, she would have no way to deal with him. Maybe she would even be eaten by him in the future. Men? They are no good. That's fine. After pecking for a while, Hua slowly exhaled. Then give them 3 months of food. However, you go tell him that the blind man must follow us, and make it clear to him that when we return to the city, he should lead the way for us. If you agree to these, I can give them the food. Yuiji went and came back and conveyed Sister Spark's intention. Lu Xiaoma knew that they would not agree so easily. They want Lin Meng. After this catastrophe, the new monsters that appeared are of great value to the blind girl. Among the people in Bingtuan, the only ones who can be noticed by Sparkchuan are Lin Minger, Bai Lulu, and perhaps herself. As for the rest, Sparkchuan has no shortage of them. The next morning, the Spark team and the Ice team rested for a day in Fengwen Tunnel. The Ice team offered a 10-year long-term contract to recruit those external female players, and the Spark team agreed. There was little effect throughout the day. Because the Bingtuan had to stay in the Fengwen Tunnel, the hired female players all wanted to return to the city. In the evening, only 25 people were recruited. The numbers Qin Xian reported to Lu Xiaoma were not very good. The Bingtuan offered a 10-year long-term contract but only recruited 25 people, 23 of whom were General Awakeners. Only 2 Special Awakeners were recruited, 1 Level 1 Stone Skin Man and 1 Level 1 Space Man. Qin Xian continued, but among the 32 female drivers seconded from the Spark group, 30 of them wanted to go back with them. Only 2 were willing to stay. The 2 who stayed were not Awakeners yet. In other words, the Ice group has recruited 25 people, but 30 of them have left. As many as you can count. Standing in the aisle in front of the sleeper car, Lu Xiaoma called several core team members together. Qin Xian, you signed a contract with them. Gu Wenxia, you lead the new Awakener. Yi Rue, the new Level 1 Stone Skin person will follow you, and the Level 1 Space person will help Qin Xian, and... what are you doing? Suddenly, there was a scream from the rear of the car. Dandan, what's wrong with you? Don't come over here. There was chaos. I don't know. I really don't know. What's wrong with me? A female team member cried, followed by another scream. A large open space was quickly cleared at the rear of the car. What's going on? Lu Xiaoma hurriedly strode to the rear of the car. A female team member looked at her hands in horror. Captain, I don't know anything. I don't know what happened to me. Save me. Captain, save me. There was a large circle around the female team member. A female team member who had fainted was lying at her feet. All the others stayed away from her with terrified expressions. What's going on? What's wrong with you? Even Lu Xiaoma was shocked. The female team members who squeezed over were all shocked when they saw the female team member. Your hand. Her hand. The female team member was so anxious that she started crying. She looked at her hands in horror. Her hands were once a pair of fine ones, but now, countless blue electric currents were surging back and forth on them. What's wrong with me? I don't know. I really don't know anything. Believe me, I'm not a monster. I'm not a madman. She suddenly burst into tears, and it was obvious that she was still sane. But countless eyes were staring at her, as if she were a monster. Don't look at me like that. You really shouldn't. I'm not a monster. I'm a human. I'm still Song Lanlan. A strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in her palm, and she killed her best sister with her own hands. Song Lanlan suddenly collapsed completely. Without any warning, she suddenly screamed and pressed her hands hard on her face. No, Xiaolan. Xiaolan, don't do anything stupid. Several close sisters had come to their senses by now, but it was too late to shout at them. The female team member named Xiaolan had already covered her face with her hands,